A silver-haired youth gazed vacantly at the sky. This was a sky he had long since grown accustomed to, yet at this moment his golden eyes sparkled as if they were fixated on a rare gem. The onset of everything came without warning. One day. Unexpectedly, a pair of azure-skinned individuals appeared before him, uttering incomprehensible words about history and advancing towards him without hesitation. Then, another silver-haired young man, wielding a long sword, materialized out of thin air, intercepting the duo. Alteration of history, correction of deviations will become an impediment in the future. As both parties exchanged these bewildering phrases, they engaged in a fierce battle. Their speed was such that the youth could not discern their movements. After a brief struggle, they soared into the sky and vanished from sight. However, for him in that moment, these occurrences were perhaps trivial matters. In the year 500 of the Aegis era, in a remote village, a 9-year-old boy named Lizette suddenly reclaimed memories of a so-called past life. Perhaps the catalyst for this was the shockwave that knocked him to the ground during the confrontation between the azure-skinned pair and the silver-haired youth. Yet now, he was no longer the him of the past. No matter how many memories of his previous life he unearthed, he had become an entirely different being. The Lizette of his past had fragmented his sense of self at the moment of his demise. The current Lizette was merely a new life imbued with echoes of a former existence. Among these memories, one term was indelibly imprinted, compelling his attention: Dragon Balls. He recognized this term, not from the memories of his past life, but in the present. He had heard of it in fairy tales, a miraculous orb that could grant any wish when 7 were gathered. For approximately 40 years, this legend had circulated like an urban myth among the populace, becoming synonymous with the miracle sphere. There was also the term Aegis era, used to reckon years, and the various creatures encountered during travels that resembled neither dogs, nor humans, nor cats, but rather hybrids of beasts and humans, subhumans, beastmen, dragon folk. 40 years ago, the legendary martial artist Wu Taidu vanquished the demon king Piccolo, ushering in peace for the world. This tale is a household story, a widely known heroic narrative. Perhaps in a century, this legend will fade from memory, yet for now, it remains deeply etched in the minds of the people. This is indeed the world of Dragon Balls. Upon regaining his memories, the first action Lizette took was to enhance his combat prowess. Since this was the realm of Dragon Balls, it was imperative that power in battle be the most influential force. Lizette had no experience in combat, but this was not a significant hindrance. While martial skills were indeed important, in this world, base attributes were the core determinants of strength. Even in the absence of any martial arts experience, one can easily emerge victorious if there exists a significant disparity in combat prowess. Moreover, if Lizette's memories are accurate, there are indeed numerous characters, such as Frisia and Majin Buu, whose combat capabilities are predominantly derived from their inherent attributes. Even a scion's possession of systematic combat experience is open to question. Their techniques are likely the result of instinctual fighting skills honed through practical encounters, imbued with the feral instincts of beasts. Undoubtedly, this is a natural gift of a combat-oriented race, and for Lizette, a mere earthling, to emulate such prowess would require an inordinate amount of time. Nevertheless, mastering these techniques can be postponed. The immediate priority is to enhance fundamental attributes such as stamina, strength, and agility. The method to augment his abilities lies within his memories, specifically through weighted training and the training paradigm of Dragon Ball. The enhancement of basic capabilities cannot overlook the significance of weighted training. From the turtle shell carried by young Son Goku, to the heavy martial arts attire bestowed by the Supreme Kai, and further to the training under tenfold and hundredfold gravity. All these practices involve imposing burdens on the body to yield a leap in strength once the weight is lifted. This principle is entirely reasonable, with parallels found in reality. Marathon runners train in high-altitude conditions, and boxers often strap weighted bags to their legs. Such practices are not novel. However, the tenfold gravity training can only be realized in this world. Attempting similar feats in the original realm would likely lead to death. After all, under extreme gravitational forces, the blood would struggle to circulate properly to the brain, and cellular abnormalities could arise, making enhancement impossible. Yet, Lizette deliberately overlooked this fact, recognizing that the physical laws of this world differ inherently, rendering any fixation on what would happen in the original world utterly futile. Commencing with a self-made weighted belt, Lizette filled it with iron blocks, securing them to his limbs. Fortunately, his manual dexterity was commendable. He even tailored specialized pockets for the iron blocks, gradually increasing the weight as his body acclimated. He also experimented with adding weight to his shoes and sewing iron blocks into his clothing, exhausting every conceivable method. For Lizette, it was a stroke of fortune to reside in a remote village where everyone, regardless of age or gender, engaged in strenuous labor. His training seamlessly blended into the fabric of physical exercise to facilitate work, attracting no scrutiny whatsoever. Had he lived in an urban environment, he would have surely faced reprimand from his mother. In the fields, he insisted on performing agricultural tasks with his bare hands. Initially, it proved arduous, but as his body adapted, his plowing speed even surpassed that of adults wielding hoes. After a year, the weighted belt no longer sufficed for his training needs, prompting Lizette to begin carrying stones during his outings. The image of a boy walking with stones on his back, though somewhat absurd, exemplifies humanity's remarkable adaptability. At first, the villagers cast curious glances his way, but over time, they grew accustomed to the sight, bestowing upon him the moniker of Stone Boy. Indeed, the people of this world adapt with remarkable swiftness, Lizette mused. A year later, the stones upon his back felt light as a feather, and he found himself unable to locate anything that could impose a burden on him any longer. It appears that the effects of resistance training exceeded his expectations that he attempted to engage in an arm wrestling match with the strongest individual in the village. Despite the latter exerting his utmost effort, he was no match for him, and he effortlessly emerged victorious. At this moment, Lizette had already acquired the fundamental physical strength and arm power required for his journey. His strength rivaled that of a gorilla, yet the contours of his arms remained graceful, devoid of excessive bulging muscles. Perhaps the musculature of this world differs fundamentally from that of the original world, Lizette mused inwardly. After all, individuals like Clint, with combat powers in the tens of thousands, had not transformed into grotesque muscle-bound figures. It is possible that the humans in this world merely resemble humanity in appearance and structure, while fundamentally being an entirely different species. What lay ahead was the commencement of his travels. Having exhausted the potential for growth in this village, he felt compelled to venture forth. At that time, Lizette was merely 11 years old. For a young lad, embarking on a journey alone was indeed premature. His parents understandably opposed the idea, and while he did not forget their nurturing, he simply could not accept the life of living a mundane existence in a small village. Marrying and eventually passing away, he yearned to explore the world, to traverse this realm where one could go anywhere as long as one wished. After 7 days of persistent persuasion, Lizette finally succeeded in coaxing his parents into granting him permission to travel alone, contingent upon the agreement of returning home once a year. Chapter 2. Lizette's aspirations. 3 years into his journey, Lizette was utterly convinced of his newfound strength. The transportation of colossal stones had become a routine task, effortlessly shattering rocks with his bare hands, and he could sprint 100 meters in under 8 seconds with ease. Although his combat skills remained somewhat lacking, his foundational abilities had undoubtedly reached a superhuman level. Occasionally participating in local fighting tournaments, he was able to secure victories and claim the prize money without much difficulty. The core purpose of Lizette's travels was the quest for the Dragon Balls. His foremost challenge was to overcome the limitations of mortality without the prospect of eternal life. Traversing the world would ultimately be a mere fantasy. Fortunately, in this era, no rivals existed to compete with him in the search for the Dragon Balls. Although the legend of the Dragon Balls had circulated for 40 years, no one had ever managed to gather them all to fulfill a wish, and many remained oblivious to their very existence. After all, a tale of uncertain authenticity was insufficient to inspire widespread exploration of the world. At this juncture, the Red Ribbon Army had yet to be established. While Tao Pai Pai was already present, he was merely a salaried worker, and the Pilaf gang had not yet come into existence. Thus, Lizette's pursuit of the Dragon Balls faced no obstacles and progressed remarkably smoothly. Of course, the search was not devoid of challenges. The Dragon Balls were merely small orbs, and without the convenience of radar, finding them relied solely on luck. However, Lizette was fortunate, for within this era, the enigmatic fortune teller, capable of locating anything and even foreseeing the future, was already among the living. It was said that she had been practicing her craft for over 2 centuries, a veritable ancient sorceress. Even more fortuitously, the trials set forth by the fortune teller proved to be significantly less challenging than he had remembered, and the 5 warriors she dispatched were of mediocre strength. Lizette speculated that she had not yet employed the likes of the demon clan. Guided by the information provided by the fortune teller, he traversed the globe, collecting the Dragon Balls one by one. Now, he held all 7 Dragon Balls in his possession, a feat that would have been impossible without the smoothness of his journey. In later times, Goku and his companions would gather the Dragon Balls in a single day, aided by their extraordinary speed. For Lizette, gathering them within 3 years was already a commendable achievement. State your wish. Whatever it may be, I shall grant it. The Shinron manifested, radiating a divine brilliance that illuminated the night sky. Please grant me an additional wish. That is impossible. I can only fulfill 1 wish. Lizette attempted to negotiate, but was firmly rebuffed by Shinron. As anticipated, he promptly articulated his true desire. Grant me eternal youth, unchanging and without decay. I wish to remain in my prime indefinitely. Continually growing stronger, Shinron fell silent for a moment, withholding an immediate response. Lizette had never yearned for immortality. Throughout history, those who craved eternal life often met tragic ends. His current wish harbored a hidden wager, encompassing 2 requests within a single desire: to remain unchanged and to resist aging. Unchanged implied that both his appearance and physical condition would remain constant, allowing him to recover to his original state, even if injured, scarred, or suffering from loss of limbs. The reason Lizette dared to make such a wish was that he remembered. In the original work, the dragon could indeed fulfill wishes that encompassed multiple requests. For instance, resurrecting all those who had been killed by a certain individual, excluding the villains, or restoring the earth to its original state. This illustrates that the dragon possesses considerable flexibility. As long as the expression is aptly articulated, it is not impossible for wishes containing multiple requests to be realized, and one could even append detailed conditions. For example, if he wished to become younger and simultaneously return to his most powerful period, the dragon would execute it precisely. If he articulated the eradication of all evildoers, the dragon would accurately filter and eliminate them. In other words, the dragon would not misconstrue the wishes. Indeed, as Lizette anticipated, the dragon provided a reliable response. This is quite simple. The dragon's eyes ignited with brilliance, enveloping Lizette's form. He did not perceive any overt change. Yet this lack of alteration might well signify the manifestation of his wish, with the specific effects to be verified at a later date. Your wish has been granted. Until we meet again, the dragon stated in a businesslike tone before vanishing, and the 7 Dragon Balls once again soared across the globe. Regardless, the wish had been realized. The issue of lifespan had been resolved, yet one question lingered. To what extent did the unchanging effect apply? He must ascertain it personally. Let us begin with a wound. Lizette took a small knife and made a cut on his palm, blood seeping out and leaving red spots on the ground. A minute later, the wound completely healed, and his palm returned to its pristine state, devoid of any trace. Excellent, all is well. Lizette exhaled in relief and casually snipped off his hair, which soon reverted to its original condition. It seemed his hair had grown a bit. Had he known, he would have cut it shorter before making the wish. Lizette touched his flowing silver locks and mumbled to himself. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that the wish was perfectly realized and entirely aligned with his expectations, without the slightest distortion. Indeed, it was remarkable. The assertion that any wish could be granted was not an exaggeration, as long as it did not exceed the divine capacity. The dragon could genuinely fulfill any wish. In essence, he now possessed the ability of eternal youth and constancy. He would not age, decay, decline, or suffer damage. As long as he did not actively seek death, he could live forever. Next came the issue of strength. Since the wish for constancy had been fulfilled, regardless of how he trained, he should not become overly muscular to the detriment of his agility. Lizette had long been concerned that excessive training would lead to a cumbersome physique. Now, that anxiety had entirely dissipated, allowing him to enhance his prowess without reservation. However, he pondered, why after so long was his musculature still so proportionate? He could effortlessly lift boulders, yet had not developed exaggerated muscle bulk. He felt somewhat puzzled, but soon found clarity. Krillin and Tien could lift buildings while maintaining their nimble forms. After all, It seemed in this world, strength and muscle density were not necessarily linked. Over the decade following the acquisition of eternal youth, Lizette never ceased his training. He traveled the world, learning various combat techniques. Initially, he deemed them inconsequential, but upon engaging with them, he discovered their profound intricacies. Meanwhile, he also practiced the ability to perceive the energy within himself, and at last, he could barely control it. Next, it was time to begin the practice of energy blasts and flight. However, prior to that, Lizette had a more pressing goal: to journey to Kalinta and acquire the Nimbus Cloud. He recalled that ordinary clouds could only be ridden by those of pure heart. Yet it seemed that Kalinta possessed a special black Nimbus Cloud designated for those with nefarious intentions. Of course, his desire to ascend the tower was also fueled by a sense of having reached a plateau in his self-study. Although he had learned numerous combat techniques, they were all designed for ordinary individuals, lacking methods tailored for superhuman abilities. These techniques were not without merit. They simply did not align well enough to allow him to unleash his full potential. Thus, Lizette resolved to scale Kalinta. Are you saying you climbed all the way up? In front of Lizette stood a snow-white cat, upright on its hind legs. It was none other than the Kalinta sage, or the cat sage. Though it stood on two legs, its form was that of a cat, with short limbs and an inherent charm that made Lizette, who adored small animals, unable to resist the urge to pet it. He indeed acted on this impulse, despite knowing it was impolite to suddenly touch someone else. He reached out and scratched the cat sage's chin. The sage purred contentedly, but then, as if suddenly realizing, it pinned Lizette's hand down. What are you doing all of a sudden? I apologize. I've loved cats since childhood and couldn't help myself, Lizette quickly replied. Though he felt a twinge of regret at not being able to continue petting the cat, he understood the necessity of not displeasing the cat sage. Bowing his head, he earnestly pleaded, "O cat sage, please take me as your disciple." By the way, his subsequent wish to continue petting the cat was ruthlessly denied by the cat sage, leaving Lizette despondent for quite some time. Due to the influence of the dragon's wish, the protagonist appeared to be merely 14 years of age. Furthermore, his psychological age remained fixed at 14, the age of youthful exuberance, due to this unchanging wish, which sometimes rendered his approach to matters rather juvenile. As for his previous life, it had been explained at the outset that it felt more like watching a film, having an impact on his current persona, albeit a minimal one. Chapter 3. An encounter with the celestial being. Lizette had trained under the cat sage for a full decade. By his actual age, he was nearing 35, and at this point, the cat sage told him, "I have nothing more to teach you," and sent him down the mountain. Now, Lizette was not only proficient in martial arts, but had also acquired all the supernatural abilities that the sage possessed. Indeed, the cat sage had nothing left to impart. Fortunately, throughout these years, he had never ceased his practice of breath control, ultimately mastering the perception and manipulation of energy, even learning the art of flight. The cat sage had intended to present him with a black Nimbus Cloud as a graduation gift, but due to his insufficient wickedness, he was unable to ride it. In the end, he was given a yellow Nimbus Cloud instead. So, am I still considered a good child? Lizette mused, somewhat surprised. He knew he was not of pure heart, yet since he could successfully ride the yellow Nimbus Cloud, perhaps having a few minor flaws in his character still permitted him the privilege of flight. However, the next destination was the temple where the celestial beings resided. Without needing the Nimbus Cloud, Lizette soared into the sky, leaving the Nimbus Cloud in a state of emotional turmoil. Upon arriving before the deity, Lizette had no intention of seeking tutelage. After all, he had already mastered the art of manipulating energy. Therefore, he simply made one request to the deity. "Please grant me a piece of sturdy clothing, that is all." On the other side, the deity was, to be honest, quite bewildered. Since assuming the role of a celestial being, this was the first time a mortal from the lower realm had approached him directly. Furthermore, upon closer inspection, this mortal was none other than the first individual in history to gather the Dragon Balls and have his wish fulfilled, an ageless youth. In fact, apart from him, no one else had yet achieved this remarkable feat for the deity. As long as the wish was not granted to a malevolent individual, it mattered little. Yet, the absurdity of the reason for his visit was utterly baffling. To ask for sturdy clothing? Was that truly the sole purpose? Indeed, it was just that. One might think he had mistaken the temple for a clothing boutique. Such items could be easily procured at the foot of the mountain. Was it necessary to make a special trip here? Was he truly so naive? It seemed he indeed was. To seek an audience with a deity for a mere article of clothing, how disrespectful. he should be wary of incurring divine retribution. Of course, the deity would not truly take such action. I can teach you the art of cultivation. Would you be interested? No, thank you. I have already learned to manipulate energy. From here on, I merely need to gradually enhance my strength. The deity was astonished that this young man had acquired such knowledge through self-study. It was truly impressive. Was he a prodigy? Moreover, he seemed to grasp the concept of energy manipulation from the very beginning. What could possibly explain this? Regardless, he bore a token of acknowledgement from the revered Master Karen, making him a rare visitor. It would be remiss to let him leave empty-handed. You wish for clothing? Very well. I shall craft a unique piece just for you. Since he was unwilling to be apprenticed, at the very least, let me showcase my true abilities. After all, as a deity, I too wish for an opportunity to display my skill. The deity assessed Lizette's appearance. His silver hair, translucent porcelain skin, and gem-like eyes. Clad in pure white garments that radiated a sense of sanctity, one might momentarily mistake him for a female at first glance. Given this, the clothing should complement his essence, both preserving his image and being aesthetically pleasing. Lizette's current attire, to put it bluntly, was rather humble. While not dirty, it certainly resembled that of a simple villager. It would be more fitting to provide him with something more dignified, one that would accentuate his inherent sanctity. After all, he was the first human to utilize the Dragon Balls and meet a deity, deserving of special treatment. Very well, how about this? The deity proclaimed. I have added an automatic repair function. No sooner had he spoken than Lizette's garments transformed. It was a flowing, pure white robe complete with a hooded cloak. The hem billowed gracefully, perfectly complementing his pristine appearance, exuding elegance. The footwear was designed as glass-like long boots, fitting him perfectly, promising comfort, and boasting remarkable durability. While it may not rival the universe's hardest material, catch and steel, it could certainly compare to the hardest substance on Earth, the Destiny Stone. The celestial being adorned his head with a headpiece reminiscent of angelic wings, further accentuating his innate, ethereal aura. Below the elbows, he sported long white gloves. Those who beheld him for the first time might easily mistake him for a divine messenger or a celestial being descended from the heavens. Yet, this attire, though exquisitely elegant, bore an astonishing weight. The combination of the cloak, boots, and gloves alone tipped the scales at no less than 200 kilograms. However, the voluminous nature of the garments rendered movement particularly cumbersome. This, too, was part of his training. Of course, this was a fabrication. As a celestial being, he was not above telling a white lie. In truth, it was likely that this young lad had come to him merely as a prank, seeking an outfit. Lizette appeared unconvinced, puffing out his cheeks as he grappled with the cumbersome clothing for a while, eventually surrendering with a dejected slump of his shoulders. But, if an emergency arises, how can I swiftly shed this heavy ensemble? He protested. Fear not, for the cloak has been designed for easy removal, the celestial being assured him. Upon hearing this, Lizette attempted to remove the cloak, only to let out an exasperated scream the moment he did. Now my shoulders are exposed. I'm a man. I cannot wear anything that reveals my shoulders. The celestial being's mischief erupted in full force. Humanity, recognize the price of insulting a deity. Even though Lizette had no intention of disrespecting the celestial being, he was unaware that this marked the first visit from a guest since the deity's ascension. The celestial being had hoped to establish an air of authority, intending to proclaim, "Welcome. I bestow upon you the right to partake in the divine training." Yet, the response was a dismissive, "No thanks, just give me some clothes." Such a reaction felt exceedingly harsh, perhaps even a blow to his pride. I am a celestial being, great and powerful. Yet, in the eyes of Lizette, he was merely a purveyor of garments, a cruel realization indeed. Years, even decades, passed following the deity's prank. After the demise of Lizette's parents, he ceased returning to his hometown, embarking on a journey across the world. At times he punished the wicked, dismantled criminal organizations, and liberated the oppressed populace. For instance, he had vanquished the tyrant King Galumas of the Galumas Kingdom and thwarted the demon clan's attempts to extinguish the sun. Yet, these endeavors were not born of altruism. They were more about seeking opportunities for battle. He sought out those nefarious individuals who posed no threat to him, accumulating combat experience, entirely detached from any notion of selfless aid. Nonetheless, as a result of his actions, he invariably attracted the weak and oppressed. The individuals he rescued were oblivious to his true intentions, and coupled with his enigmatic appearance, over time, Lizette was mythologized as a legendary immortal, earning the moniker of the Dragon Immortal. After all, he was the first in history to gather the Dragon Balls to fulfill a wish, capable of riding the Kintown cloud, and recognized by the celestial being, all while being a strikingly handsome youth who aided the downtrodden. In truth, however, he was leagues removed from such an image. Upon discovering that he was referred to by the embarrassing title of Dragon Immortal, he would blush profusely, rolling around in shame. The primary reason for his immortal status was perhaps his own techniques, which he had either borrowed or innovatively created. As he continually mastered the manipulation of energy, Lizette was struck by a thought. Could he possibly create his own unique techniques? The Kamehameha, crafted by Master Rashi, was originally his creation, and there are many similar techniques that have emerged from originality. No matter how formidable a technique may seem, it always originates from an innovative mind. And there was no reason he could not do the same. For reasons unknown, he did not challenge energy wave techniques. Instead, he opted for amplification techniques akin to the Kaioken, intending to unleash a power that far exceeded his usual capabilities by igniting the energy within him. Should he succeed, he might even rival a Super Saiyan. This seemingly reckless endeavor unexpectedly bore fruit. One could only attribute it to sheer luck. He miraculously discovered the right method to channel his energy, perfectly aligning with the demands of such a technique. Yet, at its core, this was merely imitation, not the authentic Kaioken. Although it achieved the desired effect, it bore no resemblance to the Kaioken's fiery manifestation. Instead, a silvery light radiated from him, spilling forth in particles. His entire being shimmered with a silvery glow, serene yet resplendent, as the silver energy drifted like snowflakes around him. Reminiscent of the state achieved through the Ultra Instinct technique, continually sparkling with a mysterious sense of divinity. This is hardly my style, Lizette mused. To be frank, he found the Kaioken far more visually appealing. He made numerous attempts to adjust the form of his technique, yet each trial only accentuated its divine quality, even adding luminous effects. Ultimately, he had no choice but to concede, nearly brought to tears by his frustrations. Subsequently, he named this technique Explosive Limit. However, putting aesthetics aside, the effectiveness of this technique was nearly flawless. Upon its execution, his strength, speed, and energy output would all double, making it exceptionally suited for training. As it maximized the release of his energy, imposing a burden on his body until he reached the pinnacle of exhaustion before resting. He had long known that gravity training was a viable method, yet never anticipated such remarkable results. Thus, he endeavored to employ this technique in battle, even against insignificant foes, crushing them with its might, which inadvertently led to complications. In the eyes of those who were hunted, oppressed, and yearning for salvation, Lizette appeared as a celestial figure descending from the heavens. Clad in a pure white cloak, enveloped in radiant light, he seemed to extend a selfless hand of aid, smiling as he rescued them, only to vanish quietly thereafter. It was akin to a scene from a fairy tale. Had one been unaware of his true intentions of merely seeking strength, anyone would have regarded him as a savior of souls. Nearly a century passed in this manner, and by the time the slow-witted and somewhat foolish Lizette finally grasped the reality of his situation, it was far too late. The throngs of admirers had amassed into mountains, and even peculiar cults had begun to form around him. Lizette felt an overwhelming sense of dread at the absurdity of it all. When he beheld the statue of himself standing prominently in the divine temple, he could scarcely believe his eyes. Confronted with this surreal reality, the deity who had once gifted him clothing and indirectly precipitated this chaos merely remarked, "It has been a long time since I laughed so heartily." In response, Lizette remained silent and proceeded to deliver a punch to the deity. Chapter 4. Lizette's combat strength. Lizette's abode was perched atop a mountain exceeding 5,000 meters in elevation. In the past, he roamed freely, residing in various inns at his whim. However, due to the striking nature of his attire and the frequent misidentification as a celestial being, even this modest freedom was stripped away from him. Consequently, Lizette had no choice but to take matters into his own hands and create a sanctuary where he could rest peacefully. Thus, he invited Mr. Bobo to assist him, and together they squandered their extraordinary abilities to construct a dwelling. Yet, for reasons unknown, a bored deity suddenly barged in, declaring that he might as well lend a hand, and in an instant transformed the house into a lavish and resplendent marble sanctuary. Was this truly meant for solitary residence? The abundance of rooms was excessive. To make matters worse, without Lizette's consent, The deity also thrust upon him the role of Earth's divine representative. Naturally, Lizette declined, but the deity nonchalantly insisted that he merely needed to maintain appearances and could reach out if anything arose. With no other option, he reluctantly acquiesced. To be candid, he felt as if he were on the brink of becoming a true priest of the gods. Moreover, within this sanctuary, there existed a passageway leading directly to the divine hall, a connection that should not be casually forged. However, that aside, Lizette pondered aloud, questioning how the nimbus cloud had grown so large. He gazed up at the inexplicably enlarged cloud. When he first acquired it from Master Carlin, the nimbus was only large enough for him to recline upon, yet over the years, it had evidently expanded to nearly 10 meters in length. The likely reason was the dwindling number of individuals capable of riding the nimbus. Surprisingly, in this world, nimbus clouds were not considered rare. They were quite popular as a mode of transportation, with many previously taking to the skies. However, as the hearts of the populace leaned increasingly towards malice in recent years, the riders of nimbus clouds had diminished. The abandoned clouds, lacking their masters, congregated around him, the last remaining owner. Witnessing this phenomenon, Lizette was convinced that Sun Wukong was on the verge of coming into existence. By the time Wukong traversed the world, there would likely be few left who could ride a nimbus. He had heard tales of many young riders in times past, and considering this, it seemed that the timeline leading to the original narrative's commencement was not distant, perhaps only 60 to 70 years away, certainly not exceeding a century. Perhaps it felt longer than it truly was. However, reflecting on his own existence, this span of time was relatively brief. As he had already lived for 180 years, he felt both anticipation and trepidation. Although he could not claim to have been entirely idle, he had relentlessly pursued his training, integrating the strengths of various martial arts. Through practical application, he had forged a unique combat style. Whenever he found the opportunity, he would push his limits to the brink of collapse to enhance his energy threshold and physical endurance. His mastery over energy manipulation had grown increasingly refined. He could not only sever, control, and trace energy, but also create energy orbs imbued with rudimentary consciousness. Even the Dragon Balls had drawn his interest during idle moments. He had wished for the ability to survive in any environment, and now his physical form could venture into the cosmos, albeit at a speed insufficient for anything beyond exiting the atmosphere and returning. At that time, he had even employed a clever ruse, leaping to seize a Dragon Ball just as it scattered, contemplating the possibility of needing the Dragon Balls in the future. It would be advantageous to possess one from the very beginning, thereby alleviating considerable trouble. Lizette captured a 5-star ball, as long as it wasn't the 4-star ball. He was satisfied. He had no intention of claiming the 4-star ball, for if he clung to it, the future of this world might descend into chaos. Lowering his gaze, he then looked skyward, a white aura emanating slowly from behind him, not dissipating but instead coalescing into pure white, luminous wings that lifted his body into the air. This was the culmination of 180 years of training, a solidified aura, reflecting mastery over his energy. This flight-enhancing skill, developed specifically for traversing the cosmos, also augmented his velocity, aligning perfectly with his desires. If he were to critique it, he wished the color were red, evoking the grandeur of a fated hero, for white seemed to render his color palette rather sparse. Soaring through the sky, his wings unfurled as he glided effortlessly across the horizon, resembling an angel or celestial being. In moments of contemplation, he often preferred this form of flight, liberated from the constraints of gravity, allowing his thoughts to flow with greater clarity. He never entertained doubts about his strength, firmly believing in his prowess. Thus, he yearned to discover the limits of his abilities, whether he could reach the cosmos or remain confined to Earth. Eventually, as Goku matured, he would inevitably encounter the cosmic barriers that would expand the power dynamics post-Saiyan Saga. The universe teemed with formidable beings, and Lizette's aspiration was to explore the world's farthest reaches, to redefine the known boundaries, and to ascertain the true extent of his power, a fundamental requirement. If he could not even rival the Saiyans, there was little hope for him in the cosmos. He might not survive even halfway. Yet, such concerns were distant. They belonged to the future. While he consoled himself with these thoughts, he diligently focused on his training, unaware that the countdown had already begun. 70 years might suffice for an ordinary person to live a fulfilling life, yet for him, it was all that remained. Could I truly reach the cosmos? The thought of weakness involuntarily escaped his lips. Lacking a combat power detector, he had no convenient means to quantify his strength, leaving him uncertain of his current capabilities. Although he could sense the aura of deities and make rough estimations, they were far from precise. If the strength of a deity were considered to be 1, he surmised that he might possess around 50. Recalling that a deity's power was approximately 300, he concluded that his strength was likely around 15,000. Ah, what a blow. He was weaker than Vegeta. Lizette muttered, as if struck by the revelation. In truth, he had long been aware of this assessment, having conducted such calculations previously. However, it mattered little. He had the potential for explosive growth. With his body having adapted through rigorous training, he could effortlessly amplify his strength 5-fold, and with great effort, he could reach 7 times that, resulting in a stable estimate of 75,000. Wow, I am indeed quite formidable, especially on Earth, where I would undoubtedly be considered exceptional. Yet, even so, he was still weaker than Captain Jinyu. Alas, such figures would soon become trivial, as within a few years, he would easily surpass them. Given the exponential growth in power witnessed during the Namek saga, it was conceivable that he could catch up in a single day. A near-death experience for a scion often led to a dramatic surge in strength. As for Frisia's first form, that was beyond contemplation. He simply could not compete. The scientists of Earth, with a modicum of effort, could create a being of immense combat prowess. Yet after living for 180 years, he possesses but a fraction of that strength. It is enough to bring one to tears. Clearly, greater diligence is required. However, even if he desires to accumulate practical experience, he finds himself devoid of worthy adversaries. The disparity in power is so vast that any engagement would merely amount to preying upon the weak. It would be more fruitful to strike at stones. To become stronger, Earth is hardly an advantageous environment, as there are no competitors who can challenge him. The mere presence of an equally formidable opponent would drastically enhance his training efficiency and propel his strength to new heights. Yet, Lyseder is too powerful. The only contender he has is himself, relegating him to solitary cultivation. He even participated in the inaugural World Martial Arts Tournament, only to encounter no worthy foes. Each battle concluded with a mere flick of his hand, leaving him profoundly disillusioned. Being excessively strong can, at times, be a burden. No, let me amend that. Strength is indeed essential, for without it, he could not even fend off the troubles that seek him out. Lyseder unfurled his wings, warily gazing down at an unfamiliar elder accompanied by 5 creatures that were clearly not human. The atmosphere hinted at their malevolent intentions, undoubtedly aimed at him. Visitors to the sanctuary were rare, and these were evidently uninvited guests. Lyseder did not retract his wings, but gradually descended to the ground. "It is an honor to meet you, esteemed dragon sage," he declared. "Who are you?" Chapter 5. The world's strongest master. I am Dr. Kin, here to welcome you. The world's strongest master. Dr. Kin, a name absent from the original narrative, sparked a fleeting recognition in Lyseder's mind. This individual was known for delving into forbidden research, ostracized within the academic community. Moreover, he vaguely recalled a character bearing this name from a post-Scion Saga film titled The World's Strongest Master. Regardless, it was evident that this person was no ally. "Follow me. Dr. Willow is awaiting your arrival." "Very well, lead the way," Lyseder replied, his tone laced with indifference. "What?" Lyseder's gaze sharpened abruptly. In that instant, the creature beside Dr. Kin was obliterated into fragments, and the latter's right arm vanished. Glancing at Lyseder, one would see that he had, unbeknownst to them, extended a finger, the tip still smoldering. In truth, it was nothing of great consequence. He had merely unleashed an attack at a speed imperceptible to Dr. Kin, using his energy to shatter the guard and sever the scientist's arm, nothing more. "I know not your intentions in attempting to take me, but you have misidentified your target. Repent for your ignorance, and embrace eternal slumber." Ha ha ha. Truly the legendary dragon sage. My biological warriors are utterly ineffectual. In that case, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lyseder sensed a powerful aura surrounding him and, unperturbed, shifted his gaze toward the newly arrived foes. 3 inhuman abominations encircled him, a diminutive creature with green skin, a plump monster of yellow hue resembling pliant rubber, and a pink-skinned being with a mohawk, adorned in spiked shoulder armor, reminiscent of a street thug from a post-apocalyptic world. Lyseder recalled their names, something akin to fried shrimp and fried meat patty, which sounded rather delectable. "These are my ferocious warriors. Go, seize the sage." with Dr. Kitchen's command. Three grotesque beings lunged towards Lizette, yet he remained utterly unperturbed, skillfully evading their incoming fists. He seized one creature's arm with his left hand and delivered a gentle yet forceful blow with his right, sending it careening into the air. He then grasped another rotund monster and hurled it towards a diminutive green creature, causing a collision between the two. In the blink of an eye, Lizette effortlessly dispatched all three grotesque beings. "No, it cannot be. My ferocious warriors," Dr. Kitchen exclaimed in disbelief as Lizette casually approached him, a smile adorning his face. "Now, lead the way to your master, Dr. Willow." Located in the distant north, a colossal iceberg, impervious even to the sun's warmth, earned the name Eternal Ice Wall. As they ventured deeper into the mountain, a mechanical research facility emerged, starkly contrasting with the surrounding icy expanse. Grasping Dr. Kitchen, Lizette soared through the sky, trailing a white light, and launched a gas bomb towards the facility. Amidst the rising smoke, a gaping hole was blasted into the roof of the research institute. He had never intended to enter through the front door, for who could fathom the myriad traps set within? Breaching the enemy's stronghold, there was no need to utilize the entrance meticulously prepared by his adversaries. Lizette flew through the self-created opening, landing silently within the facility. "Welcome, the possessor of the world's strongest physique. You must be Dr. Willow?" Deep within the research institute resided a grotesque entity, a creature of science, a masked container filled with transparent liquid, within which floated a brain, supported by a mechanical body. This body was bizarre beyond description, resembling both an insect and a fish. "I realize this may be a futile endeavor, but I must inquire, why have you summoned me? I possess the most exceptional mind on this planet and seek to acquire the world's strongest body. Surrender your form to me." "Are you jesting? If you desire a body, why not create one using your vaunted scientific prowess? I believe that would entail significantly less trouble than seizing another's." Lizette swiftly determined that this conversation would yield no favorable outcome. In truth, his hopes for negotiation had diminished to nothing the moment his adversary dispatched Dr. Kitchen with those ferocious warriors. "You have no right to refuse. This immortal body, capable of thriving in any environment, is only meaningful if I assume it. Regrettably, my body is my own. I implore you to relinquish this notion." As Lizette conversed, he assessed his opponent's latent strength, which was astonishingly formidable, far surpassing his expectations. Initially, he assumed that, as an adversary from the Scion Saga film, their combat prowess would at most rival that of Vegeta, yet their actual strength was evidently greater. If one were to quantify the strength of the Supreme Kai as one, this foe must possess at least 130, translating to a numerical value of approximately 39,000, indicating that in their normal state, they were stronger than he. It was astonishing to discover such a formidable opponent on Earth, and unbeknownst to him. A smile crept onto Lizette's face, his fighting spirit surging ever higher. "This matter is beyond your control. This body shall be mine." As Willow activated his mechanical form, he swung his massive arm downwards without a hint of regard for Dr. Kitchen, who stood helplessly beside Lizette. The unfortunate Dr. Kitchen was crushed into a heap of scrap metal by the very figure he once revered. In an instant, Lizette retreated at high speed, concentrating his energy at his fingertips before unleashing a barrage of energy blasts, each one as precise and potent as a machine gun, relentlessly bombarding Willow. Yet, the damage inflicted was negligible. The disparity in their powers rendered his attacks nearly futile. Not only that, but Willow immediately retaliated, his robust arms striking Lizette with tremendous force, driving him into the wall. Cough. Was it true that he could not prevail in his usual state? When the gap in strength is so vast, technique becomes virtually meaningless. Though it pained him to accept, Lizette realized that conventional methods would not lead to victory. However, if conventional means were futile, then he would resort to unconventional tactics. Let the limit break unleash thrice its potential. The limit break, inspired by the Kaioken technique, was a power-enhancing move of Lizette's own invention. In essence, despite its different nomenclature, its effect mirrored that of a triple Kaioken. As Lizette's body radiated a silvery luminescence, particles of light cascaded from him. With this augmentation, his combat prowess theoretically soared to around 45,000, surpassing Willow, granting him the upper hand at last. In the next heartbeat, Lizette vanished, executing a kick with such velocity that it was nearly imperceptible, sending Willow flying. "Damn it!" Willow retaliated with a punch. But Lizette effortlessly caught the strike with his left hand, then deftly slipped beneath Willow's arm. With his right hand, he struck upwards, targeting the joint mechanism of Willow's arm with a precision blow aimed at incapacitating it. Next, Lizette invoked his energy solidification technique, transforming what should have diffused into a weapon. Beyond the wings still unfurling from his back, he could also manifest weapons like spears or swords. He thrust the coalesced spear of light forward, piercing through Willow's knee joint. Then came the scythe of the Reaper. Lizette conjured a massive scythe of energy, its blade capable of extending or retracting according to his desire. Akin to a tool of death wielded at his command, he swung the colossal scythe, severing the remaining mechanical arm of Willow. Finally, he summoned a gigantic sword of light, releasing it from his grasp and manipulating it with his fingertips for a ranged strike. Do not underestimate this technique simply because it resembles energy blasts. It was one of Lizette's most proficient moves. True to his expectations, the beloved light sword did not disappoint, cleanly severing Willow's last leg. Thus, Willow was left in a state of dismemberment, with shattered limbs. Oh, you bastard. Willow roared in a fit of rage, activating his propulsion system to ascend into the sky. Choosing to fly after losing his limbs was undoubtedly a strategic decision, yet in this world, the right tactics do not always guarantee victory. Was he attempting to gather energy in the skies to obliterate the Earth alongside me? Destroying the very planet he sought to dominate. What was his plan thereafter? Sensing Willow's final intent of attack, Lizette too began to concentrate his energy in preparation for the confrontation. He concentrated all his energy into his right hand, gripping the orb of energy that radiated with a brilliant white light, and waited for the opportune moment to unleash it into the sky. Go forth, radiant impact. This technique was fundamentally simple, merely hurling the condensed energy and igniting it. Yet, in this world, the simplest techniques often prove to be the most formidable. The white sphere shattered the heavens, forcefully countering the destructive beam shot from Willow above, suppressing it, and ultimately rebounding with precision to obliterate the wretched scientist. A resplendent explosion of white light erupted, and in that fleeting moment, Lizette spread his wings and soared into the cosmos. Higher, ever higher, transcending the sky, breaching the atmosphere, and leaving the embrace of Mother Earth behind. Lizette finally caught up with the gravely injured Willow amidst the vastness of space. At that moment, Willow had lost his limbs. His mechanical body was shattered and short-circuited in numerous places, and the protective container for his brain had cracked, allowing a transparent liquid to seep out. Yet, even in such a state, he extended his mangled mechanical limb, devoid of forearms, emitting a ghostly howl. Body, give me my body, my body. Light sword. Lizette closed his eyes, gently waving his arm. In an instant, hundreds, if not thousands, of energy swords manifested behind him, all their tips aimed squarely at Willow. Farewell, pitiful genius. 1,000 light swords surged forth, piercing Willow and subsequently detonating, utterly erasing this lamentable man without leaving a trace. The frenzied genius, Willow, had been vanquished. Now, all that remained was to bury his research in darkness. Lizette cast a cold gaze upon the research facility, feeling a pang of regret for the fallen genius. Undoubtedly, he was a true prodigy, be it the bio-warriors or his own mechanical body. Had he utilized his gifts wisely, he could have become the guardian of this planet, even possessing the ability to counter any future scion threats. Lizette conjured a colossal iron hammer, releasing it from his grasp as it plummeted toward the research facility. The violent impact triggered an avalanche, causing the eternal ice wall to collapse, completely entombing the entire facility. With that, Lizette unfurled his white wings, leaving a trail of light as he ascended into the sky, gradually fading from view. Chapter 6. The gears of fate begin to turn. Year 737 of the age of the universe. Lizette's keen senses detected an entity approaching Earth. The aura was undeniably weak, imbued with a sense of timidity. Yet, to be prudent, he stepped outside to ascertain the source of this presence. Before long, he beheld a spherical spacecraft preparing to land on Earth. At last, it has arrived, Lizette murmured to himself, shedding his usual languor. Over 240 years had passed since his birth into this world, and the memories of his past life remarkably remained vivid. The destined child, as recalled in his memories, had finally reached Earth. Lizette had harbored concerns that countless auras had vanished from the distant cosmos, perhaps indicating that he would never arrive. He sensed an overwhelmingly powerful aura, one that he could not hope to rival, likely belonging to Frisia. Thus, He had long been aware that a crucial moment was approaching. Yet, when that moment truly arrived, an uncontrollable tension surged within him. You knew all along. Divine One, when did you arrive? Oh, I just got here. After all, that entity from the cosmos is quite concerning. The usually playful deity of Earth could not disguise his solemnity, his sharp gaze fixed upon Lisa's profile as if seeking answers. I sensed countless lives extinguished from a distant realm, along with an unprecedentedly potent malevolent energy. A planet was annihilated by that very force. I cannot perceive such distances. But if you assert it, it must indeed be true. The inheritor of the bloodline of those warriors who bravely opposed that evil until the very end is the destined child arriving on Earth at this moment. Henceforth, the fate of Earth shall revolve around him. Are you making prophecies like an oracle? No, it is a premonition. To be more precise, it resembles a memory from a past life, he thought, but chose to remain silent. The deity murmured in understanding before gazing into the distance. Are you unable to conquer that evil? Not yet. That being's power is from another dimension, Lisa replied, shaking his head. It's hard to believe there exists someone you cannot defeat. It is true. The universe is far more expansive than we can fathom. He had genuinely sensed Frisia's energy, trembling in response to its might. I cannot prevail now. I lack even the qualification to contend with him. After over 240 years of cultivation, I am still far from his level. Given this, there remained but one course of action, to grow stronger alongside Sun Wukong and the others. However, we still have time. That immense evil will not yet cast its gaze upon this planet. I have sufficient time to develop into a formidable warrior. But what if time runs out? In that case, I will strive to buy us time. As long as that evil does not arrive, I will find a way to cope. Sun Wukong will become the hope of this planet. His arrival may plunge Earth into crisis, yet without him, no one could thwart Frisia, let alone confront threats like Majin Buu. The heroic saga of Sun Wukong is essential for this universe. Sooner or later, Lisa will embark on his journey through the cosmos. He shall not permit this universe to be destroyed by anyone. Thus, he needs Sun Wukong. This world yearns for such a hero. The wheels of fate begin to turn. The protagonist has finally arrived on Earth, and there is no stopping what has begun. The story officially commences at this moment. Subsequently, 12 years slipped by quietly. In the year 749 of the Age of the Dragon, the next Dragon Ball, it must be here. Bulma, the heiress of Capsule Corporation, confidently declared while holding her homemade Dragon Ball radar. The mystical Dragon Balls, capable of granting any wish upon gathering all 7, have led her to discover 5 thus far. And she now tracks the signal of the 6th. However, challenges arise. The legendary mountain where the celestial beings reside is immensely high, soaring to an altitude of 5,000 meters, prompting one to question the practicality of residing at such heights. The arduous journey has left Bulma utterly fatigued, relying on the strength of her companion, the wild youth Sun Wukong, to carry her. Sun Wukong possesses extraordinary strength and stamina far beyond that of an ordinary human. And without him, this expedition would likely have faltered long ago. Accompanying them is another peculiar companion, a pig named Oolong, who is capable of transforming into any object but has yet to prove his utility, often distracted by his lecherous tendencies, yearning to catch glimpses of Bulma in compromising situations. Thus, Bulma, alongside these 2 odd companions, struggles to ascend the peak. Surely the celestial being must be exceptionally beautiful, she muses. Are you foolish? Such creatures do not truly exist. Upon reaching the summit, an imposing sanctuary comes into view. The structure is immaculate, seemingly constructed entirely of pure white snow, devoid of any other hue. Ethereal figures resembling ghosts drift about, some tending to the soil while others gather fruits. These apparitions are, in fact, autonomous energy constructs created by a technique known as Super Ghost Kamikaze Attack, mimicking Gotenks, though Bulma and her companions remain oblivious to this fact. Could it truly exist? Look, it appears genuine. The atmosphere here feels profoundly different, imbued with an essence that suggests the presence of divine beings, notwithstanding the inherently illogical nature of the spectral figures surrounding them. Both Bulma and Oolong feel a twinge of trepidation, yet Sun Wukong, unfazed, boldly engages the spirits. Excuse me, do you possess something called the Dragon Balls? Ah, we do indeed. The esteemed being before you holds them, responds one of the spirits amicably, inviting Sun Wukong and his companions to enter the sanctuary. It seems this celestial being is quite accommodating to visitors. As they step into the imposing interior of the sanctuary, they find themselves in the holiest of places. At the center, upon a majestic throne, sits a youthful figure, appearing to be around 14 years of age. His hair, a dazzling silver white, contrasts sharply with his skin, as pristine as fresh snow. His golden eyes glimmer with an otherworldly light, seemingly capable of penetrating the very depths of Bulma's heart. Clad in garments of purest white, adorned with a royal cloak, and draped in an ethereal robe that billows gracefully, he resembles a spirit. Most strikingly, he radiates a divine luminescence, enveloped in soft silver light, surrounded by shimmering particles. In an instant, it becomes evident that they stand before a true deity or a being intimately connected to the divine. Even Oolong finds himself at a loss for words, his lascivious thoughts momentarily vanquished. Chapter 7. Sun Wukong. The boy's demeanor is so exquisite that it starkly highlights the disparity in their existence, leaving no room for sacrilege. Confronted by this unprecedented and imposing presence, Bulma and her companions find themselves at a loss, yet the youth greets them with a serene smile. Welcome, travelers in pursuit of your desires. It is indeed commendable that you have arrived here. To speak candidly, Bulma initially approached this venture with a sense of trepidation, having heard tales of the formidable Master Rashi, who turned out to be merely a lecherous old man. She presumed that this dragon sage would likely be a similar figure. Little did she anticipate that a truly authentic sage would appear before her. May I inquire about your well-being today? Bulma stammered nervously, her tongue nearly tripping over itself. Meanwhile, Oolong had become so petrified that he was rendered immobile, leaving Son Goku as the only one composed in the presence of such a being. Without hesitation, Son Goku approached the youth, extending his hand as if to touch the boy's waist, as he had done countless times before. Having never encountered a female prior to meeting Bulma, he was unable to discern gender based on appearance alone. The boy's cascading silver hair and androgynous attire further complicated matters for Goku. Relying on habit, he sought to ascertain whether the boy possessed a tail, devoid of any malicious intent. Yet, Goku's hand met with emptiness, as the boy had somehow slipped behind him and gently patted his head instead. What a mischievous child. However, one must refrain from such antics, for it may genuinely irk someone. Goku was taken aback, entirely oblivious to the boy's swift movements, and he quickly turned around, only to find no one there. Glancing back at the throne, he saw the boy had already resumed his seat. You are remarkable. Do you possess magical abilities? I indeed wield celestial arts. But that was merely a matter of speed. With diligent practice, you too shall achieve such feats. The boy chuckled, his expression radiating joy, though Goku was astonished. He soon overcame his astonishment, exclaiming with unreserved enthusiasm, "How impressive! You are truly strong." It's not that extraordinary. The boy levitated from the throne, his gaze sweeping over the trio. A smile remained on his face, yet one could not discern the potential consequences of provoking his ire. It was now evident that Son Goku was no match for him, rendering any prior notions of Goku engaging in combat entirely futile. Now, regarding the wish orbs you seek, they are indeed in my possession. However, this orb is a universal wish-granting device capable of stirring the chaos of the world, and it must not be entrusted to those with malevolent intentions. Therefore, I must ask, what do you wish to do with the Dragon Balls? His cold gaze bore into the three, conveying an unwavering intolerance for deceit. Bulma thought to herself, oh no, under such an atmosphere, expressing a desire for a handsome boyfriend would be exceedingly awkward. I have no particular wishes. I am merely here because Bulma invited me. How utterly devoid of desire. It seems the boy holds a favorable impression of Goku, as his tone conveyed delight when addressing him. Bulma inwardly regretted her decision. Had she known, she would have allowed Goku to come alone. Now, it was too late for any words of protest. As she struggled to find her voice, the boy suddenly softened his demeanor, regarding the silent Bulma and Oolong. All right, no need to be so reserved. Harboring wishes is not necessarily a bad thing. I do not sense any intense malice within you. Thus, it would not be amiss to entrust the Dragon Balls to you. The gaze of the youth was gentle, as if capable of mending the heart. His words meandered slightly, yet the meaning was unequivocal. He did not oppose the idea of handing the Dragon Balls over to Bulma and her companions. At this juncture, the boy clad in white shifted his tone, adding, but offering them unconditionally would be rather dull. How about this? Tonight, you shall regale me with tales of your adventures. He clapped his hands lightly, as if struck by an excellent idea. Though seemingly sacred and inviolable, his character was unexpectedly genial. Naturally, Bulma would not decline the opportunity to share her thrilling escapades in exchange for a Dragon Ball. The terms were simply too advantageous. She promptly nodded in agreement and began recounting her journey thus far. At that moment, Lizette was filled with joy. He had never so vividly felt that he was truly within the realm of Dragon Balls, a world that had previously existed only in memory. There was Sun Wukong, Bulma, Oolong, and even the sensation that Yamcha and Puar were stealthily trailing behind them outside the sanctuary. Despite already knowing the course of their adventures, hearing their tales recounted in person stirred his heart with excitement. Given the circumstances, they must have just encountered the Ox King, for Lizette held a Dragon Ball in his hand, transforming Bulma's 2 Dragon Balls into one, thus leading them to this very place. Bulma's desire was to find a dashing boyfriend. However, Lizette believed that with her attributes, even without the Dragon Balls, this wish would be easily fulfilled. She was beautiful, well-endowed, from a prosperous background, and possessed both talent and intellect, a truly exceptional catch. Even without taking the initiative, suitors would inevitably be drawn to her. As for Oolong's wish, wanting a girl's panties, well, it was perhaps best left unspoken. Nevertheless, he did not express a desire to gather all the girls into a harem, suggesting that his nature was not entirely depraved, at worst. He was merely a slightly lecherous scamp, and even neglecting him would not result in significant trouble. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, harbored no particular desires. If one were to insist, his wish might simply be to have enough to eat, a need that Lizette readily satisfied, rendering him almost wishless. However, this also led to the unfortunate consequence of Sun Wukong devouring all the provisions Lizette had prepared, enough to feed 50 people. Lizette did not deny that his extra care was due to their status as the original protagonists. Were they mere strangers, he would not have been so affable. Regardless of right or wrong, Lizette had always been candid about his desires and preferences, thus lacking in impartiality. The following day, Sun Wukong and his companions embarked once more on their quest for the Dragon Balls. Lizette, fully aware of their impending fate, had no intention of significantly altering their path. At this moment, he merely wished to be a silent observer. Yet, trailing nearby to observe should pose no issue, right? Clearly, Lizette was incapable of remaining entirely inconspicuous, ultimately deciding to stealthily follow behind Sun Wukong and the others. Chapter 8. The stalker Lizette. Days had passed since Sun Wukong and his companions visited Lizette. He suppressed his aura to nearly nothing, silently observing their journey from above. Undeniably, this stemmed from his almost fanatical desire to observe. A journey that had once existed solely within the confines of a story was now unfolding vividly before his eyes. In his whimsical judgment as a fan, he deemed this elevated vantage point a spectacle not to be missed. Regrettably, Wukong and his companions have gathered 6 Dragon Balls, leaving only 2 significant events in their journey: the confrontation with the Rabbit Army and their capture by Pilaf's gang. Upon witnessing the capabilities of the Rabbit leader, Lizette acutely felt that the ability to transform people into carrots was indeed an egregious advantage. However, facing an opponent with a vastly superior combat power, this tactic would likely prove ineffective. Although Wukong had sent the Rabbit Army to the moon, considering their pitiful state, he might contemplate rescuing them later. While the Rabbit Army is undeniably a villainous group, it seems they have not suffered any fatal injuries. Moreover, being cast to the moon is an excessively harsh punishment. Given that the moon would soon be destroyed, it is likely that the Rabbit Army would be left drifting in the cosmos, a fate undeniably tragic. The confrontation with Pilaf's gang unfolded much as Lizette remembered. After Wukong and his friends entered Pilaf's castle, they were captured, as expected, with the Dragon Balls easily seized, ultimately leading to the legendary wish for girls' underwear. At this point, Lizette couldn't help but burst into laughter, but upon reflection, whose underwear was it exactly? Given the specific request for girls' underwear, it could hardly be new. Perhaps a moment of silence is warranted for the unfortunate individual whose underwear was taken by the dragon. Nevertheless, misfortune often carries the seed of fortune. The day of their capture coincided with a full moon, allowing Wukong to transform into a great ape and escape, a fortunate turn of events. The next task was for Yamcha and the others to sever Wukong's tail. This was Lizette's initial line of thought, but for reasons unknown, Pilaf's gang, instead of fleeing in their private aircraft, returned, even opening fire with machine guns to toy with Wukong in his great ape form. He privately questioned whether such a scene existed in the narrative, but then considered that, given his previous life's memories, some gaps were to be expected. Perhaps deeming machine guns ineffective, Pilaf's craft launched missiles instead, while Lizette felt that the current Wukong should be capable of handling it. An inexplicable sense of unease welled up within him. What if Wukong were to perish as a result? This concern was not unfounded. At this moment, Wukong's base combat power was merely 10. Even after transforming into the Great Ape, his combat power would only reach around 100. To be struck directly by a missile with a power level of 100 could indeed result in death. A lightsaber. Lizette concentrated his energy, forming a white lightsaber beside him, deftly manipulating its blade with a flick of his fingertips. This seemingly delicate lightsaber was, in truth, a formidable energy projectile that should not be underestimated. He directed the lightsaber straight toward the missile, piercing it and causing it to explode just before reaching Wukong. Although the blast sent Pilaf's gang flying, their resilient vitality suggested they would not meet their demise. Considering that they would later resurrect King Piccolo, indirectly causing countless deaths, and that in the Dragon Ball saga, they would utilize the ultimate Dragon Balls to bring Earth to the brink of destruction, it might indeed be prudent to eliminate them now for the sake of the world. Lizette was almost overtaken by this perilous line of thought, quickly shaking his head to dispel it. Pilaf and his cohorts were inconsequential. The paramount concern at present was Wukong. Dragon Elder. The jubilant voice of Bulma echoed through the air. Indeed, once one takes action, even from a lofty height, one is bound to reveal oneself. Lizette had not intended to intervene, yet instinctively, he found himself acting. Amidst his quiet frustration over the blunder, he descended gracefully, landing smoothly before Bulma and the others. "You're here to rescue us, right?" "Ah, well, sort of," Lizette replied. Unable to speak the truth, he could hardly confess that he had merely come to observe their journey, as one would read a comic. Moreover, being addressed as the Dragon Sage felt particularly awkward, while being called such by strangers usually elicited only a hint of shyness. Being addressed in this manner by characters from the original narrative was unsettling. It seemed imperative to have them alter their form of address. "My name is Lizette." "Huh, that is my name. Please refrain from calling me Dragon Sage. Just call me by my name. There's no need for formality." Lizette smiled at Bulma and the others, quietly observing their reactions. Bulma, with a hint of hesitation, softly responded, "Ah, is that so? It seems I'll get used to it quickly." Yamcha stood frozen. Recalling his fear of girls, "I do resemble a girl a bit. I truly apologize." Oolong's face flushed crimson as he muttered something incomprehensible, and Puer's eyes sparkled with childlike wonder, responding adorably. Overall, the group's acceptance appeared quite favorable. Sage, Lord Lizette, there's something you might find hard to believe, but regarding Goku, could you possibly find a way to revert him back?" Observing Bulma's earnest plea, Lizette lowered his gaze. In truth, he had already discerned the situation, having been a silent observer throughout. Naturally, he could not reveal such spoilers. He merely replied, "I understand," feigning newfound awareness. From the energy surrounding him, it seemed that the power of the full moon was concentrated in Goku's tail. If he could sever the tail, perhaps Goku could return to his original form. This statement was half-truth. He had indeed discovered it through observation. In the original narrative, Krillin and the others had overlooked this detail, but Lizette's centuries of energy cultivation had not been in vain. He could now sense even the distant aura of Frisia from the far reaches of the universe, allowing him to perceive such nuances with ease. With a graceful wave of his arm, Lizette concentrated his energy, forming a colossal chain, which he then manipulated from afar. The chain swiftly ensnared the great ape, binding its movements in the blink of an eye. Despite transforming into the great ape, Goku's combat power was only slightly over 100, rendering him no match for Lizette. To break free from the chains would require an energy level comparable to Lizette's. Even if a miracle occurred and Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, it would be utterly impossible. Lizette glanced at Yamcha, who was momentarily stunned by the scene before him, and gently urged, "All right, it's time to take action." "Ah yes, Puer." "Understood, Lord Yamcha." With a cry of transform, Puer transformed into a pair of scissors, deftly severing the great ape's tail. Lizette couldn't help but marvel at the remarkable abilities of his partner, Yamcha. Regardless of Yamcha's shortcomings, he possessed the extraordinary capacity to transform into any object without any time constraints, demonstrated unwavering loyalty to his master, and had an adorably feline appearance, making him utterly impeccable. He had once entertained the fanciful notion of being a pet alongside Carlin, but soon dismissed the idea. To return to the matter at hand, after his tail was severed, Goku seamlessly reverted to his human form. However, it must be noted that scions are notoriously unreliable. It is said that Goku was originally dispatched to conquer Earth, with the plan to transform into a great ape under the full moon to achieve this conquest. Yet, upon reflection, given the strength of a great ape at that time, he could at best contend with ordinary humans. Encountering a military force would likely result in his swift annihilation. Even though Earthlings may possess inferior combat prowess, their technological advancements are not to be underestimated, rendering such a conquest an absurd fantasy. Moreover, the Scions had carelessly confined the infant Goku into a solitary space pod, without even provisions for sustenance, a truly foolish act. Had it not been for Gohan finding him, Goku would have surely perished from starvation. Lizette sighed softly at this thought. Ultimately, it appeared that the Scions scarcely regarded the conquest of Earth as significant. Setting aside the prolonged timeline of the plan, its feasibility was lamentably low. It was likely that they merely considered the offspring of lesser warriors as inconsequential and discarded them on Earth without a second thought. In fact, had Raditz not later recalled Goku, it is probable that no one would have remembered him, indicating that this assumption was not entirely erroneous. Ah, splendid. Finally, it's over, Lizette remarked. Indeed, had you not come, I shudder to think of what might have transpired. Lizette yearned to assure them that even in his absence, they could have resolved matters independently, yet he swallowed his words and instead gestured toward Goku. In the next moment, the previously naked Goku instantaneously donned a martial arts uniform identical to his prior attire. This was a fundamental skill he had learned from the languorous Earth god over the span of 50 years, the art of material generation. The principle seemed to involve the transformation of surrounding elements into tangible matter. It appeared that Jebet, the attendant of the King of Worlds, possessed a similar skill, suggesting that the difficulty was not insurmountable. Wow, the clothes just appeared, exclaimed Lizette. This is divine magic, after all. My title as the Dragon Sage is not without merit. Having lived for 260 years, I have naturally mastered a myriad of skills. Nonetheless, Lizette harbored a lingering suspicion that the persona of the Dragon Sage was deliberately crafted by the Earth God. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly become the proxy of the deity. How desperately this god seems to avoid leaving the temple, Lizette mused inwardly. Subsequently, the group awaited through the night, during which many events transpired. Upon awakening, Goku realized his tail was gone and initially caused a commotion but quickly regained his composure. Yamcha, at some point, overcame his fear of women, and Bulma, yearning for a dashing boyfriend, found a kindred spirit in Yamcha who secretly preferred girls, leading the two to excitedly dance together, showcasing their fervent affection. However, Bulma will ultimately marry Vegeta. Yamcha, I wish you the best of luck. Observing Yamcha's current state of happiness, Lizette inexplicably feels a twinge of sympathy. In any case, he has nothing left to accomplish here. Goku and the others, unable to make another wish with the Dragon Balls within a year, have decided to disband. Bulma and Yamcha, along with Oolong and Puar, plan to return to Bulma's home in West City. Meanwhile, Goku intends to seek training under Master Roshi, and each individual sets forth towards their respective aspirations. Lizette also bids them a brief farewell and returns to the sanctuary atop the mountain. Upon returning to the sanctuary, Lizette's life resumes its familiar rhythm, centered around rigorous training. He consistently trains under heavy burdens to enhance his foundational abilities while persistently pushing his limits, striving to unleash explosive power, thereby increasing his overall energy while conditioning his body to endure high-intensity loads. The significance of the latter is self-evident. After all, Lizette is a human from Earth and does not possess the extraordinary transformation abilities of a Super Saiyan. The so-called explosive power is fundamentally akin to the Kaioken, which merely alters one's appearance and offers a significantly lower multiplier than that of a Super Saiyan, imposing considerable strain on the body. Thus, Lizette must cultivate a physique capable of enduring high loads to pursue a multiplier beyond his normal capability. If he could achieve a 50-fold increase, he would rival a Super Saiyan, and at that juncture, he would be a Super Earthling. However, at present, Lizette's limit stands at merely 7 times. With a combat power approximating 20,000, this 7-fold increase is already an impressive enhancement, yet it remains woefully insufficient. After decades of adaptation, He has only reached this level. This is untenable. By the time of the Namek saga, such power would be effortlessly surpassed in a single day. He must devise new training methodologies. Lizette closes his eyes in contemplation within the sanctuary. What can he do? What feasible options are available? The first thought that comes to mind is the hyperbolic time chamber. There, one day equates to a year outside, and it can impose tenfold gravity, undoubtedly an exceptional training venue. However, the drawback lies in the fact that each individual may only enter for 2 days in their lifetime, and he wishes to reserve this opportunity for a more dire moment when strength is crucially needed. Then, perhaps he could request Bulma to construct a gravity chamber? This is indeed a plausible option. As long as he provides adequate compensation, she would likely be willing to assist, preferably in a capsule form for ease of transport. As for the near-death experience breakthrough, it is best to forego that. Even if Earthlings experience near-death, they cannot significantly enhance their combat power like the Psions do. The Psions are simply too overpowered. Lizette cannot help but scoff. Were he a Psion himself, he would have long since harnessed immense power through near-death revivals. The mere thought of the Psion protagonist from his previous life effortlessly surpassing hundreds of thousands in combat power fills him with frustration. To be honest, it is quite disheartening. In any case, he should first procure a gravity chamber. Lizette resolves to head to Capsule Corporation, while simultaneously developing new techniques. There is much to accomplish, and he cannot afford to waste time. Chapter 10. The World Martial Arts Tournament. Lizette procures a capsule containing a gravity chamber from Capsule Corporation, rather than a mere purchase. It is more accurate to say he has commissioned a custom-made unit. He immediately installed it beside the sanctuary and commenced his training. Initially, when he had commissioned it, Bulma had expressed curiosity as to why a sage would desire such an apparatus. However, Lizette paid little heed to her musings. This gravity chamber could reach an astounding maximum of 300 times Earth's gravity. Naturally, given Lizette's current strength, enduring such intense gravity would undoubtedly crush his body. Yet, considering the necessity for prolonged use, it was prudent to set a higher maximum value. Presently, his short-term objective was to overcome approximately 150 times the gravity before the impending battle escalated, particularly before the Psions arrived. Recalling that Goku had surpassed 100 times gravity with a battle power around 90,000, Lizette hoped that if he could conquer 150 times gravity, his battle power might reach around 130,000. It would be wonderful if that were indeed the case. In any event, he resolved to proceed cautiously, beginning with 10 times gravity. Setting the gravity too high without caution could lead to disastrous consequences. For safety's sake, Lizette first adjusted the gravity to 10 times. He was acutely aware that, with his current prowess, enduring 10 times gravity posed no challenge. This was merely a precaution. At around 10 times, he felt no significant burden, so he decided to increase it to 20 and then 25 times to test his limits. Gradually, Lizette turned the gravity knob, searching for the intensity that would present a challenge without overwhelming him. 10 times felt too effortless, likely yielding no training effect. 20 times bore a noticeable weight, but remained insignificant. However, upon adjusting to 30 times, his body instantaneously felt as though it were encased in lead. It seemed that the suitable gravity intensity for his training lay within this range. After reaching a conclusion, Lizette fixed the gravity at 30 times and promptly began his foundational training. He refrained from utilizing his explosive limits, for the aim of this training was to enhance his fundamental strength, rendering the use of explosive power futile. Moreover, should he recklessly activate his explosive limits, he would be unable to perceive the weight imposed by the gravity, thus nullifying the training's efficacy. Conversely, if he set a heavy gravity while in an explosive state, he might face immediate peril once the explosive state was lifted due to the sudden increase in weight. Therefore, there was no rationale for amplifying his combat power in this scenario. Excellent. This training should allow me to genuinely experience the enhancement of my abilities. It has been far too long since I felt such anticipation. Lizette firmly believed that through this training, he would undoubtedly grow stronger. With this conviction, he began to move his body as though practicing martial arts. He had previously underestimated the efficacy of gravity training. A year had passed since he acquired the gravity chamber, and Lizette had tangibly experienced the efficiency of such training. Specifically, his strength had increased more than threefold over this year. In numerical terms, one might equate this to the level of 200 deities, roughly estimated at around 60,000. Reflecting upon it, Goku had elevated his battle power from 8,000 to 90,000 in just 1 week, illustrating the remarkable effects of gravity training. Indeed, the burdens imposed solely by gravity can significantly enhance one's physical prowess. Lizette has finally grasped why Vegeta has consistently favored training under such conditions. However, upon reflection, the prospect of only tripling his strength in a year pales in comparison to Goku's astonishing ability to increase his power tenfold in merely a week. The disparity is disheartening. Even though it is understood that Goku's remarkable speed stems from his near-death experiences, the vast chasm between their capabilities remains discouraging. Lizette genuinely admires the Saiyans for their unparalleled prowess. Although he yearns to dedicate himself to gravity training today, he has resolved to pause. For today marks the day of the World Martial Arts Tournament, a splendid opportunity to witness firsthand the iconic battles depicted in the comics, an event not to be missed. For Lizette, although the skill level of the tournament matches may not be particularly high, it does not render them devoid of interest. To draw a somewhat inappropriate analogy, even a world champion in mixed martial arts would find the contest between a shovel beetle and a rhinoceros beetle captivating. This encapsulates his current mindset. Furthermore, certain techniques cannot be quantified solely by numerical values. Observing Master Rashi's match alone would undoubtedly be enlightening. Upon arriving at the tournament venue, Lizette soared to the front row, perching himself atop the spectator railing. Unsurprisingly, his entrance astonished those around him, especially Bulma and her companions, who were seated in the front row. Yet, Lizette appeared utterly unfazed by the attention he garnered. Lizette, what brings you here?" Bulma inquired, taken aback. "I was merely idle and thought I would come to cheer for Goku," he replied nonchalantly. "Idle? How could you be so casual about it?" Bulma expressed her disbelief, as if questioning the validity of such a laid-back reason. Yet, Lizette spoke the truth. He truly had little to occupy his time. While he occasionally visited the temple to consult with the deity or learn some divine techniques, he primarily found himself alone on that mountain. The monotony of endless training, although not unwelcome, often became tedious. Thus, attending the tournament served as a refreshing reprieve. As he watched the first round between Yamcha and Jackie Chan, Lizette felt a surge of emotion. He chuckled at Nam's hesitance against Lan Fong. He had to momentarily retreat from the foul odor emanating from the Bacterian. And he was utterly astonished to see Krillin, despite lacking a nose, manage to launch nose boogers during a high-speed battle. In this manner, Lizette absorbed the matches while inadvertently reminiscing about the unfolding plot. The final showdown featured Goku versus Jackie Chan, and as an ardent fan, he yearned to witness this clash up close. He recalled that during the match, Goku would transform into a giant ape, and he would be able to witness Master Roshi unleash his full power with the Kamehameha wave. Oh no, I completely forgot about the Rabbit Army. Chapter 11. The Rabbits on the Moon. Alas, he had intended to assist the Rabbit Army, but had become so preoccupied that he entirely overlooked this responsibility. Had he not attended the martial arts competition today, he might have forgotten it altogether. Lizette floated upwards from the fence, beginning to ascend. Lord Lizette, where are you going? The finals are about to commence. Suddenly, I remembered an exceedingly important matter that required my attention. Although it was somewhat regrettable to miss the impending match, one cannot stand idly by in the face of calamity. Lizette soared beyond the atmosphere, landing on the surface of the moon. Soon, he spotted his objective, the rabbit boss, accompanied by 2 subordinates, diligently crafting rice cakes in large quantities. Had they been engaged in this endeavor since their arrival on the moon? You must be the rabbit boss, correct? Indeed, I am the rabbit boss. How peculiar that someone would visit such a place as the moon. Please, have a seat. All I have are rice cakes, so do not be put off. Oh, thank you. I shall not be polite. The rabbit boss seemed quite pleased, serving freshly made rice cakes on a plate and offering tea to Lizette. In that moment, he bore no resemblance to the fearsome leader of a notorious band of thieves. He appeared entirely as a rabbit devoted to making rice cakes. Perhaps the constant crafting of rice cakes had dissipated his former hostility. Lizette took a bite of the offered rice cake and then explained his purpose and identity to the rabbit boss. My apologies for the late introduction. I am Lizette, known among the people as the Dragon Sage. Perhaps this title is more familiar to you. Oh, so you are one of the legendary 3 sages, renowned alongside the Turtle Sage and the Crane Sage. What an honor it is to meet you. Here, do try this. Dipping it in soybean powder makes it even more delightful. Thank you. I shall give it a try. By the way, I have come to inform you that soon, this moon will be destroyed. What? The rabbit boss, who had been calm moments before, was now struck with astonishment. It was no wonder. Being exiled to such a desolate place was already tragic enough, and now their very home was to be obliterated. Who wouldn't be overwhelmed? Although the rabbit army was unaware of the reasons behind the moon's impending destruction, Lizette was fully cognizant that the turtle sage was about to undertake a rather outrageous act. Thus, if you promise to cease your nefarious activities, I shall return you to Earth. What do you say? Oh, of course, that is no problem. We have long since turned over a new leaf. Right, you two? Yes, yes. The boss is correct. Why, yes. We will never engage in wrongdoing again. While the rabbit army had seemingly shed their malevolence, one could not guarantee that they would not revert to their old ways under certain circumstances. Nevertheless, a gentle threat from Lizette should suffice to dissuade them from any further mischief. He nodded, using his abilities to levitate the three of them, and, along with several unsuspecting rabbits inexplicably present on the moon, he soared towards Earth. One must ponder, how could these individuals survive unscathed in the vastness of space? It was truly astonishing. Indeed, the earlier comedic tone of the narrative should not be scrutinized too deeply. Lizette escorted the rabbit legion to his sanctuary on Earth. Now, they resembled ordinary rabbits, utterly defenseless. Should they be abandoned outside, their chances of survival would be grim. After all, they had once been a notorious band of thieves. Their reputation sullied, making it unlikely for anyone to employ them. Thus, Lizette resolved to care for them until they could secure a stable means of livelihood. He felt a moral obligation to prevent them from reverting to a life of crime, now that he had rescued them. He conveyed his thoughts to the Rabbit Legion, assuring them that aside from the sanctum, they were free to utilize the other areas of the sanctuary. The sanctum, being both Lizette's private chamber and a connection to the divine realm, was strictly off-limits to outsiders. As for the rabbits brought back from the moon, he planned to construct a dedicated abode for them later on. After settling the accommodations for the Rabbit Legion, Lizette returned to the martial arts tournament venue. Just as he arrived, a tremendous crash accompanied by a brilliant flash erupted, indicating that Master Rashi had just obliterated the moon. Although it was a pity not to witness Master Rashi's full power in action, Lizette made his way to the front row of the spectators. Ah, Lord Lizette, in such a dire situation, where have you been? Sun Wukong has transformed, and chaos reigns. Bulma exclaimed. I went to the moon to bring back a few rabbits. He replied. Oh, I see someone was on the moon, so I brought them back. Ah, so that's the case. Bulma and Oolong seemed to have an inkling of the situation and did not press further. It appeared that even those with a checkered past did not believe that others deserved to be annihilated alongside the moon. Afterward, Lizette focused intently on the match between Sun Wukong and Jackie Chan. Before long, he became so engrossed that he seemingly forgot about the earlier incident, enthusiastically cheering for the competitors. The outcome of the match aligned with his recollections. Both combatants were utterly exhausted, and in a simultaneous kick, Jackie Chan, benefiting from his longer legs, sustained less damage and ultimately triumphed. Lizette deemed this result entirely reasonable. Had it not been for Sun Wukong's transformation into a giant ape, Jackie could have secured victory effortlessly with his heavenly palm, which illustrated the disparity in their strengths at that moment. In any case, witnessing the match live was an experience unlike any other. This contest was not only a showcase of formidable prowess, but also remarkably entertaining. The only regret was not witnessing the event from start to finish. Lizette deeply lamented forgetting about the Rabbit Legion. The next World Martial Arts Tournament would be held in 3 years. He vowed to witness it from beginning to end, resolving not to miss it again. As he pondered this, he applauded the champion without reservation. Chapter 12. Lizette's Spirit Bomb after the conclusion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The Rabbit Legion chose not to descend the mountain. They expressed a desire to repay Lord Lizette for his life-saving kindness and settled into the sanctuary. In truth, Lizette found solitude somewhat lonely in her self-imposed isolation. Previously, she had relied on the autonomous thought bubbles she had conjured to assist with mundane tasks. Yet she often felt a deep emptiness within. Consequently, she decided to embrace their presence. For the time being, she entrusted the menial chores, the cleaning of the sanctuary, and the reception of visitors, however rare they may be, to the Rabbit Brigade. Freed from household duties, Lizette could devote herself more fully to her spiritual practice, which, in retrospect, was not without merit. Kneeling within the sanctum, Lizette closed her eyes, bowing her head with hands clasped together, concentrating her entire consciousness within her palms. This position allowed her to perceive the flow of energy with utmost clarity and focus. While most might assume that meditation would be the appropriate practice at such a moment, for Lizette, it proved counterproductive to her peace of mind. Her current posture resembled a prayer in a temple, and her ethereal demeanor, coupled with her crystalline visage, evoked the image of an ancient celestial being descending to the mortal realm. The term prayer is not entirely misplaced. In truth, she was indeed praying, yearning for guidance and a response, even if only a mere whisper of acknowledgement. She made her wishes known to all beings inhabiting this planet, whether human, animal, or plant. Energy is, at its core, the essence of life itself. If one were to share their energy with another, even those on the brink of death could rise anew. Thus, borrowing energy in return should not be deemed impossible. However, she never contemplated uttering the audacious demand for a portion of the energy possessed by others. Merely a fragment would suffice, just enough to sustain the simple act of walking, as a healthy adult male would. She sought not to forcibly extract, but to gently borrow a minuscule amount of energy that naturally disperses during the daily existence of living beings. Instead of verbal communication, she transmitted her prayer into the unconscious minds of every life form, beseeching assistance. This was the essence of Lizette's endeavor at that moment. Should her aspiration come to fruition, even the tiniest fragments of energy, when combined, would undoubtedly coalesce into formidable strength. The technique she sought to cultivate was inspired by the spirit bomb, perhaps aptly named the Lizette-style spirit bomb. When Sun Wukong invoked the spirit bomb, he would call out, "O Earth, O Ocean, all living beings, share with me a fraction of your energy." This indicates that the spirit bomb cannot be solely realized through the user's will. In fact, when those willing to share their energy extend their hands, the amount of energy offered fluctuates, illustrating that this technique likely requires the unconscious consent of others to manifest. Thus, it is wholly ineffective against those harboring malice, for it is simple. If the other party does not consent, the gathering of energy will falter at the outset. Lizette believed that the essence of the spirit bomb lies in the act of wishing upon the collective unconscious, a form of communication and supplication. Therefore, what is essential for the execution of this technique is not the intensity of energy, but rather a capacity akin to telepathy that conveys will to the unconscious mind. This is precisely why Sun Wukong frequently exhibited abilities such as mind reading and clairvoyance, which other warriors lacked. These skills were cultivated through the use of the spirit bomb, nurturing an innate connection to the flow of energy. It is precisely due to this ability that he can accomplish feats akin to supernatural powers. Of course, all of this is merely Lizette's conjecture. Communicating with the collective unconscious, making wishes and prayers, he seeks to receive insignificant gifts. Perhaps it is for this reason that Lizette unconsciously adopts a posture of supplication. He inadvertently comprehends the most suitable stance for wishing and praying, realizing that this is indeed how he ought to appear in the moment. Moreover, he is certain he has not erred, for he has already sensed a response. Though faint, he can distinctly perceive the surrounding life force sharing its energy with him. This technique is still far from complete, merely a nascent form. Yet Lizette has glimpsed a clear path toward success. Over the past 3 years, he has devoted all his time to introspection. He has refrained from involving himself with the Scarlet Ribbon Corps, finding neither reason nor necessity to intervene. His interest is piqued only by Penguin Village, where he occasionally strolls under the guise of a casual walk, and has even encountered Aral. Just as in his memories, Aral is a lively and somewhat noisy little girl. Among the extraordinary things he has done during this time, perhaps the most notable is capturing a small machine that flitted by like an insect. Although its purpose remains unclear, Lizette senses an ominous intent emanating from it. He felt compelled not to leave it unattended, thus encasing the machine under glass and storing it deep within the warehouse. This contraption lacks vitality, yet retains fragments of some thought. Recently, Lizette has found his ability to perceive such phenomena growing stronger. This likely signifies a higher stage of his energy sensing capability. He can now vividly sense that he has unwittingly stepped into a new domain. Through the perception of energy, he can envision distant scenes. Even when not present, he can ascertain the actions of those in far-off places. This ability is presumably the result of honing his energy perception to its utmost potential. His entrance into this new phase is undoubtedly due to 3 years of uninterrupted prayer. Daily prayers alongside his training in the gravity chamber have catalyzed a leap in Lizette's energy sensing abilities. Conveying intentions to distant beings unconsciously and borrowing energy is inherently a challenging skill. As he approaches this realm, his perceptive capabilities naturally enhance. Intriguingly, the sustained practice of prayer does not burden him. As he draws closer to the collective unconscious, he increasingly perceives the essence of the world into which he was born, the world in which he lives, and the vitality of its inhabitants. Never before has he been able to so tangibly touch the pulse of life, experiencing its resilience, preciousness, gentleness, and strength, evoking a sincere appreciation for the value of existence and a desire to protect it all. Perhaps this is because continuous prayer has ushered him into a peculiar state of reverie. Yet, it is undeniable that this state is indeed propelling Lizette toward a higher realm. No, I am not that kind of person. Upon awakening from this stupor, Lizette invariably feels a profound sense of embarrassment. How could I have behaved that way? This is simply not my style. He tossed and turned in bed, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Ultimately, the mere thought of making a wish caused him to blush. Chapter 13. It seems to have gone awry. Although the posture for wishing was most conducive to perceiving energy, what should one do if it were necessary to employ such a technique in the presence of foes? Would he have to clasp his hands together and bow his head in prayer before the enemy? That gesture resembled a monk begging for alms, invoking Amitabha, kind benefactor. This humble monk has journeyed from the eastern Tang, passing through this blessed land, and is now ravenous. I implore you, have mercy and offer some sustenance. How absurd. He would undoubtedly be perceived as a living target. This technique, as a skill, was fraught with shortcomings. If he were to perform such an act before adversaries, it would be more prudent to summon a statue of Guanyin to strike from behind, although he was utterly incapable of doing so. Nevertheless, setting aside that point, the ability to perceive distant sights brought an unexpected delight. Without needing to be physically present, he could behold distant scenes. In other words, he could savor snacks in the sanctuary while witnessing the splendid feats of Sun Wukong. For Lizette, who yearned to grasp the entirety of the world, this capability was worth its weight in gold. Recently, he had become enamored with exploring the deep sea through distant sight, not merely relying on vision, but by sensing the energy of all existences, including microorganisms and plants, to capture details and perceive the whole, thereby remaining entirely unaffected by light. Even in the sunless depths of the ocean, he could see as clearly as if it were day. The deep sea teemed with peculiar fish resembling monsters, providing the perfect pastime. Lizette couldn't help but marvel at how fascinating the evolution of life could be. Moreover, with this ability, he could remain in the comfort of his abode while still being aware of the movements of Sun Wukong and others. For instance, Yamcha was currently leaning on a cane, accompanied by Bulma, Master Roshi, Launch, and Tien Shinhan at the martial arts tournament venue. Conversely, Krillin was utterly devoid of energy, resembling a lifeless corpse. Lizette clasped his hands over his head, instantly losing interest in watching the fish. Clearly, it was too late. He was utterly exasperated with himself. He had resolved not to miss the next opportunity. Yet he had not only missed the entire World Martial Arts Tournament, but had also entered the saga of Majin Buu. This was hardly even a joke. The immediate priority was to locate Sun Wukong. He promptly employed his distant sight and soon obtained results. Sun Wukong lay fallen in a forest, his energy significantly diminished, seemingly gravely injured. Wait, could he have already perished? Was his heart still beating? This could not be overlooked. Lizette's complexion turned as green as Piccolo's as he abruptly leaped from his bed and staggered towards the door. There was no memory of Sun Wukong dying here. Such a thing absolutely could not happen. He burst out of the sanctuary, disregarding the astonished gazes of the Rabbit Brigade, and leapt into the air, flying with all his might towards the direction of Sun Wukong's energy. Energy surged from his back, transforming into wings of light, and in an instant, he traversed 1,000 miles, pursuing that nearly dissipated aura. Found it. In the forest, Sun Wukong lay motionless on the ground, his eyes vacantly gazing at the sky. Opposite him stood the formidable Majin Buu. Lisa immediately dashed between the two, positioning himself in front of Sun Wukong to confront the Demon King Piccolo. Clearly startled by this unexpected turn of events, Piccolo was taken aback. The disparity in their speeds was so vast that, to him, it appeared as though a flash of white light had revealed an unfamiliar adversary. He could not fathom Lisa's true nature nor gauge his strength. "Who are you?" Piccolo stammered. "I see no necessity to reveal that to you," Lisa replied, casting a fleeting glance at Sun Wukong, whose essence was faint to the point of extinction. His breathing and heartbeat had ceased, and the situation was dire. Immediate intervention was imperative, otherwise he would truly perish. There was no time for a skirmish with Piccolo, and besides, slaying him here would prevent the future emergence of the Demon King. Yet, Lisa lacked both the time and energy to spar delicately with Piccolo. Thus, addressing the battle-ready Piccolo, he spoke with a commanding tone. "You wish to fight? With your frail old bones, you dare challenge me?" Piccolo, already weakened by age and a recent bout with Sun Wukong, was not in his prime. Faced with an adversary of uncertain prowess, compounded by his own exhaustion, he found himself unable to formulate the best course of action, gritting his teeth and suppressing his humiliation. Piccolo retorted, "Consider yourself fortunate to have escaped with your life, kid." With that, he turned to leave. However, before his departure, Lisa felt compelled to issue a warning to the Pilaf gang aboard their flying machine. He lifted his gaze towards the craft and called out in a voice loud enough for them to hear, "Pilaf gang above, heed my warning, cease your misdeeds, or you shall inevitably reap the consequences." He heard the sound of Pilaf gasping in shock. Although he understood that this warning might prove futile, he could not refrain from speaking out, as the gang's actions had long surpassed the threshold of tolerance. He could only hope they felt a semblance of remorse. As the flying machine ascended, Lisa rushed to Sun Wukong's side. His life force had not entirely dissipated. A flicker of vitality still lingered. He placed his fingers upon Wukong's chest, channeling his energy into him. This was more of an instinctive attempt than a calculated decision. If he could merely ignite the heartbeat, perhaps he could save him. To his astonishment, Wukong indeed stirred back to consciousness. The resilience of the Scion race was formidable. Lisa pondered, perhaps even had I not arrived in time, he would have revived on his own. Once he regained his composure, he vaguely recalled that this scenario had indeed transpired. During the battle with Piccolo, Wukong had momentarily ceased to be, falling into a state akin to death. Thus, it seemed this was all part of fate's design, and he need not have rushed so frantically. Moreover, he recalled that Wukong would subsequently be rescued by Yajirobe. Casting a glance to the side, he indeed spotted Yajirobe, concealed behind a tree, furtively observing the scene. That gentleman hiding behind the tree? No, wait, master. I did not abandon him to his fate. I merely happened to pass by. Farewell. Yajirobe unexpectedly fled. Lizette stood frozen in place, watching Yajirobe's figure recede until it vanished from sight. The essence of Yajirobe's retreat stemmed from guilt. He feared confronting the formidable Demon King Piccolo, leaving him merely to observe from afar, akin to witnessing a tragedy without intervening. Certainly, Lizette held no intention of blaming him. It is not inherently wrong to prioritize one's own life, and fear is a natural human emotion. Yet, from Yajirobe's perspective, it was evident that a celestial ally of Sun Wukong had appeared, while he himself failed to aid Sun Wukong in his moment of peril. He must have felt he would be reproached, perhaps even held accountable. Consequently, the man who should have joined Sun Wukong at this juncture had fled. I seem to have messed up. Lizette stood dazed as a crow flew overhead, seemingly mocking him with its caw. Chapter 14. Assisting Wukong in training. Lizette cradled Wukong as they soared into the sky, their destination being Corin Tower, a place Yajirobe was originally meant to ascend to deliver Wukong. However, due to Lizette's blunder which caused Yajirobe to escape, he was left to transport Wukong himself. Although lamenting the situation at this point served no purpose, he realized he must approach future endeavors with greater composure. Impulsive interventions only lead to dire consequences, a lesson he had now deeply internalized. Yajirobe's flight was undoubtedly a costly tuition fee for Lizette. Yes, I apologize, Lizette. One day, I shall repay you. Really? Then if I find myself in danger someday, you must come to my rescue. Count on me. Though Lizette spoke in jest, his heart bore a serious resolve. The intensity of battles ahead would escalate to unprecedented levels. By the time of the Majin Buu saga, the entirety of humanity could face annihilation. If he could forge a promise with Wukong now that he would come to his aid in the future, perhaps he would survive when the time came. Of course, Wukong remained blissfully unaware of this earnest desire, yet regardless, this was a vow shared with Sun Wukong, imbued with a distinct sense of reassurance. However, these matters lay far in the future. For now, Lizette remained the one tasked with saving Wukong. Upon reaching the summit of Corin Tower, Lizette called out to the Corin sage, Lord Senzabine, please provide Wukong with a Senzabine. You imbecile. Don't treat the Senzabine as if it were a mere object. The Corin sage exclaimed, exasperated, as he tossed out the Senzabines. Wukong caught the bean and promptly chewed it, swallowing it with a crunch. In an instant, his wounds healed, and his face regained its luster. The efficacy of the Senzabine was as remarkable as ever. While Lizette had imitated various things, he conceded that the Sinzabine was beyond his capacity to replicate. According to the original narrative, Wukong would soon consume the ultra-divine water in pursuit of greater strength. He would do so because, at that moment, there were no other means to enhance his powers swiftly. Having surpassed the Korin sage, he had nothing further to learn and was thus compelled to risk using such a potent substance. However, this world is different, even surpassing Master Karin. There exist beings of even greater strength. Thus, when faced with Goku's fervent desire to grow stronger, Master Karin refrained from suggesting the consumption of the ultra-divine water. Instead, he uttered an unexpected remark. "Goku, you should train under Lizette. This lad is undoubtedly the unrivaled champion on this planet. He can surely elevate you to a higher realm." How could this cat so audaciously offer such advice? Lizette maintained a frozen smile, the unforeseen development plunging him into inner turmoil. How did it come to this? I never anticipated such a turn of events. He had never instructed anyone in the art of cultivation and had no inkling of what to teach. Silently, Lizette lamented within. Yet Master Karin paid no heed to his reaction. Could it be that Lizette is stronger than Master Karin? Indeed, he was considerably more powerful. Externally, Lizette continued to wear a smile, while internally he was consumed by an urge to flee. Admittedly, given the current circumstances, he might be the strongest individual on this planet. But strength and the ability to impart knowledge are two entirely different matters. Unbeknownst to Goku, who gazed up at him with unbridled excitement, the atmosphere no longer permitted him to express his reluctance. Reluctantly, Lizette surrendered to the situation, shaking a cat toy in front of Master Karin to vent his frustration. To his surprise, Master Karin immediately pounced, meowing with playful abandon, his earlier gravitas completely dissipated. "So, you wish to cultivate? While such methods may exist, there are no easy techniques for rapid enhancement, are there? Well, perhaps there are. Could this cat truly read minds? Ah, indeed, this cat possessed such an ability. Though often forgotten, Master Karin could actually perceive the thoughts of others. He claimed that Lizette's thoughts were somewhat elusive, thus he had never accessed his past life's memories. But he could still discern surface-level intentions. As Lizette recalled this, he crouched before Goku. It was an undeniable fact that he had never taught anyone nor possessed relevant experience. Yet, he harbored knowledge that should not belong to him. He remembered countless cultivation methods from the realms of fiction, some of which he had even practiced himself. Therefore, he was not ignorant of ways to empower Goku within mere days. "Goku, extend your hand." "All right." Lizette placed his fingers upon the wrists of Goku's outstretched hands. Infusing them with energy, he then mirrored the action on Goku's ankles, leaving a trace of energy there as well, before proclaiming, "Chains." In an instant, Goku's hands and feet were ensnared in white light, his wrists and ankles magnetically drawn together. Clearly, in this state, normal movement was utterly impossible, leaving Goku to remain rigid like a captured prisoner. This was a binding of limbs achieved through energy fixation, and with Goku's current strength, there was no way he could forcibly break free. His freedom had been completely stripped away. In the beginning, Wukong struggled, attempting to break free with sheer brute force. However, he soon seemed to realize the futility of his efforts and turned his gaze towards Lizette. "What on earth is happening, Lizette? I cannot move. These shackles of light cannot be opened by mere strength. I will reveal the key to unlocking them. But it must remain unspoken until just before the battle with King Piccolo. You must not utter it now." Lizette whispered the unlocking phrase into Wukong's ear, which was simply open. The shackles, indeed, had proven effective when Lizette had previously tested them, and were a source of considerable pride for him. "I speak of breath liberation. You may not comprehend it. Just envision the flow of energy when you unleash the Kamehameha, concentrating that power into your hands and feet. Ugh. My hands are manageable, but my feet are incredibly arduous. Yet I can move. During the time you wear these shackles, you must constantly practice controlling this power, not only during training, but also while eating and sleeping. It will undoubtedly be difficult at first, but once you adapt, the strength you possess upon removing the shackles will be several times greater than now, allowing for a much swifter and smoother execution of the Kamehameha." Wukong was drenched in sweat, clearly struggling, but upon hearing that his strength would increase significantly, his eyes transformed instantaneously. True to his scion nature, the instinct to pursue power surged within him. He displayed a combative smile, trembling with determination as he stood to face Lizette. "Henceforth, you shall train while wearing these shackles. Your first objective is to run 100 laps around this square while vigorously swinging your arms and engaging your entire body in the effort. All right, I understand. Notably, Lizette also wore the same shackles, having taken measures to conceal them from others. At this moment, he too was engaged in his daily practice of complete breath liberation. The notion of always being on the battlefield was not mere rhetoric. Lizette had never ceased his self-discipline. Whether walking, reading, or teasing Master Karen with a cat toy, he continuously liberated his energy, persistently challenging his own limits. However, once one's power reached a certain threshold, the effects of such training would no longer be as pronounced as they were in the beginning, which was a source of great frustration for him. Regardless, this unexpected opportunity to temporarily assume the role of the protagonist in the original narrative, becoming the master of future cosmic heroes, had commenced with this punitive event. Yet, Lizette mused that perhaps this was the only time he surpassed Wukong. Such an experience might not be so bad after all. In the future, joining the ranks of masters like Master Karen, Master Rashi, and King Kai, who would be effortlessly surpassed by Wukong, seemed rather intriguing. No, since it had come to this, he must at least strive to be the master who endured the longest before being surpassed. As Lizette contemplated this, he observed Wukong, who was exerting himself to run with great effort. Chapter 15. Wukong overexerted scions are truly remarkable, Lizette murmured in bewilderment, while Master Karen stood beside him, equally astonished. The two were situated on Karen Tower, their eyes fixed on the distant viewfinder, watching the hapless King Piccolo rolling about on the ground. The evil King Piccolo writhed in agony on the ground, blood oozing from his mouth and staining the surroundings a deep purple hue. Above him, Goku gazed down in astonishment, while Tien, slumped beside him, was utterly stunned. To put it plainly, the battle concluded with a single strike. After only a few days of training with Lizette, Goku was able to move with ease while still shackled. With a spirited resolve, he challenged King Piccolo, unfastened his chains before him, and delivered a powerful flying kick. This singular action encapsulated the entirety of the conflict. Just that one blow rendered King Piccolo unable to rise again, leaving him to struggle in a pitiful state. Lizette, feeling a cold sweat trickle down his brow, realized he may have overdone it. Goku's strength had escalated to the point where he could effortlessly annihilate King Piccolo rather than merely defeat him. The iconic technique of the original work, the heaven and earth penetrating technique, was naturally bypassed, for the battle had not truly commenced. Has Lizette made Goku too powerful? He pondered, and indeed, the situation appeared quite precarious. King Piccolo had been deprived of the opportunity to spawn an egg, implying that the second iteration of Piccolo would not come to be. Should King Piccolo perish now, even the Supreme Kai would meet his demise. Lizette had miscalculated. He underestimated Goku's rate of growth. His intention was to calibrate Goku's power to a level that could rival King Piccolo, but Goku's development had far exceeded his expectations. Under no circumstances could King Piccolo be allowed to die. Lizette suppressed his headache, leaping from Korin Tower and soaring toward the battlefield at high speed. With white wings unfurled, he descended gracefully from the heavens. Activating his maximum burst, he was enveloped in pure white light. Notably, his arrival dispelled the ominous clouds, allowing sunlight to pour down once more. In truth, he had merely acted in haste, the shockwave from his rapid movement scattering the clouds. Yet to onlookers, the scene bore an air of mystique. Even more peculiar was Goku. Although he was poised to deliver the final blow to King Piccolo, he remained frozen in place, his fist raised but unmoving. This was hardly surprising. If both parties were evenly matched, it would be one thing. But the current scenario was akin to a titan trampling an ant, an outright display of dominance, devoid of resistance. King Piccolo was utterly powerless at this moment, appearing woefully diminutive before Goku, akin to slaying an infant unable to defend itself. This very realization held Goku back from striking. Though this was a matter of the future, Goku was inherently kind-hearted. He had struggled to bring himself to harm even his ally, Nappa, and had once contemplated sparing Frieza. Lizette gently enveloped Goku's fist with his hands, drawing his focus back to himself. It's all right, this is for the best. What transpired was no longer a battle, but merely a one-sided slaughter. When the disparity in strength between two parties becomes excessively vast, the essence of combat dissipates, leaving only the disheartening sensation of unilateral assault. Indeed, if it comes to sheer beating, Goku is undoubtedly capable. Should it merely involve incapacitating the opponent, he would not hesitate for a moment. In fact, he has previously vanquished many adversaries whose abilities paled in comparison to his own, never once troubled by it, and at times, even celebrating his victories with a smile. However, the scenario changes entirely when it involves taking the life of someone utterly defenseless. While he might inadvertently kill an opponent in the heat of battle, he would never deliver a fatal blow after the fight has concluded. Such is the nature of Son Goku. Were he of Vegeta's ilk, he might relish the prospect. Yet Goku's heart is far too pure to entertain such notions. Thus, Lizette concluded that it was his turn to step forth. This predicament was born from his own oversight, so it was only fitting that he should rectify it. The final blow to Demon King Piccolo would be delivered by him. Gently, he nudged Goku back and walked steadily toward Demon King Piccolo. With each step, 1, 2, 3, he appeared entirely unguarded, as if oblivious to any potential counterattack. Tien couldn't help but shout a warning of danger, and Goku held his breath. Yet, Lizette did not falter. Demon King Piccolo would certainly seize this opportunity to grasp a hostage as a last resort against Goku. He reached for Lizette's wrist, but suddenly his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. How foolish. It was Demon King Piccolo who made the first move. He did indeed grasp the slender wrist of this formidable warrior, intending to restrict his movements. Yet, in a twist of fate, it was Piccolo himself whose movements were curtailed, as a weight akin to a boulder bore down upon him, rendering him immobile. Worse still, despite having seized his opponent, he found himself unable to release his grip. This was a technique almost akin to sorcery, employing the flow of energy to neutralize an attack. It was this very maneuver that led to Demon King Piccolo's utter disintegration, leaving him firmly subdued. Maintaining this position, Lizette nonchalantly retrieved a small vial marked with a seal from within his garments. He uncorked the bottle, and, with a gentle flick of his finger, it stood upright on the ground not far away. Could it be? You guessed correctly. With a subtle motion of his fingertip, he manipulated the energy, and in the next moment, a tempestuous current surged forth, completely engulfing Demon King Piccolo. This was the very technique employed by Master Matedo to seal away Demon King Piccolo, restoring peace to the world, the mystic sealing wave. This technique is tremendously taxing on one's energy. If wielded against an opponent of significantly greater power, it could even prove fatal. What an astonishing outcome. Yet even so, the root of evil had not been eradicated. As he roared, Demon King Piccolo expelled an egg from his mouth. Lizette had been anticipating this moment. He had been contemplating how to facilitate the birth of the second generation of Piccolo, and this unexpected turn of events was nothing short of fortuitous. With his objective achieved, Lizette hesitated no longer, drawing Demon King Piccolo entirely into the vial and sealing it tightly. Although the unfolding of events had diverged somewhat from the original narrative, the outcome remained favorable. As Wukong grew stronger, it could be deemed a favorable development overall, at least in the eyes of Lizette. At this moment, Wukong's combat power reached 580. Chapter 16, The 3-Year Pact. After sealing the Demon King Piccolo, Lizette guided Wukong to the Celestial Temple. Although he disregarded the bell signifying Master Karen's approval and did not utilize the Rui Bang, there should be no issues. As the agent of the celestial being, or more accurately, one who was forcibly appointed, Lizette was deemed fully qualified to bring someone into the Celestial Temple, even without Master Karen's consent. Master Karen had lamented about his missed opportunities, hence Lizette presented him with a small box as an apology. While some might consider this gesture rather perfunctory, Master Karen, upon entering the box, appeared exceedingly pleased and satisfied. Subsequently, Lizette entrusted Wukong to Mr. Bobo and departed swiftly. However, it wasn't long before he was met with complaints from the celestial being. Although Lizette had forewarned Wukong that the celestial being bore an uncanny resemblance to the Demon King to prevent any unexpected attacks, the trouble had arisen earlier. Mr. Bobo, in an effort to help Wukong recognize his own limitations, engaged him in combat, only to find that the now overwhelmingly powerful Wukong paid no heed to Mr. Bobo's instructions and instead knocked him down, leaving Mr. Bobo momentarily incapacitated. At this juncture, it is worth noting that Mr. Bobo had yet to reach the combat power of 1030 from the Scion Saga, thus rendering him no match for Wukong. In any case, it was certain that Wukong would soon take the celestial being as his master, and the dragon would also be resurrected. Wukong persistently requested Lizette to allow him to don the key restrainer again, but Lizette tactfully declined, knowing that if Wukong had become so powerful in just a few days, enduring the full 3 years would likely lead to the demise of the second generation of Piccolo. Ultimately, Lizette entrusted Wukong's training entirely to the celestial being, and swiftly returned to his own sanctuary. While Wukong diligently trained under the celestial being and the second generation of Piccolo struggled to grow stronger in his own way, Lizette ventured into new realms. He had already incorporated gravity training into his daily routine and had finally surpassed 100 times gravity, advancing to a stage of 150 times. Although his progress seemed painfully slow compared to Wukong's rapid growth, he could still take pride in the significant enhancement of his foundational abilities. In truth, the slow advancement in gravity training stemmed from his attire. The cloak he donned for training weighed a staggering 200 kilograms, over 4 times his own weight. This effectively meant he had subjected himself to an additional burden of 500 times his weight, making slow progress entirely reasonable. Furthermore, he had continuously worn key handcuffs and shackles, somewhat overconstraining himself. At this moment, a curiosity arose within him. Just how strong had he become? Firstly, due to the added weight. He estimated that his true strength was reduced to around 70% of his original capacity. Coupled with the restrictions of the key restrainer, he might only be functioning at around 30% of his potential. Nevertheless, even under these constraints, his combat power should exceed 100,000, roughly equivalent to 350 celestial beings, a conclusion he felt confident in. However, it has become exceedingly challenging to accurately gauge his strength in terms of divine units. He is in dire need of a combat power measurement device. Assuming his current combat power is 100,000, once all restrictions are lifted, it could potentially reach around 400,000. Moreover, owing to his long-term adaptation to physical burdens, his explosive limit has now been elevated to tenfold, thus providing a rough estimate of his peak combat power. When fully unleashed, it would be approximately 4 million. Although this places significant strain on his body, forcibly enhancing the explosive limit to 20-fold, reaching 8 million, is not entirely out of the realm of possibility. How splendid! I am truly powerful, powerful enough to defeat Frisia in his third form. Long live gravity training. My combat power stands at an astounding 120 million. In a moment of reverie, he seemed to hear someone declare such a thing. Of course, it was merely an illusion. Before Frisia reached his final form, he was nothing more than refuse. That said, the power inflation during the Namek saga was utterly ludicrous. When Goku initially possessed a combat power of only 8,000, he returned boasting a staggering 150 million. What a farce. No wonder Dr. Gero, who had previously lamented that one could not possibly elevate their strength as rapidly as before due to age, must have been in tears. How could it not be possible? Goku's strength surged an astounding 18,750 times. Yet, Dr. Gero, who evidently did not anticipate such an outcome, managed to create androids even stronger than Goku. How did he accomplish that? That old man must be the true cheat. Could it be that he possesses a system? Ultimately, with his current strength, it is inevitable that he will soon be surpassed by Goku, leaving him with no choice but to continue his arduous training. Meanwhile, during his training, Lizette would occasionally visit the sacred temple, semi-coercively imparting the knowledge and foundational education that Goku lacked. Starting with the notion that marriage is not merely for sustenance, he taught Goku how to read and write, ensuring he could at least master elementary arithmetic to proficiently recite multiplication tables. He would also have Goku read children's illustrated books, using this method to bridge the gaps in Goku's knowledge. One should not underestimate children's books. They are designed to facilitate learning in a non-tedious manner for young minds. Thus, 3 years passed in tranquil succession. The 3-year pact had come to fruition. The World Martial Arts Tournament commenced as scheduled. Naturally, Lizette would not miss this opportunity. He calculated Goku's departure time and joined him on the journey. To be safe, he brought an ample supply of senzu beans. Over these 3 years, Goku had matured into a tall young man, which took Lizette by surprise. Although he had known Goku would grow rapidly during this period, witnessing such a dramatic transformation firsthand was still astonishing. Goku was nearly a head taller than Lizette. This was hardly surprising, considering Lizette had made his wish for eternal youth at the age of 14. In fact, Scions possess a unique trait to confound their enemies. They maintain a childlike physique until a certain age, after which they undergo rapid growth. Regrettably, Lizette was unaware of this fact. Alas, would it not have been wiser to wait until he grew a bit older before making such a wish? Lizette sighed helplessly within his heart. Although he could wish to grow taller with the dragon's help, the thought of being known as the illustrious dragon Immortal who made such a request was simply too embarrassing. Lizette and Goku chatted jovially as they arrived at the venue, joining Bulma and the others. Having no intention of participating, he opted to join Bulma's cheering squad. Bulma playfully teased him, calling him a celestial being who frequently descends to the mortal realm. However, remaining atop the mountain had become exceedingly dull, leaving him with no choice. Subsequently, Lizette introduced himself to Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Master Roshi. Although they were familiar with one another, they had never formally greeted each other before. Particularly with Master Roshi, who, alongside Turtle and Crane Hermits, was hailed as one of the three great masters. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, as they had never crossed paths before. During their exchange, Master Roshi, intrigued by Lizette's appearance, attempted to confirm his physique with a playful poke, but Lizette took it in stride. Especially since Bulma had already given Master Roshi a good thrashing. In the audience, before Launch could start shooting haphazardly, people instinctively parted, granting Lizette a seat in the front row. The aura of high status that enveloped him remained formidable. At such moments, this presence proved particularly advantageous, though it had the occasional drawback of causing some spectators to kneel in reverence, which was somewhat disconcerting. "Are you not participating, Lizette?" "I prefer to observe from the sidelines," he replied nonchalantly, redirecting his focus to the competition. Having missed the finals in the previous two martial arts tournaments, he was particularly invested this time. In that moment, he was no longer a celestial being, but merely an ordinary spectator, his emotions swaying with the ebb and flow of the matches, cheering like a child at the thrilling moments. He was exhilarated to see Goku and Chi-Chi's engagement during their match. He couldn't help but chuckle when Yamcha was struck down by the God of Destruction. He instinctively applauded Tien's impressive performance against Tao Pai Pai and offered praise for Krillin's valiant resistance in his bout with Piccolo. Lizette was completely absorbed in the joy of watching the tournament. "The Dragon Immortal seems to be enjoying himself thoroughly. I expected you to be more composed." "This is quite surprising," remarked Oolong and Bulma. Lizette thought to himself, "Even with immortality, I am still fundamentally human. It is only natural to feel exhilarated while watching a match and to find joy in delightful moments." Yet, this elation was abruptly shattered by the match between the God of Destruction and Piccolo. Chapter 17. Mr. Piccolo truly gives his all. Just before being sealed by Piccolo's Mafuba technique, the God of Destruction uttered unnecessary words. "Goku, defeat this fellow and save the world. And Lizette, you shall be the next God of Destruction. The future is in your hands." I can't hear you." Lizette feigned ignorance. Although he vaguely heard the old man shouting something, he was certain he must have misheard. Yet the more he ignored it, the more the God of Destruction struggled and called out, "Lizette, did you hear me? I appoint you as the next God of Destruction. The future relies on you. Old man, do hurry up and get sealed away. I shall rescue you soon." Lizette thought helplessly. Even Piccolo was sweating profusely from the unimaginable tenacity of the god, who continued to shout incessantly. After much struggle, the god's body was mostly drawn into the bottle, yet he stubbornly kept his upper body outside, continuing to exclaim, "Lizette, don't cover your ears. The next god is, At last, Piccolo could endure no longer. He forcefully pressed the god's head down and shoved him into the bottle, sealing it tightly. "Well done, Piccolo, splendidly executed." Lizette couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Piccolo, who was supposed to be his adversary. Piccolo, in turn, cast a sympathetic glance and softly remarked, "It seems you're having a tough time as well." Indeed, such concern from Piccolo reaffirmed Lizette's belief that the new Piccolo was far from being a villain. After all, the evil heart that once separated from the god belonged to the previous demon King Piccolo, not the one before him. The Namekian was inherently kind-hearted. Even with the inheritance of all memories and powers, and even in a near-rebirth state, he could never transform into a purely malevolent being. "Lord Lizette, what exactly did the god say just now?" Lizette pressed his forehead and decided to gather everyone to explain the current situation. The god had indeed left him with a troublesome mess. How had the next god shifted from dandy to himself? "So what's the matter? Do enlighten us." Master Roshi was the first to inquire among the gathered crowd. At that moment, Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, Master Roshi, Bulma, and Chi-Chi were present. Under the gaze of the seven, Lizette carefully began, "Let me state the conclusion first. The contestant known as Demon Second Generation is, in fact, the Demon King Piccolo." "What did you just say?" "Don't jest. The Demon King Piccolo was sealed by you. I witnessed it with my own eyes." Tien was the first to refute upon hearing the true identity of the demon's second generation. Lizette nodded, recalling that Tien had been present at the time, and explained, "Indeed, I sealed him. The bottle containing the demon king is still securely preserved deep within the temple of the god." "Then, why is this happening? Are you implying there are two demon kings?" "You are correct," Lizette affirmed nonchalantly, leaving Tien momentarily speechless. Not just Tien, but the expressions of disbelief were evident on the faces of the others, apart from Goku. After all, the notion of two demon kings was unprecedented. Their skepticism was entirely understandable. Before being sealed, the demon king left behind an egg, entrusting everything to it. Thus, the demon's second generation, born from the egg, was both the son of the demon king Piccolo and the demon king himself. It seems we are in a predicament. Master Roshi was the first to grasp the situation after Lizette's explanation, letting out a thoughtful hum. No wonder he was called the god of martial arts. Though often appearing frivolous, his insight in critical moments surpassed that of ordinary individuals. However, I distinctly observed that the demon seal wave emerged from the body of contestant Shun. Indeed, a figure resembling Piccolo was expelled and subsequently captured within a bottle. Furthermore, he uttered peculiar phrases, hinting that Lord Lizette was to become the next deity. Yamcha and Tien Shinhan promptly raised reasonable inquiries. Lizette had hoped they would disregard the deity's superfluous remarks, yet, evidently, the reality was contrary to his expectations. That was merely an eccentric old man, whose advanced age had rendered him confused, speaking nonsense in a casual manner. It should not be taken to heart. Such reasoning felt rather strained. Indeed, Lizette attempted to dismiss the matter lightly, only to be unflinchingly exposed by Master Roshi. Clearing his throat and recalibrating his mindset, he resolved to provide a serious explanation. That individual was not the Demon King. He was a deity who had borrowed a human form to battle Piccolo. What? A deity. The deity and Piccolo were originally one and the same. In the past, he had forsaken the evil within his heart to ascend as a deity, and that very evil had transformed into the Demon King Piccolo. Thus, should either slay the other, they would meet the same fate. This was the fundamental reason the deity could not entirely vanquish the Demon King. How enlightening. It was no wonder the deity employed the Demon Seal Wave. It was indeed the optimal choice to defeat him without causing death. Master Roshi was the first to comprehend this. Lizette silently lamented. If only Master Roshi could adopt a more serious demeanor, he might command greater respect. At that moment, Yamcha suddenly turned to Lizette, as if struck by a revelation, and exclaimed, "Oh? So, does this mean that Lord Lizette is now the deity?" Just before the deity was sealed, it seemed he had indeed indicated such. The self-proclaimed lone wolf of the wild, Yamcha, had inadvertently unearthed a crucial point, causing Lizette to avert his gaze instantaneously. Becoming a deity is no trivial matter. The previous deity had exerted immense effort to relinquish his malevolent heart to ascend. How could one's status be merely established by a verbal proclamation? Yet, upon reflection, it appeared Dandy had experienced a similar fate, brought forth by Goku with a simple declaration: "From this day forth, you are the deity. But even if I am not truly evil, I possess the desires of an ordinary person. Does that make it truly appropriate?" Pondering this, Lizette resolved to sidestep the topic. Although the deity was sealed by the Demon Seal Wave, reclaiming the bottle from Piccolo should enable his rescue. "Goku, I entrust this to you. Rest assured, Lizette, I will undoubtedly rescue the former deity." Just as Lizette thought he had evaded the topic, Goku pulled him back. Even referring to the former deity directly, Lizette felt as though he might weep. What is happening? Am I unable to escape this? Have I already been assumed to be the deity? Very well, regarding the succession of the deity, we shall deliberate on it later, Goku. It is precisely because Piccolo is wary of you that he has made a special effort to participate in the martial arts tournament. Indeed, that is correct. No sooner had Lizette finished speaking than Piccolo's voice resonated from behind. Lizette had long sensed his approach, yet the others were taken aback. Standing amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Piccolo crossed his arms and declared with unwavering confidence, "Son Goku is indeed my greatest obstacle, far surpassing the complacent former deity." Have you begun to refer to the former deity as well? Lizette's protests fell on deaf ears, and Piccolo even acknowledged the succession of the deity with a smile. Recognized as the current deity by the Demon King, Lizette felt no joy whatsoever. "However, this time, I shall surely vanquish you. Once I strengthen my skills, I will eliminate the deity over there and then conquer the world." A splendid demon realm awaits me. Observing Piccolo earnestly analyze combat power, Lizette felt a blend of admiration and guilt, blaming herself for having trained Goku too vigorously 3 years ago, which rendered Piccolo's once magnificent lines rather lackluster. Look, Krillin and Yamcha are casting glances our way, with expressions that seem to question whether this new deity can handle the situation. Let it be known that Piccolo's prowess now is incomparable to that of his father, who was defeated in a single blow 3 years ago. I have also become more adept at harnessing ki since then. I shall not be defeated. How disappointing. What a lackluster line. Lizette felt a peculiar and unbearable sensation within her. The excessive training from 3 years ago had led to Piccolo's current dialogue being somewhat pitiable. Furthermore, Goku, over the past 3 years, had primarily focused on foundational training, resulting in little improvement in strength compared to 3 years prior. Lizette sensed that both of their powers were likely around double that of the deity, approximately equating to a value around 600. In that moment, Lizette genuinely felt admiration. Mr. Piccolo is truly diligent. Dragon Ball Mini Theater Piccolo. I spare not even a moment for sleep, even while coughing up blood. I have engaged in more rigorous training than in the original, all in pursuit of my goal. Chapter 18. Handling the Black Star Dragon Balls. The battle between Goku and Piccolo ultimately concluded with Goku's victory, though there were moments that raised concerns. The outcome was ultimately predetermined. The beam shot from Piccolo during his moment of desperation was deftly avoided by Goku, marking an indisputable triumph. Perhaps it was due to Lizette's constant reminders that Goku remained vigilant until the very end, preventing him from developing any careless habits in the future, which could be considered an unexpected delight. After the battle, the crowd dispersed, and Earth's crisis was temporarily averted. While this was indeed a fortunate development, Lizette, from this day forth, I shall retreat under the guise of the former deity. I will leave the Dragon Balls behind. There is no cause for worry. Wait a moment. Since you have safely returned, there is no need to confer the position of deity upon me. No, through this experience, I have come to a profound realization of my own inadequacies. The Earth of today requires a powerful deity, such as yourself. Ultimately, Lizette could not escape the fate of succeeding the deity. Consequently, the former deity moved into the sanctuary where Lizette had previously resided, which forced Lizette to relocate to the Divine Palace. She had previously thought the palace excessively opulent. Had he intended to reside there from the very beginning? Lizette mused inwardly. However, matters were not yet concluded, as the former deity continued. First, I shall transfer the privileges of the deity to you. This way, you will be able to teleport freely on Earth, traverse the realms of Yin and Yang at will, and even transport others during your movements on Earth. This ability is indeed quite practical. Lizette recalled how the former deity had once sent Goku to the underworld and gestured for him to continue. Next comes the inauguration ceremony. You must first accompany me to the underworld to meet King Yinma. Only then will you be officially acknowledged as the deity of Earth. What a hassle. Lizette suppressed the urge to kick the predecessor away from behind and followed along. Though he was well aware that this divine position would eventually be passed on to Dandy, it was still wise to cultivate a good relationship with King Yinma for the time being. Upon arriving in the underworld, King Yinma complained, "You, the Earth deity, seem excessively powerful, don't you? A deity from a border planet stronger than even the king of the realm is quite something." Nevertheless, Lizette successfully completed his debut. Following this, he began the process of relocating his gravity chamber and personal belongings from the sanctuary to the deity palace, summoning the Rabbit Legion to handle the menial tasks of the palace. The ordinary rabbits remained in the sanctuary, and it appeared that the predecessor did not mind taking care of them, so there should be no issues. Lizette initially thought Mr. Popo would have something to say regarding this transition, but he accepted the change of the divine position with calmness, merely stating, "The new deity has arrived." Popo was quite pleased. Lizette couldn't help but wonder if, for Mr. Popo, it mattered little who held the title of deity. Subsequently, Lizette informed Master Karen of his new divine status. Upon this sudden role reversal, Master Karen displayed an expression that was difficult to articulate. Lizette offered some catnip as a token of greeting, which caused Master Karen to roll around in ecstasy. Observing this, Lizette chose to disregard him and returned directly to the deity palace. Once settled in the deity palace, Lizette's first task was to address the earth-destroying bombs stored deep within the Black Star Dragon Balls. These were created before the predecessor deity had separated from Piccolo, possessing power far exceeding that of ordinary Dragon Balls. Even Goku from the Dragon Ball era would be reduced to a child by their might, a force far beyond Lizette's current control. More troubling was that upon granting a wish, the wished-upon planet would face destruction 1 year later, with the Dragon Balls scattering throughout the universe. Truly a mischievous artifact, indeed an unnecessary entity in the world. Currently, the Black Star Dragon Balls resembled ordinary stones. Yet if Piccolo fused with the predecessor, they would undoubtedly be revived. Thus, Lizette removed 3 of the 7 Dragon Balls, entering the room of spirit and time, and exerted all his strength to hurl them away. The room, vast as Earth, was filled with an endless expanse of unchanged white space. Disposing of the Dragon Balls here meant that even Lizette himself would be unable to trace them again. Should Pilaf and his crew intrude, they would either fail to locate the Dragon Balls and perish in the harsh environment, or survive, yet remain trapped forever inside. In essence, this ensured that no one could wield the power of the Black Star Dragon Balls. Lizette intentionally discarded only 3 to prevent any chance of someone inadvertently gathering them. With 3 inside the room and 4 outside, the likelihood of assembly was nearly impossible. A year later, Lizette finally completed his long-studied pseudo-spirit bomb. This technique could siphon minute energy from all living beings and plants on Earth, storing it within himself. Strangely, when employing this technique, he feels no hunger whatsoever, having even attempted to go several days without food or sleep, moving about without the slightest sense of fatigue, almost akin to a plant. Furthermore, this ability is not confined to Earth. By merely drawing upon a hint of solar essence, he can harness energy. Although he still requires water, ever since mastering this technique, he has no need for meals and rarely visits the restroom, which is quite a significant gain. However, this cannot possibly be the spirit bomb, can it? Lizette is utterly perplexed. Indeed, without having witnessed the real thing, relying solely on memory for imitation is utterly futile. He had previously made the same error while attempting to replicate the Kaioken and has now repeated it. This 260-year-old youth truly lacks the wisdom to learn from past mistakes. Nevertheless, he can at least concentrate his energy upon himself. Akin to Goku in the theatrical version, amplifying his strength by absorbing his own essence, a sort of stimulant application. In simpler terms, he is only familiar with this particular usage. As for how to gather his energy into a sphere and launch it, he remains entirely befuddled. Perhaps he should contemplate traversing the Snake Way to seek guidance from King Kai? As Lizette ponders, he resolves to first enhance his proficiency with this technique. In the 4th year of becoming a deity and residing in the Heavenly Palace, Lizette occasionally instructs visiting Goku in his training, gradually coming to appreciate the place. The gravity chamber has been relocated, and the training environment has not deteriorated. In fact, being in the Heavenly Palace has introduced unique training methods, one of which is the House of Time. Although its name bears resemblance to the hyperbolic time chamber, the two are entirely distinct. The House of Time allows one's spirit to traverse time independently, sending their essence into the past to battle with figures from that time. Lizette is uncertain how one can manifest a physical form in the past solely through spiritual traversal, speculating that it likely recreates the essence of physical strength, producing an illusion of mass. He has accumulated considerable simulated combat experience through this technique, even if it cannot be considered training. The ability to traverse to the past is inherently alluring, enabling interplanetary travel. For Lizette, who yearns to explore the cosmos, the House of Time is indeed the ultimate entertainment facility. By simply closing his eyes and allowing his spirit to flow with time, he can instantaneously embark on a temporal journey, with no time passing in reality. Even if he were to perish in the past, he would remain unscathed in the present, truly a myriad of advantages. In contrast, he has scarcely utilized the hyperbolic time chamber. The last time he entered was merely to dispose of the Black Star Dragon Ball, spending only 30 seconds inside to throw the Dragon Ball and exit. Nothing more. To an outsider, it would seem as though he had just gone in and immediately come out. Lizette knows that one day he will make use of the hyperbolic time chamber, but that day is not now, at least for the time being. There is no threat on Earth compelling him to employ this technique. Of course, minor threats that could be resolved without resorting to this technique seem to have begun to emerge. Chapter 19. The faint presence of an enemy. Lee, is that you, Lord Lizette, the former deity? What troubles you? The sanctuary where Lizette previously resided connects to the Heavenly Palace, allowing the former deity to visit at any time, and vice versa. However, during the 4 years since Lizette assumed the role of deity, He has never seen his predecessor rush into the heavenly palace with such a pallid visage. The former generation clutched his chest, drenched in sweat. His steps unsteady as if he were on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Incidentally, the divine mark that once adorned his chest had transformed into the character for first. Has Bick, having been defeated by past grievances, come seeking vengeance? Observing his condition, it was evident he had not been slain, but rather gravely injured. In any case, we should find a place for you to rest. You look in need of lying down. Mr. Bobo, please assist our esteemed predecessor to the bedroom. Yes, my lord. The deity. In summary, the predecessor recounted, approximately 3 centuries ago, 40 years prior to Lizette's birth, there was a man named Carrick who vied for the position of the deity, yet ultimately fell to defeat. It is said that he harbored immense ambition. However, the previous deity, or rather the one before that, discerned his ambitions and ultimately chose the predecessor to ascend as the new deity. Naturally, this was not the end of the matter. Carrick revolted against the incumbent deity and seemingly met his demise. Before his death, he left a proclamation. 300 years hence, I shall assuredly return. Are you suggesting that this Carrick has resurrected? Lizette inquired while tending to the predecessor. To resurrect after 3 centuries indeed displays remarkable patience. But why specify 300 years? Is there a particular reason? Perhaps so. On today's Earth, aside from you and son Wukong, no one possesses the capability to injure Bick. Lizette pondered that the android project must have commenced, and the demon view remained sealed somewhere on Earth. Considering Dr. Willow's previous endeavors, there were indeed many who could potentially triumph over the current Bick. Furthermore, the mass-produced bioandroids created by Dr. Willow boasted power levels exceeding 1,000, rendering his technological prowess rather absurd. In any case, I shall investigate further. I entrust this to you. Lizette closed his eyes and activated his foresight ability. He quickly sensed 4 distinct and powerful auras on Earth. Among them, 3 were weaker than Bick, and with Tien's strength, a battle should yield victory. The final aura, however, evidently surpassed both Bick and Wukong. Focusing intently on the strongest presence, Lizette's vision soared, revealing a diminutive man resembling a demon or perhaps more akin to a relative of Pilaf, who was laughing heartily while clutching the Dragon Balls. Ah, it is he. Is this not the antagonist from the early theatrical releases? Lizette finally recalled this relatively inconspicuous foe. Indeed, such a figure existed, reminiscent of a villain rehashing the plot of the Raditz battle. However, to Lizette, this adversary was hardly noteworthy, merely eliciting a response of, "Oh, there exists such a person," akin to a mere insect. With a mere thought, he could vanquish him. The true concern lay with the Dragon Balls. Lizette was acutely aware that excessive use of the Dragon Balls would accumulate negative energy, ultimately giving rise to the evil dragons. Although it typically took a century to purify negative energy, the remnants from his previous wish had long since dissipated. However, the future will be markedly different. Wukong and his companions, even the antagonists, will frequently utilize the Dragon Balls, rendering the century-long purification cycle utterly insufficient. It is essential to recognize that the narrative of Dragon Ball encompasses both original anime content and certain segments of cinematic history, with the frequency of Dragon Ball usage being alarmingly high. Particularly in the films, nearly every installment employs them at least once. At times, individuals have invoked the Dragon Balls to restore forests ravaged by wildfires, only for the efforts to result in further devastation, a sheer waste of wishes. It is no wonder that the evil dragons came into existence, mused Lizette. After assuming the role of the Supreme Kai, he had once gathered the Dragon Balls, sequestering them in the hyperbolic time chamber for 100 days to cleanse them of negative energy before returning them to Earth. Yet even so, if individuals were to misuse the Dragon Balls for foolish reasons, the emergence of evil dragons would be imminent. Indeed, there exists a certain group, for fools collecting the Dragon Balls who, inexplicably, have kidnapped Wukong's son, intentionally luring Wukong towards them. I have seen their names: Carrick II, Jaga, Lychee, and Sansu. Apparently, it is not the original Carrick, but rather his son. Has the ambition been inherited as well? Truly, like father, like son. As Lizette observed with his far sight, he discreetly read the thoughts of Carrick II and his cohort, noting their unique techniques. Most of these techniques were useless skills peculiar to the demon race, such as transforming one's body into a sword. However, the Hell Vortex employed by Carrick II was quite a remarkable ability. This technique could banish opponents to a lightless virtual space akin to a black hole, once ensnared. Even the user could not escape. It certainly appears to be a self-destructive skill tailored for the immortal, does it not? A heartfelt thanks for that. Lizette quickly reconsidered. No, it required some modification before it could be utilized, especially the self-destructive aspect, which posed too great a danger if unaddressed. So, what do you intend to do? Naturally, I shall resolve this lingering grievance of the past. Lizette, do you wish to accompany me? Upon hearing the request from the former Supreme Kai, Lizette thought to himself that he was indeed being drawn into this affair, yet he acquiesced. At the very least, he must prevent them from squandering the Dragon Balls. The fate of Carrick II was of little consequence, but the emergence of an evil dragon would spell significant trouble. Chapter 20. God of Battle. In the southern reaches of Karen Tower, a palace stood majestically in the center of the Red Sea. This was the abode of Carrick II, son of the former Supreme Kai, who vowed vengeance against the Supreme Kai of old. He was accompanied by 3 subordinates, Jaga, Lichi, and Sansu. Their primary objective was to gather the Dragon Balls to fulfill their wish for immortality. The irony of employing the very Dragon Balls crafted by the Supreme Kai to vanquish him was not lost on them. Presently, they had amassed 6 Dragon Balls and were merely one short of achieving their desire for eternal life. Once he attained everlasting existence, he would eliminate the detestable former Supreme Kai as well as the current one, seizing control of the entire world. Just one more Dragon Ball, and I shall possess all 7, granting me eternal life. By that time, I shall no longer face death, reigning eternally over this world, transforming all into a realm of torment. Carrick II proclaimed his ambitions with fervor as 3 subordinates knelt in submission beside him. The moment of the demon clan's dominion over the world seemed to be within reach. Although the current celestial god possessed unparalleled strength among his predecessors, Carrick II believed that he was no match for someone who had attained eternal life. However, Carrick II made a grave miscalculation. If his sole desire was to collect the Dragon Balls and seek immortality, he should have focused entirely on that aim and refrained from confronting King Piccolo. Indeed, Piccolo was one with the former celestial god. Slaying Piccolo would inevitably lead to the former celestial god's demise. Yet, precisely because of their unity, any event affecting Piccolo would be communicated to the former celestial god. Should Carrick II fail to eliminate Piccolo entirely, a catastrophic backlash would surely ensue. Carrick II overlooked this crucial detail, and at this moment, he was about to pay a heavy price for his oversight. An eternal hell? That hardly sounds like a tranquil existence. A beam of light descended from the heavens, piercing the ground before Carrick II and his entourage. Emerging from the light was their most familiar foe, the former celestial god. Alongside him stood a man clad in a flowing white robe, radiating a faint luminescence, the current celestial god, Lizette. The 2 celestial gods arrived before Sun Wukong and breached the palace prior to the gathering of the Dragon Balls. The former and current celestial gods. How unfortunate. So close to achieving eternal life. Jaga, Lichi, Shansu, attack. In obedience to Carrick II's command, the 3 subordinates charged forward. Yet the former celestial god remained immovable, while Lizette stepped forward alone. He did not adopt any combat stance, but coldly issued a command. Death shall descend upon the 3. In an instant, the 3 subordinates collapsed silently to the ground. Their faces devoid of life, eyes rolled back, they ceased to move, having perished simply from a single command to die. To unravel the truth behind this magic is remarkably simple. It is merely a well-known telekinetic binding that proves ineffective against the strong, akin to a paralysis spell. Lizette applied his telekinetic force not only to their entire beings, but directly to their brains and hearts, forcibly terminating their life functions. As for the deliberate phrasing of his command, it held no practical significance. It was akin to Sun Wukong silently unleashing the Kamehameha wave while choosing to elongate his incantation. Sometimes for several minutes, merely a personal quirk of Lizette. He simply found it cool and fitting for a celestial god to declare it aloud, a whim of the moment. Nevertheless, for those ensnared by it, the power was undeniably astonishing. In truth, Carrick II comprehended nothing of what had transpired, trembling in fear and utterly bewildered. Useless. The current deity, Carrick II, possesses a power that surpasses both myself and all predecessors. He is the god of battle, born to confront the cosmic crisis. No matter how much one like you struggles, you shall never be his equal. Despite having done nothing, the former deity adopts an air of superiority, speaking in a tone brimming with authority. Moreover, he presumptuously refers to Lizette as the god of battle, whereas Lizette himself prefers the title of God of Travel. Enough of this nonsense. Indeed, Carrick too would not easily concede. His muscles swelled, transforming his originally diminutive frame into that of a towering giant. Alas, the disparity in strength between the two was insurmountable. His robust arm was effortlessly blocked by Lizette with just a fingertip. Then, with a mere flick, Carrick too spun like a top for several revolutions before collapsing to the ground in a wretched state. How could this happen? He must have come to a stark realization of the vast gulf in their powers. Yet, even so, he refused to surrender, his tenacity either commendable or foolishly misguided. Carrick too's eyes brimmed with hatred as he glared at Lizette before raising his hand skyward. With his escalating emotions, a void of impenetrable darkness materialized in the previously empty space, as if it sought to devour all existence. This was Carrick too's ultimate weapon, the Hell Vortex. One would understand upon witnessing it that it resembled a black hole itself. If wielded skillfully, even against a foe of superior strength, victory was not beyond the realm of possibility. However, it was futile. Lizette met Carrick too's gaze and, without warning, unleashed a pressure wave. This was a technique that required no physical movement, merely a focused stare to activate. The invisible force propelled Carrick too backwards, sending him directly into the Hell Vortex he had conjured. Indeed, the Hell Vortex was a technique capable of defeating the strongest opponents, should it successfully ensnare its target. Even Lizette could be consumed. Yet, this did not imply that Carrick too would grow stronger by employing it. As long as a disparity in strength existed, Lizette could strike Carrick too into the vortex before being swallowed himself. You bastard. Ultimately, this may have been his fate. In a lament of despair, Carrick too was consumed by the Hell Vortex, and with the demise of its conjurer, the vortex dissipated as well. In the end, only the remnants of a masterless palace remained. Lizette brushed aside the strands of hair that had fallen across his face and sighed softly. Subsequently, he utilized his powers to disperse 6 Dragon Balls across the world, effortlessly erasing the palace's remnants, transforming it back into an expanse of land, and casually scattering some seeds to nurture new life. In a matter of months, this place would flourish into a forest, destined to nurture myriad beings. Having concluded his tasks, Lizette cradled the still-sleeping Gohan and reunited with Son Goku, safely returning his son to him. Chapter 21. The mysterious existence. 5 years have elapsed since Lizette ascended to divinity. Throughout this duration, the earth has basked in a reassuring tranquility. He diligently learned the responsibilities of a deity from his predecessor, while simultaneously regulating the weather and committing to his training, leading a life that is both fulfilling and stable. Once accustomed, these tasks are not particularly arduous. Even the Hell's Vortex, borrowed from King Carrick II, has been refined through continuous improvement and has now become quite practical. This technique has been aptly named the Gate of Heaven. It is a synthesis of Hell's Vortex and the Demon Sealing Wave, capable of drawing the target into a pre-prepared sealing vessel. However, it cannot merely be termed a propless demon sealing wave, as considerable thought was invested in its creation. The sealing vessel is a custom-made artifact crafted by Mr. Popo using Destiny Stones. It is not only resistant to breakage but also designed so that anyone devoid of malevolent intent can escape instantly, even if sealed. This ensures safety in case of unforeseen circumstances. Furthermore, with modifications, this technique can also serve as a means of spatial transportation. As long as Lizette has visited a location and memorized its coordinates, he can traverse freely like a portal. Nevertheless, it lacks the immediacy of instant teleportation and cannot be employed for evasive maneuvers in combat, which is a significant drawback. However, as a means of transit, it proves to be quite useful. Simultaneously, Lizette has begun to cultivate warriors capable of addressing future crises on Earth. Currently, his chosen disciples are limited to Mr. Popo and Master Rabbit. Although he had considered others like Namu and King Chiba, their advancing age and inevitable decline in strength led him to ultimately forego their recruitment. Presently, the abilities of Mr. Popo and Master Rabbit are on par with those of Son Wukong and Piccolo. With further training, they may indeed prove valuable in battles against the Scions. Particularly, Master Rabbit possesses the unique ability to transform opponents into carrots merely by touching them. If the adversary's combat prowess is merely adequate, Master Rabbit is almost guaranteed victory. In the distinctive fighting style of Dragon Ball, a mere touch determines the outcome. As for a Kairobe, Lizette has long relinquished any thoughts of him. Upon reflection, With a Kairobe's presence, the sins of beings would have been excessively consumed. Perhaps this current state is a blessing in disguise. Thus far, not a single sins of being from Karen Tower has been lost, a stark contrast to the original fate where, a year later, their quantity would dwindle to a mere 2. Ultimately, the root cause of the Sinzu bean's depletion in the original narrative can be traced back to a Kairobe, as each Sinzu bean is exceptionally nourishing, sustaining one for 10 days without sustenance. Yet, during the original timeline, nearly a decade elapsed from a Kairobe's residence at Karen Tower to the onset of the Scion Saga, even at a conservative estimate of 1 bean every 10 days. By the time the Scion Saga commenced, he would have consumed a staggering 365 beans, making their eventual depletion inevitable. However, Lizette has altered this fate, resulting in a world where Sinzu beans are abundant to the point of being virtually inexhaustible. Even when Master Karen occasionally indulges in them as snacks, there is no sign of reduction. It can be confidently asserted that all preparations are now complete. At this moment, the pivotal figure driving the wheels of fate, Sun Wukong's brother, seems to have arrived on Earth. Lizette momentarily suppresses his aura, observing from the shadows. He witnesses Raditz first visiting Piccolo's dwelling and then arriving at Sun Wukong's home, abducting Gohan. In response, Sun Wukong resolves to ally with Piccolo to confront Raditz. Up to this point, the unfolding events align perfectly with the fate known to Lizette. However, the subsequent battle begins to take a bizarre turn. Raditz's strength is extraordinarily formidable. He not only suppresses Sun Wukong and Piccolo, but he also effortlessly evades Gohan's furious onslaught. It is noteworthy that both Sun Wukong and Piccolo are considerably more powerful than their counterparts in the original timeline, yet Raditz still maintains the upper hand. This is both peculiar and unsettling. Should Gohan be unable to harm Raditz, Sun Wukong cannot restrain him. Thus, their victory over Raditz seems utterly unattainable. Is my existence the reason fate has strayed from its course? A chill runs down Lizette's spine, as the gears of destiny evidently misalign. He has never acted against Raditz. Yet, as the butterfly effect suggests, even the slightest action can have profound consequences for the future. Regardless, remaining a mere observer is not a viable strategy. Lizette immediately activates his psychic abilities, attempting to bind Raditz's movements from a distance. Despite Raditz's augmented strength, it remains within Lizette's capacity to seal him away. Though he feels a twinge of remorse, it is time for Raditz to fall. Lizette's golden eyes glimmer as an invisible force begins to constrict Raditz's heart. His intentions are clear. Raditz has disclosed the threat of the Scions to Sun Wukong and others, also forewarning of the arrival of even more powerful Scions in a year's time. With this sense of impending danger, the warriors are bound to undergo explosive growth. As for Sun Wukong's training on King Kai's planet, it need not come at the cost of his life. He can simply be transported there using the Dragon Balls. Although King Kai's planet connects to the afterlife, it does not exist in another dimension. The ability to reach it through instant transmission indicates that it is indeed a celestial body within the universe. Given this, there is no need to witness Sun Wukong's demise. By eliminating Raditz here and using the Dragon Balls, which should restore Sun Wukong, he can be sent to King Kai's planet ahead of time. In Lizette's position, he could gain permission to travel there alive without the need for the Dragon Balls. However, Sun Wukong is not a deity, and without the Dragon Balls, he would likely perish before reaching his destination. Based on this assessment, Lizette prepares to intensify his telekinesis, ready to bring an end to Raditz's life. Suddenly, a red energy wave surges from the ground. In a moment of haste, Lizette fails to completely evade it and is struck directly by the energy wave. The force of the impact sends him flying, and after spinning in the air several times, he barely manages to regain his composure. Meanwhile, on the ground, Sun Wukong has firmly restrained Raditz, while Piccolo utilizes his special beam cannon to pierce through both Sun Wukong and Raditz, restoring everything to its original trajectory of fate. Yet, Lizette can no longer concern himself with Raditz's fate. His attention was firmly captivated by a distant spectacle. Not far from Sun Wukong and his companions stood a mysterious figure, emanating an aura that suggested a demonic lineage. She was an enchanting woman clad in a crimson ensemble, her white hair contrasting with her greenish complexion, wielding a staff with grace. Beside her stood a robust man, similarly adorned in red. He raised his hand towards Lizette, clearly the source of the recent energy wave. Almost immediately, a masked figure, resembling Sun Wukong, appeared seemingly out of nowhere and lunged at the demonic man. The two engaged in a fierce battle at astonishing speed, soon vanishing from sight. Who were these individuals? While Lizette had no clear recollection, he was certain they were not mere trifles. Was there truly no memory at all? No. He felt an inexplicable familiarity with them. The green-skinned woman seemed to sense Lizette's gaze, a faint smile gracing her lips before she vanished in a blink, as if she had never existed. Undoubtedly, her influence had significantly augmented Radit's power. But what was her intention? And why act in such a manner? Something felt amiss. Lizette had no recollection of such figures. What had transpired? He had always believed himself well-versed in the world of Dragon Ball, having absorbed the original material, including the series, films, and various games. While his memory of the animated details may have been somewhat hazy, he was acquainted with all the characters that had graced the screen. Lizette's previous life had ended in 2012, and his knowledge of Dragon Ball ceased with it. Even so, it had been 15 years since the conclusion of Dragon Ball, and that knowledge should have sufficed for understanding its universe. Unless the Dragon Ball series had experienced a resurgence after his demise, introducing new animations or games. It was unfathomable for him not to recognize those two demons. Yet, the truth remained. Even with his extensive understanding, he had no recollection of them. The sudden emergence of these enigmatic beings left Lizette's unease unresolved. Chapter 22. Sending Wukong to the underworld after defeating Raditz, Lizette retrieved Wukong's body and journeyed to the underworld. Considering the impending circumstances, it was imperative for Wukong to undergo training with King Kai. Setting aside the specifics of the Kaioken, particularly the spirit bomb, if Wukong was not taught this technique, they would undoubtedly face dire troubles in the future. Lizette believed he could vanquish all enemies. Yet he feared he could not reach such heights. After all, Lizette was merely a human from Earth, incapable of becoming a Super Saiyan. Enemies of Frisia's caliber might be defeated before he could transform into his ultimate form, but he had no confidence in confronting Cell or Majin Buu. Therefore, as a precautionary measure, empowering Wukong was undeniably a wise decision. If I were to unwittingly steal the spotlight, creating a series of farcical events that lead others to believe in my extraordinary prowess, thereby depriving them of opportunities to showcase their abilities and grow, ultimately resulting in the destruction of the universe, it would indeed be a farce. However, according to the initial plan, Goku was not meant to perish. Lord Enma, might you permit Goku to challenge the Snake Way? Ah, Goku, this young man's achievements are indeed remarkable, but is it permissible? Had he simply complied, he could have ascended directly to heaven. Why then embark on a deliberate challenge to the Snake Way? The answer, of course, is that it is permissible. In fact, if Goku were to obediently ascend to heaven, not only Earth but the entire universe would ultimately face doom. This future hero remains oblivious to Lizette's intentions and continues to inquire about Raditz's situation from Lord Enma. Excuse me, sir, before I arrived here, did a fellow named Raditz cause any trouble? Oh, that lad is your brother, isn't he? Indeed, he caused a ruckus, but I subdued him. Such a formidable character, and you managed that? Impressive. By the way, Lord Ko, may I ask this esteemed gentleman to teach me the ways of cultivation? Upon hearing Goku's request, Lizette silently shook his head. While Lord Enma is certainly powerful and capable of handling enemies on Raditz's level, his strength is merely slightly superior to Raditz. He lacks the extensive techniques of Lord Ko and cannot equip Goku with the power needed to rival the Scions within a year. Training Goku in such an environment would yield little effect. No, Lord Enma is extremely busy and lacks the time to guide you individually. According to the plan, Goku, you are to seek Lord Ko as your master. What a pity, but it is indeed the case. I am quite occupied. By the way, Earth's deity, if training is required, why not instruct him yourself? With your guidance, it should suffice against the Scions, no? Just as he was about to persuade Goku, Lord Enma interjected. Indeed, while Lizette might be more effective than Lord Ko in strengthening Goku, he cannot teach the spirit bomb. There will always be ways to enhance battle power in the future, and Lord Ko has similar techniques to offer, but the spirit bomb can only be learned from Lord Ko. Moreover, establishing a connection between Goku and Lord Ko at this moment is of utmost importance. Lord Enma, you flatter me. I still have much to learn. Lizette modestly deflected the question from Lord Enma, bringing the conversation to a close. He then deliberately ignored Goku's mutterings about whether the deity is far stronger than he imagined, merely smiling in response. Well then, Goku, please do your best. When the day of your revival arrives, I shall come to fetch you. Oh, all right. The quickest way to evade further inquiries is to conclude the dialogue. Lizette did not allow Goku the opportunity to continue his chatter, firmly guiding him forward and thrusting him into the snake way, before returning to Earth. Upon his return to the temple, Lizette immediately began preparations for the next course of action. A year hence, 2 Scions would assault Earth. To prepare for this impending crisis, he instructed Mr. Popo to bring Krillin and others to the temple for training. Logically, such matters ought to be the responsibility of the previous deities. However, the divine position now belongs to Lizette. Previously, Lizette maintained a somewhat detached perspective, but from this moment forth, he can no longer remain an observer. The intensity of the impending battles will escalate continuously. A slight misstep could lead to the annihilation of Earth in this escalating conflict, which is about to commence. Should he choose to remain a mere spectator, he will soon find himself left behind, and when the time comes to take action, he would find himself in a predicament of wanting to intervene but being utterly powerless. In other words, from now on, he must stand alongside everyone else on equal footing, striving for collective strength. Yet, at the same time, he must avoid overshadowing others, which is indeed a troublesome dilemma. Lord Deity, as per your instructions, the warriors have been gathered, said Mr. Bobo. Upon hearing Mr. Bobo's voice, Lizette turned around. He beheld Krillin, Yamchu, Tien, and Kaiatsu standing behind Mr. Bobo, exactly as he had requested. As for Yachirobe, it is best left unmentioned. After all, since the battle against the Scions, he has hardly contributed. Moreover, Lizette could handle Vegeta alone, provided he remains vigilant. At the very least, Earth will not face defeat. In truth, the odds of victory in this battle are already quite favorable. For Lizette, the crux of this conflict lies not in winning, but in how to train everyone to navigate the crisis without casualties. If the sole aim were victory, with the current strength, he could simply charge forth and eliminate Vegeta and Nappa. However, considering the battles that lie ahead, he hopes everyone can grow stronger. Furthermore, as a fellow Earthling, witnessing his comrades striving to catch up with Goku inspires him to offer them encouragement. Welcome, everyone. I appreciate your effort in coming here. He greeted warmly. Oh, you are too kind, Krillin replied, his face flushing as he hastily bowed his head. He suddenly recalled that Krillin had always wished to be popular among girls, though regrettably, he is a man. If memory serves, Krillin had once mistaken UPA for a girl. Nevertheless, it can be said that Krillin is destined to marry a beauty like Android 18, making him a winner in life. Such youthful reactions are likely to be a rarity now. I trust you have all been informed of the situation? He continued. In 1 year's time, extraterrestrial beings known as Scions, endowed with formidable power, will invade Earth. Therefore, I ask that you all remain here for the next year to train and prepare for battle. The Scions are the very monsters that Goku and Piccolo barely managed to defeat, aren't they? Moreover, I've heard that Goku sacrificed himself to vanquish that monster, Tien interjected, wiping the cold sweat from his brow after Lizette's explanation. Goku and Demon King Piccolo are regarded as Earth's 2 most formidable forces. Just days ago, no one could have fathomed that these 2 would join forces, let alone that it would escalate to such a degree that Goku ultimately perished in battle, a notion that is almost unfathomable to everyone present. Furthermore, the Scions arriving in a year's time will be even stronger than that monstrous foe. You are correct, however. Mere verbal descriptions may not suffice for everyone to truly grasp the formidable nature of one another. Thus, prior to engaging in formal training, I wish to provide everyone with a first-hand experience of what it feels like to battle a Scion. Lizette's unexpected declaration stirred a sense of commotion among the 4. The absurd suggestion of first fighting a Scion to prepare for an encounter with them was indeed astonishing and perplexing. This way, please, Lizette instructed without further elaboration, leading the 4 towards the House of Time. Rather than spend excessive time discussing, witnessing it firsthand would offer a far more vivid understanding. Following Lizette deeper into the temple, they finally arrived at a dimly lit chamber adorned with a pendulum clock. What is this place? One inquired. This is known as the House of Time. In this realm, past, present, and future intertwine. Soon, I shall facilitate a journey for your consciousness to traverse the past and engage in combat with the Scion. Fear not. Even if you fall in battle, you shall not sustain any injuries in reality. It was only when Krillin spoke up that Lizette first elucidated the forthcoming events. He intended for everyone to experience firsthand just how powerful their impending adversaries truly were. Only through such an experience could they genuinely comprehend the inadequacy of their current abilities. Understanding the might of one's foe is of paramount importance. How intriguing, Lord of the Gods. Please send me there at once, exclaimed Tianjin Fan, brimming with enthusiasm. Indeed, my hands are already itching, chimed Yamucha, his tone infused with a fervent warrior spirit. Perhaps unburdened by subsequent power inflation, both harbored absolute confidence in their own strength. Shortly thereafter, Krillin and Din also stepped forward, expressing their willingness to participate. Once everyone had consented, Lizette positioned the four in the center of the chamber. Please close your eyes and surrender your bodies to the currents of time. The temple shall guide you to the past. Lizette planned for them to confront a lower-class warrior of comparable strength to Raditz, accompanied by a training partner, a vegetable man. This level of intensity should be just right. To ensure they recognized the disparity in strength, it was crucial not to present an overly powerful opponent from the outset, as that could easily lead to a complete loss of confidence. A foe of Raditz's caliber would not only validate the combat, but, should they perform well, they might even defeat one of them. All that remained was to await the return of their consciousness. Chapter 23. The Vegetable Man revealed upon opening their eyes. Krillin and the others found themselves on an unfamiliar planet. The sky bore an eerie shade of purple-pink, reminiscent of poison, while the ground displayed a dark crimson hue. With what appeared to be trees contorted and deformed, their surfaces resembling rusted iron. Alien corpses littered the ground, and in Krillin's eyes, each resembled a monstrous entity. They appeared as cockroaches walking on two legs, or as grotesque beings forcibly amalgamated with cockroach-like features based on a human form. These creatures were entirely nude, their skin glistening as though coated in petroleum jelly, remaining utterly still, devoid of life. What on earth are these hideous things? One exclaimed in disgust. Are they the indigenous inhabitants of this planet? Witnessing these physiologically unsettling creatures, Krillin grimaced. Tan, however, remained vigilant, carefully surveying their surroundings. The deities had proclaimed that their adversaries this time were the Scions. Yet, should these cockroach-like beings suddenly launch an attack, they would not be surprised. Indeed, they might even find these creatures more menacing than the Scions themselves. Oh no! DZ's voice trembled with urgency, instantly heightening the tension among them. Following his gaze, the group noticed a cockroach man moving not far away. Its steps were unsteady, swaying as it approached them. In an alien tongue, it uttered a series of incomprehensible sounds, clearly a form of communication from its species. This cockroach man extended its hand, seemingly pleading for help from Krillin and the others. It appeared as though it had more to convey, yet even if it had completed its thoughts, understanding would remain elusive for Krillin and his companions. From the very beginning, its fate was sealed. A key blast soared in from behind, instantly shattering the grotesque alien skull. Amidst the splatter of an unknown liquid, the cockroach man collapsed, lifeless. In its place stood a tall figure clad in combat attire, his appearance reminiscent of Earthlings, yet the most striking distinction was the long, monkey-like tail protruding from his back. Beside him stood a diminutive green creature, glaring at Krillin and the others with palpable hostility. How unexpected. I did not anticipate that this planet harbors other extraterrestrial beings apart from the cockroach people. It seems you are here on a journey. How unfortunate. This scion, with a bowl haircut and an imposing, rotund physique, wore a scruffy expression that suggested a nefarious nature. With a broad grin, his countenance screamed villainy. I bear no grudge against you, but Lord Frisia has decreed the extermination of all unsightly indigenous beings on this planet. Do not hold it against me. Frisia? Wait, you don't even know who Lord Frisia is? From which distant planet do you hail? The corpulent scion feigned astonishment, then scanned Krillin and his companions with a device affixed to his eyes, presumably the rumored power-level scouter. It was said that this device could gauge one's combat prowess. The readings came in at 206, 250, 177, and 120, truly travelers indeed. What did you say? Upon hearing the overweight scion's words, Yamcha's face contorted with impatience. Not just him. Krillin and Tien, though varying in their levels of anger, exhibited expressions of indignation at having their pride insulted. They were among Earth's mightiest warriors, yet now regarded as mere tourists. This was an egregious affront, utterly intolerable. How audacious of you to say that. Whether we are travelers or not, you shall experience it firsthand. Yamcha, Krillin, and Tien collectively roared, charging forward in unison. Meanwhile, DZ distanced himself, preparing to support them with his psychic abilities. Yamcha and Krillin swiftly charged towards the verdant monstrosity, while Tien faced off against the corpulent Scion, marking the inception of an intense battle between offense and defense. Their strategy was clear. First, vanquish the seemingly weaker green creature, and then unite to besiege the Scion. With a wild howl, Yamcha exhibited the agility of a wolf, decisively launching an assault on the green creature, known as the Vegetable Man. His palms were neither clenched nor open, but rather poised like a beast revealing its claws. With fingers slightly curved, complemented by his swift movements, his strikes were ferocious, akin to those of a wild predator. Yet, inexplicably, the unremarkable Vegetable Man effortlessly evaded, parried, and even neutralized his attacks, not due to leniency or oversight, but simply because Yamcha's strikes posed no real threat to the Vegetable Man. The explanation was straightforward. The Vegetable Man was vastly superior to Yamcha. Krillin joined the fray, creating a pincer attack alongside Yamcha. The duo unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks at a speed so rapid that they left afterimages in their wake. Still, the Vegetable Man remained unfazed, adeptly defending against and dodging their onslaught, effortlessly countering their combined might with a single hand. To their astonishment, he seized a fleeting moment to retaliate, delivering a punch that simultaneously struck both their faces. Ugh! Ugh! The impact felt as though they had been struck by a heavy weight, sending them staggering backwards. They struggled to regain their footing, narrowly avoiding a collapse. However, the Vegetable Man offered them no respite, swiftly delivering a kick to Krillin's abdomen. Goh! Blood trickled from Krillin's lips as his ribs shattered under the force of a singular blow, broken bones piercing his innards. He fell to the ground, clutching his battered stomach, writhing in agony. His injuries were grave, consciousness beginning to blur, and his abdomen felt as though it were being torn apart. At that moment, the Vegetable Man leapt into the air, planting a foot upon Krillin's neck, not merely a step, but a crushing blow imbued with tremendous power. The ground beneath Krillin cracked like spiderwebs, emitting ominous sounds. As his awareness faded, his mind and body felt severed, an overwhelming sensation of impending death enveloping him. As if his neck were to be broken, his vacant eyes widened, and like a fish out of water, he convulsed violently before succumbing to stillness. Krillin! Yamcha cried out in a mix of despair and rage. He brought his wrists together, pivoting to the side, pulling his hands back, a signature move of the Turtle School's ultimate technique, the Kamehameha. Gathering an immense amount of energy in his palms, he unleashed it forth. A wave of azure energy engulfed the Vegetable Man, sweeping him into the debris. Without pausing to ascertain his enemy's fate, Yamcha prepared for another round of assault. He grasped his right wrist with his left hand, channeling all his energy into his right. First, he formed a sphere of energy the size of his palm, then continuously infused it with power, expanding it to 3 meters, allowing it to move nimbly through the air with the motion of his fingertips. Receive my colossal spirit ball. Perish. Yamcha manipulated the energy sphere toward the Vegetable Man, who narrowly evaded the attack in haste. However, Yamcha had anticipated this move, promptly redirecting the energy sphere to continue the pursuit. This was a manually controlled tracking sphere. The only options were to withstand it or incapacitate Yamcha, for escape was utterly impossible. With a decisive shout, Yamcha seized upon the Vegetable Man's moment of vulnerability and struck with the energy sphere at the opportune instant. The Vegetable Man, unable to defend himself in time, was struck directly and fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Immediately thereafter, the sphere detonated, creating a large crater in the earth, causing the ground to tremble violently, as flames and thick smoke rapidly engulfed the Vegetable Man. Had he been vanquished? The smoke lingered, and Yamcha remained on high alert, cautiously advancing forward. Was the Vegetable Man still alive, or had he succumbed? He swallowed hard, moistening his parched throat, and took measured steps toward the epicenter of the explosion. The Vegetable Man lay motionless on the ground. Had he been killed, or merely rendered unconscious? Regardless, a final strike was necessary to ensure absolute certainty. Yamcha thought to himself, continuing to close the distance. He had indeed inflicted significant damage upon the Vegetable Man. Even if the latter still drew breath, his movements would undoubtedly be slowed. This suggested that the Vegetable Man was not invincible, but such an assumption was profoundly naive. While the Vegetable Man may not have been indomitable, Yamcha failed to recognize that he faced an adversary who would not concede defeat. Even in a weakened state, the foe still possessed the capacity to extinguish his life. And Yamcha ought to have been far more vigilant. Just as he approached within striking distance, the vegetable man suddenly summoned all his remaining strength and lunged forward to embrace him. With a singular motion, he clutched Yamucha, pouring every ounce of his power into that act, completely disregarding any consequences that might follow. Caught unawares by the vegetable man's unexpected resilience, Yamucha was seized firmly. In that instant, everything came to a cataclysmic end. An eruption of flames surged upward. The vegetable man, using his own body as a weapon, executed a final, desperate attack, a mutual destruction strike. As a disposable soldier, he chose self-detonation. This decisive blow exploited Yamucha's moment of negligence, consuming his very being. In the aftermath of the smoke clearing, the vegetable man had vanished without a trace, leaving only scattered remnants of flesh. Yamucha lay amidst the remnants. His eyes rolled back in defeat, a look of unwillingness etched upon his face, his breath extinguished. He could no longer move, nor rise again. Thus, Yamucha's spiritual odyssey culminated in a fatal conclusion. Chapter 24. Lizette's hellish training Kiko Cannon. Tien Shinhan summoned all his strength, unleashing the Kiko Cannon infused with every ounce of his power. This technique demanded an immense expenditure of energy, imposing a burden on the body that could threaten life itself, a forbidden secret art. Even if one managed to survive, it would inevitably shorten one's lifespan, rendering it an absolute last resort. Yet, there was no denying that its might was commensurate with its dire consequences. At this moment, Tien Shinhan embraced the resolve of mutual destruction, releasing this technique at its utmost potency. A plume of smoke ascended explosively, the earth violently torn asunder, and everything in the trajectory of the energy cannon was reduced to rubble. Tien, releasing his trembling arms, fixated intently on the other side of the thick smoke through blurred vision. A sudden jolt of fear coursed through him. Yet, the portly scion remained alive. His battle attire was in tatters, far from unscathed, yet he stood resolutely on the ground, exuding an air of calmness. Tien watched this scene unfold in disbelief, collapsing to the ground in utter exhaustion. How could he accept this? The disparity in strength between him and the scion was far greater than he had imagined. However, this defeat was not without merit. This experience would ultimately serve as the nourishment for his future growth. Tien cast a glance at the distant battlefield, where the fight had concluded, and his comrade Dumpling had likely returned ahead of him. He slowly closed his three eyes, resolving to transform this failure into motivation, vowing to harness this newfound strength in the future. Thus, his mental journey reached a conclusion. Everyone's dead, huh? Yet these fellows are quite intriguing, employing such bizarre techniques. The scion Pabujan, responsible for the demise of Tien and his companions, surveyed the motionless bodies of the Earth warriors. These individuals, despite their seemingly low combat power, could erupt with sudden brilliance, sometimes emitting a radiance akin to the sun, at other times splitting into four doppelgangers, sprouting additional arms, or even firing beams from their eyes. In essence, they were a group of utterly incomprehensible adversaries. Especially perplexing was their final attack. Despite the evident disparity in their combat powers, it should have inflicted no harm, yet Pabujan bore the marks of battle upon his body. These enemies were indeed enigmatic and mysterious. "Hey, Pabujan!" A voice called from above, prompting him to look up. He beheld a comrade adorned in a sleeveless, lightweight battle suit, sporting a distinctly unique hairstyle, hovering in midair. This companion, responsible for assaulting another area, was the most formidable among all his allies. "How much longer do you plan to squander in conquering this city? We've already exterminated all the native inhabitants of this planet." "Wait, it's not as you think. Bardock, I just encountered some rather interesting characters." "Oh, interesting characters?" Bardock, a man reminiscent of Goku, gazed at Pabujan with intrigue. Pabujan hastily pointed towards the bodies of Tien and his comrades, yet the corpses had vanished. The bodies that had been there moments ago had seemingly evaporated, as if they had never existed. Where did they go? What is going on? Hey, wait. What is happening here? They were just here, Bardock. Bardock, somewhat reluctantly, seemed to entertain Pabujan's claims, scanning the vicinity with his detector. As anticipated, there was no response. He sighed in resignation, wearing an expression of disbelief. All right. I get it. Let us just accept that they existed, shall we? Hurry and conquer this planet so we can return. No, I'm telling the truth. There was a bald guy with 3 eyes right here. Very well, a bald individual with 3 eyes, indeed reminiscent of a triclops. Remarkable how such beings could possibly exist on this planet. As Bardak's words fell, his comrades swiftly gathered around Pabujan. Though they were all lower-tier warriors, they had shared countless battles together as comrades. Among them, the sole female, Celiba with her short hair, gently patted Pabujan's shoulder. "All right, let us wrap this up quickly." Bardak had longed to return, his impatience palpable since earlier, particularly as today marked the anniversary of his marriage to Miss Jine. "Enough chatter. Let us swiftly conquer this wretched planet." Bardak bellowed in response to Celiba's teasing. It was uncertain whether this was simply his nature or a guise to mask his embarrassment. Yet, the other scions could not help but stifle their laughter at his demeanor. In Liza's eyes, all of this transpired within mere seconds. As he closed his eyes and journeyed back to the past, Krillin and the others simultaneously opened their eyes with a sudden jolt. It seemed all had returned safely, each one caressing their own bodies and glancing at their companions' faces to ensure mutual well-being. Judging by their expressions, the situation on the other side must have been catastrophic. Liza approached the warriors, intending to reassure them. "You have all worked hard. How did you find the journey?" He produced a bell from his cloak, gently shaking it to emit a clear, melodious sound. Almost immediately, Rabbit Boss appeared from nowhere, carrying a tray with 4 cups of red tea, which he presented to Krillin and the others. Yamcha wore a look of surprise, likely recognizing Rabbit Boss. Liza simply explained, "By the way, Rabbit Boss is no longer our enemy. We were utterly defeated. It turns out that the Scions are the foes we must confront." Tien spoke, his tone laden with reluctance. As Krillin and Yamcha lowered their heads in silence, they appeared to have suffered greatly, unable to muster even a word of defiance, while Kairatsu looked dejected, causing Liza to worry that perhaps he had been too harsh. However, Tien quickly lifted his head, determination gleaming in his eyes as he implored Liza, "Lord Kami, I have finally recognized my shortcomings. I wish to grow stronger. I beseech you to train me." "Oh, I feel the same. I absolutely refuse to be taken down by those mysterious green creatures next time," Yamcha echoed, seemingly inspired by Tien's fervor. It was curious how he, too, had been vanquished by the explosive antics of the vegetable beings. Just how incompatible is this fellow with the vegetable people? Or perhaps, in a certain sense, they are remarkably in sync. "I shall join as well. At this rate, I will only hinder Goku," Tien declared. "If you are training, I shall train too." Krillin and Kairatsu chimed in, each expressing their desire to partake in the training. Liza nodded in approval, seemingly satisfied. With a snap of his fingers, the 4 suddenly felt their limbs grow exceedingly heavy, nearly immobilizing them. This was the same technique he had previously used on Goku, now employed upon himself, the shackles of energy. "Ah, heavenly deity, what is this?" "This is a shackle for forcibly controlling chi, which I have named the Chi Spirit Lock. By elevating your chi to its maximum and concentrating it in your hands and feet, you can regain your freedom of movement. For the next year, while you train in the temple, you must wear this at all times. When it is finally removed, your maximum chi will have increased at least 2-fold, if not 3-fold. Lizette reiterated to Goku what had been said previously, almost verbatim. Do not think this is mere repetition. Lizette found the need to explain repeatedly quite tedious. Begin by mastering the control of chi and sensing it. However, time waits for no one. Goku took 3 years to master these skills, but you must learn them within 6 months. In other words, you are expected to achieve this in 1/6 of the time Goku took. If this challenge proves too easy, you will surely lag behind Goku, who trains under Lord Kai. Faced with the deadline set by Lizette, Tien Shinhan displayed a smile full of determination. Although sweat still beaded on his forehead, this indomitable spirit was precisely what Lizette desired. In fact, the 4 had already managed to release sufficient chi to move, as this was akin to unleashing the Kamehameha or Dodon Ray. Otherwise, Lizette would not have placed the locks upon them. While Master Roshi could bolster their maximum combat power, the ability to maneuver chi and sense the opponent's position and movements eluded them. Thus, the first step was to ensure they could master these capabilities. Otherwise, they stood no chance against the Scions, who already overshadowed them in raw strength. "Now let us commence." Lizette clapped his hands and smiled, announcing the beginning of their training. However, later, Krillin would recall this moment, saying he felt as though he saw the shadow of a demon behind the smiling deity. At that moment, Krillin was convinced that the year of training would be a hellish ordeal, and indeed, it turned out to be just as he had anticipated. Though he appeared to be a benevolent god, do not be deceived, his essence was that of a battle god, utterly devoid of compassion. After a year of training, Krillin remarked, unable to suppress a shiver. Chapter 25. The Scion Assault year is neither too long nor too short. During this interval, Lizette endeavored to accomplish everything possible. He forcibly placed a chi spirit lock on Piccolo, played with Corinne, invited Mr. Popo and Master Rashi to join in the training, and teased Corinne. Simultaneously, he increased his own training intensity and affectionately ruffled Corinne's fur. In short, he acted on every impulse that came to mind. Furthermore, he facilitated a telepathic connection with Goku, Bulma, and others, reminding Goku to account for the return trip after his resurrection to avoid being excessively late, as had occurred in the original storyline. This should help prevent significant delays. In addition, Lizette traveled to the location of Majin Buu's egg and sealed it along with its container using the completed gate to paradise. He harbored concerns that, should any misfortune arise, Buu might awaken ahead of schedule, leading to considerable complications. Thus, he sealed the egg, ensuring that no one could access it. Ultimately, he placed the vessel used for the sealing within the hyperbolic time chamber, guaranteeing that even if Buu were to revive, escape would be utterly impossible. The egg, the vessel, and the time chamber formed a trifold seal, rendering their plan infallible. Additionally, Lizette sensed the impending approach of the Demon Clan's homeworld, the Demon Star, towards Earth, and swiftly obliterated it with a psychic blast. This Demon Star possessed a troublesome trait that amplified the powers of the demons. A slight misstep could very well lead to the resurrection of Carrick. Even more alarming was the potential influence the Demon Star could exert on the later appearing Dabura, the consequences of which were too dire to contemplate. Dabura was already formidable. Should he gain an enhancement in power, Lizette felt ill-equipped to confront him. Therefore, he deduced that it was prudent to act decisively and eliminate the Demon Star before it could pose a threat. Estimates indicated that, if left unchecked, the Demon Star would collide with Earth within a few years. Thus, his decision was undoubtedly justified. At last, as the year-long deadline approached its conclusion, with only a week remaining before the fateful day, Lizette completed his training. After all, incessant dedication to training could lead to physical exhaustion, and it was high time to grant everyone a respite. Everyone, I appreciate your perseverance through my rigorous training over the past year. I have imparted all that I can teach. In 1 week, the Scions will arrive on Earth. Are they finally coming? He mused, feeling an eager anticipation in his hands. In response to Lizette's words, Tien and Yamcha displayed no fear. Instead, they exhibited a combative spirit. They were warriors at heart. And although they may not rival the Scions, they yearned to test their own strength. The remaining week would serve as a holiday. They should rest well to face the impending battle in peak condition. Yes, the four answered in unison before dispersing. Logically, their combat prowess should have significantly improved, perhaps altering the course of events from the original narrative. Besides Krillin, there might be others who would survive. Nonetheless, considering Vegeta's might, their likelihood of demise was not negligible. Hence, Lizette wished to allow them a week of enjoyment. Yet, upon returning to the surface, the four continued their relentless training, seemingly disregarding his good intentions. Even Goku, who returned on the final day, dove straight into training without pausing for rest. Were they truly all training enthusiasts? Finally, the day of destiny arrived. Earth faced the invasion of 2 extraterrestrial beings. Lizette immediately sensed the powerful energies descending upon the planet and swiftly utilized distant telekinesis to send the small spacecraft flying away. In accordance with the original storyline, these vessels would have plummeted into the city center, causing extensive casualties, a scenario Lizette would never permit. The aliens within the spacecraft, caught off guard by the sudden impact, could do nothing as they were forcibly directed towards the wilderness. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Gohan had already been waiting there, and Lizette merely delivered the aliens to the predetermined battlefield. Once the spacecraft had landed precisely, Lizette gently levitated. All right, let us proceed. Follow me, Big Rabbit, Mr. Bobo. It is finally time to commence. Understood, Divine One. Lizette, accompanied by Big Rabbit and Mr. Bobo, soared towards the desolate wilderness. Given the Scion invasion, even Lizette, usually so composed, felt compelled to take matters into his own hands. Upon arrival, the 2 Scions were just emerging from their space pod, and Lizette seized this opportune moment to descend before them. Welcome to Earth, esteemed extraterrestrials. Let our planet graciously welcome your arrival. So this is your planet. It seems you have long awaited us. As they clambered out of the pod, the 2 Scions displayed haughty grins. Though their current appearance was somewhat disheveled, their air of nonchalance remained unaffected. They stood upright, brushing off the dust, and arrogantly crossed their arms while scrutinizing Lizette. Seeing this, Big Rabbit, Mr. Bobo, Piccolo, and Gohan joined Lizette, standing resolutely against the Science. May I inquire why you have come to Earth? So you are the one who killed Raditz? In response to Piccolo's inquiry, Vegeta countered with a question. The scanner, functioning also as a communication device, allowed him to instantly recognize the voice of Raditz's slayer. Hey Vegeta, this fellow is a Namekian. No wonder Raditz's demise is not surprising. This clearly referred to a certain extraterrestrial race. Piccolo, realizing for the first time that he was an alien, displayed an expression of astonishment. Really? I have heard tales of magical orbs on Namek that can grant any wish. It seems there is truth to that. Besides their formidable combat prowess, Namekians possess unique abilities, correct? Did you create the Dragon Balls? Humph, thank you for the information. Thanks to you, I have a clearer understanding of my origins. However, regrettably, I am not the creator of the Dragon Balls. My expertise lies in battle. Piccolo assumed a fighting stance, and Gohan instantly prepared for combat. While Lizette remained relaxed in posture, his gaze sharpened. Witnessing this change, Nappa wore an obnoxious grin. Oh, I initially thought this was an inconspicuous planet, but I did not expect to find such a striking woman here. Or is she the only one of her kind on this planet? Regardless, selling her to those with peculiar tastes would surely fetch a better price than this wretched planet. Hey, Vegeta, would it be alright to take her back? Nappa, when did your space pod become able to accommodate two? Alright. Alas, it seems we can only play here until we are done before discarding her. Upon hearing their conversation, Lizette's expression softened, revealing a smile so gentle that it belied the impending conflict. Maintaining this smile, he effortlessly unleashed a key cannon, precisely targeting Nappa's groin. Wah! Nappa's face instantly morphed into one of utter despair, collapsing to the ground while clutching his groin, writhing in agony. Even the Scion's robust physique had its vulnerabilities. The testicles, akin to exposed entrails encased in a thin layer of skin, represent an undeniable and fatal vulnerability that no male can escape. Observing the curled and convulsing form of Nappa alongside the intrigued gaze of Vegeta, Lizette maintained a smile, yet her voice was laced with icy resolve. I am a man. Should you err again, I shall crush it without hesitation. Do take care. Despite appearing composed, beads of cold sweat trickled down Vegeta's forehead. Chapter 26. The battle commences. It was not solely Lizette's group that sensed the arrival of the Scions. Goku, Tien, Krillin, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu. Though unable to perceive the energy signatures from interstellar distances as Lizette could, were nonetheless aware the moment the Scions descended upon Earth. Thus, it was only natural for the warriors to gather in this desolate wilderness. Eventually, the 9 warriors of Earth and 1 deity converged here, totaling 10 individuals. The numerical disparity was evident, yet Vegeta remained undeterred. He did not lower his arms crossed before his chest and remained indifferent to Nappa, who still lay curled on the ground, a haughty smile gracing his lips. Everyone has arrived, I see. So these are the Scions. Lizette welcomed the warriors without even turning to face them. Goku, too, kept his gaze fixed on the Scions, engaging in dialogue with them. The battle had already commenced. They were acutely aware that even the slightest lapse, such as averting their gaze, was unacceptable. Although Nappa was utterly defenseless at this moment, the camaraderie among the men prevented them from seizing the opportunity to strike. Oh, it seems we have a collective mobilization. Perhaps we should gather a few more on our side as well, Vegeta remarked, his demeanor unflappable, his eyes scanning the assembled warriors. According to the readings from his scouter, the only one worth caution was Kakarot, with a power level of approximately 5,000. However, he was well aware that these individuals on Earth could manipulate their battle power at will, rendering such readings unreliable. The one who had caused Nappa such agony, currently displayed on the scouter with a mere power level of 1,000, was someone Vegeta suspected held far greater danger than the readings suggested. Indeed, his instincts hinted at this truth. Nappa, you should still possess 6 seeds of the vegetable people, correct? Produce them. Wait a moment, I am unable to move. Very well, I shall retrieve them. Vegeta snatched the vial containing the vegetable seeds from the curled form of Nappa and, at that moment, noticed something amiss. The number of seeds was clearly greater than expected. Nappa had claimed there were only 6 remaining, yet the vial contained no fewer than 10. And even more advanced varieties of vegetable people and their seeds were mixed in. The vegetable people were an enhanced breed of the vegetable species, especially the vegetable warriors. Their combat prowess is remarkably astounding, capable of rivaling that of Naba. To acquire just one seed of this caliber, one would have to part with 5 planets of decent condition. When, I wonder, did Naba procure such items? Never mind, Naba, I shall make use of them. The enemy's strength exceeded expectations. Vegeta, of course, did not consider defeat an option, but Kakarot's battle power of 5,000 truly surpassed his estimations. The white-clad individual was an unknown variable, and facing all adversaries simultaneously would pose considerable challenges. Hence, if he could utilize minions to diminish the enemy's numbers, subsequent confrontations would be significantly easier. With this thought in mind, Vegeta planted the seed into the soil of Earth. The growth rate of the vegetable warriors was astonishingly rapid. Mere seconds after being sown, they began to mature autonomously. The artificial warriors cultivated by Vegeta emerged from the earth with eerie howls: 10 green vegetable warriors, 5 pink ones, and 2 white ones, totaling 17. Thus, the Scions had established a numerical advantage over the Earth defenders. Krillin gazed at the grotesque appearance of these creatures, breaking into a cold sweat. Wow, these guys are utterly revolting. Everyone, remain vigilant. We must give our all from the very beginning. Following Lizette's command, Piccolo and the others responded in unison, preparing for the impending conflict. Simultaneously, all but Goku experienced a sudden surge in their combat power. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta unexpectedly displayed a hint of approval. Typically, he would propose a one-on-one duel at this juncture, but evidently, the opponents were not inclined to abide by his rules. Was it because Goku had been present from the start, or was there another reason? Including Vegeta and the barely functional Naba, 19 individuals launched a simultaneous assault. Their eyes turned a fiery red, and dark energy erupted from their bodies. Even for Lizette, who was familiar with the narrative, this scene felt profoundly disconcerting. Something was amiss. Furthermore, the energy signatures of all present were noticeably escalating. I will handle 7 of them. The rest are in your hands. The enemy's combat power and numbers far exceeded his expectations. Even the enhanced warriors could be at risk of death. Lizette swiftly assessed the situation, raising his index finger towards the heavens. At his command, the atmosphere erupted, propelling 2 vegetable warriors and 5 others into the air. His plan was straightforward. First, eliminate these unpredictable variables. Spirit Wind Fist. By solidifying his energy, he transformed it into a corporeal form. This technique, inspired by the super ghostly Wind Fist, was essentially an autonomous energy blast that merely altered its shape. The formed white warriors even wielded long swords, awaiting the sorcerer's command. Scatter. The 7 warriors lunged towards their designated targets. Regardless of where the enemy attempted to flee, they would relentlessly pursue. Should the enemy attempt to defend, they would detonate on the spot. This was a surprising, self-tracking energy blast, far from a trivial child's game. Although it was a casually executed technique, Lizette ensured that its power was sufficient to deal with such foes, delivering a single fatal blow. The vegetable beings, evidently, fell perfectly into this unexpected trap. They desperately attempted to defend themselves or retaliate, only to trigger the autonomous spirit energy technique, the Wind Fist. The sky erupted with explosions, shaken by flames and shockwaves. How could this be possible? The vegetable beings were effortlessly annihilated. Where was the focus? Nappa displayed a look of astonishment at the ease with which the vegetable beings were dispatched, yet in the heat of battle, there was no time for shock. Distracted, he exposed an opening, and Piccolo's elbow struck his cheek, even shattering his teeth. Piccolo quickly followed up with a kick to Nappa's chin, sending him spinning through the air, face down toward the ground. How dare you, Namekian? Enraged, Nappa surged forward, enveloped in a torrent of black energy. Piccolo met him head-on, their fists and feet clashing violently in the air. Blocking, dodging, deflecting, amidst the flurry of attacks, Piccolo seized an opportunity and landed a punch on Nappa. Blood spurted from Nappa's nose, yet he did not fall. With remarkable resilience, he steadied himself and retaliated with a punch aimed at Piccolo. Too slow. At the moment Nappa's fist was about to connect with his face, Piccolo grasped it firmly, exerting all his strength to tighten his grip. Nappa groaned in agony, as if trapped in an iron vice, and Piccolo seized the moment to deliver a powerful knee strike to his chin. Following this, Piccolo unleashed a fierce elbow strike to Nappa's head, causing even him to momentarily lose consciousness. Die for me. Piccolo did not pause for a moment, channeling all his might into his fist and striking Nappa's solar plexus with a ferocious blow. Nappa's body immediately contorted into a letter C. At last, Piccolo grasped Nappa's arm and hurled him into the air, where he became immobile and unleashed a destructive beam from his mouth. Cursed! You bastard! Nappa was engulfed by the torrent of the destructive beam. His arms, legs, face, and entire body were consumed by flames. Even with his formidable physique, he could not withstand such a disparity in power. This pitiful scion fell to the ground, utterly incapacitated. Piccolo observed this scene, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Indeed, how powerful Piccolo is, he thought, a chill running down his spine at the notion that he might one day revert to being an adversary. Witnessing the former Demon King so effortlessly subdue a scion left Krillin and Tien in awe. However, they too were the elite of Earth, and at that moment, 3 vegetable beings lay defeated at their feet, a testament to their battle's success. What is there to fear? Should that time come, we shall unite to thwart him. Won't we? It's all right, Tien is strong as well. Krillin and Tien turned to the source of the voice and saw Yamcha and Kaiatsu, who had also dispatched their opponents, standing there with an air of composure. Soon after, the Rabbit Master, Mr. Popo, and Gohan gathered as well. Under Mr. Popo's feet lay 2 vegetable beings with broken necks, while Gohan appeared to have barely taken down one. In the hands of the rabbit leader were 2 carrots, which he was crunching with delight. The fate of the vegetable people was already an unspoken truth. However, even when one might believe the enemy had been vanquished, one must not underestimate the vegetable people. They are by no means to be taken lightly. Suddenly, a vegetable person sprang to life beneath Gohan's feet and lunged at him with ferocity. This unexpected assault left Tianjin and the others momentarily stunned, while Gohan's eyes widened in terror, his face reflecting despair. The power levels of the Scion team were as follows. Vegeta, transformed 18, 000, 23, 400, Nappa, transformed, injured 4, 500, 5, 700, 3, 500, vegetable person, transformed 4, 200, 5, 500, vegetable person, transformed 2, 400, 3, 200, vegetable person, transformed 1, 200, 1, 600, Chapter 27, Vegeta's early transformation Wolf Fang Fist. Yet, Yamcha had already anticipated this scenario. He swiftly charged forward, mimicking the Wolf Fang style to shatter the head of the vegetable person. Following this, Yamcha unleashed a ki blast upon the still intact corpse of the vegetable person, obliterating it completely. Once he confirmed the vegetable person had been utterly annihilated, Yamcha did not let down his guard and exhaled softly. Humph. I anticipated you would resort to such tactics. Your self-destruction is not new to me. Ah, thank you for saving me. Not a problem. I've encountered this trick before. There's nothing to be proud of. As Yamcha responded to Gohan's gratitude, a contemplative smile graced his face. The spiritual journey that Lizette had them undergo prior to their training was far from meaningless. It was precisely because of that humiliating experience that Yamcha could foresee the vegetable person's self-destruction, thereby safeguarding his companions. Although the current vegetable person was not the same as the one from that time, he had managed to redeem himself. It seems everyone is safe. Finally, after eliminating the 7 adversaries, Lizette descended to the ground, confirming the safety of all. Despite the enemies seemingly gaining inexplicable enhancements, they proved to be no match for the warriors who had become stronger under Lizette's influence. Lizette breathed a sigh of relief but quickly masked his smile. For a crucial figure had yet to appear. Goku seemed to be engaged with a scion named Vegeta. It's that guy? I can sense that his power is on an entirely different level compared to the others. Even if Goku has undergone King Kai's training, he likely cannot match him. Lizette's murmurs were immediately met with a response from Piccolo. Indeed, Piccolo's insight into the enemy's strength is exceptional. At this moment, he had already begun to assess the disparity in power between Vegeta and Goku. Though Goku had learned the Kaioken technique, the actual difference was not as vast as Piccolo had anticipated, yet even with Kaioken, Vegeta remained superior. Moreover, Vegeta had inexplicably gained a surge in power, far exceeding the original narrative. Goku was certainly no match for him. Indeed, we must hurry. Even Goku cannot hold out for long. Just then, Lizette, at that moment, sensed an anomaly shared by all the warriors present. Vegeta's aura began to surge in an unprecedented manner. This was not a mere release of energy. It was inflating at a staggering rate of 2, 3, even 4 times its original magnitude. Although Goku's aura had also escalated to 2 or 3 times its usual strength, it paled in comparison to Vegeta's. How could this be? It was far too rapid. The first to detect this strange occurrence was Lizette. More precisely, aside from him, who was privy to the narrative, no one else could fathom the peculiarities of Vegeta's transformation. Indeed, Vegeta was destined to transform into a great ape during his battle with Goku, but it was far too premature. The fight had scarcely begun, and he had bypassed the anticipated progression to transform directly. This was utterly uncharacteristic of Vegeta. Hey, what is that floating in the sky? Could it be a full moon? Exclaimed Krillin, pointing at the luminous orb above, only to be instantly refuted by Piccolo. They could not possibly be aware of the existence of an artificial moon. Even Lizette, who understood the plot, had not anticipated that Vegeta would release the artificial moon so early. After all, he had not yet been cornered by Goku. Despite holding the advantage in strength, Vegeta's sudden transformation was highly suspicious. What was amiss? Just then, Lizette's keen eyesight captured a scene. In the distant sky, a woman was watching them, a mocking smile gracing her lips. It was that woman, the demoness who had been present when Raditz appeared. She was deriding everything unfolding before her. Lizette swiftly turned to face her direction, raising his hand in an attempt to confront her, yet she had vanished without a trace, as if she had employed instant transmission. How could this be? Who was that woman? I don't know her. I truly do not recognize such a person, Lizette murmured, shaken. Tianjinhan, noticing Lizette's trepidation, cautiously inquired. Lord Ko, when you said too fast, what do you mean? Did you already know that scions possessed such power? We shall discuss the specifics on our way, Lizette replied, urgency evident in his voice. For now, we must hurry. Without waiting for a response, Lizette soared into the skies, the warriors trailing closely behind. Were it only Lizette, he could reach Goku's side in mere seconds, but he now had to synchronize with the speed of the others, igniting a sense of impatience within him, especially with Yajirobe. Please, fly faster. Upon witnessing a full moon, scions would transform into colossal apes. Based on Goku's earlier experience, it was estimated that their battle power would increase to approximately 10 times its original state. Moreover, he knew that to complete the transformation, they had to retain their tails. Piccolo, Krillin, and Yamcha, you must be aware of this, correct? Indeed, which is why I destroyed the moon in advance. Yet, despite that, he is still transformed. Lizette, you knew he could change without a full moon, did you not? Yes, I was aware, Lizette admitted, facing Piccolo's scrutiny without reservation. Given the utterance has already been made, further concealment serves no purpose. Rather than disguise the truth, it is paramount to clarify the situation promptly and advance the subsequent plans. Certain scions possess the capability to generate energy spheres from their ki, which, when combined with the planet's oxygen, can create artificial miniature moons. The name Vegeta is derived from the scion homeworld, planet Vegeta, signifying that he belongs to the royal lineage of the scions. From the outset, I was convinced of his ability to create an artificial moon. Then, why did you not disclose this to Goku? Because I deemed it unnecessary. Frankly speaking, considering the disparity in strength between Vegeta and Goku, I anticipated that Vegeta would not transform. Even if he did, it would likely occur only in the final stages of battle, as per my plan. We were supposed to rendezvous with Goku before Vegeta transformed, sever his tail, and then together, defeat him. Lizette paused, then continued. Moreover, Goku had once transformed into a great ape in his youth, accidentally trampling his beloved grandfather. If it is possible to keep this matter from him forever, it might be for his best. So, you did not foresee the current situation? Piccolo's words pierced Lizette's heart like a needle. The accusatory gaze bore down on Lizette's conscience. He had not really believed that Goku need not be burdened with that painful past. Thus, even if it meant deviating from the original narrative, he yearned to eliminate Vegeta sooner rather than later. Yes, he had never intended for Vegeta to transform. Yet, all plans had now crumbled. Why did Vegeta transform when he held the advantage? And how did Goku come to know the truth? It was likely the doing of that demoness. But what was her purpose? Who was she truly? Indeed, all of this surpassed my expectations. I never imagined Vegeta would transform so early. Undoubtedly, the current developments were never meant to occur. Given Vegeta's pride, transforming into a great ape was supposed to be his last resort, akin to acknowledging his inferiority to his opponent, a humiliating trump card. To employ such a tactic while in a position of strength is utterly illogical. The inexplicably strange aura of the scions clearly exceeded the originally established combat power, and the abnormal number of vegetable beings mingled among them. along with Vegeta's illogical transformation and that demoness, could not be mere coincidence. It was likely that she had altered the original trajectory of events. Was he, like myself, a transcendent with knowledge of the narrative? Or perhaps an intervener of history akin to future Trunks? Or could he be an original enemy from the animation or game, of which I am unaware? I do not know. The clues are too scant. We must leave quickly. I have an ominous premonition. Despite possessing knowledge of the narrative, it is precisely because of this knowledge that I feel utterly bewildered by the current circumstances. Lizette gritted his teeth and accelerated his flight speed. Chapter 28. The Supreme Treasure. The hand of the divine. By the time Lizette and his companions arrived, Goku was barely clinging to life. He was firmly grasped in the clutches of the great ape, subjected to its whims as it mercilessly squeezed him. In such dire circumstances, even one as formidable as Goku could not endure for long. From the observation of his diminishing breath, it is evident that his entire body must have succumbed to fractures. Alas, Wukong's essence is nearly extinguished. He is on the brink of collapse. Father, Krillin and Gohan hasten their steps in anxious desperation, only to be intercepted by Lizette's outstretched hand. Regrettably, the disparity in combat prowess between the two sides is glaringly apparent. Even if these two were to charge forth, it would merely result in unnecessary sacrifices. Lizette deduces that, at this juncture, only he possesses the strength to contend with the great ape. I shall confront the giant ape. You two must await the opportune moment to sever its tail. Transformed into the great ape, Vegeta's power exceeds that of Lizette at this moment. However, the gap is not insurmountable. Against such an opponent, it may not be necessary to lift the restraints of his spirit nor to shed his heavy armor. Yet, given the unpredictable nature of this battle, one must not afford to be complacent. Thus, to ensure absolute preparedness, Lizette unleashes his maximum potential, doubling his battle strength. Supreme Technique, Celestial Hand. By solidifying his essence, he manifests a simple yet colossal fist suspended in midair. Though the technique is unembellished, its dimensions far exceed the ordinary. Capable of propelling the giant ape away with a punch that spans 100 meters, a true embodiment of divine retribution. As for the name of the technique, it scarcely requires elaboration. It is the innate art of the Celestial Emperor. Lizette clenches his fist and strikes at the void. Naturally, this strike alone could not reach the giant ape, for the distance between them is too great, and the size disparity is staggering. Yet, with Lizette's motion, the condensed fist of essence simultaneously strikes, forcefully sending the giant ape soaring. With a single blow, the atmosphere erupts in a cacophony, the surrounding terrain collapsing, and even the recently arrived allies are swept away by the gust of his fist. The giant ape, struck by the blow, is not spared from suffering. It releases Wukong, its body scraping against the rocks as it careens away into the distance. Observing this, Lizette instinctively follows up with an uppercut. In the next instant, another colossal arm materializes beneath the giant ape, forcefully lifting it upright by its jaw. Immediately thereafter, Lizette stomps his foot. In an instant, a massive foot, approximately 10 times the size of the giant ape, descends from the ether, crushing the ape beneath it, as if squashing a mere insect. Ironically dubbed the Celestial Hand, this technique employs a foot for its assault, a true testament to deceptive nomenclature. Incredible, truly worthy of a divine being. Krillin and Tien Shinhan exclaim in astonishment, unable to conceal their admiration in the face of Lizette's ferocious onslaught. In contrast, Piccolo's expression darkens considerably. He realizes that his ambition to conquer the world is obstructed by such a formidable barrier, prompting him to click his tongue in frustration. You dare to kick the Scion Prince Vegeta? The giant ape is thoroughly incensed, lunging at Lizette with an agility that belies its massive form. Yet Lizette merely extends his slender arm forward, effortlessly catching the giant ape's fist, which is several times larger than his own body. The impact once again shatters the surrounding rocks, as Lizette's silvery hair dances in the wind, and the hem of his garment flutters gently. Yet, that was all there was to it. The critical punch never managed to graze Lizette, even slightly. The seemingly frail wrist of the youth steadfastly blocked the full force of the giant ape's strike. What? Do you think my true form is weak? The force was indeed suitable for a mere tickle. Lizette did not display any sensation of numbness from the impact, but, instead, capitalized on the difference in their sizes to leap into the embrace of the giant ape. He then raised his palm, disregarding the disparity in their dimensions, and delivered a blow to the giant ape's jaw, forcibly lifting it into the air. Subsequently, he once again solidified his energy, conjuring a massive fist. That white, ethereal arm was robust enough to grasp the giant ape, firmly clenching it within his grasp. This echoed the earlier predicament faced by Goku. Gore, how infuriating. Lizette soared down, towering over the desperately struggling Vegeta. There was no hint of a smile on his face, only the merciless coldness akin to ice when confronting an invader. Now, Krillin. All right. Responding to Lizette's command, Krillin unleashed a powerful energy disk. This unprecedented, overwhelming technique sliced through the air, heading towards the immobilized Vegeta, effortlessly severing his tail. Vegeta immediately emitted a pained grunt, his body beginning to shrink rapidly. The transformation into a giant ape depended entirely on the tail, and once it was severed, the transformation would be instantly undone. Thereafter, it would merely require the collective effort of the others to deal with the reverting Vegeta. However, at that moment, Vegeta executed an unforeseen maneuver that caught Lizette completely off guard. In the instant his body was shrinking, he broke free from the grasp of the energy arm. The gap being less than a second. Seizing that fleeting moment, he unleashed a beam of energy towards the ground. Of course, such a beam was incapable of inflicting harm upon Lizette. The disparity in their combat powers was already vast, and furthermore, this attack was directed towards an unrelated target, with the residual force barely registering as a scratch. Yet, Goku lay on the ground, and there were other companions. Lizette immediately escalated his maximum power once more, rushing to Goku's side in an instant to lift him, and then teleporting in front of the other warriors to create a protective barrier, shielding everyone behind him, isolating them from Vegeta's assault. The explosion unleashed a cloud of smoke that ravaged the surroundings, obscuring visibility. Lizette waved his hand to stir up a gust of wind, dispersing the dust and smoke, allowing the others to finally comprehend the scene before them, and they instantly grasped Vegeta's true intent. Vegeta is gone. Upon hearing Piccolo's exclamation, chaos ensued among the group. Vegeta had managed to escape. Utilizing the explosion to cloak his movements, he had successfully fled the scene while Lizette was distracted with protecting others. Such a strategy was entirely unbecoming of his proud character. It was likely that even Vegeta himself felt a sense of humiliation. Yet, he ultimately recognized the reality that he was no match for Lizette. He was acutely aware that once he reverted to his original form, he would possess no chance of victory, which was why he decisively retreated while still in his giant ape form. This remarkable ability to adapt and make swift decisions was a testament to the true prowess of the combat genius, Vegeta, even in a disadvantaged state. He had successfully outwitted Lizette. Despite this, with Lizette's abilities, it would be a trivial task to pursue and eliminate Vegeta at this moment, perhaps even reaching his spaceship in advance to obliterate it. However, Lizette chose to deliberately let Vegeta escape. Although they were enemies at this juncture, Lizette was acutely aware of the significant role Vegeta would play in the future, a presence not to be easily erased. Moreover, considering the birth of Trunks, he deemed it even less feasible to slay Vegeta at this time. In truth, from the very beginning, Lizette's plan was to defeat Vegeta, not to kill him. He intended to toss Vegeta into his spaceship after subduing him, allowing him to depart on his own. Now, with Vegeta choosing to flee, it spared Lizette the trouble of explaining to others. Nonetheless, a semblance of pursuit was still necessary. At the very least, he had to maintain the appearance of a chase. With this thought in mind, Lizette deliberately slowed his pace and pursued the direction in which Vegeta had escaped. Chapter 29, Vegeta's Escape. Damn it. How could I be forced to retreat by such a lowly being from this primitive planet? Vegeta gritted his teeth as he advanced toward the spaceship, desperately suppressing the humiliation swelling within him. Though proud, he was not a fool incapable of accurately assessing his own power. He restrained the tumultuous fury surging within him. Fixating solely on one thought, retreat was imperative. Under no circumstances was he currently a match for that silver-haired youth. The individual referred to as a deity by the masses was likely the very god of this planet. His strength was utterly outrageous. Vegeta had never conceived that there could exist a being he could not defeat, aside from Frieza. This was an unprecedented disgrace. Damn, it infuriates me. Vegeta often proclaimed himself the mightiest in the universe, a declaration that had long included the consideration of his great ape form. He had believed that by transforming into a great ape, he could overcome even the members of the Ginyu Force, with Frieza being the sole adversary he could not conquer. Yet now, he faced yet another insurmountable foe, This was a grievous humiliation. Just wait. I shall make you all understand that the true sovereign of the universe is I, Lord Vegeta. At present, retreat was his only option. Following his withdrawal, he had but one destination left, Namek. It was rumored that Namek harbored magical Dragon Balls capable of granting any wish. In the past, both Vegeta and Frieza had dismissed this as mere superstition, treating it as a commonplace myth, never taking it to heart. Yet, the existence of Dragon Balls on Earth was undeniable. Even the deceased Kakarot could be resurrected. And the creators of the Dragon Balls were undoubtedly the Namekians. Thus, as the origin of the Dragon Balls, Namek must possess similar treasures. He must first acquire the Dragon Balls of Namek to realize his wish for immortality, and then return to Earth to personally eliminate that silver-haired scoundrel. For this goal, his current retreat was merely a strategic maneuver, although his spaceship had been forcibly brought down by an unknown force upon entering Earth. It fortunately remained intact and capable of flight. In retrospect, this crash was likely orchestrated by the deity of this planet. What an infuriating little brat. Please, Lord Vegeta, I implore you, save me. When Vegeta arrived in the wilderness, he was astonished to find Nappa still alive, desperately crawling on the ground, pleading for help. Confronted with Nappa's pitiful state, Vegeta felt not a shred of sympathy or compassion. To him, Nappa's current misery evoked nothing but pure disdain. Such a spectacle was beneath the dignity of a scion. I can't move. Please, lift me into the space pod. Pathetic. What did you say? I said you are an eyesore. Ideally, I should have killed you myself, but I lack the time. You may as well perish here. With that disdainful remark, Vegeta turned away without casting another glance at Nappa and boarded his spacecraft. He swiftly set the destination, and the ship ignited with flames, soaring into the vastness of space. He harbored no compassion for his kin. As he beheld Vegeta's callous retreat, Nappa trembled with rage, repeatedly pounding the ground with his fists. Yet, he had forgotten that he once mocked Raditz for his cowardice, abandoning him to his fate, and continued to insult him even after his demise. Now, the tables had merely turned. Moments later, Lizette arrived at the wilderness, having abandoned the other warriors to come alone. Vegeta had evidently departed, leaving no trace behind. Even the spaceship was gone, having ascended into the cosmos. Left behind were only the barely alive Nappa and his spacecraft. Abandoned by his comrades? How pitiful. Lizette mused as he approached Nappa, raising his hand without a moment's hesitation. Nappa was an enemy, a ruthless scion, far from the reformed being one might hope for. His very essence was steeped in destruction and bloodlust, rendering him utterly unworthy of sympathy. Thus, Lizette cast aside all distractions, solidifying his energy to conjure a key guillotine. He aimed for Nappa's neck, intending to deliver a swift end, sparing him further agony. However, just as the blade was about to make contact with Nappa's neck, a voice suddenly interjected. Please, wait a moment, Lord Kai. Lizette paused, a look of confusion crossing his face, yet he communicated telepathically with the voice's owner, seeking to understand the reason for the interruption before he could resolve to strike. Goku, what do you intend to do? Why yes, I apologize, Lord Kai. Could you please let him go? Are you in your right mind? He is one of the invaders who sought to annihilate this planet. Even if we spare him now, he will inevitably repeat his transgressions in the future. Surely, you cannot be naive enough to believe that granting him mercy will lead to his reformation? Lizette was well acquainted with Goku's whimsical nature. Indeed, he recalled a similar scenario from the manga, where Vegeta was spared, not Nappa. Yet, irrespective of the individual, Goku's essence remained unchanged, a recklessly brave warrior during battle, yet after the conflict, his inherent kindness would invariably prevail. It is precisely for this reason that he chose to share the magical beans with Piccolo, to spare Vegeta, to show mercy towards the minions of the Ginyu Force. And even Frieza once benefited from his leniency. What frustrates Lizette the most is that he is inexplicably drawn to Goku's character. Undoubtedly, it is not just him. Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and others are likely captivated by Goku's unique traits as well. Goku may indeed be reckless and impulsive, occasionally hindering progress due to his combative nature. Yet he remains utterly endearing. If Nappa were to plead for his life, Lizette might have unhesitatingly declared that even if he had once saved a shivering puppy by the roadside, he must still perish and would act decisively. However, in the face of Goku's plea, he found himself unable to proceed without reservations. I understand, but Nappa is truly pitiful. I implore you to grant him another chance. I know he is a villainous character, yet to be discarded like refuse and left to die, even an enemy, I cannot bear to witness. I shall grant him this one opportunity. Should he dare to commit evil again, I will ensure his complete eradication next time. Is this acceptable to you? Yes. Thank you. Great Lord of Heaven, I apologize for the trouble. With a gentle sigh, Lizette dissipated the energy guillotine and infused a modicum of energy into Nappa's being. This energy was barely sufficient for Nappa to move, enough to preserve his life. Nappa appeared utterly bewildered, clearly unable to comprehend why he had not been slain. Lizette suppressed his disdain, offering a perfunctory smile, delivering his final and sole warning. I grant you a chance to survive. If you can navigate this newfound life peacefully, that would be splendid. However, should you remain unrepentant and commit wrongdoing again, I shall personally sever your head from your shoulders. Why you truly intend to save me? Save me? A scion who sought to invade this planet? Indeed, I anticipate you're making the right choice. Lizette maintained his smile, speaking in a gentle tone. This, however, was not born of sincerity. His smile merely masked the disgust lurking beneath, and his soft words were motivated by the same reason. Yet, Nappa's subsequent reaction far exceeded Lizette's expectations and veered into a most unfortunate direction. I can hardly believe it. Since childhood, my parents have deemed me the disgrace of the noble lineage. Following Vegeta, others have whispered behind my back, calling me the prince's lackey. Frisia, Zarbin, and Dodoria referred to me as the monkey's errand boy, and even that rascal Raditz joined in the mockery. In the end, even Vegeta abandoned me. And yet someone is truly willing to save me? Lizette found himself at a loss. Why, you are my goddess. How did things spiral to such a state? Observing the weeping and incoherent Nappa before him, Lizette could not discern where he had gone awry, and could only maintain a stiff smile. Ah, and one more thing, Nappa. You blind fool, I am a man. Chapter 30. Bardock and Dales. The encounters between individuals are sometimes forged by mere happenstance. To put it bluntly, and in a rather cliché, uninspired manner, it is akin to inadvertently colliding at a corner. Perhaps the two individuals who collided were a man and a woman, or perhaps this encounter served as a fortuitous opportunity for them to meet and subsequently become friends. Should their relationship deepen, it might blossom into romance, and if fortune favors them, they could even marry and procreate. Though the likelihood of such an occurrence may be a mere 1 in 10,000 or 1 in a billion, who knows, perhaps among their descendants, one might ascend to greatness and etch their name into the annals of history. Yet, had time deviated even slightly, or if one of them had been called away by another, this meeting would never have transpired, and the course of history would have altered significantly. Of course, this is an extreme example. Not all encounters unfold in such a manner, but it is certainly within the realm of possibility. The turning points of history often begin with serendipity. What should not have existed? The anomalies sent warriors back to the past for training, consequently resulting in the Scion Pabugen's prolonged inability to conquer a city that should have been easily taken, thus squandering precious time. That said, to dwell on this now may seem excessive, for the story that follows bears no relation to Pabugen. The true connection lies with another lower-class Scion warrior, Bardock, who was inadvertently affected by Pabugen's delays, missing the opportunity to return to their home planet. Despite his lower status, Bardock's combat prowess far exceeded that of elite warriors, and his valor was unmatched. The mere fact that even some elite soldiers and the Scion King remembered his name speaks volumes of his exceptional nature. The narrative unfolds as he hastens towards a supply station, eager to reunite with his wife. Perhaps in his haste, Bardock accidentally knocked down a child along the way. It was certainly unintentional, devoid of malice. Nevertheless, the collision had occurred, and the responsibility lay with him. Fortunately, Bardock, being one of the more conscientious Scions, reluctantly extended a hand to the child who had fallen. Hey, I apologize, I'm in a hurry. Can you get up, kid? As he spoke, he glanced at the child's face, and in that instant, Bardock's eyes widened slightly. The child on the ground bore an uncanny resemblance to him, particularly with that distinctive hairstyle, which his wife had once remarked was easily recognizable. It was strikingly identical. If one were to place the two side by side, many might mistakenly assume they were father and son. The only discernible difference was that the child was perhaps a shade darker than Bardock. Uncle, do I look that peculiar? There's nothing strange about it. We lower-class warriors have limited appearances. It's quite normal for such doppelgangers to occur. The youth displayed a defiant grin as he brushed Bardock's hand aside and stood up on his own. It seemed he not only resembled Bardock, but also shared his indomitable spirit. However, Bardock did not take offense. Scions were inherently spirited. He returned the smile and jested with the boy. Indeed, that is the case, but to resemble me to such an extent is rather unsettling. You must be Dales, right? I've heard whispers of a kid who looks just like me. Huh, so you are Bardock then? I've heard tales of a particularly formidable lower-class warrior. And it turns out to be you. I would love the chance to spar with you. Scions are, after all, a race of natural warriors. They possess an intriguing trait of growing stronger with each confrontation, capable of transforming into colossal apes, with an average combat prowess that far exceeds that of other races. The foundation of these attributes lies in their shared, unyielding spirit of combativeness. The only exception among the Scions, perhaps, would be Bardock's wife, Jine, who embodies a rare instance of mildness. Nonetheless, there exists a spirited young lad. However, I am preoccupied today and unable to engage in battle with you. How about tomorrow? The venue will be the 5th training room. Do you dare to come? It's amusing, as the other youngsters of your age are all rather feeble, lacking excitement. Even your son, Raditz, is included in this assessment. I am eager to witness the disparity between you, as a father, and your son. The outcome was evident. Darius suffered a crushing defeat. This was hardly surprising. While Darius possessed considerable talent, he was still but a child, whereas Bardock was a top-tier adult Scion warrior, rendering the result predetermined from the outset. Yet, Darius did not succumb to despair after a single defeat. From that day forth, he challenged Bardock countless times, whenever he found a spare moment. He sought Bardock for a bout. Perhaps in his eyes, the man who surpassed him was the very embodiment of his will to survive. He once boldly proclaimed that he would one day vanquish Bardock, compelling him to kneel and beg for mercy. Bardock, despite feigning annoyance each time, never declined Darius's challenges. At times, he would even defy orders, taking Darius along to partake in planetary invasions, allowing him to gain invaluable combat experience. Unbeknownst to them, the two had become inseparable, resembling true father and son. Although they constantly exchanged barbs, their familiarity bore the essence of intimate friendship. Hey, Darius, where are your parents? I have never seen them. One day, at the supply station, Bardock inquired casually about Darius's family, while voraciously devouring the meat Jine had brought. While others might have approached the question with subtlety, Bardock was not one to beat around the bush. Darius, unfazed by the query, continued to gnaw on his meat. They are dead. Killed by the local natives during a planetary invasion. Quite an ignoble demise. Are you saddened by this? Not at all. His death was a consequence of his weakness. Ultimately, he was merely a lower-tier warrior. His death was nothing short of disgraceful. Darius took another hearty bite of meat, then abruptly slammed his hand on the table. But I am different. I will become exceedingly powerful. One day, I shall dethrone Frisia, and the entire universe will kneel before me. Bardock and Jine instinctively glanced around. Should this declaration reach the ears of Zarbin or Dodoria, Darius would undoubtedly meet his demise. It was tantamount to courting death. Fortunately, the vicinity was devoid of their presence, allowing the two to breathe a sigh of relief. Humph, such ambition for a little brat who cannot even defeat me dares to utter such grandiose claims. Do not speak as if it does not concern you. Perhaps, I share a certain connection with you. Bardock and Darius had no blood ties. So what connection could there be? Darius should have been well aware of this, yet his words left Bardock momentarily speechless. Do you know? I have heard rumors that I and your son Raditz were accidentally swapped at birth, considering our incubation pods were adjacent to each other. While I find such speculation rather implausible, one cannot dismiss the striking resemblance between us, both in temperament and in our extraordinary combat prowess that far exceeds that of lesser warriors. That pitiful man who has passed away bears no resemblance to me whatsoever. He was merely a lanky figure with thinning hair. Perhaps I truly am, huh? Nonsense. Upon hearing this, Bardock firmly pressed down on Dallas's head, tousling his hair, which was nearly identical to his own. Who would want a little rascal without an ounce of charm like you as a son? Having someone like you as a disciple is more than sufficient. A particularly unappealing and utterly useless disciple at that. If you understand, cease your nonsensical chatter. Ouch, be gentle. Dallas impatiently swatted Bardock's hand away, glaring at him for a moment before breaking into his usual smile. Really, I am your disciple. Haha, that works too. With that, Dallas donned a satisfied grin. Chapter 31. Dallas has passed. Bardock, I have heard your second son has been born. That would be Dallas. I have heard whispers that this little fellow possesses a mere combat power of 2, while that boy next door, Broly, boasts a staggering 10,000. Your son seems rather lackluster in comparison. Years have passed, and Dallas has grown more robust than ever, leaning closer to Bardock as he spoke. Despite their similar appearances, their facial features and skin tones differed slightly, although Bardock still stood a tad taller. Indeed, it is a shame that he is my son, Bardock. What a waste. Yet I have heard he managed to make that little boy next door cry. Despite his low combat power, he certainly has spirit. Surely Kakarot is your son, and that little one will undoubtedly grow stronger. How about I, the great Dallas, train him? With this, Dallas glanced at the infant resting peacefully in the incubation pod. The tender face bore a resemblance to his mother, Jine, yet his signature hair was an exact match to Bardock's. Dallas playfully tapped the pod and, with a teasing tone, remarked, "Ah, Kakarot, you certainly chose a fine time to be born. You should take pride. Your father is a man whom even I recognize. Grow up quickly, Kakarot. I look forward to the day when you can join me in revelry. We shall destroy whichever planet we please, indulge in whatever we desire, and drink to our heart's content. There is no greater joy than this." "Hey, Dallas, what nonsense are you spouting to my son?" Bardock delivered a merciless punch towards Dallas. Their combat powers now nearly matched. Bardock did not hold back with this blow. Yet, this was also a testament to trust. He knew Dallas could withstand it. Although unspoken, Dallas understood the sentiment behind it. Those days were blissful for Dallas. He had aspirations to surpass, as well as connections he wished to preserve. As was customary, he would challenge Bardock. Upon losing, they would dine together. They fought side by side, protecting one another, and quarrels would arise, often culminating in playful insults and, eventually, brawls, with Dallas invariably on the losing end. Though defeat is undeniably a disgrace, deep within Dales's heart lies a yearning for such days to persist indefinitely. He longs for the constancy of these moments. Yet where in this world is there eternal time? An end will inevitably arrive, often when one least expects it. On that fateful day, Dales was engaged in the assault of a border planet, a venture specifically recommended by Bardock. Initially indifferent, he acquiesced, only to find, as he had anticipated, that the planet was teeming with weaklings, rendering any victory devoid of true satisfaction. On the very day he conquered the planet, his detector experienced a sudden malfunction. Rather than a mere problem, it was evident that the communication system had been deliberately interfered with. It was only after the planet's destruction that he discerned the anomaly, and he had no choice but to utilize spare parts to repair the detector, sending a message to Bardock. At last, he established a connection. "Hey, Bardock, I have taken the planet you mentioned, but I truly fail to comprehend its value." He paused. Reflecting, however, during my journey, I stumbled upon something intriguing, something referred to as the spirit tree, which supposedly enhances combat prowess. "Are you listening, Bardock?" Having spoken at length without receiving a reply, Dales began to sense something amiss and halted his words. The detector was repaired. How could there be no response? He verified the frequency, ensuring it was indeed directed at Bardock. There was no reason for silence. Could it be that Bardock was not even wearing the detector? In the midst of his confusion, a familiar female voice emanated from the detector, yet it was not Bardock's. "Is this voice Dales? Jine, what brings you here?" "Bardock is no longer with us. He has set out to confront Frisia." "Confront Frisia? What on earth is happening?" A chilling sensation surged down Dales's spine, an ominous premonition that he might soon lose all that he cherished, a dread that had never before enveloped him. "Frisia has betrayed us. I heard that Toma and the others have been slain. Bardock shouted about this in the cafeteria. I only just learned of it, though it seems others refuse to believe it." "Toma and the others?" "Bardock rushed in alone to defeat Frisia, but it appears he has faltered." Jine's voice, laden with sorrow, trembled through the detector, her words fragmented. Dales could picture her in tears, and then he thought he heard a sound, growing ever closer, as if a great flame were approaching. "Jine, what is that sound? What is happening over there?" "Jine, Dales, I wish to share his fate, to be one with this planet. He cannot bear this solitude alone. By the way, Bardock suggested sending Kakarot to Earth. You must take care of that child." Jine's voice abruptly ceased, her words cut short by a deafening explosion that consumed everything. The thunderous sound lasted but a moment before silence fell, leaving only the static of a severed communication line. Surely, Jine's detector had been destroyed. "Hello? Hello, Jine? Hey, stop joking around. What is going on? You and Bardock must be playing a prank on me, right?" Dales adjusted the frequency repeatedly, attempting to reconnect. Again and again he tried. Yet, He could no longer hear Jine's voice, nor Bardock's. Despite the turmoil within, the calm demeanor of a warrior allowed Dales to begin contemplating. That ominous sound must have heralded the approach of a colossal energy blast towards planet Vegeta. The coordinates from Jine's final communication pointed unmistakably to planet Vegeta. It was likely that the energy blast had already struck the planet, and Jine vanished along with it. From Jine's last words, it was evident that the perpetrator was Frieza. No one but that self-proclaimed emperor of the universe possessed the capability to commit such an atrocity. Bardock must have sensed Frieza's sinister plot, which is why he sent Kakarot to the distant planet known as Earth, while he faced Frieza alone. As for the outcome, Frieza's fury caused blood to seep from his clenched fists. He gritted his teeth, ablaze with rage, as if every drop of blood within him was boiling. The image of Frieza's arrogant face lingered relentlessly in his mind. The mere thought of that face enveloped him in a cloud of murderous intent. Frieza! With a thunderous roar, the ground erupted beneath him. In a desperate attempt to quell the uncontrollable fury within, Dales unleashed energy blasts wildly into the surroundings. Attacking a planet already laid to waste was utterly meaningless. Yet, without such an outlet, he feared he would be consumed by his own wrath. How infuriating! He was acutely aware that this was a futile endeavor. Frieza was likely laughing heartily at this very moment. While Bardock had already fallen, alone, he could never avenge Bardock. How infuriating! How infuriating! Yet, he would never relent. How could he possibly relent? The Scions were not extinct. He and Kakarot were still alive. One day, he vowed, he would drag Frieza down from his throne. He would dominate the entire universe, crushing Frieza's head beneath his foot, like squashing an insect against the rocks, forcing Frieza to beg for mercy. And then, in a moment of humiliation, he would make Frieza take his own life. How infuriating! From that day forth, Dales transformed into a ruthless embodiment of evil among the Scions. Though he had always leaned towards darkness, this event irrevocably sealed his fate as a harbinger of malevolence. Driven by the singular obsession to kill Frieza, he grew stronger, conquering planet after planet, converting them into sustenance for his power. 20 years later, his gaze finally settled upon a particular planet. That planet was named Earth, the very frontier world to which Kakarot had been sent years ago. Chapter 32, The Devout Naba, Is That Earth? Within the spaceship, a towering giant with braided hair and ruddy skin gazed at the planet, murmuring in awe. Beside him stood a man with long blue hair tied back, who, with his arms crossed, genuinely expressed his thoughts. What a beautiful planet it is. Even a border planet has its merits. It is unlikely that Earth is the very planet to which Kakarot was sent. Logically, it should have been obliterated long ago. As the azure-haired man concluded his statement, another voice interjected. Should one familiar with Goku hear this voice, they might mistakenly believe it belonged to Goku himself. Emerging from the shadows was a figure whose appearance could be likened to a darker-skinned version of Goku. Clad in a black combat suit with a scouter affixed to his left eye, he draped a white cloak over his attire, gazing out at Earth through the spaceship's viewport. Indeed, this planet is astonishingly beautiful. Kakarot, have you forgotten your Scion heritage? This man, named Dales, is the commander of one of Frieza's legions. Although he serves under Frieza, loyalty is foreign to his heart. When asked if he swore fealty to Vegeta, the answer would be a resounding no. He regards Vegeta and his ilk with disdain, and his allegiance to Frieza is merely superficial. Concealed within him lies a nefarious ambition. One day, he shall usurp Frieza and reign over the cosmos. To fulfill this ambition, he has set his sights on Earth. I've heard that you repelled that brat Vegeta. However, I am not like him. I have fought on the front lines for years, surviving countless near-death experiences, much like Bardock. The Dragon Balls that can grant wishes, the fertile lands of this planet, all shall belong to me. As for Kakarot and your son, you will submit to my will. Dales proclaimed, a twisted smile of ambition curling upon his lips. The man, once mentored by Bardock, is now destined to meet Bardock's son. Subsequently, Naba, following Liza's instructions, soared towards a designated location. Liza had initially presumed that Naba would eventually resort to violence, leaving the aftermath for him to handle. Yet, Naba has committed no wrongdoing to date. Furthermore, he has joined the long-thought-extinct Dragon God sect, fervently praying day after day, to the point of becoming somewhat bothersome. Truth be told, this transformation is utterly unexpected, surpassing all predictions. What could have led to such a change? If one were to enumerate the causes, It would likely stem from Naba being at the nadir of his life. First, he was mercilessly defeated, then abandoned by Vegeta, and scorned as worthless, suffering the crushing weight of these three calamities, leaving his spirit fragile. To illustrate, it is akin to a world-renowned boxer, arrogant and provocative, challenging a local boxing gym that he could never lose to, only to be thoroughly beaten and dismissed by his coach with a derisive, "Is this all you can do?" Pathetic, isn't it? This kind of blow can utterly devastate a person. To make matters worse, Naba had never known the gentleness of others. With the demise of the only one weaker than himself, Raditz, Naba found himself relegated to the lowest status, increasingly isolated and burdened by the weight of his unrelenting mental strain. Naba was on the brink of his limits. Indeed, he had reached his breaking point. The pressure so immense that he was losing his hair, utterly exhausted. It was then that he heard the soothing words. Upon witnessing the radiant smile of the fair maiden, one could sense an atmosphere enveloped in a divine glow. Moreover, there existed within Lizette an unrecognized aura of leadership that had subtly developed over time. Specifically, this essence began to sprout from the moment he was first addressed as an immortal, flourishing with the increase of his followers, ultimately blossoming into a resplendent presence revered as a deity, a force that commanded involuntary submission, akin to the arrival of a god. This phenomenon struck a critical blow to the already fragile Naba, serving as a fatal wound and the final straw that broke the camel's back. Consequently, the present situation unfolded. Yet Lizette remained oblivious to this reality. Regardless, this development successfully averted conflict with the Scions, thus sparing lives. Although Goku had previously sustained severe injuries, he had completely recovered thanks to the magical beans, and now his condition was even better than before. The surge in combat prowess after narrowly escaping death felt quite gratifying. From the celestial realm, Lizette gazed down upon the world below, contemplating the path ahead. According to the original narrative, the ensuing arc should be that of Namek. In order to resurrect their fallen comrades, the group was meant to journey to Namek. However, it now seemed unnecessary. Yet, what fate would befall Namek if they chose not to go? Firstly, Vegeta would undoubtedly fail to attain immortality. He might gather 6 Dragon Balls, but the final one resided with the Grand Elder. With Vegeta's strength, he could not possibly defeat Nail, and thus would never acquire the last Dragon Ball. Subsequently, the Ginyu Force would emerge, leading to Vegeta's demise, bringing matters to a close. However, Frieza too would be unable to fulfill his wish. Initially, the Grand Elder's life would run its course. Even if Frieza managed to collect the Dragon Balls before the Elder's passing, he would not comprehend the Namekian language. Perhaps he might threaten Dend, compelling him to summon Porunga, yet ultimately, the wish would still be granted by Dend. This implies that there would indeed be a turning point for the Namekians, and whatever wish Dend made would be incomprehensible to Frieza. Therefore, if a wish were granted to transport all but Frieza to another planet, the situation could be resolved. Given Frieza's temperament, he might pursue the Namekians, but by then, the Grand Elder would likely have perished. If so, where would Frieza turn his gaze next? If this trajectory continues, it would not be long before Frieza set his sights on Earth. Setting aside personal sentiments and analyzing the situation dispassionately, the most favorable outcome would be if Frieza obliterated Namek and subsequently overlooked Earth. Yet, Lizette surmised that matters would not unfold so smoothly. The existence of Dragon Balls on Earth had likely already been disseminated. It was only a matter of time before Frieza targeted this location. Furthermore, failing to establish amicable relations with the Namekians would prove detrimental in the long run. The most pressing concern remained: how to bolster combat capabilities. Relying solely on training on Earth could indeed enhance strength. If Lizette were to guide the training, Goku and his companions might very well develop to a power comparable to that which they possessed when visiting Namek. But what of the Super Saiyan transformation? Without engaging in battle with Frieza, could one still awaken that power? No, wait a moment. Upon calm reflection, one might conclude that the conditions for awakening the Super Saiyan may not be as stringent as previously thought. Individuals are often moved by the iconic moments of Goku's awakening. However, such grandeur is not a prerequisite for transformation. Gohan, for instance, awakened through the fury of his imagination, suggesting that the pivotal factor may not be the emotion itself, but rather the minimum combat power required for awakening. Conversely, as long as one attains this baseline level of combat prowess, even an imagined rage could potentially catalyze the transformation. Nevertheless, the foremost challenge lies in establishing a connection with Namek. Until this issue is resolved, Complications are inevitable, particularly during the Buu saga. Is it truly the correct choice to allow Piccolo and the others to perish? Surely not. To turn a blind eye to their demise cannot be deemed right. Reflecting further, my greatest advantage lies in possessing memories of the future. How might I seize a favorable position? How can I safeguard this planet? Firstly, two crucial points warrant attention. One must never allow Frieza or Vegeta to attain immortality through the Dragon Balls of Namek. And it is imperative to avert the extinction of the Namekians, which would precipitate a grim future. In essence, focusing on these two elements and implementing preventative measures should suffice. The notion of relocating all Namekians to Earth using the Dragon Balls is untenable. Such an action, taken without consent, would preclude their trust. It is essential to communicate with the Grand Elder first, allowing Goku, through King Kai, to inform the Namekians of the impending crisis and secure their agreement. Chapter 33. The sacred tree Lizette maintained a calm demeanor on the surface, yet his mind raced with plans for the future. Firstly, could the proposal of transferring all Namekians to Earth via the Dragon Balls be viable? The Namekians would undoubtedly feel bewildered, yet they are inherently rational beings. With a clear explanation, they would likely comprehend the situation. Should this plan come to fruition, Frieza and Vegeta would find themselves embroiled in chaos on Namek, possibly even turning against one another. Frieza would inevitably venture to Earth, but this would at least afford us some preparation time. If we could utilize the Dragon Balls of Namek, we might even destroy Frieza's fleet in the vastness of space. This would result in the demise of all but the most resilient extraterrestrial beings, significantly diminishing Frieza's forces upon his arrival on Earth. With a stroke of luck, he might even lose his way in the cosmos. Alas, this strategy is impractical. The Earth's Dragon Balls have just been employed to resurrect Goku, and we must wait a year before they can be used again. In a year's time, the Namekians may very well face annihilation, thus ruling out the possibility of resolving the matter on Earth. It appears that a journey to Namek is the only option. However, how does one convey this to the others? I cannot simply state that there is no reason and suggest we embark on an expedition. Such an approach would dissuade anyone from joining me. Venturing alone would surely lead to my defeat at Frieza's hands. Perhaps I should be forthright and reveal that Namek is under the scrutiny of Vegeta and Frieza? This would undoubtedly prompt inquiries about how I possess such knowledge, to which I could respond that I sensed Frieza's intent targeting Namek, thus avoiding deceit. In truth, if Lizette were to keenly sense the aura and employ his foresight, he would be able to discern the figure of Frieza, even from a great distance. Indeed, Frieza was preparing to journey to Namek. Lizette closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment, only to abruptly halt his musings and raise his head, as if startled by an unseen force. He sensed something peculiar writhing on the ground, and upon further scrutiny, he discovered the nature of the aura to be quite bizarre. He hurriedly glanced downward, his gaze involuntarily fixating on a strange tree that was growing in an eerie manner. This tree was still in its developmental stage, yet once fully matured, it would drain the earth of all its nutrients. This was hardly a moment for idleness. Could this be the tree of might? The forbidden fruit that only deities are said to enjoy. Furthermore, within the Temple of Earth, a seed of the tree of might was preserved. However, Lizette had never utilized it, nor had he contemplated using it on Earth, although he had once considered employing the seed against Frieza. Should he locate the planet where Frieza resided, he would never engage in such a misguided act on the Earth he was sworn to protect. This implied that the seed could only have been brought from the cosmos by someone else. Just then, an unfamiliar voice echoed in his mind. "Oh, deity of Earth, can you hear me? I am the king of the North Galaxy." "Why, you are the king." Although Lizette was aware of the king's existence, he had never before heard his voice. The sudden communication from a celestial being left him somewhat flustered, his voice trembling slightly. "Earth is facing a grave crisis. You are surely aware of the Tree of Might. Its seed has been planted on Earth." Indeed, it was as he suspected. Goku and the others have ventured to the source of the trouble, but they alone cannot resolve the situation with the Tree of Might. Only you, the deity of Earth, can combat it. Please assist Goku and his companions. As you command, my Lord King. Thank you for your guidance in alleviating Earth's crisis. Rabbit leader, come forth. We shall descend to the surface. Yes, I shall obey your command. After expressing his gratitude to the king, Lizette descended from the celestial realm with Rabbit leader. He unfurled his wings from behind, accelerating in a dive. During his descent, he noticed Karen sharpening her claws. That cat always acted with such nonchalance. Lizette's speed was so swift that even Goku and his companions could not perceive it, rapidly closing the distance to the Tree of Might. He arrived at the site of the commotion, where Goku, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu were already confronting the aliens. Piccolo had not yet arrived, and Gohan was likely being detained by Chi-Chi. Lizette flapped his wings to decelerate, creating a gust of wind as he landed behind Goku and the others. His sudden appearance startled both Goku and the aliens, all eyes instantly converging upon him. "Oh, great deity! I apologize for my tardiness. The king has informed me of the situation. I shall handle the Tree of Might. You are responsible for vanquishing the enemies." Lizette offered no further explanations, directly entrusting the task to Goku. Dealing with the spirit tree is inherently troublesome, and disturbances only complicate matters further. Although one could choose to address the spirit tree after vanquishing all adversaries, such an approach would be time-consuming, resulting in greater losses for Earth. The optimal strategy is to wither and destroy the spirit tree before it sprouts. Thus, he hopes to avoid any unnecessary battles. "Hey, Goku, did you hear that? The Supreme Deity claims he can resolve this. Truly, he lives up to his title as our Supreme Deity. Indeed, this allows us to focus on these foes. Presently, there are 5 enemies, while our side, excluding Lizette, boasts 6 fighters. We hold a numerical advantage. However, aside from Goku, the energy levels of the others on our side are slightly inferior to those of the adversaries, each possessing combat prowess around 8,000. The ideal tactic would be for Goku to eliminate the enemies one by one while the rest of us provide support. Once we have someone free, we can unite against the remaining foes. Leave this to you all." Just as Lizette prepared to depart, a red-haired giant suddenly obstructed his path. Yet, this minor hindrance was inconsequential to Lizette. He disregarded the obstruction and surged forward, sending the giant flying as if struck by a truck. Thus, not long after the Supreme Deity made his appearance, he exited the battlefield, leaving the warriors defending Earth to confront the invaders. It appears that the young one will require our collective strength to contend with him. Hence, we must first deal with these adversaries before pursuing him. A blue-haired man adorned with earrings and a necklace quickly realized that stopping Lizette necessitated the involvement of all. He swiftly adapted his mindset and prepared for battle. The rabbit leader stepped forward to block, his sunglasses gleaming. This implies that the victor of this confrontation would be able to directly address the spirit tree and control the subsequent situation. It seems so. 2 diminutive aliens, strikingly similar in appearance, stood side by side. They were named Rez and Lacasse, beings from the cosmos possessing unknown technology. However, with 2 opponents on their side, we also have 2. Tianjinhan and Jiaozi boldly stepped up to engage. "I will flatten you all. Come and try if you dare." The giant, previously struck down by Lizette, rose, towering over the warriors. Krillin stepped forward, ready to face him. "I will hold you accountable for this." Duh. Finally, Yamcha, uttering nonsensical phrases, assumed a combat stance, confronted by a fully mechanized being that could only say "da." In truth, this matter is trivial. The energy waves emitted when the aliens planted the spirit tree seeds accidentally damaged Yamcha's newly purchased car. Of course, the aliens were entirely oblivious to this, and even if they were aware, it would hold no significance for them. All right then, I shall consequently. Goku decided to provide support to his comrades. In this battle, defeating even one opponent would grant us overwhelming superiority. After all, that additional fighter could aid others, creating a 2-on-1 scenario. So choosing to support his allies is certainly not a misguided decision, assuming their ISNTA 6th enemy lying in ambush. It seems you have some leisure time. Allow me to be your adversary, Kakarot. The voice resonated, strikingly similar to Goku's yet imbued with a chilling undertone. Goku turned towards the source of the sound, momentarily mistaking it for a reflection in a mirror, only to swiftly realize it was not. Before him stood a figure, strikingly resembling himself, yet exuding a far more formidable aura. You are. My name is Dales. You may not know me, but I am intimately familiar with you. Indeed, you bear an uncanny resemblance to your father. Your face. Are you suggesting I resemble you? It is hardly surprising. We discarded lower-class warriors share a limited variety of appearances. A smirk curled at the corner of Dale's mouth as he spoke nonchalantly. Even upon witnessing Goku's combat power displayed on the scanner, his composure remained unshaken. However, despite our similar countenance, you and I are entirely different beings. What did you say? Come, Kakarot, let us engage in a little fun. I wish to see just how capable the son of Bardock truly is. Dales gestured provocatively towards Goku, his eyes shimmering with a terrifying light, interlaced with a hint of nostalgic melancholy. Chapter 34. The Warriors Defeat Energy Sphere. Yamcha concentrated his energy in the palm of his hand, forming a sphere of energy that he could manipulate at will. Although this sphere appeared unchanged from previous iterations, its power had significantly increased through rigorous training. He aimed at the artificial warrior, Kakao, launching the energy sphere with precision. The sphere danced and darted, soaring upwards in a dazzling trajectory, taunting Kakao. Should Kakao attempt to defend, the sphere would swiftly maneuver behind him. If he sought to evade, the sphere would preemptively reach his landing spot. Such meticulous control, unattainable by automatic tracking, was effortlessly executed with the energy sphere. Hit. At last, Yamcha seized upon Kakao's momentary lapse, striking the energy sphere forcefully into his unguarded abdomen. This clean and decisive blow left Kakao reeling, propelling him backward as he tumbled across the ground. Yamcha immediately pursued, launching another energy sphere that detonated upon impact. The sensation was vivid. The anticipation of victory brought a smile to Yamcha's lips as he gazed at the billowing smoke. Yet, the sight of Kakao bursting through the haze, charging at him, transformed Yamcha's smile into shock. He had presumed the energy sphere had incapacitated his opponent, leaving him in a state of relaxation. Seizing the opportunity, Kakao launched his entire body forward, forcefully pinning Yamcha against the rocky wall. Yamcha found himself trapped between the modified warrior's form and the wall, unable to withstand the immense force. He coughed up blood, his vision fading to black as he collapsed to the ground. Energy disc. Meanwhile, on a battlefield slightly removed from Yamcha and the others, Krillin was condensing his energy, compressing it into a thin, disc-like form. This technique, the energy disc, was his most formidable skill, renowned for its lethal cutting power. The launched chi circle slash, even when there exists a disparity in combat power between the two parties. Once it makes contact, the opponent shall undoubtedly be severed with ease. In response, the red-haired giant Amondo swiftly spins his body. If one wishes to win, such must be the approach. He then maintains his rotational state, releasing a crimson, thin energy blast that may belong to the same category as the chi circle slash. The two attacks collide at the center, mutually neutralizing each other. They ricochet off, rebounding back towards their respective users. How could this be? Klin hastily evades the returning chi circle slash, while Amondo likewise dodges his own energy blast. When it comes to the techniques themselves, neither side holds the upper hand. In fact, considering that the weaker party's energy can cancel out the stronger's, Klin's chi circle slash may even be superior. Yet, the ineffectiveness of the chi circle slash is a devastating blow for Klin, as it signifies that he possesses no means left to overcome Amondo. Well then, it's time for the next move. Amondo says, his tone laced with a peculiar inflection, before charging forward. Klin exerts every ounce of strength to counter, and thus a fierce battle of offense and defense ensues. However, in terms of fundamental power, Amondo clearly holds the advantage. His fist strikes Klin's cheek. His knee thrusts into Klin's abdomen. Seizing the moment of Klin's pained gasp, Amondo aims precisely and delivers a heavy hammering blow to Klin's head with both hands. The sheer force of the impact renders Klin unconscious, causing him to collapse onto the hard ground like a marionette with severed strings, confirming Klin's inability to rise. Amondo finally believes he has secured victory. Tianjin Fan faces off against the twin adversaries, Blue Eyes and Lacoste, alone. Not long ago, Jiaozi fought alongside him. Yet now he can no longer sense Jiaozi's presence, undoubtedly having succumbed to defeat. Despite the seamless coordination of the twins, Tianjin Fan's ability to defend is commendable. However, the limits have ultimately been reached. He distinctly feels the relentless strikes of fists and flying kicks landing upon him, each blow slowing his movements further. Damn it, if only I could face him one-on-one, he thinks. Yet he is acutely aware of the impossibility of such a scenario. Blue Eye's fist connects with his jaw, forcefully lifting his head. Lacoste's kick strikes deeply into his chest. Ugh, cough. Tianjin Fan's vision begins to blur, his knees buckling uncontrollably to the ground. Though his will to remain standing persists, his body no longer obeys. Amidst the fading consciousness, he hears the triumphant laughter of the twins, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Haha. Is that all you've got, brat? The green-haired man, Blue Eyes, launches a fierce assault, while Rabbit Leader struggles to withstand the onslaught. The opponent's speed is astonishing. leaving Rabbit Leader no time to defend. He finds himself unable to even touch Douai's, passively enduring heavy blows to his face and kicks that send him rolling helplessly on the ground. Turns out you're nothing more than a complete weakling. A confident smile of victory spreads across Douai's face as he approaches Rabbit Leader step by step, just as Rabbit Leader suddenly rises, extending his palm to strike back. Yet, Des merely displayed a calm demeanor, effortlessly deflecting the strike. Humph, is this your final resistance? You've made contact? Oh? Huh. In the next moment, Des astonishingly transformed into a carrot. The Rabbit Leader possessed a terrifying ability to turn anyone he touched into a carrot. With this power, he elegantly defeated Des, who should have been far superior in strength. The Rabbit Leader swiftly stepped on the fallen carrot, crushing it into a pulp, rendering it unrecognizable. If merely transformed into a carrot, there remained a possibility of reverting to one's original form. However, once obliterated in such a manner, there was no hope of revival. At this point, he had finally vanquished a member of the Dale's Legion. Phew, at last, one down. But what of the others? He mused, gazing toward the heavens. There, for members of the Dale's Legion, who had just triumphed over other warriors, hovered in the air, their murderous glares fixed intently upon him. It appeared that everyone else had also fallen. The Rabbit Leader murmured, enveloped in despair. Alas, this truly seems hopeless. The four evidently witnessed everything that had transpired. Yet they remained distant, their expressions suggesting they intended to eliminate him from afar with a barrage of energy blasts. As he beheld the storm of energy blasts converging from all directions, the Rabbit Leader resigned himself to his fate of defeat. Hit, relentlessly struck. The energy blasts ravaged his entire being, shattering the ground beneath him, yet there was no sign of cessation. His sunglasses shattered, his hair stained crimson with blood, and his consciousness gradually faded. If such an onslaught continued, he would likely perish within mere seconds. However, whether by fortune or misfortune, he was rescued just before his impending demise. Stop it. Dale's Legion combat powers. Amando, 9100 Des, 8400 Cacao, 13,000, Reais, 8,000, Rakasai, 7600 Chapter 35, Gohan's Torment. Piccolo arrives accompanied by a cry. Gohan dove down from the sky. It seemed he had stealthily slipped away while Chi-Chi was distracted. Fueled by rage, Gohan delivered a powerful kick that sent Reais flying. Despite his reckless charge, his combat power was the lowest among all warriors, even inferior to that of Kaiatsu. The reason lay in the fact that, during the year of preparation for the Science, he alone had not trained with the energy suppressor. When Lizette had equipped the warriors with energy suppressors, Gohan was merely a child who could not even control his own energy, let alone possess any combat skills. Thus, Lizette did not impose an energy suppressor on Gohan. Even if he had, it would have merely served as a standard restraint, an aspect that now manifested as a significant disparity in strength between both sides. This little brat. A nuisance. Gohan's sudden intrusion momentarily shifted the Dale's Legion's focus from the Rabbit Leader to him. Yet, this was merely a change of prey, akin to a zebra willingly charging into a pack of carnivores. Under the relentless assault of the Dale's Legion, Gohan was soon left battered and bruised, brutally slammed against the rocks. With his combat prowess, he was unable to comprehend the nature of the assault he was enduring, perceiving the multiple swiftly moving figures before him merely as relentless attackers. Let me handle this. The individual who had just been sent flying by Gohan lunged toward the immobilized Gohan, aiming directly for his neck. A single strike with his hand could spell doom for Gohan, even if he were a formidable scion. However, at the very moment when that lethal blow was about to connect with Gohan, a green arm suddenly interjected, gripping tightly onto the assailant's arm, thus saving Gohan's life. Gohan, in a daze, looked up to see a white cloak billowing in the air. Piccolo's fist plunged fiercely into the assailant's abdomen, followed by a firm grasp on his chest, forcefully pulling him back. Ultimately, Piccolo unleashed a powerful energy wave before the assailant, obliterating everything above his head into smithereens. Gohan, are you all right? Uncle Piccolo. The one who shielded Gohan was none other than his revered master, Piccolo. Piccolo's entrance instilled a subconscious wariness within the previously composed Dallas Legion, prompting them to instinctively keep their distance. Having witnessed the instantaneous annihilation of Reais, they surely recognized that Piccolo was no ordinary foe. Armando swiftly operated the scanner, beginning to gauge Piccolo's combat power. Combat power, 9,000. I see, this fellow is indeed somewhat formidable. But with the three of us together, this figure is hardly daunting. Indeed, although Piccolo's combat power surpassed that of the other warriors, to Lacasse, the disparity seemed negligible. As for Armando and Cacao, their combat strength even exceeded Piccolo's. They surmised that Riai's swift demise was likely due to negligence. Upon reaching this conclusion, the three immediately encircled Piccolo. Is that so? Even when confronted by the trio, Piccolo remained unruffled. Not only that, but he also displayed a hint of a provocative smile, enveloped by a deep crimson aura. This was the unique energy of the Kaioken, capable of instantaneously amplifying combat power, burning like flames. The aura billowed Piccolo's cloak as his combat power surged rapidly. While what? His combat power is an astounding 18,000. What is this? How can this be possible? Armando, Cacao, and Lacasse stared in astonishment at the readings on the scanner. Seizing the moment, Piccolo's figure exploded forward with ferocity. His flying kick struck Armando's chest with such force that it compelled Armando to expel his stomach contents. As Armando doubled over in agony, Piccolo seized his head and viciously drove his knee upward. Just as Armando was about to lean back, Piccolo swiftly followed up with a straight punch that connected with his jaw. Seeing Armando on the verge of collapse, Piccolo's elbow strike preemptively slammed into his abdomen. You bastard! In a bid to save Armando, Lacasse swung his fist towards Piccolo. Although the punch appeared to land accurately, piercing through Piccolo's cloak, it was merely a cloak. In an instant, the cloaked Piccolo descended upon Lacasse, delivering a fierce elbow strike to his head. At that moment, the detector briefly displayed a combat power of 22,000. But alas, Lacasse was deprived of witnessing it, for this blow rendered him completely unconscious. With ruthless intent, Piccolo followed up with a fatal strike. The energy wave obliterated Lacasse's defenseless body, and without a second glance, Piccolo shifted his focus to Cacao. He braced himself against Cacao's jet-propelled assault, the ground beneath him scarred by the force, yet he steadfastly absorbed the impact. Just as Cacao's speed began to wane, an unusual light emanated from Piccolo's eyes, searing Cacao's face and eliciting a cry of agony. Yet, Piccolo's onslaught showed no signs of abating. He seized Cacao by the head, yanking him forward for a knee strike, then spun his body with ferocious momentum. Utilizing centrifugal force, he hurled Cacao towards Armando. Clearly, even with Cacao's cyborg physique, such a violent collision was too much for Armando to bear. The two were left wounded, rolling helplessly on the ground. Die? Piccolo unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, his hands continuously firing key spheres, creating a dense curtain of projectiles that enveloped both Cacao and Armando. Even if they wished to evade, their bodies intertwined and obstructed one another, leaving them no choice but to endure Piccolo's relentless assault without any semblance of defense or evasion. Special beam cannon. However, such an assault could not completely annihilate the two. Piccolo intensified his energy, releasing a finishing move with a significantly abbreviated launch speed. A beam shot forth, swiftly followed by another, spiraling closely behind it. This technique, akin to a drill, was designed for penetration, the very same that had pierced both Raditz and Goku. The beams accurately penetrated the barely conscious Armando and Cacao simultaneously, sealing their fates. Once he confirmed their demise, Piccolo dissipated the deep crimson energy aura. Uncle Piccolo, what was that technique? Gohan inquired. It is the Kaioken technique learned by Goku from King Kai. When employed, strength, speed, and endurance all double. Piccolo turned to Gohan, a smile gracing his lips, tinged with an inexplicable hint of self-mockery. To be left behind by Goku was a disgrace, yet to mimic him was a humiliation of its own. In the previous confrontation with the Science, Piccolo had come to a stark realization of his own impotence. This sense of helplessness was impossible to ignore. While Goku's foundational strength was comparable to Piccolo's, he had observed Goku's ki fluctuations with keen awareness and noted that it would sometimes swell to more than double its original intensity. This signified that Goku could effortlessly create a disparity in strength exceeding twofold, and Piccolo no longer possessed the right to consider him a rival. Even the formidable Sun Wukong finds himself at a loss against the transformed giant ape, Vegeta. Similarly, Vegeta, in the presence of the contemporary deity, proves utterly ineffectual. How profoundly weak am I? The very thought of conquering the world seems a grandiose jest. It resembles the futile posturing of the powerless. How absurd, how tragic. What face do I have left to call myself the Dark Lord? Thus, Piccolo momentarily cast aside his pride. He sought out Sun Wukong for training, engaging in relentless battles with him, only to be defeated time and again. In these repeated encounters, he meticulously observed the flow of Sun Wukong's energy, ultimately mastering the Kaioken technique. Undoubtedly, this journey was fraught with humiliation. Though he never verbally requested Sun Wukong's guidance, his actions were akin to seeking counsel, and the mere thought of it filled him with shame, making him wish for self-annihilation. Yet, if he were to remain stagnant, his plight would only worsen. Thus, he resolved to endure. He would swallow this humiliation, strengthen himself, and then aspire towards greater heights. Without this endeavor, he would not only fail to conquer the world, but would also remain forever distant from the divine. I yearn to grow stronger. The Dark Lord, fueled solely by this singular conviction, struggles fervently. One day, he will seize his opportunity, bringing the world under his dominion. Piccolo, Gravity Suit 9000 Piccolo, Normal State 11,000 Chapter 36. The plight of Lizette at the very moment when Piccolo and his companions were engaged in fierce combat with the Dale's Legion. Lizette was wholly absorbed in tending to the spirit tree. His entire being radiated a soft glow, surrounded by shimmering white particles that gradually merged into his form. His silver hair and flowing garments danced gently as if caressed by a breeze. This scene was nothing short of enchanting, reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the heavens. Lizette was currently undertaking the pseudo-spirit bomb he had completed days prior, drawing energy from the spirit tree. This divine tree, having siphoned the vitality of Earth, was now being replenished by Lizette, who absorbed its essence without loss, encapsulating it within himself. The Earth, now parasitized by the spirit tree, was steadily losing its vitality, descending into desolation. To restore the planet to its former glory, the stolen life force must be returned. However, therein lies the dilemma. As long as the spirit tree exists, any returned vitality would merely be reabsorbed, entrapping the process in a senseless cycle. Therefore, the initial step must involve consolidating all of Earth's life force within Lizette. Once he has secured all the plundered vitality, he can then destroy the spirit tree and ultimately restore the life force to the Earth. Only through this method can salvation be attained for the planet. Ah, the pain. Lizette's visage contorted in agony, his teeth clenched tightly. Sweat trickled down his forehead, and his cheeks flushed with the tumultuous energy within. His hands trembled incessantly. The foremost issue with this method lay in the immense burden it imposed on Lizette himself. To bear and encapsulate the entirety of Earth's life force within a single body was undoubtedly a reckless endeavor. At this moment, the energy of the Earth surged violently within Lizette, the weight of the burden beyond imagination. Unlike the authentic spirit bomb, the technique devised by Lizette is incapable of manifesting as an energy entity. It can solely serve to augment his own abilities, rendering it a flawed maneuver. He possesses the remarkable ability to effortlessly restore vitality to others, yet he cannot condense energy into a spirit bomb like Goku, leaving it in place. As long as the energy does not exceed Lizette's capacity, this technique serves as a formidable means of self-enhancement. Perhaps in the future, he might triumph over adversaries far superior to himself, akin to Goku's victory over the formidable Android 13. However, should he surpass his limits, only self-destruction awaits him. Excess energy would transform into a torrent capable of ravaging his very being, and it would be no surprise if his body were to be torn apart. The narrative often depicts the peril of seeking power beyond one's limits, and Lizette finds himself ensnared in such a dire predicament. Pain and torment engulf him. It feels as if he could be shredded at any moment, and his consciousness teeters on the brink of collapse. He has reached his limit. He longs to obliterate the spirit tree, releasing the energy within him back to Earth. Yet thus far, he has reclaimed only about 90% of the life force siphoned by the spirit tree. If he were to destroy it now, the remaining 10% of vitality would be lost to Earth forever. While this might spare the planet, allowing it to function uninterrupted, the unreturned life force would inevitably pose a risk. Portions of forest would devolve into desert, and numerous flora and fauna would experience lifespans far shorter than normal. It is precisely this understanding that compels Lizette to desperately sustain the energy within him amidst his agony. Nevertheless, the limits are insurmountable. Alone, Lizette cannot bear the entirety of Earth's life force. He has truly reached his breaking point. If this continues, I shall be the one to shatter before I can destroy the spirit tree. Lizette is on the verge of collapse, having already surpassed his personal boundaries. It is akin to attempting to fill a bucket with water, only to forcibly expand the bucket to hold more. Now, Lizette finds himself in a similar predicament. Once the limits are exceeded, the vessel will fracture from within. At this moment, his body emits creaking sounds of unbearable strain, unable to accommodate any further influx of energy. With no alternatives left, he must release the energy within him. Just then, a towering figure materializes behind him. Lizette, wholly engrossed in managing the spirit tree, is oblivious to any other developments. He is unaware of Goku and the others' progress in battle, nor has he sensed the approach of another. Is the newcomer an enemy? Or perhaps one of Goku's companions who arrived after vanquishing their foes? He secretly hopes for the latter, slowly turning his gaze backward, only to find a scion standing there. "Ah, you seem to be in quite a predicament," the newcomer remarks. The individual is bald, a consequence of scion hair ceasing to grow after birth. His head glistens with a polished sheen. Beneath thick brows lie fierce, penetrating eyes, and his bearded visage seemingly proclaims his villainy. His neck is robust, and his muscular physique reveals the fruits of relentless training. He dons a black athletic ensemble, presumably acquired locally to avoid arousing suspicion among Earth's inhabitants. Though casually chosen, the attire fit him surprisingly well. This man, who proclaimed himself an elite scion, resembled a shorn gorilla. He was Naba, standing leisurely behind Lizette. Lizette thought to himself, realizing the gravity of the situation. Although he had anticipated Naba's eventual retaliation, he had not expected it to occur at such a critical moment. He could not help but curse his past self. "See, I should have known I would regret this. Yet I still let my guard down." Naba's apparent obedience had been nothing but a fade, a web of deceit. In retrospect, it was only natural. How could Naba ever genuinely comply? Wait, why do I feel relieved instead? Regardless, the current predicament was exceedingly precarious. He was certainly capable of overcoming Naba, but should a conflict arise, the energy he had painstakingly gathered risked dispersing, a danger too significant to overlook. It seems I might actually be able to defeat you now. How infuriating. Lizette instinctively wished to eliminate Naba first, yet his body remained immobile. The excessive energy within him constrained his movements. Even the slightest shift would elicit excruciating pain. Naba placed his rough hand upon Lizette's shoulder and spoke. "Divine One, allow me to take care of this for you. I possess a measure of resilience and can be of assistance." Chapter 37. The Recruitment of Darius, Lizette instantly questioned his own hearing. He had braced himself for a barrage of insults, yet was met with such an unexpected statement. Frankly, it was more surprising than being berated. If he had not misinterpreted, Naba's words conveyed a willingness to assist. Perceiving Lizette's confusion, Naba continued, "What's wrong? You look utterly astonished. Did you think I would repay kindness with malice? It seems you truly believe that. I can't fault you for it. I am indeed a rogue, having destroyed countless planets and slaughtered innumerable inhabitants. I have grown weary of being labeled a demon or fiend, and I have indeed committed many heinous acts deserving of such titles. Yet, no matter how wicked I may be, I adhere to certain principles that I cannot violate." Naba grinned, the corners of his mouth rising slightly beneath his beard. "A life saved must be repaid with a life. Throughout my existence, I have broken countless rules and regulations, as well as the diverse laws of various planets. But this principle remains unbreakable. I am a rogue, but if I cannot uphold even this, I would be lesser than a rogue. Moreover, at this moment, I have complete faith in you. For your sake, I would traverse from the far side of Frisia's planet without hesitation. You are truly willing to help? Is that even a question? You rescued me from the clutches of Vegeta. My life belongs to you. If you command me to die, I shall. If you command me to fight, even against Frisia, I shall rise to the challenge." This was entirely beyond Lizette's expectations. While it was a delightful surprise, it evoked more confusion than joy. Yet, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous opportunity. He had no choice but to rely on Naba. He was not devoid of doubts regarding Daba, yet at this moment, he lacked the energy to harbor any suspicions. Merely suppressing the tumultuous energy within him consumed all his strength. "I understand. Thank you for your assistance. Are you prepared? I have spent years on the battlefield. Scions are ever ready for combat. To inquire if I am prepared feels rather unnecessary." Daba urged him to commence swiftly, and Lisa nodded, promptly channeling the immense energy from within him. The unexpected arrival of reinforcements at this moment allowed him to reclaim some vitality from the Tree of Might. The hope of saving Earth was rekindled. Now, they merely awaited Goku and his companions to vanquish the invaders. "I cannot leave just yet. Please, Goku, everyone, let us go." Kakarot. Dares provoked Goku, who responded by engaging in battle. His body erupted with a crimson aura, exponentially increasing his power as he threw a punch at Dares, only to have it effortlessly caught by the latter's palm. Dares clenched Goku's fist tightly, a cruel smile playing on his lips. A power level of 30,000? Quite impressive. In the past on planet Vegeta, that would have made you one of the strongest. However, such power cannot harm me. I have long feasted upon the fruits of the Tree of Might. The gap between our strengths is as vast as the heavens and the earth. Dares lifted his foot, striking Goku in the abdomen. Before Goku could even be sent flying, he delivered a brutal blow to Goku's head. Goku barely had time to defend himself before he was forcefully slammed into the ground. Rather than pursuing, Dares chose to wait patiently for Goku to rise. How about it? Kakarot, care to join me? What did you say? If you cooperate with me, you can grow even stronger. Just consume the fruit of the Tree of Might, and your power will soar. You may even surpass me. Dares, in an unusually gentle tone, attempted to persuade Goku. He refrained from unleashing his full might, deliberately holding back, evidently aiming to win Goku over. Yet Goku staunchly rejected the offer. Don't be ridiculous. I will never stoop to your level. We are the surviving Scions, few in number. Must you be so heartless? Let us collaborate. Goku surged forward once more, launching a fierce assault on Dares, yet he was unable to land a single blow. His strikes were either evaded or blocked, easily dismissed as if he were merely a child at play. To drift through the cosmos, obliterate beloved planets, savor delicious food, and indulge in fine wine. Does such a life not bring joy? I find no joy in it whatsoever. It seems you truly did suffer a head injury back then. You hardly resemble a Scion. Dares effortlessly seized Goku's swinging fists, restraining his movements, and then delivered a kick. The heavy impact momentarily stole Goku's breath away. Dares then grasped Goku's hair, which bore a striking resemblance to his own. Shall I smash this useless head of yours once more to see if it returns to normal? Kakarot, a Scion should live like a Scion. I dare say, suffering a head injury in childhood was a fortunate event. Otherwise, I might have become a scoundrel like you. Fortunate? Goku's words caused an abrupt shift in Dares' demeanor. Moments ago, his face, adorned with a calm smile, was suddenly filled with fury, as if on the verge of eruption. He fiercely grasped Goku's hair and, in a lowered voice, exclaimed, "Have you forgotten your name, your home planet, and even the parents who brought you to this world? And you dare to claim this is a blessing? You fool. Sent here? What nonsense are you spouting? Raditz clearly stated that I was dispatched to invade Earth. That was merely a pretext. Had you not been so highly regarded, you would have long since fallen victim to Frisia's minions. Listen well. Kakarot, you were sent to this planet to ensure your survival. Your father foresaw the doom of planet Vegeta and, in a bid to preserve your life, sacrificed you by sending you to this remote world. Goku had previously learned from his brother Raditz that his purpose was to conquer. Yet, at this moment, the truth was thoroughly upended. He had not been sent as an instrument of invasion, but rather to be safeguarded. He was not abandoned by his parents, but rather loved deeply. It was precisely for this reason he was sent to a planet devoid of valuable resources and formidable warriors, yet blessed with one of the finest living environments in the universe, a perfect sanctuary. After sending you away, he plunged into a desperate battle against fate alone. He is your father and my mentor, Bardock. He is the only warrior in this world whom I truly respect. The blood of him flows within you, and I shall not allow you to forget this." In an instant, Goku's mind was flooded with the unfamiliar yet oddly comforting visages of a man and woman. A young version of himself was enclosed in a solitary space pod. Outside, a man strikingly similar to him, alongside a woman with a gentle smile. Kakarot, do not gaze at the moon on a full moon night. You must also tell Raditz this. You must survive. We will come for you one day. Though they were strangers, Goku instantly comprehended their identities. These were the parents that Dallas had spoken of. This was not the lie of Raditz, but a true memory. Dallas forcefully pushed Goku, who was lost in recollection, and roared with rage. "Come on, Kakarot. I will teach you a lesson on behalf of Bardock, so you understand how a Scion should fight. I grew up on Earth. My name is Son Goku. Is that so? Then defeat me, and prove it." The fighting spirit of the Scions blazed fiercely. Even knowing his opponent's strength far exceeded his own, Goku felt an inexplicable thrill. Perhaps it was because, while confronting his own reality, he seemed to glimpse the phantom of his father behind Dallas. Goku forcibly elevated the Kaioken to 10 times its power, launching himself towards Dallas. Meanwhile, Dallas chose to confront him head-on, their figures intertwining as if engaged in a playful skirmish between brothers. Chapter 38. 10 seconds. Although it was merely a brief application, the tenfold Kaioken was an overwhelming burden for Goku at this juncture. Previously, his limits allowed him to endure up to 3 times that strength. 10 times was simply beyond his capacity to bear. Forcing the enhancement of one's strength can result in the injury of muscle fibers, rendering the body as heavy as a leaden block. The energy is nearly depleted, making such an endeavor utterly counterproductive. Nonetheless, Goku resolutely chooses to employ the tenfold King's fist, fully aware that without it, he lacks even the qualification to contend with Dales. As Dales aptly stated, the disparity in their combat prowess is akin to that of heaven and earth. Should he fail to elevate his power to tenfold, he stands no chance of victory. Goku's assessment is not erroneous. However, the stark reality remains that, despite his efforts, his strength is still insufficient. Oh, a combat power of 150,000. How surprising. Dales exclaims with delight, yet maintains an air of composure, effortlessly countering Goku's assaults. Goku is far from trifling. He intersperses feints with fervent strikes, exerting himself to unleash attacks that transcend his limits. Yet, each strike fails to land, perpetually eluding contact with his opponent as his fists, engulfed in a fiery aura reminiscent of crimson lotus flames, swing through empty air. Goku bellows, hastening the pace of his punches once more. The two combatants' blows intertwine at blinding speed, colliding hundreds of times per second, the sound of flesh meeting bone reverberating incessantly. Their forms suddenly vanish, and in the next instant, the air shatters with an explosive force. Perhaps due to the overwhelming velocity, onlookers can no longer perceive their figures, only the delayed echoes of their attacks resonating throughout the vicinity. The ground crumbles, rocks splinter, and afterimages flit about as the air frequently detonates. Were an ordinary person to witness this clash, they would likely only sense the continuous ruptures of the air, the booming sounds akin to cannon fire reverberating without cease. Yet, still too feeble, Dale's elbow strikes Goku's cheek, sending him hurtling away. Goku's consciousness momentarily falters, yet he manages to stabilize his body, adjusting his posture midair. He once again summons the King's fist with all his might, enveloped in crimson energy, propelling himself forward like a jet engine. A red trajectory streaks through the air as he abruptly veers at a near-impossible angle, closing in on Dales. However, Dales adeptly perceives Goku's nearly imperceptible movement, delivering a counter-kick that lands squarely on Goku's back. Ugh! The energy dissipates abruptly, and Goku crashes heavily to the ground. Even the desperate use of the tenfold King's fist proves ineffective. This truth, compounded by the backlash from the technique, robs Goku of the strength to rise. No, sheer strength alone cannot secure victory. The man named Dales possesses power that even surpasses that of the great ape transformation of Vegeta. Even the divine being of Earth, Lizette, would likely not stand a chance against him. In the depths of despair, Goku struggles to rise. Perhaps it is the innate instinct of a scion. At that moment, Piccolo, who had just repelled Dale's forces, descends beside him. Son, use the spirit bomb. To defeat him, that is our only recourse. Utilize the spirit bomb you learned from King Kai. Be Piccolo, that's impossible. In the presence of that guy, I have no time to gather energy. Then I will buy you time until your energy is amassed. Piccolo exudes a deep crimson aura, confronting Dales head-on. Undoubtedly, the disparity in strength between the two was glaringly apparent. Piccolo's combat power barely reached 30,000, whereas Darius had surpassed 500,000. However, he could hardly afford to dwell on such matters. Surrendering to the inevitable destruction of Earth was an excuse devoid of meaning. This was not a question of capability, but rather an obligation that had to be fulfilled. A power level of 22,000 was not insignificant. Yet did he truly believe that such a meager strength could triumph over him? Darius, displaying evident impatience, effortlessly parried Piccolo's fierce onslaught with a single hand. Goku, witnessing this spectacle, slowly raised his hands to the heavens. Gathering a spirit bomb typically required around 10 seconds. Yet in the midst of a frenzied battle where every second felt like an eternity, that span of time seemed interminable. After all, in combat of this caliber, numerous exchanges could occur within a single second, something even the young Krillin could achieve. Thus, striving for 10 seconds under such intensity felt akin to exhausting every ounce of strength. Goku, Piccolo, close your eyes, came the voice of Tien from above. Although he had been defeated in his battle against Darius's legion, he still retained the strength to fight. Goku felt a surge of relief for his companion's safety and instantly grasped his intent, promptly closing his eyes. Piccolo followed suit. Only Darius, oblivious to Tien's objective, remained with his eyes wide open. Solar flare. A blinding light illuminated the surroundings like the sun itself. Unfamiliar with the solar flare, Darius gazed directly into the glare, instinctively shielding his eyes and staggering backward. No matter how formidable a scion may be, the eyes are a vulnerable part of the body. When confronted with light akin to that of the sun, anyone would instinctively wish to protect their vision. This was an unavoidable biological reflex. Spirit bomb attack. At that moment, Krillin, having regained his composure, launched a slicing attack. Despite the vast difference in combat power, as long as it connected, even against an opponent like Darius, there was a possibility of inflicting damage. Yet, even without sight, Darius discerned an incoming attack through sound alone, instantly deducing the subtle shape of the spirit bomb from the movement of the air. "Oh, this is rather intriguing," he remarked, delicately pinching the incoming spirit bomb between his fingertips and casually tossing it aside. This scene left Krillin, the attacker, frozen in shock. Seizing the opportunity, Darius, with his eyes still closed, gauged Krillin's position through sound and unleashed a ki blast. Krillin had no time to react as he was struck by the blast. Sent hurtling away, Yamcha immediately took his place, challenging Darius with the Wolf-Fang fist. Yet, even with his vision obstructed, Darius effortlessly deflected Yamcha's punches and countered with a blow that sent Yamcha sprawling to the ground like a marionette with its strings cut. However, the brief moments Yamcha had bought were sufficient for Piccolo to concentrate his energy. He pointed his fingertips at Darius. Special beam cannon. Piccolo unleashed the special beam cannon. In an instant, this attack could elevate his combat power by over threefold, and with the enhancement of the Kaioken, it could rival an attack concentrated to the strength of 60,000. Darius seemed to register a hint of wariness, and as his eyes recovered from the effects of the solar flare, he immediately raised his hand to block. A brilliant flash erupted as a penetrating beam struck Darius's palm. Yet astonishingly, he remained unscathed. His smile persisted, demonstrating his resilience in withstanding the blow. It had some effect, but how could this be? Faced with the bewildered Bick, Darius maintained his raised hand stance and unleashed an energy sphere. Under normal circumstances, such an attack would have spelled doom for Bick. However, fortuitously, he was utilizing the Kaioken technique, and the spirit bomb had momentarily augmented his combat prowess, allowing him to survive the searing burns inflicted by the energy sphere, albeit barely. Frustration mounted as Tien Shinhan launched a desperate assault. Yet, this attack proved utterly ineffective against Darius. With a casual backhand, Darius rendered Tien unconscious, leaving him to tumble to the ground like a broken doll. In a mere 10 seconds, the warriors of Earth faced successive defeats before a single scion. Nevertheless, this brief interlude was not in vain. It was precisely the time they had garnered that enabled Goku to complete his spirit bomb. "Oh, how surprising. I didn't expect you still possessed the strength to conjure such a technique. Moreover, your stance is perhaps coincidental, yet strikingly reminiscent of his." Goku, 15,000 Dales, 520. 000 Chapter 39. A similar stance observing Goku poised with the spirit bomb in his right hand, ready to hurl it, Dales was reminded of the past, seeing a reflection of Bardock. Indeed, Goku's posture bore an uncanny resemblance to Bardock's. It was precisely how he had stood back then. As he spoke, Dales mimicked Goku's stance, channeling energy into his elevated right hand, concentrating power into a single point. Although Goku's technique involved gathering energy from himself and his surroundings, while Dales relied solely on his own, the similarity in their postures was striking. Such formidable energy. Let us clash with our ultimate techniques and see who prevails. Even the fluctuations of their energies before the strike caused the surrounding debris to levitate. The earth trembled, quaking in anticipation of this confrontation. Goku's right hand cradled a spirit bomb infused with the planet's energy, even drawing vitality from the Tree of Might. Dales' right hand contained a concentrated assault embodying the essence of a scion spirit. Spirit bomb. Final soul blast. This was the ultimate strike. The mightiest techniques of both warriors collided at the center, counterbalancing each other. Violet lightning crackled, and the air shattered. The residual force sent Goku sprawling to the ground, while Dale struggled against the gale. The two orbs of energy pushed against each other, attempting to consume one another. After several moments of stalemate, the spirit bomb ultimately triumphed. Ugh, TSK. Dales crossed his arms in a futile attempt to shield himself from the encroaching spirit bomb. The explosion engulfed him, a more intense tremor sweeping across the earth than ever before. Did it succeed? Goku lay on the ground, fervently hoping for victory. He could no longer rise, nor even move. The spirit bomb had drained him of all remaining energy, even siphoning some vitality from his fallen comrades. This undoubtedly marked his final and most formidable strike. Should this move prove ineffective, there would be no further recourse. At that moment, Darius emerged from the haze of smoke. "Ah, well done, Kakarot. It brings me joy to see you have indeed grown as strong as I anticipated." Darius still drew breath, despite his body being marred by wounds, his battle attire tattered and drenched in blood, yet he stood resolutely upon the ground. The outcome was clear. Goku, rendered immobile, faced Darius, who, though battered, remained capable of movement. Anyone could discern the victor of this confrontation. Goku clenched his fists in frustration, while Darius refrained from mocking him, instead revealing a genuine smile from the depths of his heart. "Kakarot, come with me. I am certain that only you can vanquish that fiend, Frieza. Only you can avenge the Science, Kakarot." Frieza? This was the first time Goku had heard that name, and it sent a tremor through him. This trembling might have stemmed from fear, or perhaps it was the innate Scion thirst for power igniting his warrior spirit. This situation was not one of indifference for Earth either. He was on his way to Namek, and Vegeta was also en route to that very planet. Do you comprehend what this entails? Then, Namek, could it be? Indeed, it appears your mind is quite agile. Yes, Kakarot. They intend to annihilate the Namekians, seize the Dragon Balls, and thereby attain immortality. Just imagine, if one of them were to achieve eternal life, what would ensue? If it were Vegeta, he would undoubtedly return to obliterate Earth. And when he comes back, he would be an immortal being, leaving you no chance of victory. Darius' words weighed heavily on Goku's expression. Indeed, he could not fathom overcoming an immortal great ape Vegeta. Even the thought was enough to plunge one into despair. If Frieza were to attain immortality, it would herald the end of the world. From that moment forth, the entire universe would exist perpetually under his reign of terror, and this Earth would be his primary target for destruction. After all, he could not allow a planet harboring the Dragon Balls to exist, which might thwart his hard-won immortality. If I were Frieza, I would undoubtedly act in the same manner. Do you understand, Kakarot? Time is of the essence in this universe. Someone must eliminate Frieza before he achieves immortality. Darius extended his hand towards the fallen Goku, as if urging him to grasp it. Come, join me. Let us together bring down Frieza. Faced with this invitation, Goku found himself unable to move. Come with me, Kakarot. In doing so, I shall forego the destruction of Earth. You possess qualities that transcend mere combat prowess. If you accompany me, you shall undoubtedly become the one to slay Frieza. At this juncture, a malevolent grin suddenly crept across Darius' face, twisting his expression into something sinister. Once Frieza is vanquished, this universe shall belong to us, and we shall establish the dominion of the Science with our own hands. Were it not for the final remark, it would have been a commendable proposal. What? As Dallas extended an invitation to Goku, a luminous sphere descended from the heavens. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that the sphere enveloped the god of Earth, Lizette, shrouded in a dazzling radiance. Having absorbed an excessive amount of energy from the spirit tree, Lizette now harbored immense power within, causing an overflow that transformed him into a radiant orb. With his arrival, the detector worn by Dallas shattered instantaneously. You are the deity of this planet. What impeccable timing to interfere. I have dealt with the spirit tree you planted. Now, the energy stored within the spirit tree resides predominantly within me. You should be well aware of what this implies. Dallas' expression shifted abruptly at Lizette's words. This signified that the god of Earth had nearly siphoned away all the vitality collected by the spirit tree. If true, his condition would be akin to having consumed all the fruits of the spirit tree. What could his battle power be? Dallas had witnessed Lizette defeat Vegeta, at which point his battle power had already reached 240,000. If one were to add the total energy of this planet, 1,000,000, 10,000,000, 100,000,000, perhaps even more. Such an entity was beyond Dallas's capacity to contend with. You have lost. Depart from this planet obediently. Cursed be it. Faced with the expulsion of the god of Earth, Dallas found himself with no means of resistance. Lizette's battle power was as follows. Gravity suit with energy restraints, 120,000. All restrictions lifted, 450,000. Maximum 20-fold explosive limit, 9,000,000. Earth's vital energy status. Chapter 40. The battlefield is set on Namek. The battle has concluded. If one were to solely consider the outcome of the combat, it would not be unfounded to declare Dallas the victor. He had triumphed over Goku, defeated Piccolo, and vanquished Krillin and others. Although he himself sustained considerable injuries and his forces were entirely annihilated, he remained the last individual standing on the battlefield. However, from a broader perspective, he had indeed lost. Regardless of how he overcame Goku and the others, the destruction of the spirit tree and the subsequent loss of most of the planet's energy to Lizette rendered his position untenable. Furthermore, having been gravely wounded by Goku's spirit bomb, Dallas was left with no choice but to conclude that retreat was his only option. Kakarot, what are you doing? Dallas directed his gaze towards Goku, who had completely recovered thanks to the Senzu beans. The plan to take Goku away had been utterly dashed. The spirit tree could not be restored, and he had lost all his subordinates, incurring heavy losses. Yet, this endeavor was not entirely fruitless. He had witnessed the growth of Bardock's son and the potential that lay within him. For this reason alone, Dallas was convinced that his journey to this planet had been worthwhile. Do not forget my words. Once Frieza learns that this planet possesses Dragon Balls, you are destined to confront him in battle. I shall await you on Namek. Dallas's tone conveyed an unwavering certainty that Kakarot would indeed come. With that, he boarded his spaceship. The hatch sealed shut, and the spacecraft ascended into the heavens. Wukong gazed upward at the vessel, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions, tinged with an unmistakable sense of reluctance. Subsequently, the spaceship, bearing Dales, soared toward the distant cosmos. As it felt the spacecraft breach the bounds of Earth, Lizette released a sigh of relief, a burden lifted from his shoulders. Yet, the task was far from complete. He still needed to restore the Earth to its former glory. With that thought, Lizette soared into the sky alongside Naba, landing upon the temple. He then raised his hand and unleashed the immense energy of the Earth that he had previously sealed within himself. This radiant, white energy cascaded down like delicate snowflakes, blessing the world as it enveloped every corner of the planet. The parched earth and withered flora gradually regained their vitality. Following this, he utilized a pseudo-ki blast to reclaim the life force he had lent to Naba, returning it to the Earth. With this, the planet could revert to its original state. Thank you for your efforts, Naba. Indeed, the energy on a planetary scale was truly remarkable. After restoring all the life force to the Earth, Lizette successfully completed his mission. Although the battle had exceeded his expectations, it proved to be a remarkably fruitful endeavor. Particularly significant was the information Dales had imparted to Wukong and the others. With this intelligence in hand, Lizette could seamlessly propose a journey to Namek, alleviating any concerns about persuading Wukong and his companions. It was as if the opportunity to venture to Namek had descended from the heavens. However, one undeniable truth emerged. In this world, characters from the films and original anime indeed existed. This revelation suggested a substantial increase in the likelihood of encountering foes such as Slug and Cooler in the future. Slug posed a manageable challenge given Lizette's current strength. However, Cooler was an adversary he could not hope to withstand. Without significant augmentation of his power, confronting such a foe would be futile. It appeared that embarking on a journey to Namek to unlock his latent potential had become an imperative, alongside the necessity to enhance their overall combat prowess. In the original narrative, vigilance against Frieza, the androids, Cell, and Bu sufficed. Yet, with the inclusion of film characters, additional caution was required against Slug, Cooler, androids 13, 14, and 15, Broly, Bojack, and the likes of Evil Energy Wave and Hildegarn. This was undeniably a source of great concern. Fortunately, it seemed that, for the time being, the only one with intentions to target Earth was Slug. Alone, Lizette and Wukong would likely struggle to contend with such a multitude of foes. Perhaps after locating Paragus, seizing control of Broly would be a viable option. However, Broly would erupt into a frenzy the moment he approached Wukong. Lizette shook his head, casting aside the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind, with problems piling up like mountains. It was more prudent to concentrate on the matters at hand rather than indulge in futile speculation about the future. The following day, Wukong and the others congregated before Capsule Corporation, earnestly discussing their plans to journey to Namek, requiring no further prompting from Lizette. What puzzled Lizette was Naba's unabashed participation in the discussions. He blended seamlessly into the crowd, partaking in the meeting without a hint of discord. Was this truly acceptable? Lizette pondered who might voice a critique of Naba's presence, only to realize that no one raised any objections. Even more outrageous is that Naba donned a floral shirt today. Is this bald man mocking everyone? I feel compelled to journey to Namek. Although my understanding of Frisia is limited, should Vegeta attain immortality, we would undoubtedly be unable to contend with him. Goku was the first to ardently advocate for traveling to Namek. Having personally clashed with Vegeta and Dales, he has acutely experienced their formidable power and terror. Lending weight to his words, I shall join as well. I yearn to fight on the soil of my homeland. Subsequently, Piccolo clenched his fists, resolutely agreeing to venture to Namek. His determination was so unwavering that even if Goku and the others hesitated, he would likely embark alone. Despite my reluctance to be led by that fellow Dales, I cannot allow Vegeta to achieve immortality. I shall go too. If Tien goes, then I will as well. Soon after, Tien and Kaiatsu volunteered. Kaiatsu appeared to follow Tien's lead rather than out of personal desire, yet by this point, there were 4 supporters. Although somewhat fearful, I too shall join. I am uncertain if I can be of assistance. Of course, do not forget about me. In the end, Krillin and Yamcha also expressed their agreement, unifying the warriors' opinions. They all turned to Lizette, seemingly seeking his perspective. This was precisely the outcome Lizette had hoped for, and naturally, he would not oppose. However, since no one had mentioned it, he deemed it necessary to point out a critical issue. I have no objections. But the problem lies in the distance between Earth and Namek. Distance? Upon hearing Lizette's words, Krillin's face displayed a nervous expression, clearly harboring an ominous premonition that he could not conceal. This premonition soon proved to be accurate. I attempted to sense the aura of the Namekians and discovered that the distance between Namek and Earth was exceedingly vast. The coordinates are positioned at 83 degrees, 9,045. With our current technological capabilities, it seems utterly unreachable, does it not? Is that so? Bulma, is there truly no way? Confronted with Lizette's coordinates, Krillin turned to Bulma with a befuddled expression. Bulma had already retrieved a calculator and was calculating with a pale countenance. No, do not jest. Even with the spaceship my father constructed, equipped with the world's most advanced engine, it would still take 339 years to arrive. What? Is there truly no other option? Even Goku, who is utterly clueless about science, was taken aback by this figure. Rather than waiting for 339 years, it would be more prudent to remain on Earth and await Frisia or Vegeta's approach. Just as the group spiraled into chaos, an unexpected savior emerged. Chapter 41. You are too weak. Then use my spaceship. Moreover, the vessel Kakarot used to arrive on Earth should still be somewhere. Naba. The disheartened crowd turned to Naba in unison. Although Naba feigned indifference by averting his gaze, he ignited a glimmer of hope for the journey to the cosmos. Of course, with just these 2 ships, it would be impossible for everyone to travel to Namek. The Scion spaceships are single-occupant vessels, and it seems they can carry at most 2 people. Yet, here stands Earth's foremost genius, Bulma. As long as there exists a sample, even if it is a spacecraft crafted from extraterrestrial, unknown technology, he can analyze and study it, ultimately creating a vessel with comparable, if not superior, performance. This presents a solution. We must hasten to recover the spacecraft. Next, we must consider the members heading to Namek. Bulma, the spacecraft was originally designed for a single occupant. What is the maximum capacity it can be modified to accommodate? Well, it is difficult to ascertain without seeing the actual object, but rest assured, I will transform it into one that can seat everyone. In response to Yamcha's inquiry, Bulma provided a reliable answer. Generally speaking, even upon sighting the object, one might not fully comprehend extraterrestrial technology, akin to presenting the most advanced modern machinery to individuals from ancient times who would be unable to grasp its essence. Drawing a parallel to Lizette's previous life, it is comparable to showing a 21st century airplane to someone from the 18th century and expecting them to analyze and replicate it. This is no exaggeration. The technological disparity between Earth and planet Vegeta is monumental. For Earth civilization, which requires 339 years to reach Namek, the Scions need merely 7 days, resulting in a speed differential of approximately 220,000 times. Bridging such a chasm is nothing short of fantastical, far beyond the realm of current technological limitation. Yet Bulma can accomplish this, for she is a genius who has completely transcended conventional wisdom. Bulma often laments the nonsensical antics of Goku and others, but to Lizette, she embodies true absurdity, transforming folly into reality. The magnitude of a 220,000-fold technological gap is beyond even Lizette's imagination, yet he is convinced that it is far more complex than merely presenting a spacecraft to individuals from the Wright brothers era. Given this, if we assume it can carry everyone, then there are no issues. Rabbit Leader, you should join us as well. Me? Lizette intentionally decided to include Rabbit Leader, a character absent from the original narrative. Since the original plot has already become fragmented and numerous variables have emerged, continuing along the historical trajectory would pose greater risks. It is evident that a deficiency in combat power will manifest, and with the increase in adversaries, it is only prudent to augment our own strength. Can I also participate? I won't feel satisfied unless I get to confront that rascal Vegeta. Following this, Nappa also volunteered. It seems he remains troubled by his abandonment by Vegeta. Despite Nappa having recently been an enemy and an invader, Goku and the others did not object. After all, within the context of this world, Nappa is perceived more as Vegeta's subordinate. He has not taken any lives and was easily repelled by Piccolo, leaving little negative impression on the group. Well, what about Lord Kami? To be honest, the thought of enemies like Vegeta and Dor makes me wish Lord Kami could accompany us. Krillin looked up at Lizette with a pleading expression, setting aside future considerations. In terms of current combat prowess, Lizette is undoubtedly the strongest. He has never fought at full strength, and the group is convinced that if he were to apply himself, he could easily contend with even Frisia's third form. Moreover, Lizette himself has already resolved to journey to Namek, as the Grand Elder's ability to unlock latent potential is an irresistible allure for him, one he cannot forsake. However, Lizette need not necessarily embark on a spaceship. As long as he desires, he can traverse through the gates of heaven at this very moment, venturing alone to Namek. For him, traveling by spaceship holds no advantages. I shall not be joining you. Moreover, while you are aboard the spaceship, Earth may not remain unscathed. Is that so? Nevertheless, do not worry. Once you arrive on Namek, I shall hasten to join you. Oh, I can utilize spatial transfer and reach Namek directly on my own. Lizette offered a reassuring smile to the visibly anxious Krillin, elucidating his capabilities. This is one of my abilities, known as the Gates of Heaven, originally intended to banish foes to subspace with a slight modification. It can also transport targets to Namek. Wow, Lord God is truly remarkable. The previous generation could not accomplish such feats. Krillin marveled at this alternative mode of transportation. While Piccolo interjected, it's not that the god is extraordinarily powerful. Rather, this fellow is quite peculiar. In any case, the method of reaching Namek was now firmly established. The warriors would travel by spaceship, while Lizette would employ spatial transfer, setting off separately to rendezvous on Namek. Just as this plan was about to be finalized, the previously silent Gohan hesitantly interjected, with Lord Goddess ability, can we all go to Namek together? Gohan's words awakened both the group and Lizette, and in that instant, the spaceship's value was rendered obsolete. Oh, well, ahem. Regardless, I am capable of sending you to Namek, but the issue lies in the fact that we cannot depart immediately. Why not, Lord God? Let us set off at once. Faced with Gohan's reasonable inquiry, Lizette paused for a few seconds, realizing that their previous discussions had been futile. He mustered his composure, feigning calmness, and declined the request for immediate transport. Goku, naturally, could not remain indifferent to this, promptly expressing his dissent. There remains a significant issue unresolved. An issue? Indeed. Allow me to state my conclusion. With your current strength, even if you reach Namek, it would merely be a journey to your demise. In plain terms, Lizette's words implied that they were too weak, striking a blow to their pride. Yet, no one could counter this assertion. They had already faced defeat against Vegeta and then against Dorellis, fully aware of their own limitations. In this moment, they could only clench their fists in frustration. Thus, I shall grant you 1 month. You must exert yourselves to the utmost in training, at least to acquire the minimum level of combat prowess. If my senses are correct, Frisia and Dorellis will require at least another month to reach Namek. Although mimicking the original plotline can be perilous, it is evident that Frisia's arrival aligns with the timeline of the original work. Based on the energy I perceive from Frisia and his movement speed, he still has considerable time before reaching Namek. The same applies to Dorellis. Currently, they have nearly 30 days for preparation. Since the gates of heaven can reduce travel time to 0, there is no reason not to exploit this advantage. Firstly, aside from Goku and Piccolo, the others set off to King Kai's planet to train. The journey may prove arduous, yet it is imperative that they strive to enhance their strength within a month. Chapter 42, a month's time. With this in mind, Lizette concentrated, adjusting his wavelength to connect with the distant King Kai's planet. Is it possible to transport the warriors of Earth to your location? He inquired. I have no objections, but how do you intend to manage this, Earth's deity? Do you wish to exhaust them on Snake Way? No, that is unnecessary. Lizette raised his hand towards the void, releasing his energy. Immediately, a white rift opened above, forming a gateway to a far-off realm. This was the Heaven's Gate, a creation mimicking the death spiral of Lord Garlic Jr., unveiled for the first time. My, how terrifying. Is this Heaven's Gate, Lord Deity? If we pass through, we shall reach King Kai's planet, correct? Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the portal, Krillin felt a twinge of trepidation, while Tien, though trembling, spoke with longing. Lizette nodded and addressed the warriors, excluding Goku and Piccolo. Upon crossing this portal, you will arrive at King Kai's planet automatically. Once there, follow the guidance of the esteemed King Kai. I shall return for you after a month. There is no need for concern about the journey back. That is incredibly unfair. It took me half a year to traverse Snake Way, exclaimed the deity. Why didn't you assist me with this technique back then? That skill was not yet completed at that time, and I was unfamiliar with King Kai. Even if I had attempted it, I cannot guarantee he would have permitted you to remain for training. This arrangement is only possible now due to our acquaintance, Lizette explained, contemplating that perhaps it would have been beneficial for him to fetch Goku upon his return, as the skill had been perfected by then, rendering Goku's arduous trek unnecessary. Well then, if you wish to grow stronger, please step through. However, Goku and Piccolo have established a solid foundation and should remain on Earth to progress further. He clapped his hands, steering the conversation forward. Bulma remarked that he had glossed over it, but Lizette feigned ignorance. After all, even deities are prone to errors. Shall we not go to Lord King Kai? Indeed, you two have already mastered the Kaioken. What remains is to cultivate a robust physique capable of enduring the Kaioken, at least to proficiently wield it at 10 times its original strength. Others should strive to learn the Kaioken as well, if possible. While Lizette articulated this, he silently added to himself, though it may prove quite challenging. If they were truly capable of mastering it, Tien and the others would have already done so within the original narrative. Yet, no such accounts exist, and he recalled King Kai stating that before Goku's arrival, no one could utilize the Kaioken. Even he himself had spent considerable time developing his explosive limits. However, there was no need to voice these thoughts explicitly. Moreover, it is entirely possible that someone might learn in a manner akin to Piccolo. Upon hearing Lizette's words, Krillin and the others, unwilling to be left behind, promptly leaped through the door. Gohan, too, broke free from Chi-Chi's grasp and jumped in. Just as Tien was about to follow suit, Lizette called out to him, handing him a piece of paper. What is this, Lord Kao? Upon meeting King Kai, recite the contents of this paper verbatim. In doing so, you shall pass the first stage of the test. I suspect among you, it is likely that you will expend the most effort. Do try not to waste time. Lizette gently urged the bewildered Tien through the grand entrance. She then intercepted Chi-Chi, who was intent on following Gohan, and turned her attention back to Goku and Piccolo. Very well, let us proceed to the other world. Both of you, follow me. Lizette guided Goku and Piccolo to the other world, where they would utilize the gravity chamber she had previously acquired from Bulma and had been using ever since. Lizette's plan was to have them overcome a gravity level of 100 times that of Earth. Furthermore, she anticipated that if they could grow stronger, they might even become worthy sparring partners. Ultimately, they must become formidable enough within a month to repel the Jinyu force. Otherwise, defeating Frisia would be nothing short of a fanciful dream. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, Tien began with a rather lackluster joke, which was out of character for him. Truly, it was not his nature, but the paper handed to him by the deity contained such instructions, leaving him no choice. He harbored little doubt. believing it might be a code or password, and thus blurted out the uninspired jest. The punchline was so simplistic that it could be conceived by anyone, devoid of originality. Yet, surprisingly, it elicited a remarkable response. King Kai, as if struck down, collapsed onto the ground, clutching his belly in uncontrollable laughter, rolling about in delight. The secret of boogers lies within the nose. Next, Yamcha, perhaps seeking to compete or for reasons unknown, shared another lackluster joke. King Kai laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face, his belly aching with mirth. A bald man goes for a haircut. A matchstick was walking down the street, felt an itch on its head, scratched it, and then it died. Krillin and that bald duo, Nappa, quickly followed up with two more uninspired jests. Dend and Tien, without hesitation, joined in. Why is math always so gloomy? Because it has too many problems. Why does instant noodles always have curly hair? Because it got a perm. With 4 consecutive uninspired jokes bombarding him, King Kai was nearly on the brink of fainting from laughter. Of course, these were all tedious, stale punchlines, hardly worthy of mirth. Yet, residing on this tranquil little planet, even the slightest triviality could evoke his emotional responses. His comedic threshold was exceedingly low. Thus, even such rudimentary cold jokes managed to strike a chord with him. As for why Nappa was competing with Dend, it was of little consequence. The blanket flew away. At that moment, Gohan delivered the final blow. King Kai, as if struck with a mighty force, hunched over and fell to the ground, clearly gasping for breath. He found himself ensnared in a fit of laughter that rendered him breathless. After struggling for a few seconds, he began to convulse, foaming at the mouth, and fell utterly still. A few minutes later, Krillin and the others sat before the Kaioshin, who had finally recovered from the ordeal. Just moments prior, they had narrowly avoided the ludicrous sin of slaying the god of the galaxy with a poorly timed joke. Although it was Lizette who had provided Tien with the paper containing the cold humor, the ensuing uproar was entirely of their own making. Surprisingly, the Kaioshin was not enraged. Rather, he appeared quite amused. "Well, you all have qualified. I shall take you as my disciples," he declared. Though they had nearly caused his demise with their humor, they had nevertheless succeeded in fulfilling the requirement of entertaining him. The Kaioshin mused, while it was somewhat irregular for them to have commenced with their jokes without awaiting his prompt. The joy they had brought him left little room for criticism. "First, you must capture Baburus and Gregory," he instructed. Thus, Krillin and the others successfully became the Kaioshin's apprentices and embarked upon their training. Meanwhile, under Lizette's guidance, Goku and Piccolo also commenced their training, diligently enhancing their combat prowess. 1 month later, at Capsule Corporation on Earth, the warriors convened once more after a month-long interval. Krillin and his companions had persevered through the rigorous training under the Kaioshin, while Goku and Piccolo had conquered the challenges of gravity training. Each of them had experienced a remarkable surge in power compared to a month prior, their faces radiating confidence as if they feared nothing. For Lizette, the past month had been a stroke of fortune, as no unforeseen incidents had arisen. Frieza, Vegeta, and Dorius had yet to arrive on Namek, and no other foes had emerged on Earth. He had initially feared that Shrag and his cohorts might disrupt the peace. Shrag was indeed a tangible threat, as just days ago, Lizette had sensed an energy signature resembling Shrag drawing near to Earth. However, inexplicably, that energy had suddenly altered its course, veering towards another planet, Namek. A sense of impending trouble loomed in the air. "All right, Lord Ko, let us embark," Goku exclaimed. Entirely oblivious to Lizette's concerns, his excitement palpable as he eagerly anticipated a worthy adversary to test the fruits of his month-long training. "Wait, before we set off, allow me to measure your battle power. This is my newly improved prototype detector, far more advanced than the one used in the tournament," Bulma interjected, affixing the device to her eyes. Lizette had long ceased to be surprised by Bulma's innovations, having come to accept that she was capable of the extraordinary. The detector emitted mechanical sounds as it reported the numerical values, with Bulma confirming each warrior's battle power one by one. "Wow, everyone is so impressive. Krillin, 16, 400. Yamcha, 16, 200. Tien, 17, 500. Kaiatsu, 12, 000. Goten, 18, 000. And Bunny, 15, 800. And Baburus, 24, 000. She first assessed the battle powers of those who had returned from the Kaioshin's realm, praising their tremendous growth and strength. Although the combat capabilities of everyone except for Naba have yet to reach the levels of Dodoria or Zarbon, it is believed that by unleashing their latent potential, they should be able to contend effectively. This may be regarded as having met the minimum expectations set by Lizette. Moving on to the current assessments, Piccolo stands at 75,500, Goku at 95,000, and the esteemed Kami at 240,000. However, unbeknownst to Bulma, Piccolo is clad in heavy clothing, and his actual combat prowess is merely slightly inferior to Goku's. In contrast, Lizette, who dons even heavier attire and is burdened with the spirit lock, has a true battle power that has already surpassed 900,000. What is even more astonishing is the remarkable progress exhibited by the other warriors, aside from Lizette. While Lizette maintains a significant advantage, the disparity in combat power from just a month prior is far more pronounced. Ultimately, Lizette has only doubled in strength over the past month, whereas Piccolo's power has surged approximately eightfold. Other members have also increased their strength by around 3 times, which is both amusing and bewildering. Indeed, the characters from the original story are truly formidable. During this period, Lizette has not been idle. He has engaged in simultaneous combat with Goku and Piccolo, summoned Kuririn into the gravity chamber for training, and even crafted a claw-sharpening tool for Kuririn using the Destiny Stone, yet his progress pales in comparison to theirs. Nevertheless, when compared to his former self, Lizette has made considerable advancements. The notion of doubling his combat power within a month was once beyond his imagination. This transformation is likely a consequence of his absorption of the spirit tree's energy to its utmost limits during the last battle. That experience allowed Lizette to break through a significant barrier. Moreover, the benefits derived from that battle extend beyond mere strength. The energy he absorbed from the spirit tree was ultimately returned to Earth, so his combat power did not directly increase as a result. Yet, inexplicably, he can distinctly sense that the reservoir within him has expanded compared to before. For instance, regarding his maximum output, previously he could barely manage a 20-fold increase. But since that encounter, a 20-fold boost has become effortless. Now, even a 30-fold increase seems attainable, and potentially a 40-fold might be within reach should his battle power further elevate. While dealing with the spirit tree, Lizette briefly stepped into a simulated realm akin to the Super Saiyan level. Although the energy has been returned to Earth, his body retains the memory of that enhanced strength. Consequently, Lizette is now capable of enduring the forceful surge in power that comes with maximum output. How about it, Kami? Is this not sufficient? In response to Yamcha's confident inquiry, Lizette shook his head. With their current strength, provided they employ appropriate tactics, they can undoubtedly stand against Dodoria and Zarbon. At the very least, they should not suffer undue disadvantage before the arrival of the Ginyu Force. With the potential abilities of the Grand Elder from Namek unlocked, Goku and Piccolo should be able to defeat Dor. As for Frieza, to be frank, Lizette has relied on Goku from the outset. After all, Frieza's power levels have been extraordinarily outrageous, previously hovering around several million, only to abruptly soar into the hundreds of millions, a development that is simply beyond reason. Lizette might potentially reach that level through the latent abilities unlocked by the Grand Elder, yet it is far more prudent to rely on Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan. Thus, from the very beginning, he never anticipated that Yamcha and the others could attain such heights. To demand that of them would be an unreasonable expectation. No, it suffices to say that everyone has performed admirably, growing remarkably strong. The only cause for concern remains Kaiatsu's battle power, but he should have no significant trouble defeating Gudu. In summary, the majority have met Lizette's expectations. Moreover, given the timing, Frieza is likely nearing Namek, leaving little room for delay. In other words, they must proceed with their current strength, regardless of the circumstances. To ensure a contingency plan, Lizette entrusted a capsule spaceship to Piccolo, guaranteeing a means of retreat for everyone. While there is no assurance that the Earth will remain unscathed after their departure, Master Karen or Mr. Bubbles will likely alert him telepathically, and Krillin carries the Earth communicator, which should suffice. All right, everyone, gather around. Now, I shall pave your way to Namek. Lizette has identified the first teleportation point, the village where Dandy resides. They will first teleport nearby to rescue Dandy, and then take him through the gate of heaven to meet the Grand Elder, requesting him to unlock the latent powers for everyone. Lizette plans to temporarily avoid contact with Frieza's group, except during Dandy's rescue. This way, Vegeta might engage with Frieza's faction for a time. Now, the contest for the Dragon Balls on Namek begins. Chapter 44. Gathering on Namek, the Namekians are a race endowed with formidable combat prowess and mysterious abilities. Yet they harbor a deep aversion to conflict. They cherish peace, nurturing saplings in a bid to restore their planet's former beauty while leading tranquil lives. However, at this moment, several forces intent on threatening their serenity are converging upon this world. Here lies Namek, Mr. Salvo, and Mr. Dodoria. Indeed, the first to arrive on Namek is a colossal spaceship. Emerging from the craft is an alien with horns, seated in a single-pod vehicle. Accompanying him are a burly green-skinned man and a grotesque pink-skinned fellow, followed closely by a regiment of soldiers. Among these soldiers, none can be deemed weak. They are all hailed as the most elite from their respective home worlds, with even the weakest boasting a battle power exceeding 1,000. As for the confidant Salvo and Dodoria, their battle powers exceed 20,000, while the galactic tyrant Frisia, positioned at the center, possesses an astounding battle power of 530,000. This being, known as a cosmic terror whose gaze spells doom, has descended upon this peaceful planet, accompanied by his subordinates, to satiate his own desires. So this is Namek? TCH, that Frisia has arrived as well. In stark contrast to Frisia and his entourage, another spaceship has landed in the southern region of the planet. Emerging from the spacecraft was a peculiar humanoid figure, distinguished by an unusual hairstyle. His skin was dark, adorned with the signature tail of the Scions, reminiscent of a primate. He was none other than Dales, a proud member of the warrior race known for their formidable combat prowess. A slight smile graced his lips as he promptly set his plans in motion. His primary objective was the Dragon Balls. There was no necessity to gather them all. Securing just one would suffice to thwart Frisia's attempts at assembling the entire set. Subsequently, he would rendezvous with the inevitable arrival of Kakarot, determined to recruit both him and his father as his subordinates. With the strength of the Scions at his disposal, he would eradicate Frisia once and for all. Wait for it, Frisia, he mused, a smug expression of unwavering confidence plastered across his face. As if he had already declared his victory. The cursed Dragon Balls must not fall into their hands. To the west of the planet, another vessel descended, a small, single-pod space capsule, distinct from the previous two. As the hatch opened, out stepped the Scion Prince, Vegeta, characterized by a striking hairline. Clad in battle armor like Frisia and Dales, his signature tail was conspicuously absent. TCH, they even brought along Zarbin and Dodoria. I must devise a strategy to seize the Dragon Balls, he thought. Vegeta's ambition was singular, to dominate the universe and assert his supremacy as the strongest being. Frisia was merely a stumbling block to be eliminated in due time. Though his current combat capabilities were insufficient to defeat Frisia, the prospect of acquiring immortality would tilt the odds in his favor. Opportunity would eventually present itself. Once that fool is gone, I shall be the unrivaled ruler of the cosmos. The entire universe will bow before me. Prince Vegeta. He envisioned the inevitable future with a smile playing on his lips. Frisia, prepare yourself. Your era is drawing to a close. With this mocking thought in mind, he embarked on his quest for glory. It was peculiar. He felt as though this planet was not unfamiliar to him, as if distant memories were being stirred from the depths of his consciousness. In the east of the planet, a massive spacecraft also landed. They were a band of nefarious invaders, traversing from one planet to another, transforming celestial bodies into their own vessels. Just days prior, their target had been Earth, which they intended to conquer. However, their leader, Slug, abruptly altered the course of their mobile fortress, arriving at this planet, Namek. Even Slug himself could not articulate why he had changed the trajectory, merely sensing that it was the right decision at the time. According to his subordinates, Slug had been enveloped in a shroud of dark energy during that moment, but such details had become inconsequential. He firmly believed that this course correction was prudent. While this planet paled in comparison to Earth, its environment was quite agreeable, and he found an unparalleled comfort here. Lord Slug, are you satisfied with this planet? In response to a query from one of his subordinates from the Demon Clan, Shrag joyfully replied, "This place is perfect. Indeed, this is it." He was convinced that this land was the most suitable planet for his habitation. He promptly set about transforming this celestial body, declaring, "I have decided. This shall be my next sanctuary." The genius, who was oblivious to the fact that this was his home planet, renowned as a super Namekian, thus resolved to invade his birthplace. Consequently, malevolent forces converged here: Frisia, Vegeta, Darius, and Shrag. Each of them, driven by their own ambitions, commenced their machinations on the stage of Namek, heralding a nightmare for this peaceful planet. Upon arriving at Namek through Lisa's teleportation ability, Goku and his companions immediately sensed the anomalies surrounding the planet. It's strange. I can feel numerous formidable energies surging. Although most of these presences were strong, they were not yet at a level capable of contending with them. There were a few, specifically 3 among the 4 individuals nearby, whose energies were particularly extraordinary. This aura is terrifying. Could this be Frisia? Dad, I also sense Darius and Vegeta's energies. And this energy here, is it also a Namekian like me? Yet it carries an unmistakable air of malevolence. Goku, Gohan, and Piccolo each gazed in different directions, seeking the origins of these auras. 2 of the energies were familiar, undoubtedly belonging to Vegeta and Darius, while the exceptionally powerful presence was likely Frisia. Besides that, there was another aura, potentially on par with Frisia's, which seemed to belong to a Namekian. Clearly, this planet had transformed into a battleground far more perilous than they had anticipated. Even Lisa had not foreseen such a scenario. Fortunately, the adversaries had yet to detect their presence. Next, we shall conceal our auras and proceed stealthily. The combat powers of the hostile forces were as follows. Frisia's first form, 530,000 Frisia's final form, 1. 2 billion Darius post-Earth battle, 2. 5 million Darius in Great Ape form, 25 million Shrag, 1. 56 million Shrag in Giant form, 4. 5 million Vegeta post-Earth battle, 22. 000 Chapter 45. The bald head ratio of the team prior to arriving on this planet. Goku and his companions had already concealed their auras as per Lisa's instructions. Given that Frisia and his cohorts possessed detectors, even a slight leak of their combat power could expose their location or attract reconnaissance. To avoid such a predicament, the first course of action was to hide their powers and move like shadows. However, among the group, Goku was perhaps the least suited for such stealthy maneuvers. It seems Frisia and his minions have begun to move. Everyone, quickly take cover in that cave. Lisa sensed that Frisia and his subordinates' energies were simultaneously beginning to mobilize. Judging by their direction, their target was likely the Namekian aura ahead. The issue was that Goku and his group were directly in their path. If we continue to linger here, we will undoubtedly be discovered by Frisia and his cohort, which would inevitably provoke a confrontation. At this moment, we are not yet prepared to face Frisia head-on. Hence, Lizette surmised that the most prudent course of action would be to conceal ourselves for the time being. Following his guidance, everyone took refuge in a cave. Goku, driven by curiosity, attempted to peek outside, only to be forcibly pulled back by Naba. Soon, the invaders' battalion passed by the cave entrance. The majority of soldiers exuded a presence that posed little threat. Perhaps 2 years ago they would have been considered formidable, but for the current group, they were merely cannon fodder. However, the 3 figures at the center of the troop were strikingly different, emanating a powerful aura that even the now significantly enhanced Goku and his companions found daunting. Particularly Frisia, for even with Goku and Piccolo's current strength, they had to remain on high alert. Among the group, it seemed that only Lizette displayed no fear of Frisia's current state. What exactly is that being? I sense an aura that rivals that of Darius. Indeed, Frisia is a formidable adversary. Yamcha and Tien's voices trembled, overwhelmed by the impending threat of their foes. They were not alone. Gohan, Krillin, Dend, and even Naba, who had only recently learned to sense energy, were all quaking in trepidation. While Goku and Piccolo recognized the threat posed by the adversaries, they believed that by pushing their Kaioken to its utmost limits, they might stand a chance. Hence their fear was not absolute. Where could they be headed? It is likely towards the Namekian settlement, approximately 14 kilometers ahead, where multiple Namekian energies can be sensed. As Lizette pondered Gohan's inquiry, he reflected on the situation. Frisia, currently in his first form, might easily defeat him with his own strength. Given that, should they not consider launching an attack before he transforms? Even if he were to transform, as long as it was into his second or third form, victory should still be within reach. However, the uncertainty remains. No one can guarantee that Frisia would transform in sequential order. He might bypass the intermediate stages altogether and ascend directly to his final form. Should that occur, they would face dire consequences. Moreover, there are those 2 demon entities. Although it is difficult to fathom their involvement so far from Namek, one must always prepare for the worst. Thus, it seems prudent to prioritize enhancing everyone's latent abilities. After deliberation, Lizette opted for a cautious and measured strategy, as a higher probability of success is always preferable. Lord Kami, May I venture to gather intelligence? I wish to accompany you, Krillin interjected. I must go as well. I want to witness my fellow Namekians with my own eyes. Krillin, Gohan, and Piccolo expressed their desire to visit the Namekian village. Rather than a mere suggestion, it felt as though a decision had already been made. After considering their requests, Lizette nodded gently. Very well, since we are numerous, let us divide into 2 teams. One team shall accompany Piccolo to scout the nearby village. The other shall hasten to the other villages to secure the Dragon Balls and protect the villagers. What do you think? Indeed, dividing into 2 teams proves to be more efficient and can also prevent the unfortunate event of total annihilation in case of an unforeseen occurrence. Tianjin Fan and Naba concurred with Lizette's proposed plan. However, it is worth mentioning that the proportion of bald heads in the team seems rather excessive. We have a total of 10 individuals, thus we shall split into teams of 5. Nevertheless, I and Jiaozi must be placed in separate squads to facilitate communication via telepathy. Presently, the members assembled total 10. Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, Jiaozi, Rabbit Leader, Naba, and Lizette. Among them, Piccolo, Gohan, and Krillin have already been designated for the reconnaissance team, leaving only 2 more members to finalize the formation of the team. Given the likelihood of Frieza's presence ahead, and considering Gohan's safety, I shall accompany them, since Frieza is likely ahead, even if combat does not ensue immediately. It is imperative to include Lizette in the reconnaissance team to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Thus, we only need to confirm 1 final member. I shall also join. Does anyone have any objections? For the last slot, Naba eagerly volunteered. He is the only one with direct knowledge of Frieza and his inner workings, making him the most suitable candidate for the team. Naturally, there were no dissenting voices. The final team members were thus determined as follows: Reconnaissance Team, Lizette, Piccolo, Gohan, Krillin, Naba. Protection Team, Goku, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, Jiaozi, Rabbit Leader. With that, we set forth, entrusting the protection of the Dragon Balls to you, Goku. Very well. Lord Ko, do take care as well. Lizette and the other 4 remained, while Goku's group commenced to suppress their energy signatures. They could not fly, otherwise, they would be detected by the scanners, and thus could only proceed on foot. What could be covered in mere seconds by flight instead took them several minutes to reach their destination. Krillin and the others immediately crouched upon a nearby hill, completely concealing their energy, beginning to observe the situation below. Meanwhile, Lizette maintained a distance from Krillin and the others, standing in a position concealed from Frieza's group, also suppressing his energy. Given Lizette's ability for long-range vision, it was unnecessary for him to strain his eyes or to adopt the prone position like Krillin and the others. Lord Ko, I feel like standing there will afford you no view. Krillin expressed his concern for Lizette. However, since Lizette himself claimed to be fine, he redirected his focus back to observing Frieza's group. Below the hill, Frieza and his minions behaved like demons. To coerce the Namekians into submission, they snapped the neck of a villager, then proceeded to kill another with an energy blast. 3 young men, having learned of the village's peril, fought valiantly and nearly vanquished Frieza's subordinates, only to be ultimately slaughtered by the abominable Dodoria. In the end, Frieza promised that no harm would come to anyone if the Dragon Balls were surrendered, yet upon obtaining them, he immediately turned treacherous, mercilessly slaughtering the villagers. Faced with such inhumane acts, Gohan, who was already prone to anger, could no longer contain his rage. Ignoring Krillin and the others' attempts to restrain him, he charged forth, delivering a powerful kick that sent Dodoria flying. Having realized the gravity of the situation, Lizette lamented that he should never have distanced himself from them. With determination, he sprang into action, preparing to assist Gohan. Chapter 46. The unfavorable departure of Vegeta, you scoundrel. I shall defeat you. Gohan, unable to endure the malevolence of Frieza and his minions any longer, kicked Dodoria away and unleashed a primal roar with all his might. While his proclamation may have sounded boastful, Gohan's current battle prowess, though formidable, was not insurmountable. In fact, Dodoria's combat power stood at 22,000, while Gohan possessed 18,000. Thus, he was not entirely outmatched. However, facing Frieza would present a starkly different scenario. Even with Gohan mastering the Kaioken technique, amplifying his power tenfold, he would still be no match for Frieza. Yet, in this moment of fury, Gohan was oblivious to such considerations, compelling others to intervene. Just as Dodoria attempted to rise, Piccolo delivered a powerful kick that sent him crashing through a building, rolling on the ground in agony, blood spewing from his mouth. Witnessing this, Frieza recognized the necessity of taking action himself. He swiftly raised his palm and launched a ki blast towards Piccolo. However, this attack was abruptly intercepted by Lizette, who radiated a brilliant white light, effortlessly neutralizing the Cosmic Emperor's assault. Everyone retreat. With a commanding voice, Lizette ordered the warriors protecting the Namekian children to withdraw immediately. Consequently, Lizette took flight, leaving Frieza and his entourage behind. Naturally, Frieza would not allow them to escape unscathed. Mr. Zabon, Mr. Dodoria, pursue them. How beautiful, Mr. Zabon. Huh. Zabon, a humanoid alien, found his aesthetic sensibilities strikingly aligned with those of humans. The moment he laid eyes on Lizette, whose beauty was unparalleled among humanoid beings, he was instantly captivated, momentarily lost in admiration. This was a profound humiliation for Zabon, for it marked the first time in his life that he felt his heart ensnared by another's allure. He genuinely perceived Lizette as exquisite, utterly entranced. Zabon was a warrior with an acute appreciation for beauty and a disdain for the grotesque. He could neither tolerate the presence of the ugly nor that of anyone more beautiful than himself. How could it be? I am entranced by another. Mr. Zabon. Hurry and pursue. I find him more beautiful than my own reflection in the mirror. It cannot be that anyone in this universe surpasses my beauty. Zabon. No, I cannot endure this humiliation. Whoever he may be, I shall not let this stand. The most beautiful in the universe can only be me, Zabon. Mr. Zabon. You ought to temper your fervor. Suddenly, a wave of murderous intent washed over him. Zabon finally regained his composure and turned to behold Frieza, trembling with rage. It was then that he realized he had, in his moment of distraction, completely disregarded Frieza's orders. Alas, I must pursue him at once, otherwise, I shall surely meet my demise. It is unprecedented for such a fool to disregard me so brazenly. I shall chase after him immediately. In haste, Sabo departed, almost as if in flight from the scene. Had he delayed even for a second, he might have already become a silent corpse. Yet, fortune favored him in this instance. Upon catching up with Dodoria, he did not encounter Lizette's group or the white-clad youth, but fortuitously stumbled upon Vegeta and Dodoria on the brink of confrontation. To be precise, the two had yet to engage in earnest, yet Dodoria was evidently caught off guard and could not evade the impending battle. Ultimately, Dodoria failed to pursue Lizette's party and found himself in Vegeta's sights. After the battle on Earth, Vegeta's power had soared to 22,000, a figure that, even when facing Sabo or Dodoria, provided him with a chance of victory should he manage to turn the situation into a one-on-one. Consequently, Vegeta had been biding his time for an opportunity for the two to act separately. Upon witnessing Dodoria's departure, he seized the moment to act. However, at that very instant, Sabo arrived. For Vegeta, this was the worst of luck, yet for Sabo, it was a stroke of fortune that could alter the course of his destiny. It is worth noting that Vegeta's increase in power was attributed to the Scion trait of surging strength upon revival from the brink of death. Nevertheless, due to Lizette's intervention, his previous injuries were not severe, resulting in a power level slightly lower than what Lizette had encountered in the past. However, discussing this matter further held little significance. Dodoria. Sabo, you have arrived. Save me. TCH, it's Sabo? Upon seeing Sabo approach, Dodoria breathed a sigh of relief, while Vegeta clicked his tongue in frustration. In a one-on-one scenario, he had means to contend. However, facing a two-pronged assault, he found himself at an absolute disadvantage. Sabo and Dodoria encircled him, cutting off any avenue of escape, compelling Vegeta to attempt to find a verbal opening. Humph, you still heed Frieza's words, do you? Such pitiful beings. When possession of the Dragon Balls would allow you to seize the world. We seize the world? At Vegeta's taunts, the simple-minded Dodoria immediately displayed signs of wavering. Dodoria was already enamored with worldly power and had little resistance to authority. Yet at that moment, Sabo interjected, breaking his train of thought. Dodoria, do not listen to his nonsense. Quickly dispose of him. Why yes. Damn it. A few minutes later, Vegeta lay crumpled upon the ground like a pile of tattered refuse. Even someone as formidable as Vegeta was utterly powerless against the combined onslaught. However, unlike the triumphant Dodoria, Sabo's expression bore no trace of mirth. The mention of the Dragon Balls lingered in his mind, echoing repeatedly. Chapter 47. Sabo's betrayal. Sabo had no desire for dominion and did not aspire to be the strongest. Yet, the legend of the Dragon Balls, capable of granting any wish, stirred something inexplicable within him. With the Dragon Balls, he could attain eternal youth and permanently claim beauty for himself. Eternal youth, eternal beauty? Under ordinary circumstances, he would never ponder such a matter so earnestly. The Dragon Balls were coveted by Frisia. Yearning for them was tantamount to betraying that fearsome tyrant. Yet in this moment, Sabo had long since lost his sanity. Upon witnessing Lizette's beauty, which far surpassed his own, the cracks in his pride began to form, and his self-esteem was subjected to unprecedented turmoil. The desire to become more beautiful, to attain everlasting beauty, swelled within him to an uncontrollable extent, a longing he had harbored deep within for so long. "Dodoria," he called out. "Huh, what is it, Sabo? I apologize, but it ends here for you." This was undoubtedly a manifestation of Sabo's complete loss of control. His fleeting desire for beauty compelled him to commit the most heinous act. Strangely enough, there was no hint of hesitation in his heart. What nonsense are you spouting, Sabo? Do you truly wish to betray Lord Frisia? Let me tell you now, Dodoria. Gazing upon your grotesque visage every day has been my greatest torment. However, from this day forth, that pain shall come to an end. No sooner had he spoken than Sabo propelled himself forward, launching a preemptive strike against the still-dazed Dodoria. His clenched fist struck Dodoria's face with tremendous force, sending the portly figure hurtling away. Despite their previous camaraderie, Sabo showed no signs of hesitation as he unleashed a ki blast. A brilliant explosion erupted, sending a vast cloud of dust soaring into the sky. Yet Dodoria was not so feeble as to be vanquished by that blow. He soared from the dust, and, employing his flight technique, landed before Sabo. Sabo, you scoundrel. Humph, still quite resilient. Indeed, even a hideous creature like you looks dreadful in death. Sabo and Dodoria's powers were closely matched, indicating that the one who could land a fatal blow first would determine the outcome of their clash. However, Dodoria had already suffered an ambush from Gohan, Piccolo, and Vegeta, leaving him utterly exhausted even before Sabo's assault. Now, with Sabo attacking, the disparity in their combat capabilities became glaringly evident. Die, Dodoria. Do not get too cocky. I will kill you. In an instant, both figures vanished from sight. The battle surged into a realm of speed beyond the grasp of ordinary perception, their exchanges transcending even the propagation of sound. The two silhouettes intertwined in the sky, with the sounds of their collisions echoing belatedly around them. They continued to move, clashing fiercely and repeatedly, gradually drifting away. Ultimately, only the gravely wounded and abandoned Vegeta remained on the ground, teetering on the brink of death. Damn it! I will not perish. The Scion's vitality was notoriously robust. Even when his heart ceased to beat, he sometimes could revive on his own. As the prince of the Scions, Vegeta possessed a resilience superior to that of his kin. Despite his wounds being grievous enough to be fatal, he writhed on the ground, desperately attempting to crawl. Yet, despite his efforts, his situation remained dire. Alone on Namek, he had no companions to offer assistance, nor any means to heal his injuries. In other words, he had fallen into a desperate situation. Yet, Vegeta continued to crawl forward on the ground, despite the impossibility of encountering an unoccupied medical pod ahead. He clung to the belief that he could not perish here, struggling to advance. However, even a Scion has his limits, no matter how resilient the body. If it suffers near-fatal injuries without receiving treatment, it ultimately cannot escape death, a fundamental law that applies to all beings, including Scions. Vegeta's vision gradually dimmed, and the sensation in his fingertips began to fade. Was he destined to die here? What he ultimately felt, whether it was bitterness or rage, would become his final emotion. The name Vegeta was on the verge of fading into oblivion. Isn't that Prince Vegeta? How has he fallen to such a state, waiting to die in this desolate place? Had it not been for someone intervening, Vegeta's fate would have met its end. Humph, finally dead, huh? This fellow truly is tenacious. On a small island at least 10 kilometers away, Sabo panted heavily, gazing down at the motionless Dodoria. With Dodoria dealt with, the subsequent actions should proceed more smoothly. His goal was to seize the Dragon Balls from Frisia, a task of immense difficulty, leaving no time to concern himself with a character like Dodoria. After all, Dodoria would eventually become an obstacle. Eliminating him now was the best course of action. Eternal beauty belongs to me. To ensure this beautiful face and this exquisite body remain mine forever. At this moment, an unprecedented ambition burned within Sabo. He had never considered escaping Frisia's terrifying reign. But the existence of the Dragon Balls amplified his latent desires. Eternal beauty, eternal youth, determined to transform this yearning into reality. Sabo resolved to betray Frisia and claim the Dragon Balls for himself. All right, let me report that I have defeated Vegeta. For the time being, he would need to continue pretending to obey Frisia. Sabo grinned, not casting another glance at his former comrade, and turned to depart the island. For a while, he would maintain his faade of compliance with Frisia. However, this would not suffice to achieve his ambitions. Even if he attained eternal youth, as long as Frisia lived, he would inevitably be hunted to his demise. If he could not preserve his life, then eternity would hold no meaning. Thus, Frisia must be killed. Without Frisia's death, his ambitions would remain forever unrealized. Only with Frisia gone could he truly break free from that terrifying dominion. Of course, with Sabo's current strength, he could not hope to contend with Frisia. Even if he gained the ability of immortality, the disparity in their combat powers would render him nothing more than a punching bag for Frisia. However, it seemed Vegeta had not considered this at all. In that case, let those capable of killing Frisia engage him in battle, allowing another to eliminate Frisia. The path to realizing this plan had long been mapped out in Sabo's mind. Only his own kind could stand against Frisia. Thus, apart from summoning his brother, Cooler, to this planet, there was no alternative. The beautiful ambition could no longer be restrained. Even if it brought further chaos to Namek, Sabo remained indifferent. Everything was for the sake of eternal beauty. Chapter 48. The Grand Elder of Namek. Namek knows no night. This is due to the planet's orbit around 3 suns. Consequently, concepts such as morning and daytime are non-existent here. The decision of when to rest is entirely personal. While this characteristic of the planet is not without merit, it poses a considerable challenge, as the planet is utterly unsuitable for covert operations. If there were nights, one could at least estimate the sleeping hours of Frisia and Dor. However, with perpetual daylight, their rest periods remain a mystery, rendering any rash actions perilous. Nevertheless, Lizette and her companions managed to conceal themselves in the shadows of the rocks to exchange information. Beside them stood 20 villagers from Xeno, brought over by Goku and others, all huddled together. If Lizette's memory served her right, these were the unfortunate souls who had their village destroyed by Vegeta and, due to their wish for the resurrection of those slain by Frisia's cohort, had remained unrevived. Speaking of which, do they truly trust us? Krillin glanced at the Xeno villagers, once again acutely aware of the vast differences between these earthlings and themselves. To the villagers, apart from Piccolo, his group appeared as nothing more than a band of extraterrestrials. Even the pivotal Piccolo was not involved in persuading them. Yet, they still chose to trust their words and follow them, which left Krillin astonished. Indeed, it was surprising how easily they communicated. It seemed that the Namekians were exceptionally gentle beings. Yet, they bore an uncanny resemblance to Piccolo. In fact, earlier, Yamcha, who had gone to persuade the Namekians, spoke of their gentle and kind nature, which was entirely incongruous with their appearance. Meanwhile, Goku, observing Piccolo, added unnecessary commentary. However, this was understandable. After all, the only Namekians they had encountered were the original Demon King, Piccolo, and the former Guardian of Earth, 2 of whom were indeed formidable figures. Thus, it was inevitable that they developed a fearsome stereotype of Namekians. "Excuse me, may I trouble you Earthlings for a moment?" Elder Zeno spoke apologetically. Standing beside him was Dandy, and it was clear that they had learned from him about the events unfolding in his village and on Namek. Initially, they appeared skeptical, but since reuniting with Dandy, they seemed to have placed complete trust in Lizette and her group. "Dandy has informed us of the current events on Namek. Therefore, we intend to visit the Grand Elder to convey this crisis to him. Might one of you accompany us?" "Not a problem, but can everyone come?" "Ah, yes, of course. However, if everyone were to move together, it would undoubtedly attract excessive attention." Elder Zuno's suggestion was precisely what Lizette desired. Awakening latent abilities from the Grand Elder was an indispensable step in preparation for the impending battle against Frisia. Though Lizette was aware that this notion was riddled with ulterior motives, he surmised that the Grand Elder would not wish to be ruthlessly trampled by Frisia either. Thus, he was confident that the Grand Elder would awaken the latent abilities of all involved. There was no need for concern. The gate to heaven beckoned. With a smile, Lizette opened a portal in the fabric of space. Although Garrick too was rather unassuming, his technique proved to be exceptionally useful. While this portal lacked the emergency evasion capabilities of Goku's later instant transmission, it was undoubtedly more convenient. All right, everyone, please step through. What a remarkably convenient technique, Lord Deity. Indeed, this makes travel so effortless. After Lizette opened the door, Goku was the first to enter, followed closely by Tien. One by one, everyone passed through, and the villagers of Zuno traversed the portal with expressions of astonishment. Finally, the caster Lizette stepped inside and closed the door. In that instant, the long-distance journey for all was accomplished. On the other side of the portal stood the entrance to the Grand Elder's residence, where a figure bearing an uncanny resemblance to Piccolo awaited, his face devoid of surprise. Lord Nail, welcome, Elder Zuno, and esteemed extraterrestrial friends. The Grand Elder is already apprised of the situation. Please, come inside. Following Nail's invitation, the group entered. The villagers of Zuno numbered 20, and with Lizette's party and dandy, the total count reached 31. Including Nail and the Grand Elder, the number swelled to 33, with the Grand Elder being notably larger than the rest. Consequently, the space felt exceedingly cramped, as if they were packed into a steaming dumpling. Nail, I sincerely apologize, Grand Elder. I kindly ask the Earthlings, Dandy, and Elder Zuno to remain, while the others wait outside. After ushering the villagers of Zuno outside, Lizette's party finally liberated themselves from the suffocating environment, turning their attention back to the Grand Elder. He was remarkably tall. Although he was seated, the Grand Elder's stature surpassed even that of the tallest Piccolo present. If he stood, he might reach 3 times Piccolo's height, approximately 6 meters. An air of authority emanated from him, immediately distinguishing him from the other Namekians. Welcome, esteemed guests. You must be Earthlings. First and foremost, I express my gratitude for saving my children. Thank you. Greetings, Grand Elder. I am Lizette, the Earth's deity. Lizette offered a slight bow to the Grand Elder, accompanied by a warm smile. At that moment, it was vital to convey his lack of hostility. The Grand Elder responded kindly to Lizette's greeting. Hello. It is unfortunate that my children have dwindled due to those wicked beings. Moreover, it appears there are other formidable foes at large. The Dragon Balls were originally a testament to the wisdom and strength of the inhabitants of this planet, a symbol of hope. Little did one anticipate that they would incite such calamity. Created for the welfare of the planet's denizens, this holds true for both Earth and Namek. Yet, it is ironically the Dragon Balls that have summoned villains such as Frieza and Vegeta, leading to the planet's crisis. Confronted by the Elder, whose tone was laden with regret, Lizette refrained from employing evasive language and directly addressed the matter at hand. If I may be so bold, could you entrust the Dragon Balls in your possession to us for safekeeping? We have journeyed great distances to prevent them from achieving immortality. We assure you, we will thwart their efforts to gather all 7 Dragon Balls. Indeed, I find myself unable to leave this place, and even with Naru by my side, I fear he cannot withstand the likes of Frieza. It would be far more prudent to place the responsibility in your capable hands. Thus, I bestow this Dragon Ball upon you. With that, the Elder extended the Dragon Ball, which had been resting on the back of his chair, to Lizette. While the Dragon Balls of Earth are merely the size of a baseball, this Dragon Ball from Namek is as large as a basketball. Truly, the original source showcases a stark difference in dimensions. That said, despite being Earthlings, you possess remarkable power. Although some among you may be somewhat weaker, it is regrettable that there remains untapped potential within you. Allow me to assist you in awakening this power. The Elder's enormous hand gently rested upon Lizette's head. Chapter 49. Unleashing potential. Lizette pondered that should his memories or past be scrutinized, it would pose a complication. Thus, he had established a defense on a mental level. Psychics can delve into the hearts of others. Conversely, it is not impossible to shield oneself from such invasions. At the very least, unless one possesses mental strength surpassing that of Lizette, they cannot intrude upon his thoughts uninvited. Yet, judging by the Elder's unchanged expression, he seemed not to have probed into Lizette's memories. Upon reflection, given the Elder's character, it was unlikely he would invade another's memories without permission. Lizette once again felt that the Elder was indeed a gentleman, a kind soul. As Lizette contemplated this, however, that sense of tranquility vanished in an instant. It was power. He could distinctly sense an unprecedented wave of overwhelming strength surging from within himself. The intensity of this aura skyrocketed, leading him to mistakenly believe he had inadvertently triggered a burst of extreme power. Was it a doubling? Or perhaps a tripling? No, it felt close to a 7-fold increase in combat prowess. To claim that he had not anticipated this would be disingenuous. In fact, one could argue that he had placed greater hope in this potential awakening than in the Dragon Balls themselves, which had drawn him to this place. Yet, he never envisioned the outcome would be so pronounced. The potential had been unleashed. Through this awakening, Lizette acquired a strength that left even him in awe. With years of gravity training, the spirit lock, and a consistently honed pressure resistance cultivated through the use of his explosive limits, he firmly believes that even for a brief period, he can endure a staggering power enhancement of up to 40 times. This implies that he can temporarily step into the realm close to that of a super scion. The explosive limit, akin to the Kaioken, imposes a substantial burden on the body. However, the ability to withstand such a strain does not solely depend on combat prowess. Proficiency plays a pivotal role as well. For instance, Goku, even now, could forcibly endure the burden of a tenfold Kaioken. In the original narrative, during this period, Goku indeed claimed that he could withstand even 10 times. Yet, subsequently, despite Goku experiencing a near-death breakthrough and achieving a monumental increase in power, his limit for enduring the Kaioken remains capped at 10 times. It is noteworthy that his base combat power surged from 90,000 to 3 million. This indicates that Goku's foundational conditions differ significantly from those of Lizette. Admittedly, Goku's innate talent may surpass that of others. Beyond the disparities in racial traits, an insurmountable gap exists between Lizette, a human from Earth, and Goku, a scion. Nonetheless, Lizette possesses the accumulation of years, having lived an extensive life. This disparity is directly reflected in the maximum power enhancement he can endure. Additionally, he had absorbed energy from the Tree of Might, albeit temporarily, experiencing a combat power reaching the 100 million mark, which also plays a significant role. That experience has endowed Lizette's body with the capacity to withstand power in this domain. In simple terms, his physique has acquired the requisite container to endure high-output explosive limits. Victory is assured. Lizette harbors no doubt that he can triumph in the battle on planet Namek. Although lacking a scouter, he can still estimate his strength relative to the current Frisia. Comparatively, by removing the spirit lock and other constraints, his full power output is approximately 11 to 12 times that of Frisia. Specifically, it equates to around 117 times Frisia's first form, amounting to the combat power level of 2,666 former deities. Converted into numerical value, it approximates around 6.2 million. If he were to amplify this by 30 times, it would reach approximately 180 million. Forcing it up to 40 times could even exceed 200 million. Of course, a 40-fold increase imposes a tremendous burden on Lizette and cannot be sustained for long. Nevertheless, even with a reduced output, utilizing a 30-fold or 20-fold increase would be sufficient to contend with Frisia on equal footing, perhaps even gaining the upper hand. As long as he remains cautious, defeat is unlikely. If his sole aim is victory, it would be effortlessly within reach. However, should he choose this path, it remains uncertain whether Goku could transform into a Super Saiyan. After all, Gohan eventually awakens to his Super Saiyan form through sheer fantasy, so a dramatic build-up may not be necessary. Ultimately, this is merely a narrative construct. Goku, being the protagonist, experiences such a spectacular awakening, while in reality, there is no imperative to follow suit. Given the circumstances, perhaps it would be best for me to resolve the issue with Frisia swiftly. Lizette contemplated this, only to promptly realize that he was being overly hasty in his conclusions. No, it seems I have become a tad too complacent. At this moment, Lizette found himself enveloped in self-satisfaction. The sudden acquisition of immense power had left him somewhat lightheaded, leading him into a reckless mindset. The very notion that as long as I remain vigilant, I shall not face defeat is itself a form of negligence, is it not? I must regain my composure. At this juncture, he finally grasped that sentiment. Much like Piccolo might exclaim, "Now I possess ultimate power," or Vegeta unabashedly declaring, "I am Super Vegeta." Such shameful declarations, or the exuberant expression of young Gohan proclaiming, "You cannot defeat me," after awakening his latent abilities. The abrupt surge of power is akin to a narcotic, intoxicating one to an extraordinary extent. Having lived for 260 years, he had never experienced such an intense exhilaration. Upon reflecting calmly, the thought of victory is undeniably a form of hubris. Clearly, it is necessary to temper this excitement. Even if I currently perceive myself as thinking rationally, the judgments I make could very well be the result of a mind clouded by fervor. Thank you, Grand Elder. Thanks to your guidance, our chances of victory have significantly increased. If possible, I would also hope that you could assist others in awakening their latent potential. Of course, that is no problem. The power of justice is naturally more potent in greater numbers. Following Lizette, Goku, Piccolo, and others subsequently accepted the awakening of their latent abilities. At this point, everyone's combat power in their normal state had completely surpassed that of the Jinyu force. This means that as long as they remain cautious of Jinyu's body-switching technique, defeat is unlikely. Now, both Goku and Piccolo possess such strength, rendering Dallas no longer a threat. Undoubtedly, the situation was tilting in their favor. At this moment, Lizette truly felt the hope of victory. Warrior combat powers. Lizette, 6, 2 million Goku, 680,000 Piccolo, 660,000 Gohan, 250,000 Nappa, 240,000 Tin, 210,000 Krillin, 200,000 Yamcha, 180,000 Rabbit Leader, 170,000 Kaiatsu, 150,000 Chapter 50. Dallas and Vegeta joined forces upon awakening. Vegeta found himself lying in a medical pod, receiving treatment. He did not rise immediately. Instead, he astutely chose to feign sleep, exhibiting remarkable judgment in that instant. Vegeta slightly opened his eyes, carefully observing his surroundings while contemplating. I have been defeated by Zarbon and Dodoria. Though humiliating, I must first accept this reality. I find myself in the medical pod of a spaceship. The most immediate conclusion is that I was brought back by Zarbon and his cohorts for treatment. After all, there are no medical pods on Namek. Such equipment belongs to Frisia's army. The presence of a medical pod indicates that this spaceship is indeed under Frisia's command. Yet, he could not comprehend the reason behind their decision to save him. Now, having openly rebelled, there is no justification for their salvation. And the internal structure of this spacecraft is unlike anything he is familiar with. Although the vessel employs the same technology, the similarities are merely superficial. The design is fundamentally different, and this is certainly not the spaceship commonly used by Frisia. Hey, how long do you intend to feign slumber, Your Highness? I have long seen through your ruse. With the regenerative capabilities of a scion, you must have awakened by now. Is that voice Kakarot? Upon hearing the voice, the face of that detestable lower-class warrior he encountered on Earth immediately sprang to Vegeta's mind. The tone and dialogue dripped with provocation, yet it was undeniably Kakarot's voice. Thus, the individual outside the medical pod must indeed be him. With this thought, Vegeta opened his eyes. Before him stood a figure unmistakably defined by the iconic hairstyle and unforgettable visage, yet with a bronze skin tone, clad in a black battle suit and a white cape. The most striking detail was the battle power detector affixed to his face. Although the appearance was identical, the expression was starkly different, devoid of the nauseating gentleness. It radiated a chilling demeanor, mirroring that of a scion akin to himself. As Vegeta remained in shock, the liquid within the medical pod gradually drained, exposing him to the air. The first sensations he experienced were of lightness and a surge of power. It seemed that after this brush with death, he had indeed grown stronger. Vegeta's battle power now stands at 29,000. Yet, despite this newfound strength, facing this Kakarot look-alike, he felt utterly incapable of victory. Who are you? You are not Kakarot. My name is Darius, a fellow scion like yourself. Or is it that you cannot tolerate the existence of a lower-class warrior such as me? Darius, a name that resonated with Vegeta. He recalled that it belonged to the captain of one of Frisia's subordinate forces, the Darius Legion. He remembered that although the Legion was small in number, each member possessed a battle power exceeding 7,000, yet he had never imagined the captain would be a scion. After all, Vegeta had believed that aside from himself, Nappa, Raditz, and Kakarot, no other scions had survived. Strictly speaking, there was one more, his brother Tarbal, whose excessive weakness had even stripped him of royal status. Yet in Vegeta's eyes, Tarbal was merely a family disgrace, and he refused to acknowledge him as a scion. What is your purpose in saving me? I have heard you betrayed Frisia. And what of it? Nothing. If that is the case, then our goals align. What do you say? Shall we join forces? I see no necessity, you scoundrel. Vegeta frowned, openly expressing his disdain. He was reluctant to admit it, but after subtly sensing the other's energy, he realized that this individual's battle power likely did not even rival Frisia's. Yet, The desire to recruit him made Darius exceedingly suspicious. His thoughts were likely written all over his face, for Darius grinned widely, saying, "You know, Frisia's power is but the tip of the iceberg." "What did you say?" "Frisia's combat power stands at 530,000. This is no secret among us. Yet such strength is something I can handle alone. Although the battle power detector cannot measure it, my current strength undoubtedly exceeds 5 million. Should I transform into a great ape, despite losing my rationality, my power could reach 25 million. However, even so, it is likely that I would still be unable to defeat Frisia at full strength." "What do you mean by that?" "Vegeta has always believed that Frisia's 530,000 was his utmost power, a figure that seems astronomical. It is important to note that Frisia's strongest subordinate, Captain Ginyu of the Ginyu Force, possesses a mere power level of 120,000. Thus, 530,000 is indeed worthy of the title of Cosmic Emperor. Yet, Dallas claims that this is not even Frisia's full strength. If Dallas, whose power can reach 25 million, cannot prevail, this statement is nothing short of a harbinger of despair for Vegeta. "I once encountered Frisia's brother." "Brother?" "Yes. He inadvertently boarded Frisia's spaceship while I was on guard nearby. To be honest, I was taken aback. I can somewhat intuitively sense battle power. But his strength was on an entirely different scale. Even in my current form as a great ape, I would stand no chance against him. His combat power likely exceeds 100 million. Insanity, pure madness. Oh, it is still too early to succumb to despair. The crux of the matter lies ahead. You may not be aware, but there are rumors suggesting that Frisia is capable of transformation. In fact, his brother bears a completely different appearance. If Frisia can transform into a form resembling his brother, what do you think would happen?" A chill ran down Vegeta's spine. Although he has gained some strength after narrowly escaping death, his power level hovers around 30,000. He cannot compete with Frisia's full strength, and if Dallas is correct, Frisia possesses a form with power exceeding 100 million. This implies that the strength Frisia currently displays is less than 200, not even 1. Rather, it is 5. This means that for Vegeta to stand a chance against Frisia, he must become at least 3,000 times stronger than he is now. Thus, I am in urgent need of power. As the Prince of the Scions, perhaps you may eventually surpass me. Why not join forces and eliminate Frisia with the hands of the Scions? It is truly infuriating, despite my frustration. It is evident that I am no match for Frisia at present. Very well, I shall ally with you. But should you hinder me, I will eliminate you first. Haha, how terrifying. Yet, it is this very spirit that makes you seem dependable. I look forward to your guidance, Prince Vegeta. Their shared objective is to exact vengeance upon the Scion's nemesis, Frisia. For this goal, two malicious Scions have formed an alliance. Naturally, there is no sense of camaraderie between them. They are merely engaging in mutual exploitation. This is not due to an inherent coldness. Rather, it is simply the nature of Scions, self-serving and egocentric. From this perspective, they are indeed the most quintessential Scions. Dallas smirked, only to suddenly regain focus, directing his gaze toward the display screen within the spaceship. He did not disclose to Vegeta that the issue extended beyond Frisia's formidable strength. In an attempt to bridge the gap in power upon his arrival to this planet, he had planted a tree of might, yet the tree, which should have germinated, remained utterly dormant. Who could be siphoning the energy of this planet besides me? The desire to eliminate that individual surged within him. Yet he had no time to ponder anything beyond Frisia. Anxiety began to gnaw at Dales's mind. Chapter 51. The most evil Namekian Schlag, a mutant super Namekian, retained a combat power of 156 million even in his advanced age, unmatched by any. To put it in perspective, the currently acknowledged strongest warrior among Namekians, Neru, possesses only 420,000 in combat power, highlighting the extraordinary nature of Schlag. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The essence of his being was steeped in profound malevolence. When Namek faced unprecedented climatic disturbances, Schlag was exiled to the frigid planet of Schlag, where he succumbed to a demonic transformation, becoming an invader of other worlds. Since his inception, he had never encountered a worthy adversary. Not even a contender could approach his might. Even in his first form, his power far surpassed that of Frisia, who was dubbed the strongest in the universe at 530,000, rendering the prospect of meeting a rival impossible. Consequently, he remained utterly unguarded, devoid of any sense of impending danger. This planet has awakened distant memories within me. Indeed, I recall that it harbors the miraculous Dragon Balls, capable of granting any wish. You are in search of the Dragon Balls, are you not? With them, I could attain eternal youth. The only fear that plagued Schlag was that of mortality. Regardless of his immense strength, he was still a biological entity destined to age and perish, a fate he could not abide. He considered himself so magnificent. How could he submit to the constraints of lifespan dictated by fate? Fortuitously, on this planet lies a means to shatter that rule, liberating him from the shackles of mortality and bestowing him with eternity. Therefore, he had every reason to pursue this goal. Go forth, my subordinates. Bring the Dragon Balls before me. In Schlag's eyes, it was only natural to dispatch his underlings in search of the Dragon Balls. He sensed several formidable energies, yet none posed a threat to him. While it was possible that a few of his subordinates might perish, he was resolute that victory would ultimately belong to him. In dire circumstances, he could simply unleash his true form and grow in size. This arrogance, underpinned by his might, was not devoid of contemplation. However, he remained oblivious to the presence of several individuals on this planet harboring powers that far exceeded his own. Lord Schlag, if I may speak candidly, the sun on this planet is overwhelmingly plentiful. It may not be suitable for our demon race, voiced one of his subordinates, a man named Jian. Jian bore a humanoid appearance, but sported 2 horns atop his head and possessed orange skin, reminiscent of the legendary demons from Earth. His long red hair cascaded down to his waist, and he wore minimal clothing, consisting of blue shorts, wrist guards, and shoes, with a belt that connected from his neck to his shorts. Despite his peculiar appearance, he speaks with utmost seriousness. These beings, known as the demon race, are more accurately the inhabitants of Slagstar. They have long since adapted and evolved to thrive in the frigid environment devoid of sunlight, rendering them exceedingly sensitive to solar exposure. A mere hour under the sun would spell their demise. Thus, the planet Namek, with its 3 suns, is decidedly inhospitable to them. Originally, Slag was a Namekian and thus felt at ease on this planet, yet his subordinates could not fathom why Slag would desire such a world. Without offering an explanation, Slag silently unleashed a wave of energy, striking the audacious Jian, silencing him forever. Poor Jian's heart was seared by the energy, leaving him unable to emit even a cry, ultimately rendering him a lifeless corpse. If the environment is unsuitable, then it is merely a matter of transformation. Joshua, how many days will it take? Yes, 10 days. How dare he claim that it would require 10 days to transform a planet? This statement clearly displeased Slag. Another silent wave of energy was released, and Joshua was instantly reduced to ashes. Kaguga, what about you? I can complete it in 3 days. Then hasten your efforts. The remaining scientist, Kaguga, instinctively declared an utterly impossible time frame to save his own life. Upon hearing this, Slag spared him, allowing Kaguga to retain his existence. Yet, regardless of how one contemplated it, 3 days was an impossibility, barely half of what Joshua had initially proposed. With heavy steps, Kaguga returned to his workstation, his figure seemingly shrouded in a veil of despair. In the vicinity of Earth's stratosphere lies a temple. Previously, the temple would materialize when connected to Corinta via the Rui stick. Now, with the Rui stick withdrawn, the temple has once again concealed itself in another dimension. Furthermore, the temple's barrier has been reactivated. Without Lizette's permission, no one, save for the former deities, may enter. Lizette believes this to be a stringent, yet necessary measure. After all, this temple serves as the heart of Earth's defense, a veritable last bastion. The disturbances in Earth's energy are monitored from here, and ordinarily, the defense mechanisms should activate unless absolutely necessary. In the original narrative, the temple had never functioned in this manner. The Rui stick remained embedded within it for years, and the barrier was perpetually deactivated, resulting in the easy incursions by characters such as King Piccolo II and the Demon Bu. By the time of Dragon Ball, even the likes of Pilaf's crew, who should have had no chance, managed to infiltrate and utilize the ultimate Dragon Balls, causing significant turmoil. Yet now, within this temple, which should be impenetrable, a gathering of Namekians convened. The Elder, Dandy, Neru, and all the villagers led by village chief Zuno. Lizette assessed that if they remained on Namek, they would inevitably fall victim to either Vegeta or Frieza, prompting the decision to relocate them to the sanctuary of Earth's temple. Although he believed that with their protection, they could fend off all but Frieza, this would nonetheless constrain their operational choices, rendering them a burden, to speak candidly. Currently, bringing them to the safest sanctuary on Earth would entirely eliminate the risk of their demise. Lizette had worried whether Dales or Shrag might accidentally arrive here. But with the realization that both were currently on Namek, he felt reassured. He had hesitated about whether to leave Dandy, who was responsible for healing, but reconsidered, recognizing that Dandy would indeed be a burden, and there were sufficient Senzu beans available to substitute for healing needs. As for the matter of how to make a wish after gathering the Dragon Balls, it was resolved by the presence of Piccolo, who at least could speak the Namekian language, rendering Dandy's presence unnecessary. Everyone, though this place may be somewhat cramped, please take refuge here until the battle concludes. Bobo, I entrust their care to you. Leave it to me, Lord Kami, Bobo replied. Lizette then extended his hand into the portal of heaven, pulling out Corinne. Although the likelihood of problems arising was slim, it was prudent to have Corinne remain here to oversee the situation. Having arranged these matters, Lizette prepared to return to Namek. But the Grand Elder called out to him. Please wait, God of Earth. This calamity was originally unleashed upon my Namekian kin. Therefore, at the very least, please take Nail with you. He will undoubtedly be of assistance. The Grand Elder's suggestion for Nail to accompany them was something Lizette was inwardly quite amenable to. Setting aside Nail's inherent strength, having him present would allow Piccolo to merge with him, resulting in an undoubtedly more powerful Piccolo, potentially capable of contending with Frisia. Even now, Piccolo, utilizing the Kaioken technique, had already surpassed his original self from the same timeline. With Nail added to the mix, he would undoubtedly become a formidable warrior capable of challenging Frisia. Yet, Lizette perceived that in some respects, fusion could be more brutal than death. This world possesses an underworld, a heaven, and even the possibility of reincarnation. Death is not the end, but merely a transition. However, once fusion occurs, there is no subsequent path left. The personality of the merged individual would be absorbed, and the original Nail would cease to exist entirely. Of course, Nail would not be dead and could not traverse to the netherworld. Could there be anything more cruel than this? The Grand Elder's proposal was indeed tempting, but Lizette ultimately could not force Nail into fusion. This was his resolution, perhaps stemming from a tender-heartedness. Nail is crucial for your protection. I cannot allow him to be embroiled in our conflict, only to meet an untimely end. After declining the suggestion for Nail to accompany him, Lizette finally set forth on his journey back to Namek. He was uncertain whether this decision was correct. Perhaps this uncertainty would lead the subsequent narrative down an uncontrollable path. Nevertheless, he could not choose the route of annihilating Nail for the sake of power. Personnel remaining on Earth. Mr. Bobo, Potential Development 1, 650-017 Corinne, Potential Development 1. 600-016 Chapter 52. The Cosmic Emperor begins to act at the very moment Lizette and the others enhance their combat prowess. Frisia had already detected the presence of several restless individuals infiltrating this planet. Although he could not directly perceive the energy, he was already aware of the sudden emergence of an unidentified group, Gohan and others, in the village of Namekians, as well as the presence of Vegeta. Furthermore, there were individuals altering the temperature of this planet. Of course, he had no doubt that if he were to take action, all issues could be resolved. And he regarded these matters with disdain, merely considering them a nuisance. Therefore, Frisia decided to summon his most trusted subordinates, the Ginyu Force, to address these disturbances. Master Frisia, we have a grave situation. At that moment, Sabo, who had been tasked with contacting the Special Forces, rushed back. Although the loss of Dodoria was a minor setback for him, having successfully vanquished the bothersome Vegeta, he now approached Frisia with a face full of anxiety. There's a traitor among our ranks, who has sent a message to Lord Cooler, claiming that Master Frisia harbors treasonous intentions. What did you say? Who is responsible for this? It was Apu. I have dealt with him, but the message had already reached Lord Cooler before I could act. Humph. That scoundrel Cooler aims to usurp my power for eternal life. I shall not allow him to succeed. Sabo, has the Ginyu Force arrived yet? To confront Cooler, we must have sufficient combat strength. Yes, they are expected to arrive in a few hours. Of course, it was needless to say that the traitor was none other than Sabo himself. He assessed that he could not possibly confront Frisia with his own strength and thus devised a plot of treachery. Only the strongest could contend with the strongest. He planned to summon Frisia's only fear, his elder brother Cooler, to incite a deadly conflict between Frisia and Cooler, ensuring they would mutually annihilate one another. This was undoubtedly a perilous gambit. Should his scheme be uncovered, he would likely be besieged by the Frisia brothers. Yet, Sabo resolutely chose this path. To attain eternal beauty, one must traverse perilous bridges. He had long since made that determination. My apologies, Apu, but you shall serve as a stepping stone on the path to my success. Watch from the underworld as the two mightiest beings in the universe battle under my control. The beautiful ambition was relentless. Sabo, akin to a dancer atop a landmine, sprinted towards the path of death, fully committed to his pursuit of eternity. In that moment, Sabo had long surpassed his fear of death. Sabo, I must leave this place temporarily. The ensuing matters are in your hands. Understood, but where are you headed? It is nothing. I merely intend to eliminate those bothersome nuisances on this planet. I initially planned for the Jinyu force to handle it, but circumstances have changed. It would be troublesome if they interfered during the battle with Cooler, so it is better to eradicate them now. Fortunately, with the scouter you obtained from Vegeta, I already know their locations. Sabo's recklessness had triggered an unforeseen circumstance. The scouter, which was meant to be destroyed by Vegeta, was recovered intact and ultimately fell into Frisia's possession. In essence, Frisia now possesses the ability to ascertain the whereabouts of Lizette and her companions. Furthermore, the detector previously employed by Vegeta is of the latest model, exhibiting exceptional performance capable of detecting even those with battle powers in the hundreds of thousands. Nevertheless, had Lizette and her allies unleashed their full fighting capabilities, the detector should have exceeded its limits and exploded. Ironically, their habitual suppression of their energy has inadvertently worked against them. Consequently, the detector remains intact, and Frisia has successfully pinpointed the location of Lizette and her comrades. The Emperor of the Cosmos, prompted by the chaos instigated by Sabo, has acted sooner than initially planned. His destination is none other than the place inhabited by the Earthlings. Lord Kami, what shall we do next? Tien Shinhan inquired of Lizette upon her return, after ensuring the elders were sent to Earth. The collective battle power of the group has significantly increased, and they have also rescued the surviving Namekians. Logically, their only option should be to engage in combat. Yet a hasty assault could potentially lead to being besieged by rival factions. Considering these factors, Lizette initially intended to adopt a cautious strategy. Yet she anticipated that Goku would inevitably act impulsively if they remained stagnant. By the way, what is the status of the Dragon Balls? I have stored them within a subspace of my own creation. As long as the opponent lacks the ability to manipulate space, even if I were to be killed, the Dragon Balls would remain untouchable. The prototype of the Gate of Heaven is not merely a means of spatial movement, but rather a technique that confines enemies within a space of one's own design. This implies that Lizette possesses not only the capacity for spatial movement, but also the power to create space. As her proficiency with this technique has grown, Lizette has utilized this power to forge a realm that only she can access, wherein she has placed the Dragon Balls and other cumbersome personal items. This space resembles a simulated four-dimensional pocket. Even in the event of Lizette's death or disappearance, this space would persist. And as long as Lizette refrains from retrieving the Dragon Balls, no one else can touch them. Moreover, after mastering this ability, upon her return to Earth, Lizette transferred the 4 ultimate Dragon Balls stored in the Kami's temple into this subspace. With 3 Dragon Balls in the hyperbolic time chamber and 4 in Lizette's subspace, the task of gathering the Dragon Balls has become increasingly formidable. That is quite impressive. So, at least for now, those individuals are utterly unable to fulfill their wishes. Yamcha remarked with an optimistic smile, understanding that one of their objectives had been accomplished. From the moment the Dragon Balls fell into Lizette's possession, the struggle for the Dragon Balls on Namek had lost its significance. No matter what actions the opponents undertake, they cannot reclaim the Dragon Balls. And Frisia and his cohorts have lost all hope of achieving their desires. We have 2 paths before us. The first is to remain passive, observing the conflicts among other factions, which is a prudent strategy. The second is to take the initiative, actively eliminating our enemies. However, I suppose this hardly qualifies as a strategy, Lizette mused, confident that given their current battle power, any choice they make would be viable. Certainly, there exists a risk of being besieged by other factions. However, as long as Goku and Piccolo can contend with Dares and Shrek, while Tien and the others deal with the lesser foes, it should suffice. The crux lies in avoiding direct confrontation with Frisia for the time being. Moreover, with his current prowess, he harbors a reasonable chance of triumph even against Frisia, and fear has long ceased to haunt him. That said, a higher probability of victory is undoubtedly preferable. The ideal scenario would be a chaotic clash among Frisia, Dares, and Shrag, leaving Frisia as the sole survivor. Although the likelihood is that Frisia would emerge victorious, Dares and his companions should be capable of repelling adversaries akin to the Jinyu force. Nevertheless, such a passive strategy of reaping the benefits of others' conflicts is unlikely to sit well with Goku. Chapter 53. Misfortunes never come alone. I unequivocally choose the second option. I lack the patience to wait for the enemy numbers to dwindle. I concur. Since we possess the strength to vanquish them, why hesitate? Let us take the initiative and crush them. Goku and Piccolo naturally opted for an aggressive strategy. While they understood the importance of adaptability and would adopt caution if faced with a more formidable opponent, when their own strength prevailed, they would eagerly seek battle, a trait that can be quite exasperating. Soon after, Tien clenched his fists. Let us engage, Lord Ko. We are strong now and fully capable of overwhelming them. If Tien intends to fight, I shall join him. I will unleash the Wolf Fang Fist and take them all down. Count me in. Having been bullied by them previously, it is time for revenge. Kaiatsu promptly echoed Tien's sentiments, while Yamcha and Nappa joined in with voices brimming with confidence. Being martial artists, it is only natural that they are eager to test their newly acquired strength. Although Krillin, Gohan, and Bulma appeared less enthusiastic, they did not voice any objections. Lizette, feeling somewhat resigned, mused that it seemed they had resolved to launch a surprise attack. Upon reflection, this strategy is not without merit. Sometimes, rather than feigning caution and being overly conservative, bold action can yield far better results. Very well, let us first strike at the factions other than Frisia, and subsequently deal with Frisia. There is no need to rush. Lizette's expression turned serious as he conveyed the situation he sensed through his awareness. It appears we are a step too late. Dares has already commenced his actions. Moreover, from the aura, it seems that Vegeta is by his side. What really? How can Dares and Vegeta be together? They are both Scions. It is not unusual for them to unite. A few seconds later, Krillin, who had sensed the aura, expressed his bewilderment, while Piccolo, with an air of indifference, offered his conjecture. In truth, Lizette had already detected the convergence of Vegeta and Dares, though he did not regard it with much concern. As Piccolo suggested, if the goal is to defeat Frisia, their alliance is hardly surprising. Additionally, it appears that Frisia's destination is also this very place. Lizette had initially envisioned a scenario where Dallas, Shrag, and Frisia would engage in a fierce struggle amongst themselves. From this perspective, the current convergence of Dallas, Vegeta, and Frisia towards this location was evidently far from ideal. To exacerbate matters, misfortune had compounded. Lizette sensed that a formidable presence was advancing towards planet Namek from the distant reaches of the cosmos. Moreover, through deeper perception, the truths revealed by his foresight sent a chill down Lizette's spine. The silhouette he discerned bore an uncanny resemblance to Frisia's ultimate form, albeit adorned in a striking purple and white hue. Undoubtedly, it was Cooler. Although the reasons behind this predicament remained unclear, Cooler was indeed drawing closer to the planet. Furthermore, being Frisia's brother, the spacecraft he commanded exhibited remarkable performance, markedly distinct from the mass-produced space pods, with astonishing speed. At this rate, Cooler would arrive within the hour. What could be the reason for Cooler's arrival? Was Frisia's personal involvement prompted by Cooler's approach? This was confounding, yet it was evident that unforeseen circumstances were unfolding. On the surface, Lizette maintained an air of calm, yet internally, he was in turmoil. Why would Frisia take such direct action? Given his disposition, he would typically await the arrival of the Jinyu force. Moreover, even if he were to intervene personally, logically, there should be no scouts, as the Namekians had obliterated all surveillance devices. How, then, was Frisia able to ascertain their location? Lizette silently berated himself for his earlier conviction that the enemy possessed no scouts, which had led him to neglect issuing orders for everyone to completely conceal their energy signatures. This was indeed a grave error. Regretting it now was futile. Naturally, he had once contemplated that Vegeta might locate their position through sensing energy, but even then, it seemed inconsequential. He could simply overpower Vegeta upon his arrival. And he had even considered the possibility of intentionally releasing some energy to lure Vegeta closer. However, he could never have anticipated that Frisia would be acting in concert with Vegeta. Nevertheless, up to this point, there still remained a semblance of control over the situation. In the worst-case scenario, he could exert his full power to vanquish all adversaries. Yet Cooler's emergence had completely disrupted his plans. The reason for his timely intervention eluded Lizette entirely. Surely, there must be someone orchestrating events from the shadows. Could it be those demonic forces? Or were there other underlying factors? Regardless, a decisive course of action was imperative. Given the velocity of the energy signatures, it was likely that Cooler and the Jinyu force would arrive within the hour. Before that, it was essential to devise a strategy to incapacitate the other factions. Based on distance and speed, it seemed that Dallas and Vegeta would be the first to arrive here. Perhaps an alliance with them could be forged? As for Frieza, he would have to be dealt with personally. This time, I shall take matters into my own hands. Frieza would likely approach in either his first or second form. As long as I prevented him from unleashing his full potential, I could eliminate him outright. The priority now lay in addressing Cooler, who would arrive after Frieza. There was simply no time to be entangled with Frieza. After all, Gula was at the pinnacle of Frieza's final form from the very beginning. An adversary invincible by any means devised against Frieza. Perhaps we need not engage Gula in combat at all. When Gula's spaceship arrives, we could activate the gates of heaven to transport him to a distant part of the universe. Considering Gula's speed and his ability to survive in the cosmos, this method may not completely rid us of him, yet it is worth attempting. Oh heavens, what shall we do? They are approaching. We shall confront them here. Starting with the first to arrive, Dales. It seems our goal to defeat Frieza aligns with his. If all goes well, we may even join forces against Frieza. Lizette swiftly made her decision. First, she would attempt to persuade Dales, and if that failed, she would immediately engage him in battle. Next, while Frieza had yet to unleash his full power, they would eliminate him. Finally, they would devise a means to send Gula's spaceship far away. Although time was exceedingly tight, this was their only course of action. As for Slag, he could be dealt with later. Resolved, Lizette gazed up at the approaching figures of Dales and Vegeta. Gula 1. 5 billion Gula's final form. 4. 7 billion Chapter 54. The weakest in the arena. Vegeta, Kakarot. It seems you have grown significantly stronger since our encounter on Earth. Do not be so wary. I am not here to fight. Dales appeared before Goku and the others, accompanied by Vegeta, with a surprisingly amicable demeanor. However, his intentions had been made clear during their time on Earth, so perhaps this was not entirely unexpected. He had previously mentioned the aim of uniting with Goku to defeat Frieza. At that time, Lizette had deemed Dales a threat and expelled him from Earth, and now, Goku and Dales found themselves reunited on Namek. Naturally, he would wish to hear Kakarot's response to that invitation. Goku remained composed and addressed Dales, apologies. But time is of the essence. If you have something to say, please be direct. I know Frieza is on his way, correct? Indeed. I have come to discuss a potential collaboration. Would you not desire greater power? Are you suggesting we work together? Precisely. Dales's proposal for an alliance was a timely boon. He had previously declared Frieza his enemy, creating a possibility for collaboration from the outset. Moreover, Dales now exuded an even stronger presence than during their time on Earth. Even so, with Goku and Piccolo's current strengths, they could still overcome him, yet Dales possessed a tail. This meant he could transform into a great ape, amplifying his battle power tenfold. Should he employ this advantage, Goku and his companions would find themselves outmatched. Beside Dales, Vegeta's battle power now hovered around 30,000. But if Lizette recalled correctly, after experiencing 2 near-death situations, his power would soar beyond that of a fused Piccolo, exceeding 1 million. From the perspective of growth potential, he can be considered a formidable force. Do not trust him, Son Goku. He surely intends to deceive us. No, I do not share that sentiment. This fellow may not be virtuous, yet I sense that his desire to vanquish Frieza is genuine. Piccolo remarked with skepticism, but in this matter, Goku felt he could place his trust in Dales. This was not grounded in any substantial evidence or reasoning. If pressed for justification, he might only respond with a feeling. If one were to insist on a rationale, it could perhaps be attributed to Dale's furious reaction when he heard Goku express that forgetting past memories might be beneficial. Although Goku did not fully comprehend Dales, he was certain that Dales held great respect for Bardock, Goku's father. Thus, Goku believed that he could trust him. Can I trust you? At least until we defeat Frieza, yes. In response to Goku's straightforward inquiry, Dales replied succinctly. That single exchange sufficed for both of them. Goku extended his hand, and Dales grasped it firmly. Their relationship could hardly be sustained by trust, nor could it be termed as camaraderie. However, at least until they achieved their common goal of defeating Frieza, they were not adversaries. In the present moment, that was sufficient. By the way, how did Vegeta end up with you? Oh, this fellow? After betraying Frieza, he arrived on this planet, only to be gravely injured by two of Frieza's subordinates. I happened to find him and brought him back. Dales, don't speak too much. Do you wish to die before Frieza does? Vegeta unabashedly expressed his displeasure, erupting in anger. Yet, Dales, feigning fright, showed no genuine fear upon his countenance. This was only natural, given the vast disparity in their combat prowess. Even if Vegeta provoked him thoughtlessly, he alone would suffer defeat. Unbeknownst to him, a significant gap in combat abilities had developed between Vegeta and the others. Yet Rizet remained unconcerned. After all, that man Vegeta, even if temporarily lagging, would engage in frenzied training to reclaim his position at the forefront of power, rendering any worries unnecessary. In fact, Rizet even felt that the current Vegeta, being somewhat of a rogue, posed a potential threat of a sneak attack, making his slight weakness a source of relief. Nevertheless, he also sensed he might be overstepping. The humiliation was etched across Vegeta's face, as he found himself in an unprecedented state of disarray. What the hell is happening? I fought them on Earth just a month ago. How is it that, in such a short span, each of their combat powers has surged so drastically? They are entirely different from before, and even that boss surpasses me by far. I was clearly much stronger than then. Why is this happening? This was a disgrace he had never encountered. No one mocked him, nor did anyone cast blame. Yet he was acutely aware that, at this moment, he was the weakest. As an elite scion, Vegeta had long been accustomed to standing above others. Thus, this situation was utterly alien to him. Confronted with the shocking reality of being the weakest, he was left in a state of bewilderment. Ah, Vegeta. It has been quite some time since we last met. How have you become so feeble? Nappa, this is truly unbelievable. Once, I regarded you as utterly unbeatable. Now, you appear pitifully insignificant in my eyes. As Vegeta found himself in a state of embarrassment, Nappa spoke to him with a tone laced with provocation. The power dynamic between Nappa and Vegeta had completely reversed. No matter how fiercely Vegeta struggled, he could not stand against Nappa. The disparity between them was profoundly vast. In response, Vegeta's face was contorted with rage, while Nappa wore a mocking expression. Nappa, do not act thus. I am aware of the grievances between you and Vegeta, but we must now focus on the matter concerning Frieza. Indeed, you are correct, Lord Kami. The tension in the air was palpable, yet upon being admonished by Lizette, Nappa sheathed his hostility. He may have wished to say more to Vegeta, but reminded by Lizette, he refrained. In truth, it was indeed time to direct their attention towards Frieza, rather than Vegeta. With this thought, Nappa ceased to concern himself with Vegeta. It seemed they were poised to form a rather awkward alliance. Observing Nappa's demeanor, Lizette furrowed his brow and then shifted his gaze to the shadows cast by a rock formation. The troubles posed by Frieza alone were already considerable, yet it appeared that additional complications were now at hand. Nevertheless, he felt it was indeed time to converse with them. Thus, Lizette addressed the unwelcome guest, who lurks there in the shadows. Lizette's keen perception had detected an uninvited presence that had arrived even before Frieza. It was not Shrag. His aura was still far away. Moreover, this unique presence was one he had encountered previously. Chapter 55, Two Uninvited Guests. Oh, you are rather perceptive. In response to Lizette's call, the silhouettes of two demons emerged from the rocky shadow. One was a woman clad in a full uniform, accompanied by a taciturn man. It was quite unexpected that they had pursued him all the way from Earth to the distant Namek, truly elusive beings. They likely possessed the same spatial transfer abilities as Lizette. After all, the prototype of the Gate to Heaven, the Hell Vortex, was originally a technique of King Cold. It was not surprising that the demons could utilize such capabilities. What is the meaning of this? Are you Frieza's subordinates? No, that aura. You are demons? Upon the sudden intrusion of the two, Krillin immediately took a defensive stance, while Piccolo, also a demon, instantly discerned their identity. The pair of demon figures offered no response, merely fixing Lizette with sharp gazes. It appeared their target was indeed Lizette. O God of Earth, I wish to discuss something with you. What say you? This holds no benefit for me. Lizette was now compelled to confront the imminent threat posed by Frieza. Moreover, with Cooler lurking behind, he could not afford to expend excessive energy battling Frieza. Thus, Lizette's strategy was to swiftly eliminate Frieza, then concentrate all remaining forces against Cooler. However, if he became entangled with these two demons here, his plan would surely be thwarted. The benefits may be negligible, yet I can elucidate the repercussions of denying my request. For instance, what if we intervened during your battle with Frisia?" Upon hearing the woman's words, Lizette's expression grew serious. This was a threat, implying that compliance was necessary, or else they would assist Frisia. Had they been ordinary adversaries, Lizette could have easily dismissed them and repelled their advances. However, the capabilities of these two individuals remained uncertain. The possibility of losing comrades was not out of the question. Thus, Lizette found himself devoid of the option to refuse from the very beginning. Perhaps it would be prudent to escape back to Earth with everyone. However, this seemed a less than ideal strategy. They likely possessed spatial mobility akin to my own. Even if I were to reach Earth, the worst-case scenario would simply transfer the battlefield there. Flight was one of the options available to Lizette, utilizing the Gate of Heaven to facilitate an escape for Goku and the others, while allowing Frisia, Gula, Dales, and Shrag to engage in mutual annihilation, could be considered a viable tactic. In such a scenario, Gula would likely emerge victorious, but given his temperament, he might regard Earth as an inconsequential speck, ignoring it altogether. His visit to Earth in the movie was prompted by Goku's triumph over Frisia. Absent that, he might never have set foot on this planet. Yet, the dilemma lay with these two demon entities. Current intelligence indicates they possess three capabilities: spatial mobility or instant teleportation, the alteration of others' actions, and the enhancement of another's strength. Thus, even if Lizette fled to Earth, it was plausible they could pursue him alongside Gula or Frisia. In light of this, despite his sympathy for the Namekians, it seemed more prudent to treat this uninhabited planet as a battlefield. "Very well, I shall accompany you. Let us converse elsewhere." "Oh, you are quite perceptive." Lizette designated a distant isle, and the two demons followed suit. With matters reaching this juncture, Lizette realized he might no longer partake in the battle against Frisia. If he could swiftly vanquish these two, he might still return in time. But Lizette felt that would prove a formidable challenge. With his current strength, he was uncertain whether he could contend with them. The pressure emanating from these two demons was palpable and sufficient to instill such doubt. Lizette beckoned Goku, imparting the critical details regarding the confrontation with Frisia. At this point, all he could do was hope that Goku and the others would swiftly defeat Frisia. "Goku, ensure that Frisia does not unleash his full power. While he still underestimates us, strike him down with haste. Do you understand?" "Huh. Is he truly that formidable? I wish to engage him at full strength." "You would be defeated. Do not be foolish." Perhaps he had chosen the wrong messenger. Nonetheless, Piccolo and Dale should have also heard. It should be fine. Lizette could only console himself with this thought. He ascended from the ground, with the two demons closely trailing him. As anticipated, even as Lizette increased his speed, they effortlessly kept pace. This alone was enough to underscore the necessity of vigilance against them. Engage. In the midst of their flight, Lizette released the restraints that suppressed his own power. The strength of these two individuals remained a mystery, leaving no room for leniency. At a considerable distance from Goku and the others, Lizette descended, while the two demons landed a short distance away. "Let me be frank, who exactly are you? You consistently meddle in various battles. What is your true objective? How unpleasant. Must you speak so harshly? We merely seek a bit of amusement. However, the plans we painstakingly devised have been thwarted by your interference. Thus, I assert that you are meddling." The demon woman scrutinized Lizette, her gaze seemingly assessing him, though her true intentions were inscrutable. Yet, she failed to see through him and merely murmured, "This is odd. I had assumed you were part of the Time Patrol. It seems I was mistaken. Regardless, you are an eyesore, and you shall be dealt with here." Lizette could not comprehend their words, and it was evident that they had no intention of making themselves understood. However, one thing Lizette could sense clearly was their readiness to strike. The man instantaneously unleashed a crimson aura, his presence surging dramatically. In response, Lizette unfurled his white wings. He activated a 20-fold explosive limit, elevating his combat power to an astonishing 12,375,000, surpassing Frisia's level 100. At that moment, Goku and his companions were likely astonished by the sudden enormity of Lizette's aura, yet he had little inclination to pay heed to their reactions. "Ah, I see. In this era, your power is indeed exceptional." Huh. Even in the face of such formidable energy, the opponent remained unfazed. Lizette pondered as he charged at the man. He concentrated his energy into his fist and launched a series of strikes. Yet, the man effortlessly raised his defenses, remaining immovable. "What is the matter? Since you dare to confront us alone, you must have confidence in your strength." Allow me to witness the extent of your power. In that singular exchange of offense and defense, Lizette acutely felt the disparity between them. Both combatants refrained from exerting their full strength, yet the hidden might they possessed was likely worlds apart. Lizette concluded that even if he were to unleash his entire power as suggested, he would be easily overwhelmed. Hence, he needed to disrupt the opponent's stance before launching a surprise attack. No matter what, he resolved to eliminate the adversary while they underestimated him. With a smirk, Lizette seized the man's pinky finger, aware that regardless of combat power, weight would not increase in tandem. Using the grasped pinky as leverage, he executed a technique reminiscent of Aikido, hurling the demon man towards the ground, aiming for his head to collide with the earth. Typically, such an action would at least fracture the opponent's pinky, yet the demon's body was remarkably resilient, showing no signs of damage. Though caught by the pinky, the man still swung his free fist. However, in that fleeting moment, Lizette twisted the pinky, disrupting his stance. Thus, his fist seemed to be manipulated, and leveraging this force, Lizette struck the man's face with the palm of his hand. Now is the moment. Seizing the opportunity presented by the man's unsteady posture, Lizette instantly maximized his explosive potential. He concentrated his energy into a tangible form, launching a powerful punch aimed directly at the man's groin. Not only that, but the energy-infused fist swiftly grasped the opponent's testicles, exerting all its might in a vice-like grip, twisting mercilessly. Oh no, how ruthless. Even a demon man could not withstand this blow, letting out a piercing scream, his eyes bulging wide. Regardless of a man's strength, the lower body remains an unavoidable vulnerability. The testicles, akin to exposed internal organs, are a conspicuously unprotected weakness hanging vulnerably between the legs. However, individuals with considerable combat prowess do possess tougher skin defenses. Lizette had initially intended to obliterate his opponent with all his strength, yet not a single drop of blood was drawn. Panting heavily, Lizette adjusted his explosive potential back to 20-fold, and before the adversary could regain his stance, he executed a sweeping kick. Like a whip, he extended his leg, using the top of his foot to press against the back of the opponent's knee, forcibly compelling him to sit down. In essence, it was akin to a knee strike. Given that the knee can bend, a mere application of force can induce it to do so. The principle is rather straightforward. He did not relent in his kicking force, seamlessly rotating his body. As he spun, his long hair swept across the demon man's eyes, obscuring his vision. The eyes themselves are yet another exposed vulnerability. Mira, watch out ahead, a demon woman cautioned, but Lizette afforded no time for a response. Harnessing centrifugal force, he once again maximized his explosive potential. Concentrating his energy into a solid form, he attached it to his right foot, rendering his kick as sharp as a blade. Direct hit. Blood erupted from the demon man's forehead as he was sent flying, crashing into a distant rocky outcrop. Lizette had aimed to sever his head clean off, yet ultimately only managed to carve a gash into his forehead. His body was astonishingly resilient. Binding. Lizette invoked the divine art of material creation upon the limbs of the unsteady demon man. Creating matter from nothing is a fundamental skill of the gods, and thus is not particularly surprising. Even Piccolo can conjure clothing from an empty space. What Lizette created with the same technique was a heavy object. In the original narrative, there exists a scene where Goku trains with a total weight of 4 tons when King Kai pays a visit. Although the process is omitted, he increased Goku's load to 10 tons. Ultimately, transformed into a Super Saiyan, Goku effortlessly moved, astonishing King Kai, but the crux is not here. There is a noteworthy detail within this scene. Even a being of King Kai's caliber could create a weight so substantial that, without transformation, Goku would be rendered immobile. In this scenario, Goku bore a total weight of 40 tons. Assuming that the gravity of Supreme Kai's planet is equivalent to that of King Kai's, which is 10 times that of Earth, Goku would be subjected to a burden equivalent to 400 tons. In this instance, Lizette imposed an immense burden upon the demonic man, each weighing a staggering 1,000 tons. In total, the weight amounted to 4,000 tons, completely immobilizing his movements. GUH. The gallows. Lizette swiftly initiated material creation, manifesting a gallows that ensnared the man's neck with a rope, subsequently levitating him with telekinesis. The intent was unmistakable, to snap his neck in such a manner. In terms of combat prowess, Lizette was far inferior to this demonic man. However, as evidenced by the example of the king of the realm, It was clear that with astute utilization of material creation, even a stronger opponent could be rendered utterly motionless. Moreover, the 4,000 tons of weight pressing down on his neck would likely inflict greater harm than any attack Lizette could muster. The man's neck creaked ominously, and his once bluish complexion deepened into a more pronounced shade of purple. It was indeed a cause for concern. Nevertheless, while Lizette wielded divine arts, his adversary was equally capable of countering with dark sorcery. With a mere gesture of her staff, the restraints and gallows conjured by Lizette vanished in an instant. Yet, Lizette had anticipated this and immediately launched his next assault. Countless blades descended. Without hesitation, Lizette raised his right hand. In that fleeting moment, an innumerable array of white swords materialized, densely filling the sky. All their tips aimed squarely at the demonic man. Without a trace of doubt, the rain of swords cascaded toward him, enveloping his figure entirely. Yet, Lizette did not cease his onslaught. He soared upward, unfurling his wings. The air emitted from his wings floated like feathers, and then, crossing his hands above his head, he concentrated the energy, akin to the Kamehameha technique, locking his wrists together and thrusting forward. Simultaneously, two luminous orbs materialized around him, swirling and intensifying in brilliance. Subsequently, he compressed the gathered energy into his palms and unleashed it. Furious impact. This technique, reminiscent of the Kamehameha, released energy in a singular direction. A unique version crafted by Lizette. Within the released stream of white energy, the two luminous orbs transformed into pink energy waves, merging with the central white wave, spiraling forward like a magical cannon. To put it succinctly, this was akin to an enhanced version of the Kamehameha, fortified with penetrating and impact force. Lizette's full-force attack not only stripped away the planet's surface, obliterated rocky mountains, and consumed the man within its grasp, but also pierced through the planet's stratosphere, striking a distant asteroid and shattering it into fragments. This was the most formidable attack I could muster. If this proves ineffective, it will reveal the extent of our disparity in strength. Of course, even in the face of such a disparity, there are still methods of counteraction. One could seize the opportunity to retaliate, launch continuous slashes, or even combine the solar fist with the energy circle/combo. Yet, he still hoped to inflict at least some measure of damage upon his foe, although there existed means to bridge the gap in strength. Achieving victory through such means was far from a simple endeavor. As the smoke dissipated, the figure that emerged left much to be desired. What a disappointment. It held no significance whatsoever. The demon man, aside from the scar on his forehead, appeared entirely unscathed. Chapter 57, Anomalous Beings. Everything has come to an end. Fear not. Your energy shall be utilized wisely. Despite enduring a relentless barrage from Lizette, Mira remained largely uninjured, boldly proclaiming her resilience. The disparity in their strengths was glaringly evident. From the moment Lizette unleashed his full power, failing to inflict even the slightest harm upon his opponent, the outcome was already sealed. Should there still be a glimmer of hope for victory, it would lie solely in severing the adversary's neck or torso with a slicing energy attack. Yet even as 1,000 blades descended, targeting him in unison, the opponent remained utterly unharmed, rendering this approach exceedingly arduous. At that moment, the female demon, who had maintained her silence until now, suddenly interjected. "Wait, Mira." Upon hearing her command, the man obediently halted. Although it was palpable that his energy far surpassed that of the woman, it seemed her status held greater weight. If only he could eliminate her first, Lizette mused. But before he could contemplate further, she posed a question to him. "Tell me, do you have someone backing you?" "Backing?" "Indeed, perhaps someone with the ability to transcend time. It would be rather unnatural if it weren't for the meddling of a certain individual, resulting in such a vast chasm between the timelines of existence and non-existence." "What on earth are you talking about?" Just as before, Lizette found himself utterly perplexed by the demon woman's words. Yet, the keywords in her speech were impossible to ignore. Their actions and demeanor suggested an uncanny awareness of the original timeline, the canonical events of the Dragon Ball saga. Who were they, really? Lizette pondered. Were they from the future like Cell or Trunks? Or perhaps individuals with special memories akin to his own? Or could they possibly be new characters introduced in subsequent Dragon Ball sequels or spin-offs? Surely, they couldn't be mere figures from fan-created narratives, could they? Humph. It seems you truly are unaware. No matter, it is of little consequence. Mira, let him go for now. Perhaps we can draw out his benefactor through him. Let him go just like that? What difference does it make? To you, He is merely a minor obstacle, hardly a source of energy, at least for the time being. The woman maintained an air of nonchalance, suggesting they spare Lizette temporarily. In truth, the evident gap in power between Mira and Lizette suggested that, in their eyes, he posed no threat, even if left unattended. The woman sported a provocative smile as she turned her gaze towards Lizette. So, we'll allow you to live a little longer. But should you dare to hinder us, you will be erased without hesitation. You intend to let me go? Is that so troubling? Do you see us as your only concern? She replied, her tone laced with mockery. At that very moment, Lizette sensed something amiss. Originally in his first form, Frisia's aura suddenly surged, instantaneously transforming into his final form. How could this be? Oh dear, Frisia has unexpectedly shifted into his ultimate form in an instant. What on earth are you plotting? Given Frisia's nature, it is inconceivable that he would switch to his final form without reason. However, a similar bizarre occurrence had transpired before, such as when Vegeta transformed into a great ape despite not being pushed to the brink. This situation mirrored that instance precisely. Though Lizette was unaware of the specifics of their actions, he was certain that these two fiends were responsible. Moreover, there was another matter at hand. Shortly thereafter, Lizette sensed new auras. Several powerful energies had arrived on Namek. Among them were the Jinyu Force, the Gula Mech team, and even Gula himself. Unbeknownst to him, they had all descended upon this planet. I merely advanced the timeline slightly. What do you think? Does it not seem that events are about to become intriguing? In essence, I have simply summoned them from the imminent future to the present. Now, let us proceed to the next era. Farewell, my delightful anomaly. Wait. Lizette hastily attempted to intervene, but those two fiends were swifter, vanishing in an instant as if they had never existed. He immediately initiated an aura search, but could no longer detect their presence, not just on Namek, but even within several light years of the surrounding star systems. If their words were to be believed, they had likely traversed to other points in time. This was an unfathomable, terrifying power, one that was hard to accept. How could it be that, due to their interference, the situation had entirely spiraled out of Lizette's control? Frisia had directly transformed into his final form, and Gula had already arrived. The current predicament was worse than his most dire predictions. Lizette was utterly lost, unsure of how to proceed. No, perhaps from the outset, there was never a so-called correct answer to confront the present circumstances. What should he do? Yet, amidst the confusion, time would not halt its relentless march. In this rapidly changing, chaotic scenario, Lizette had to make a decisive move without delay. Meanwhile, Gula's direct subordinate, the leader of the Gula Mech team, Saviza, stood with arms crossed before the spacecraft, awaiting the return of his subordinates. Upon arriving on Namek, their first action was to send a messenger to inquire about Frisia's intentions. Yet even now, that subordinate had yet to return. In Saviza's view, Frisia's rebellion was utterly inconceivable. Indeed, his master Gula and his brother Frisia could hardly be described as amicable siblings. However, it had never escalated to the point of outright rebellion, where one would seek the other's demise. Moreover, Frisia and Cooler belonged to the same lineage of icy demons, both rulers of the cosmos. If the two were to engage in a fierce battle, it would undoubtedly equate to a self-destructive act of disgrace, which King Cold would never permit. Thus, Saviza believed that the situation must be a misunderstanding. Ultimately, Frisia and Cooler would exchange their usual jibes, and the matter would be settled without further ado. However, the subordinate sent to deliver the message had yet to return, and instead, Frisia's trusted aide, Zabon, appeared. Are you Zabon? Where is the soldier I dispatched? Humph. He has already been dealt with by Lord Frisia. I have come to inform Lord Cooler of this matter. Had a mere soldier uttered such words, Saviza's reaction might have been entirely different. However, Zabon, being a confidant of Frisia, carried a weight that could not be dismissed. Zabon's decision to come and report this to Cooler was tantamount to an open betrayal of Frisia. This indicated that he had risked the possibility of being executed by Frisia to deliver this message, a perilous gamble that could hardly be a fabrication. For it bore no benefit, only risk. But you were supposed to be Lord Frisia's confidant. Why would you choose to report this? Because I had no other option. This was the only path to survival. No matter how powerful Lord Frisia may be, if he were to truly fight Lord Cooler to the death, he would stand no chance. I do not wish to become a pawn sacrificed in such a conflict. It seemed he had made a bitter decision, Saviza thought. Indeed, should Frisia and Cooler cease their usual brotherly quarrels and engage in a true struggle to the death, there was no doubt that Cooler would emerge victorious. Not only were their individual combat capabilities in Cooler's favor, but even the strength of their respective aids leaned towards Cooler's advantage. The Mecha Squad, although comprised of only 3 members, possessed combat abilities that far surpassed those of the Jinyu Force. Teams with combat powers of merely 40 or 50,000, like that of Jinyu, were hardly worthy of mention. The only one who could barely contend was Jinyu himself, yet facing the 3 members of the Mecha Squad. How could he possibly triumph? Thus, Shaviza concluded that Zabon's choice was indeed the right one. Should a confrontation arise between Cooler S and Frisia S armies, Zabon would undoubtedly be among the first to be sacrificed. Hence, aligning with Cooler would certainly enhance his chances of survival. Nevertheless, at that moment, Shaviza remained somewhat skeptical. He could not ascertain whether Zabon had genuinely betrayed Frisia. What transpired next was, for Zabon, an unexpected stroke of fortune. "You dare, Zabon. Is that you, Dodoria? You are still alive?" To Zabon's astonishment, Dodoria, whom he had presumed dead, stood before him, very much alive. Yet Zabon was fortunate. Had this incident occurred aboard Frisia's spaceship, in Frisia's presence, he would have faced inevitable retribution and been executed as a traitor. But here, in front of Cooler's spacecraft, and having just concocted a tale with Shaviza about his betrayal of Frisia for Cooler's sake, Dodoria's appearance became advantageous evidence for Zabon. "Cursed Frisia, are you here to execute me, the traitor? Traitors shall never be forgiven." What? So, Lord Frisia has truly rebelled. Frisia's 2 confidants, one accusing the other of treachery, and the latter silently acknowledging his betrayal. This scene led Shaviza to a complete misunderstanding. He firmly believed that Sabo had indeed betrayed Frisia and intended to align himself with Gula. He even assumed that Sabo had previously attacked Dodoria, but failed to kill him, resulting in Dodoria being dispatched by Frisia to hunt down Sabo. Under Shaviza's absurd misinterpretation, a fierce battle erupted between Sabo and Dodoria. A confrontation devoid of pretense and full of genuine intent to eliminate one another. To Shaviza, whose combat prowess reached a staggering 170,000, their struggle appeared trivial. Yet he discerned their earnest desire to slay one another. Ultimately, Sabo emerged victorious, plunging Dodoria into the depths of the sea. "Shaviza, there is no time left. Frisia is gathering a formidable force to collect the Dragon Balls. If this continues, he will truly attain immortality." "Understood. I shall promptly report this to Lord Gula." Previously, the notion of Frisia's rebellion had seemed abstract to Shaviza, but now the situation took on a vivid clarity that sent him into a panic. He failed to perceive the inconsistencies in Sabo's words, accepting Sabo's claim of Frisia's treachery as undeniable truth. Unbeknownst to him, he had fallen entirely into Sabo's trap, turning and rushing into the spacecraft to relay the information to Gula. Upon receiving Shaviza's report, Gula harbored no doubts. "Ah, so it is Frisia, you fool. To dare confront me directly is utterly hopeless." The fraternal bond between Gula and Frisia had long been fraught, devoid of trust. Thus, Gula could not fathom the possibility of misunderstanding. He merely deemed it unsurprising that a fool like Frisia would act so recklessly. In Gula's eyes, Frisia had already become a mere traitor, an enemy. "I shall deal with Frisia and those unknown accomplices. Shaviza, go eliminate the Jinyu force. The others are manageable, but Jinyu, with his body-swapping ability, must not be allowed to reunite with Frisia. Otherwise, it will spell trouble." Yes. After issuing the command for the Mecha Squad to confront the Jinyu force, Gula soared into the sky, his visage betraying no hint of caution. Filled instead with the arrogance of a powerful warrior, convinced of his inevitable victory. Shortly thereafter, Shaviza and the others followed suit, leaving only Sabo behind. The plan unfolded flawlessly. With both Frisia and Gula absent for the foreseeable future, one of them was bound to perish. Moreover, the Jinyu force would be dealt with by the Mecha Squad. This indicated that Frisia's spacecraft was now unguarded. A splendid opportunity to seize the Dragon Balls had arrived. "Ah, soon, very soon. My eternal beauty shall soon be within my grasp." Sabo believed himself to be orchestrating events entirely to his advantage. Indeed, the current chaotic situation on Namek is undeniably a consequence of his own orchestration, and he has managed to maintain a semblance of control over it for the time being. However, Sabo is not without vulnerabilities. He failed to anticipate that. Due to the presence of Lizette, the Dragon Balls have become utterly unattainable. This implies that Sabo finds himself in a desperate predicament. Since the Dragon Balls are beyond his grasp, the notion of eternal beauty becomes moot. Furthermore, whether it is Frisia or Cooler should either return, his schemes will inevitably be unveiled, leading him to a grim fate. This battlefield has descended into utter chaos, with no one capable of truly governing the unfolding events. Chapter 59. The fierce battle with Frisia. After delivering a fabricated report to Shaviza, Sabo returned to Frisia's spacecraft. His intentions were transparent: to seize the Dragon Balls safeguarded within the ship. However, an unexpected turn of events awaited him. He discovered that Good, a member of the Jinyu force he believed had gone to assist Frisia, had remained behind to guard the Dragon Balls. "You are Good." "Humph, so it is Sabo." "Do not frighten me, you insignificant fish." Among the elite Jinyu force, Good is the only member whose combat prowess does not surpass that of Sabo. His retention in the team is solely due to his ability to manipulate time. To be referred to as insignificant by such an adversary is, without a doubt, a humiliation for Sabo. In retaliation, Sabo nearly retorted without restraint, disdain dripping from his words. "Silence, you foul seafood. Do not dare approach me with your filthy nose." "What did you say? How dare you touch upon my most sensitive topic?" Good exclaimed, taken aback. Nevertheless, it appeared that he was the sole guardian present. "What do you mean by that?" For Sabo, the existence of a guard was an unexpected twist, yet the fact that it was solely Good was a stroke of fortune. Had any of the other 4 members of the Jinyu force remained, he would have stood no chance, but facing Good, the circumstances shifted dramatically. Indeed, while Good's super ability to pause time is formidable and can significantly influence the dynamics of team battles, in a one-on-one confrontation, he is hardly a fearsome opponent. Sabo lunged towards the ground with sudden force, executing a swift kick before Good could react. "Die, you foul seafood," he shouted, following up with a powerful elbow strike to Good's head, pinning him to the ground. Without mercy, he unleashed a ki blast, striking Good in the back and rendering him incapacitated, leaving him utterly silent. Ultimately, Good's combat capability hovers around a mere 10,000, rendering him incapable of besting Sabo. If he possessed any chance of victory, it would have relied solely on a surprise attack using his binding technique, yet Sabo had anticipated this. Thus, he opted for a sudden strike, denying Good any opportunity to counter. "Humph, both Dodoria and you are grotesque beings of the utmost degree. I shall not tolerate anyone more beautiful than myself, nor will I accept your wretched existence. Gazing upon you is akin to beholding my own reflection." Within Sabo's character lies an extreme obsession with beauty and ugliness. This fixation is both his complex and the reason he cannot tolerate the existence of Gudo and Doria. Even the exquisite Lizette, whom he concedes may surpass him in beauty, remains intolerable to him. Now, with 5 Dragon Balls in his possession, the remaining orbs must be in the hands of those enigmatic individuals, making it impossible for him to seize them at this moment. It appears he must await Frisia's elimination of them to seize the opportunity for acquisition. Sabo, clutching the 5 Dragon Balls, begins his retreat. His immediate priority is to find a concealed location where the Dragon Balls will remain undiscovered. Meanwhile, Goku and his companions are confronting an unprecedented crisis, including Dales. Their ranks total 11. Even Vegeta and Dales, who once wreaked havoc as foes, have joined their cause. In terms of combat prowess, this should be a reassuring team. Yet, all hope dissipates in the presence of Frisia. In comparison to the current Frisia, their strengths pale into insignificance. At this moment, Frisia manifests as an extraordinarily simplistic, featureless alien. Of modest stature, merely based on appearance, he may be the most unassuming adversary Goku and his companions have yet encountered. However, his strength is formidable, terrifyingly so. How could the deity's words ring true? It was an error to allow this creature to complete its transformation. Goku harbors a trace of disdain, perhaps even arrogance, towards Frisia. Initially, Frisia displayed a combat power of approximately 530,000. With Goku's current capabilities, he could easily triumph without resorting to the Kaioken. Thus, when Frisia began to transform, Goku refrained from exerting full effort to intervene. Even when Frisia enveloped himself in a black energy aura and proclaimed his intention to unveil his ultimate form, a flicker of anticipation stirred within Goku. This may be a common flaw among Saiyans. Once they perceive their strength to significantly surpass that of their opponent, they cannot resist the urge to indulge in a display of prowess, even yearning for a challenging battle. Yet, reality proved him mistaken. As Lizette had indicated, He should have decisively vanquished Frieza at the moment of his underestimation. How could this be? How could he possess such immense power? Gohan trembles, while Krillin murmurs hoarsely. Yamcha, Tien, Chaozu, and even the tenacious Vegeta are equally intimidated by Frieza's might, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Piccolo and Dales were expressions of grave concern. Now, let me unveil to you a terror that surpasses even that of hell itself. Frieza slowly extends his arms, adopting a combat stance. In response, Goku and Piccolo launch their assault, only to be effortlessly rebuffed as if colliding with an unyielding wall. They hold nothing back, activating the tenfold Kaioken, their power soaring beyond 5 million, surrounded by a crimson aura as they lunge towards Frieza. Yet, Frieza neither retaliates nor hastily evades. He effortlessly neutralizes their subsequent attacks. Super Ultra Spirit Bomb. Energy Sphere Slash. In the fleeting moment when Goku and Piccolo distanced themselves from Frieza, Yamcha and Krillin immediately unleashed their most formidable techniques. Yamcha concentrated all his strength into a colossal Kamehameha wave, propelling it towards Frieza along a complex trajectory. Krillin's energy disc shot forth in a direct line. However, Frieza effortlessly evaded Krillin's energy disc, swatting away the Kamehameha wave as if brushing away a fly. Following this, Tien launched a powerful Kikaho aimed directly at Frieza. This technique carried immense risk, with the potential to drain one's life force. Yet it was Tien's ultimate trump card, allowing him to exceed his own limitations. Nevertheless, even this assault failed to inflict any harm upon Frieza. He emerged unscathed from the smoke, his demeanor serene. Death Sphere, you scoundrel, prepare to face my wrath. Dallas conjured a circular wave of energy and released it, while Vegeta unleashed his full aura, and Nappa expelled a beam of destruction from his mouth. 3 torrents of energy surged towards Frieza simultaneously. Yet, with a mere flick of his hand, Frieza deflected all these attacks, standing nonchalantly in place. Kaiatsu, utilizing his psychic abilities throughout, found himself unable to affect Frieza in the slightest. Let us shake hands. Rabbit Leader approached Frieza, extending his hand in a gesture of camaraderie. Unsurprisingly, Frieza remained unresponsive. Without a word, he swung his tail, knocking Rabbit Leader unconscious. Is that it? If so, it seems it's my turn to strike. Go, everyone. Attack simultaneously. Piccolo commanded, and the group nodded in agreement. Kamehameha, Kamehameha, Kamehameha. Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha unleashed their Kamehameha waves in unison. Evil Flash. Special Beam Cannon. Piccolo and his disciple Gohan fired their techniques without delay. Dodon Ray. Tien and Kairatsu released 2 beams of energy, soon followed by Vegeta's Gallic Gun, Dallas's Energy Ring, and Nappa's Beam of Destruction. A total of 10 powerful techniques surged towards Frieza. Yet, Frieza's smile remained unchanged, devoid of any fear as he strode towards the oncoming barrage of energy. The outcome was evident. He emerged once again from the smoke, unscathed, like a harbinger of despair. I have a thought. Perhaps we should retreat and regroup with Lord Kami? I sensed his energy moments ago. His strength should be sufficient to defeat Frieza, Krillin timidly suggested. Chapter 60. My foolish brother. Though Krillin's proposal seemed timid, it was the most prudent course of action at that moment. Even though Lizette had been taken by those 2 mysterious demon beings, the powerful aura he left behind was still distinctly perceptible. Even considering that Frieza had yet to unleash his full power, Lizette's strength likely surpassed Frieza's. That presence was so formidable that it left everyone in awe. Had they not been interrupted at a critical moment, Lizette would not have retreated. Conversely, the fact that those 2 demons instilled enough caution in Lizette to prompt his withdrawal suggested they might pose an even greater threat than Frieza himself. Fool! Attune yourself to the surrounding energy. He is already hastening towards us, and there is an ominous aura, reminiscent of Frieza, approaching from another direction. In response to Krillin's suggestion, the usually composed Piccolo immediately retorted. Even if they did nothing, Lizette was already on her way. Meanwhile, other troubles were also encroaching. The situation was not merely stagnant but was destined to worsen, which was why Piccolo's countenance was particularly grim. Very well, it is now my turn to strike. Frieza directed his fingertips towards the crowd, unleashing a barrage of blinding projectiles. Caution! He approaches. Among those present, only Goku, Piccolo, and Dares managed to react in time. Goku pulled Krillin away, Piccolo shielded Gohan, and Dares saved Vegeta. They exerted every ounce of strength to evade the lethal onslaught of the blinding projectiles. However, The remaining Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu were not so fortunate. The four were pierced through the chest, collapsing to the ground. No one knew whether they lived or died, but even if they were still alive, they would likely never rise again. Oh, you managed to evade. More capable than I anticipated. I could hardly see. It was as if a flash occurred before my eyes. In the blink of an eye, their numbers had been halved. Krillin and Gohan trembled uncontrollably. While despair filled Vegeta's eyes, he comprehended that he and Frieza were not even in the same league, rendering victory impossible. Yet despair did not cease. Frieza determined that Goku was the strongest among them and instantly teleported before him, delivering a kick to his neck. With a foreboding crack, the fiery aura enveloping Goku dissipated, leaving him to fall to the ground like a marionette with severed strings. Goku, Daddy, who would be next? The event transpired so abruptly that Krillin and Gohan could hardly comprehend the situation, only knowing that Goku had been suddenly struck down, plunging them into chaos. Without a hint of compassion, Frieza advanced toward the two. Not on my watch. At that moment, Dares charged from the side, launching a fierce assault on Frieza. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, yet Frieza remained effortlessly in control. He even crossed his arms, countering Dares' attacks solely with his legs, ultimately sending him flying with a kick. Dares traced a line of blood through the air, barely managing to stabilize himself upon landing, but gasping for breath, clearly injured. Damn it! Piccolo immediately joined the fray, teaming up with Dares to confront Frieza. Yet even together, they could not inflict any harm upon him. Frieza kept his arms relaxed, a mocking smile adorning his face as he toyed with their desperate resistance. Dares, aware that this path led to certain defeat, leapt over Frieza, maneuvering behind him to lock his arms around Frieza's body. Earthling, use your spirit bomb to strike Frieza, even if it means taking me down with him. What? Even if you're a villain, I cannot do such a thing. You fool. Do you wish for everyone to perish here? Dares' judgment was not incorrect. Continuing the stalemate would lead to inevitable demise for all, hence it was better to take a perilous gamble. However, in the fleeting moment of Krillin's hesitation, Frieza seized the opportunity to break free, forcefully elbowing Dares in the abdomen and sending him flying. Struggling to rise, Dares found his injuries worsening. It was all in vain. A calm smile adorned Frieza's face as he aimed his finger at Krillin, evidently intending to eliminate the troublesome fighter capable of executing the energy sphere technique first. Just when everyone thought the end was nigh, a colossal white fist soared through the air, striking Frieza and propelling him away. This fist was no stranger to Krillin and the others. They had witnessed this technique during the battle between Lizette and Vegeta, which Lizette had dubbed the Hand of the Heavens. They gazed upward, and indeed, Lizette stood there. Lord Deity, my apologies for my tardiness. Lizette landed beside Krillin and the others, his gaze sweeping over their fallen comrades. Though they were alive, they were on the brink of death and required immediate assistance. Lizette reached into the air, extracting a bag from a spatial rift, filled with the sacred beans he had stored in his own created subspace. He retrieved 6 beans, using his supernatural abilities to deliver them precisely into the mouths of his fallen companions. This ensured their lives were temporarily safeguarded. We're saved, Lord Deity. I thought we were doomed this time. No, Krillin, it is far too early to declare salvation. Just as Krillin breathed a sigh of relief, Lizette's words pulled him back into a state of tension. Indeed, the moment for complacency had not yet arrived. The genuine climax of this chaotic battlefield was only just commencing. Lizette gazed into the distance, and Krillin followed his gaze. Upon a rock stood an alien. His appearance bore a striking resemblance to Frieza, yet his aura was even more formidable. At last, I have found you, my foolish brother Frieza, the one who has brought disgrace upon our family. So it is you, my dim-witted brother Cooler. I never anticipated you would venture to such a planet. It appears you are truly bored. Evidently, the fraternal bond between Cooler and Frieza was fraught with animosity. They did not conceal their loathing for one another, glaring at each other as if poised to engage in combat at any moment. For Lizette and his companions, it would be a fortuitous turn of events if they were to engage in infighting. Whomever emerged victorious would likely be severely weakened, providing an opportune moment for a strategic strike against the injured party. However, to their surprise, Cooler calmly surveyed Lizette and the others, speaking, if you wish to argue, first deal with these bothersome individuals, provided you possess the capability. Do not speak to me with such a condescending tone. It is truly repugnant. Once I have dealt with this lot, you will be next. You had best prepare yourself. Oh, Is that the readiness to kill your brother you speak of? Spare me your nonsense. It seemed that events would not unfold as Lizette and his companions had hoped. Cooler and Frisia appeared to have reached a consensus to eliminate Lizette and his bothersome allies first. Perhaps it is due to their belief that even if their opponents are mere insignificant figures, they cannot allow them to escape during their battle. Regardless, the situation is deteriorating in the most dire of ways. Chapter 61. The Ruthless Assault on Gula. Let us commence with the cleansing. We must swiftly eliminate this band of insignificant foes. Gula concentrated his energy in his hands, directing it towards Lizette and his companions. His expression bore no trace of mockery, nor any sadistic desire to toy with the weak. Unlike his brother Frisia, Gula possessed a chilling and merciless demeanor. Lizette was convinced that if this man were left unchecked, Goku and the others would soon be utterly annihilated. Thus, Lizette resolved that his foremost adversary was not Frisia, but Gula. Frisia, to some extent, relished in the torment of his opponents. His overwhelming strength gave him the inclination to play with his enemies, taking pleasure in their desperate resistance. However, Gula lacked such tendencies. In this moment, the true threat was not Frisia, but Gula. Without warning, Lizette unleashed a blast of energy towards Gula, propelling his body through the air. Piccolo, I shall confront that man Gula. I leave the others to you. How easy it is to say. Lizette spread his wings and soared after the launched Gula. In midair, Gula swiftly regained his posture, yet Lizette seized this opportunity to launch a second wave of assault. He struck towards Gula's abdomen, narrowly evading Gula's retaliatory punch at the last moment, then immediately aimed a blow at Gula's cheek. Following this, he grasped Gula's outstretched arm with his left hand, while his right hand delivered a fierce blow to the elbow joint. A sharp crack echoed, yet Gula's joint remained unbroken. Nonetheless, his body did not possess the same extraordinary hardness as Myra's. Lizette twisted Gula's left arm, executing a sweeping arc that slammed him forcefully into the ground, complementing the attack with his superpowers and energy blast, akin to launching artillery shells towards Gula. Ugh, this guy? Prepare to receive my attack. As Lizette pursued the plummeting Gula, he materialized his energy, creating 5 divine warriors armed with long spears. He directed the warriors to assault Gula, who was barely stabilizing himself in the air, encircling him completely. Gula, of course, would not remain passive. He swung his fists at the divine warriors. But at the moment his fists made contact, they suddenly exploded. Such a touch-and-explode ambush tactic, if one is unaware in advance, is nearly impossible to evade. Seizing the opportunity, Lizette launched an energy ring that ensnared the staggered Gula, then continued his offensive. He delivered a kick to Gula's unguarded abdomen, followed by a combination of superpowers and energy blast that sent Gula flying once more. Gula's body broke through the surface of the sea, hurtling towards the horizon. Lizette immediately opened a portal, traversing subspace to instantaneously arrive in front of Gula, conjuring a long sword and, akin to a batter striking a ball, he delivered a powerful blow to Gula's back. This is unyielding. Lizette was utterly convinced that his strike would sever his opponent. Yet Gula seemed to momentarily twist his body at the instant of impact, narrowly evading a fatal blow. The blade, forged from condensed energy, merely grazed the skin of Gula's nape and back, ultimately severing his tail before coming to a halt. However, Lizette deliberately maintained his striking posture, leveraging the centrifugal force to hurl his long sword towards Gula, who had already soared past him. At that moment, Gula managed to break free from the confines of the energy ring, but the very next second, the flying sword pierced his side, causing blood to spout from his mouth. With his nape wounded, tail severed, and side pierced, Gula was likely experiencing a level of agony he had never encountered before. Lizette would not grant Gula a moment to recover from the torment and confusion. He raised his hand to open a spatial portal, relentlessly launching energy waves into the abyss. Simultaneously, a portal opened beside Gula, unleashing another torrent of energy waves that sent him flying once more. This was merely the beginning of his onslaught. Ahead of Gula's trajectory, another portal materialized, propelling him even farther. Yet another portal emerged, following in quick succession. Gula's body was propelled like a marble, unable to stabilize. Just as he barely adapted to the rhythm of the attacks, multiple portals suddenly opened around him, unleashing a barrage of energy waves that he could not evade, forcing him to curl up defensively like a turtle. The explosive flames engulfed him, searing his flesh. Lizette granted no respite for his foe, immediately launching the next wave of assault. He stealthily approached, his agile hand slipping through Gula's defensive gaps to strike his chin with great force. Protect the head, and the abdomen is exposed. Guard the abdomen, and the head is vulnerable. A counterattack would inevitably invite retribution. Thanks to his superior martial prowess, Lizette's strikes breezed past Gula's defenses as if in mockery. Even when Gula curled up to defend himself with all his might, Lizette would whip his arm like a lash, delivering a resounding slap to Gula's arm. The sheer agony of the blow was beyond comprehension. It felt as if the skin were being brutally scraped away, or as though the pain receptors were being directly stimulated. A violent torment sweeping through Gula's entire being. The world knows of the torturous whip, a level of suffering that is simply unimaginable. Even robust adults would cry out in anguish during such punishment, sometimes succumbing to shock or death from the intensity of the pain. In a state near exhaustion, Lizette unleashed a whip-like palm strike, imprinting the torment of the whip upon Gula. Gula had never known such excruciating pain, and it was only natural that he instinctively loosened his defense. Yet, the moment a crack appeared in his guard, it became Lizette's prime opportunity for attack. He concentrated energy at his fingertips, unhesitatingly aiming for Gula's navel. Gula recoiled in pain, hastily shielding his abdomen. Lizette had been anticipating this moment, his fingers swiftly piercing Gula's ear before withdrawing, stained with blood. Gula shrieked in agony, flailing his fists in a desperate attempt to retaliate. Yet, Lizette remained composed, deftly parrying all his assaults and retaliating in kind. The first strike evaded Gula's incoming right punch, delivering a swift slap to his face. The second maneuver involved a low duck to avoid a slightly upward left hook, followed by a chopping blow to his abdomen. The third counter rose in tandem with Gula's descending right fist, blocking while simultaneously sidestepping the attack, landing a palm strike squarely on his chin. The fourth strike required no evasion. Disregarding the left punch aimed at empty air, Lizette unleashed another palm strike to Gula's cheek. As Gula, off balance, threw a right hook for the fifth strike, Lizette subtly shifted to the side, taking the opportunity to deliver a devastating blow to his joint, shattering it. The sixth encounter saw Gula barely stabilizing himself, launching a heavy punch, which Lizette ducked under, delivering a close-range palm strike to his chest, the sound of cracking ribs echoing through the air. In the seventh exchange, Gula, unable to move his arms, resorted to a kick. Lizette gracefully leaped to evade, delivering a palm strike to the nape of his neck. Before Gula could retaliate with an eighth attack, he was struck in the back of the neck and erupted into a violent cough, prompting Lizette to relentlessly continue his assault. Strike, 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 strike. With arms as agile as whips, he toppled Gula time and again. A palm strike to the cheek sent him careening to the left. Seizing the moment as he flew leftward, another palm strike redirected him to the right. Exposed abdomen. Attack. Bend over. Strike the chin. Target the head. In a fleeting moment when Gula's head defense faltered, Lizette exploited the opening, his fingertips, infused with concentrated energy, sweeping across and slashing Gula's right eye. It was precisely due to his mastery of various martial arts that Lizette exhibited such a ferocious offensive in close combat. Gula, engulfed in excruciating pain, descended into utter chaos. What was happening? Was he truly being beaten? No, it was more than mere defeat. He was being dismantled. Precise, exacting, and meticulous. This scoundrel was systematically tearing him apart without a shred of mercy. Who was this detestable fiend? A seemingly frail human, yet unleashing an unprecedented ferocity in attack. Alas, the proximity was perilous. He must create distance. Escape? Had he truly contemplated retreat? Gula, battered and on the verge of collapse, wrestled with this thought. What had he been thinking? What was his intention? To distance himself merely due to danger? After all, he was Gula, the mightiest in the universe. Ridiculous. How absurd. Suddenly, Gula's entire being radiated light. Chapter 62, Gula's Transformation. Gula's form began to swell, his head morphing in shape. His eyes ignited with a scarlet glow. The tail that should have been severed, the eye that should have been ruptured, all regenerated in an instant. Lizette swiftly distanced himself, conjuring a long sword aimed at Gula's nape. Yet it failed to penetrate. The aura enveloping Gula deflected the blade. Regardless of the form the energy took, it remained merely energy. Upon colliding with a stronger force, it would be effortlessly neutralized. In this brief interlude, Gula's transformation continued unabated. Ultimately, apart from the mask at his mouth, His metamorphosis was complete. Oh, what a remarkable feat it is to have pushed me to this extent, you scoundrel. Do you truly believe you can meet a swift demise? You have transformed. And I had initially intended to determine our fates before your metamorphosis. It seems this will not be so easily accomplished. Lizette wiped the sweat from his brow, calmly analyzing the disparity in strength between himself and Gula. Even if he were to unleash a tremendous burden upon his body, amplifying his power by 40 times, Gula's combat prowess would still approximate twice his own. No, perhaps it is just shy of a twofold difference, yet the gap remains palpable. While it is not utter despair, turning the tide will be no simple task. In the past, Goku and Piccolo had successfully vanquished Raditz, whose power was thrice their own. Thus, the current chasm is not insurmountable. The crux of the matter lies in time. Regardless of Lizette's formidable strength, maintaining a 40-fold surge is immensely taxing on his physique and cannot be sustained for long. If one were to contemplate methods of victory, they could be categorized into 3 primary strategies. The first, to spin the slicing energy sphere at high velocity, targeting Gula's neck with a key slash. However, ordinary energy slashes would be futile, merely neutralized as the previous sword had been. Should he attempt this, he must condense his ki to its utmost limit, executing with maximum output if he hopes to sever Gula's neck. The second, at a crucial moment, instantaneously elevate the explosive limit to 80 times, annihilating Gula in one fell swoop. Yet, this would inevitably leave Lizette in a state of immobility. Currently, he barely sustains an output that surpasses his limits through the fruits of his training and his body's regenerative capabilities. Should he forcefully exceed this threshold, no matter how robust his self-healing, he would incur injuries severe enough to temporarily incapacitate him. As long as Frisia lurks nearby, such a course must be avoided at all costs. The third, to banish Gula to a distant cosmic expanse using the Gate of Heaven. Even if Gula could survive in the void of space, cast alone into the boundless darkness, disoriented by the absence of orientation, his return would be nearly impossible. Alternatively, should he simply hurl him into the sun? Yet the dilemma remains, how to compel him into the portal. However, the specific choice of strategy may be determined amidst the fray of battle. Then let the clash commence. Gula declared a renewed battle, the mask at his mouth reasserting its presence. Simultaneously, his massive form materialized before Lizette in an instant. How swift! Gula surged forward, launching a powerful punch. The velocity was indeed astonishing, yet Lizette managed to react just barely. He evaded the arms that were thicker than his own, countering with a palm strike aimed at Gula's face. However, this blow did not yield any significant impact, and Gula immediately initiated a second wave of attacks. Lizette dodged and retaliated once more, but his opponent swiftly followed with yet another onslaught. Evade, strike, evade, strike, evade, strike. Gula's relentless barrage continued. Yet Lizette adeptly deflected each assault, consistently launching counterattacks. At a cursory glance, the battle appeared unchanged from before. But the crucial distinction lay in the absence of Lizette's former composure. Gula's every assault was both weighty and swift. While Lizette could indeed retaliate and inflict damage, these injuries were insufficient to disrupt Gula's equilibrium. He remained unfazed, relentlessly counterattacking. It was not that Gula was impervious to pain. Rather, the severity of Lizette's prior blows had dulled his sensitivity to it. Moreover, Gula, consumed by fury at that moment, found any modicum of discomfort utterly trivial. The cycle of evasion and retaliation repeated itself countless times. Just as Lizette's focus was reaching its zenith, Gula's tail abruptly swept towards his feet. Oh no, you've been caught. Gula's powerful arm finally seized Lizette. Instinctively, Lizette recoiled, attempting to minimize the damage, yet he still suffered grievously. His body was propelled against the rocks like a launched ball, shattering several boulders, yet he did not halt. Ultimately, when he crashed heavily onto the ground, Lizette found himself barely able to move. His hands felt as though they were numb, and an excruciating pain radiated from his abdomen, engulfing his entire being. Guhm. If this continues, it will be the end. Enduring the agonizing torment, Lizette summoned the last vestiges of his consciousness to open a portal behind him, leaping into it as if plummeting into the abyss. His immediate priority was to find a sanctuary to recuperate, a temporary retreat. He transported himself to a cave approximately 10 kilometers away, fully retracting his energy. This cave was the very refuge he had sought while evading Frisia, no matter the location. he would etch the terrain into his memory. Gula's presence swiftly reached the spot where Lizette had fallen, circling and searching the vicinity. From a distance, he unleashed energy blasts, obliterating the surrounding area into a desolate landscape. How fortunate that he had not lingered there. He would undoubtedly have met his end. To think, I was so easily vanquished. Am I truly so fragile? Unlike Goku and the others, who, even when facing foes with vastly superior power in the cinematic realm, could continue to fight. I seemed to crumble at the slightest blow. Lizette lamented with self-deprecation. He had assumed that facing an opponent with merely double his strength would allow him to withstand a few punches. Yet he was astounded to find himself in such dire straits from a single hit. Ultimately, his fundamental constitution was still that of a human from Earth, having evolved to achieve immortality and adapt to various environments. Yet his resilience could not compare to that of other races. Reflecting on past battles, he recalled how Tien had been left with a shattered arm after facing a foe slightly more powerful than himself, and how Piccolo had been knocked unconscious by a mere strike from that same adversary. It appeared that the Scions indeed possessed an extraordinary capacity for endurance. In any case, he must devise a strategy to evade his opponent's onslaught. Thus, let the third round commence. Having regained his composure, Lizette shed his shoes, removed his long gloves, and finally discarded the cloak, stripping away the heavy armor he had never before relinquished. He opened a portal and, shifting to Gula's rear, called out, "I am here." No sooner had the words left his mouth than an energy blast was already hurtling forth. Behind Gula, a blazing inferno erupted, heralding the commencement of the climactic showdown on this planet once more. In Chapter 63, Vegeta pondered, "Who among you wishes to perish first?" Before Frieza, Dales and Piccolo assumed their combat stances. Gohan and Krillin distanced themselves from the duo, preoccupied with gathering their unconscious allies. Regrettably, remaining on the battlefield would only hinder their efforts. Their sole responsibility now was to relocate the fallen comrades to safety. Although their critically injured companions' lives were preserved by the sacred beings, these beings did not possess the ability to awaken consciousness. This meant that while their wounds had healed, Goku and the others remained in a state of unconsciousness. Consequently, Dales and Piccolo had to buy time until Goku awakened. Meanwhile, Vegeta neither engaged in battle nor made any moves, merely gazing at Goku and the others, who were healed yet still unresponsive, lost in contemplation. Do we have a chance? It's hard to say, but if Kakarot awakens, our power will undoubtedly increase. Each time we Scions return from the brink of death, our combat abilities surge significantly. Though the extent of this enhancement remains uncertain, we are not entirely without hope. I see. Can we buy time for him to awaken? I can't guarantee it, but I will do my utmost. As Piccolo and Dales conversed, they remained vigilant, observing Frieza's movements. The latter appeared to have no intention of launching a proactive attack, exuding an air of ease. However, if the standoff persisted too long, Frieza would inevitably make the first move. Thus, it would be prudent to capitalize on the time available. Dales concentrated his energy in the palm of his hand, merging it with the oxygen of Namek, creating an energy sphere which he hurled into the sky. Explode. Merge. This was a temporary moon conjured from his own ki. Certain Scions could utilize it to transform into great apes without waiting for a full moon, thus unleashing their true potential. Although Dales had once been a low-class warrior, he had mastered this technique through multiple consumption of the spirit tree's fruit. Just so you know, don't get too close. I might lose control. Can you not control yourself? Regrettably, that is the plight of a low-class warrior. Dale's eyes gleamed with a fierce light, and his tail reacted as the transformation began. His body gradually expanded, ultimately morphing into a towering great ape, standing dozens of meters tall, its rationality completely lost. Elite warriors could retain their consciousness even in transformation, but Dale's could not. Once transformed, unless his tail was severed or the moon disappeared, he would act solely on instinct, wreaking havoc indiscriminately. Do not approach me is not a mere warning. In this state, Dales may even attack his allies. Roar. Humph, wretched ape. The great ape unleashed a thunderous roar, its bellows stirring a tempest around it, akin to a storm sweeping through. Yet, despite witnessing such might, Frieza remained unperturbed. Though his face betrayed a clear disdain for the great ape, he harbored no thoughts of defeat. Dale's colossal fist descended upon Frieza, who effortlessly evaded the blow. The empty fist struck the ground, instantly creating a profound pit in the earth. The mighty ape roared with abandon. each flail of its arms delivering a force comparable to its most powerful techniques. Even Piccolo, standing at a distance, felt a chill run down his spine. The immense physique of the giant ape was a force in itself, and its colossal size translated to astonishing speed. With fists that shattered the earth and destructive beams that could alter the very shape of planets, this transformation was the hallmark of the warrior race of Scions, the key to their reputation as the mightiest of clans. When Vegeta arrived on Earth, his battle power after transforming even surpassed that of Jinyu. Moreover, Dallas, whose original battle power stood at 2.5 million, experienced a tenfold increase upon transforming, granting him enough strength to obliterate the very fabric of reality. Yet, his adversary was the cosmic monarch Frieza. With a battle power of around 25 million, Dallas posed no threat to Frieza whatsoever. Is this all you can muster? Frieza mused with a confident grin, suddenly darting towards Dallas's throat and delivering a powerful kick. This singular strike lifted Dallas's massive form off the ground. Immediately after, Frieza swung his tail, disregarding the giant's size, and sent him flying. As Dallas spiraled through the air, he quickly regained his footing and, utilizing the momentum of his descent and his own weight, unleashed a devastating punch. However, Frieza caught the blow effortlessly with one hand and, with a swift motion, hurled Dallas away once more. As the giant ape crashed to the ground, shaking the earth, the diminutive alien continued to advance with calm assurance. This seemingly absurd tableau was perfectly reasonable in Frieza's eyes. He was, after all, the victor and the conqueror. Regardless of how massive or fierce his opponent was, Frieza remained unassailable. Frieza landed before the recovering Dallas, arms crossed, and delivered a forceful kick to send him airborne again. When Dallas attempted to charge at him once more, Frieza simply kicked him away. To Frieza, the transformation into a giant ape was utterly meaningless. In his perspective, Dallas was merely a larger-than-average punching bag with slightly higher endurance. Could it be that he is entirely outmatched? This is far too overwhelming. Krillin and Gohan, unable to join the battle, trembled in their voices. Despite having received the power bestowed by the Elder, it seemed utterly futile at this moment. Transformed into a giant ape, Dallas undoubtedly represented their greatest combat strength. Yet even so, he was completely unable to contend with Frieza. The only one who might stand a chance against Frieza was Lizette, yet he was elsewhere, engaged in combat with another formidable foe. The deity they were fighting, a being named Cooler, was radiating an increasingly terrifying aura. It felt like a nightmare unfolding. Goku remained in slumber. However, even if he were to awaken, Krillin doubted that the situation would improve. Frieza's might had long surpassed their comprehension. At that moment, Vegeta, who had been deep in thought, suddenly addressed Krillin. Hey, bald head, do you still possess those peculiar beans that healed Kakarot's injuries? Huh, you mean the Senza beans? Indeed. Each of us has retained a single bean, just in case something unforeseen occurs. One bean per person, is that acceptable? Hey you, inflict me with grave injury, then utilize all the Senza beans on me. Upon hearing this, Krillin's immediate reaction was disbelief. Has this fellow finally lost his sanity? However, Vegeta was neither insane nor irrational. He was calmly seeking a method to alter their dire situation. Hadn't that fellow Dorez mentioned it? Each time we Scions emerge from the brink of death, our strength significantly amplifies. As long as I repeatedly revive from the edge of death, I shall surely triumph over Frieza. Yet, should this strategy fail to defeat Frieza, the Senza beans would have been squandered, leaving us with no opportunity for healing. Fool, if we cannot conquer Frieza, let alone heal our wounds, we shall all perish. Enough of this chatter, act swiftly. If time runs out, I shall not be responsible for your fates. Krillin found himself in a quandary. Though Vegeta was momentarily allied with them, he was once an invader of Earth, and Krillin harbored an innate reluctance to allow him to grow stronger. Nevertheless, Vegeta's assertion held some merit. If they could not vanquish Frieza here, they would have no future at all. Thus, wagering their hopes on Vegeta may not be an entirely erroneous choice. Yet the dilemma remained. Even if Vegeta did indeed defeat Frieza, would he spare them after attaining greater power? Given the circumstances, there was no alternative but to take the plunge and attempt this strategy. I understand now. I shall take action. Krillin raised his hand, aiming at Vegeta, and unleashed an energy blast that pierced his abdomen. Chapter 64. The Desperate Guldo in the Stratosphere of Namek. Two formidable energies clashed repeatedly. One was a colossal alien enveloped in violet flames, while the other was a youthful figure shrouded in pure white aura. Observers could easily discern the disparity in their strength. Indeed, the giant's power far surpassed that of the boy. Yet, the youth, armed with exceptional skill, fearlessly engaged in combat despite the evident power gap, entangled in a fierce struggle. The sky seemed poised to shatter at any moment. As the two energies traversed the Namekian skies at a velocity imperceptible to the human eye. Aiming true, the gun manifests. Lizette concentrated his energy into the form of a gun and hurled it forcefully. This was an advanced technique of an energy blast that autonomously tracked its target, relentlessly pursuing the enemy until it struck. Though it fundamentally resembled a gun-shaped tracking blast, its core advantage over the tracking blasts employed by Krillin and Piccolo lay in its ability to independently assess direction and alter its trajectory to pursue foes. In essence, it was a spectral gun of the God-Wind fist, with tracking capabilities far surpassing those of similar techniques. As anticipated, Guldo evaded the initial strike. Yet the long gun immediately adjusted its course, circling behind him. Simultaneously, Lizette intensified his offensive. 1,000 swords manifest. With the gun at his back and 1,000 sharp blades before him, Guldo, caught in a pincer movement, clicked his tongue in irritation, directing both palms towards the gun and the blades. How foolish. He unleashed an overwhelming wave of energy, intending to obliterate both the sword and the gun. However, unbeknownst to him, unlike the blades, the gun was an autonomous tracking attack, capable of evading Frisia's energy wave even while enveloped in the energy surge. And it lunged fiercely toward his shoulder. Gula's defense is formidable. Even when struck by a spear, he remains unpierced, only sustaining a shallow wound. However, for Lizette, even a brief moment of Gula's hesitation is sufficient. He swiftly brandishes his sword, aiming for Gula's neck. The gleaming blade flashes, prompting Gula to retreat hastily, leaving only a superficial cut on his skin. Yet Lizette seems to have anticipated this very moment. He promptly advances, pressing the attack. Lizette has devoted 2 centuries to mastering martial arts, excelling in various techniques. Apart from firearms, there are scarcely any weapons he cannot wield, and his combat style transcends mere unarmed struggle. To him, the sword is merely one of many tools in the arsenal of combat. The sword shines brightly, each strike executed with utmost precision, devoid of superfluous movements. His swordsmanship, while seemingly conventional, is refined to perfection. To put it bluntly, it embodies textbook techniques. However, through his exceptional mastery and astonishing speed, these fundamental strikes transform into unavoidable fatal blows. When the basics are honed to perfection, every attack becomes a profound art. The blade clashes relentlessly against Gula's body and arms, igniting sparks. In this confrontation, the use of weapons is crucial for Lizette, at least in close combat. The strength of unarmed strikes falls woefully short. After all, his opponent is Gula, whose combat prowess is nearly double his own. Engaging in unarmed combat would undoubtedly result in his fists and feet being effortlessly shattered. Thus, he resolutely avoids direct blows from Gula, opting instead to use his weapon to parry Gula's fists. Seizing a fleeting moment when they momentarily part, Lizette solidifies his energy, conjuring a locking sickle that ensnares Gula's ankle. The sickle's blade embeds itself deeply into the skin, prompting Lizette to pull the chain taut. He does not intend to topple Gula. He is fully aware that he stands no chance in a test of strength. Instead, he uses the force of the pull to propel himself towards Gula. Fool. He willingly walks into a trap. To Gula, Lizette's approach simplifies matters. He immediately throws a punch, but it meets only empty air. In that instant, Lizette has already discreetly fashioned a short staff, which he thrusts fiercely towards Gula's throat. Lizette has accurately gauged the distance of their attacks. He would never be foolish enough to engage in a fistfight with an opponent of Gula's imposing stature. The short staff strikes Gula's throat with force, causing him to involuntarily cough. Lizette then deftly manipulates the staff, swinging it with agility akin to an extension of his own body, and with the ferocity of a striking serpent, he relentlessly lashes out at Gula. The staff suddenly transforms into a long whip, striking against Gula's form. In the next moment, it morphs into a 9-section whip, striking between Gula's brows. Then it shifts into nunchaku, sharply lifting his chin. Finally, it becomes a cane, as Lizette channels all his strength into a kick aimed at Gula's abdomen. Gula hastily attempts to block the ensuing kick. However, his previously solid defense falters, disrupted by an unexpected force. It is Lizette's foot. He has already removed his shoes, using his bare toes to hook onto Gula's arm, thus dismantling his defensive posture. Seizing the opportunity, Lizette plunges the blade forward, its tip directed straight at Gula's eye. Gula instinctively tilted his head to evade, but Lizette seized the opportunity, delivering a brutal thrust with his foot blade that pierced through Gula's ear. Gah! As Gula faced relentless assaults, he thought to himself that he had never encountered such a formidable opponent. His tactics were unpredictable, and his weaponry ever-changing. Whether at a distance or in close quarters, Lizette's maneuvers left Gula bewildered, uncertain of what his next move would be. Yet, whenever a flaw appeared, Lizette would strike decisively at the vital points. Now, Lizette had transitioned to wielding dual swords. With a ferocity that belied his slight frame, he unleashed a barrage of strikes, the twin blades carving into Gula's defenses, leaving a trail of wounds. Then, the dual swords merged into a colossal longsword, far exceeding Gula's height, and came crashing down towards Gula's head. Gah! Lizette pursued the falling Gula, accelerating with all his might, while unleashing concentrated superpowers to further impact Gula, hastening his descent. He reached the ground through a teleportation portal, leaping into the air and delivering a powerful strike to Gula's back. This blow targeted the spinal cord. However, it still failed to incapacitate Gula. As Gula flipped mid-air, he retaliated with a punch. Lizette deftly avoided the punch by sidestepping, landing a blow to Gula's chin. Then swiftly seizing his fingers and employing Aikido techniques to disregard Gula's weight and size, throwing him forcefully while twisting his fingers to injure his joints. Gula barely evaded a kick as he rose, but the next moment, sand suddenly flew into his eyes, obscuring his vision. Unbeknownst to him, Lizette had scooped up sand from the ground with his toes during Gula's brief moment of vulnerability. Although blinding someone with sand was somewhat despicable, this primitive attack proved surprisingly effective. Given Gula's strength, sand in the eyes should have been inconsequential. Yet the instinctive reaction to close one's eyes to an approaching foreign object created a fleeting opportunity for Lizette. He immediately concentrated his energy at his fingertips and lunged at Gula's throat. Continuing his assault, Lizette aligned his wrists, adopting a stance reminiscent of launching a Kamehameha, placing his palms against Gula's chest and unleashing a sudden burst of force. The energy penetrated Gula's body, infiltrating his insides. Regardless of how tough Gula's exterior was, his interior remained vulnerable. The energy exploded within him, and blood spilled from the inside of his mask. Yet Gula disregarded the blood, retaliating by seizing Lizette's right arm. "Don't get too cocky, you bastard." Gula locked onto Lizette's arm, and then drove his knee forcefully into Lizette's abdomen, the impact shattering defenses and causing Lizette to spit blood. Gula prepared for a second strike, but despite having grasped Lizette's arm, his body inexplicably began to float. This seemingly unbelievable scenario of being thrown by the very opponent he had grasped was no longer surprising to Gula. Throughout their battle, he had learned that being astonished by such occurrences would hinder his ability to respond. In an instant, Lizette surged his explosive power to 40 times its limit, launching an energy crescent towards the floating Gula. Although Gula blocked the attack with the sharp tip of his head, severing it in the process, he pressed on towards Lizette, unleashing a flurry of punches. Lizette skillfully evaded and counterattacked, yet Gula showed no intention of halting his onslaught. The disparity in their strength and physical prowess proved insurmountable. However, in the next moment, the energy disc, which should have been dodged, unexpectedly pierced Gula's back from behind, momentarily halting his assault. Lizette had deliberately lured Gula into evading the energy disc, subsequently manipulating it from a distance to return like a boomerang for a surprise attack. The rapidly spinning energy disc sliced through Gula's back, tearing through his armored skin, blood gushing forth as the wound deepened. "Don't get too cocky," Lizette exclaimed in disbelief. Yet this time, it was Lizette who was astonished. The energy disc, which should have severely wounded Gula, failed to penetrate further. Gula had not employed any special techniques. He merely tensed his muscles, astonishingly using the bulging sinews to block the energy disc. "I am nothing like that foolish brother, Frisia." Gula erupted with a fierce energy that struck Lizette with tremendous force. As Lizette staggered, Gula leaped into the sky, not to flee, but to prepare for his most formidable attack. Gula raised his hand toward the void, gathering a fiery energy sphere that rapidly expanded. "I am the strongest in the universe." This technique, known as the supernova, possessed heat and energy comparable to that of a star, serving as Gula's ultimate trump card. capable of destruction rivaling that of a supernova explosion. He was acutely aware of the threat Lizette posed, as this individual could potentially undermine his status as the strongest in the universe. No, it was already being shaken. Thus, he must eliminate him here, utterly obliterating him. Not just him, but also that foolish brother on this planet, reducing them both to cosmic dust. The destructive Aurora, potent enough to annihilate a planet, mercilessly descended toward Namek. Chapter 65. The strongest against the strongest. It was now or never. Faced with the massive fireball hurtling toward Namek, Lizette resolved to raise his energy to its utmost limit. No, to transcend that limit in a counterattack. He could have chosen to open a portal to absorb the incoming attack and reflect it back. However, creating a portal capable of swallowing such a colossal energy sphere required a brief moment of preparation. Although less than a second, that fleeting moment would allow the fireball to collide with Namek, eradicating Goku and the others left on this planet. At this moment, he needed an immediate means of counteraction. 80 times the limit, he exclaimed, doubling the current limit of 40 times, instantly catapulting his combat power to 80 times. The strain on his body became indescribably overwhelming. He could distinctly feel his blood vessels threatening to rupture, his heart racing uncontrollably, a maddening rhythm that felt unbearable, as though his chest were being pierced. His bones creaked under the strain, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, Lizette disregarded it all, viewing it merely as a necessary sacrifice. Ah! He cried out, mingled with blood, as pure white auroras erupted around him. The beam of light pierced the heavens, dispelling the clouds above Namek. He forcefully transcended his limits, extracting every ounce of energy within him, coalescing it all into the palm of his hand, transforming it into a radiant brilliance akin to a shooting star. The dazzling comet confronted the crimson supernova. This was a grand technique he had further refined from the radiant impact he once employed against Dr. Willow. A colossal orb of light, capable of rivaling Gula's supernova, was thus formed. The collision of these immense energies unleashed shockwaves that utterly obliterated the surrounding area. Even a mere moment of eruption saw Lizette's released energy equate to a staggering combat power of 495 million. This figure surpassed Gula's maximum combat power of 470 million. And the pure white radiance embodied all his strength, transcending Gula's supernova. The pure white energy sphere gradually pushed back the crimson one, advancing towards Gula. How can this be happening? Gula strained with all his might, attempting to rebound the energy sphere back. Had he chosen to retreat at that moment, the outcome might have been drastically different. Yet, as the proud embodiment of strength, he could not permit himself to do so. In fact, the mere ability to barely contain such immense energy with his physical form was already an extraordinary feat, deserving of commendation. However, even with such formidable power, he could not repel the dual energies, which included his own unleashed supernova. Ultimately, he was propelled backward by the tremendous force, traversing the sky and breaching the atmosphere, swiftly expelled into the vastness of space. Even in the cosmos, the momentum of retreat did not cease. In his line of sight was one of the three suns of planet Meat. Thus, Gula found himself ensnared between the supernova he had unleashed, Lizette's dazzling comet, and the sun, caught in a trifecta of confrontation. How could this happen? Amidst unimaginable heat and excruciating pain, Gula continued to struggle. His body was engulfed by hellfire, unbearable to mortals. Even his very marrow was scorched, his form gradually carbonizing and disintegrating. Nevertheless, he refused to concede to defeat. At this moment, it was not fear of death that surged within him, but rather a profound hatred for his adversary. What he clung to was not the desire to survive, but the unwavering dignity of being the strongest. Sustained by this dignity, he barely maintained his consciousness amidst the flames. In that fleeting moment between life and death, fragments of the past flickered through Gula's mind. Once upon a time, on the day Frieza annihilated planet Vegeta, Gula had been aware that Frieza had overlooked an escape pod. He should have known the pod's destination. Was it a planet called Earth? Shoot it down. Forget about it. That was the consequence of his own actions, a fate he had sown for himself. Frieza had been far too naive. In those days, Gula had intentionally allowed that escape pod to slip away to make Frieza recognize his own naivety. But now, he realized the folly of his inaction. Why had he not pursued the fate of that escape pod further? Why had he been so indifferent to understanding even the planet Earth? At that time, he held himself in high regard, perceiving Earth merely as a remote celestial body, incapable of harboring formidable life forms, and never once contemplating the existence of entities that could pose a threat to them. Yet, had he conducted even a modicum of investigation back then? Or had he decisively struck down that little imp, obliterating Earth entirely, it would have been a different tale. It turns out that naivety was not solely the domain of Frisia. It was I who was truly naive. With this final thought and regret, Cooler's form completely dissipated into nothingness. Ha 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 ha. Lizette staggered weakly, internally acknowledging what a formidable adversary he truly was. Reflecting back, this was indeed his first serious confrontation with an opponent of superior strength. In prior battles, regardless of the adversary, Lizette had always maintained absolute dominance. Even when occasionally embroiled in a fierce struggle, he could secure victory simply by focusing, with never a hint of uncertainty. However, this encounter was markedly different. The battle proved exceptionally arduous, and even now, he still bore the painful aftereffects. Nonetheless, this was undeniably a priceless experience. Engaging an opponent who surpassed him in key physical capabilities, stature, stamina, and intensity was an irreplaceable treasure, one that would undoubtedly prove beneficial in the future. Thus, with Cooler vanquished, he now needed to regroup with Goku and the others to confront Frisia, for the formidable foe had yet to be vanquished. More specifically, the true crux of the battle on Namek had always centered on the confrontation with Frisia. Cooler was merely an unexpected variable that had emerged. Therefore, he needed to endure a little longer. Ah, what? My body 1T move. Everything before me has turned pitch black. This was the backlash following a limit-breaking exertion. Even with his self-healing abilities, the ki extracted from surpassing limits was far from easy to recuperate. To say he was on the brink of death would not be an exaggeration. Goku had once unleashed the full force of the Kaioken, subsequently delivering a Kamehameha. Yet he could still move normally, but that was due to him being a Saiyan. Moreover, Goku possessed yet to be awakened Super Saiyan transformation capabilities within him. If one were to consider this transformation ability as part of his latent strength, it would imply that he had the foundation to further exploit his power through the Kaioken. He did not extract strength from thin air, but rather unearthed it from his existing potential. Lizette, however, lacked such a foundation. His power was entirely fabricated from nothingness. And this was the price he had to pay. His body, having surpassed its limits, found him incapable of moving even a single finger, collapsing helplessly to the ground. His heavily drooping eyelids ultimately obscured his vision, and with his still youthful form, he quietly fell to the earth. Oh, what is this? Someone is actually sleeping in such a place. Time passed unbeknownst to him. Just as Lizette lay unconscious on the ground, 3 men appeared at the most inopportune moment. Chapter 66, The Confident Vegeta, Ankira, Doradebo, and Metama. As the minions of the malevolent Namekian slug, they were a band of nefarious demons. As Metamaga chuckled, he playfully kicked the unconscious Lizette, who lay motionless on the ground. Though not dead, Lizette was completely devoid of consciousness. What should we do? Should we take him back? At the very least, he could serve as a practice toy, he mused with a sinister grin. If that's the case, could I land a couple of punches first? If Lizette were to awaken at that moment, he could effortlessly dispatch the 3 with a mere flick of his hand. Such was the disparity in their strengths. Yet, oblivious to this reality, the demonic beings continued their chattering, reaching out to seize the defenseless youth. In an instant, as Metamaga attempted to grasp Lizette, his body was cleaved in two, shattering into countless fragments. Metamaga? The sudden calamity left the remaining 2 demons in a state of panic, and at that moment, a figure emerged. It was a silver-haired young man clad in a black coat, wielding a sword. It was evident that Metamaga's demise was the result of the young man's extraordinary swordsmanship. Step away from him, he commanded. Who are you? Who cares who he is? Let's kill this brat first. Doladebo. Ankira and Doladebo flanked the youth, launching their assault. But in an instant, the young man's aura surged. His silver hair stood on end, his entire being radiating a silver flame intertwined with pale blue sparks, exuding a pressure that dwarfed even that of the earlier Lizette and Gula. With a swift motion, the young man drew his sword. A flash. To Ankira and his comrades, it appeared as nothing more than a fleeting glimmer. In reality, within that ephemeral moment, the young man had unleashed over 100 slashes. They were so oblivious to the onslaught that they failed to realize their bodies had been dismembered. By the time they comprehended their fate, their lives had already slipped away. The disparity in their powers was indeed monumental. Having disposed of the three minions, the youth sheathed his sword, allowing his aura to subside. Phew, thankfully no one saw that. If anyone had witnessed it, I would have been lectured by the Lord of Time, he thought cautiously, sensing the surrounding energies to ensure he was alone. He then lifted Lizette and dashed to a nearby cave, laying his coat upon the ground. Gently, he placed Lizette atop the coat, and in the next moment, his form was enveloped in light, vanishing without a trace. Suddenly, the earth trembled as a colossal ape crashed to the ground. Drellis, who had valiantly fought against Frisia, ultimately succumbed to Frisia's relentless assault. Given the disparity in their strengths, his ability to endure until this moment was nothing short of remarkable. Frisia seized Drellis by the tail and hurled him with great force. Following this, he unleashed a blast of energy, obliterating the moonlight sphere and restoring Drellis to his human form. Consequently, the already slim chance of victory had diminished further. Even without such actions, his odds had merely shifted from a 1 in 10,000 chance to a 1 in 100 million, which, in essence, remained inconsequential. Creatures like monkeys hardly qualify as adversaries. They merely possess an unsightly appearance that is bothersome to behold. Restored to his human form, Dallas found himself devoid of the strength to retort to Frisia's scornful jibes. Bruised and battered, he had reached the limits of his endurance, with no excess power remaining. Frisia, showing no interest, turned his gaze skyward. Before him lay the familiar sky of Namek. Yet moments ago, he had indeed witnessed a blazing sphere resembling a second sun. Undoubtedly, it was Gula's supernova, and even Frisia could not suppress a shiver at the sight. Fortunately, the fireball did not obliterate Namek, and he inexplicably felt a sense of relief, a rarity for him. Gula speaks so boldly, yet at the core, he is merely coveting the Dragon Balls. Otherwise, he would not have ceased his assault. However, only I, Lord Frisia, can achieve immortality through the Dragon Balls. Frisia had never entertained the thought of Gula's defeat. It was no surprise, for despite his disdain for Gula, he had to concede that Gula's power was formidable. He could not fathom Gula's downfall. Thus, the only explanation he could muster was that Gula halted his attack out of concern for the Dragon Balls. For Frisia, this was indeed fortuitous news. At least for the moment, Gula appeared unlikely to annihilate the planet and damage the Dragon Balls. It seemed that this was the extent of their encounter, a rather enjoyable contest. One might say. Frisia clapped his hands and then pointed his finger at Dallas. Just then, a blast of energy surged toward him from the side, prompting him instinctively to deflect it. Following the sound, he beheld Vegeta standing there, his face inexplicably adorned with confidence. Moments ago, he had been trembling, yet now he exuded pride. Frisia couldn't help but feel a flicker of intrigue. Vegeta? Having witnessed such a stark disparity in power, he still dared to provoke? It seemed he truly wished for his own demise. Humph, best laugh while you can, for standing before you is the very Super Saiyan you dread. A Super Saiyan? Ha ha. You continue to boast so brazenly. In response to Frisia's mocking grin, Vegeta returned a similarly cold smirk. His expression brimmed with the confidence of a Saiyan prince and an unwavering belief in his victory, as his energy surged, causing the air around him to quiver. After several near-death breakthroughs, Vegeta's power now surpassed that of Dallas, instilling dread even in the distant Krillin and Gohan, who were seeking refuge. There would be no need for Kakarot to intervene. Vegeta leapt forward, closing in on Frisia. Frisia stood with arms crossed, his form vanishing in an instant. Yet Vegeta immediately discerned his movements. An increase in combat prowess translated to heightened speed. At this moment, he was able to match Frisia's velocity. I can see you. Vegeta lunged forward, executing a knife-hand strike. Yet, the attack met only emptiness. Frisia had once again vanished, leaving Vegeta's strike futile. The scenario mirrored their earlier encounter, the sole distinction lying in Frisia's speed. The previously discernible movements have now vanished from sight. Ha ha. Is it merely a slight increase in speed that you cannot keep up with? Can this truly be deemed a Super Saiyan? The simian creature rolling on the ground just moments ago far surpasses your capabilities. How outrageous. At this moment, Vegeta's combat power, if measured by a scouter, would have long surpassed 3 million. Yet this is merely the limit he can achieve through the brink of death. Unbeknownst to him, this trait of the Saiyans essentially serves as a preparatory wheel for certain transformations. The 3 million combat power is the prerequisite to approach the threshold of transformation. Once surpassed, this preparatory wheel becomes ineffective, and combat power ceases to grow significantly. It is said that only those who can transcend barriers that no other talented warriors can breach are the true geniuses. At this moment, Vegeta stands before that barrier, at the threshold of 3 million combat power. Regardless of how mediocre a scion may be, as long as they repeatedly experience near death and revival, they will eventually reach this realm. However, from this point onward, everything changes dramatically. Merely relying on near-death experiences for revival is far from sufficient to surpass this barrier. Special methods, such as the Kaioken or Great Ape Transformation, can temporarily exceed this limit, yet Vegeta possesses neither. In his quest for strength, Vegeta has exhausted all his senzu beans, repeatedly pushing his power through the brink of death, but in reality, after surpassing 3 million combat power, all of this has been in vain. He has simply endured the agony of near death while wasting senzu beans. Am I truly limited to this extent? Is this my ultimate limit? No, it cannot be. I have clearly become a Super Saiyan. I am a Super Saiyan. Vegeta is unable to accept this reality, screaming in defiance of his identity as a Super Saiyan. Chapter 67. The crumbling mind of Vegeta's misfortune stems from a life spent in relentless combat. He is a warrior, addicted to bloodshed and violence, cruel and ruthless, a quintessential Saiyan. He is worthy of the title of Prince of Saiyans, epitomizing the essence of his race. Unlike Goku, who embodies innocence, Vegeta has always been estranged from gentleness, having fought for survival since childhood. Yet, it is precisely this aspect that has become the insurmountable barrier for him. No one knows the awakening mechanism of the Super Saiyan. Why can Saiyans transform into Super Saiyans? This phenomenon is intricately linked to the hidden cells within their bodies. Only when the number of cells within exceeds a certain threshold can a Saiyan progress to the next stage. 3 million combat power denotes eligibility at the threshold of transformation, while the cells serve as the key to unlock this door. Vegeta has attained the qualification and now stands before the door to legend. Yet he lacks the key. The number of cells within him is utterly insufficient to support his transformation. Cells must be nurtured through a gentle mindset. More precisely, without a gentle disposition, the cells cannot grow. For the battle-hungry Saiyans, this is undoubtedly the greatest trap. To aspire to be a warrior engrossed in combat and slaughter, one must instead pursue the entirely opposite trait of gentleness. There is no greater irony in the world. Thus, for ages, no Saiyan has ever awakened the Super Saiyan form. Whether it be Vegeta or any other Saiyan, they are far removed from gentleness. Only by first cultivating a gentle disposition to increase their cellular count, and then igniting a fierce rage, can they unlock the door to the legendary power. Only in this manner can the Saiyans truly become golden warriors. Of course, exceptions do exist. In rare circumstances, occurring nearly once in a millennium, Saiyan children are born with an abundance of cells. They are the born candidates, the chosen ones who have opened that door from birth. This is the legendary Super Saiyan, yet Vegeta is not among them. Moreover, if one's parents are awakened Super Saiyans, their potential may be inherited by their offspring. A child endowed with sufficient cells, even if their combat power has not yet reached the requisite level, may easily transform into a Super Saiyan due to a momentary surge of anger. However, Vegeta is not such a case. Had Vegeta ever harbored even a flicker of gentleness during his formative years, the outcome might have been entirely different. If he had felt the slightest pity for his foes, cherished his friends, valued his companions, and learned to maintain inner tranquility, even if only momentarily contemplating these notions, even if he had experienced a trace of tenderness, he might have successfully nurtured an abundance of cells. If he could confront his own weakness and limitations, perhaps his anger at this frailty could have truly shattered barriers, awakening him as a Super Saiyan. In such a case, he might have vanquished Frieza. At the very least, he met the qualifications, and the possibility did indeed exist. Die. Frieza. Yet, he chose to flee. He was unwilling to acknowledge that this was the extent of his reality, deliberately avoiding the truth. Consequently, he could not ignite his anger, and thus, he could not grasp that final key. The increase in his cellular count was rendered impossible. He possessed the qualifications and stood before the keyhole. Yet he never discovered the location of the key, nor did he even initiate the search due to his evasion. If he could not face the keyhole, how could he comprehend the existence of the key? He once possessed the qualifications, but that was as far as it went. Vegeta unleashed an energy blast in a desperate attempt to escape, plummeting towards the surface of Namek, causing Krillin and the others to panic. Yet Frisia merely leapt lightly and kicked the energy blast back. In that moment, Vegeta's heart shattered completely. It was the first time in his life that he felt true fear, overwhelmed by a profound sense of defeat. Tears streamed down his face, born of terror and despair, an experience he had never encountered before. At this moment, Vegeta had utterly lost the will to fight. He indeed possessed the qualifications, but he had lost even the desire to open the door, and thus, everything was settled in dust. Vegeta ultimately failed to push open the door to his limits, and even chose to abandon the attempt altogether. It seems you have completely lost your fighting spirit. Although it may be a bit premature, I shall send you on your way. Frisia aimed at Vegeta and unleashed a fatal death beam. Vegeta lacked even the strength to evade, and all present believed he would meet his demise. However, a figure suddenly dashed in front of Vegeta, intercepting the beam and standing resolutely before Frisia. Do not underestimate the Scions. This individual was Nappa, who had risen from the brink of death. His near-fatal experience had catalyzed a dramatic surge in his combat power. Though still inferior to Vegeta at this moment, he was a transformed man, surpassing 1 million. Sparks of electricity crackled around him, and the pressure of his aura distorted the very air. Vegeta, what are you dawdling for? The you I know is not this cowardly. He shouted to the internally crumbling Vegeta before boldly challenging Frisia. He was acutely aware that his strength was far from sufficient to contend with Frisia. Nevertheless, buying time was not without significance. If they could hold out until Lizard dealt with Frisia's brother, Cooler, they still stood a chance. Surviving until that moment would equate to victory. Thus, even if it meant sacrificing himself, he would strive to buy time and protect his comrades. Resolute in this decision, Nappa positioned himself as a shield, willingly standing in front of Frisia. Nappa, it seems you have forgotten the fear you once had of me. Nonsense. I never had much brain power to begin with. Unimportant matters fade from my memory in an instant. I have resolved to protect these fellows at all costs. I shall not allow my comrades to be harmed, nor shall I permit their deaths. He had finally discovered his rightful place, a sanctuary where he could proudly declare, "This is where I belong." Such a treasured refuge could not be taken from him by Frisia at will. With this conviction, Nappa swung his arms, thick as tree trunks, launching a flurry of punches, yet the gusts did not even graze the hem of Frisia's attire. Furthermore, with a single kick in retaliation, Frisia twisted and deformed Nappa's body. Accompanied by the ominous sound of breaking bones, Nappa crashed heavily to the ground, sinking into a deep pit. No matter how you look at it, you seem to be just another loudmouth. The courage of Dales, the dignity of Vegeta, and the determination of Nappa all appeared trivial and insignificant, like mere dust in Frisia's eyes. Failing to stir even a ripple in his heart, he would trample and destroy everything with absolute power. It is precisely for this reason that he is the Emperor of the universe. Chapter 68. It seems I must take the field personally. The ground lay strewn with corpses. Those haphazardly scattered bodies would surely contort the faces of any who recognized them in shock. After all, those who had fallen were all fearsome warriors known throughout the cosmos. They were the Ginyu Force, the right and left arms of the Cosmic Emperor, Frisia, renowned for spreading terror, the elite among elites. Yet now, the 4 members of this battle team lie lifeless here, subjected to the gaze of onlookers. Who could possibly believe such a scene? The cause of this tragedy is the Gula Mecha team. They are renowned alongside the Ginyu Force, perhaps even more so, and although they consist of only 3 members, each possesses strength that surpasses that of the Ginyu leader. The Special Forces and the Mecha team have long regarded each other as rivals, but when they finally clashed head-on, the outcome was startlingly decisive. Ultimately, the combat power of the Ginyu Force members hovers around 50,000. With such strength, not even a single member of the Mecha team could be defeated, even when faced with the somewhat troublesome Ginyu. As long as 2 of them joined forces, they could easily subdue him. Jinyu's body-swapping ability is indeed unique, but once its nature is known in advance, it poses no threat. If he is denied the opportunity to utilize it, everything becomes simple. Historically, Ginyu had no means to counter Goku, whose power level was 18,000, and ultimately managed to win only by resorting to body-swapping. Thus, when the Mecha team possesses 3 members whose strength is on par with the 18,000 power level of Goku, and they are forewarned of the secret behind the body-swapping technique, the possibility of victory for the Ginyu Force was doomed from the outset. Of course, the Ginyu Force was not entirely devoid of chances. Had they brought along Gudo, with his time-stopping and immobilization techniques, they might have successfully executed a body swap. As long as they could continue fighting through the body exchange, the Jinyu force might still have a fighting chance. It is not entirely erroneous to claim that the two teams are evenly matched. However, this assertion holds true only if the complete roster of 5, including Gudo, is present. A quartet lacking Gudo stands no chance whatsoever. Thus, the long-standing enmity between the two teams concluded in an almost farcical manner. The mecha team, having slain their nemesis, departed the battlefield to investigate an unusual energy signature detected by their sensors. However, they too could not escape fate. Far away, they had already become cold corpses. On planet Namek, two fierce battles were erupting, one of Frisia against the Scion army, and another of Gula facing Lizette. The mecha team did not participate in either confrontation. Instead, they tracked an anomalous energy response that led them to this ill-fated area, marking the beginning of their tragic downfall. There, they encountered a Namekian, intending to capture him and force him to reveal the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Little did they expect that this Namekian was fundamentally different from the ordinary ones. He was an evil Namekian, a member of the demon race. The 3 members of the mecha team mistakenly perceived him as merely a frail elder, underestimating him as they advanced, ultimately falling with ease to Shrag, now reduced to silent corpses scattered upon the ground. A bunch of worthless fools. Do they even dare to block my path? Shrag muttered under his breath, surveying the surroundings from his throne. The 3 subordinates he had sent to scout had yet to return, and the Dragon Balls remained elusive, their very shadows absent. Given that the assailants who had just attacked him were aware of the Dragon Balls, it was evident that a fierce contest for the Dragon Balls was unfolding on this planet. Thus, it can be inferred that among the distant combatants engaged in fierce battle, there must be individuals in possession of the Dragon Balls, and the 3 subordinates I dispatched are likely to have met their demise before proving their worth. Which is the most reasonable assumption? The other soldiers have also fallen completely. I had painstakingly obscured the entire planet with clouds, yet not long ago. A beam of light shot up into the sky, completely dispersing the cloud cover. As a Namekian, Shrag does not fear sunlight. However, his subordinates cannot survive even an hour under its glare. Watching his trembling subordinates desperately retreat from the sunlight, Shrag scoffed at their inadequacy. He then unleashed a powerful energy wave, eradicating them all. He also executed Kagaya, who was only capable of superficial fortifications, unable to shield against the light beam. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. Shrag laboriously shifted his body and rose slowly to his feet. He has always been self-assured, believing himself to be both the strongest and a natural ruler. In truth, his arrogance is not entirely unfounded. His power indeed far exceeds the norm. The Jinyu force is a collection of the universe's elite warriors, while the Gula mecha team possesses strength that even surpasses the Jinyu force. Yet, it is Shrag who can effortlessly dismantle the mecha team. However, there are always greater powers beyond one's own. Even when one believes they have reached the pinnacle, they may merely stand at the threshold of a higher stage. Shrag finds himself in such a predicament. He has never tasted defeat, nor encountered an adversary formidable enough to challenge him. Yet, within the current battlefield of Namek, his strength barely ranks as upper mid-tier, far from the likes of Frisia and Gula. The chain of death has never ceased. Those who misjudge their own strength and that of their foes invariably fall first. It may well be just a matter of time before Shrag becomes the next sacrifice. Deep within the cavern, Lizette slowly opened his eyes. His head was clouded, and he could not immediately discern his situation, but he felt a profound pain coursing through his entire being. He attempted to move his fingertips, only to realize he could not even shift a single finger. The portal was no longer usable. It seems I lack the strength even to activate the portal. If I could access the subspace, I might retrieve the senzu beans stored therein with my psychic abilities. Yet now, unable to even open the portal, I must await the natural recovery of my body. Perhaps, in the final clash with Gula, my reluctance to use the senzu beans was a minor miscalculation. However, senzu beans should not be squandered indiscriminately. Timing their use is indeed a challenging matter, and this is a fact. It is not merely regret that prevents their use, but rather a more pragmatic consideration. People often focus solely on the restorative properties of the senzu beans, neglecting another crucial characteristic. Consuming just one bean can stave off hunger for 10 days, providing a profound sense of satiety. For a race like the Scions, with their prodigious appetites, consuming several beans in a day may pose no issue, but Lizette is different. A single bean would genuinely satisfy him, leaving him unable to consume another for a considerable time. Eating more than 2 beans in a day is already a limit for him, verging on recklessness. Although consuming the magical beans does indeed facilitate recovery, it inevitably leads to an overwhelming sense of nausea, rendering one incapable of engaging in battle. This implies that once Lizette misjudges the timing for utilizing the beans, he will be unable to harness their power for an extended period. Thus, he had already resolved to use the beans only in genuine life-threatening situations. However, this time, he clearly miscalculated the moment. Had he ingested the beans simultaneously while unleashing an 80-fold increase in power, he might have managed to endure. Reflecting on it now, it was indeed the first time he had pushed his limits to such an extent. In the past, when Goku had reached his maximum with the Kaioken at 10 times, he had forcibly employed a 100-fold increase. Since Goku could achieve this, Lizette assumed that even a slight breach of his own limits would allow him the capacity to consume the beans. The outcome, however, was that he fainted on the spot. His endurance was surprisingly feeble compared to Goku. This experience may serve as a lesson for the future, yet the tuition for such knowledge was evidently steep. At present, all Lizette could do was lie back, sense his surroundings, maintain his breath, and contemplate strategies, nothing more. That said, what transpired afterward? I recall defeating Gula. Yet why do I find myself lying in a cave, devoid of any memories? It seems there is something beneath me. Given my current condition, it is certain that I lost consciousness. Did someone carry me here? On the current Namek, there are no ordinary Namekians left. Only his comrades and the merciless foes remain. He speculated if perhaps Yamcha or Krillin had come to rescue him due to their inability to partake in the main battlefield. However, he sensed that his companions' auras were all stationary, devoid of any signs of movement. Surely they would not abandon their strongest fighting force in the cave without even providing a magical bean? Lizette utilized his distant sight to observe the battlefield. As a final hope, Goku remained in a state of unconsciousness. Dallas had also succumbed. Although Vegeta's battle power had surged to approximately 3 million, the outcome seemed unchanged. As he continued to be mercilessly pummeled by Frieza like a punching bag, it appeared that Frieza had fallen back into his old habit of toying with his prey, possessing the capability to annihilate everyone in one fell swoop, yet opting to prolong their suffering. Ironically, this sadistic enjoyment granted them precious time. Despite feeling somewhat guilty for Vegeta, Lizette silently wished for him to endure a little longer. He decided to attempt contacting Goku through telepathy. Even though his body was immobile and his energy nearly depleted, he still had the strength to convey a mental message. Lizette resolved to send a telepathic call to the still unconscious Goku, seeking to awaken him. At this juncture, only Goku's awakening could bring about a change in their dire situation. If this continued, Frieza might tire of beating Vegeta and could very well obliterate Namek, leading to the demise of all. Lizette might survive by sheer luck, but with his current injuries, it was unlikely he could withstand the shockwave of a planetary explosion. Thus, their only hope lay in the protagonist. Only Goku could break the current stalemate. At that moment, he witnessed Shrag's sudden appearance, boldly demanding Frieza to surrender the Dragon Balls, only to be swiftly vanquished by a single blow from Frieza. Lizette could not help but ponder the purpose of this individual's arrival. Oh, he had also grown in size, his aura intensifying, yet he was still eliminated in an instant. Despite his colossal form, Shrag's combat prowess barely exceeded 4 million, rendering him little more than an oversized punching bag. Regrettably, his timing was utterly poor. Had he arrived earlier, he might have posed a formidable threat. However, on the current battlefield of Namek, he could at best be regarded as a moderately skilled adversary. Wait, perhaps there was a solution? Lizette suddenly realized that Shrag might prove useful. Indeed, he was a super Namekian. With that in mind, perhaps he could accomplish that task? His compatibility with Piccolo should be quite substantial, potentially serving as the key to breaking the deadlock, even if this method was somewhat dubious. It was precisely because the approach was so extreme that he had initially refused to involve Naru. Yet, Shrag was an enemy, and the circumstances had changed. Well, now that a decision had been made, the first step was to proceed with Chapter 69, the timed return of Demon King Piccolo. Piccolo clenched his fists, brimming with humiliation. He felt a deep-seated rage over his own weakness. After Lizette's guidance and training, he had believed he had grown stronger. And with the Elder of Namek unlocking his latent abilities, he had reached new heights. Yet, what was the reality? He lacked even the qualifications to challenge Frieza. Forced to merely watch as Frieza tormented Vegeta, feeling utterly powerless. Was he distressed by Vegeta's suffering? Not particularly. After all, Vegeta was an enemy of both Earth and Namek, and his fate was inconsequential to Piccolo. What truly gnawed at him was not his inability to save Vegeta, but rather the paralyzing fear that rendered him immobile. He could vividly envision that, regardless of the angle or timing of his attack, he would ultimately be met with retaliation. Just moments ago, a Namekian named Shrag had recklessly charged in, yet his fate was all too clear. Piccolo understood that should he attempt to advance, he would meet the same grim end. At that instant, a voice resonated in his mind. "Can Piccolo hear me? Is that you, Kami? Where are you now? I apologize, but I have exhausted my energy in battle against Goldo and am unable to assist you at this moment." "What did you say?" Within their ranks, Lizette was the sole warrior capable of defeating Frieza, yet he claimed he was incapacitated. Piccolo found this utterly absurd. If this stalemate persisted, everyone would perish, and this planet would be annihilated. However, since Lizette had initiated this telepathic communication, he surely had devised a plan to reverse the situation. "Therefore, you must buy some time. If I could have bought time, I would have done so long ago. But do not worry, there is a way. If you can assimilate with Shrag, you may acquire power that rivals Frieza's." Assimilation was a term Piccolo did not favor. He had once been a complete Namekian, only to later split into two distinct entities of good and evil. For him, assimilation signifies a reunification with the preceding deities, a notion he utterly refuses to accept. Even if the object of assimilation were to be Shrag, an intense aversion would still well up within him. "Do not jest. I merely wish to be myself. The very thought of having my personality assimilated is something I shall never accept. As long as you remain your personality will be preserved. The assimilated party merely exists as a foundation. Is that true? If I am even slightly dissatisfied, can I immediately expel him?" Indeed, that is correct. Piccolo could not tolerate his own weakness. At this moment, he yearned for power with an insatiable desire. He understood fully. If this continued, he, his companions, and Gohan would all fall victim to Frieza. To avert such a fate, he would be willing to embrace the taboo of assimilation. However, there is a stipulation. They must place a hand upon the other, and the assimilated party must willingly cooperate, releasing all their energy to the. This step requires the cooperation of the other party. That is straightforward. Lizette was still contemplating how to persuade Shrag to cooperate, clearly too soft-hearted in an unnecessary situation. Shrag was, after all, an enemy. There was no need to seek his consent. Piccolo strode directly to the fallen Shrag, crouched down, and pressed his hand upon Shrag's chest. "Hey, you are searching for Dragon Balls, correct? Then you are our enemy. As an enemy, you have no right to complain even if I were to kill you." "You? Wait, hold on. If you want me to wait, there is a condition." "What condition?" "Very simple. Assimilate with me. If we can defeat that Frieza fellow afterward, I will spare your life. But, rest assured, I have no desire to remain assimilated with someone like you indefinitely. Once this matter is resolved, I will expel you." Piccolo's method was straightforward: comply or perish. It was a simple binary choice, yet remarkably effective. Furthermore, Piccolo's words were not mere fabrications. As long as he could vanquish Frieza, Shrag, having been assimilated, would indeed survive. Lizette silently marveled at Piccolo's eloquence. Moreover, Piccolo's promise of expulsion was not an empty one. He genuinely intended it. Drawing from the precedent of the former deities and the Demon King having once split, separation was not an impossibility, if all else failed. The Dragon Balls could be employed to resolve the matter later. Shrag possessed the ability to read minds, clearly sensing that Piccolo was not lying. You mean it? You truly will let me off?" "Yes, I do not lie. All right, I will give you my energy." At this moment, Shrag's thoughts were simple. Survival came first. He would cooperate with Piccolo to ensure his life was spared, and later devise a means to restore his state. That was undoubtedly his plan. And Piccolo, precisely capitalizing on this stroke of luck, declared, "Here, take it. This is all my energy." Shrag's entire being radiated with light, as energy flowed continuously from Shrag into Piccolo through the hand pressed against his chest. Thus, Piccolo and Shrag completed the assimilation with the understanding of future separation. However, neither of the two anticipated the unforeseen transformation in Piccolo's character following the assimilation. Piccolo was not deceitful. He indeed intended to expel Slug after their merging and was prepared to honor their agreement. Yet, he had not foreseen that his own personality would deviate post-fusion. Although the present-day Piccolo is significantly more temperate than before, he still embodies the malevolent essence birthed from the divine. Conversely, while Slug is a Namekian, He represents pure, unadulterated evil. The amalgamation of two malevolent entities could scarcely yield a noble warrior committed to their promise. The answer is unequivocally negative. Such a transformation is impossible. Upon the conclusion of the assimilation, a sardonic smile curled at the corners of Piccolo's mouth as he taunted, "Ha ha ha, fool. Did you truly believe I would adhere to such a pact?" Despite being grounded in Piccolo's persona, the infusion of Slug's power caused Piccolo's already benevolent inclinations to regress to the era of Demon King Piccolo. The glint of ambition sparkled in his sharp gaze, reminiscent of his ferocity during his battles with Goku. The pitiful Slug, from that moment forth, vanished entirely. Neither in this world nor the afterlife would his presence be felt again. He had become one with Piccolo, ultimately serving as nothing more than a stepping stone for Piccolo's augmentation of power, utterly obliterated. Ha ha ha, it's all back. The power of evil has finally returned to me. I can win. I cannot lose. I now wield ultimate power. Piccolo reveled in the overwhelming surge of energy following the assimilation, astonished by its magnitude. Was this truly the power of merging? It was formidable beyond measure. He felt assured. Such strength could undoubtedly contend with Frieza. His heart brimmed with conviction as his gaze fixated on Frieza. There was no need to await Goku's awakening. He intended to personally slay Frieza here and now. Afterward, he would return to Earth to settle matters with Goku, eliminate the divine, and seize dominion over the world. He aspired to supplant his father, Demon King Piccolo, and create a perfect world steeped in evil. Uncle Piccolo? Just as Piccolo stood on the precipice of total malevolence, Gohan's voice pulled him back. In that fleeting moment, memories of the past year spent training with Gohan flooded his mind, memories of Gohan's pure gaze that sought his guidance. Regardless of how much Slug's fusion inclined him toward darkness, Piccolo ultimately could not revert to being wholly malevolent. For now, he held something far more significant than the mission of Demon King Piccolo, a desire to protect someone as Piccolo. As Gohan came into view, the ferocity on Piccolo's face faded quietly, restoring his former composure. Observing this transformation, Piccolo could not help but chuckle at himself. The darkness within him was dissipating, along with the obsessions of the Demon King. In the end, what remained was not Demon King Piccolo, but simply Piccolo, a Namekian who yearned to protect Gohan. "I'm sorry, Father. It seems I can no longer return to the form of the Demon King." Even after absorbing the amalgamation of Slug's malevolence, Piccolo ultimately did not succumb to evil. He felt a sense of helplessness for his own shortcomings as he reached out to gently stroke Gohan's head. "Do not fear, Gohan, I shall not abandon you." Regardless of whether he leaned towards malevolence or benevolence, Piccolo remained steadfastly Piccolo. He would not lose that which he sought to protect, nor could he afford to. Conquering the world or seeking vengeance against Goku could wait. At this moment, he was resolute in his desire to fight for those he wished to safeguard. Resolutely, he became enveloped in crimson flames, charging directly at Frieza. At that very moment, as if summoned by Piccolo's aura, Goku slowly opened his eyes. Finally, all the pivotal characters had gathered, and this battle had officially entered its climactic showdown. Chapter 70. Goku and Piccolo reunite. Frieza ensnared Vegeta's neck with his tail, while simultaneously delivering a fierce blow to his back. Given the disparity in their combat capabilities, such a strike could easily prove fatal. Yet, Vegeta remained alive solely due to Frieza's restraint. Frieza found it too mundane to simply kill Vegeta. He sought to instill a deeper understanding within Vegeta of the folly of defiance, desiring to witness him perish amidst fear and despair. He seized the crab affixed to Vegeta's back and consumed it whole before launching another assault. This was an excessive attack against an opponent who had long since lost the will to fight. However, just then, an unexpected figure rushed in. Frieza was not entirely unprepared, having anticipated the possibility of an intruder. Yet, the speed of this newcomer exceeded Frieza's expectations, delivering a powerful kick to his face. Frieza relinquished his grip on Vegeta, sent flying by the force of the kick. He was helpless as he shattered and pierced through several rocks along the trajectory of his flight, soaring across multiple islands, still propelled far away. The attack was so sudden, its force so immense, and its speed astonishing. Before Frieza could regain his composure, the assailant had circled around to confront him, none other than Piccolo. With a swift kick, Piccolo sent the still reeling Frieza soaring into the air. The assault was far from over. Piccolo pursued the airborne Frieza, overtaking him to deliver a double hammer strike to his head, sending him crashing toward the ground. The pursuit continued as Piccolo plummeted rapidly, unleashing a punch aimed at Frisia. Yet, Frisia quickly recovered and evaded the strike. The missed punch shattered the ground, cleaving the land in two. "You shall not escape." Piccolo unleashed a powerful energy wave towards the leaping Frisia. The high-output energy wave surged towards him, and in a moment of urgency, Frisia managed to block it with one hand. However, even Frisia could not easily dispel such force, and the energy wave continued to push him back incrementally. Yet, he was ultimately the cosmic overlord and would not be easily subdued. With every ounce of his strength, Piccolo's energy wave was ultimately thwarted by Frisia, who, nearly unscathed, glared down at Piccolo with fiery eyes. "That Namekian, that last blow was rather painful. Enough chatter." In the air, Frisia and Piccolo collided with a thunderous crash. Their fists and feet intertwined at high speed, the sound of their clash resonating through the air as their figures flickered and vanished. In the next moment, the very fabric of space seemed to shatter. The sky resonated with a cacophony akin to repeated explosions, sweeping up and annihilating everything in its vicinity. The two adversaries occasionally manifested to clash, alternating between attack and defense, their speed so astonishing that Krillin and the others could barely perceive it. Arms collided with arms, legs with legs, knees with knees, and elbows with elbows. They utilized every possible part of their bodies to unleash a fervent exchange of blows. During the fray, Piccolo unleashed beams from his eyes, but Frisia swiftly arched backward to evade. In a seamless motion, he spun around and struck Piccolo's chin with his tail. Yet, Piccolo immediately stabilized himself in midair, extending his arm to counterattack. With a swift motion, Frisia unleashed an attack reminiscent of a key sphere, a death disc, severing Piccolo's outstretched arm. Undeterred, Piccolo approached Frisia with one arm, extending the side where he had lost his limb. In that fleeting moment, the arm regenerated. Seizing the opportunity while Frisia was off guard, Piccolo grasped his face tightly. He held Frisia as he unleashed a ki blast at point-blank range. The energy sphere struck Frisia's face with tremendous force, after which Piccolo propelled him downward, crashing him into the ground. Yet another expanse of land was obliterated, and the battle raged on as both fell into the sea. Escaping Piccolo's grasp, Frisia and Piccolo transitioned their battleground beneath the waves, seemingly disregarding the resistance of water as they continued their fierce exchange. As they clasped hands, poised for a struggle, Frisia abruptly kicked Piccolo upward, returning the combat to the skies. Wah! Wah! Ya! The two emitted piercing cries while relentlessly pummeling each other at close quarters. Shockwaves cleaved through the ocean, shattered the earth, summoned tempests, and the residual force even threatened Krillin and the others in the distance. In a fleeting instant of Frisia's vulnerability, Piccolo landed a punch. The not-so-tall Frisia was sent flying, hurtling directly towards Krillin and Gohan, who scrambled to evade. Frisia soared past them at blinding speed, with Piccolo in hot pursuit. Closing the gap, Piccolo crossed his arms and swung down with ferocity. However, Frisia once again accelerated to evade, stabilizing in midair before delivering a kick that sent the pursuing Piccolo spiraling away. Yet Piccolo did not falter. He spun in the air, firing another beam from his eyes, but still fell short as Frisia dodged. Incredible! Piccolo is astonishing. Could assimilation bestow such strength? Indeed, Uncle Piccolo is remarkably powerful. Krillin and Gohan, now fully immersed as commentators, were astounded by Piccolo's sudden surge of power, feeling a mix of joy and the sting of being left behind. However, they also glimpsed a glimmer of hope for victory. But there was more than just this good news. Another event was quietly unfolding. No, if this continues, Piccolo will not endure. Frisia is still the stronger one. Goku, are you awake? Father. Since Goku awakened from his prolonged slumber, a result of his broken neck, despite consuming the mystical beans, he did not emerge empty-handed. The Scion's revival from the brink of death had significantly amplified his strength, surpassing even his former self prior to his defeat by Frisia. An overwhelming energy surged throughout his being. I apologize for the wait. I am ready to join the fray, he declared, soaring into the air to join the confrontation between Piccolo and Frisia. Standing next to Piccolo, it was evident he intended to unite forces for the impending battle. Although Goku had contemplated a one-on-one duel, he recognized, after his previous failure, that he was not in a position to dictate such terms against an adversary like Frisia. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, their primary objective was to vanquish Frisia and return together. The disparity in their strengths could be reconciled through training. Should they encounter similar foes in the future, he vowed to triumph independently. Son Goku, you have finally awakened, Piccolo exclaimed. I apologize for the delay, but allow me to partake in this battle, Goku responded. Are we to join forces again? It is rather distasteful, yet it seems the most prudent course of action, Piccolo remarked as they both assumed their battle stances. The strength of their opponent far exceeded theirs, and the outcome of this conflict bore the fate of the entire universe. Failure to defeat Frieza here would result in the annihilation of countless planets, with billions of lives extinguished daily. Such a reality was intolerable and could not be permitted. Hence, they willingly set aside their martial ideals in this moment. By the way, Piccolo, you seem somewhat different. Perhaps you've reverted to your former self? Goku noted, sensing a familiar, prickly aura reminiscent of their past confrontations. I suppose I had merely grown complacent for too long. Remember, son Goku, once we dispatch that fiend, the next challenge will be yours, Piccolo warned. I shall await that moment, Goku replied, their banter momentarily lifting their spirits. Once fated rivals, they now shared a solemn gaze directed towards their common foe. Piccolo, 66 million Piccolos Kaioken x 10, 66 million Chapter 71, Krillin's Sacrifice What? Frieza scoffed, dismissing them as mere monkeys and Namekians. In unison, Piccolo and Goku launched themselves into battle. Their history as adversaries rendered them acutely aware of each other's techniques. Coupled with their prior collaboration against Raditz, their synergy was impeccable. To bridge the gap in their strengths, Goku and Piccolo alternated their attacks, while Frieza countered each with precision. Nevertheless, the scales of battle still tipped in Frieza's favor. Under the current circumstances, victory remained elusive. Frieza regarded Piccolo as a formidable opponent and had unleashed nearly 70% of his power. With an elbow strike, Frieza repelled the duo, swiftly turning to unleash a ki blast. They narrowly evaded it, but Frieza pursued, positioning himself before Piccolo. Naturally, Piccolo retaliated with a kick, yet Frieza adeptly ducked, simultaneously sweeping Piccolo's legs from beneath him. As Goku charged fiercely towards Frieza from behind, he was abruptly sent flying by a strike of Frieza's tail. TSK. Piccolo raised his index and middle fingers to his forehead, adopting the stance necessary to concentrate his energy into a single point, preparing to unleash his potent special beam cannon. This technique, despite its lengthy charging time, held the potential to pierce through even the mightiest of foes, provided it was successfully charged and accurately aimed. Piccolo placed his hopes of victory in this move. He focused his energy to the point where his face became nearly unrecognizable, barely managing to fend off Frieza's onslaught with one hand. 20 times Kaioken. Goku forcibly transcended his own limits, surging towards Frieza at full power, landing a punch squarely on Frieza's unsuspecting cheek. He followed up with a kick that sent Frieza hurtling away, creating distance between him and Piccolo. Well done, son Goku. Buy us some time. As Piccolo gathered his energy, Goku too unleashed a surge of power, channeling it into his palm. Kamehameha. Goku released a wave of Kamehameha energy that surpassed his own limits, hurtling towards Frieza, who deftly evaded the attack. However, with a swift motion of his arm, Goku redirected the Kamehameha wave to pursue Frieza. Such cunning. Realizing that fleeing was futile, Frieza raised a hand to block the Kamehameha wave. Yet, even for someone as formidable as Frieza, it was no easy task to nullify such force. The energy wave scorched his palm while continuing to advance. Ultimately, victory belonged to Frieza. He shattered Goku's full-powered Kamehameha wave and charged towards Goku. With a headbutt, he sent Goku flying, then spun in midair to strike Goku's head with his tail. You wretched monkey, do not underestimate Lord Frieza. Gah. Cough. Frieza prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Goku. However, at that moment, two attacks, the Kamehameha wave and the special beam cannon, suddenly struck Frieza, followed by a barrage of energy blasts and ki attacks that relentlessly assailed him. While these assaults failed to inflict any wounds on Frieza, they bought precious time for Piccolo, during which his energy grew increasingly potent. Such garbage. Is this never-ending? In Frieza's eyes, these individuals were but insignificant pests, yet their sheer numbers could become a nuisance. Even if they could not harm him, they could still provoke his wrath. The attacks launched by Yamchu and the others, having regained consciousness, did not inflict any injuries on Frieza, but succeeded in capturing his attention. Once his focus was diverted, it became Frieza's critical vulnerability. While distracted by Yamcha and the others, Frisia was caught off guard by a side attack from Dales, who landed a powerful right hook. Frisia was sent reeling, only to find Nappa already positioned ahead, delivering a kick that propelled him into the air. Dales swiftly followed up, landing another kick to bring Frisia crashing down, while Nappa seized Frisia's right arm. Dales then joined him, grasping Frisia's left arm, and together, the two scions restrained Frisia's movements. It is worth noting that Rabbit Leader did not partake in this all-out assault, although he had also been revived by the magical beings. He believed himself to be of no assistance and transferred his energy to Dales and Naba before collapsing once more. Now is the time. Eliminate him, cried Naba and Dales in unison. Naturally, Piccolo would not let this opportunity slip away. Special beam cannon. A straight beam of light surged forth, accompanied by a swirling, spiraling aura surrounding it. This technique, a deadly strike that pierces the enemy with two streams of energy, raced towards Frisia at a speed surpassing lightning. Such was the thought of all present. However, Frisia's power extended far beyond that. With astonishing strength, he flung Dales and Nabo aside, instinctively twisting his body. Yet, he was ultimately a fraction too slow. The special beam cannon pierced through his abdomen. While it did not strike a vital point, it undeniably inflicted severe injury. But it did not slay Frisia. This critical oversight provided Frisia with the opportunity to retaliate, unleashing a death beam that pierced through Piccolo's chest. The moment one believes they have succeeded is often the most perilous. It is precisely when one strikes that vigilance is paramount. Piccolo forgot this lesson, spitting blood as he plummeted towards the ground. Piccolo, you worthless trash. I shall not spare any of you. Frisia's vitality surpassed all reason, though merely a hypothesis. As long as he retained consciousness, Frisia could survive even with only his upper body remaining. His brother, Cooler, was so powerful that he could endure even if only his brain were cast into the void of space. Merely being pierced through the abdomen could never be sufficient to vanquish Frisia. He might feel pain, and indeed, he was grievously wounded. Nevertheless, such injuries could not lead to his complete annihilation. Die. Frisia unleashed another death beam. If the target had been Goku, perhaps he might have reacted in time to evade. However, this time the target was Krillin. Perhaps due to Krillin's capacity for cutting-type attacks, Frisia regarded him with a heightened sense of caution. Regardless, this was unfortunate for Krillin. Once Frisia set his serious aim upon him, he stood no chance of retaliation. The beam pierced through Krillin's head, incinerating his brain. Krillin's body slowly collapsed. Yet Frisia initiated a ruthless pursuit. He utilized his telekinesis to levitate Krillin's lifeless form, as if to showcase it to Goku, suspending it in the air. What? What are you doing? Look closely. This is the fate of those who resist me. Krillin was already dead, never to move again. Yet Frisia seemed unsatisfied. He exerted even greater pressure upon Krillin's suspended body, shattering it into fragments. In that moment, Goku's mind went blank. Despair, sorrow, astonishment, various emotions churned within his mind. Yet a more potent rage utterly consumed his reason. Krillin had been slain. It took him a few seconds to grasp this reality, and upon understanding, the uncontrollable fury within Goku ignited, searing through his entire being. Krillin had died once before and had been revived by the Dragon Balls. This meant he could never return again. This truth pushed Goku's rage beyond its breaking point. I cannot spare you. Indeed, there was a time when Wukong was engulfed by such immense rage. It was during his childhood when Krillin was slain by the minion of the Demon King Piccolo, Tambourine. At that moment, he too was consumed by a frenzied fury, disregarding Master Roshi's counsel, and charged towards Tambourine. However, there existed a significant distinction from that time, that being Wukong's current combat prowess. Today, Wukong possesses a formidable strength that is undeniable. His life on Earth has endowed him with a gentleness absent in the Scions. And this gentleness has bestowed upon him the key known as cells. Ultimately, this intense fury has thoroughly stimulated and awakened the cells within him. Combat strength, a gentle heart, and rage. At this moment, the qualifications and keys to unlock the legendary door are all assembled. Consequently, Frisia witnessed firsthand the emergence of the warrior from legend, the very embodiment of his deepest fears. The transformation was unmistakable. Wukong's hair stood erect, enveloped in a golden radiance. His pupils lost their rationality, leaving only the whites of his eyes, exuding a ferocity unimaginable in his usual demeanor. This was the state of the ascended Super Saiyan, the phase on the brink of unlocking the legendary door. Wukong emitted a primal roar, fueled by the fury of losing Krillin, fully opening the door to potential. After transitioning through the ascended Super Saiyan phase, this Saiyan raised on Earth finally reached the true legend. His black hair transformed to gold, and his eyes, once white, now bore a striking green hue, distinctly different from before. Though his expression regained its rationality, it was imbued with a chilling demeanor, starkly contrasting his usual self. As he gazed up at Frieza, what is happening? What is this transformation? The Saiyans could typically only transform into a great ape. How could this be? What is Kakarot capable of? How could he, a mere low-class warrior, undergo such a metamorphosis? Wukong's transformation left Frieza utterly astounded, while the distant onlooker, Vegeta, trembled in awe. The aura emanating from Wukong had completely eclipsed Frieza's own. Under Vegeta's watchful gaze, Wukong instantaneously teleported before Frieza, seizing his arm with a vice-like grip. Enough of your vile deeds. You have relentlessly slaughtered the innocent, even Krillin. Gasping, Frieza struggled to free himself, attempting to distance himself from Wukong. Yet, the agony radiating from his captured arm was overwhelming. For the first time, he experienced genuine fear in the face of such overwhelming power. Why do you possess such strength? See, could it be that the very existence I dread stands before me now? Frieza could not reconcile this reality, his body quaking in disbelief. No, it was not merely him trembling. Vegeta quaked in shock, while Dapples trembled with joy. He has finally achieved it. Indeed, the classification of low-class warriors is utterly unreliable. Dapples and Nappa knelt, exchanging satisfied smiles. As Saiyans, though they harbored some resentment, the prevailing sentiment was one of elation. At this moment, they bore witness to a legend, to the boundless potential of the Saiyans. Kakarot has transformed into a Super Saiyan. Upon hearing the words of Dales, both Vegeta and Frieza turned their heads, their faces etched with disbelief. As if to respond to their astonishment, the fury of the Golden Warrior reverberated through the very fabric of existence. I am enraged. Frieza. Following this proclamation, Goku's fist struck Frieza's face with tremendous force. Son Goku. 3 million Super Saiyan Son Goku. 1. 5 billion Chapter 72. A chance encounter with the Dragon Balls. The essence of Krillin dissipated. Lizette lay within the cavern, his eyes slowly closing. Through his farsight ability, he had observed this battle, holding on to the hope that fate might shift midway. The significantly enhanced Piccolo and Goku joined forces, not only able to contend with Frieza, but also inflicting severe damage upon him with the special beam cannon. This momentarily led Lizette to believe that, even without the Super Saiyan transformation, victory was within their grasp. However, the outcome told a different tale. Piccolo fell, and Krillin was shattered into fragments. Perhaps, in the quest to alter destiny, they had ultimately fallen short. Nevertheless, the result was not entirely bleak. At the very least, the awakening of the Super Saiyan, which had long been his concern, had come to fruition, and Krillin could be resurrected using the Dragon Balls of Namek. Now, all that remained was for Goku to vanquish Frieza, and everything would be fine. Yet, it seemed there were still several pressing matters. For one, the crucial Dragon Balls had yet to be gathered. In the original narrative, after the destruction of Namek, the Dragon Balls would transfer to Earth. Yet Lizette was uncertain if they would still function normally in the possession of another. Although he had provided everyone with a spacecraft, it would be prudent for him to escort his companions back to Earth. Furthermore, if he possessed the ability to prevent Frieza from annihilating the planet, he ought to take action. It appeared there was much to be done. Fortunately, his body had regained some of its strength. While he could not move freely yet, he could still open a spatial portal and utilize his psychic abilities. This was sufficient. To him, it felt akin to a complete recovery. Lizette first opened a subspace, retrieving a Senza bean from within and placing it in his mouth. In an instant, his torn muscles and ruptured blood vessels were mended, and his energy returned to its peak state. He couldn't help but marvel once more at how excessively overpowered these beans were. Subsequently, he retrieved the cloak he had discarded prior to his battle with Gula, donning it once more, though he deliberately opted not to replace his original boots and gauntlets. Although Gula was no longer present, increasing his burden was ultimately inadvisable. Now, Lizette was fully restored. Unlike the Saiyans, who could draw strength from the brink of death, he subjectively felt a slight enhancement in his abilities, albeit it was merely an illusion. He took out the Dragon Ball radar to confirm the locations of the Dragon Balls, and was pleasantly surprised to discover that 5 of them were converging in the same vicinity. Thus, he decided to retrieve these Dragon Balls first. He sensed no overwhelming energy signatures, or rather, the energy he felt belonged to Sabo. Lizette tilted his head in confusion. How was Sabo still alive? Well, it mattered little. Regardless, an opponent of Sabo's caliber posed little difference whether present or absent. Lizette opened the subspace, extending his hand within and creating an exit at the location indicated by the radar. He reached out and found it. Indeed, there lay the Dragon Balls. With his extraordinary powers, he retrieved the 5 Dragon Balls into subspace, then retracted his hand. To Sabo, it must have appeared as though a hand had suddenly emerged from the void, seizing the Dragon Balls. Next, Lizette unfurled his white wings, amplifying his explosive power to 20 times its limit. Given the risk posed by Frisia's potential to obliterate planets, he needed the instantaneous reaction speed to combat such an eventuality. With this in mind, he resolved to maintain an explosive power of at least 20 times, equivalent to a battle strength exceeding 120 million. Finally, he folded the black coat that lay on the ground and stowed it in subspace. Truth be told, he held little attachment to the coat, but it was a token left by an unknown benefactor, and thus he decided to keep it until their reunion when he would return it. Well then, it was time to depart. Lizette took a gentle leap into the air. In the next moment, his figure vanished, transformed into a streak of white light that streaked across the sky of Namek. The sea he traversed split in two, and the distance between Goku and the others, originally 60,000 kilometers away, diminished in an instant. Within a minute, Lizette spotted Goku and Frieza in his line of sight and came to a halt before them. Naturally, he did not position himself directly between the two but instead stood in a triangular formation, maintaining a respectful distance. Both Goku and Frieza gazed at Lizette in astonishment, with a hint of relief evident in Goku's expression. Lord God, from your appearance, it seems the situation over there has been resolved? Indeed. Goku, it seems you have also succeeded at last. You are aware of Super Saiyan's? I have only heard rumors. This is my first time witnessing it firsthand. To be honest, Lizette felt a swell of emotion within him. After all, it was the Super Saiyan. Despite the plethora of imitations in various contemporary works, the Super Saiyan remains the progenitor of golden transformations in SH&N manga. Conversely, Lizette's presence stirred a sense of agitation in Frieza. He was aware that Lizette had been engaged in combat with Gula, yet he had not anticipated that the one returning would be Lizette rather than Gula. His appearance here indicated that Gula had been dealt with, meaning he possessed power rivaling that of a Super Saiyan. Are you prepared? Although it is 2 against 1. We shall show no mercy. Lizette's aura continued to rise, enveloped in a radiant white light. In the face of a 2-on-1 scenario, he harbored no sympathy for his adversaries, nor did he regard it as dishonorable. While Lizette possessed martial prowess akin to that of a divine warrior, he was not a traditional martial artist. Rather, he was a practitioner of martial arts. He did not confine himself to notions of fairness, nor did he seek an equitable duel. Winning when possible was his foremost principle. Yet, another had a differing perspective. Wait, Lord God, allow me to handle this one. To be honest, I suspected you would say that. But Goku, this is not a game. If we merely injure him and leave him alive, even Earth could be at risk. He killed Krillin. Krillin was my best friend. He was such a good person. Yet that monster obliterated him into nothingness. Krillin can never be revived. I must avenge Krillin. The rare display of genuine fury from Wukong caused a subtle tremor within Lizette's heart. He understood well that Wukong's anger had not arisen by mere coincidence. It was precisely because of Wukong's usual disposition of openness and cheerfulness that his current wrath appeared all the more authentic. After a brief moment of mutual gaze, Lizette ultimately chose to yield. Remember, do not squander kindness. When it is time to strike, one must be decisive, understood? Yes. My apologies, Lord Deity. Entrusting everything to Wukong indeed carried numerous risks. Firstly, the destruction of Namek was a possibility. Secondly, it was likely that Wukong hadn't completely eradicated Frieza, which could lead to Frieza seeking Earth later. Moreover, there was no guarantee that Wukong would return alive. In the original narrative, Wukong's survival was itself a precarious affair. A slight misstep could lead to demise. Worse still, the current situation had already deviated significantly from the original, with variables arising incessantly, leaving no one to predict how events would unfold in the end. I will first escort everyone back to Earth. Wukong must return alive. Rest assured I will. Even so, Lizette resolved to leave the battlefield to Wukong. Despite his inner turmoil, he did not look back. He would utilize his foresight abilities to monitor the battlefield, ready to intervene at the first sign of crisis. However, Before that, he wished for Wukong to personally bring this grudge to a conclusion. Thus, Lizette flew towards Gohan and the others, confirming that everyone was present before opening a portal to another dimension. Huh, Lord Deity? What are you planning to do? Wukong wishes to confront Frieza in a one-on-one duel. Let us return to Earth for now. Among those present were Gohan, Piccolo, Tien, Yamcha, Chaozu, Nappa, Rabbit Leader, Dallas, and Vegeta. The absence of Krillin was lamentable, yet at least the survivors were gathered. Lizette was secretly astonished that Vegeta was still alive. Given the disparity in battle power, Vegeta had been mercilessly beaten like a punching bag, yet still managed to survive, demonstrating remarkable resilience. Truly, he was the prince of the Saiyans. Had he been in Vegeta's position, he would surely have perished under such assaults. Wait, are you leaving Wukong alone? If Lord Deity teamed up with him, they would undoubtedly defeat Frieza with ease. In response to Yamcha's objections, Lizette remained composed. This is Wukong's wish. If I were to rashly intervene now, I might even become a target of Wukong's wrath. Of course, this was not a falsehood, but merely a highly improbable speculation. Even if Wukong were to be blinded by fury, he would never strike his comrades. After all, he was a compassionate soul, one who could even show mercy to Frieza. This gentleness was both Wukong's strength and his flaw as a warrior. Let us go, rest assured, if it truly comes to a critical juncture. Even if he were to attack me, I would charge in. I believe in you. Lizette recognized that without such reassurances, Yamcha and the others would not consent. He ushered everyone through the portal, being the last to pass through himself. From then on, he could only place his faith in Wukong, trusting in his victory. Trust you? That phrase should be mine to utter. Truly, I believe in you. Wukong, I am confident you will triumph. Lizette murmured softly before closing the portal. Chapter 73, The Destruction of the House of Time. After the group safely fled to the Divine Temple of the Celestials, the injured Piccolo, Nappa, Dallas, and Vegeta were treated by Dundee. Although the Saiyans recovered from their severe injuries, their combat prowess did not see an enhancement. Lizette understood that even resurrection at the brink of death has its limitations regarding power increase. It was no wonder that after the Frieza saga concluded, no one resorted to such methods for strength anymore. However, Cell seemed to have significantly strengthened through a similar approach, but he was not a Saiyan. Perhaps he had merely adeptly inherited the Saiyan's virtues. The Namekians finally found respite. By the side of the Grand Elder, the former Earth Guardian conversed with his compatriots. It appeared that he had sensed their presence, and thus had come to the celestial realm. His face radiated with relief as he spoke with his kin. My dear Guardian, you have returned. It is truly a relief. Yes, I apologize for worrying you, Bobo. Lizette consoled Bobo, and then cast a puzzled gaze around the temple, noticing that part of it had collapsed. The damaged area was precisely where the House of Time had been, as if it had been struck by a powerful energy blast. Utterly devastated. What could have transpired here? Indeed, after the Guardian departed, a man resembling Goku appeared. Resembling Goku? Lizette instinctively glanced at Dallas, suspecting his involvement. Dallas shrugged, indicating it was not him. Lizette was aware that Dallas had remained on Namek. That man declared that this chamber should not exist, and subsequently destroyed it. I was unable to stop him. I am sorry, my Guardian. Only the House of Time was destroyed, correct? Yes. Then, that is of little consequence. Although it is somewhat regrettable, what matters most is that you are safe. Tears welled in Bobo's eyes, moved by Lizette's words. Lizette smiled at him, then fell into contemplation. The destruction of the House of Time by the man resembling Goku suddenly reminded Lizette of the masked man who had previously attacked Tawa and the others. This man evidently held an antagonistic relationship with Tawa and Mira. But who could he be? Not Dallas, nor Goku. If anyone else bore a resemblance to Goku, it could only be his father, Bardock. But how could it possibly be him? Bardock had long since passed away. Even if he were miraculously alive, there would be no reason for him to specifically destroy the House of Time. If the events of the Bardock saga had unfolded in this world, even if they had, Bardock would have been transported to ancient times and could not have survived to the present. The Saiyans merely have a longer youthful phase. Their lifespan is not vastly different from that of Earthlings. Bobo, can the House of Time be repaired? It cannot. The House of Time was originally constructed utilizing the natural space-time distortions here. But now, the distortions have vanished, and it is no longer possible to transmit consciousness to the past. However, if one merely wishes to view past images, it might be feasible to do so with the residual energy, albeit with great difficulty. Space-time distortions? Occasionally, phenomena arise in the cosmos that can ensnare individuals from different eras, transporting them to either the future or the past. However, the prevalence of such occurrences may lead to chaos. I have heard it said that there exists a deity of time, superior to the king of time, whose sole purpose is to rectify these distortions. Thus, it appears that the House of Time was discovered by this deity and subsequently destroyed. A deity of time more exalted than the king of time, Lizette had never encountered mention of such a god, nor was there any relevant lore in the original work. Could it be akin to the kind of deity that appears in Dr. Slump, resembling the turtle hermit? Lizette could not help but indulge in fanciful thoughts. Nevertheless, there was no time for such musings. Mr. Bobo, I implore you to do your utmost to restore the House of Time. Even if it cannot transmit consciousness, it would still serve as a repository of knowledge. I understand, my lord. Following Lizette's directives, Bobo proceeded toward the damaged House of Time, accompanied by several warriors who offered their assistance. After watching them depart, Lizette approached the Grand Elder. Although the House of Time lay in ruins, the present moment demanded attention rather than the past. The final confrontation with Frisia had been entrusted to Goku. Yet this did not imply that Lizette had no tasks at hand. To prepare, he first needed to obtain the Grand Elder's consent. Grand Elder, may I intrude upon your time? Of course, what is it? I wish to inquire whether there are any limitations concerning the Dragon Balls of Namek when it comes to resurrecting the deceased. For instance, are there certain causes of death that preclude resurrection, or is there a limit to the number of revivals? Ah, I see. It seems the Dragon Balls of Earth indeed impose a limit on the number of resurrections. Moreover, given that 2 of your companions are absent, it stands to reason that at least one, if not both, have perished and cannot be revived with the Earth's Dragon Balls, correct? Rest assured, as long as the death was not due to natural causes, the Dragon Balls of Namek can resurrect the deceased an unlimited number of times. Of course, Lizette was already aware of these questions and answers. However, he felt compelled to ask, for if he had initially acknowledged the distinctions between the Earth and Namek Dragon Balls, it would seem rather implausible. This was merely a roundabout way to avoid contradictions. Hearing your assurance brings me comfort. Additionally, I have one more request. May I borrow the Dragon Balls of Namek? Certainly, you are benefactors of Namek. However, the Dragon Balls can only be summoned using the Namekian language. I shall send Dandy with you to assist in conveying your wish. Lizette successfully procured the Grand Elder's approval. Yet, he was acutely aware that time was of the essence. The Grand Elder's lifespan was dwindling, and once he departed, the Dragon Balls would vanish as well. With a wave of his hand, Lizette retrieved the Dragon Balls of Namek from the subspace, arranging them neatly on the ground. Gohan and the others gazed at him in astonishment, clearly curious as to when this esteemed deity had gathered the Dragon Balls. Lizette beckoned Dandy and explained the situation. I understand. I shall summon the Eternal Dragon at once. Very well, I appreciate your efforts. And Vegeta, do not even think of meddling with the wish. TCH, Lizette stood beside Dandy, subtly imposing a sense of intimidation toward Vegeta. Vegeta was acutely aware of the disparity in strength between the two parties. As long as Lizette was present, he could neither usurp the wish nor threaten Dandy to secure his own immortality. Thus, Krillin would be revived. All that remained was to await Goku's victory. Oh, by the way, I apologize for wanting to pose another question. Please do, came the reply. I shall endeavor to answer you before my lifespan wanes. Very well. Previously, when Namek faced abnormal weather, the former Supreme Kai arrived on Earth via spaceship. There was also a Namekian named Slug, who fled to Slug Star for the same reason and subsequently fell into evil. My inquiry is whether, aside from them, any other Namekians sought refuge in spaceships? Lizette truly wished to ascertain if there were other kin scattered across the cosmos beyond those presently before him. This matter, seemingly trivial, could potentially influence the trajectory of the entire world. After all, Namekians possess the ability to create Dragon Balls. Should malevolent Namekians exist and misuse the Dragon Balls for nefarious purposes, it could even lead to the emergence of evil dragons. Such an occurrence would signify a cosmic-level crisis, from which Earth would not be able to extricate itself. In response to this concern, the Elder chuckled softly, offering gentle reassurance. Indeed, there are other kin. Rest assured, they are all benevolent members of the Dragon Clan and would never succumb to evil. Even in the unlikely event of misfortune, they pose no threat to you. As for the Dragon Balls, you need not worry. They are miraculous orbs that can only be created by those with righteous hearts. Those with malevolent intentions cannot forge Dragon Balls. In fact, the Demon King Piccolo you just mentioned, despite being a member of the Dragon Clan, was incapable of creating Dragon Balls, was he not? The elder unequivocally affirmed that Lizette's fears regarding the potential misuse of Dragon Balls by evil Namekians would never materialize. No one understood Namekians better than the elder, and with his assurance, Lizette finally felt a sense of relief, recognizing that his worries were unfounded. Yet, the fate of Namek remained a sorrowful certainty. The former Supreme Kai's tone grew somber as he lamented the homeland he had never seen. Although Namek still existed, it had become a battlefield for Super Science and the Cosmic Overlord, making its preservation increasingly precarious. Nevertheless, the elder smiled brightly, gently proclaiming, "Do not speak thus. As long as everyone is alive, a new beginning is always possible. Thanks to your successor, my children have also saved many. If Namek had a spirit, it would surely understand." The elder seemed to have foreseen the fate of Namek, yet he remained steadfast in his belief that as long as life persisted, there was hope for renewal. His children would undoubtedly discover a new sanctuary. Upon hearing these words, the former Supreme Kai quietly smiled. Chapter 74. Lizette commences relentless training to begin with the conclusion, for the process will be lengthy. Goku ultimately triumphed over Frieza and escaped from Namek. Frieza proved to be more resilient than anticipated. However, the disparity in battle power was insurmountable, and Frieza's full power would soon begin to wane. He intended to obliterate the planet, with a mere 5 minutes until its actual explosion. However, upon entering his full power state of 100, only approximately 3 minutes remained. Astonishingly, as the remaining time dwindled to around 1 minute, his strength peaked and began to wane. This indicated that the duration of his full power state was a fleeting 2 minutes. Such brevity was utterly inadequate. Even Ultraman could endure far longer. What on earth was happening? According to Lizette's recollections, he had always believed that Frieza's full power state could endure for a considerable duration, only to later realize that this perception was merely an illusion created by the animation stretching the remaining 5 minutes into several episodes to catch up with the original storyline. Experiencing it firsthand revealed how transient it truly was. At that moment, Lizette observed the battle between Goku and Frieza from a distance. Witnessing the astonishing rate at which Frieza's power diminished, prompting him to mutter, "Who allowed you to remain in a baby carriage all this time? Now you're lacking stamina, aren't you?" Frieza required an extensive period to elevate himself to the 100 full power state, during which numerous vulnerabilities were exposed. Even after achieving this state with great difficulty, he could only maintain it for 2 minutes before succumbing to weakness. It was no wonder Frieza hesitated to enter this full power state. From this perspective, he might as well combat with around 70% of his strength. Subsequently, Goku intended to escape aboard Frieza's spaceship, but a minor incident occurred. Unexpectedly, before Goku could board, Frieza's spaceship took off autonomously, abandoning Goku to flee on its own. Lizette swiftly employed his far-sight ability to assess the situation and discovered that the ship still contained the alive Sabo, who was piloting it, an enigma, as Lizette could not fathom how this individual had survived. Ultimately, Goku was unable to board Frieza's vessel, compelling Lizette to guide him toward the Ginyu Force's space pod through telepathy. In truth, with Lizette's abilities, he could have utilized the Gate of Heaven to retrieve Goku, but he deliberately refrained from doing so. He wished for Goku to descend to Yardrat to learn instant transmission. Goku's mastery of instant transmission would later become a pivotal ability capable of altering the course of events. He certainly did not wish to witness the absurdity of Earth's destruction due to a missed opportunity. However, the unfolding events diverged slightly from the original narrative. According to the storyline, Goku was unable to return to Earth before mastering instant transmission, yet in this world, Lizette was present. This meant that Lizette could traverse between Yardrat and Earth, enabling Goku to return home effortlessly, living daily with his family, only traveling to Yardrat when training in instant transmission. Incidentally, Lizette also observed the training, acquiring instant transmission himself. The battle with Frieza had concluded. No, to be precise, it had not truly ended. 1 year and 260 days later, Frieza would metamorphose into a mechanical being, reappearing in pristine condition. Yet, Lizette remained entirely indifferent to this prospect. Ultimately, Frieza would become a defeated foe at the hands of Trunks, and even if that were not the case, he had long ceased to be a threat. It is said that the combat power of the mechanical Frieza stands at a staggering 150 million. However, this is not particularly alarming, as it is essentially comparable to that of an untransformed Cooler. The true concern lies 3 years hence, with the emergence of the androids. Calculating forward, it can be anticipated that the next battle will commence in approximately 5 years, and by that time, they may find themselves in dire straits. At least, within the realm of a bleak future, events are likely to unfold in such a manner, and there exists no assurance that this current timeline is not, in fact, the very thread of a despairing future. Thus, Lizette must preemptively contemplate how to respond should circumstances truly devolve into that scenario. Naturally, her first inclination is to capture or eliminate Dr. Gero. One can only hope that this world is not a harbinger of hopelessness. Androids 16, 17, and 18 are not inherently malevolent, and their presence could, in fact, catalyze Goku and his companions to grow stronger. Their exclusion might even pose a greater danger. Should Lizette impede the very emergence of the androids, Goku and the others would remain stagnant in their power, potentially rendering them incapable of confronting Babbidi's invasion. The priority must be to deal with Dr. Gero first, followed by Cell. If Goku and the others maintain their current strength, the prospect of Babbidi and Dabura arriving becomes a chilling thought for Lizette. Although the present situation feels akin to traversing treacherous ice, the existence of formidable foes serves as a crucible, compelling warriors to ascend to higher realms. In truth, having a definitive target to surpass significantly accelerates a warrior's growth compared to a lack of clear objectives. Following the conclusion of the World Martial Arts Tournament and preceding the invasion by Raditz, the fighters led by Goku saw little advancement in their prowess over the course of 5 years. However, upon realizing the presence of a formidable adversary, their strength surged exponentially within just a year, a fact that must not be overlooked. Whether this difference arises from a state of calmness or the instinct of the warriors remains uncertain. Nonetheless, the presence of powerful enemies undoubtedly propels Goku and his companions toward greater strength. Yet, if the current reality is indeed that of a despairing future, there is no time for such leisurely musings. Thus, when that time arrives, the elimination of Dr. Gero becomes imperative. The only viable recourse would be to obliterate the laboratory, thereby preventing the emergence of androids 17 and 18. However, this is a measure of last resort, as the consequences of such an action remain utterly unpredictable, and the notion of further adversaries materializing only heightens one's anxiety. Therefore, to avert such a scenario, the foremost priority must be to ensure Goku's survival. As long as Trunks can appear on the day of Frieza and his father's invasion of Earth, he can procure the miraculous medicine for Goku's heart condition. Should Trunks fail to arrive, even the Dragon Balls would not suffice to save Goku's life. Additionally, Lizette has another critical task at hand, to further enhance her own strength. From this moment forth, it is a grand exhibition of Super Saiyan's. Aside from Super Saiyan's and Super Namekians, all others will be weeded out on the battlefield. Yet, Lizette was unwilling to resign himself to his position of elimination. He aimed to closely follow in the footsteps of others and, if possible, surpass them. After all, he was a deity of Earth. How could he relinquish the responsibility of safeguarding the planet to extraterrestrials while doing nothing but observe from the sidelines? Such a disgraceful act was beneath him. Although the role of a god had been somewhat thrust upon him, he resolved to embrace it fully. Should anyone dare to threaten this planet, he was determined to first demonstrate to his foes that he had transcended his former self, becoming an insurmountable barrier. Thus, from the day after his battle with Frieza, Lizette devoted himself entirely to training. He began by adhering to his previous regimen, increasing the weight of his attire while constantly donning the energy suppression shackles, maintaining his explosive limits, and sequestering himself within the gravity chamber. He also materialized his energy to create imaginary opponents, deliberately restraining his own power to simulate fights, thereby cultivating an atmosphere of inferiority to accumulate combat experience. His encounter on Namek against Gula had been largely a matter of fortune. It was precisely due to that experience that he recognized his weaknesses and comprehended the terror and resilience of foes far beyond his capabilities. Each day, Lizette engaged in near-realistic simulated battles with the Gula he conjured from his energy, an uncompromising training regimen that often left him grievously injured. Naturally, his imagined adversaries were not limited to Gula alone. He called upon all his memories of past battles, recreating every warrior he had encountered, striving for simulated confrontations. Goku would likely never have dreamed that 10 replicas of himself would converge without restraint to assail Lizette. The imaginary Goku Lizette crafted nearly perfectly replicated Goku's movements. Yet it lacked the mercy Goku typically exhibited during combat. Moreover, he resurrected the likes of Vegeta, Piccolo, Frisia, Dorius, Krillin, and Tien, intentionally setting their strengths above his own for a grueling regimen akin to asceticism. The fundamental capabilities of Earthlings paled in comparison to those of Scions and Namekians. Even so, he yearned to catch up to, or even surpass them. Thus, undertaking training commensurate with their prowess was inevitable. Only by subjecting himself to torturous trials could he hope to fight alongside them and eventually eclipse them. For the sake of this goal, he willingly embraced such suffering. In the newly established training ground designed for Lizette, a silver-haired youth moved with agility through combat. Clad in a flowing cloak, his form bore countless scars and bruises. Surrounding him were 4 warriors, each exuding energy and strength nearly double that of Lizette's current self. Yet, should Lizette so desire, he could effortlessly vanquish these opponents. For the energy he created could not surpass his own. However, he deliberately suppressed his energy, which allowed these imaginary foes to exceed his own power in this moment. A figure with spiky hair, radiating an aura distinctly different from the norm, surged forward. This was a hypothetical adversary in the form of a super scion, possessing strength surpassing that of all other imagined opponents. Lizette narrowly evaded a powerful kick and, seizing the opportunity, grasped the assailant's leg, twisting the joint before casting him aside, leveraging the momentum of his own attack to fracture the leg that should have remained steadfast, regardless of the scion's heritage. Their anatomical structure bore a striking resemblance to that of Earthlings, indicating that joint techniques were indeed effective. However, at the very moment he hurled Goku away, a sudden, forceful blow struck his back, sending him crashing face-first into the ground. He quickly supported himself with one hand, managing to perform a handstand to barely evade the subsequent assault. The assailant was none other than the bald-headed scion, Vegeta. Upon witnessing Lizette create some distance, Vegeta unleashed a barrage of energy blasts with astonishing ferocity. This tactic, colloquially known as the Prince's strategy, was his go-to in moments of conflict, much to the chagrin of his opponents. Yet, Lizette had recently devised a technique to counteract energy blasts. This defensive maneuver, well known even in the Dragon Ball realm, was a barrier. He first utilized his psychic abilities to generate a telekinetic field around himself capable of repelling all attacks, and then he layered upon it an energy shield, one that even the likes of Vegeto and Broly could wield. With this dual-layered defense, he could nearly completely nullify the energy blasts from the hypothetical Vegeta. But as he focused on his defense, a third adversary pierced through the barrage of energy blasts, delivering a swift kick. This figure was none other than the strongest enemy Lizette had encountered, the formidable Cooler. Cooler's kick struck Lizette squarely in the chest, propelling him into the air. However, employing his ultimate technique of force absorption, Lizette did not resist the impact head-on. Instead, he allowed his body to float gracefully upwards. Fully aware of his weak ability to withstand blows, he recognized the necessity of a robust defensive strategy to compensate for this shortcoming. Thus, he arrived at a profound realization. Because his capacity to absorb damage was limited, he must deliberately dissipate force. In the instant of impact, he completely relaxed his body, relying solely on the energy and telekinetic barriers for protection. After all, no matter how much he tensed his muscles, his defensive capabilities would not significantly improve. Rather than tensing up, it was wiser to relax, like still waters capable of resisting a torrent or feathers dancing in the air, thereby diffusing the shock and minimizing harm. This was the revelation he had discovered. Yet the adversaries did not end there. A fourth emerged. Energy blast manipulation. The fourth opponent was none other than an imagined Lizette, a creation modeled after himself. This doppelganger adeptly maneuvered multiple energy blasts, encircling Lizette. By designating himself as the enemy, he could discern the flaws and openings visible only from the opponent's perspective. However, being a replica of himself, each strike was executed with remarkable precision. There it was. The imagined Lizette seemed to predict his movements, launching a Kamehameha wave. Smoke billowed as the energy wave pierced through his defenses, striking Lizette and inflicting damage. His petite form was slammed against the wall, his youthful face contorted in agony from the pain. Immediately, the imagined Lizette, armed with swords, advanced swiftly. Lizette leaped to evade the first strike, spinning gracefully to dodge the second. He deftly sidestepped the punch launched by Vegeta from behind, seizing the latter's arm and hurling him away, aiming to incite a clash between Vegeta and the imagined Lizette. Yet, the imagined Lizette shattered Vegeta with a ki blast, nonchalantly continuing his onslaught. Get down. Lizette narrowly avoided the incoming ki blasts. However, in that fleeting moment, Goldo's foot struck his back, pinning him to the ground. At this juncture, the technique of force absorption proved futile. Once pinned against the floor or wall, such a defensive measure becomes ineffective, a notable flaw. Lizette struggled desperately to break free, yet his opponent's strength was overwhelming. Goldo's foot stomped on Lizette once, twice, thrice, inflicting increasing damage. Seizing the opportunity, Goku assumed the stance of the Kamehameha, while the imagined Lizette crossed his arms atop his head, clearly indicating that he had succumbed to dire straits. Lord Kami, this must come to an end. We can't continue any longer. Mr. Popo, ever vigilant, shouted out. Without needing further prompting, Lizette immediately dispelled the manifestation of Ki, causing the imagined warriors to vanish. Finally liberated from the relentless trampling, Lizette coughed violently, gasping for breath. The imagined Goldo was indeed a formidable foe, allowing him to experience the brutal reality of battle and the mercilessness of his enemies. Yet, at times, such ruthlessness was truly unbearable. Lord Kami, you are pushing yourself too hard. There is no need to inflict such harm upon yourself. Ha ha ha, no. If I do not exert myself to this extent, I will be left behind by everyone else, especially in the upcoming battles. Currently, you are the strongest being on this planet, even surpassing Super Saiyan Goku. Yet, you fear being left behind, which is simply incorrect. Haha, that is only true for the present. The growth rate of Saiyans, particularly Goku, is astonishing. He is indeed reliable, but simultaneously, I do not wish to be outdone by them. After all, I am also a martial artist. Lizette genuinely hoped for Goku and the others to grow stronger. This sentiment was entirely sincere. However, he also harbored the desire not to be surpassed by them. He did not wish for Goku and the others to weaken, but rather yearned for his own strength to increase. Thus, he relentlessly pushed himself to his limits day after day. Although he understood that inflicting extreme damage upon his body would not result in a significant power boost like that of the Saiyans, he believed such rigorous training would yield rewards. Therefore, Lizette would continue this nearly mad regimen tomorrow and the day after. And this reckless challenge was indeed propelling his combat prowess to unprecedented heights. Indeed, a realm so elevated that even he could scarcely fathom it. Chapter 75. The spring of Darius-arrived snow continued to fall quietly. Gazing out, the boundless expanse of snow in the universe was a rarity, evoking a sense of novelty. A man sat upon a rock, gazing at the world cloaked in silver, lost in a haze of bewilderment. What should he do? This man, Dales, resembled nothing more than ashes extinguished, devoid of vigor. Ever since the day planet Vegeta was obliterated, his sole purpose for existence had been to vanquish Frieza. In pursuit of surpassing Frieza, he had assembled the Dales Legion, waged war across numerous planets, converting them into sustenance for the Tree of Might, drifting aimlessly until, not long ago, this fervent aspiration was finally realized. Although Frieza did not perish by his hand, but rather at the hands of Bardock's son, the man who became a legend, his objective was ultimately fulfilled. This should have been a cause for celebration, akin to a dream, yet he did not wish for it to be merely a dream. The dilemma lay in the fact that with Frieza's demise, Dales had lost the very purpose of his life. He had lived solely to slay Frieza, and beyond this singular ambition, he could harbor no other thoughts. He had once contemplated that after Frieza's death, he would assume the mantle of ruling the universe, yet inexplicably, he now found himself utterly devoid of motivation. This was not a mere whim. He had genuinely desired to govern the cosmos, often sharing this ambition with the members of his legion. So this was the crux of the matter. Upon this realization, Dales finally understood the reason for his lack of zeal. The truth was simple, though he had previously been oblivious to it. It is often after loss that one learns to cherish, and he was now experiencing this truth. It was because his legion, those comrades who had fought alongside him towards a common goal and shared in his laughter, were gone forever. Dales could not help but chuckle at his own sentimentality. He recalled the members of the Dales Legion who had perished due to his own reckless decisions. Initially, he had viewed them merely as pawns in his quest to defeat Frieza, regarding them as mere subordinates. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had formed an unexpected bond with these individuals. Only in their absence did he feel an inexplicable loneliness. The goal had been achieved, the Legion had been annihilated. Now, what remained was an empty, spent Scion. With no aspirations or obligations, Dales had completely lost his sense of direction. Perhaps it would be better to freeze to death right here? He had few regrets in life. If he were to die like this, perhaps he could reunite with those fallen comrades in the afterlife. Surely Bardock would be there. As for Jine, she had committed few misdeeds. Perhaps she resided in heaven? Dales was mired in these pessimistic thoughts when he suddenly noticed someone approaching him. Goku. Indeed, it was Goku. Wow, it has been so long. And you've grown so much. Do you remember me? I am Snow. You are Kakarot's friend? Approaching Dales was a woman clad in a blue winter coat. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with striking red hair and a notably attractive visage. At that moment, a burly man rushed up behind her, exclaiming, Snow, you've mistaken him. This person is not Son Goku. He merely resembles him. He is someone else. Huh. You certainly have a keen eye. Indeed. As this burly figure has stated, young lady, I am Dales. I apologize, but I am not the individual you seek. The woman referred to as Snow evidently finds it difficult to believe she has mistaken someone for another. He scrutinized Dales from head to toe. A look of confusion etched on his face, as if to question, could this truly be someone else? Could it be that she has genuinely misidentified him? Yet, your hair and face bear such an uncanny resemblance. However, compared to Wukong, your gaze appears somewhat more fierce, and your skin is notably darker. Dales and Wukong's appearances are nearly indistinguishable, from facial structure to hairstyle, height, and physique, all identical to the minutest detail. The only discernible difference lies in their skin tone. Thus, if Wukong were to bask in the sun, it would be nearly impossible to tell them apart. They are that alike. By the way, what brings you here? And why are you dressed in such peculiar attire? I apologize for my unconventional outfit. Dales is clad in battle gear, complete with shoulder armor and bare legs. An undeniably unconventional ensemble. While such attire is commonplace within the Frisia Force, it appears rather unusual for an adult man to roam around Earth in merely armor and shorts. Perhaps struck by a thought, Snow clapped his hands together. All right, come home with me for a moment. What? Aren't you cold dressed like that? Bare legs in the snow? Just looking at you makes me feel chilly. You might get frostbite. No need for concern. This slight temperature variation is negligible for us Scions. Enough chatter. Regardless of whether you are a wild man or something else, come with me at once. Hey. It seems Snow's character is rather unyielding, interrupting Dales and dragging him along to his home without regard for his words. His strength is not to be underestimated, as he once managed to bring the unconscious young Wukong home. Of course, if Dales wished to resist, he could easily break free, yet he merely followed along in bewilderment, offering no resistance. Consider this. Vegeta stayed at Capsule Corporation due to a single remark from Bulma. Wukong was compelled into marriage by Chi-Chi. It appears that Scion men harbor an unexpected apprehension towards assertive women. Subsequently, Dales was obliged to don Earth attire. His new ensemble consisted of a thick black coat, reminiscent of the one Wukong wore in the past, albeit in a different hue. Dales frowned at this unfamiliar Earth clothing when a bowl of hot soup and sliced apples was placed before him. Here, eat this. It's my homegrown fruit. Heikian, you see, has established an orchard. An orchard? In a place like this? Dales found this utterly absurd. Yet he picked up an apple slice and placed it in his mouth. In the next moment, his actions froze. Delicious. It was so exquisite that it could easily rank among the top 3 fruits he had ever tasted in his life. In truth, Earth's cuisine is considered to be of the highest caliber across the universe. Just how delectable is it, you may wonder. To illustrate, a god of destruction, having lived for billions of years and savored the culinary delights of the entire universe, once extolled the taste of the dong-dong bird's eggs to the point of speechlessness, claiming their flavor is nearly indistinguishable from that of Earth's eggs. Such is the level of Earth's gastronomic offerings. Quite astonishing, isn't it? In the snow, the preserved apples offer a crisp and delightful taste. Ah, what a surprise. This is truly remarkable. However, Dale's astonishment does not stem from the flavor. He finds no need to elaborate, quietly consuming the remaining apples. Chapter 76. The White Celestial Being in the Vast Cosmos. The name of Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe, reverberates to the farthest reaches of the galaxy, instilling fear in the hearts of all sentient beings. Only a select few, such as the deities overseeing the universe, the gods of destruction of higher rank, the legendary Super Scions, the Z-Fighters, ancient demons, and denizens of the demon realm, remain unafraid of Frisia and his formidable legions. Yet, aside from these exceedingly rare and extraordinary entities, nearly all life quakes at the mere thought of Frisia and his dominion. Frisia is notorious for his sudden invasions of planets, exterminating all inhabitants and usurping the life-giving worlds. Such is the nature of this cosmic tyrant. Even in the face of grievous injury and undergoing a surgical transformation, his power remains unyielded. Today, under the orders of King Cold, Frisia's forces have initiated an assault on an innocent planet, wreaking havoc indiscriminately. The planet Okakomii is a bastion of peace, inhabited by beings strikingly similar in appearance to Earthlings. Yet, it now finds itself ensnared in an unprecedented crisis due to the avarice of invaders. It is tragically unjust that such a serene environment should suffer invasion. Nevertheless, this is the modus operandi of Frisia's army. Although the Galactic Patrol exists to maintain order throughout the universe, they prove unreliable, unable to confront Frisia. They cannot even contend with the Scions, choosing instead to turn a blind eye to the atrocities committed by Frisia's forces. Thus, once a planet is marked by Frisia's gaze, its annihilation is all but assured, even if they manage to stave off the initial wave of assault. The sheer magnitude of Frisia's army, both in quality and quantity, is terrifying and unparalleled in the cosmos. To date, no planet targeted by Frisia has evaded the doom of destruction, and it seems that Okakomii is destined to follow the same tragic path. Fire. Quickly fire. Exterminate the natives. Naturally, the inhabitants of the planet refuse to succumb passively. Their very survival is at stake, and they must rise to resist. The planet's military mobilizes entirely, with all able-bodied individuals arming themselves. Regrettably, their strength proves inadequate. Since the war with the Scions, power levels have inflated alarmingly, yet in a standard cosmic context. A power level exceeding 1,000 qualifies one as the mightiest warrior of a planet. This is precisely why even the lower-tier Scions, who can easily surpass a power level of 1,000, are heralded as the universe's strongest warrior race. Their capabilities are simply extraordinary. Reflecting on Earth's past, one recalls the legendary martial artist, Master Wu Tian, revered as the strongest man with a power level of merely 139. King Yama possessed a power level of just 2,000. And the deity overseeing an entire galaxy had a power level of a mere 3,500. Naturally, creatures like the Namekians, whose farmers boast power levels exceeding 3,000, are exceptions to conventional standards. To return to the main topic, the warriors of the Frisia force, particularly those who serve directly under Frisia, are the most formidable fighters selected from various planets, the elite among the elite. Although they were once driven away by the farmers of Namek, such an occurrence was due to the absurdity of their opponents. It must be reiterated that the Namekians cannot serve as a standard. Even more disheartening for the inhabitants of Okakawomii is the mass-produced artificial soldiers known as the Vegetable People series. The least expensive of these vegetable people boast a combat power of 1,200. The more costly variants reach a staggering 2,400, while the premium models exceed 4,000. A truly outrageous figure. In this invasion, the Frisia force deployed one unit of the vegetable people alongside 10 others. For the people of Okakawomii, whose average combat power is barely 10, this represents a seemingly insurmountable threat. What, pray tell, are the Galactic Patrol doing? Has Lord Galactic King abandoned us? The cries of the Okakawomii inhabitants are indeed justified, for the Galactic Patrol exists to thwart such unreasonable invasions. Yet even they can only acquiesce to the atrocities of this monstrous Frisia force, rendered powerless. No one will come to their aid. Miracles will not descend. They must brace themselves for this sudden, senseless apocalypse. However, the miracle is, in fact, concealed within this very moment. With pure white wings unfurling, a radiant aurora descends from the heavens. A beam of light, unmistakable and resolute, strikes down upon all soldiers involved in the planetary invasion, seizing their consciousness and lives in a single blow. Utilizing an extraordinary sense of aura perception, it locks onto every enemy across the planet. Thereafter, it launches tens of thousands of tracking energy orbs, impartially judging each aggressor. This spectacle resembles divine retribution, the ultimate judgment upon those who trample peace. The Galactic Patrol will not rescue them, nor will they protect the weak. Even the planetary gods sent from another realm to each world cannot save them. Yet, a savior emerges, a celestial being from a distant star, rescuing this planet that was never his concern, safeguarding its residents. With a gentle wave of his hand, the crumbling structures are restored to their former glory. On barren land, verdant plants spring forth anew. He seeks no reward for his selfless acts, his countenance adorned with a tender smile that brings solace to the wounded. Most importantly, he radiates an incomparably sacred, pure white light. The youth utters not a word, neither accepting praise nor gratitude, and ascends into the cosmos. From that day forth, witnesses across various planets began to glimpse his form. His image is indelibly etched into the hearts of countless beings who fear the Frisia force, becoming a symbol of hope, Thus, those he has saved unanimously proclaim, he is the true deity. Chapter 77. The aura of the divine, let it be clarified. Selfless salvation is, in truth, a colossal misunderstanding among the indigenous people. Lizette is, in fact, very much seeking recompense. His actions are imbued with calculation. To put it plainly, his confrontation with the Frisia force is merely a means for his own cultivation. He regarded Frisia's army as a practical training ground, an ideal opportunity to test his extraordinary abilities, such as launching energy blasts and sensing ki, on a planetary scale. To put it plainly, this so-called salvation was, in essence, akin to randomly finding someone to beat up. After all, the opponent would not suffer any consequences, and he could hone his skills with little difference from mere chaos. Restoring buildings served as a means to practice his material creation abilities. He believed that if he could replicate the large-scale crafting of Gohan's sword and clothing, as Piccolo had done in the original tale, his own powers might also see improvement, prompting him to persist in his attempts. However, while restoring buildings, he needed to access the memories of the indigenous inhabitants to accurately recreate the structures. When faced with overly complex or challenging restorations, he occasionally ended up with bizarrely shaped constructions, which was unavoidable. Reviving plants was another way for him to practice skills akin to the spirit bomb. He absorbed ki from broken trees and returned it to the planet, merely imitating Dale's methods to enhance his own abilities, regardless of the sordid truth behind his actions. To the cosmic populace, he was a genuine savior, a true deity. He would make his grand entrance during crises that even the Galactic Patrol dared not intervene in, eliminating threats before departing in a radiant glow. Before long, he garnered immense popularity and reverence across various planets, particularly among humanoid aliens, leading to the emergence of peculiar religions. By the time Frisia's army became fragmented due to Lizette's solitary training, Lizette had already ascended to the status of a renowned figure across the universe, with the number of his followers calculable by the billions, possibly reaching the level of trillions. He had likely surpassed the Kaioshin, becoming the most celebrated and revered deity in the cosmos. Interestingly, there were reports of certain planets where the inhabitants, mistaking the Kaioshin for Frisia due to their striking resemblance. Notably, both were exceedingly unattractive, regarded the Kaioshin as Frisia's brother. Furthermore, it is worth mentioning that in this world, people's beliefs possess formidable power. For instance, the malevolent spirit bomb, which even Super Saiyan 3 could not defeat, is a collective embodiment of evil energy. Piccolo Daimao originally stemmed from the dark heart of the previous generation's deity. Given this, it is hardly surprising that faith can generate power. The belief of the cosmic populace propelled Lizette to even greater heights. Lizette first sensed something amiss when Bobo and Rabbit Boss unexpectedly burst into his room. Observing the palpable relief on their faces upon seeing him, Lizette felt perplexed. Upon inquiry, he discovered that a peculiar phenomenon had occurred. His ki had become imperceptible to others. It was not that Lizette's ki had vanished. It certainly existed, and he was still able to sense it as usual. However, apart from himself, no one else could detect his ki any longer. It was as though his ki had become transparent or reached an extreme purity, rendering it undetectable. His strength could not be measured, nor could his location be determined. This phenomenon completely exceeded Lizette's expectations, and he was utterly unaware of the cause. However, through telepathic inquiry with the Kaioshin, this mystery was finally elucidated. The Kaioshin had this to say: "That is the essence of divinity. You are not merely in a position of power, but your very existence is drawing near to the realm of the divine. Above us, there exists the god of destruction, Lord Beerus, whose aura is equally pure, rendering it imperceptible to anyone but the divine. Although you may not be fully realized yet, through the collective faith of the entire universe, you have ascended to the status of a high deity. Now, those who are weaker than you, or any being that is not divine, can no longer perceive your aura. While your divine rank has surpassed mine, do not forget your identity. In terms of position, I am still your superior. Do you understand?" Understood. The King of Worlds mentioned the unfamiliar name of Beerus, yet Lizette only grasped that his own aura had become purer. As for Beerus, he is of little concern. In the original narrative, he was never encountered, and even in subsequent tales, he left no impression, likely just a conceptual character with no relevance. Furthermore, in Lizette's perspective, within the realm of Dragon Ball, the highest deity should be the Supreme Kai, whose power naturally falls below that of the Supreme Kai. After all, in a universe where all gods marvel at the Super Saiyans, the emergence of a god of destruction is hardly remarkable. Of course, the reality is far from such simplicity. Yet Lizette remains blissfully unaware of this truth. Subsequently, under the guise of training, Lizette continued to trouble the Frisia force, while also dealing with the remnants of the Gula army. He never initiated invasions on planets affiliated with the Frisia family, yet whenever he encountered members of the Frisia force venturing to other worlds, he would eagerly vanquish them. Approximately a year later, the once dominant Frisia force, more accurately referred to as the Kingdom of Cold, had utterly declined, reduced to a state of disrepair. All of this was to Lizette's credit. Ironically, the more he treated the Kingdom of Cold as a mere punching bag, the more the people of the universe rejoiced, deepening their faith in him. It was a ludicrous cycle indeed. To make matters worse, the betrayal of former Frisia force officer Zabo added to the chaos. For reasons unknown, he established a fan club for Lizette called the Eternal Beauty and rallied the entire universe to raise the banner against the Kingdom of Cold. Yet, his admiration for Lizette was insincere. While he could not deny Lizette's beauty, truthfully, he was somewhat captivated. He could not tolerate anyone being more beautiful than himself, harboring no real submission in his heart. In essence, this was exploitation. Zabo understood that without the extermination of the Cold Army, he had no future. Thus, he crafted Lizette into a symbol for overthrowing Cold, elevating him to the status of an idol. Particularly, as a former confidant of Frisia, his declaration that truthfully, Gula was also defeated by Lord Lizette sent shockwaves throughout the universe, instilling hope among the populace. If even the overwhelmingly powerful Gula was no match for him, how could any evil remain undefeated? Now, the universe rallies under the name of the divine, prepared to eradicate the great evil. Thus, unbeknownst to him, Lizette was forcefully elevated to become the supreme deity and idol of the cosmos. In this present moment, he continues to harness the faith that has spontaneously gathered from across the universe, thereby augmenting his celestial powers. No, it would be more accurate to refer to it as divine prowess. As for Zabo, he has amassed immense wealth and unparalleled glory in his capacity as the commander of the universe's most formidable organization, the Eternal Beauty. Today, he stands not only as the benefactor of the Galactic Patrol, but also commands the deference of even the Galactic King. Such is the astonishing ascent of his fortunes. Life, indeed, is a tapestry of unpredictability. Chapter 78. The Resurgence of the False. 130 days have passed since the battle on Namek. The Dragon Balls of Namek have successfully revived, and those Namekians who perished at the hands of Frisia's cohort have been resurrected through the Dragon Balls of Earth. They have since discovered a new planet and migrated there. Another year, and 130 days later, two formidable invaders are drawing ever closer to Earth. Father, that is Earth, the very planet that has inflicted such suffering upon me. The Super Scion who caused my plight resides there as well. The voice emanating from the spaceship belongs to none other than Frisia, the arch-nemesis who was meant to be vanquished by Goku. Astonishingly, he is still alive. By transforming most of his body into machinery, he has not only returned, but has become more powerful than ever before. It is rumored that had the technology of that time been more advanced, he might have resurrected in his corporeal form without needing to become a cyborg. Yet, the refinement of such technology would require at least another decade. Beside the immensely strengthened Frisia stands a muscular man whose aura eclipses even Frisia's own. What a trivial planet. Why not simply obliterate it? However, mere destruction would not satiate my thirst for vengeance. I wish to demonstrate to that individual the extent of my newfound strength. Setting aside the Super Scion for the moment, the white deity must be eradicated at all costs. His mere existence has diminished the stature of my race. And to reclaim our former glory, we have no alternative but to ruthlessly eliminate him and display his corpse throughout the universe to instill fear anew. This man is none other than King Cold, an anomaly among his kind. In principle, his race is indeed a formidable species capable of surviving in the vacuum of space. Yet they do not possess the absurd combat power exceeding millions. Although the majority of his kin are characterized by arrogance and a fierce sense of pride, they are generally compliant beings. However, one day, a mutant individual with extraordinary strength emerged within their ranks, King Cold himself. With his innate, formidable power, he swiftly garnered a reputation throughout the cosmos, conquering multiple planets and establishing an expansive empire. Yet, as the empire grew, so did the challenges of governance. He had a son named Gula, a prodigy in his own right. But alas, Gula did not inherit King Cold's immense strength. Consequently, King Cold resolved to entrust the stewardship of another star system to his other offspring, Frisia, who bore a greater share of his bloodline. To his astonishment, Frisia's emergence instilled in Gula a profound sense of inferiority, prompting him to engage in relentless training, ultimately surpassing even Frisia as a warrior. Truly, he is my son. With determination, he can achieve greatness. Kurd was exceedingly pleased with the arrangement, granting Gula and Frisia dominion over an equal expanse of star systems, entrusting them with governance. Thus, the formidable Kurd efficiently ruled over the various planets, further extending his sphere of influence. His sole vexation lay in the discord between his two sons. Gula perceived Frisia's innate strength as a sign of unearned privilege, deriding him as a sheltered, oblivious individual, and held him in low regard. Conversely, Frisia dismissed Gula as a mere inferior, unworthy of comparison to himself or their father. Ironically, even Gula met his demise at the hands of the white deity. Presently, the empire established by King Kurd has long since lost its former glory, succumbing to gradual decline. Warriors with combat capabilities exceeding 1,000 perished during the expedition against the white deity. The army, now facing a shortage of troops, could only acquiesce as various planets commenced their bids for independence. Compounding the situation, shortly after his emergence, a faction claiming to be the Eternal Beauty suddenly rose to prominence, relentlessly dismantling King Kurd's forces. The traitor named Sabo must ultimately be dealt with. However, immediate action is unfeasible, as a direct confrontation with Sabo's organization would endanger their own safety. Sabo has enlisted the services of the renowned mercenary Requick, reputed as the universe's finest, to ensure his protection while forging alliances with multiple planets to bolster his defenses. Consequently, numerous planets and star systems have severed ties with King Kurd's authority, leading to a precipitous decline in his power. The star systems once entrusted to Gula's management have nearly been annihilated, completely beyond his rule. What is to transpire next shall be broadcasted live to the entire universe. I shall, under the gaze of all, extinguish the so-called symbol of hope. Only in this manner can the dignity of our clan be restored. For this day, they have seized control of a widely popular cosmic television network, hijacking the signal of one of its programs. The intent is unmistakable, to publicly unveil the final moments of the deity, shattering the hopes of the populace. Merely slaying him would be too lenient. It is imperative to trample upon his dignity and pride, compelling him to perish in shame and regret. He must be made to plead for mercy, inciting disappointment among all who witnessed the broadcast. Such is the obligation that this scoundrel must bear. The anticipation is palpable for the sight of that arrogant individual, contorted by fear, kneeling in supplication. King Kurd harbors no doubt of his impending victory, fixating upon the azure asteroid. Has the moment finally arrived? Lizette, within the temple, sensed the approach of Frisia and his son earlier than anyone else. Through his foresight, it appeared that their intention was not to obliterate Earth directly. Rather, they seemed inclined to descend upon the planet and determine the outcome personally. Of course, should they launch an unexpected assault on Earth, Lizette would have means to counteract, but their willingness to land indeed presents a more convenient opportunity. However, if the battle drags on excessively, the residual chaos may devastate the Earth, necessitating a swift resolution. Lizette ascended from the temple with Bobo and the rabbit leader, making their way towards the ground. After waiting for several minutes on the surface, the first to arrive was Piccolo. Upon seeing Lizette, he inquired, "Where have you been?" Lizette simply replied that he had remained in the temple. It appeared that Piccolo was also unable to sense Lizette's aura. Soon after, a gathering led by Goku assembled, and upon their reunion, they collectively expressed concern regarding Lizette's aura. It seemed that they were genuinely worried that Lizette might have perished. "I am perfectly fine. The influence of my training has merely rendered my aura more elusive to others," Lizette reassured them. "Only deities at my level, like the former Supreme Kai and Lord of the Kais, can still perceive my aura. Such a pure aura can only belong to a deity. How remarkable it is that such a phenomenon exists. The ability to sense one's aura is crucial in combat. For instance, if one were to rely solely on sight during a battle, they would remain oblivious to an enemy approaching from behind. However, with the ability to sense aura, one can instantly pinpoint an adversary's location and counterattack. The reason Goku and his companions could hold their own against slightly stronger opponents was due to this very skill. Yet, henceforth, they would no longer be able to coordinate their combat strategies by sensing Lizette's aura. This ability to conceal his aura while in full power significantly tipped the scales of battle in his favor, making it an exceedingly advantageous capability. Nevertheless, the likelihood of Goku and the others engaging in combat with Lizette was already exceedingly slim. By the way, Dales, are you still on Earth? Lizette queried. Yes. I find it quite comfortable here, Dales responded, his casual black shirt and appearance strikingly similar to Goku's, though his darker complexion set him apart. Their resemblance was so uncanny that it could bewilder anyone who glanced at them together. Where are you residing now? Lizette continued. In a place called Jinger Village, where I manage an orchard. I don't mind growing fruit, Dales replied. And where does your money come from? Lizette probed. Regarding money. I suppose I could say I'm helping to care for some items left behind by others, or perhaps I've taken over, Dales explained. In any case, I do have some capital. I traded my scouter to a woman named Bulma, and she generously compensated me with a substantial sum. Her generosity was quite delightful. Actually, I had intended to gift her my spaceship as well, but alas, that spacecraft, along with the Namekian planet, has become cosmic dust. By the way, do come visit me sometime. Although I lack a tree of might, I have a variety of common fruits and even some that are not found on Earth. Lizette was taken aback by Dale's unexpected side, vaguely nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, that Bana fellow is currently cultivating vegetables, and it seems he's quite dedicated to it. Enough of this. They are here, Piccolo shouted, just as Frisia's spaceship soared overhead, as unnecessarily large as ever. Lizette raised her head, silently striding towards the descending spaceship. This battle was unavoidable. They must defeat their foes here. Following closely behind Lizette were Goku, Piccolo, and Dallas. Naturally, once the conflict commenced, these four would become the focal point of action, making this order quite reasonable. The group stood before the spaceship, awaiting the emergence of Frisia and his entourage. As the spaceship door opened, a robust man resembling Frisia's second form stood beside him, while soldiers poured out in droves, seemingly to protect the two. Oh, how considerate of you all to come out and greet us. Frisia, it seems you are indeed still alive, thanks to your resilience. Frisia stepped forward, prompting Goku, Dallas, Vegeta, and Piccolo, who shared a deep-seated enmity with him, to immediately assume combat stances. However, King Cold and his subordinates showed no inclination to engage, likely understanding that against Super Saiyans, mere foot soldiers would be futile. King Cold's inaction might stem from ulterior motives, as he had been fixated on Lizette with a gaze full of animosity since earlier. Goku, do not give Frisia any leeway. Take him down in one breath. Remember, he can obliterate the Earth at any moment if he wishes. All right, I understand. Goku pointed towards the sky and leaped into the air, with Frisia following suit. Lizette remained grounded, facing off against King Cold. King Cold wore a composed smile, uncrossing his arms and stepping forward. Hey, what is this guy's battle power? Is the detector malfunctioning? I've been measuring since earlier, but it's yielding no values. Humph, not even the new detector can provide any readings? Currently, only a deity could sense Lizette's aura. Machinery, of course, could not measure it, and until they truly clashed, no one could ascertain his strength. At that moment, Bulma, seemingly intent on mocking King Cold's group, pulled a detector from her pocket, aimed it at King Cold, and exclaimed in astonishment. Hey, Lord God, this guy is impressive. His battle power is a staggering 200 million. Your detector can pick that up? Of course. I modified the detector I got from Dallas. It can measure up to 1 billion at most. I truly am a genius, aren't I? Lizette found himself speechless, astonished by Bulma's brilliance. Indeed, he admired her, but her outlandish ideas transformed admiration into sheer disbelief. King Cold appeared to share this sentiment, his expression frozen, eyes wide as saucers. It was no surprise. Even the most advanced detectors would break down when measuring battle powers in the hundreds of thousands. Yet Bulma claimed her device could measure 1 billion, an utterly ludicrous assertion. King Cold quickly regained his composure and addressed Bulma. Hey, Earth woman, what do you say? Would you like to become my subordinate and put your intellect to use? It is truly a pity to conceal your talents on such a remote planet. One might even say it is a loss for the universe. Your intellect should not be confined to this mere asteroid, but should illuminate the vast cosmos. But I refuse. Who would choose to align with an aggressor? I can offer you everything you desire, be it planets or wealth, whatever you wish for, I shall grant. Utilizing the pinnacle of cosmic medical technology, I can ensure your eternal youth without issue. If you agree, I could even depart without laying a finger on this planet, of course, except for eliminating that celestial being. As for Frisia, I would persuade him as well. What do you say? Will you not consider this? You are so bothersome. Is that so? King Cold sighed with regret, then fixed a longing gaze upon the device atop Bulma's head. It appeared he was indeed reluctant to easily relinquish such a genius as Bulma. Unlike Frisia, who would eliminate those he found displeasing without hesitation, King Cold recognized the value of technological talent, cherishing exceptional individuals like Bulma. Perhaps that is the hallmark of a true sovereign. Hey, you lot. When I go to eliminate the white deity, ensure you capture this woman alive, and under no circumstances harm a single hair on her head. Also, that device shall be handed over to me afterwards. Yes, since Bulma refused to acquiesce, King Cold ultimately resorted to more forceful measures. In this regard, he bore a striking resemblance to Frisia's father. My apologies for keeping you waiting. It is time to commence. King Cold unfurled his cloak, assuming a combat stance. Lizette prepared himself in kind, though to an onlooker, he might not appear to be assuming any pose at all. Mastering all forms of combat techniques, Lizette had no fixed moves or stances. He would adapt his posture according to the battle's dynamics and the opponent's characteristics. Thus, for him, the most fitting initial standard stance was formlessness. His hands hung naturally at his sides, ready to transition into any position at a moment's notice. He then concentrated, conjuring 2 energy spheres. These spheres, akin to energy discs, possessed aggressive properties, neither drawing near nor receding from Lizette, but rather orbiting him ceaselessly. These were auxiliary energy spheres. When Lizette found himself fatigued, they would automatically defend against enemy attacks and, should an enemy reveal an opening, they would counterattack autonomously. Ultimately, Lizette amplified his explosive potential, elevating his combat prowess to match that of King Cold. However, to the observers, he merely appeared even more radiant. Shall we commence our battle? Lizette maintained a smile, and the moment he uttered these words, he surged forward into King Cold's embrace. Chapter 80. Instantaneous elimination of King Cold. He released all strength. Emptying his body of tension, Lizette envisioned himself transforming into void, eliminating all factors that might obstruct the flow of his power. He then propelled himself from the ground, eschewing any preliminary movements and instantly unleashing his utmost speed. So swift was his motion that no afterimage remained, comparable to instantaneous teleportation, silently transporting Lizette before King Cold. As the Kurdish king became aware of the impending danger and raised his hand to retaliate, the auxiliary energy sphere preemptively deflected his arm. Seizing the opportunity presented by the gaping vulnerability in his chest, Lizette pressed his palm against him. In an instant, he activated a sequence of movements that cascaded through 27 joints, from his ankles, knees, and waist to his back, shoulders, arms, and wrists, accelerating with a velocity that far surpassed conventional attacks. Even a fighter with a mere combat power of around 10 could potentially master this technique to break the sound barrier. Yet, with Lizette's physical prowess, his speed had already effortlessly transcended that of light. Harnessing this surge of acceleration, he unleashed a palm strike that penetrated the Kurdish king's chest, the force of his energy seeping into the monarch's being. Lizette's aim was unwaveringly focused on the heart. He harbored no intentions of engaging in an extravagant battle, nor did he contemplate prolonging the encounter. Granting his adversary time or space, especially one capable of annihilating the earth at a moment's notice, would be the epitome of folly. Thus, he resolved to prevent any movements from the Kurdish king. The strike found its mark in the heart. Lizette infused energy into the Kurdish king's body, causing the energy that had infiltrated near the heart to explode instantaneously. The Kurdish king erupted in a torrent of blood, collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, Lizette had already silently repositioned himself, standing nearby and surveying the scene, untouched by even a drop of blood. The conclusion arrived with astonishing swiftness and carelessness, almost effortlessly. The Kurdish king, who had never encountered a formidable foe since birth and had reigned over the cosmos as an emperor, now faced his first defeat. He could not fathom why a deity from this galactic border planet possessed such unfathomable power. The inhabitants of Earth were traditionally a weak race, with an average combat power below 5. Even those who mutated and exceeded a power level of 100 were considered exceptional. By this estimation, a deity from this planet could be expected to possess a combat power of around 300. Yet, this celestial being before him had felled the Kurdish king, whose combat power was 200 million, with a single blow, entirely transcending earthly standards. Gah, you, how can you still be alive? I should have shattered your heart. It seems your vitality surpasses that of ordinary beings. Lizette moved his fingers, transforming the swirling spheres of light around him into chains that ensnared the Kurdish king's limbs. As he had anticipated, he would grant the Kurdish king no opportunity for action. Even in his near-death state, A final desperate blast of energy from the ground could still obliterate the earth. Therefore, Lizette raised the king's arms above his head, binding them in shape. Subsequently, he conjured a white energy sword, its tip aimed menacingly at the Kurdish king. Wait. I beg you, spare me. It was my fault. I shall never again touch this planet. Please. The Kurdish king abandoned all dignity and pretense, pleading for his life. Born a warrior, he had never experienced a grueling battle, nor had he ever faced a true adversary. The absence of adversity had rendered his spirit exceedingly fragile. He had long forgotten that this confrontation was being broadcast across the universe, and under the gaze of all beings, he could only scream for mercy. How ironic it is that he, the divine being, orchestrated this stage with the intent of witnessing his own demise in utter disgrace, only to find himself as the protagonist, while the deity assumed the role of the stage director. This farcical tragedy, titled Execution, revolves around the main character's realization of his inevitable fate, groveling in desperation yet unable to escape death, his dignity in tatters. In a cruel twist, he has unwittingly elevated himself to the leading role. Even though the stage director has changed, the script remains unaltered. The only transformation lies in the identities of the actors and the director. The outcome has long been predetermined, immutable by any means. Indeed, the deceased can no longer tread upon this terrestrial sphere. Wait. Lizette disregards his pleas for mercy, propelling the lightsaber with telekinesis. The blade spirals and accelerates through the air, cleaving the body of King Cooled into two halves. Subsequently, chains ensnare his remains, hoisting them into the heavens before detonating. King Cooled's corpse disintegrates into dust, and Lizette, as if discarding refuse, brushes off his cloak and turns, not merely turning, but facing the astonished soldiers of Frisia's army. He gestures towards the soldiers, who are left in shock at the sight of their once mighty lord's ignoble end. Death has descended upon this place, spreading far and wide. A blinding radiance swiftly envelopes all soldiers, claiming their lives. Those whose brains and hearts are forcibly halted by telekinesis collapse silently to the ground, their bodies laid bare upon the earth. To Lizette, the living weaklings stand no chance of overcoming him, for he wields such formidable power. When the disparity in strength is so vast, there is no need for combat. A mere telekinetic immobilization of the opponent's body can cease their very existence. Lizette has always strived to confront adversaries stronger than himself, yet simultaneously, he excels at crushing the feeble. Faced with such a lopsided conclusion, Yamcha and the others can only swallow hard and offer a wry smile. How could this happen, father? The divine being has indeed grown stronger. Although his aura is imperceptible, his might is undoubtedly greater than before. Witnessing King Cooled's instantaneous demise leaves Frisia speechless, while Goku and Piccolo cast admiring glances at Lizette. However, it is Frisia who is most flustered. He knows all too well that his father's strength surpasses his own, even in his mechanized form. The ease with which his father was slain signifies that as long as Lizette is present, his chances of victory are virtually non-existent. Had Frisia possessed the ability to sense ki, perhaps he would have recognized this before arriving on Earth. If he had accurately discerned that Gula's maximum combat power was 470 million, he might have grasped that the deity capable of vanquishing Gula was beyond his means to confront. Yet, Frisia lacks the ability to sense ki. Even if some of his subordinates could perceive it, they would only deceive him. For admitting that Lord Gula was stronger would surely lead to their demise at Frisia's hands. Moreover, the Kurdish monarch would never permit Frisia to confront Gula directly. In the end, Frisia remained oblivious to the disparity in strength between himself and Gula, ultimately finding himself in this desperate predicament. Frisia, what's the matter? Are you about to utter that it's impossible? Dale suddenly mocked. Shut your mouth, you worthless scum. Frisia retorted. Hey, calling me scum is a bit excessive. Don't you think? Perhaps now you might be inclined to listen to my words? Dales flashed a fearless grin and clenched his fists. In an instant, his aura shifted dramatically, his hair stood on end, enveloped in a golden energy, as he entered the state of a pseudo-super saiyan, a form previously exhibited by Goku before his transformation into a super saiyan. What? This unexpected transformation astonished not only Frisia, but also Goku and Vegeta. No one anticipated that Dales was on the verge of awakening the power of a super saiyan. Indeed, he stood on the precipice of this awakening. The awakening of a super saiyan requires the fulfillment of three conditions. First, one must reach a minimum combat power of 3 million, a threshold Dales had surpassed during the battle on Namek. Second, one must possess a tranquil heart, a quality previously alien to Dales. Yet his life on Earth and encounters with snow had gradually instilled him with this serenity. Third, an intense surge of anger must be provoked, which for Dales was not merely a condition, but a norm. Ever since the destruction of planet Vegeta and the murders of Bardock and Gine, his remorse for his own helplessness and his fury towards Frieza, the one who stole his family, had never waned. At this moment, all conditions converged, granting him the right to step into legend. So unleash your fury. Vent all your wrath upon this arch-nemesis, upon the foes of all Scions. To fulfill the aspirations he was once compelled to entrust to Kakarot due to his own impotence, to personally conclude all enmities this time. Ayayawa. Lizette, Gravity Suit Energy Restraint 14 million maximum 40x burst limit. 5. 6 billion Chapter 81. There is more than one Super Saiyan. Dales let out a roar, his hair transforming completely into gold. A tempest swirled around him, causing Frieza to tremble before him. Golden hair, green eyes, this unmistakable visage was indeed that of a genuine Super Saiyan. There is not just one Super Saiyan, another stands here. How could it be? Even you, this battle shall be my victory. Dales leaped forward, delivering a fierce elbow strike to Frieza's cheek. Immediately following, his fist struck Frieza's abdomen, disregarding the defenses of his mechanical body, forcefully infusing it with impact. Frieza coughed blood as he retaliated, yet his speed paled in comparison to Dales. Dales maneuvered behind Frieza, locking him in a chokehold and ruthlessly delivering a series of kicks to his back, propelling his body into the sky. Dales then pursued, executing a dual hammer strike, his fists crashing down upon Frieza's head, driving him into the ground. You wild monkey. Frieza, consumed by unbridled fury, leapt into the air, raising both hands aloft. This desperate maneuver echoed that of his brother, Cooler, revealing their undeniable kinship. He chose to condense a colossal sphere of energy, reminiscent of the infernal flames that had once obliterated planet Vegeta, intending to annihilate Darius along with the very planet itself. In stark contrast, Darius opted for a direct confrontation. He concentrated all his energy into his right fist, a fearless smile gracing his visage. In witnessing this display, Frieza's vision was momentarily clouded by an apparition of a Scion, strikingly similar to himself, who had once dared to challenge him. This battle would serve as the culmination of all their grudges. Darius further augmented his energy, softly uttering these words. Behind him, the phantom of Bardock seemed to materialize, their voices intertwining, causing Frieza to momentarily question whether he had traversed back in time. The fates of Bardock and Gine intertwined. Goku and his companions refrained from intervening, merely preparing to assist if necessary, entrusting this battle entirely to Darius. They understood that this vendetta belonged solely to Darius and could not be entrusted to another. Your destiny. In Frieza's eyes, the current scene increasingly overlapped with the memories of planet Vegeta's destruction. The only distinction was that his adversary before him had ascended to Super Saiyan. No, I cannot lose. I am the strongest in the universe. Fueled by this hubris, Frieza intensified the supernova he was conjuring. My fate shall conclude here. Darius unleashed a technique from his palm, known as the ultimate soul cannon. This was the most formidable move once wielded by Bardock, and Darius had resolved that should the day come for him to vanquish Frieza, he would employ this very technique to bring closure. As the blue energy orb collided fiercely with the crimson fireball, the scene mirrored the past, yet the outcome diverged dramatically. The blue radiance, once consumed by the fireball, now surged forward, relentlessly pushing Frieza's supernova back. No, it cannot be. How could Lord Frieza possibly lose to such a lowly wild monkey? How could this happen? Die, Frieza. The fireball ultimately engulfed Frieza, while the penetrating soul cannon surged directly towards him. In that fleeting moment, Frieza beheld the advancing energy orb transform into the visage of Bardock, the Scion he had ruthlessly slain. This image was indelibly etched in his mind, and this time, Frieza was irrevocably reduced to cosmic dust. On that day, the universe was truly liberated from the ominous shadows cast by Cooler and Frieza, even though the Cooler Empire had long since waned. The names of these two malevolent sovereigns continued to symbolize an insurmountable terror for the denizens of the cosmos. Yet now, they had set foot on Earth, where the deities and scions of this planet vanquished them, a scene that reverberated throughout the universe via live broadcasts. The resistance organizations seized this opportunity. Numerous planets banded together, forming volunteer forces and planetary alliances to eradicate Frieza's remnants. Among them, the organization known for its unparalleled combat prowess, the Eternal Beauty, showcased particularly valorous performances from its young commander, Sabo. Draped in a white cloak, he appeared on various battlefields amidst the cheers of women, launching fierce attacks against planets that once belonged to the Frisia Empire. The once glorious dominion of Frisia now lay in utter disarray. It seemed a fitting retribution for their predatory existence, which thrived on the exploitation of others. Planets rose in vehement condemnation against them. Even the previously inactive Galactic Patrol categorized Frisia's remnants as a Level 1 interstellar criminal organization. Particularly, those planets that had closely colluded with Frisia and engaged in the trade of worlds faced severe repercussions, with the Galactic Patrol frequently deploying annihilation-grade nuclear weapons. Naturally, the remnants of Frisia did not surrender meekly. Even in the absence of their leader, they remained the formidable Frisia force, once hailed as the strongest army in the universe, gathering elite warriors from various planets. The confrontations with them proved arduous, plunging many into intense struggles. Yet, the aliens united under the banner of the White Deity, fighting for the freedom of the cosmos. The true turning point in this conflict emerged from the Namekians, a group on the brink of extinction due to the selfish desires of Frisia and subsequently rescued by the celestial beings from Earth, who revived them using the Dragon Balls. Although there had been previous friction between the Namekians and the warrior known as Cybermen, fortuitously, the number of Namekians slain by Cybermen was minimal, with the majority falling victim to Dodoria and his subordinates. Cybermen had only taken the lives of 2 elders, despite this still being a grave offense. He fervently defended his actions, claiming he had acted under Frisia's orders and was powerless at the time. Upon encountering the celestial beings, he professed to have reformed, now fighting solely for atonement. Surprisingly, the overly benevolent Namekians believed his words and forgave his past transgressions. However, do not be deceived by their gentle demeanor. Their combat prowess is monstrous. Even a young farmer possesses a fighting power exceeding 3,000, while the combat-oriented Namekian, Neru, boasts a staggering power level of 42,000. This formidable group swiftly vanquished Frisia's remnants, rapidly diminishing their strength. Yet, the most outrageous act came next. Purunga. Destroy all weapons in the possession of Frisia's remnants. Understood. Purunga. Annihilate all food supplies of Frisia's remnants. Understood. Purunga. Obliterate all resources held by Frisia's remnants. Understood. The current situation had escalated to a point where any means were deemed acceptable to achieve their ends. Reflect on this. Initially, you invaded the peaceful Namekian world to exploit its Dragon Balls, nearly obliterating it in the process. Now, relish the fruits of your avarice. These are the very Dragon Balls you once coveted. The enraged Namekians, no longer hesitating, summoned Purunga and resorted to measures that could be considered foul play. The kinder and gentler a person typically is, the more fearsome they become when truly enraged. With the first wish granted, Frisia's remnants lost all their weapons. The second wish saw them stripped of all their food. And the third wish culminated in the complete destruction of their resources, rendering the planets they occupied barren wastelands. In such dire straits, there was no turning back. Ultimately, the remnants of Frisia's faction completely lost their capacity for resistance and chose to surrender unconditionally, leading to the total disintegration of their organization. Nonetheless, the fervent faith in the celestial deity, Lizette, has never waned and continues to proliferate. It is likely that in the future, the legend of his world-saving deeds will be passed down through generations across various planets, and this belief shall never perish. However, unbeknownst to Lizette himself, all of this transpires. On the other hand, Sabo seized the opportunity to absorb the remnants of the collapsed Kurdish forces, thereby augmenting his power. He became the principal shareholder of the Galactic Police, effectively wielding control over them. He even financed the establishment of several organizations akin to the Galactic Police, aiming to diminish their value and influence. Eventually, Sabo commanded multiple subordinate organizations rivaling the Galactic Police in scale, gaining far greater authority and influence than the Galactic King, essentially ruling the entire galaxy. Over time, people began to refer to him as the Super Galactic King, Sabo. Darius, 4, 9 million Super Saiyan Darius, 24. 5 billion Super Saiyan Son Goku, 2. 5 billion Chapter 82. Future Trunks. Upon confirming the complete disappearance of Frisia, Lizette allowed himself a moment of respite from his taut nerves. Although it was surprising that it was Darius who defeated Frisia rather than Goku, the immediate threat had, for the time being, been alleviated. Nevertheless, this was merely a skirmish, a prologue to the great battle that awaited in 3 years. Lizette approached Goku and spoke solely to him. Goku. Oh, what's the matter, Lord Deity? May I have a word with you in private? There are matters I wish to discuss solely with you. The forthcoming revelations were meant for Goku's ears alone. Although it was likely that Piccolo's keen hearing would allow him to eavesdrop, it mattered little, as Piccolo was already exhibiting keen interest, casting occasional glances their way. All right. I haven't had a chat with you in quite some time, Lord Deity. Let us head to that hill over there. The location designated by Lizette concealed an aura suppressed to nearly that of an ordinary individual, yet with Lizette's perceptiveness, he could undoubtedly discern it. Initially concerned that the individual had not emerged during the battle against Frisia, it now appeared he had indeed arrived in this era. At the very least, it could be confirmed that this timeline was not a harbinger of despair. As Lizette and Goku ascended the hill, they beheld a youthful figure with light purple hair standing there, gazing at them. The youth possessed the sharp eyes reminiscent of a father and the delicate features of a mother, donning a shirt emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation logo, and a sword slung across his back. Undoubtedly, it was Trunks. I have been awaiting you for some time, Lord Deity. It seems you know me. Lizette harbored a lingering doubt within. Did I still exist in the future world? After all, his current self was indeed an anomaly. Had he not regained his past memories, he would have lived as an ordinary villager. Yet, from Trunks' reaction at this moment, he was assured he had existed in the future world, or perhaps still did. What is happening? Lord Deity, do you know each other? No, it is our first meeting. However, he appears to be familiar with us. In response to Goku's perplexing inquiry, Lizette answered candidly. Trunks bore no malice, and Goku exhibited no signs of wariness, merely wearing an expression of utter bewilderment. Meanwhile, Trunks, though smiling, perspired awkwardly. It was quite astonishing, as the rumors suggested. Despite it being our first meeting, you are already acquainted with my affairs. Did I divulge this information to you? Are you aware of even this? As expected of a divine being, you must also know the purpose of my visit here, correct? Lizette nodded but had no intention of elaborating further. Although it might suffice to mislead Goku, providing a detailed explanation would prove cumbersome. Subsequently, Trunks requested Goku to attempt transforming into a Super Saiyan, joining him in the transformation. After a brief sparring session, Trunks resumed speaking, his tone becoming grave. I shall disclose everything to you, but I implore you both to keep the following words close to your hearts. Rest assured, I am quite tight-lipped. Indeed, I concur that he is not one to indiscriminately divulge information. Trunks began recounting his tale, which initially aligned closely with Lizette's prior knowledge. He hailed from a future 20 years hence, being the son of Vegeta and Bulma. On May 12th, 3 years from now, around 10 in the morning, androids would emerge on an island 9 kilometers southwest of South City. However, as the narrative progressed, it diverged from Lizette's expectations. You defeated androids 20 and 19 at that time, but the true troubles began thereafter. The following day, androids 18 and 17 activated. Within days, 13, 14, and 15 also appeared, igniting a war upon the Earth. Wait a moment. Lizette nearly gasped. Characters from the original storyline had inexplicably intertwined with those from the films. Moreover, 19 and 20, who were not meant to appear in the future, were conspicuously included. What on earth is happening? More critically, why did the androids manifest? Did my future self neglect to obliterate Dr. Gero's laboratory? Did the future me truly allow Dr. Gero's research facility to remain untouched? No, that cannot be. I have heard that you once assaulted the laboratory, yet Dr. Gero had long since abandoned the old site, concealing his whereabouts. Your future self surmised that he likely relocated to evade your precognitive abilities. Is this my fault? Lizette felt a sense of clarity, nearly chuckling at her own oversight. Given Dr. Gero's intellect, it was entirely plausible that upon discovering her anomalous existence, he opted to conceal his activities. It is likely that even the computer responsible for creating 13 and the others is hidden from her detection. To combat the androids, Mr. Piccolo fused with the former Supreme Kai, resulting in the disappearance of Earth's Dragon Balls. Although we temporarily held the upper hand, 13 absorbed the remains of 14 and 15. Transforming into a merged 13, initially, my father, Vegeta, sacrificed himself. Vegeta was the first to fall. Indeed, in an effort to turn the tide, you learned of the new Namex location from King Kai and set forth, only to encounter unforeseen circumstances there. Unforeseen circumstances? The new Namek has been overtaken by a mechanical planet known as Bicasta, rendering our efforts to acquire the Dragon Balls futile. Upon hearing this, Lizette could not help but place a hand to his forehead. Wait, he distinctly recalled defeating Cooler and sending him into the sun of Namek. How could Bicasta possibly emerge? While he had suspected that Cooler might not be dead, He never imagined that he would be linked to Bicasta. The very core controlling Bicasta was Cooler himself. You were supposed to have vanquished him, yet according to your future self, the premise was flawed from the very beginning. A flawed premise? Indeed. You had long known of Bicasta's existence and believed that Cooler could never reach it, but you were mistaken. It was not Cooler who discovered Bicasta. Rather, Bicasta was drawn to Cooler. It was that intense resentment of Cooler that summoned Bicasta. Thus, whether Cooler met his demise in the solar system or on Namek, the two would inevitably converge. Lizette finally comprehended where he had erred. In the movie, Cooler had claimed to have fortuitously drifted to Bicasta. Yet in the vastness of the universe, to be fortunate enough to float towards a specific mechanical planet is akin to finding a lost contact lens in a desert, an impossibility. However, if this were not luck but inevitability, everything would fall into place. It was not Cooler drifting towards Bicasta, but rather Bicasta being attracted to Cooler. The premise had been entirely reversed from the outset. Consequently, their convergence was destined, as if bound by the red thread of fate, with an absurd compatibility. Later, the mechanical army of Cooler invaded Earth, escalating the dire situation. To make matters worse, the Scion Paragus, who had once caused my grandfather King Vegeta great suffering, arrived with his son, the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, to launch an attack. In this battle, the key defenders of Earth, including Mr. Piccolo and Mr. Door, nearly all perished. Followed closely by Tien, Krillin, Yamchu, Kaiatsu, and the Rabbit King, who also fell in battle. In the end, only you, Mr. Gohan, and the young me remained capable of fighting. At this point, Lizette longed to retreat to the heavenly temple, wrap himself in a blanket, and sleep. This was not merely a crisis, it was a veritable frenzy of movie villains. With Broly now involved, how could they possibly fight back? Yet despair did not cease there. Chapter 83, The Gathering of Movie Villains. Indeed, despair continued unabated as Trunks' voice echoed on. To make matters worse, the vengeful scientist Dr. Raichi, who harbors a hatred for Scions, has joined the fray with his creation, the vengeful warrior Hachiyak, and the Bojack clan from a distant galaxy has also entered the battlefield, turning Earth into a chaotic arena of conflict. Yes, it would indeed become a battlefield. Subsequently, the balance between the earthly realm and the underworld was shattered. As previously defeated foes began to resurrect from hell, the sorcerer Babiti's legion and the monstrous Hildgarn from another planet also appeared on Earth, heralding a true crisis of annihilation. Lizette felt deep within. How could this not lead to destruction? What is happening here? It was nothing short of an absurd gathering of movie villains. I implore you, do not recklessly charge towards Earth. Given the current circumstances, victory seems utterly unattainable. With formidable foes such as Broly, Bojack, Herdigarn, Dubra, the fused Android 13, and Hachiyak, coupled with the Metal Cooler army, it is likely that even the malevolent energy of the underworld would make an appearance. This situation leaves one feeling hopeless. To think that my future self could survive until now fills Lizette with astonishment. In the face of this apocalyptic crisis, you initiated the final battle, sealing all hostile forces within subspace, allowing them to turn against each other. Ultimately, you engaged in a one-on-one confrontation with the remaining Broly and succeeded in safeguarding the Earth. Upon hearing this, Lizette could not help but feel admiration for her future self. How impressive. What a magnificent feat. Although the details of how she triumphed over Broly remain unclear, the sheer magnitude of such an achievement is astonishing. However, to divert the enemy's attention and provide cover for us, Mr. Gohan voluntarily took the lead, ultimately sacrificing his life. In the climactic battle, you expended all your strength and fell into a deep slumber from which you have yet to awaken. Lizette's shoulders sagged slightly. In the end, is Trunks the only one left in the future? Trunks spoke of a deep sleep, yet Lizette surmised that her future self had likely perished. After all, she knew herself all too well. Her future self had most likely forced her limits beyond safe thresholds to defeat Broly. Much like the Kaioken technique, exceeding one's limits imposes a tremendous burden on the body. The power required to defeat Broly could well be fatal. It stands to reason that her future self exhausted her life force in that battle. Nevertheless, due to the wish granted by the Dragon Balls, Lizette possesses an unchanging physicality. Even if obliterated, her body would revert to its original state, even if her soul were no longer present. Thus, to outsiders, it merely appears as if she is peacefully asleep, leaving Trunks unable to ascertain whether she has truly died. In this manner, the Earth was saved, yet it came at the cost of countless warriors' lives. Ironically, The very beings who brought about this destruction were the Earthlings themselves, a cadre of foolish scientists. In their folly to combat extraterrestrial threats, attempted to create the ultimate warrior using Broly's genes, only to produce an utterly irrational and uncontrollable monstrosity. We named it BioBroly. It consumes everything in its vicinity, growing exponentially without cease, and it is overwhelmingly powerful. Is there truly no means to combat it? Upon contact with seawater, it petrifies, thus preventing it from crossing the ocean, allowing humanity to cling to survival, albeit tenuously. Even so, it continues to gradually consume seawater, perpetually expanding. My mother speculates that within a decade, it will have devoured the entire planet. Lizette nearly cried out. What in the world are the people of the future thinking? After finally attaining peace, why create BioBroly? Are they foolish? Ultimately, the Earth, won through countless sacrifices, has transformed into a hopeless hell. All warriors, save for myself, have perished. The new Namek has also been obliterated by the Biko's star, rendering the Namekian Dragon Balls useless. We are left with no means to reclaim what has been lost. Trunks' voice trembled with sorrow, yet Lizette felt an even greater urge to weep. This future timeline is a veritable hellscape, far exceeding the original narrative in its difficulty. How did it come to this? He pondered for a moment, contemplating that perhaps the timing of the theatrical releases coincided perfectly. Before one foe was vanquished, another would emerge, ultimately resulting in a vicious cycle. Suddenly, he found himself in awe of Goku. In a world where Goku existed, he could always resolve the crises of the film swiftly, thereby preserving peace. He retracted his previous statements, silently urging his future self to strive a little harder. By the way, what about me? What ultimately became of me? Was I also killed? Goku inquired abruptly. You did not partake in that battle, for shortly thereafter, you fell ill and subsequently passed away. Indeed, Goku had met his end. Lizette nodded in acknowledgement, not surprised. Otherwise, the future could not have descended into such turmoil. Yet, he was curious as to why Goku had to die. Why was there no use of the Dragon Balls for resurrection? Trunks' explanation unraveled his confusion. In the future, you initially considered using the Dragon Balls to save Mr. Goku. But the timing was unfortunate. Just days before Mr. Goku succumbed to his heart disease, the Dragon Balls had been used up by someone else's wish. What dreadful timing. Lizette lamented internally. According to Trunks, the Wishmaker was likely not a comrade, but rather an ordinary Earthling who accidentally gathered the Dragon Balls. This, in itself, was not a grave misfortune. He had utilized the Dragon Balls twice himself and had no right to criticize others. But why must it occur at that particular moment? Even a year earlier or later would have sufficed. The duration from the onset of illness to passing was too brief, the future self remarked. This may be attributed to Mr. Goku's rigorous training as a Super Saiyan. It is said that upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, his condition deteriorated rapidly. You had advised him against it multiple times, but Goku, who trains to the brink of death. Lizette could not help but interject. Even if you say so. Goku's future self exhibited an impulsiveness beyond his expectations. He suddenly recalled that Vegeta had mentioned Super Saiyans accelerate the worsening of heart disease. Perhaps, the future Goku had an inkling of the despairing future and formidable foes on the horizon. He lacked any supernatural abilities, yet occasionally displayed an instinct akin to precognition. Yet, this anxiety compelled him to overtrain, hastening his demise and rendering the future even bleaker. A cruel irony indeed. Damn it, it's so frustrating to think I'm going to die. I still want to have a showdown with those guys. Goku's response, though somewhat disconnected, instilled an unwavering reliability in Trunks. Even after hearing of the dire future, he felt not fear but an eagerness for battle. This was the essence of a born warrior. To reverse a hopeless future, such a spirit was essential. Indeed, you are a true Saiyan warrior, just like my mother, Mr. Gohan, and Lord Lizette have said. Fortunately, I am here. You are truly dependable. As Trunks spoke, he retrieved a small vial from his pocket. We have always sought to alter that dismal world. At that moment, I recalled a phrase Lord Lizette once uttered. If Goku were still alive, things would not have turned out this way. I wish to take a gamble. To bet on the unwavering trust you place in Son Goku. Mr. Wukong, should you exhibit any symptoms of illness, consume this remedy. In 20 years, an effective treatment for heart disease will have emerged. This is the pivotal step towards reversing the future. Ensuring the survival of Son Wukong may appear straightforward, yet it embodies the last glimmer of hope for transforming everything. At this very moment, that hope is firmly entrusted to Son Wukong. Chapter 84. 3 years of training after Trunks imparted these words, he left with a promise to return in 3 years. The warriors, having heard of the events to come, resolutely committed themselves to rigorous training to endure the brutal battles that would unfold in 3 years. Meanwhile, Lizette realized he must undergo even more arduous training than before. Truthfully, Lizette had previously underestimated the upcoming confrontation in 3 years. He had believed that even in Wukong's absence, the combined efforts of the group would suffice to combat the androids. As for Cell, he thought he could eliminate him before he evolved into his perfect form, confident in his ability to handle any solar flare with ease. However, reality proved otherwise. The impending theatrical battle 3 years hence would not be so easily navigated. Past training alone would be insufficient. What then should be done? How could one achieve a leap in power? Lizette found himself deep in thought. The first proposition, to utilize the super divine water. While the super divine water contains potent toxins, it also liberates the latent abilities within the human body, presumably enhancing strength upon consumption. As for the toxins, if managed correctly, they would pose no threat to Lizette, as he possesses the ability to survive in any environment, toxins included within his adaptive range. Ultimately, the concept of toxins is not absolute. For instance, onions are toxic to cats and dogs, yet they are food for humans. Conversely, substances harmful to humans may be harmless to other creatures. Thus, what we term toxins are fundamentally substances detrimental to specific organisms, and strictly speaking, any substance could potentially be a toxin, harboring latent toxicity. In extreme cases, oxygen itself could be considered a poison. If a certain extraterrestrial life form relied on an atmospheric component that is toxic to humans, it would be lethal. If one could be easily slain by such environment-dependent toxins, they would hardly qualify as capable of surviving in any setting. Consequently, these environment-influenced toxins or viruses are virtually ineffective against Lizette. Therefore, using the super divine water should pose no problem, at least, that is his belief. The true dilemma lies in the timing of its use. Lizette had only recently had the Elder assist him in unlocking his latent abilities. Consuming the super divine water now would likely diminish its efficacy. If he were to utilize it, he must wait until 3 years hence to drink it at the very last moment. The second proposition, to persistently push the limits through high-intensity training. Specifically, this entails enhancing the key spirit restraints, increasing the gravity within the gravity chamber, and continually releasing his aura while nearing his limits, engaging in repeated training, essentially further strengthening the foundation laid by his previous efforts. However, such actions may likely push the body to its limits, rendering not only cultivation problematic, but also hindering normal movements. Relying on the magical beans for recovery each time would undoubtedly result in a waste of these precious resources. Nevertheless, Lizette has devised a solution. He entrusted Bulma with the analysis of the medical machinery aboard Frisia's spaceship, agreeing to receive the machinery upon completion of her analysis. Bulma readily consented and even gifted the original medical machine to Vegeta, who also desired it. Lizette intentionally refrained from hastily claiming the original machine, choosing instead to allow Vegeta to have it, and there was a rationale behind this decision. He understood that the Bulma customized medical machine, obtained post-analysis, would exhibit superior performance. With a spirit of experimentation, he requested Bulma, if possible, to design the machine in harmony with the aesthetic of the temple, and to his surprise, Bulma truly fulfilled his wish. This brilliant genius is simply remarkable. The final product resembled a colossal crystal. The interior of the crystal was hollow, and upon entry, it would fill with healing liquid, serving its therapeutic function. Notably, the original medical machine's respiratory system was absent from this customized version, as it was entirely superfluous for Lizette, who could survive in any environment. This medical machine, tailored specifically for him, appeared to onlookers as if it encased a person in crystal slumber, though Lizette himself remained oblivious to this perception. Remarkably, the machine's efficacy was astounding. Merely 1 hour of treatment could restore his vitality completely. Thanks to this innovation, Lizette was able to engage in even more intense training than before, constantly challenging his own limits. In the enhanced gravity chamber, he practiced techniques under 300 times Earth's gravity, battling virtual foes. He pushed the multiplier of his explosive limit to its utmost, and upon exhausting his energy, he would recover using the medical machine, repeating this cycle. To cultivate resilience against pain in the face of brutal combat, he sometimes even allowed virtual enemies to attack him unilaterally. Approximately a year later, He mastered the ultimate relaxation defense technique, enabling his body to become as light as a feather, leaving no trace of wounds even against blade attacks. Another year passed, and he proficiently increased the maximum multiplier of his explosive limit to 50 times, viewing this achievement as a significant milestone. Thereafter, he ceased to forcefully elevate the multiplier, instead focusing on maintaining the 50 times explosive limit in a steady state. This approach mirrors Goku's training method of sustaining his Super Saiyan form in the original narrative. Although the explosive limit differs from Super Saiyan, being closer to the Kaioken technique, the necessity of adaptation becomes all the more pronounced. Naturally, Lizette was not the only one training. At this juncture, he disregarded the notion of power balance, summoning the warriors to the other world, even forcibly bringing Vegeta along, guiding everyone in collective training. A year later, Lizette finally consumed the super divine water. The outcome was nearly fatal. The toxins proved ineffective against Lizette, a certainty that confirmed his initial hypothesis. However, the toxicity of the super divine water is not of the ordinary kind. Its true effect lies in forcibly awakening the latent potential within the human body. The symptoms akin to poisoning are merely side effects of this activation process. In other words, it is a potent toxin that operates on the essence of Qi, regardless of how resilient Lizette may be in adapting to harsh environments. It is inconceivable that he could acclimatize to such a peculiar poison. Ultimately, Lizette's previous notions were nothing but blind optimism, and as a consequence, he endured days of relentless agony. More absurdly, for reasons unknown, Mr. Bobo and that Na-Ba, upon witnessing Lizette suffer alone, also partook of the super divine water. Even Karen, who was merely visiting the temple, mistakenly consumed the super divine water, believing it to be a refreshing beverage, leading all four into a near-death state. What on earth were these individuals thinking? Nonetheless, the results of their training were indeed remarkable. After enduring over a week of excruciating pain, Lizette finally succeeded in breaking through a barrier of his own limits. His combat prowess experienced a quantum leap, granting him power sufficient to rival Frieza. Even in his normal state, this should suffice. Lizette felt the tangible enhancement of his strength and savored the rewards of this arduous struggle. Additionally, while Na-Ba's foundational combat power saw little improvement, he acquired the ability to unleash the might of his great ape form at will. Subsequently, when Yamcha consumed the super divine water, an unexpected incident occurred. He abruptly ceased breathing and fell into cardiac arrest. Lizette, in a state of panic, hurriedly provided breath for Yamcha, utilizing his telekinetic abilities to aid his breathing and performed cardiac compressions, ultimately reviving him. However, Yamcha's strength did not see any enhancement, and thereafter, the group deemed the super divine water too perilous, sealing it away completely. The subsequent combat power lacked official data. Everyone simply enjoyed the spectacle. 3 years later, the normalized combat power was as follows. Lizette, 1. 5 billion Piccolo, 50 million Dorias, 20 million Vegeta, 20 million Goku, 22 million Na-Ba, 18 million Gohan, 5 million Chapter 85. The arrival of the androids on May 12th. Upon arriving at the gathering point on South Island, Lizette found that, aside from Vegeta and Trunks, everyone else had already assembled. Bulma was also present, cradling baby Trunks in her arms, although Lizette had heard of their union. Witnessing Bulma and Vegeta together stirred a complex array of emotions within him. After all, he had once seen the young Yamcha and Bulma dancing hand in hand, and the current scene evoked a subtle sense of dissonance. Furthermore, he had instructed Rabbit Leader to remain at the temple, considering the possibility of an attack. Rabbit Leader was tasked with its protection. Ah, Lord Kai, you have arrived. Indeed, it is a significant matter for Earth. However, Gohan, you have grown quite a bit, Lizette remarked as he affectionately ruffled the hair of the eagerly approaching Gohan, contemplating. In a few more years, this child may very well surpass my height. At present, Gohan is merely 9 years old, and Lizette's height surpasses his. However, Lizette ceased to grow at the age of 14, reaching a stature not dissimilar to that of Vegeta. The time for him to affectionately ruffle Gohan's hair is likely fleeting. Goku, did you bring the medication for your heart condition? I left it at home. But it hasn't flared up anyway. Lizette scrutinized Goku closely and noted that he currently exhibited no symptoms of heart disease, appearing quite robust on the surface. In the original narrative, Goku would subsequently display signs of heart trouble, yet the trajectory of this world has diverged significantly from that tale, rendering the timing of Goku's potential affliction an enigma. Rest assured, even if Kakarot were to indeed fall ill, I shall be here to confront our adversaries. This remark came from Dales, who lounged in a black shirt paired with a white jacket, having fully acclimatized to life on Earth. The fruit he nibbled was not from the tree of might, but an ordinary apple, and his tone brimmed with confidence. Lord Kai, do you not find it peculiar? It is already past 10, yet there is no trace of the enemy's presence. This is quite normal, for they are androids. And androids lack the distinctive energy signature of living beings. Ah, I see. How could machines possibly possess energy? In response to Tien's inquiry, Lizette provided clarity. The group collectively grasped the situation, their anxiety intensifying, not due to the absence of enemies, but because the foes had already infiltrated, undetectable to their senses. Recognizing this, everyone gazed solemnly down at the town below, acutely aware that the enemy might be lurking somewhere nearby. Let us remain vigilant. Since we cannot sense their energy, we must rely on our eyes to seek them out. How ironic that I, who once arrived to annihilate this planet, now find myself searching for weapons to protect its inhabitants. Upon hearing Lizette's words, Nappa offered a wry smile. Yet, despite his self-deprecating tone, his gaze was earnest, clearly indicating his profound acceptance and affection for this planet. As Lizette pondered these thoughts, he caught a fleeting glimpse of two figures descending towards the town, though momentary. The vision was distinctly clear. With his unique perceptive ability, Lizette successfully pinpointed the two silhouettes. Indeed, they were the figures of an elderly man and an overweight individual, specifically, the androids 20 and 19. That was, it seems the enemy has indeed made an appearance. Where are they? Where is the enemy? Following Lizette, it was Piccolo who first sensed the anomaly, yet he too only caught a brief glimpse and failed to ascertain the precise location of the foe's descent. Meanwhile, Tien became increasingly agitated, anxiously scanning for any signs of the androids. Since we cannot perceive their combat prowess, we have no choice but to descend and seek them out personally. All right, everyone, split up and search. But remember, do not pursue recklessly. Notify everyone immediately upon locating the enemy. The relatively composed Dale suggested they personally investigate, to which Goku readily agreed. Regardless, the immediate priority is to locate the enemy. In the current circumstances, each minute of delay could result in another victim in the town, and every second lost may signify the extinguishing of a life. Wukong and the others promptly descended towards the town, commencing their search for the traces of the androids with the naked eye. Lizette calculated within himself, upon encountering an android, he would immediately employ his supernatural abilities to immobilize the opponent, followed by its swift destruction. He was acutely aware of the enemy's position and could sense the sinister consciousness. Thus, he resolutely headed towards the direction of androids 20 and 19. However, what appeared before him was not the anticipated old man and the corpulent figure. Among the three that emerged, one was a tall, bare-chested man with black bangs and fair skin. Another was a diminutive figure with purple skin and dark sunglasses. And the last was an oddly dressed individual with a bare upper body, clad in suspenders and a jacket, sporting a white pompadour. Of these three, perhaps only the last bore a semblance to humanity. You must be the deity of this earth, then? So, you are the androids? He had not expected to encounter the trio from the theatrical version so suddenly, yet for Lizette, this was indeed fortuitous. Truth be told, he felt relieved that it was he who encountered the foes first. Had Gohan or Krillin faced these three, they might have found themselves in a dire situation. Indeed, our mission is to eliminate Son Goku, but Dr. Gero has commanded us to first eliminate you, the potential greatest obstacle. Thus, we shall kill you first. That's acceptable. But this is not an appropriate battlefield. Let us relocate. No sooner had Lizette spoken than he unleashed his telekinesis and energy cannon, sending the three androids hurtling away, offering them no opportunity for refusal. With his preemptive assault, Lizette instantaneously transported the trio to an icy expanse. He believed that even amidst a fierce battle here, there would be no risk of innocent casualties. As for androids 19 and 20, it was regrettable that they would have to be temporarily dealt with by Wukong and the others. Although he harbored concerns about Wukong's potential heart condition flaring up, he had no choice but to strive for a swift resolution, intending to return and provide support after neutralizing the three before him. Should he recklessly converge with Wukong and the others, they would then face 5 androids simultaneously, likely resulting in chaos and potential casualties. Lizette landed gracefully upon the ice, confronting the 3 androids. Was that a supernatural ability? As expected from the intel, You are indeed a troublesome individual, given the intelligence gathered. Why was there no contingency plan prepared? Because your information was exceedingly difficult to collect. While Dr. Gero employed ultra-miniature spy robots to gather data on Son Goku and others, those robots would be detected and captured by you if they approached within a certain proximity. Consequently, we have scarcely obtained any data on you. Upon hearing about the ultra-miniature spy robots, Lizette suddenly recalled an incident. Approximately 20 years prior, he had captured a small insect-like robot wandering near the sanctuary where he resided. It turned out to be one of Dr. Gero's creations, finally providing an answer to a long-held question. Yet, even if you were the deity of this planet, facing us three would yield no chance of victory. Quite confident, aren't you? Humph, your composure ends here. Super Death Bomb. Number 13 raised their hand to unleash a red energy sphere, towering over the others, directly aimed at Lizette. However, Lizette stood still, maintaining a natural posture. The energy sphere struck directly, and just as everyone anticipated Lizette would be hit, a barrier suddenly materialized to intercept the red sphere, causing it to dissipate without a trace. What? Regrettably, such a feeble attack cannot harm me. Upon uttering these words, Lizette retaliated by raising their right hand towards the sky, crystallizing their energy into a colossal energy fist, which came crashing down upon the three androids. Come now, to avert a future steeped in despair, let the battle commence. Tianjinhan, 5, for million Krillin, 5, 36 million Yamcha, 5, 2 million Chaozu, 5 million Mr. Popo, 12 million Master Rashi, 12 million Chapter 86. Side story. The despairing future for Lizette, the unforeseen circumstances were overwhelmingly numerous. Results deviating from expectations arose frequently. The timing and the situation had deteriorated to an abysmal state, as if fate itself yearned for Son Goku's demise. Perhaps it was his own authoritarian nature, but ultimately, the Dragon Balls ought to have been under his complete governance. Had that been the case, the likes of Pilaf and his gang would not have misused their wishes, and they could have been utilized in the most critical moments. The timing of Son Goku's heart attack also contradicted the known information. It was as if fate had been waiting for the perfect opportunity to extinguish Goku's life, allowing him to collapse at the most inopportune moment due to his heart condition. Upon learning the news and realizing the Dragon Balls were unusable, Lizette immediately utilized spatial transfer to fly to New Namek. Yet even this step coincided with the worst timing imaginable. Why had it come to this? To vanquish the remnants of the Frisia force, the entire universe united in resistance, with the Namekians participating as well. Absurdly, they employ Barunga during the conflict. The cycle of causality, a remarkable chain of events that began with Lizette's training, ultimately rebounded upon himself. The only remaining solution was the ultimate Dragon Ball. However, the condition for its use was the fusion of Piccolo and the former Guardian. This ultimate Dragon Ball, created when the two were still complete Namekians, would merely be an ordinary stone as long as they remained separated. Yet fusion implied the demise of the former Guardian, casting Lizette into a state of uncertainty. This hesitation ultimately became a fatal error. In the interval of Lizette's indecision, Son Goku perished. In that moment, Lizette distinctly heard the sound of the train of fate, embarking upon the tracks of despair. Where had it all gone awry? Was it the Earthlings who recklessly used the Dragon Balls? Was it Son Goku who, neglecting his health in pursuit of training, hastened his heart condition's deterioration? Or was it the Namekians who employed Barunga? None of these. The one most deserving of blame was Lizette himself. At least, that is what he believes, although he alone knows the future and possesses the power to alter it. Deep within, he has consistently underestimated the looming crisis and dismissed the weight of fate. He harbors a persistent belief that there will always be a solution, that as long as one is determined, success is within reach. After all, Sun Wukong is the protagonist. This unfounded optimism, negligence, and contempt ultimately culminated in an irretrievable situation. Even so, Lizette has yet to fully grasp the gravity of the circumstances. He considers himself sufficiently aware, yet his thoughts remain overly simplistic. The cost of this disregard has ultimately been borne by his companions. On the desolate earth, the boy in white closes his eyes, his thoughts drifting back to the past. Each day then was filled with happiness. Although he practiced diligently, the mere thought of seeing Wukong and the others brought him joy, even after a long separation. They could converse and laugh as if they had just parted the day before. The loss of all this stems from his own recklessness. His underestimation of the future and failure to commit fully have led him to this dire state. What is lost cannot be reclaimed. There are no Dragon Balls to grant universal wishes, and the deceased cannot return. Nonetheless, he still wishes to protect the present, safeguard the future of the people on this planet, and defend all that should have been protected by Sun Wukong, even if only a fragment can be preserved. Thus, on this day, Lizette resolves to burn everything within him. Mr. Lizette. The voice of Gohan echoes from behind him. He no longer addresses him as Lord Kai, his tone reminiscent of his father. The once youthful boy has matured into a figure of remarkable strength, or rather, he has been compelled to be strong. His youthful visage has faded, replaced by the scars of countless battles that narrate his arduous journey thus far. If this were a world where despair could be evaded, a world akin to that of the original story, he would have already married Videl and welcomed a daughter. But now, Videl is gone, as is Dent. Gohan, I should have told you not to come. Ahead lies certain death. I cannot involve you in this. Do you intend to defeat them all alone? That is simply impossible. Please allow me to assist, even if it means serving as bait. Lizette turns to meet Gohan's gaze. It is the look of a warrior resolved to face his fate. The eyes of a prisoner confronting the end. He too has borne immense suffering. He has replayed countless scenarios in his mind. If only he had been stronger then. If he had detected Wukong's abnormalities sooner. If he had recognized the signs of heart disease before anyone misused the Dragon Balls, perhaps his father could still be alive. If only Sun Wukong were still here, the future would never have come to this. That towering figure, whom he has yet to surpass, the hero he once idolized, would certainly have prevented such tragedy. This obsession has never faded in 20 years, binding his heart tightly. I want to go as well. To the place where my father and Uncle Piccolo are. I'm sorry, Gohan. Please, do not apologize. This is the battlefield I have long envisioned. Lizette refrains from saying anything further. For the resolute warrior, any attempt at persuasion is utterly futile. Even in refusal, he would charge forward alone. Thus, he offered a solitary apology before unfurling his white wings from behind, enveloped in radiant light. I understood then, Gohan, let us embrace death together. Gather all foes in one place and transfer them to the subspace. Subsequently, seal Metal Cooler's essence along with Namek into the subspace. This is our final chance for reversal. Should we miss this moment, victory will elude us forever. Even in death, we must triumph over them. Are you prepared? Ready? This day, nay, this singular day, is their only opportunity for victory. It is a rare occasion in 20 years, a once-in-a-lifetime chance, yet the final vulnerability. It can only be described as a miraculous coincidence. Metal Cooler's Legion has temporarily vacated Earth. Concurrently, the underworld exhibits unusual activity. As the long imbalance between the underworld and the mortal realm astonishingly normalizes, Sabo believes that if Earth's crisis is left unchecked, it will inevitably threaten the entire universe. Thus, he leads his forces in a full-scale assault on planet Bicozda, compelling Cooler to redirect all his might there. Meanwhile, in the underworld, Goku and Vegeta, after years of rigorous training, have finally mastered the fusion technique, jointly defeating the malevolent spirit bomb. More crucially, with the restoration of normalcy in the underworld, the malevolent energies diminish, significantly weakening Hachiyak. Taking advantage of this, Babyd's forces alongside Broly launch a surprise attack, with even Hildegarn appearing nearby. Currently, various factions converge like never before, coupled with the frailty of Hachiyak and the absence of Metal Cooler, two monumental advantages. Thus, indeed, the opportunity for victory lies solely in this moment. Should we miss this chance, there will never again be an occasion to eliminate all enemies in one fell swoop. The situation will revert to a stalemate among the factions. A moment's carelessness might incite an immediate assault from other forces. Should we find ourselves again under concentrated fire from all factions, the possibility of triumph will vanish. By the way, it is worth mentioning that Fusion Android 13 has already been destroyed by Broly. Lizette soars at high speed, with Gohan in close pursuit. Gohan's hair stands on end, his entire being enveloped in a golden aura bursting with sparks, his strength far surpassing that of his father in his prime. This is the form beyond Super Saiyan 2. Thanks to Lizette's guidance, Gohan has attained this level. Conversely, this is also his limit. Had the hyperbolic time chamber still existed, perhaps he could have been forged into an even mightier warrior, yet that sanctuary has long since been obliterated by Cooler. One can only lament such negligence. Even though the temple resides in a space isolated from the mortal realm, it offers no defense against the Metal Cooler Legion capable of traversing dimensions instantaneously, ultimately leading to its complete destruction during the ambush. In that assault, Corin Tower also fell victim, with the remaining Sinza beings incinerated, save for a scant few. From this perspective, Lizette and his companions have no path of retreat. They have been located. It is time to act. Lizette amplifies his explosive limits to 100-fold, transforming into a white meteor as he launches his assault. His first target is the most formidable, Broly. Seizing the moment before Broly can assume a defensive stance, Lizette charges forth, striking him with a palm strike at the speed of light, sending him hurtling away. Simultaneously, Gohan descended from the sky, delivering a powerful kick that sent Hachiyak flying. Quickly, attacked Dubra. The Demon Realm King, liberated of his latent potential by Babidi, conjured a sword and swung it towards Lizette. Lizette promptly manifested his own sword to meet the blow. At that moment, Hildegard, who possessed only a lower half, suddenly appeared, attempting to crush the two, only to be toppled to the ground by Gohan's side assault. Seizing the opportunity, Bojack unleashed a ki blast that struck Lizette squarely in the back. Ugh! Blood gushed forth as the fabric of his clothing was torn, yet Lizette gritted his teeth and swiftly retaliated. He turned back, firing successive energy blasts that shattered Bojack's shoulder shield, which he had been using as a defensive barrier. Dubra, seizing the moment, swung his sword towards Lizette's back, yet was met with an instantaneous counterattack. Lizette spun around and severed Dubra's arm with a single stroke. However, Broly suddenly intruded, pressing his hand against Lizette's chest and unleashing a ki blast at point-blank range. Gah! Ha 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 ha! Do you really think such feeble power can defeat me? The damage to his clothing worsened, now resembling mere rags. Unfazed, Lizette struck Broly's chin with a powerful palm, simultaneously seizing his fingers and hurling the massive figure towards Hachiyak. Gohan swiftly aimed at the two, releasing the Kamehameha wave, engulfing them in a torrent of energy. While evading Hildegard's stomps, Lizette deftly neutralized Bojack's attacks and parried Dubra's strikes. Even as his own body sustained severe injuries, he lured all foes toward a singular point. Once all adversaries converged in one location, Gohan charged forward, grasping Lizette's hand and forcefully throwing him away. Thus, Gohan found himself isolated amidst the enemies, a fate he had long anticipated. Mr. Lizette, now is the time. You go wait over there. I will be with you shortly. Before he could finish speaking, Gohan, along with the enemies, was engulfed by the gates of heaven. Lizette could not afford to miss this opportunity. If he hesitated out of concern for Gohan, they would ultimately be overwhelmed by the enemies and perish. Therefore, he had no choice but to envelop Gohan in the subspace seal, bidding him a final farewell in this life. Subsequently, he imprisoned the now desolate new Namek, along with the planet Costa, within the same subspace. Simultaneously, he forced all members of the Metal Gula's Legion into this battlefield. Thus, the first phase of the operation was complete. All that remained was to await the various forces, gathered in the confined subspace, to turn upon one another until only a singular survivor remained. Once the final combatant was exhausted, he would strike to eliminate them. There was no option to seal without annihilation, for with sufficient power, one could forcibly shatter the subspace and escape. Lizette understood well that the last person standing would inevitably attempt to flee. They would desperately assault the spatial barriers, and upon realizing escape was impossible, unleash their energy in a frenzied act of destruction. Of course, all of this was calculated. Allowing the adversary to expend their strength in despair would further enhance his own odds of victory. He could not help but pray in his heart, if anyone were to escape the subspace alive, let it be Gohan. After a span of several minutes, the space suddenly crackled and a fissure appeared. Here it comes. Lizette immediately assumed a combat stance, bracing himself for the final adversary's emergence. While he fervently wished for Gohan, deep down, he was certain it would not be him, fixating his gaze on the rift in space. The first thing to emerge was an arm, followed by a body enveloped in golden radiance, and finally, long hair cascading down the back. Before him stood none other than Broly, transformed into the form of Super Saiyan 3. In his other hand, he clutched Gohan's lifeless body. How could this be? Ha 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 ha. Did you think that gathering a motley crew would enable you to defeat me? An unexpected turn of events unfolded in this world, already veering off its intended course. Amidst the battles in subspace with numerous powerful foes, Broly's strength surged explosively, awakening his Super Saiyan 3 form. Although he had indeed cleared out other forces within subspace, what emerged in their stead was a creature far more formidable than all his enemies combined. Lizette found himself with no avenue of retreat. If he were to disregard Broly, Earth would be obliterated in an instant. Yet, the chasm of power between them had grown to a point of despair. Continuing down this path, victory was utterly unattainable. Was it not so? Thus, Lizette resolved to hold nothing back. If he could not win, he must still strive for victory. Losing here would mean the complete annihilation of Earth. The only one capable of preventing this was himself. He could not afford to fail again. In a final burst of energy, he amassed all his life force, unleashing every bit of Earth's energy he had painstakingly gathered, even igniting his own life force, wagering everything on this last endeavor. A multiplier of 10,000. This was the ultimate brilliance, transcending the current limit of 100 times. Undoubtedly, this would exact a toll on Lizette's life. His heart raced at an extraordinary pace, each beat feeling as if it would tear him apart in agony. This was the dazzling flare before the candle extinguished. Cloaked in silvery auroras, Lizette even managed to smile as he faced Broly, marking this place as his final battleground. He was acutely aware that his end was nigh. Yet, strangely enough, he felt no fear. Instead, there was a sense of relief, as if he would finally reunite with everyone. In that moment, Lizette had transformed into the very essence of silvery light. He struck Broly with a punch that shook the giant's form. Broly, unwilling to yield, extended his powerful arm, plunging it deep into the slender body of the youth. However, Lizette did not waver. He aimed a knife-hand strike at Broly's throat, then coalesced a sword, piercing through his chest, and subsequently drove a spear into his abdomen. This was the final battle of his life. The confrontation persisted until the last breath of both warriors. By the time Trunks, previously incapacitated, arrived, everything had already concluded. He should have sensed something amiss. That day, Lizette had been particularly jovial, and Gohan unusually gentle. He should have found it peculiar. What ultimately solidified his conviction was the fleeting moment before his consciousness succumbed to darkness, when Lizette unexpectedly touched his head. It was only later that he realized it was her extraordinary ability at work. Trunks, you must survive. You are hope, the testament of our existence, Trunks. You embody this very proof. Her tone echoed the finality of farewell. No, don't go. I care not for the fate of the world. I only wish for your survival. He longed to scream, yet no sound escaped his lips, and he could only helplessly drift into slumber. Upon awakening, the first thing he sensed was the absence of Gohan's presence. Lizette, due to her innate inability to perceive energy, was oblivious, but Gohan was not. Clinging to the prayer that Gohan still lived, he desperately soared towards the battlefield. What he encountered there was the lifeless form of a giant named Broly. Alongside the fallen bodies of his two mentors, they lay motionless, washed by the rain, devoid of any signs of life. You deceived me, Gohan. Mr. Lizette. Trunks rushed to Lizette's side. His heart still beats. Thank goodness, he is not dead. He exhaled in relief and reached out to touch Gohan's body. Had he managed to remain composed at that moment, he might have noticed that although Lizette's heart was still beating, her breath had long since ceased. Perhaps he had sensed this truth, yet was unwilling to acknowledge it. In the end, he learned of Gohan's demise, tasting despair for the first time. Yet, despair did not relent. After returning with Gohan and Lizette's bodies, he carefully laid Lizette on a bed and solemnly interred Gohan at the place known as Bun's Mountain, the final resting ground of his revered father, son Wukong, and the land where he had grown up. He would never forget the sound of Chi-Chi's anguished cries upon learning of her beloved son's death, a sound that would forever echo in his ears, unshakable. Trunks, too, was engulfed in sorrow, his heart wrenched with grief. The tragic chain of events never ceased. Following the loss of her husband, Chi-Chi was left shattered by the death of her most cherished son. She seemed to abandon the will to live, doing nothing but relying on the Ox King for sustenance. Barely clinging to life, resembling a mere shell of her former self. In the aftermath of Goku's death, Chi-Chi appeared to age far beyond her years, and after Gohan's passing, her body seemed to relinquish all vitality, devoid of any semblance of life. Her hair had turned completely white, continuously falling away. Her face was etched with wrinkles, no longer bearing the vibrancy of yesteryears. In her current state, even if strangers mistook her for an old woman, no one would question it. Amidst this tragedy, Trunks managed to maintain a semblance of sanity, for he held on to the belief that Lizette was still alive. This conviction became his last bastion of hope. Yet, the question tormented him. Why? Why won't you awaken? Trunks, the Supreme Kai had proclaimed, it was no longer possible. His heart still beats. There is a pulse. Deep down, he understood the truth, did he not? He desperately denied the words of Master Roshi. Yet he knew better than anyone that Lizette was merely alive in body, her spirit having departed. Due to his unwavering desire to return to his original state, his body can sustain vital signs. However, his soul has long departed. He may be ageless or unchanging, yet he is not immortal. He has never escaped the concept of death. Alas, Trunks. In this moment, Trunks is finally compelled to accept the painful reality that both of his esteemed mentors have passed away. This realization utterly shatters the fragile facade of rationality he had maintained, filling his heart with a tumult of anger and sorrow. A golden radiance erupts from his being, his hair standing on end. Tears flow uncontrollably as he roars until his throat grows hoarse. Yet, no one will ever wipe away his tears again. No one will comfort him with a smile, assuring him that everything will be all right, and embrace him once more. For Trunks, who lost his father at a young age, Gohan and Lizette were irreplaceable family members, individuals he held in profound respect, with whom he could share his innermost thoughts without reservation. Now, he has lost them forever. If only Goku were still alive. Master Roshi bows his head in sorrow, tears streaming down his cheeks. As if that were not enough, he repeatedly slams his head against the wall, even as blood flows freely, refusing to relent. What am I, Master Roshi? What sort of martial arts teacher am I? In the end, I was unable to accomplish anything. This world is left with nothing but despair and regret. Faced with such an outcome, the living can only struggle in their suffering. 3 years later, the once boy now grown into a resolute young man, Trunks arrives at a sanctuary atop a mountain. Deep within the sanctuary lies Lizette, who, in his capacity as Earth's deity, resolved countless crises and ultimately repelled the greatest threat to the planet at the cost of his own life. On the bed in the innermost chamber, the youth, clad in white, bears a visage indistinguishable from his living form, yet will never again open his eyes. Trunks stands beside the bed, speaking softly with tenderness. Mr. Lizette, today I traveled to the past and met you as you were then. Truly, you have not changed at all from 20 years ago until now, and I must admit, I am quite astonished. The slumbering youth offers no response. Aware of this, the young man continues to speak. By the way, you once half-jokingly mentioned that I knew you before your birth. At the time, I had no idea that it was indeed true. Even I, who came from the future, have found you to be an enigma up until now. His words seem to echo against the walls. His confidant is long gone, leaving behind only a vessel that maintains its original form, never to open its eyes again, nor to call out Trunks' name. Oh, and I also saw Dad, albeit just for a moment. Just as you said, he is a proud man, and, as you noted, his hairline does leave something to be desired. But I said nothing. Afterward, Trunks continued to speak to the unresponsive Lizette, reminiscing about how youthful his mother once was. He remarked on how Goku truly resembled the tales told of him. He expressed his astonishment upon seeing the young Gohan. He noted the striking resemblance between Goku and Dallas, making it impossible to distinguish between them. He mentioned that Piccolo's skin was green. He recalled how vibrant everyone was back then, so unlike the present. He reflected on the peace that enveloped the cities of that time. Seemingly having conveyed all his thoughts, Trunks paused, reluctantly bidding farewell. I shall take my leave now, but I will return. Next time, I promise to bring good news. As he turned to depart, he couldn't help but glance back repeatedly, harboring a flicker of hope that perhaps Lizette would awaken. Despite countless self-reassurances of its impossibility and the understanding that it was merely a wishful thought, he was unable to suppress the urge to look back. Yet, the youth remained in a deep slumber. Each glance backward only deepened Trunks' despair. I must change this future. This singular resolve sustained him, becoming the very essence of his survival. Chapter 87. I shall not waste time. Lizette soared into the air, pursued closely by 3 androids. He kept a vigilant eye on his pursuers while simultaneously assessing the disparity in their combat abilities. Based on the current situation, it seemed his strength surpassed theirs. With the fruits of his training, Lizette could effortlessly unleash a burst of energy at 50 times his usual capacity. And even the recent attacks from his adversaries were effortlessly deflected by his barrier. He surmised that among the trio, the one known as Number 13 possessed the greatest power. This indicated that the attacks from the androids posed little threat to him. However, he could not entirely dismiss the possibility that those strikes were merely probing tests. After all, being androids, they lacked the ability to sense energy, thus remaining oblivious to his true strength. Huh! Shouted the short man with purple hair, Number 15, charging at Lizette with a fist raised. Yet, his punch failed to even graze the hem of Lizette's clothing, as it was firmly intercepted by the barrier just before impact. It was at this moment that number 15 realized for the first time that the invisible defensive wall was continuously rotating. He was deflected by the barrier's force, sent flying as if repelled. Following this, number 14 launched an attack, only to meet the same fate. His robust form was similarly sent reeling by the barrier's intervention. Witnessing this, number 13 became convinced. Without question, this formidable deity maintained the barrier, constructing an impregnable defense. Come forth. Lizette gestured with his fingers. In an instant, numerous white swords of light materialized in the air, all aimed at number 13 and his companions. The trio instinctively scattered to evade the onslaught. Yet several swords abruptly altered their trajectories, relentlessly pursuing them. Meanwhile, the swords that did not change course swiftly dispersed after passing their targets, forming a net that sealed off their escape routes. Number 13 managed to find a narrow gap amidst the relentless barrage and escaped. But number 14 suffered the loss of a leg, while number 15 was left without an arm. Subsequently, the approaching No. 14 suddenly found itself immobilized as if pinned in midair, before being forcefully propelled away and crashing into an ice mountain. This was a seamless combination of energy cannon and psychic power executed by Lizette. In retaliation, number 13 unleashed an energy projectile, yet it failed to penetrate the barrier, resulting in a complete nullification of the attack. Observing this, the three artificial beings leapt simultaneously, aiming to strike Lizette with their fists. However, they scarcely had the opportunity to throw a punch before their bodies abruptly halted in midair. Useless. With your abilities, you cannot even touch me. Without any movement, Lizette utilized his psychic power to send all three hurtling away. He then released an energy projectile, which first pierced through number 15's body. Upon being penetrated by Lizette's energy, number 15 erupted with violet lightning, his body trembling uncontrollably until he ultimately knelt on the ground. Yet, this was not the end. The energy projectile that had pierced No. 15 did not dissipate, but rather lingered within his abdomen. With a snap of his fingers, Lizette transformed that energy projectile into countless beams of laser, which erupted from within number 15, completely obliterating him. The injuries were evidently fatal, as number 15 was instantly reduced to mere fragments, scattered across the snow. One down. Damn it. Number 13 fired a red energy projectile, while number 14 unleashed a barrage of energy projectiles from both hands. Yet, Lizette remained stationary, not even adopting a defensive posture. He hovered in the air, effortlessly neutralizing all energy projectiles with his continuously deployed barrier. Once the two's attacks ceased, Lizette raised his hand and shot forth a radiant energy spear, which pierced directly through number 14's chest. Following this, the spear transformed into a glowing sword, and with a flick of his finger, Lizette wielded it with abandon, cleaving number 14 apart. With a vertical swipe of his finger, the sword delivered an upward strike. With a horizontal gesture, it sliced across. In the blink of an eye, number 14 was reduced to countless shards, as the radiant sword soared back into the void. Two down. Ugh. Number 13 hastily assumed a defensive stance, yet his body was suddenly thrust away by an unseen force. Gritting his teeth, he realized that this energy cannon and telekinesis, which could be unleashed without any prior movement, were exceedingly perilous. The attacks came without warning, rendering defense and evasion utterly futile. Even more terrifying was the moment Lizette narrowed his eyes. An ominous sound emanated from number 13's right arm as its mechanical structure began to contort. Creak, crack, ah. The right arm of number 13 began to rotate from the shoulder, exceeding the joint's limits by far. After spinning 5 or 6 times, the circuitry was severed, fragments flying amidst sparks from a short circuit, as his right arm was brutally twisted off. This person managed to sever my arm using only telekinesis. No. 13 trembled at the horrifying spectacle unfolding before him, raising his gaze to the youth who looked down upon him. Is this a deity? Is this the pinnacle of this planet? No matter how many times he launched an attack, his opponent remained unyielding. The adversary did not even need to lift a finger. While he himself was subjected to a one-sided onslaught, he had to concede that they were simply not of the same caliber. Yet, even so, number 13 smiled, for he still possessed his final trump card. It is not over. The true battle has only just begun. Celestial being. Number 13 spread his arms wide, seemingly in response, as the remnants of numbers 14 and 15 began to levitate from the ground. He belonged to a unique model among the androids, harboring a singular mechanism within, the ability to absorb the power cores and data chips of fellow androids. namely numbers 14 and 15, thereby augmenting his own strength. This mechanism was initially designed for biological-type androids, and number 13 was created as an experimental prototype. However, just as the power cores and chips were on the verge of being absorbed, countless lightsabers suddenly descended from the sky, pinning these components firmly to the ground. What a pity! In the next moment, an explosion erupted. The components, which were meant to merge with number 13, were obliterated in midair, transforming before him into worthless scraps of metal. Without a second thought, this was undoubtedly the handiwork of Lizette, who had just sent the lightsabers aimed at number 14 soaring into the air, splitting into countless blades before launching his attack. Unlike Goku or Vegeta, I do not leisurely await my opponent's transformation or power-up. Though it may sound somewhat unreasonable, my principle is to seize victory when possible and never squander an opportunity. Lizette coldly pronounced the death sentence, then waved his hand. Number 13's torso, legs, arms, and neck, every joint of his body, was forcibly twisted in an unbendable direction. Stop! Those joints were not designed that way. Number 13 wished to scream this, but Lizette showed no signs of halting his assault. Ultimately, his entire form seemed to be caught in a tornado, twisted into a grotesque mass. Crack, ah! Every part of number 13 contorted and bent, accompanied by the jarring sound of metal fracturing, as his body underwent continuous deformation. Wires were exposed, parts scattered, sparks from short circuits flew, and even his inhuman roars, mingled with static, could not halt the destruction. His synthetic skin was torn apart, and his humanoid form utterly collapsed. It was not until number 13 was reduced to a heap of debris that the devastation ceased, his body discarded carelessly in the snow. That pile no longer resembled an android. It was merely an indistinguishable mass of iron shavings and wires. Lizette silently raised his hand, directing a key blast at the pitiful remnants, completely annihilating even the last remaining fragments. Subsequently, he also destroyed the remains of numbers 14 and 15, erasing all traces of their existence. Well, Goku's energy is moving towards the Baozi Mountain. It seems his heart condition has indeed flared up. I should go check on that. Lizette cast a glance at the spot where the sentient machines had once stood. He stared for a few moments, then lowered his head and silently flew away. Behind him, nothing remained except the unchanged ice and snow that had been there before their arrival. On the 13th, 5 billion. On the 14th, 200 million. On the 15th, 200 million, exceeding the 13th, 5 billion. Many may not have noticed or might have forgotten. Allow me to remind you that the protagonist's appearance is that of a mere 14-year-old. Moreover, due to the unchanging nature of this wish, his psychological age remains fixed at 14, a time of youthful exuberance, which occasionally manifests in somewhat childish behavior. As for his past life, it has been explained at the beginning. To him, his previous existence resembles a film, a review of a lifetime that does affect his current persona, albeit to a limited extent. Chapter 88. The complete form of Cell Strikes. When Lizette arrived, the battle had nearly concluded. Vegeta lay unconscious, his arm twisted at an unnatural angle. Trunks was also sprawled on the ground. Tien and Kaiatsu had similarly succumbed to exhaustion. Nappa's upper body was embedded in the earth. At that moment, the only ones still standing were Dallas, Piccolo, and Krillin. Krillin appeared to have caught the attention of his future wife, with kiss marks adorning his cheeks, evidently progressing toward the path of a life well lived. Lizette was aware that Krillin had recently been ensnared by a girl named Marin, and sincerely hoped for his continued happiness. Despite Krillin's lack of a nose, hair, short stature, misfortunes, absence of savings, job, home, experience, or education, his kind heart and appreciation for comrades deserved recompense. It was surprising that Krillin, who had not participated in the battle, remained unharmed, as did Dallas and Piccolo. What do you mean by unharmed? The other two were manageable. But that behemoth, Android 16, posed an insurmountable challenge. In the current situation, facing him head-on was futile. Lizette, astonished that Dallas and Piccolo had not been defeated, distributed his energy among all the fallen comrades, healing their injuries to a degree that they would not perish even if left unattended. Those two youngsters were still within our capacity to handle. Initially, Vegeta had been faring well against that woman, gaining the upper hand. The dark-haired adversary was also being subdued by Piccolo, but once that gigantic brute began to move, the tide turned dramatically. His strength was utterly absurd, and we were swiftly overwhelmed. That individual refrained from delivering a lethal blow, perhaps believing he had the situation well in hand. Curse it! From Dalla's and Piccolo's words, Lizette discerned that, thanks to their training, they had actually managed to suppress androids 17 and 18. However, therein lay the issue. Android 16 intervened to save the two, which led to our downfall. Yet, this could be seen as a silver lining. Their reluctance to kill indicated that 17 and the others were not cold-hearted androids, including 16. These beings might be open to communication. With proper dialogue, it was conceivable to win them over to our side. By the way, are you all right, Lord Kami? I heard from Dr. Jero that 3 rather formidable androids were seeking you. No need for concern. It has already been resolved. Truly impressive. Krillin marveled at Lizette's ability to inadvertently reduce the enemy count and mused that had he been present earlier, they might have triumphed over the androids. Yet, the thought that this would mean the downfall of Android 18 filled him with an inexplicable sense of resistance. At this moment, Krillin remained oblivious to the feelings he harbored for her. In any case, the priority was to lead everyone to Goku's home. Since the androids had already discerned their hiding place, it was imperative to relocate Goku to a secure location. For Lizette, the revelation that the androids were more benevolent than the future was indeed a positive development, as it reduced the number of adversaries he needed to confront by 3. If all went well, he might even persuade those 3 to join their cause. However, the immediate goal of the androids was to eliminate Goku, and he could not allow that to transpire. Thus, the urgent task was to conceal Goku in a safe haven. Presently, the only truly secure place on Earth was the realm of the heavens, where he resided. As long as the Dragon radar was not activated, the heavenly realm would remain hidden in an alternate dimension, fortified further by the barriers that were constantly deployed, making it undoubtedly the most impregnable fortress on Earth. Moreover, staying there would enable him to personally safeguard Goku. Why venture to Kame House, a location so easily anticipated? Lizette first gathered all the unconscious individuals into the gates of heaven, subsequently bringing Krillin and the others inside as well. The unconscious were attended to by Mr. Popo, who assisted in placing them onto beds. Afterward, he transported himself to Goku's home, bringing Goku, Yamcha, and Chi-Chi back to the heavenly realm. Consequently, Android 17 and his companions would no longer have the opportunity to slay Goku. Although the heavenly realm had been destroyed by Metal Cooler in the future, for the time being, New Namek remained tranquil, and Planet Costa had not yet approached. Lizette gazed down at the ground, feeling a temporary sense of relief. But it was prudent to first ascertain the location of the androids. However, as he focused his senses, he beheld a creature that should not have existed in this timeline, a monster with green skin and a cicada-like form. This was not an ordinary android, but rather a bioengineered cell creature, which should not have been completed in this era, only to be activated in a distant future. So, why is he on the ground? Android cell? What is happening? Did my future self merely watch this creature come into being? Lizette understood that, even without knowing the precise location, there existed a laboratory dedicated to the creation of Cell. Thus, locating the research facility and destroying it before Cell's birth should not pose a significant challenge. Moreover, Dr. Jero had likely long since abandoned that project, leaving no reason for the laboratory's location to have shifted. Yet, this was peculiar. Something was amiss. It was impossible. Lizette struggled to untangle his chaotic thoughts, yet he could not comprehend why this was occurring. Why? Why is this creature appearing in its perfect form in this era? Indeed, Cell had already attained his perfect state. He lacked the grotesque appearance characteristic of his first form. Instead, he possessed a remarkably handsome human visage, exuding an air of composure. Even more perplexing was his complete lack of intent to attack humans. Rather, he appeared to be searching for something, scanning his surroundings. Before long, Cell lifted his head, his gaze directed straight towards the heavenly realm, precisely the direction where Lizette resided. Subsequently, a subtle curve graced the corners of his mouth. Alas, I have been discovered. In an instant, Cell opened the door to make his escape, directly appearing in the realm of the gods. The sudden turn of events prompted Lisa to instinctively retreat, while Krillin and Darius immediately assumed a combat stance. Curiously, however, Lisa sensed no trace of malevolence emanating from Cell. The auras that should have belonged to Frieza and his progeny, as well as Vegeta, had completely vanished, replaced instead by a pure essence that was unmistakably Lisa's own. Unlike Lisa, this aura should have been detectable by Goku and others, yet its essence was undeniably identical to his. My aura? What is happening? While I can still sense Goku and Krillin's auras, mine seems overwhelmingly dominant. What have I done in the future? Do not be alarmed. I come not to harm you. Cell's deep, raspy voice resonated, his tone gentle, as if to soothe Lisa. He attempted to penetrate Lisa's thoughts with his psychic abilities, only to find himself utterly thwarted, his powers completely obstructed. This Cell possessed psychic abilities as well. I have come to see you, my dear father. Lisa was plunged into an abyss of confusion, issuing a silent cry. 17th, 900 million 18th, 800 million 16th, 2 billion perfect Cell, 20 billion chapter 89, Cell's adoptive father. I am your adoptive father? Indeed. Although there is no blood relation between us, I merely take the liberty of addressing you thus. Faced with the unannounced intrusion of Cell into the sanctuary, Lisa immediately adopted a defensive posture. When the name Cell arises, it evokes thoughts of one of the three great villains of Dragon Ball, alongside Frieza and Bu. Yet, in truth, compared to the latter two, Cell is not entirely irredeemable. To speak candidly, the rotund Bu, who indiscriminately slaughtered humanity merely for the thrill of it, embodies a far more profound deviation from virtue. Of course, this is relative to Majin Bu. Under normal circumstances, Cell's status as a villain is indisputable, without room for doubt. He has taken countless lives in pursuit of his perfect form and cannot be regarded as virtuous. Yet, here stands this very Cell, presenting a friendly demeanor and claiming no intention to inflict harm. Should one trust this? Should one harbor suspicion? Or should one feign trust to avert conflict? Lisa's mind was a tempest of turmoil, compounded by the unsettling realization that he held no chance of victory. Although Cell appeared to be holding back, the disparity in their respective auras was already insurmountable. Even if he were not exerting his full strength, his aura must surely surpass 10 billion. You must be aware of my true identity, correct? However, to rectify any misconceptions you may harbor and to facilitate understanding among others, I would like to request a moment of your time to explain, if you would be so kind. Very well. Thank you. Cell smiled gently, his gaze fixed upon Lisa. In that glance, there was no hostility. Indeed, it bore a faint hint of reverence. It is precisely for this reason that Lizette finds herself even more perplexed, her chaotic thoughts intensifying. Why has the once formidable Cell, one of the three greats, become so amicable? Is it an act? No. If he were truly an adversary, there would be no need to employ such tactics to lower the guard of the masses. The disparity in power between the two sides is already overwhelmingly apparent. My name is Cell, and I hail from 20 years hence, from the era of Trunks, who lies in repose at this very moment. A parallel world with only slight deviations in its timeline, created by an artificial being who traveled here via a time machine. You claim to be an android? Cell's astonishing declaration instinctively prompted Krillin to assume a combat stance. Yet, to Cell, Krillin's vigilance scarcely registered as a threat. He remained unfazed and continued. My creator is Dr. Gero, and the one who inherited the design and ultimately brought me to fruition is Bulma. In this sense, she could indeed be considered my kin. What? Once, Dr. Gero envisioned an ultimate android, one that amalgamated the cells of all warriors. However, due to the extensive time required for development, he ultimately abandoned the project, leaving me forsaken in the depths below. I must clarify that I neither regard Dr. Gero as family nor as my creator. Admittedly, his intellect is commendable for conceiving such a perfect being as myself, but that is where it ends. Upon learning that Bulma was the creator, contrasting emotions surged within Lizette. One was a glimmer of hope. If Bulma, rather than Dr. Gero, was the architect, perhaps this once dreaded android could indeed become an ally. The other was skepticism. Bulma specializes in mechanical engineering, not genetic research. This implies that having her complete Cell's creation is theoretically impossible. Yet, if anyone could achieve it, it might just be the genius Bulma. This notion lingered stubbornly in Lizette's mind. The tale must begin 20 years prior, set in an era that, while strikingly similar, is also distinctly different from the present, a world both near and far. It was a dark place, where time flowed aimlessly, and this laboratory had long been abandoned by its designer. In the murky liquid of the chamber, I, Cell, was granted life. My singular purpose was to eradicate Son Goku. However, the pivotal Son Goku had long since departed this world, leaving me devoid of meaning even before I was born. Nonetheless, the computer continued to supply me with cells, and I could only await in slumber, clinging to the hope of an eventual completion. It was then that a youth appeared. Since Dr. Gero's abandonment, this laboratory had seen no visitors, and this newcomer was a boy clad in pure white. Indeed, it is you, my adoptive father Lizette. His intentions were clear: to eliminate any potential new androids that could pose a threat to an already perilous Earth, to preemptively eradicate me. To this day, I remain ignorant of how he became aware of my existence. To me, he is still shrouded in many mysteries. In truth, had he truly harbored the desire to take my life at that moment, I would likely have ceased to exist, and such a world undoubtedly could have existed. Yet, my presence here today attests to the fact that he refrained from acting upon that impulse. Indeed, he did not slay me. Or rather, he was unable to do so. Perhaps because he sensed the essence of his companions, such as Sun Wukong and Krillin, within me, and this familiar feeling undermined his resolve. At that time, he had recently lost his comrades and could not bring himself to extinguish the life of one who bore their essence. Subsequently, in his inner turmoil, he sought counsel from Bulma. To kill was beyond him. To ignore the matter was entirely out of the question. After much contemplation, they resolved to take on the task of my creation. Bulma, while incapable of directly altering my physical form, was able to modify the computer that continuously manufactured me. She deleted the directive that called for the death of Sun Wukong from the educational program, and removed the genes of nefarious entities such as Frieza, his progeny, Vegeta, and Dariusu from my being. Although Vegeta has improved considerably since then, it is said that he was quite malevolent at that time. This indeed was a prudent decision. However, this left me in a predicament of genetic deficiency, making it a challenge not only to achieve my final form, but even to maintain my basic shape. The one who filled this void was you, my esteemed father. You bestowed upon me your own blood, allowing me to be re-engineered into a more perfect entity based on your genetic foundation. Additionally, the research findings of Dr. Will, sourced from who knows where, proved immensely beneficial to my development. Even more delightful was the gift of your eternally unchanging cells, which granted me a form that did not require alteration, my perfect state, thus resolving the flaw of needing to absorb androids 17 and 18 to attain completeness. It was Dr. Gero who conceived of me, while Bulma took charge of the project and brought me to fruition. Yet, to me, you are my true father. It is through the fusion of the cells you provided that I have become the present-day cell. For this reason, you hold a place in my heart as my genuine kin. In the years leading up to my completion, I departed the dim confines of the laboratory and resided in the sanctuary, the very same one in which you dwelled before ascending to divinity. In a future world where the temple has been obliterated, it stands as the sole bastion on earth. There, you supplied me with genes, conversing with me day after day, nurturing my growth. Through the computer, you instilled within me the imperative to refrain from senselessly attacking Earth and humanity, yet you never considered utilizing me as a weapon. You could have set the annihilation of hostile forces as my new objective, replacing the order to kill Sun Wukong, but you did not. You wished for me to live freely. Thus, I established my own goal. Since I was born as a perfect being, I must protect this powerful yet fragile father figure. This was not a mission bestowed upon me by others, but rather a meaning of existence I discovered for myself through my own volition. Yet ultimately, I was unable to realize this aspiration. When I finally came into being, everything had already concluded. The enemies I was determined to eradicate had long since vanished, and the father I vowed to protect had succumbed to an eternal slumber. I lament deeply, regretting profoundly my late arrival into this world. Without a guardian to protect or an adversary to vanquish, the innate power I possess loses all significance. Even after the annihilation of the bioengineered Broly, the shadows within my heart have yet to disperse. It was at this juncture that I stumbled upon the time machine Trunks intended to utilize. I perceived this as the singular opportunity to fulfill my mission. Thus, I seized the time machine from Trunks. Rest assured, I did not take his life. His mother, Bulma, is akin to family for me. I would never undertake an act that would lead him to despair. His resistance was met with a slightly forceful method, rendering him unconscious. Consequently, I have traversed to this era, driven by the desire to achieve what eluded me in the past. Upon hearing this, Lizette regarded him with skepticism. Indeed, from Sheru, he sensed an essence predominantly reminiscent of his own, devoid of the presence characteristic of Frieza and his progeny or Vegeta, a fact that was undeniable. Yet, he remained unconvinced. Even if his words were truthful, did that final statement not border on implausibility? For in this moment, he was not the Lizette he longed for. Although they were the same individual, they were ultimately distinct beings. Therefore, no matter how ardently he guarded his present self, it did not equate to safeguarding the person he truly wished to protect. In essence, this was merely a form of self-satisfying guardianship. Could he genuinely find contentment in this? Lizette could not suppress such thoughts. So, you bear no hostility? Indeed, I am your ally. You wish for us to trust you? Whether you believe or not is inconsequential. For my own sake, I shall proactively protect you and the Earth, eradicating foes. Shara declared confidently. For now, allow me to address the artificial beings, androids 17 and 18. To demonstrate my sincerity. In the future, they too wreaked havoc and, to me, are enemies deserving of disdain. What? Wait, Shara. This is unacceptable. Then, farewell. When we next meet, I assure you I will present their heads to you. It would fill me with genuine joy to see your spirit once more. As Shara spoke, he raised his index and middle fingers in a suave pose, completely disregarding Lizette's objections as he soared down from the temple. If he could proactively eliminate foes, it should be a cause for celebration. Should he succeed in defeating Metal Cooler and Broly, no one would contest such acts. However, androids 17 and 18 are different. In this world, they are not the irredeemable villains. They starkly contrast with the cruel androids known to Shara from the future. Oh no, I must stop Shara immediately. Honestly, whose genes did he inherit this stubbornness from? First, I must locate the whereabouts of androids 17 and 18. The Shara before him indeed differed from the Shara of the original tale. Though he feigned calm, there was an undeniable air of disconnection about him. To illustrate, it is akin to an individual feigning profound erudition, proudly submitting a paper that no one comprehends, only to discover that even their name is misspelled. At that moment, Lizette hastily sought the whereabouts of number 17 and number 18, preparing to relocate immediately. Meanwhile, the two were driving a stolen truck along the mountain road. He had intended to lie in wait near the truck, anticipating the arrival of Cell. But in the next instant, the truck carrying number 17 and the others was engulfed by the hyperspace, leading him to realize how naive his thoughts had been. Indeed, one must not forget that Cell's genetic foundation is derived from Lizette. Thus, it is not surprising that he would employ hyperspace movement. Utilizing such an ability to transfer foes elsewhere is entirely reasonable. Perhaps he sought to avoid causing destruction to Earth during the battle by relocating his enemies. Yet this rendered their location utterly untraceable. What to do? If this continues, Krillin may remain a bachelor for life. As Lizette's mind raced with anxious thoughts, he failed to hear Dallas behind him remarking that having someone assist in eliminating androids was rather advantageous. The paramount concern now is to ascertain the location of number 17 and number 18. Otherwise, they may indeed fall victim to Cell. After all, the outcome against the fully realized Cell android siblings is already evident. It is truly astounding that I find myself contemplating how to protect enemies from my companions. Not that I can yet confirm Cell is indeed a companion. Cell's display of friendliness is, in fact, an unexpected stroke of fortune. Although Lizette harbored suspicions that matters were not so straightforward, at least he was not immediately facing the peril of a sudden and total annihilation, which was a considerable relief. However, he could not bear the thought of Cell slaying number 17 and number 18, so he desperately attuned himself to Cell's aura, striving to avert this impending tragedy. Chapter 90. Cell commences his action. The androids found themselves in a state of bewilderment. They were originally united in their goal to eradicate Son Goku, racing down the mountain path in their stolen vehicle, when suddenly, a rift in the fabric of space opened before them, drawing them in. Anyone confronted with such an occurrence would be left astounded. Nevertheless, they retained a semblance of composure, for the androids, especially number 17, steadfastly believed themselves to be the supreme beings. Unlike other androids, he and number 18 were equipped with a perpetual energy core, their power boundless and inexhaustible. This formidable strength was so immense that even Dr. Gero, who had transformed them into androids, struggled to control it and had at one point sealed them away. At that time, Dr. Gero had contemplated diminishing their power and forcibly altering their personalities. Their rebellion against Dr. Gero, which compelled him to seal them, stemmed from the remnants of their human memories and identities. Thus, Dr. Gero believed that by erasing these memories and implanting new personalities, they would become loyal. Had he succeeded in that endeavor, the androids would likely have devolved into the exceedingly brutal demons that Dr. Gero envisioned. And had it not been for their mission to eliminate Son Goku, he might have indeed pursued such actions. Ultimately, this is merely a compromise. Having abandoned their foremost objective, the Doctor chose to first adjust their personalities, altering their very natures rather than preserving their power. Such a future must have existed at some point. However, Dr. Gero ultimately refrained from this course of action. He He prioritized the annihilation of his despised foe, Sun Wukong, unwilling to squander the potential of androids 17 and 18. The result was that the androids retained the benevolent personalities they had as humans while wielding overwhelming strength. Clearly, such beings would never heed the commands of Jero, who would casually reshape them, and it is indeed tragic that he met his demise as a consequence. Nevertheless, even if personality adjustment had been successful, the inherent ferocity of the androids would likely render them insubordinate. Thus, 17 regarded this unforeseen event as an enjoyable aspect of the game. With a combative yet composed expression, he exited the vehicle, followed closely by 18 and 16. The twin sister, 18, exuded a similar calmness, never doubting her potential for victory. In stark contrast stood 16, a man typically reticent, shrouded in mystery. Yet, at this moment, his countenance bore an uncommon gravity. Ah, another formidable entity has emerged. I have never encountered such a character before. Did Jero's intel mention this one, 18? No, I am unaware. However, it seems the Earth harbors various beings, perhaps demons or monsters, which might account for this creature. Outside the vehicle loomed a monstrosity, exuding an air of shrewdness, its visage undeniably handsome, far from an exaggeration. Yet, its form resembled that of an insect, unmistakably non-human. With its arms crossed, it scrutinized the androids, its expression mirroring that of 17, imbued with a calm assurance. Evidently, it too belonged to the type that never contemplates the possibility of defeat. You brought us to this place, did you not? 17 inquired, surveying the desolate surroundings anew. This was a barren wasteland. More precisely, it may have once hosted something of significance. Now, only remnants of civilization remained. Various structures had long since collapsed, leaving behind desolation. Had 17 and the others possessed knowledge of Frisia, they might have noted that the architectural style bore resemblance to that of Frisia's spacecraft. This was planet Gut, once inhabited by Frisia's subordinates, the Gutans, but obliterated by Vegeta approximately 4 years prior, rendering it a deserted planet. In such a locale, the magnitude of their battle would pose no threat of collateral damage. I see a judicious choice. I too abhor the needless destruction of nature and cities. 17 maintained his unwavering confidence, assuming a battle stance, while Cell stood with arms crossed, awaiting his assault. At that moment, the typically silent 16 suddenly intervened. No, 17. We cannot engage this foe. 16, you are equipped with an energy detector, are you not? If so, you should be acutely aware of the insurmountable disparity in power that exists between us. In response to Cell's words, number 16 remained silent. Yet this silence was tantamount to acquiescence. Indeed, number 16 had long discerned the formidable power of Cell, concluding that victory was an unattainable prospect. From the moment they first crossed paths, he was convinced that this was a creature with whom engagement was utterly futile. Who exactly are you? Are you a companion of Sun Wukong? Not entirely. I am a comrade of the Earth's deity. That deity wishes for Sun Wukong to survive. Hence I have come to eliminate those who target him. Faced with Cell's ambiguous response, number 17 scoffed derisively. The Earth's deity? This was mentioned in Groess intelligence. I never imagined a deity would nurture such a monstrosity. It is truly laughable. From the information at hand, this so-called deity seems less divine and more akin to a mere child. Silence, number 17. Do not provoke it. With a tone laced with mockery and disdain. Number 17's words prompted an immediate sense of danger in number 16, who hastened to intervene. However, it was too late. Cell had instantaneously appeared before number 17, seizing his arm. The sudden turn of events rendered number 17 momentarily speechless as he gazed up at Cell. The calm and cheerful demeanor that Cell had previously exhibited had vanished, replaced by an expression of utmost severity. Number 17, taken aback by this abrupt transformation, found himself at a loss for words, as Cell's voice, seemingly stifled with rage, echoed ominously. I shall not tolerate the insult to that esteemed individual. A powerful punch struck his abdomen. This was Cell's initial strike, and with that single blow, number 17 realized the gravity of the situation. This adversary was no ordinary foe. What overwhelming strength. With just one blow, number 17's knees buckled uncontrollably, and he crumpled to the ground in disarray, lacking the strength to rise, merely clinging to consciousness. Hey, number 17, what is happening? He was not causing a disturbance. Rather, the power of this being was beyond comprehension. Number 18, still unaware of the dire nature of events, uttered something nonsensical, prompting an immediate correction from number 16. Cell raised his palm, aiming at the crumpled number 17, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Observing this, number 16 rushed forward, striking at Cell's side. Yet, Cell remained unscathed. Not even a flinch. How bothersome. As a retort, Cell's energy blast obliterated half of number 16's face. To Cell, this was akin to swatting away an annoying insect, but for number 16, it was a grievous injury. Fortunately, as a purely robotic entity, such damage was not enough to claim his life, but normal function was now beyond his reach. Just lie still here. Unlike those two, you have not caused needless destruction and have sided with humanity. As long as you remain docile, I shall spare you. At last, number 18 grasped the severity of the situation and lunged at Cell, only to be effortlessly rebuffed as if she were a mere insect. Cell did not even make contact. The sheer force of the wind pushed number 18 back. Goh, don't be hasty. Your turn will come soon. Having easily subdued numbers 16 and 18, Cell once more raised his hand, targeting number 17. In the eyes of Cell, they were hardly worthy opponents, mere warm-up adversaries. The true challengers awaited in the forms of Metal Cooler and Broly. However, leaving these foes alive would likely invite complications later. Thus, Cell resolved to eradicate them, promptly unleashing a ki blast. Just then, a fissure suddenly tore through the space between them, consuming Cell's blast entirely. What is this? With Cell's astonishment, the rift in space gradually widened. Radiance spilled forth as the Earth's deity descended upon the distant planet of Namek. His demeanor was serene, yet a faint glow enveloped him, with white orbs of light shimmering around his form. This phenomenon typically manifested when one's explosive potential reached its zenith, indicating that he had already entered a state of combat upon his arrival. Moreover, 2 orbs of light orbited him, poised to counter any unexpected assault. It was immediately evident that he had activated his full power mode, even unfurling white wings, clearly signaling his distrust toward Cell. At the very least, he was prepared for an ambush from Cell, unreservedly displaying this readiness. Cell understood this, gently shrugging his shoulders. Enough is enough, Cell. Do not engage them any further. His golden eyes fixed intently on Cell. For Cell, ever since awakening from the incubation chamber, he had been ensnared in an endless slumber, never having opened his eyes. To be regarded in such a manner now felt oddly gratifying. A resigned smile graced his lips as he feigned curiosity. You have indeed found your way here, truly impressive. But why obstruct me? The androids should also be your enemies. In the world of the future, they wreaked havoc upon cities with a nonchalant demeanor. While they may not pose a formidable threat compared to those who will emerge later, eliminating them would not be detrimental to you, would it? In your future world, perhaps that holds true, but in this realm, the circumstances differ. They have committed no senseless slaughter or destruction, aside from minor thefts. Yet, one cannot guarantee they will continue this way. Faced with Cell's astute observations, Lizette momentarily fell silent, casting a furtive glance towards Android 17 and the others. Cell, observing this, quickly discerned that Lizette was calculating the opportune moment to open a subspace portal. I see. He realizes he stands no chance in direct confrontation, thus seeking to divert attention through dialogue, hoping to seize the chance to open a portal to rescue the androids. Had it been anyone else, this ruse might have succeeded. But before him stood Cell, a creation born from Lizette's very cells. Thus, discerning his intentions was a trivial matter, and formulating a countermeasure came effortlessly. Nevertheless, Cell ultimately decided to acquiesce to his request, recognizing that opposing him at this juncture would not serve his interests. However, I harbor no intention of opposing you for the sake of these androids. Very well, if you wish to take them, do so. If this is indeed your desire, I shall strive to honor it. Should they betray your trust in the future, I shall deal with them then. Your straightforwardness has indeed been a tremendous help to me. To be frank, your remarkable understanding leaves me somewhat apprehensive. Oh dear, it seems I have grown quite wary of you. This, I presume, is related to the knowledge you possess, is it not? Did I truly divulge such matters to you? The expression on Lizette's face was one of utter astonishment, nearly prompting her to spill forth even more words. Observing this, Scherer stifled a chuckle. Indeed, his essence bore no significant difference from that of the future world. Generally, he exuded a gentle composure, perpetually maintaining his calm while contemplating various matters. He consistently adopted an air of omniscience, unwilling to reveal his vulnerabilities to others. Yet, at his core, he was merely a child brimming with curiosity, which led him to expose his flaws in such moments. It was akin to someone flawlessly crafting an essay, submitting it with nonchalance, astonishing everyone, only to discover that the fundamental direction of the paper had been erroneous from the outset. In the future, you were considerably weakened, having endured immense psychological turmoil. Bearing the weighty responsibility of safeguarding the Earth, you could not afford to show any sign of fragility to anyone. Yet even so, you must have yearned to confide your woes to someone, even if that someone was a monster like me. Do not be too harsh on your future self. Even your weaknesses are cherished aspects of my beloved father figure. Lizette had already berated her future self in her mind, wondering what on earth this individual was doing. However, it seemed Cheryl had observed everything keenly. With a playful tease, Cheryl nudged the 17th model towards Lizette. Well then, I shall take my leave. Until we meet again. What are your plans next? For now, I must hide, as humans tend to fear me upon sight. However, I assure you, should Earth or you find yourselves in peril, I will undoubtedly come to your aid. With that, Cheryl opened a spatial portal and vanished, leaving no trace of his presence. Lizette gazed at the desolate landscape of Guter Planet before activating the teleportation portal. At this moment, she had to first relocate the artificial beings to a place far removed from Sun Wukong. The Divine Hall was certainly not an option. Bringing the artificial beings there could lead to catastrophic consequences in the event of a confrontation. Thus, it seemed prudent to find a location to construct a dwelling for them to reside in. Additionally, the situation concerning the 16th model required urgent attention. He needed to be sent to the capsule company for repairs. Despite having lost half his face, he continued to function, which was indeed impressive. Yet his appearance was far too grotesque and required prompt rectification. In any case, swift action was imperative. With this in mind, Lizette returned to Earth with the artificial beings. Chapter 92, near the Bicasta star. This vicinity should suffice. Lizette surveyed the surroundings of the forest, encircled by trees, and spoke softly. A small stream flowed nearby, and the fruits within this forest were remarkably abundant. The refuge chosen by him for number 18 and number 17 is an uninhabited island located in the heart of the Red Sea. Lizette speculates that even here, Shara may not easily locate them. This island was once the site of the palace of King Carrick II, but has since transformed into a verdant paradise. Employing his mystical art of material creation, Lizette fixes the elements from the air and conjures various materials from the void. He manipulates these materials with his extraordinary powers, sometimes joining them, other times cutting them, ultimately crafting a spacious wooden house that comfortably accommodates both of them. Furniture and other items are fashioned in a similar manner, casually arranged, for if number 18 and number 17 are dissatisfied with the placement, they will adjust it themselves. At the moment, arranging according to whim poses no issue. Although uncertain whether the artificial beings require such amenities, Lizette nonetheless constructs a restroom and a bathing area, equipping the space with other essential living necessities. Should they require anything further, he can easily provide it later. How impressive it is to have erected a house in the blink of an eye. Divinity, indeed, seems capable of anything. However, it is not so remarkable. In terms of this particular ability, I may be the most inept among all the celestial beings. In response to number 18's generous praise, Lizette humbly contradicted her. In his view, this statement was not mere modesty, but a reflection of reality. Indeed, he possesses the ability to create matter from nothing and can conjure substantial objects using immense energy, if he so desired. He could even fabricate an entire city at this moment. He can infuse life into plants for rapid growth and possesses abilities such as farsight, subspace movement, and telepathy. Even the moon, once destroyed by Piccolo, he successfully restored under the guidance of the previous celestial beings. Especially in nurturing plant life, his skills have seen remarkable enhancement since he began his training in the cosmos. Yet, Lizette cannot create Dragon Balls like the former celestial beings. Nor can he project Goku's voice throughout the universe as the King of Worlds does. He cannot restore the bodies of the deceased like King Enma, nor possess the capability to awaken latent potential in others like the old Kai. Perhaps he commands more skills than the younger King of Worlds. But this is hardly a source of pride. Even if his combat power surpasses others, his core abilities as a celestial being are evidently lacking. This is a limitation that Lizette, having ascended from humanity to divinity, cannot transcend. Once number 17 awakens, please convey to him that he should abandon thoughts of troubling Goku and instead live peacefully here. Understood, I shall endeavor to persuade him. After all, we clearly stand no chance against that monster, and I have an inkling that we could not defeat you either. Without an energy detector, How could you possibly know you cannot defeat me? It's just a woman's intuition. Surprisingly, number 18 readily accepted Lizette's proposition. Perhaps she too concluded that temporarily relinquishing the pursuit of Goku and maintaining a low profile for a while is the wisest choice. On the 18th, the individual known as number 18 was not particularly fixated on locating Goku. For her, the initial goal of eradicating Goku stemmed more from a need for a clear direction after undergoing her transformation. What truly weighed on her mind was the arbitrary nature of her transformation into an android. Thus, she felt compelled to at least fulfill the objective assigned by her creator as a means of solace. Ultimately, the completion of that goal was of little significance to her. Upon hearing number 18's response, Lizette exhaled in relief and promptly departed from the location. After entrusting number 16 to the Capsule Corporation, Lizette returned to the temple, only to sense an unusual energy emanating from New Namek, with wavelengths that felt decidedly off. Alarmed, he immediately attempted to use his long-range vision for investigation, and indeed, he discovered a massive mechanical planet, resembling a parasite, looming over New Namek. It appeared that Metal Cooler was finally making his entrance. To make matters worse, Goku was currently bedridden with illness, which meant that this confrontation would have to unfold without him. Additionally, with Cell still present on Earth, it was imperative to retain sufficient combat strength to address any unforeseen crises during his absence. The prospect of Earth facing danger without capable defenders was troubling. "Everyone, listen to me," Lizette proclaimed to the companions who were regaining their senses after battling the androids. "Do you remember my previous encounter with Frisia's brother, Cooler? He has been resurrected and is now on New Namek. What? That fiend has truly returned." Trunks was the first to react, which was somewhat unexpected. Lizette then recalled that Trunks hailed from a future divergent from the original timeline. He had already encountered Metal Cooler, and it could be said that his bleak future was largely attributable to this formidable foe. The destruction of the temple had rendered the room of spirit and time inaccessible, and the devastation of Korin Tower had severed their supply of senzu beans. For Trunks, Metal Cooler was far more loathsome than the androids. Indeed, if left unchecked, New Namek would face annihilation, and its inhabitants would be slaughtered. Moreover, they would inevitably make their way to Earth, necessitating a proactive approach to expel them entirely. This would be a pivotal battle to avert a future steeped in despair. As soon as Lizette finished speaking, Trunks nodded in agreement, and the other warriors silently expressed their concurrence. Only Vegeta appeared disinterested, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, occasionally casting furtive glances in their direction. If he were intrigued, he ought to express it openly rather than feigning indifference. However, the timing of new enemies emerging on Earth remained uncertain, and vigilance towards Cell's movements was essential. Therefore, not everyone could be dispatched to New Namek. Lizette would determine who would go, and he hoped there was no dissent. "Count me in. I have no objections. Rest assured, Piccolo will definitely join," he added. The judicious allocation of combat strength was crucial. Currently, aside from Yukong, the 5 strongest individuals are Lizette, Dales, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Trunks. However, it is imperative not to dispatch all 5 to the New Namek. Moreover, Lizette and Piccolo have already confirmed their participation in this operation, leaving room for only one more individual to accompany them, while the remainder must remain on Earth for defense. Consequently, Gohan will stay in the temple to care for Yukong, with Krillin assisting him. The team heading to the New Namek includes Rabbit Leader, Naba, Trunks, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu. Ultimately, Lizette finalized the deployment. On Earth, Dales, Vegeta, Gohan, Yamcha, Krillin, Mr. Popo, and Master Karin will remain. The assault on the New Namek will be undertaken by Lizette, Trunks, Piccolo, Naba, Rabbit Leader, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu. According to the plan, Lizette, Trunks, and Piccolo will engage Metal Cooler, while Naba and others will deal with the mass-produced robots and rescue the Namekians. Among these missions, the rescue of Elder Muri and Din takes utmost priority. Even in dire circumstances, preserving one of them will allow the situation to be salvaged with the Dragon Balls. Chapter 93, Journey to the New Namek. Let us depart. All right, let us go. Humph. Let Cooler regret daring to lay waste to the Namek. Lizette opened a portal, and Trunks and Piccolo followed closely behind. Who could have imagined that the Hell Spiral, originally utilized by King Cold II to seal enemies within his own created subspace, would be transformed by Lizette into a convenient spatial mobility technique? If King Cold II were aware of this, one wonders what his thoughts would be. Of course, Lizette is also capable of utilizing the original function of the Hell Spiral. However, his created subspace possesses a flaw. As long as the enemy's power level does not differ significantly from his own, they can break free from the space and escape, thus limiting its practicality. Upon passing through the portal, the group arrived at the new Namek. At a glance, many Namekians were being escorted by robotic soldiers. The Namekians. It appears they wished to capture them alive to seize their energy. Lizette swiftly intervened to restrain Trunks, who was ready to draw his sword, and then unleashed his psychic abilities, targeting all visible robotic soldiers. In an instant, the robots detonated one after another, granting the Namekians their freedom. Although the robots' armor appeared formidable, even the toughest exterior was rendered meaningless in the face of psychic prowess. Lizette directly disrupted their internal circuitry, causing them to self-destruct. Trunks, Piccolo, conserve your strength for the impending battle with Cooler. I can handle this level of adversary alone. Incredible. Lizette's psychic abilities are astonishingly potent. Even in the past world, his strength remains undiminished. Watching Lizette effortlessly vanquish the foes, Trunks wore a smile of relief. Yet in truth, the Lizette of Trunks' future had not yet attained such formidable power. At that time, his maximum combat power barely exceeded 1 billion. In this realm, Lizette, in preparation for the impending battle, had already consumed the super divine water. This very vial of super divine water had created a significant disparity in strength between the two versions of him across time and space. However, due to the elusive nature of Lizette's aura, Trunks remained oblivious to this fact. As Lizette led Trunks and the others towards the Picasta Star, he effortlessly obliterated any robotic soldiers they encountered along the way. To bystanders, it appeared as if the robots were spontaneously exploding, leaving the Namekians in a state of bewilderment. Let me briefly outline our battle plan. First, we will infiltrate the interior of Picasta Star. Naba, you and your 3 companions will act separately to rescue the captured Namekians. Understood? Leave it to us. No problem. All right. Within the depths of Picasta Star, it is likely that many Namekians are still imprisoned. If left unchecked, these Namekians would be drained of energy and executed, prompting Lizette to assign the rescue mission to Naba and the rabbit leader. The 4 accepted the task with enthusiasm. I, along with Piccolo and Trunks, shall venture to the deepest recesses of Picasta Star. The deepest recesses? Yes, I can sense Gula's presence from there. His true form is likely situated in that very location. Concerning the intelligence on Metal Gula, Goku and Lizette had already informed everyone. Not only were they aware of Metal Gula, but all information regarding foes that could plunge the future into despair was communicated without reservation to each ally. Thus, everyone understood that Metal Gula was a mass-produced robot, and the more of them they defeated, the stronger the subsequent iterations would become. However, we would undoubtedly face numerous Metal Gulas as we made our way to the depths. Do you have any countermeasures in mind? As for countermeasures, they may not be particularly ingenious given the current circumstances. There should be a significant power gap between Metal Gula and me. Of course, this gap will gradually diminish as I continue to defeat them, but at least initially, I can hold them off alone. In response to Piccolo's inquiry, Lizette's reply was straightforward and direct, lacking in strategy, appearing more as a head-on confrontation. Metal Gula possesses a bizarre trait. When they are attacked or destroyed, they transmit their data back to the core, thereby creating stronger individuals. This means that as long as the core remains intact, the mass-produced Metal Gulas will only grow in strength and proliferate endlessly, a nightmarish scenario indeed. Lizette speculated that perhaps in Trunks' future, it was precisely because he had to repeatedly defeat the invading Metal Gulas to protect the city and humanity that they had ultimately evolved to an unassailable level. For this reason, he believed that it was imperative to eliminate Gula's core while the battlefield was still on the new Namek star, with Picasta Star in close proximity. How can you do this? Are you intending to act as bait alone? Indeed, I will do my utmost to draw the attention of Metal Gula while you take this opportunity to defeat the core. In the face of Trunks' anxious protests, Lizette responded with unwavering resolve. Though there existed a strategy involving Bick and Trunks serving as decoys while he launched a direct assault on the core, the likelihood of success in such an endeavor might have been greater. However, Lizette was acutely aware that this course of action would likely result in the demise of either Trunks or Bick. In contrast, he determined that he would better serve the team by restraining the Metal Gula Legion himself, thereby allowing Trunks and the others to mount a surprise attack on the core, thus increasing the chances of everyone returning safely. This was the conclusion he reached after careful deliberation. Ah, Lord Deity, I have an idea. Since this is so troublesome, why don't we simply use a portal to charge directly to the core and take him down together? If it were that simple, I would have done so long ago. In response to that seemingly reasonable suggestion from Baba, Lizette shook his head. In truth, he had been attempting to teleport near the Gula core since earlier. Yet he had been met with failure each time. Neither portals nor instantaneous movement proved effective. Lizette hypothesized that this was likely due to the metal Gula's own capacity for instantaneous movement, which must have prompted it to protect its core by establishing a barrier or force field around it to disrupt spatial movement. Indeed, he had anticipated this obstacle. He recalled how his future self had once cast the entire Bicasta planet into subspace, an act that was inherently peculiar. If it were feasible to teleport directly before the core, why would there be a need to exert such effort in casting the mechanical planet into subspace? Destroying the core would naturally lead to the annihilation of Metal Gula. Since his future self had not accomplished this, it indicated the impossibility of such an action. Though the original narrative did not mention Metal Gula possessing the ability to disrupt spatial movement, the absence of mention does not imply its non-existence. It is conceivable that Lizette's presence compelled Gula to evolve this new ability in response to him. Regardless of the reasoning, the plan to initiate a surprise attack through teleportation had become untenable. Thus, the only recourse left was to proceed cautiously, infiltrating the interior of Bicasta step by step. Chapter 94. Confronting the Metal Gula horde. The moment Lizette entered Bicasta, he instructed Trunks and the others to conceal their presence while he boldly advanced from the front. His objective was singular, to reach the core of Gula without hesitation, unfurling his luminous wings and accelerating at full speed. To Gula, Lizette appeared to be launching a direct offensive against the core. If he could reach it unimpeded, he intended to personally obliterate it. Consequently, Gula would be compelled to deploy the Metal Gula Legion to thwart his advance, which was precisely Lizette's intention. As long as Metal Gula was drawn toward him, Trunks and the others could more easily approach the Gula core from other angles. In essence, Lizette was to play the role of a decoy, albeit one imbued with offensive capabilities. Should the adversary show even a slight lapse in defense, he would seize the opportunity to break through to the core. At last, you have made your appearance. It is fortuitous, Earth's deity. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. The first to materialize was a fully silver-hued Metal Gula, standing resolutely before Lizette. Under ordinary circumstances, the sight of Gula's revival would elicit shock from the onlookers. However, fate deemed it otherwise. For Lizette had already been privy to the news of his resurrection. Thus, devoid of any astonishment, Lizette launched an assault upon the astonished Gula. With a hand pressed against his abdomen, he unleashed a devastating energy blast at point-blank range, obliterating him with overwhelming force. Without so much as a glance back, he surged forward, shattering walls in his path as he raced towards the shortest route to his true form. At this juncture, Gula finally succumbed to panic. An army of metallic Gulas materialized, encircling Lizette as if to thwart his advance. To be fair, this scene was enough to instill despair, especially for those like Goku and Vegeta, who once struggled against a single metallic Gula and now found themselves utterly helpless. The ability to destroy a fortified version of me with a single strike indicates you've grown stronger than I anticipated. Yet, I possess countless avatars. No matter how formidable you become, victory eludes you. The metallic Gulas spoke in unison, their voices resonating with an irritating echo. Frankly, the sound was exceedingly bothersome. Could they not let a single representative speak? Lizette concealed his annoyance beneath a facade of composed amusement. So, you rely on quantity when quality fails? How simplistic. He allowed his light wings to shine ever brighter, scattering countless particles of light. This was merely a performance. He feigned an all-out effort to break through this moment, knowing Gula would be compelled to desperately obstruct him, leaving no attention for other directions. With the intent of serving as bait, he resolved to create as much commotion as possible, dazzling all eyes with his flamboyant actions. This was his stage, and he was the performer. It was his duty to captivate the audience's gaze, diverting their attention from the movements behind the scenes. Thus, Lizette radiated an even more divine light. Charging towards the metallic Gula army, he soared at remarkable speed, leaving behind trails of light while executing sharp, angular maneuvers that defied the laws of physics, teasing the metallic Gulas. Then, from above, he unleashed energy blasts that bombarded and destroyed several of them. Even as metallic gulas attempted to strike him, they could not land a blow. Against Lizette's speed, all their attacks were futile, merely slicing through the air. Too slow, he declared, spinning in the air as his light wings expanded, sweeping away all nearby metallic gulas. He further unfurled his wings, sending forth countless feather-shaped energy blasts that accurately targeted the metallic gulas on the ground. Subsequently, he combined his afterimage technique with high-speed movement, leaving behind phantoms that, through the solidification of energy, took on the semblance of sentient avatars or self-aware energy blasts, making it appear as though the afterimages possessed substance and were launching assaults. To Gula and his cohorts, what they presumed to be mere shadows did not vanish. Instead, they charged directly at them, completely defying their expectations. These avatars of Lizette systematically annihilated the surrounding metallic gulas, vanishing without a trace after fulfilling their purpose. The luminous wings expanded once more, and Lizette charged directly toward the remaining metallic gula battalion. Though resembling wings, their essence was merely concentrated energy. Upon contact with the radiant wings, the metallic gula were sent flying, yet Lizette continued to advance unwaveringly. Enveloped in a white aura, he forged ahead, breaching walls and reducing the distance to his core further. The initial wave of assault was utterly dismantled, and in this single skirmish, he had obliterated nearly 100 metallic gula. However, soon after, a second and third wave of the metallic gula legion surged forth, surrounding him as if to obstruct his path. Even more troubling was the evident increase in strength of these newly emerged metallic gula. "Stop! You shall not take another step. Do you think I will halt merely because you command it?" Lizette maintained his smile, gently clapping his hands as if swatting a fly. In an instant, two colossal hands of white energy manifested, seizing the metallic gula within their grasp and crushing them mercilessly. Subsequently, these energy hands swirled with Lizette's movements, sending the surrounding gula hurtling to the ground. Finally, as if in prayer, Lizette slowly brought his hands together, enveloping the entire area with the massive energy palms, ensnaring all the metallic gula within. With hands clasped, Lizette adopted a posture of supplication, crushing the metallic gula contained in his palms. Ultimately, the white energy hands ignited a tremendous explosion, leaving no remnants of the metallic gula. The second wave of assault concluded as well. Lizette broke through the walls once again, continuing his flight, drawing ever closer to the vicinity of his core. It appeared that the gula had finally exhausted their options. As more metallic gula emerged in succession, Lizette utilized his distant sight to discern that the robotic soldiers in other areas had ceased operations, clearly indicating that Costa Star had allocated all its capabilities to the production and enhancement of the metallic gula. Upon entering a narrow passage, Lizette paused to steady his breath. Is it finally time for a serious confrontation? Just as I desire. Next, it shall be an all-out battle. Despite the escalating threat posed by the metallic gula, Lizette felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow, yet the corners of his mouth curved into a smirk. If the adversary sought to surpass him, it would not be long before they did. For now, he merely needed to endure and buy time. Trunks and Piccolo would surely annihilate the core. You scoundrel, don't think this will go smoothly. At present, things appear quite favorable, at least for now. In the face of the furious metallic gula, who continued to shout in unison, Lizette extended his arms wide. He heightened his energy, radiating a brilliant white light. Furious torrent. He thrust his hands forward, unleashing a torrent of surging energy. The passage was far too narrow for the metallic gula to evade. The white aurora engulfed the entire battalion, sending them all careening away. Yet, it seemed the enemy's resources were far from depleted, as new metallic gula charged forth, overwhelming the senses. Nevertheless, while they relied on numbers, he too could retaliate with sheer quantity. Lizette conjured two orbs of light, allowing them to hover around him, and once again adopted the same stance. Furious torrent. Lizette's hands once more unleashed a torrent of energy, while simultaneously, two orbs of light emitted slightly weaker waves of power. The three streams converged, spiraling forward, executing a triple barrage of energy blasts that effortlessly engulfed the metallic gulas once again. Ha ha ha. Lizette began to pant, secretly reflecting that perhaps his previous attack had been too ferocious. Yet, without such force, it would have been impossible to vanquish those metallic gula legions. On the surface, he appeared to handle the situation with ease, but in reality, each assault demanded his utmost effort, devoid of any reservations. Despite having obliterated a significant number of foes, The metallic gulas continued to emerge relentlessly, and with each appearance, the sense of oppression intensified. The reason Lizette had commenced employing energy waves for large-scale cleansing was due to his understanding. Once surrounded, evasion would become exceedingly difficult. Thus, he purposefully remained within this narrow passage, where enemies could congregate densely, allowing him to ensnare the reinforcements of metallic gulas in one fell swoop. Confronted with yet another relentless wave of metallic gulas, Lizette concentrated energy between his hands, propelling a meteor-like white orb forward with force. Shimmering meteor. This was the technique he had once used to repel the Gula supernova, burying it in the process. In this moment, the technique once again filled the Gula's field of vision, sweeping away the metallic Gulas in its path. The destroyed metallic Gulas howled in unison. Curse technique. Lizette internally scoffed. Can't anyone manage to say a word? Ha 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 ha. The expenditure of energy far exceeded his expectations. His legs trembled, yearning for immediate respite. Yet a new battalion of metallic gulas appeared in synchronized formation, compelling Lizette to elevate his energy once more. Raging torrent. He unleashed another wave of energy for the fourth time. However, this time, the metallic gulas, having learned from their previous engagements, simultaneously executed teleportation, repositioning themselves behind Lizette. Unbeknownst to Lizette, who was entirely unguarded, the metallic gulas prepared to launch their assault. Yet, they witnessed Lizette's energy wave being consumed by the subspace, the exit of which astonishingly materialized behind him, right before them. They realized they had been seen through. Indeed, Lizette had long since unraveled their scheme. The metallic gulas had refrained from utilizing teleportation earlier, waiting for the opportune moment, allowing Lizette to annihilate them in waves until he became accustomed to the rhythm of battle, before collectively shifting behind him for a surprise attack. However, Lizette not only fully comprehended this strategy, but also turned it against them. Yet, the fortified metallic gulas could no longer be annihilated in one fell swoop. Lizette had to pivot immediately, launching a second barrage at them. Raging torrent. He spread his arms wide, firing the torrent with one hand. Although the power diminished somewhat with a single-handed launch, the simultaneous dual attack minimized the gaps in his defense. Subsequently, Lizette spun in place, encompassing all directions in his assault range, ultimately achieving the complete annihilation of the metallic gulas. In terms of tactics, Lizette emerged victorious. He completely unraveled his adversary's schemes and successfully countered. However, he had exhausted his strength, the earlier look of ease having vanished entirely, replaced by a visage etched with fatigue. His fingers trembled, and his vision began to blur. His legs wobbled noticeably, and sweat streamed unceasingly. The radiant wings that had previously unfurled were now a distant memory, clearly indicating that he was on the brink of his limits. Lizette was inherently a skilled warrior, adept at manipulating the forms of energy and engaging in subspace combat, rather than relying on sheer energy output, a method more characteristic of Vegeta. Were it Vegeta in this narrow corridor, he might have bombarded the enemy relentlessly until Trunks and the others could dismantle the core. Yet, Lizette was incapable of such endurance. There existed an insurmountable disparity in fundamental physical strength between Earthlings and Scions. Even though Lizette's stamina currently surpassed that of Goku, if their combat powers were equal, Lizette's stamina might not even reach half of Goku's. Nevertheless, the enemy would not take such factors into account. Instead, they would ruthlessly exploit this vulnerability. The metallic Gula reappeared, but this time, it did not charge forward. Instead, it advanced slowly, as if tightening the noose. Hee. You have indeed eliminated quite a number of my avatars, but it appears this is your limit, isn't it? However, I must commend you. Thanks to you, my resources on planet Bicasta are dwindling as well. Well, that is indeed good news. So, as long as I can hold out, I will be able to defeat you? That is true, but you are already out of strength. Lizette reached for the senzu bean at his chest, but as he lifted his hand, mechanical tendrils emerged from the wall and ensnared him. Realizing the gravity of his predicament too late, he found his other hand, legs, and torso tightly bound, his movements completely inhibited. What a pity. You must understand, this very fortress, more than the planet Bicasta itself, is part of me. The final trump card revealed is I. Evidently, Gula could have unleashed such tendril attacks at any moment, yet he had refrained from doing so. He understood that if employed while Lizette still had strength, he would surely evade it. Moreover, once used, it would raise Lizette's vigilance. Thus, he had waited for this optimal moment. Yet, even so, the victor of this contest remained Lizette, who had flawlessly fulfilled the role of bait. And the moment of reversal he anticipated was quietly approaching. Gah! The metallic gula emitted a shriek. Simultaneously, explosions echoed in the distance as Piccolo and Trunks' energy surged dramatically. Clearly, they had successfully reached the core and commenced their assault. The outcome was now clear. Once the core was destroyed, the metallic gula legion would lose its strength, causing planet Bicasta to collapse in turn. Lizette chuckled softly and addressed the metallic gula. It seems Trunks and Piccolo have reached their destination. You fiend, could it be that from the very beginning? Indeed, just as you suspected, I was the bait. The true trump card revealed at last is none other than me. You scoundrel. The metallic gula erupted in a dazzling display of sparks, emitting a pained howl. Undoubtedly, his true form was still resisting Piccolo and others. He was originally a character whom even a weakened Goku could defeat with a single blow. His true form was weaker than the mass-produced versions, a fact that, while intriguing, was hardly a commendable trait. There was no doubt that he was no match for Piccolo and Trunks. At that moment, his life flickered like a candle in the wind. Yet, unexpectedly, the metallic gula made a surprising move. Instead of retreating to support his true form, he relinquished his self-preservation and raised his hand towards Lizette. I will die here, but you must accompany me. You and I must personally slay you. You are my prey. Gula roared with crimson eyes, unleashing a ki blast with all his might. Lizette had no way to evade. He fully activated his barrier, but was acutely aware that, in his current state, he could not withstand this attack. Gritting his teeth, he braced himself for the impending agony, silently repeating to himself, I cannot die here. Just as the blinding light, a manifestation of Gula's hatred, was about to strike him. A green figure suddenly intervened, blocking the assault. Your tactics are indeed commendable, but you always rush the final step. It is your perennial flaw. The man did not raise a barrier but stood there calmly, rendering Gula's ki blast unable to touch Lizette in the slightest. By merely standing his ground, he shielded Lizette from Gula's desperate attack. The man before Lizette was Cell, who revealed a genuine and effortless smile, contrasting sharply with the guise he had previously worn. Allow me to assist you with this final step. Cell severed the tendrils ensnaring Lizette, then turned his attention to the metallic gula. Simultaneously, he created a barrier around Lizette, ensuring that he would remain unharmed. Kamehameha. Cell adopted the very same stance as Goku, beginning to gather his energy. The planet of Bicasta trembled violently under the weight of this overwhelming power. Even within the barrier, Lizette trembled in fear of this force. This energy, Cell's, was a realm that Lizette could not hope to reach, even at a 50-fold or even a 100-fold burst. The metallic gula also realized the disparity in power between them. Yet he charged at Cell with eyes aflame, teetering on the brink of disintegration. No, do not interfere. He is my prey. A thunderous wave of energy erupted as Cell unleashed his Kamehameha, silencing the metallic gula's roar. This azure-white beam consumed the already damaged metallic gula, its might undiminished as it surged forward. It shattered walls, traversed various realms, and even sent the true form, which Trunks and others were poised to obliterate, hurtling away. Even so, the beam did not wane. It continued on, ultimately escaping the confines of New Namek and soaring into the distant cosmos. Lizette was left dumbfounded by the sheer terror of this power, while Cell turned to him, offering a feigned smile. The final step should indeed unfold like this. Lizette could utter no words, his eyes wide in astonishment as he gazed at Cell. Chapter 96. The Soul of Gula in a Distant Universe. The legendary Super Saiyan launched an assault on the Southern Galaxy. This event unfolded in the region commonly referred to as the Northern Galaxy, where the star system inhabited by Lizette and his companions resides, with the Southern Galaxy being its farthest counterpart. As a galaxy, it naturally harbors countless stars, ideally resembling the densely populated expanse of a solar system. However, at some point, this celestial sea began to be methodically ravaged by a solitary destroyer. The inhabitants of this realm did not remain passive. Undoubtedly, there were those hailed as heroes who rose to the occasion, and perhaps even deities graced each planet. Yet, this man slaughtered them all, leaving no trace behind. He regarded all weapons as trifles, effortlessly dismantling them, even when pitted against the entirety of life in the Southern Galaxy. He maintained an overwhelming advantage. Ultimately, even the Cosmic King, known as the Lord of the Southern Realm, who summoned heroes from the underworld to confront him, was effortlessly vanquished and obliterated by this man. He is, indeed, the embodiment of legend itself. The title of the strongest warrior in the universe, passed down among the Psiots, is no mere fabrication, and his greatest delights lie in bloodshed and carnage. He epitomizes the very essence of the Psion race. As of now, the fangs of this man have yet to be directed towards the northern galaxy. However, the fated encounter is silently drawing near. After Cell eliminated Gula, Lizette found himself adrift amidst the crumbling remnants of the Bicasta planet. Upon sensing the energy signatures, he discerned that Trunks, Piccolo, and the other Namekians had successfully escaped, leaving only Lizette and Cell within the fortress. Both activated their energy shields, ensuring they remained unscathed amid the planet's collapse. Thanks to the use of senzabeans, Lizette's energy was fully restored, and he calmly searched for something within the disintegrating mechanical world. What are you doing? This place is about to collapse entirely. Please wait a moment longer. I must locate something. Although Gula had been defeated, leaving without addressing the lingering threat would only sow seeds of unease. Situated beyond the jurisdiction of the king of the Northern Realm, if left unchecked, Gula's soul might be unable to traverse to the underworld and would instead drift aimlessly in this universe for eternity. While it might be true that even Gula's soul would struggle to stir much turmoil, Lizette did not harbor the optimism to allow such an unknown threat as Gula's vengeful spirit to persist. If accused of being overly cautious, he would have no retort. If deemed excessively fearful, he could only acquiesce. Yet, the very essence of Gula's soul invoked a sense of foreboding, suggesting that even in its spectral form, it could instigate unforeseen calamities. Perhaps it would seize another's body, or possibly, through sheer hatred, reconstruct its corporeal form. In every situation, there lies a chance, however minute, that it could transpire. Thus, Lizette was resolute in his determination to find Gula's soul. Lacking the ability to perceive souls himself, he had nonetheless witnessed their forms multiple times in the underworld. With a mindset of cautious experimentation, he mused that by concentrating intently, he might glimpse an entity akin to a soul. Remarkably, the outcome proved to be even more fortuitous than he had anticipated. In this crumbling mechanical world, he truly discovered the soul of the otherworldly entity, Gula, which continued to emit a haunting wail of resentment. Not only that, but his eyes could distinctly perceive the form of the soul, and even his instinctively outstretched hand managed to grasp it. This was entirely beyond Lizette's expectations. It turned out that a soul could indeed be seized. Is it truly there? Can't you see it? Yes, ordinarily, it is both invisible and intangible. In fact, I cannot see or touch it at this moment. Although Lizette clutched Gula's soul, Sheru seemed unable to make contact. His probing fingers passed directly through the soul, devoid of any sensation of touch. To him, Lizette must have appeared as though he were grasping at the air. What exactly is this? In my view, this should be the manifestation of your divine power. Undoubtedly, this era is when your divine might is at its zenith. I surmise you have ascended to a higher realm of divinity, enabling you to accomplish feats previously unattainable. But I have not engaged in any actions to enhance my divine power, have I? While I have been practicing celestial arts, it is true that the plants nourished by my essence have flourished remarkably. The thoughts of humanity inherently contain power, just as resentment can coalesce into energy, transforming into ghostly warriors or Hachiyak. Perhaps the opposite sentiments, such as the reverence and faith people hold for you, have been accumulating, allowing you, as a deity, to experience growth. Upon hearing the word faith, Lizette pondered momentarily. He indeed had such an experience. In the past, when known as the Dragon Immortal, he felt uncomfortable from the faith bestowed upon him by the masses. The religion established then still endures today. Yet, he could not comprehend why the faith had suddenly intensified so drastically, as he had not appeared before the world in quite some time. Logically, faith should have waned gradually. It seems you truly remain unaware. Over the past few years, you have been traversing the cosmos, vanquishing the remnants of Frisia's army, correct? Because of this, those you saved have begun to revere you, and now the faith from across the universe converges upon you. In terms of energy intensity, it even surpasses Hachiyak. In that case, I suppose I have indeed accomplished those deeds. In the past, through the accumulation of resentment from the Psiots, a warrior of similar might to Broly, Hachiyak, was born. If that is the case, perhaps you too can harness this faith to reach a higher domain. No. Sheru gazed intently at Lizette, seemingly convinced of something, and then placed his hand upon Lizette's shoulder. You can certainly achieve this. You can become the pinnacle of divinity, surpassing even the god of destruction. You will become a singular existence, unstoppable, capable of reclaiming what has been lost. You can certainly accomplish this. Ah, that is truly flattering. I do not possess such greatness. Lizette brushed aside Sheru's hand, diverting the conversation. At present, his foremost task was to escape from the planet Bicasta, and he also wished to ascertain whether the Namekians and Trunks were indeed safe. More importantly, he felt a faint sense of peculiarity emanating from Sheru at this moment. He certainly maintained his composure and displayed a friendly demeanor, yet he could always perceive a disquieting depth in the gaze that Sheru cast upon him. Thus, at this moment, he wished to refrain from further engagement with Sheru. Chapter 97. Earth faces crisis again. Oh, divine protector of Earth, once again we are in your debt. I am at a loss for words to express my gratitude. After their escape from the planet Bicasta, Lizette and the others successfully reunited, now encircled by the grateful Namekians. The Namekians expressed their heartfelt thanks and admiration, fervently clasping the hands of Lizette and Trunks. Bick, being a Namekian himself, was warmly welcomed. However, the complex expression on Naba's face reflected his troubled past of planetary destruction as he accepted their gratitude. Sheru had quietly departed at some point, seemingly having returned to Earth ahead of them. Lizette mused to himself, if only he could get along well with Bick, sharing the same green skin. There is no need for formality. In times of peril, mutual assistance is paramount. In truth, Lizette understood well that should he find himself in danger in the future, he could seek help from the Namekians, making their collaboration far from mere pleasantries. Regardless, they had significantly progressed towards evading a dire future. Though the enemy had not been entirely vanquished, they had at least succeeded in avoiding the worst-case scenario of the destruction of Namek. This signified that even if they were to find themselves in a desperate situation in the future, they could still turn to the Namekians for assistance, preserving that final glimmer of hope. Trunks had once remarked that in the original future, even this last hope had vanished, rendering the situation irretrievable. Moreover, this predicament arose from Lizette's previous failure to completely eliminate Gula. As he spoke, Lizette glanced at his right hand, where the soul of Gula he had captured was still desperately struggling to escape. Yet, as Sheru had pointed out, others seemed oblivious to this soul. Lizette had presumed that the Namekians, endowed with special abilities, might be able to perceive it, but they exhibited no reaction whatsoever. No, this is by no means your fault. For both this crisis and the previous incident, we, the Namekians, sincerely extend our gratitude to you. As soon as the words left his lips, the Namekians collectively bowed their heads. Lizette smiled in response, while Trunks shyly scratched his cheek. Bick crossed his arms, displaying a faint smile. Naba appeared somewhat out of place, unsure of what to say, and remained silently at the side. Well then, we shall return to Earth, and I look forward to our next meeting. Very well. Safe travels to you. Lizette opened the portal to Earth, and the group stepped onto their path home. Upon arriving at the Divine Temple, Gohan and the others would undoubtedly rush over to confirm everyone's safety. At that moment, Naba suddenly muttered softly, "How wonderful it is to save a planet and receive such gratitude from so many." It appeared that Naba was beginning to change gradually. Initially, he had been perceived as a brutish villain, and even after being rescued, one could not shake the feeling that he would eventually betray them. Yet, who could have anticipated such a significant transformation? Humanity is truly unpredictable. Lizette could not help but silently lament. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that in the original timeline, all of this had dissipated into mere illusions. With this thought, Lizette tightened his previously relaxed mindset. They had already vanquished 2 hostile forces, eliminating 2 critical threats that had once loomed over a dismal future. However, Broly and Hachiyak remained unresolved, and for reasons unknown, Bojack would also emerge in the future. Thus, they could not afford to be complacent. The true battle was only just beginning. In the days following the sending of Gula's soul to the underworld, Lizette and his companions awaited Goku's recovery while concentrating on their training, preparing for the next adversary's appearance. With the androids no longer a threat, those who had temporarily sought refuge in the sacred world had returned to their respective abodes to train. Krillin and Piccolo, lacking accommodations, were assigned to a temporary shelter under the pretext of monitoring the androids. Recently, however, Krillin's relationship with Android 18 seemed to be progressing smoothly. Lizette also included Metal Gula as a training opponent in his virtual simulations, diligently studying more efficient strategies for large-scale battles. Based on the intelligence available, The next adversary was expected to be Broly, undoubtedly the most formidable opponent, as it was said that in the future, nearly all warriors fell to his might. Goku had yet to awaken, but perhaps it was time to propose that everyone enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Just as Lizette was contemplating this, King Kai's telepathic message suddenly arrived. "Oh, Guardian of Earth, can you hear me? Lord King Kai? A grave situation is unfolding. Another crisis?" Lizette instinctively blurted out upon hearing King Kai's words. It was no surprise, given the countless crises Earth had faced. He could hardly keep track of them all. "Please, let me finish." There was a being named Bojack who roamed the 4 galaxies, intent on annihilating each star system. He was both malevolent and formidable. The 4 of us kings had sealed him on a planet at the galaxy's edge, but a few days ago, the South Kai was unfortunately killed, leading to the seal being broken. What was the cause of the South Kai's death? He was attacked by the legendary Super Saiyan in the South Galaxy. However, this matter pertains to the South Galaxy. Let us return to our own issues. Upon hearing King Kai's words, Lizette felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. This was dire. Broly had already begun to move. Even worse, due to some unforeseen circumstance, the South Kai, who should not have perished, had been slain by Broly, causing Bojack to awaken as well. Lizette desperately wished to delay the situation, but perhaps this was merely the natural course of events? In the Dragon Ball film series, the South Galaxy was easily destroyed at the outset, yet the South Kai's character had not yet been introduced, and moreover, the plot of the films belonged to the realm of parallel universes. However, rational thought would clarify. If the entire galaxy were to be destroyed, the kings could not simply look on without intervening. It was not surprising that the South Kai met his demise at that time. The awakened Bojack and his entourage seemed to be heading towards the North Galaxy, specifically to the planet most suitable for habitation, Earth. Once again, it was Earth? Fortunately, there exist formidable warriors on Earth, including yourself, capable of standing against them. I implore you to vanquish them and save the North Galaxy. From the moment the Supreme Kai alluded to the crisis on Earth, Lizette had surmised the impending outcome. Bojack was indeed en route to Earth. He could not help but wonder why these adversaries consistently chose to make Earth their destination. Moreover, since Broly had already commenced his actions, his father Paragus would likely arrive on Earth shortly thereafter. Lizette contemplated the possibility of eliminating Bojack and his cohort before the arrival of the father and son duo, as he truly wished to avoid confronting both Broly and Bojack simultaneously. Regardless, the immediate priority was to contact everyone and prepare for the impending confrontation. Resolute in his decision, Lizette promptly initiated a telepathic communication. Chapter 98. Lord Bojack. Upon receiving the Supreme Kai's telepathic message, Lizette immediately began to sense the approaching energy signatures of Bojack and his entourage. Indeed, from the distant reaches of the cosmos, he confirmed the presence of several fools making their way toward Earth, secretly hoping they might lose their way along the journey. Given Lizette's current strength, he could manage a one-on-one confrontation with a few of them. However, Bojack himself possessed power that far surpassed his own. The arrival of the adversaries on Earth could be expected within approximately 2 days. If he could not enhance his own strength during this time, annihilation would be inevitable. Fortunately, the means to bolster their power lay within the sacred temple. Time was of the essence. He instructed everyone to pair up and enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Originally designed to combat Cell, this facility had inexplicably become the key to countering Bojack in this world. Lizette found amusement in this peculiar twist of fate as he set about implementing the enhancement plan for the Earth Warriors. However, time was exceedingly limited, necessitating that he select individuals for the time chamber judiciously, allowing only those meticulously chosen to prepare for the decisive battle in 2 days. The training schedule for the first day was assigned to Piccolo and Dallas. He had contemplated adhering to the original narrative by pairing Vegeta and Trunks, but regrettably, the current Vegeta was far too headstrong. He was likely to disregard the one-day training rule and unilaterally occupy the second day's training time. No, he would certainly do so. At that point, he would assert that as long as he grew strong enough to annihilate all foes single-handedly, it would pose no issue, recklessly extending his training time and significantly compressing the preparation period for the other warriors. Thus, Vegeta's training would have to be postponed. He would first meditate alone on a cliff for a while. The subsequent day would see Vegeta and Trunks enter the time chamber, culminating in a united front of 5 warriors, including Lizette, to confront Bojack and his crew. He had also wished to include Nappa in the training, but regrettably, he would have to be set aside for now. The central threat remained Bojack, yet from the energy readings, his strength appeared to be at least inferior to that of Cell. Lizette had initially believed Bojack's power to be on par with that of perfect Cell, but upon closer reflection, he began to realize the truth. In the cinematic battle, Bojack consistently relied on his subordinates to launch sneak attacks from behind, daring only to strike in a similar covert manner. He commanded his underlings to bind Gohan with fine threads, subjecting him to brutal blows. He employed the same tactic to ensnare Trunks before unleashing violence upon him. Ultimately, while Bojack is indeed formidable, he is far from the level of strength initially envisioned by Lizette. It could be said that the version of Cell in this world is stronger than that in the original narrative. If that is the case, then eliminating his minions first, and then coordinating an assault on Bojack with 5 warriors would yield a favorable outcome. This is the tactical approach conceived by Lizette. Bojack's group was traversing the cosmos, heading towards Earth, the most exquisite planet in the galaxy. Bojack, with his audacious logic, deemed this planet worthy of his dominion, and now it lay almost within reach. However, at the moment they were about to breach the stratosphere and enter Earth, a sudden spatial rift appeared, obstructing their path. From the rift emerged a young boy clad in white. He radiated a palpable aura of sanctity, surrounded by flickering particles of light. Upon seeing him, Bojack instantly recognized him as the deity of this planet. Yet, at that moment, he did not regard the boy with excessive caution. Prior to his sealing, he had wreaked havoc across countless planets, having eliminated the deities of numerous worlds. But then, men followed closely behind the boy, causing Bojack's expression to darken ominously. "Oh, welcome to Earth. You all have come quite a distance to meet your end. I commend your efforts," he taunted. Darius, donned in a black shirt with a white coat, provocatively confronted Bojack's group with an air of calm. In response, a hulking giant with a mohawk displayed a combative grin, his fists clenched and cracking ominously. "It seems we finally have worthy opponents." Piccolo removed his headband and cloak, adopting a battle stance, while at the far end, a blue-skinned beauty named Zanya beckoned with her fingers, seemingly enticing. "You shall not lay a finger on this planet," Trunks declared, wielding his sword threateningly, and simultaneously, an orange-haired man drew his weapon as well. Both, being swordsmen, appeared to have designated each other as their adversaries, their energies intertwining tightly, allowing no room for interference. Prepare to witness the absolutely overwhelming power of the newly enhanced Super Vegeta, Vegeta proclaimed, crossing his arms and unilaterally designating Bojack as his opponent. Observing this, Lizette could not help but sigh. Yet, regarding the strength needed to confront Bojack, it would be arduous for anyone to engage him directly at present. Thus, she could only hope that the others would swiftly resolve their own battles and come to Vegeta's aid. Although she felt somewhat guilty towards Vegeta, since he was brimming with determination, she decided to let him buy time. As a consequence of Vegeta's unilateral choice of Bojack as his opponent, Lizette's own target was set upon the diminutive Butch. However, Bojack's gaze transcended Vegeta and fixated squarely on Lizette, inciting Vegeta's ire. "You must be the deity of this planet, correct? Greetings, young one. Indeed, Earth is a splendid planet. Thank you for the compliment. Are you pleased? From this moment forth, Earth shall belong to me, Bojack. If you submit obediently, I may spare your life." Lizette felt a wave of disdain at Bojack's contemptuous gaze. His words might hold a shred of truth. Submission could very well preserve his existence, yet it would be akin to surrendering his freedom and becoming a slave. However, Buchan remained blissfully unaware of Lizette's thoughts, exclaiming, "Lord Bojack is unmatched throughout the cosmos. He alone is worthy to rule over the most beautiful Earth in the northern galaxy. Anyone who dares to oppose him shall face dire consequences." Such reasoning was utterly absurd. Lizette found it laughable that, as the deity of Earth, he had not consented to Bojack's brazen claim of ownership. Thus, he chose silence and unleashed a powerful energy wave, sending Buchan hurtling away. "What? How dare you?" Bojack gasped. Incredulous. "I shall return to settle this." Ignoring Bojack's astonished expression, Lizette soared after the expelled Buchan. Chapter 99. Trunks finds sword in Lizette's view. The struggles faced by Gohan and his companions in the film were largely due to the troublesome abilities of Bojack's minions. While Bojack's crew was formidable, the individual strength of the others paled in comparison to Gohan's. The fact that Trunks could defeat Goku served as a testament to this. Yet, characters like Piccolo, Vegeta, and Trunks insisted on challenging Bojack one by one, allowing the other 3 minions to act freely, ultimately leading to their disadvantage. There had been a far superior strategy. Had Gohan restrained Bojack while the others dispatched the three minions, they could have collectively overwhelmed Bojack, perhaps even allowing Gohan to achieve victory without transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Consequently, Lizette resolved to first eliminate Buchan, who served as a support combatant. He accelerated further, and as he caught up to Buchan, he pressed his hand against Buchan's chest, releasing a point-blank energy blade. However, at the last moment, Buchan evaded, leaving only an afterimage in Lizette's wake. Ha ha! Buchan's chilling laughter echoed, as he raised his hands to levitate surrounding rocks and trees, attempting to launch them at Lizette with his psychic powers. Yet, before these objects could reach Lizette, they abruptly froze in midair. More astonishingly, Lizette conjured double the amount of rocks and trees that Buchan had controlled, all aimed at him. Realizing that the young man before him was also a psychic, Buchan hastily dodged the incoming debris while attempting to manipulate Lizette's movements. Alas, it was too late. Lizette had already circled behind him and placed a hand on his back. This time, the energy blade pierced Buchan's body, the blade emerging from his abdomen. I apologize for making you travel so far to Earth, but we are rather occupied at the moment and cannot indulge in your little game of bandits. Maintaining his piercing position, Lizette unleashed his psychic powers, forcefully slamming Buchan into the ground. With the sword of energy embedded in his back, Buchan was pressed to the ground, the blade sinking deeper into his flesh as he spewed forth a copious amount of blood. Yet, Lizette showed no mercy. With a mere wave of his hand, the blade of the guillotine materialized from the void, while restraints crafted from energy bound Buchan to the executioner's apparatus. Subsequently, with another flourish, the head fell. This was the decree of the divine, proclaiming that there was no sanctuary for them on this planet. No leniency, no room for argument, directly sentenced to death. The headless torso collapsed to the ground, but Lizette did not relent. The adversary was an alien. There was no guarantee he would not regenerate or continue to act under such circumstances. Indeed, he might lack such capability. Yet it could merely be an aspect of the narrative left unexplored. After all, Gula had once survived and acted solely with his brain in the vastness of space, making Buchan's potential for regeneration not entirely implausible. Even if he possessed no such ability, delivering an additional blow would merely constitute excessive force, altering nothing, at most. It would deplete a modicum of energy. Yet if he truly had the power of regeneration, to cease now would invite peril. No one could predict what might ensue. Thus, Lizette was unwilling to overlook even the slightest possibility. He launched a ki blast, striking the already lifeless Buchan with precision. Flames erupted from the explosion. And only after confirming that Buchan's body had been reduced to ashes did Lizette finally believe he had triumphed in this battle. Gogoya and Trunks clashed in midair, the sharp clang of metal reverberating. Unlike Lizette's intangible sword of energy, the weapons wielded by the two were forged from solid steel. The swords roared as they sought to cleave one another, countless sparks igniting with each collision. They maintained a deliberate distance while never straying from each other's attack range, moving in tandem in the same direction. Gogoya initiated the assault, but Trunks deftly parried, seizing the momentum to close the gap and deliver a horizontal slash. In an instant, Gogoya felt a gash open on his abdomen, leaping back instinctively, cold sweat pouring down his brow. What skill! I never expected someone could contend with me in swordplay. Your swordsmanship is commendable, yet it pales in comparison to that of my master who taught me. You certainly have a way with words. Gogoya bellowed, launching another strike. 1 exchange. 2 exchanges. 3 exchanges. In the face of Gogoya's ferocious onslaught, Trunks flawlessly blocked every strike. Seeing this, Gogoya summoned all his strength for a downward slash. But Trunks calmly evaded, swiftly closing in to execute a lateral cut. Though Gogoya barely avoided it, he exposed a vulnerability, and Trunks swiftly unleashed a second strike, shattering his arm. How could this be? Using the sword sheath? The true nature of the second strike was Trunks infusing energy into the sheath of his sword. Gogoya was taken aback by this seemingly impossible technique of empowering a weapon with ki, hastily retreating to create distance. He finally recognized that his opponent surpassed him in both swordsmanship and weapon quality. A splendid sword. I shall claim your blade for myself. It is inconceivable. This sword is an invaluable heirloom to me. I shall never relinquish it to someone like you. Trunks discarded the scabbard, grasping the sword with both hands, adopting a formal battle stance. He was not merely posturing. The energy surged through his arms and into the blade, enveloping it in a radiant golden glow. The sunlight reflected off the blade, making it shimmer as if it had been drenched in water, captivating Gogeta's gaze even amidst the fierce conflict. Prepare to receive my challenge. Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan, prompting Gogeta to take the encounter seriously. His muscles swelled, tearing his clothing apart. However, this transformation fundamentally relied on brute strength, significantly sacrificing speed. His youth, who had once taught him the art of swordsmanship, had cautioned him never to depend solely on power. Such reliance was foolish. The youth emphasized that true swordsmanship must pursue swiftness, for only with blinding speed could one unleash the sword's utmost potential. Indeed, a conventional sword could not withstand Trunks' velocity, shattering upon being swung. Yet the sword he wielded was exceptional, forged from the rare destiny stone by the hands of a deity, a veritable divine blade. This unique treasure was a legacy left specifically for Trunks. Clutching the divine sword, surrounded by an aura of golden energy, he accelerated toward Gogeta. Upon witnessing Trunks charging directly at him, Gogeta assessed that he still had room for defense. Although he acknowledged Trunks' strength and the sword's caliber, he also concluded that he could not emerge unscathed from the encounter. Therefore, he resolved to sacrifice an arm to gain an opportunity for counterattack. Just as he anticipated, Trunks' blade sliced toward his arm, the edge flowing like water, severing it cleanly. What this is over. Regardless of whether Trunks' sword was forged from the Destiny Stone, had Gogeta exerted his full defensive capacity, he would not have been so easily disarmed. However, the sword was entwined with concentrated energy, potent enough to sever any steel. The technique imparted to Trunks by his late master was named Ki Swordsmanship. Now, Trunks wielded this skill learned from his deceased mentor to cleave the invader from the cosmos in two. Trunks, 11 billion Super Saiyan Trunks, 57. 5 billion Gogeta, 4 billion Bido, 3. 8 billion Chapter 100. The villain Dales the burly man with a mohawk, Bido, charged straight toward his enemy, skimming the ground. His heavy punches were as formidable as his appearance, making him one of the most destructive forces among Bojack's crew. Yet, Dales, transformed into a Super Saiyan, effortlessly absorbed the blow, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Don't rush. Why not savor this moment a little longer? With a vice-like grip, Dales tightly seized Bido's fist, exerting astonishing pressure. The sound of shattering bones echoed, distorting Bido's face in an instant. This was the most blatant display of their power disparity, nonchalantly withstanding the opponent's full-force strike, then using sheer grip strength to intimidate. In a hasty maneuver, Bido raised his leg to kick Dale's knee, only to be met with Dale's calm defense, resulting in an injury to his own knee. Dale seized the opportunity with his free fist, delivering a powerful blow to Bido's abdomen. The robust figure of Bido instantly bent like a bow, blood-tinged saliva spilling from the corner of his mouth. Dales grasped Bido's distinctive mohawk, forcefully redirecting his gaze towards himself. Your luck has run out. You may possess a fair degree of confidence in your abilities, yet you've foolishly set your sights on this planet. As he spoke, he drove his knee into Bido's abdomen once more. Bido's eyes widened in agony, his body trembling, yet he still struggled to retaliate, barely grazing Dale's cheek with a punch. However, I must admit, I do not detest your way of life, drifting freely through the cosmos, destroying whichever planet you choose, indulging in fine food and exquisite wine. Is there a more exhilarating existence than this? We are, in essence, kindred spirits. Dales paid no heed to the wound on his cheek, grinning broadly before delivering a fierce elbow strike to Bido's head. Bido plummeted towards the ground, crashing heavily and causing the earth to tremble. He struggled to rise, but Dales, diving down as well, planted a foot firmly on his back. I have a rather splendid proposal. Why not pledge allegiance to me? I rather like this planet and shall not relinquish it to you. If you kneel and beg for mercy, I might spare your life. What do you say? Bido was still desperately attempting to rise, yet Dale's aura intensified dramatically. His muscles swelled, his physique expanding significantly, the distinctive aura of a Super Saiyan blazing like a wildfire, once again forcing Bido back to the ground. This was a transformation that transcended the Super Saiyan threshold. Despite the immense energy consumption, it bestowed unparalleled strength. Were it Vegeta, he might refer to this form as Super Vegeta, and in terms of energy intensity, it could rival that of Lizette. Unfortunately for Bido, he faced such an opponent. A misfortune indeed. Isn't this proposal rather enticing? As long as you discreetly assist us in eliminating those fools who covet Earth, I shall grant you clemency. That deity, as Earth's guardian, barely meets the mark, yet is still too soft-hearted. He mistakenly believes himself to be ruthless, but he falls short. Thus, there is a need for individuals like me and you, those capable of clandestinely eradicating the trash that covets Earth. Dales harbored a twisted fondness for this planet. He found it appealing, especially as it was home to Bardock's heir, Kakarot, along with his family and companions. He also held affection for his wife, Snow, and his housemate, Android 8. Yet it was precisely because he had once been a villain that he could perceive the darkness others overlooked, including the shadows unseen by Lizette. Dales conceded that compared to Kakarot, Lizette had shed much of his naivety in dealing with matters, but in his view, Lizette remained too soft-hearted. Ultimately, he was, at his core, a good person. The eradication of evil is, by its very nature, a brutal endeavor. To completely eliminate the heretics that covet the earth, one must become more ruthless than the heretics themselves. Yet, Lizette has yet to grasp this truth. Thus, it falls upon someone to undertake this grim task. And the most suitable individual is none other than the once malevolent self. This is the unique method by which Dares guards the earth. Unlike Bick, Dares remains perpetually the villain he has always been. He will never transform into a paragon of virtue. From beginning to end, he is merely an evildoer aligned with the earth. Submit to me, and I shall find a way to deceive that divine being, Dares uttered, his tone slightly intensifying as he pressed harder upon Bido's back. Is this how you will perish? A series of unsettling sounds echoed, as Dares relentlessly ground his saws against Bido's back. He relished the enemy's anguished cries, continuing to inflict torment that was just shy of fatal, yet far exceeding what was necessary. Dares' essence had never altered. He simply added the earth to his list of cherished belongings. He remained, after all, a scion. No, I cannot do this. Lord Bojack will kill me. Bido stammered in terror. Rest assured, that fiend shall be vanquished by us. You have no idea how powerful, how fearsome that lord is. You cannot win. Bido's loyalty to Bojack was born not of devotion but of sheer dread. He was firmly shackled by this fear. Dares recognized this and clicked his tongue in disdain. I see. You are just as I once was, completely bound by fear, making cooperation impossible. Alas, how unfortunate. Then perish. In that instant, realizing the futility of persuasion, Dares resolved to execute him. While continuing to stomp on Bido, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, riddling Bido's back with wounds. Bido's cries of agony reverberated around them, but Dares showed no mercy, executing his grim duty without hesitation. Shoot, shoot, shoot. At last, Bido's lamentations began to wane, his body sapped of strength. Once Dares confirmed his demise, he expended all his might to propel the lifeless body away. It lay still, devoid of any response. Indeed, he was truly dead. Dares gazed down at the now silent corpse of Bido, muttering in contempt, "Humph, merely a lowly pawn." Meeting such an ignoble end. Finally, he discharged another energy blast. The explosion ignited, obliterating Bido's remains. Dares mused that had Bido been willing to submit, he might have made a valuable subordinate. However, being ensnared by fear left him with no choice but to dispose of him. A flicker of regret passed through his mind, and he then took flight, following Vegeta's energy signature. Rarely did he regard Vegeta and the others as companions rather than mere tools. This time, he would endeavor to assist them in achieving victory. Darius, 1, 2 billion. Super Saiyan Darius, 6 billion. Bido, 4, 2 billion. Chapter 101. On the battlefield. Gender is irrelevant. Zanjia sprinted through the forest, her face etched with anxiety, the earlier calmness having long since evaporated. Casting a glance over her shoulder, she beheld two arms, serpentine in their movements, relentlessly extending towards her, the distance between them refusing to widen. Yet, at that moment, those arms suddenly halted. Zanjiao assumed her pursuer had relinquished the chase, but that was far from the truth. The owner of those arms, Piccolo, had caught up and reverted his limbs to their original length. What a bothersome foe. Zanjiao pivoted and unleashed a ki blast, but Piccolo dismissed it effortlessly, batting it aside with his arm. He deftly maneuvered through the trees, swiftly closing the gap between them. The two engaged in a fierce melee, fists colliding and kicks intertwining, each exchange punctuated by the sound of air being violently displaced. Seizing a fleeting opportunity in the midst of combat, Zanjia darted behind Piccolo, striking down with her palm, only for it to pass through his form as though it were a mere illusion. In that instant, she realized she had fallen for a ruse. It was merely a shadow. She had been lured into a trap. Gah! Piccolo's roar erupted as he delivered a powerful kick that sent Zanjia flying. She inwardly seethed at the audacity of this creature, unashamedly kicking a woman in the face. But for Piccolo, such behavior was utterly normative. As a Namekian, he possessed no concept of gender, perceiving foes solely through the lens of friend or enemy. Moreover, amongst those participating in this battle, none would show leniency based on gender. Vegeta and Darius were inherently savage scions, notorious for their conquests across countless planets. On the worlds they had annihilated, women certainly existed, on the battlefield and even beyond. They spared no compassion for the elderly or children, let alone females. Piccolo was no exception, and neither was Lizette, who harbored no Navet. The only one who might have cared, Trunks, had witnessed a future turn to hell and had already resolved to eliminate any adversary, regardless of gender, if necessary. Were it Goku or Gohan, perhaps they would hesitate, but for Zanjia, encountering such a cadre of opponents was simply a stroke of bad luck. Damn it! Zanjia's face contorted with rage as she summoned all her energy. Energy explosion. She unleashed a colossal ki blast, akin to the size of a volleyball. Piccolo did not evade. Instead, he braced himself against the blast with both hands, discerning that evasion might lead to the ki blast striking Earth. The force of the blast pressed down upon him, while Zanjia's expression radiated triumph. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Piccolo abruptly hurled the ki blast skyward, causing Zanjia's smile to vanish in an instant. What is happening? Is this truly your ultimate technique? Ah, no, it cannot be. Now it's my turn. As soon as the words escaped her lips, Piccolo swiftly moved his hands, initiating a relentless barrage of ki blasts. The barrage tactic formed by these energy blasts is both straightforward and effective. It not only hinders the opponent's approach, but also allows for a sustained offensive. However, it is not without its flaws. The power of a single energy blast pales in comparison to a heavy strike. And when faced with a foe capable of effortlessly countering it, one merely exhausts their strength in vain. Therefore, it is imperative to first ascertain the disparity in strength between oneself and the enemy before employing such tactics. Indiscriminate firing will yield no success. Piccolo is fully aware of this. Each of his energy blasts is fired with a distinct purpose, rather than being a meaningless waste. As Zanjia desperately evades, she finally comes to this realization, but it is too late. She is surrounded by energy blasts from all directions, with no avenues of escape remaining. Oh no, this is it. Piccolo clenches his fist. In the next moment, all the energy blasts converge towards the center, meaning that Zanjia, trapped in the midst, will be struck by countless energy blasts simultaneously. With her escape route sealed, she has no choice but to endure. Lord Bojack. Zanjia's cries resonate through the forest. And moments later, a tremendous explosion shakes the entire area. Even in her final moments, she cries out for her master Bojack. Yet, even if her plea reaches his ears, it cannot alter her fate. Amidst the smoke, a charred and deformed object, once Zanjia's body, falls heavily to the ground, completely devoid of life. This is Piccolo's new technique. The Void Enclosure Blast, which traps the enemy in the center with a barrage of energy blasts, then unleashes them all at once to significantly enhance destructive power. The proof of its might is evident in the charred remains of Zanjia. Humph, truly an opponent not worth a second thought, Piccolo remarks disdainfully, subsequently turning his attention away from Zanjia's lifeless form, for to him, a defeated enemy holds no value. Instead, he is more concerned with another battle currently unfolding. While the circumstances of the other three remain uncertain, Vegeta appears to be in a fierce struggle. Thus, it is clear where support is needed. With this thought in mind, Piccolo does not cast another glance at the corpse and ascends into the sky. Piccolo, 2. 6 billion Piccolo's 20x Kaioken, 5. 2 billion Zanjia, 3. 6 billion Chapter 102. Oh, what a tough fight, Vegeta. Vegeta stands poised against Bojack, both with crossed arms as they continuously elevate their energy. Vegeta has long since surpassed the bottleneck of Super Saiyan, his physique significantly larger than before. In contrast, Bojack maintains a calm demeanor, showing no signs of revealing his true power. I will make that smug expression of yours completely disappear. Vegeta, fueled by his combative spirit, uncrosses his arms and concentrates his energy, prompting Bojack to adopt a stance in preparation for battle. Humph. Simultaneously, both unleash energy blasts, their forces colliding and neutralizing each other in midair. Following this, a second and third series of energy blasts are fired in rapid succession, each meeting in a series of explosive collisions. As they maneuver laterally, they continue to negate one another's energy blasts, thick smoke quickly obscuring their vision. Yet, as long as they can sense each other's energy, they can lock onto one another's positions. Vegeta, without a moment's hesitation, surged through the haze, delivering a powerful straight punch towards Bojack. Yet, Bojack evaded with a speed so swift it was nearly imperceptible, swiftly launching an even more formidable energy blast. Vegeta extended his hands, attempting to catch the energy sphere, but was overwhelmed by its tremendous force. Despite his efforts to mitigate the damage, he could not fully withstand it, ultimately being hurled away by the explosive shockwave, crashing heavily to the ground. As he attempted to rise, Bojack seized the opportunity to close the distance, landing a brutal punch upon him. The relentless onslaught continued as Bojack pursued him into the sky, overtaking the retreating Vegeta. Though Vegeta struggled to adjust his stance for a counterattack, his fist was inevitably delayed, resulting in yet another one-sided blow that sent him flying. Bojack circled to Vegeta's front, delivering a swift kick that propelled him upwards, then followed up with a fierce strike from behind, causing Vegeta to collide against the cliffside before finally coming to a halt. Clutching his side and glaring venomously at Bojack. Damn it, I have trained in the hyperbolic time chamber. My power has increased. I should be able to defeat both Kakarot and the god of this planet. Why, as an elite warrior, am I being subdued to such an extent? This was humiliation. A profound and utter disgrace. Vegeta had already endured a loss of dignity during his battle against Frieza and had watched helplessly as Goku and Trunks transformed into Super Saiyans before him, tasting the bitter flavor of shame once more. He should have been the first to awaken the power of the Super Saiyan. Yet he found himself trailing behind two inferior warriors, an occurrence that was utterly unacceptable. Although he eventually achieved his own transformation, believing he could reclaim the pride of a Saiyan prince, he was once again crushed in his battles against the androids, particularly being disregarded by Android 16, causing his confidence to shatter anew. Despite this, he persevered, vowing to transcend the limits of the Super Saiyan, and indeed, he had succeeded. Yet his strength still fell short of Bojack's. "Ayaha!" Vegeta roared, his voice echoing and causing stones to rain down from the cliffside. His aura intensified, veins bulging on his forehead. Driven by rage, he raised his hand, aiming at Bojack and concentrating all his power into his palm. "Die!" he bellowed, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts. With astonishing speed, he swung his arms, releasing a multitude of energy spheres in rapid succession, akin to a machine gun's fire. "Hey-ah!" Vegeta almost depleted his lung capacity in his furious shout, yet continued to unleash his assault without faltering. The speed of his barrage could be deemed unrivaled on Earth. If there were anyone else skilled in rapid energy blasts, it might be Lizette. Yet even his ability to fire thousands of sword-shaped energy blasts in one go could not compare to Vegeta's firing rate. The physical constitution of Earthlings simply could not rival that of Saiyans. Thus, Vegeta's relentless energy barrage was undoubtedly the fastest on Earth. These densely packed energy blasts transcended the definition of a mere barrage. They resembled a torrent of energy. What sustained this extraordinary technique was none other than his innate talent as a Saiyan prince, coupled with his vast reservoir of energy and stamina. Indeed, this was what one might call the prince's battle technique. Hey-ah! The simple technique of rapid ki blasts can be executed by anyone possessing a certain level of power, and even the once formidable Raditz is no exception. However, elevating this tactic into a true mastery is no simple feat with no pauses, no gaps, and no respite. An unceasing storm of ki blasts descends. This undoubtedly qualifies as a remarkable skill, and it would not be an exaggeration to call it an ultimate art. Nevertheless, it must be stated candidly, this strike is utterly meaningless. It is not that Vegeta lacks strength. On the contrary, he is sufficiently powerful. Yet, the tempest of ki blasts he unleashes proves ineffective against Bojack, simply because Bojack's prowess far surpasses his own. Hundreds of ki blasts would inflict lethal damage upon others. But for Bojack, these projectiles, whose power has been sacrificed in favor of rapid fire, merely serve as a mild irritation. Even being struck by hundreds would not result in any substantial harm. An effective attack, even if it occurs just once, holds significance. Yet, countless ineffective strikes are merely futile. Ha ha ha. How about that? You see my might now. Vegeta gasps for breath after his nearly breathless barrage, his gaze fixed on the thick smoke before him, smoke of his own making, rendering him unable to ascertain Bojack's condition. However, he soon finds confirmation unnecessary. Bojack bursts through the smoke, unscathed, proving his status with action. Vegeta's eyes widen in astonishment, and Bojack seizes the opportunity to deliver a kick to his abdomen, sending him flying once more. Ugh! Vegeta arcs through the air, his golden hair gradually fading back to its natural black. Although the form of Vegeta after breaking through the Super Saiyan barrier grants immense power, it comes at a significant cost to his stamina. The preceding rapid fire had already drained him considerably, and coupled with this heavy blow, his Super Saiyan form becomes unsustainable. The outcome appears to be decided. Yet Bojack remains relentless, pursuing Vegeta and yanking him from his perch on the cliff, delivering another punch to his abdomen. Ugh! Blood and saliva mix as they spill from Vegeta's mouth, while Bojack's muscles swell, tearing his clothing apart. Shortly thereafter, Bojack strikes Vegeta's abdomen with his elbow, ripping the fabric anew. At last, Vegeta finds himself devoid of the strength to move. Bojack steps back, not to relent, but to prepare for a final strike. Yoo! Bojack roars, his muscles expanding once more, his upper garments completely shredded. The mere fluctuation of his energy causes the cliff to crumble again, burying Vegeta beneath a cascade of debris. Bojack mercilessly raises his hand, ready to unleash the finishing ki blast. Yet, in the next instant, the blast is devoured by a rift in space. Simultaneously, numerous rifts open around Bojack, and beams of light erupt from them, enveloping him instantly. Among these is the very ki blast he had just fired, bombarding his body in a dense flurry. Although the damage is slight, the sudden onslaught momentarily halts Bojack. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he gazed at the ambusher. So you have finally revealed yourself, Earth's deity. Vegeta 1. 2 billion Super Vegeta. 6 billion Bojack. 16 billion Chapter 103. Lizette's exceptional combat skills, so you have finally appeared, Earth's deity. It was Lizette, the Earth deity, who had come to Vegeta's rescue at the crucial moment. Despite being intended to battle Bujin, he was surrounded by two spheres of white light, vigilantly watching Bojack, indicating that Bujin had undoubtedly met his defeat. What a bunch of useless fools, Bojack contemptuously thought of his fallen subordinates. Your minions have been dealt with. Next, I shall construct a grave for you at the heart of this planet. The voice that came from behind belonged to Dales, who grinned fiercely with arms crossed. It was then that Bojack realized his entire crew had perished. Almost immediately, Trunks and Piccolo flanked him from either side, encircling Bojack completely. Bojack unabashedly clicked his tongue. Have they all perished? What a bunch of worthless trash. Despite being outnumbered 4-1, Bojack felt no inclination towards defeat. However, he acknowledged the predicament was somewhat troublesome. I should eliminate one swiftly, he pondered, his gaze fixating on Lizette, the core of the Earth's fighting force. With a sinister expression, Bojack lunged towards Lizette, roaring, Aya. He swung his formidable arms, launching relentless assaults. His arms were as thick as Lizette's waist, and should they connect, survival would be impossible. Yet, Lizette deftly dodged, evading each attack with minimal movement. Moreover, the spheres of light surrounding him continuously collided with Bojack, though they could not inflict severe damage. They slightly disrupted his punches and diverted his attention, particularly when they zipped past his line of sight. Finally, as his vision cleared again, Lizette's figure had vanished. Gone. Where did he go? This momentary distraction lasted barely an instant, not even a tenth of a second, hardly qualifying as a flaw. Yet, Lizette had already seized this fleeting opportunity to act. He had not truly disappeared. Given the disparity in combat strength between him and Bojack, it was impossible for him to possess a speed that rendered him invisible. Instead, he had merely obscured Bojack's line of sight with the light spheres, seizing the chance to crouch and dart directly in front of him. Utilizing their height difference, Lizette slipped beneath Bojack's legs and behind him, simultaneously amplifying his power to 100-fold. This entire sequence of actions was completed in an instant, yet it significantly drained his energy and stamina. However, if he could inflict sufficient damage, this expenditure would be worthwhile, as the success of this initial strike would directly dictate the course of the battle. More crucially, Lizette had learned from past experiences and had preemptively held a senzu bean in his mouth, swallowing it at this moment. For him, this attack bore almost no risk. Anticipating the necessity to unleash his 100-fold power, he had split the senzu bean in half on his way to the battle. Subsequently, Lizette condensed his energy into a blade and aimed a kick at Bojack's most glaring weakness. Where? This question was nothing short of ludicrous. In this chaotic combat devoid of rules, if a weakness is exposed, one should strike without hesitation, employing even the most unscrupulous methods to seize the initiative. His singular aim was to target the most vulnerable point of the male anatomy. Bojack, an extraterrestrial in male form, belonged to a species that indeed included females, unlike the asexual race of Bic. Thus, that area was undoubtedly a high-probability target, merely shielded by a thin layer of skin protecting vital organs. A pair of muffled thuds echoed, resembling the sound of something fracturing. A silent scream escaped Bojack as he was struck with full force in his most sensitive region. Regardless of how formidable one's combat prowess may be, this vulnerable spot cannot be fortified through training, even if it were as resilient as steel. In comparison to other regions safeguarded by muscle and bone, it remained fatally fragile, susceptible to grievous harm even from attacks far inferior in strength. In instances where there exists a vast disparity in combat power, one might defend using sheer will. However, the gap in strength between Lizette, unleashed at a 100-fold limit, and Bojack was not so insurmountable. Witnessing Lizette's ruthless tactics, starkly contrasting with his appearance, Dales broke into a cold sweat, his face betraying shock at the divine being employing such methods. Bic, as ever, maintained his composure, seemingly not fully grasping the situation. Trunks, akin to Dales, also perspired, though his was more a resigned acceptance of the inevitable. Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, Lizette conjured a sword of energy, raising it high, poised to launch a merciless assault upon Bojack, whose groin was stained with crimson. Any male would likely cry out, "Stop it! That's vital." Yet, despite clutching his groin and drenched in cold sweat from the pain, Bojack narrowly evaded the energy blade at the last moment. Seizing the opportunity, Lizette advanced without hesitation, aiming a finger towards Bojack's eye. Bojack barely dodged, retaliating with a furious right jab. The punch was intercepted by 2 orbs of light and a barrier of energy. Yet it still broke through the defenses, landing solidly against Lizette's chest. However, Bojack felt no impact whatsoever. Lizette was propelled backwards by the force of the punch, gracefully spinning in midair before coming to a steady halt, as if nothing had transpired. He touched his struck chest, nodding thoughtfully, murmuring, "Everyone be cautious. His strength exceeds my expectations. Wait, you must explain why you seem entirely unscathed." Dales could not refrain from questioning. "Just before the strike, I completely relaxed my body, nearly dissipating all force. A punch landing on feathers causes no harm," Lizette elucidated. Dales was left bewildered. His confusion was entirely reasonable, as Lizette's defensive strategy completely subverted conventional logic. Typically, when faced with an attack, individuals tense their muscles, consolidating strength to withstand the impact. Yet Lizette, fully aware of the futility of opposing force with force, chose instead to entirely relax his muscles, preserving only his breath output, forcefully suggesting to himself that he was as light as a feather. It was through this method that he nearly entirely negated the impact of Bojack's punch, emerging unscathed. As Trunks gazed upon Lizette's figure, he couldn't help but reflect. Indeed, regardless of the timeline, he remains unchanged. Lizette, 1. 5 billion Lizette's ultimate eruption at 50 times, 7. 5 billion damage inflicted on Bojack. 8. 5 billion Chapter 104. The justice of the beating. While I felt a tinge of sympathy for his predicament, it was indeed a rare opportunity. Now was the moment to utterly vanquish him. The first to take Lizette's place and charge forward was Darius. He resembled a beast stalking its prey, his visage twisted with ferocity as he launched a relentless assault on the still-reeling Bojack. He had no knightly spirit of waiting for his opponent to recover. Such notions were utterly valueless in his eyes. Despicable, base, and devoid of rules in this chaotic brawl, he found it exhilarating and entirely justified. After all, the formation of the Darius Legion was not built upon honorable combat. In battle, rules are non-existent. In the struggle for life and death, there are no forbidden moves. One either kills or is killed. One either devours their opponent or is consumed. This is the nature of this world. Darius accelerated forward, driving his elbow forcefully into Bojack's face. Seizing the moment as Bojack staggered, he grasped his opponent's hair and pounded his knee repeatedly into Bojack's face. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times, 5 times. He attacked Bojack's face with a brutality reminiscent of a street brawl, the blood splattering onto him eliciting a sadistic grin. "Don't get too cocky," Bojack roared, grabbing Darius by the face. Darius struggled valiantly, yet found himself at a distinct disadvantage in their clash of strength. Bojack's grip was astonishingly powerful, lifting Darius off the ground. Darius desperately kicked at Bojack's chest, but Bojack remained unfazed. At that moment, Bojack sensed a menacing aura approaching from behind, and swiftly evaded. In the next instant, Trunks' sword sliced through the air, aimed at the very spot Bojack had just vacated. Just as Bojack evaded the sword strike, Piccolo's ki blast followed suit, erupting in flames. Seizing the opportunity, Piccolo charged into the thick smoke, engaging Bojack in close combat despite the obscured visibility. His punches were deftly dodged by Bojack, who retaliated with a knee strike that struck Piccolo's abdomen. However, Piccolo gritted his teeth and countered with a spinning kick that sent Bojack crashing to the ground. He then dove downward, fists clenched, preparing to unleash a dual hammer strike. But Bojack evaded with an agility surprising for his size, simultaneously launching a ki blast at Piccolo. Piccolo hastily raised his hands to defend, yet could not fully suppress the blast's force. He was propelled backward, carving a deep trench into the ground before ultimately being scorched by the explosion's aftermath. Injured and sprawled on the ground, Piccolo was immediately shielded by Trunks, who swung his sword at Bojack. Yet, astonishingly, Bojack remained unscathed. His arm intercepted the blade, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. Ugh! Harnessing the extraordinary physical prowess of a Super Saiyan along with the swordsmanship imparted by his master, Trunks swung his blade with remarkable speed. However, Bojack's body, tempered through countless trials, was harder than steel. Trunks' strikes were all absorbed by his physique, leaving only shallow scratches on the surface. At that moment, a sharp impact suddenly surged through Bojack's back, an unbearable agony swiftly enveloping his entire being. The assailant, Lizette, did not hesitate, relentlessly lashing Bojack's back with her energy whip, forcing him to experience the full brunt of the stinging pain. What did it matter that his body had been honed? As long as there was skin, there would be sensation. Thus, this technique, designed to leave marks on the skin, became Bojack's nemesis. In the face of such an attack, defense was rendered futile. If the target was the skin, then every blocked arm, leg, and even the entirety of his outer body became a point of vulnerability, turning his entire form into a critical target. Bojack hesitated momentarily due to the excruciating pain, and Lizette seized the opportunity, wielding her energy sword in close proximity to thrust directly at his heart. Yet, the energy sword was halted by Bojack's dense musculature, failing to reach its intended mark. Such hardness! This sensation is far removed from that of flesh and blood. You scoundrel! Bojack bellowed, swinging his powerful arm to deliver a punch to Lizette's cheek. She was sent tumbling through the air, only to land lightly on the ground. Bojack's face twisted in humiliation, while Lizette, touching her cheek, was astonished by the lingering sting, garnering a newfound respect for Bojack's strength. Indeed, she had skillfully mitigated the attack's force, successfully dissipating most of its impact. Yet, even so, a trace of Bojack's power had still managed to injure her. Under the dual influence of the energy shield and the light sphere's attenuation, the remaining force was still formidable. If she had taken that blow head-on, she would likely have been incapacitated. Even after being battered so, Vegeta still lives. He truly is resilient, Lizette mused inwardly. To onlookers, however, her seemingly impenetrable defense appeared utterly astonishing. What is going on with you? I clearly struck you. Yet it felt as though my fist collided with feathers. There was no sense of impact. This bizarre sensation. You are not mistaken. You indeed strike feathers. Nonsense. Bojack, clearly feeling mocked, charged furiously at Lizette. Yet, Darius suddenly interjected from the side, using both hands to block Bojack's, valiantly halting his advance through sheer strength. Following this, Darius mimicked Lizette's technique, channeling all his energy away. Bojack stumbled forward due to inertia, while Darius bent backward, utilizing the momentum to deliver a kick to Bojack's abdomen. As their hands finally parted, Darius refused to squander the opportunity, soaring after the propelled Bojack, stepping onto his shoulder to maneuver behind him, locking his arm around Bojack's throat. Take this. Darius maintained his chokehold, launching into a backflip kick, sending Bojack soaring once more. He then rapidly pursued, striking Bojack forcefully downward with dual hammer blows before he could touch the ground. This was the very technique that Bardock had perfected, an unrelenting barrage of attacks for ultimate vengeance. And Darius was merely emulating the masterful method. Yet the battle was far from over. Seizing the moment while Bojack lay incapacitated, Dales unleashed a powerful energy blast directed at the ground, initiating his onslaught. Death Drive. The circular energy orb struck Bojack, erupting in a fierce blaze. But that was merely the beginning. It was the opportune moment to eliminate Bojack. Dales prepared another energy blast, while Trunks, Lizette, and the recently recovered Bick each assumed their stances. Rebellion trigger, burning attack, shining impact, magic flash. 4 high-powered energy blasts surged towards Bojack, igniting a series of explosions. Though Bojack did not perish, his aura visibly weakened. He emerged from the dense smoke, attempting to retaliate with an energy blast, yet his attack failed to connect, being devoured by a spatial rift and instead ricocheting back towards him. Struck by his own energy blast, Bojack gritted his teeth against the pain, barely maintaining his footing. Futile. Long-range attacks are ineffective against me, Lizette remarked. Strike from afar, and the attack will rebound. Come closer, and you'll be subjected to your own bewildering techniques. What a troublesome deity this is. How on earth can we bring him down? Dales lamented. There is a way. His physical prowess is not particularly formidable. A single powerful strike should suffice, provided we can land it, Bick analyzed. Why are you all discussing how to defeat me? The enemy is right there. Lizette pointed helplessly at Bojack. Chapter 105. Bojack's demise. Lizette's combat style was indeed exceptionally vexatious, compelling opponents into close-quarters combat, which was precisely his domain. Dales, disregarding the enemy, earnestly pondered strategies against Lizette. Even Bick, who had once harbored genuine intentions to defeat Lizette, joined the discussion, observing his comrades seriously deliberating on how to vanquish him. Lizette wore an expression of disbelief. Just as the group engaged in light banter, Bojack could no longer contain himself and charged forth. Lizette effortlessly deflected his punch, striking him in the solar plexus. He then delivered a blow to Bojack's chin and jabbed at his Adam's apple. Taking advantage of Bojack's staggering state, he raised both thumbs and pressed them against the mastoid process behind Bojack's ear, disrupting his sense of balance. Subsequently, he slashed at Bojack's eyes with an energy blade and finally sent him flying with an energy cannon. Martial arts are deadly techniques. Lizette's 2 centuries of study were not in vain. Well done. Leave the rest to me, Dales called out, pursuing the airborne Bojack to continue the assault. His techniques lacked the finesse of Lizette's, yet they bore the raw ferocity honed through real combat. Kicks, elbow strikes, and knee thrusts amidst a flurry of blows. Harnessing the instincts of a scion, he unleashed a tempest of strikes upon Bojack, delivering a relentless barrage across his body before expending all his strength to launch him away, paving the way for the next attack. Next, don't give him a moment to breathe. It's my turn. In response to Dale's rallying cry, Bick swiftly launched his own offensive, striking with an unearthly speed, unleashing a torrent of punches, a continuous flurry of strikes, a relentless barrage of blows. He relentlessly struck Bojack's chest, seizing his arm as Bojack attempted to retaliate, delivering a fierce blow to his abdomen. Die? Piccolo forcefully hurled Bojack away, simultaneously unleashing a destructive beam from his mouth, triggering yet another explosion. Next, it was Trunks' turn to take the stage. Trunks. Understood. Trunks swung his sword downward at the airborne Bojack, the sharp blade carving a crimson line from the top of Bojack's head to his thigh, blood cascading like raindrops. Yet the assault did not cease. The high-speed sword flashes, initially intended for Frisia, relentlessly sliced through Bojack's body, though they did not sever him. They left gaping wounds deep enough to expose bone. Finally, Trunks unleashed a ki wave, propelling Bojack once more into the air. Seeing this, Lizette immediately opened a spatial rift beside her, while simultaneously manifesting countless spatial doors around Bojack. Everyone, attack here. All right, let's go. Here it comes. This time, let's finish him. Lizette signaled with a wave, prompting Piccolo to raise his hand and aim. Dares grinned widely, while Trunks gathered energy with his hands behind his back. In the next instant, a barrage of ki blasts erupted. 1,000 swords unleashed. Lizette die. Dares, demonic void encircling bomb. Piccolo, huh? Trunks, continuous fire. Continuous fire. Continuous fire. Continuous fire. Continuous fire. In his normal state, such a barrage of ki blasts would scarcely harm Bojack. Yet now, he was gravely weakened, his power significantly diminished. Even a slight injury would render the relentless barrage an effective strategy, perfectly suited for pursuit. The unavoidable onslaught descended upon Bojack from all directions, leaving his body riddled with wounds. Thick smoke enveloped Bojack's form, yet the others did not pause, each assuming their ultimate attack stances, preparing to deliver the final blow. Shining meteor, ultimate flash, demonic piercing light cannon, cataclysmic explosion. For radiant beams surged through the air, converging towards Bojack. As they flew, they merged into a singular, more potent ki wave, accelerating towards their target. Bojack's eyes were already blinded, rendering him incapable of seeing this lethal strike. Yet he could distinctly sense his impending doom. Summoning his last vestiges of strength, he let out a desperate roar. Damn it! A tremendous explosion echoed, a cataclysmic force capable of engulfing the sky, enveloping Bojack, utterly reducing his form to ashes. There were no final gasps. His screams were completely drowned out by the explosive roar. There was no need to confirm a corpse. Bojack's aura had vanished entirely. Did we win? Trunks asked, somewhat incredulous. Trunks, you are stating the obvious. But truthfully, his aura has indeed vanished. Lizette replied. Although Trunks made an unnecessary declaration, Bojack had long since turned to dust, leaving no possibility for resurgence. This battle between Earth and the Bojack clan ultimately culminated in a victory for the defenders of Earth. Dallas and Bick exchanged smiles, complimenting each other's bravery, while Trunks exhibited a relieved grin. Bojack undoubtedly posed a formidable challenge. However, thanks to the comprehensive application of their training within the hyperbolic time chamber, they successfully repelled him. This experience will undoubtedly serve as a wellspring of confidence for their future endeavors, propelling their continued growth. More crucially, this battle was fought in the absence of Goku. And while the future world may descend into despair without him, this confrontation has proven that they can safeguard Earth even in his absence. Is it not time for Lord Kai to enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training? Trunks inquired. That is indeed my intention, replied Lizette. As our enemies grow increasingly powerful, it is imperative that I enhance my own strength within that chamber. However, before that, someone must accompany me to Korin Tower. Once Goku awakens, I shall allow him and Gohan to train there as well. Lizette had never before utilized the hyperbolic time chamber. He had entered once to dispose of the ultimate Dragon Balls, but exited shortly thereafter, scarcely consuming any time within. The hyperbolic time chamber imposes strict time constraints on individual usage. Exceeding this limit results in permanent exclusion and potential entrapment. Given Lizette's abilities, he might theoretically escape using spatial manipulation, though returning from the hyperbolic time chamber to normal space is no trivial task and currently beyond his capability. Yet, he harbored a premonition that with sufficient time devoted to research, he would eventually discover a means of escape. Thus, he theoretically possessed the potential for unrestricted access to the hyperbolic time chamber. Conversely, there existed the risk of being trapped within should the subspace become sealed. Such an occurrence would strip Lizette of any means of escape. Unlike Majin Buu or Gotenks from the original narrative, he lacked the raw power to tear through space. This apprehension had long deterred him from utilizing the hyperbolic time chamber. He did not perceive it as an inevitable gamble of defeat. He estimated an 80% chance of success, believing he could potentially extricate himself after exceeding the time limit. Yet, the uncertainty of the situation rendered him hesitant to act. However, circumstances had shifted. His next adversary was Broly. Faced with such a formidable foe, he no longer had the luxury of abstaining from the hyperbolic time chamber. Lizette finally resolved to lift the self-imposed prohibition on its use. Chapter 106. Goku awakens. As Lizette emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, he was greeted by an unexpectedly lively atmosphere outside. Puzzled by the commotion, his confusion dissipated upon spotting Goku, surrounded by Krillin and others. It became clear that during his training, Goku had finally recovered. Approaching Goku, Lizette offered his greetings and congratulated him on his recovery. Goku, your heart condition has healed, I presume. Ah, thanks to you. I am now largely aware of the situation, Goku replied. It was said that even while bedridden, he could sense everything around him. This, akin to Lizette's own mastery, was a manifestation of heightened ki perception, a form of distant sight. While this ability was likely temporary, the mere attainment of such a power was a testament to Goku's exceptional prowess. Wukong first cast a glance at Gohan, then turned to Lizette and inquired, I beg your pardon, esteemed Lord of the Gods. May Gohan and I utilize the room of spirit and time? You have just recuperated. Do not overexert yourself, came the reply. No issues at all. If you require rest, you may do so inside, as there exists a full year within. For Lizette, Wukong and Gohan's training was most welcome, for these two were destined to be the mainstay in future battles. Particularly, if Gohan could awaken as a Super Saiyan 2, his combat prowess would be immeasurable. In this era, remnants of foes such as Broly and Hachiyak still lingered, and although there was time before the emergence of Herdrag and the evil energy wave, the current power levels rendered the situation quite formidable. Thus, The enhancement of strength by this father-son duo was indeed a priceless opportunity. Having just recovered from illness, Wukong's friends immediately organized a grand banquet. It was the season of spring, a time when cherry blossoms were in full bloom. With the beauty of this season, everyone gathered beneath the cherry trees to celebrate Wukong's recovery. Some might ponder why the main characters were not present at the festivities. Yet this precisely illustrated the genuine joy everyone felt for Wukong's healing. Krillin belted out a tuneless song, while Dallas shouted for him to stop, declaring it unbearable, tossing empty beer cans in jest. Trunks and Bulma, observing from a distance, could hardly contain their laughter, while Master Roshi entertained with a striptease. Yamcha, Tien, and others joined in, elevating the atmosphere to a lively crescendo. Even in the absence of the main figures, the cherry blossom viewing party remained vibrant. The only ones missing from this revelry were Wukong's family, Lizette, and Piccolo. Wukong and Gohan were naturally engaged in training, while Chi-Chi busied herself preparing for post-battle life by enrolling in tutoring classes. Piccolo, lacking interest in the cherry blossoms, opted for a leisurely retreat. As for Lizette, lost in contemplation, he remained in the temple, focused on observing the cosmic dynamics. Meanwhile, Vegeta was consumed by restlessness. His agitation was not solely due to Krillin's off-key singing, though he found that displeasing, but rather stemmed from the frustration of reflecting on his recent performance. Awakening as a Super Saiyan and defeating the plump Android 19 had gone smoothly, yet subsequent events had not unfolded favorably. As the Prince of the Saiyans, he should have been the strongest Super Saiyan in the universe. Consequently, he believed himself to be the ultimate force. However, he had suffered defeat at the hands of Android 16. Even after training in the Room of Spirit and Time, he felt a Bojack. Furthermore, although unable to accurately sense energy, he suspected that the Earth's deity still surpassed him in strength. Deep down, he felt a profound discontent. As a prince, he was not on the same level as those raucous individuals. Dallas was merely a low-class warrior, and while Naba fancied himself elite, he was ultimately just a mid-class fighter. Yet, the people here seemed indifferent to such distinctions, treating low-class warriors and the elite prince alike, which infuriated him. What a wretched bunch. Vegeta's self-esteem teeters on the brink of collapse. The dignity he once lost in his battle against Frieza was painstakingly rebuilt through his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Yet cracks have begun to reappear. He finds himself losing confidence in his own strength. Though it may not be readily apparent on the surface, his heart is, in truth, exceedingly sensitive. In other words, Vegeta is currently ensnared in an unprecedented state of tension, utterly unable to maintain his composure. The only one capable of perceiving his inner turmoil is none other than Lizette. Others remain oblivious to his plight. Seizing the moment, a spaceship has just descended upon Earth, presenting an excellent opportunity. What manner of vessel is that? The first to react is Trunks, who recognizes the silhouette of the ship. Indeed, he shall never forget. That craft symbolizes ominous tidings. It is the very spaceship of the demon destined to obliterate everything in the future. He is utterly convinced. It has finally arrived. The demon has come. The legendary Super Saiyan has arrived. Trunks instinctively reaches for his sword, only to be halted by Lizette's voice echoing in his mind. Trunks, can you hear me? Lizette-sama. Yes, Broly's spaceship has indeed arrived. I sense it too, but it appears that Broly is not aboard. Not aboard? Then who is? From my observations, Broly has been stationed on the planet located at the center of the North and South galaxies for several days, without any movement. It seems the one controlling Broly is named Paragus, correct? He appears to have chosen that planet as the battlefield. The fact that Broly has yet to arrive is undoubtedly good news. Trunks contemplates seizing this opportunity to defeat Paragus, but Lizette counters this notion. No, why not? If we eliminate Paragus here and now, there will be no one left to control Broly. In such a scenario, we cannot predict what a rogue Broly might do. In the worst-case scenario, he could annihilate all surrounding planets. Moreover, Lizette is acutely aware of Broly's intense fixation on Goku. Furthermore, through his foresight, he has discerned something peculiar. Although the principle remains unclear, Broly, as a Saiyan, can operate in the vacuum of space as if he were in a normal environment. This implies that a lost Broly could potentially arrive on Earth in search of Goku. Such a possibility is not far-fetched. After all, in the second theatrical release, that man managed to find Earth even without knowing its location. Rather than act now, it would be more prudent to allow Paragus to proceed with his plans. Allow him to act. Lizette continues, 35 billion. Lizette unleashes her maximum potential at 50 times, 175 billion. Chapter 107, The King of New Planet Vegeta. Rather than act now, it would be wiser to let Paragus proceed. Let him? Yes, it appears he intends to deceive Vegeta, luring him to the so-called new planet Vegeta. For now, we shall play along with his intentions. When he lets his guard down, we shall seize the opportunity to take control of the device managing Broly. Take the control device. I see. Thus, it is indeed the case that if fortune favors us, we might avoid a confrontation with the fearsome Broly, thereby neutralizing his threat. Broly's power is indisputable, verging on the excessive. Engaging him directly would be a foolhardy endeavor, with the risk of total annihilation looming large. Moreover, should we be compelled to face Broly, relocating the battlefield would not be to our detriment. At the very least, it would be preferable to allowing Broly to wreak havoc on Earth. For this reason, Lizette proposed to temporarily acquiesce to Paragus's invitation. Should we divulge this matter to my father? It would be best to keep it from him. If informed, he might destroy both Paragus and the control device in one fell swoop. Indeed, as Trunks and Lizette communicated telepathically, a multitude of aliens emerged from the spaceship. Kneeling before Vegeta, at the center of the throng stood an elderly man, cloaked and with a singular eye adorned by a beard. By the way, how long must Krillin continue to sing? At last, we have found you, Prince Vegeta. The elder approached Vegeta and bowed respectfully. Vegeta regarded him with a smile that was not entirely cold. It had been a long time since anyone had treated him as a prince. Are you a scion? I am Paragus, here to respectfully invite you to become the king of the new planet Vegeta. What? A new planet Vegeta? Do you not wish to once again demonstrate to the universe the superiority of our formidable warrior race, the Scions? With that, Paragus struck an exaggerated pose, raising his arms wide. Let us, with your hands, establish the mightiest empire in the cosmos. As Paragus's words echoed, his followers raised their hands in exuberant cheer. Yet Vegeta seemed unimpressed. He clicked his tongue softly and turned to leave in silence. However, Paragus remained unfazed and swiftly cast out bait that would surely entice Vegeta. The only one capable of defeating the legendary Super Saiyan is you, King Vegeta, the legendary Super Saiyan. Upon hearing those words, Vegeta halted abruptly. He had taken the bait. Paragus felt assured, his smile deepening. The legendary Super Saiyan. He had heard of this entity from Lizette. It was said that in the future, this being vanquished nearly all warriors, including Dor, Piccolo, and others. It seemed that he even reached a stalemate with Lizette, implying that if one could defeat this foe, they would surpass that celestial being. He had also learned that his future self had never clashed with this adversary. Yet, Vegeta harbored the belief that had he confronted him then, he would have emerged victorious. Now, that individual was rampaging through the southern galaxy with terrifying power. If this continued, the newly established planet Vegeta might also face destruction. Father, no, you cannot believe such words. Trunks rushed to intercede before Vegeta, who had come to a stop. But Vegeta disregarded Trunks and turned his gaze toward Paragus. Paragus, lead the way. Father. Trunks yearned to pursue and prevent Vegeta, yet Paragus preemptively positioned himself before him. Subsequently, Paragus grinned even more broadly, extending an invitation to Trunks to join him on the so-called new planet. Come along, Prince Trunks, descendant of the royal bloodline of Vegeta. Upon hearing his name uttered, Trunks' countenance shifted to one of grave concern. The man was aware of his origin from the future, as well as his lineage as Vegeta's son, indicating that meticulous prior investigation had been conducted. This man was indeed formidable, Trunks reminded himself once more. While Trunks remained vigilant, Vegeta hastily boarded Paragus's spacecraft. The drunken Master Roshi, along with Krillin, Oolong, and Yamcha, who endeavored to restrain him, all followed suit onto the vessel. As Master Roshi lingered at the spacecraft's entrance, entangled in his own inebriated state, the group was inadvertently swept inside as the door began to close. Is this new planet Vegeta truly fit for a king? Or is it merely folly? Bulma scoffed, cradling baby Trunks. At that moment, adult Trunks dashed past her, utilizing his flight technique to surge into the closing spacecraft. Mother, I will certainly bring father back. Thus, Vegeta, Trunks, Master Roshi, Krillin, Yamcha, and Oolong set forth towards the new planet Vegeta, leaving Dallas and the others to sigh in resignation. It was evident that this was a trap, and yet, some had indeed taken the bait. They could hardly fathom how foolishly they had followed along. Under normal circumstances, Vegeta would never be deceived by such an obvious lure, Yet this time, the timing was regrettably unfavorable. What shall we do now? Should we also venture to this so-called new planet Vegeta? Dallas shrugged in response to Daba's inquiry, his tone replete with indifference. In truth, Dallas harbored no interest in either his homeland or the new planet. From the outset, his nature was that of a free wanderer. Now, to dwell on a lost homeland held no significance. The new planet, devoid of Bardock and Jine, was of no consequence to him. And what about you two bald-headed companions? Who are you calling bald-headed? Daba retorted, equally disinterested in the revival of planet Vegeta. In any case, let us return to Lord Kai. He should possess substantial knowledge regarding the situation. At that moment, Tien Shinhan interrupted their discourse, proposing a return to the temple. The two scions nodded in agreement. Paragus, 9000 Chapter 108. Broly long live King Vegeta. We have summoned talented individuals from across the galaxy, awaiting your command as your loyal servants. As Vegeta stepped into the newly constructed palace on the new planet Vegeta, a diverse array of extraterrestrials appeared to have been anticipating his arrival, eagerly coming forth to greet him. The presence of these individuals cannot be deemed formidable. Rather, their strength lies in their sheer numbers. As Vegeta walked into the palace, he inwardly expressed his dissatisfaction, pondering why he could not encounter more respectable companions. This place, which would serve as his fortress, exuded an air of hastily constructed roughness. Could they not erect a more dignified castle? Upon his arrival, his discontent was already palpable. As he ventured deeper into the palace, he noticed a man with disheveled black hair and drowsy eyes. This man possessed a far stronger aura than the multitude outside, though still inferior to Paragus. More importantly, Vegeta felt an inexplicable familiarity with the essence of this individual. This is my son. You may command him as you wish. My name is Broly. The young man introduced himself courteously after Paragus's introduction. In truth, Lizette had previously disclosed the name of the legendary Super Saiyan to Vegeta and his companions. However, at that moment, Vegeta was engulfed in the humiliation of being outpaced by Dallas, rendering him disinterested and incapable of retaining the name he had heard only once 3 years prior. You are also a Saiyan, are you not? Indeed. Initially, Vegeta believed that only 5 Scions had survived: himself, Nappa, Raditz, Kakarot, and Kakarot's son, Gohan. Yet, the reality proved that the number of surviving Scions far exceeded his expectations. Including Dallas, Paragus, Broly, and Trunks, the total had already reached 9. Furthermore, there was the foolish younger brother who had been sent to a border planet and lacked combat prowess, which brought the count to 10. As for Trunks from the future, although he was also a Scion, his origins from the future could exempt him from this era's tally. While Vegeta pondered these revelations, Paragus's subordinate rushed in, flustered. Report. A Super Saiyan has appeared on Totokama Star. What? Upon hearing his subordinate's announcement, Vegeta was taken aback yet exhilarated, a battle-hungry smile blossoming on his face. Is it finally here? Let us set forth to confront the legendary Super Saiyan. Broly, follow me. Vegeta turned from the newly arrived palace, preparing to return to the location where the spaceship was docked. Broly silently trailed behind him when suddenly, Trunks' voice interrupted them. Father, acting so recklessly is perilous. We should at least gather more intelligence first. The coward can remain behind. It matters not. Broly, hurry. Father. At that moment, Vegeta was in a tense state, his pride already showing signs of fracture. It was precisely this urgency to prove himself that compelled him to seek the solitary defeat of the legendary Super Saiyan, whom even Lizette could not vanquish in the future. Observing Vegeta's demeanor, Paragus stroked his beard and chuckled, confident that his plan was progressing smoothly. Ha ha ha, what is happening here? Where am I? Meanwhile, on Earth, Lizette found herself in chaos after having abducted an octopus-like extraterrestrial scientist through subspace movement. Lizette had originally intended to seize the control device from Paragus directly, but upon further reflection, she realized that the very creator of the device was before her. By enlisting this scientist's assistance with Bulma, they might forge a control device of even greater capability. Embracing this notion, Lizette immediately sprang into action. Confronted with the still chaotic octopus scientist, Lizette candidly remarked, if this continues, your chances of survival are utterly non-existent. He informed the scientist that the planet New Vegeta was on the brink of an impact from the Kamori comet, and that Paragus had only prepared a single escape pod, showing no intention of rescuing his subordinates. In other words, in Paragus's eyes, all his underlings were expendable pawns, including this particular scientist. Upon hearing this, the octopus scientist turned pale with fear and instantly vowed to cooperate with Lizette. Ah yes, I am eager to assist wholeheartedly. I can also provide technology. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. This fellow was remarkably quick to adapt. Lizette discerned his thoughts, finding no trace of resistance. Only a soul shackled by dread, with loyalty that was as fragile as glass. Subsequently, Lizette dangled a tempting offer. If you remain on Earth, you may conduct your research at the Capsule Corporation to your heart's content. Once these words were uttered, the octopus scientist completely capitulated, emitting strange laughter while displaying unwavering obedience towards Lizette. So, Bulma, I shall entrust the next steps to you. When it comes to cosmic technology, it is not beyond our reach, after all. Let us proceed, especially considering the safety of Earth. You must ensure that the octopus cooperates fully. The octopus scientist, handed over to Bulma by Lizette, elicited an exasperated expression from her, yet her curiosity as a researcher had unmistakably been piqued. She dragged the octopus scientist onto a private plane bound for the Capsule Corporation. Lizette had specifically instructed that should anything go awry, she should call for him mentally, and he would promptly arrive. Thus, the octopus scientist dared not entertain any tricks. Moreover, the Capsule Corporation was currently fortified by the most formidable security robot, Android 16. Any attempt at subterfuge would result in being incinerated by 16's Hell Flash Cannon. It is worth mentioning that Lizette had no intention of deploying 16 in combat. Although 16's capabilities were indeed impressive, as a purely robotic entity, he lacked any means of enhancing his strength beyond modifications, rendering him ill-equipped to keep pace with the escalating combat prowess of the future. In fact, he had been left far behind. Forcing him onto the battlefield would only lead to his unwarranted destruction. Instead, it was more prudent to allow him to remain at the Capsule Corporation, where he could serve a more meaningful purpose. Now, as long as everything proceeded smoothly, the control device for Broly would be completed shortly. It appeared that this time, a resolution could indeed be achieved without the need for combat. Observing Lizette working behind the scenes to control Broly, Dallas murmured with disinterest. Having already discerned from the future intelligence that this was the best course of action, Dallas chose not to elaborate further. Summoned as a precaution, Piccolo stood at the edge of the temple with his arms crossed, gazing down at the ground. Tien, recognizing that he had no immediate duties, closed his eyes in meditation before the time chamber. It seemed that once Goku and the others emerged, he too wished to enter for training. Even in his absence, there was no one eager to seize the opportunity, especially since Goku and the others had only been inside for half a day. Their exit was still far off. Yet, at that moment, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber abruptly swung open, shattering everyone's expectations. Broly, 3.5 billion. Chapter 109. The conclusion of Goku and Gohan's training. Impossible, that was too quick. And what is this energy? Lizette, Dallas, and Naba all displayed expressions of astonishment. Their gazes fixed upon the doorway. There stood Goku and Gohan, their vests tattered, yet their hair transformed into a golden hue, undoubtedly Super Saiyans, but their demeanor was remarkably different. Externally, they appeared to have transformed, yet their state was exceedingly ordinary, as if being a Super Saiyan was their default condition. The unique exhilaration associated with transformation had vanished, replaced by a tranquil gaze. As Lizette observed this scene, he was once again struck by the astonishing talent of Goku. In such a brief span, he had already mastered the Super Saiyan form entirely. Ah, Lord Deity, my apologies, but could you provide us with a new set of clothing? Our attire is in shambles. Ah, yes, you prefer the usual vests, correct? Lizette pointed a finger, and instantly, Goku's vest transformed into a new one. Gohan requested new clothing from Piccolo and ultimately received an outfit identical to Piccolo's. Thus, the iconic appearance of Ultimate Gohan was officially born. Although achieving this form at the age of 9 felt somewhat peculiar. Hey, Kakarot, with your current state, have you come to regard Super Saiyan as your everyday form? You've completely adapted. Indeed. That way, transforming doesn't impose any unnecessary strain on my body. Quite clever, I assent it. In response to Dallas's inquiry, Goku answered with remarkable calmness. His demeanor was indeed far more composed than that of previous Super Saiyans. Even in transformation, there was no trace of energy leakage. Then, your strength must have increased significantly? Of course, I believe that, aside from Lord Deity, I would not be outmatched by anyone. Oh, quite a bold claim. Are you suggesting that you are stronger than I? Yes, I genuinely feel that I have become considerably stronger. Upon hearing Goku's confident assertion, Dallas chuckled with intrigue. Although Goku appeared somewhat carefree and a bit scatterbrained, he never boasted about such matters. Since he dared to make such a statement, it indicated that his power had indeed surpassed Dallas's. I can now vaguely sense Lord Deity's energy, much clearer than before, yet still shrouded in a veil, making it difficult to discern. Does this imply that my strength is nearing yours, but not quite surpassed? That is about right. Lizette wiped the sweat from his brow, affirming Goku's inquiry. Indeed, Goku had not yet fully surpassed Lizette, but the gap between them had narrowed to a mere whisper. With Goku's current perception, he might even be capable of instant transmission by sensing Lizette's energy. Yet, what astonished Lizette even more was Gohan. The latent power within Gohan has surpassed that of Goku, which leaves Lizette feeling a tinge of frustration regarding the disparity in their talents, yet simultaneously instills a profound sense of reassurance. With such strength at his disposal, should the need arise to confront Broly, their chances of victory are considerably enhanced. Lord Kami, I shall now enter my training. Is that acceptable? Yes, that's perfectly fine. Count me in as well. I cannot accept being left behind by Kakarot. It appears that the next to enter the hyperbolic time chamber will be Tien and Kairatsu, the duo of bald warriors. They walked side by side into the room, closing the door behind them. Given their fervor, it is likely they will train tirelessly for an entire day, if not longer. Lizette can only silently pray that Tien's arm will remain unbroken this time. After watching the two enter, Lizette resumed his distant observation of the situation on new planet Vegeta. Vegeta is en route to Tadakama, and he will not return until at least nightfall. Paragus seems to have finally noticed the absence of the octopus scientist and is searching high and low. Meanwhile, Trunks is deepening his camaraderie with Krillin and Yamcha among the Shamo people. I say, Lord Kami. Yes? What is it, Goku? Lizette interrupted his long-range view and turned to face Goku. Observing him up close, he could truly appreciate the extent of Goku's growth. He has become remarkably dependable. His aura is both powerful and stable, exuding a sense of normalcy. Lizette's sentiments were complicated. Should he feel assured in Goku's capability as the protagonist? Or should he envy the rapidity of his exceptional growth? It is difficult to articulate his current emotions. Just how strong is that legendary Super Saiyan? Well, I fear he is exceedingly formidable. Even if we all band together, it is uncertain whether we could defeat him. Wow, is he really that strong? I am so eager to fight him. I understand your feelings, but this time it is simply not possible. We lack any assurance of victory and cannot take that risk. But I haven't sparred with anyone for so long. No means no. Though Goku has finally become stronger, as long as Lizette's plans proceed smoothly. It seems that Goku will have no opportunity to take action this time. Indeed, it would be best if he refrains from intervening altogether. Should Goku accidentally encounter Broly, there is a significant chance that Broly would go on a rampage. The fact that Broly harbors an obsession with Goku stems from the cries that disturbed him during Goku's infancy, which is rather excessive. For similar reasons, Dallas, who bears a resemblance to Goku, must also steer clear of Broly this time. Having previously missed battles against Metal Cooler and the Bojack clan due to a heart condition, Goku's desire for combat is likely stronger than ever, yet this time he must endure a little longer. In any case, let us wait for Bulma to complete the control device. Isn't that rather troublesome? We could simply seize the control device from that Paragus fellow, couldn't we? Dallas questioned. No, that approach is unlikely to yield favorable results. Why not? I have just deciphered the thoughts of the scientist Paragus regarding the control device in his possession, which is intricately designed to respond solely to his unique aura, rendering it operable only by him. In other words, even if we were to seize it, it would be of no use to us. Initially, Lizette did contemplate directly commandeering Paragus's device, but in retrospect, exercising caution has proven to be exceedingly wise. The control device of Paragus can only be utilized by him. Had we rushed to acquire it, we would have inadvertently unleashed Broly prematurely, thus completely derailing our plans. Swift action in the face of adversity is not always detrimental. However, at times, as in this instance, verifying information and exercising prudence is equally paramount. Son Goku 3. 2 billion Super Saiyan Son Goku. 16 billion Son Gohan. 300 million Super Saiyan Son Gohan. 15 billion Chapter 110. Successfully controlling Broly Splendid. Let us maintain this momentum and draw ever closer. Gummori Comet. Nightfall. While all others succumbed to slumber, Paragus stood alone, observing the celestial body's movements. The radar, crafted by the scientist for his purposes, steadily transmitted signals indicating the comet's approach towards this planet, and Paragus felt the palpable realization that his goal was finally within reach. Ha ha ha, ah ha 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 ha. Reflecting upon the lengthy years dedicated to revenge, Paragus erupted into a frenzied, distorted laughter that crescendoed until, overwhelmed by the impending fulfillment of his long-held desire, it nearly transformed into tears of joy. Witnessing this scene, one of his subordinates, Moya, could not suppress a voice filled with trepidation. Could it be? Could it be that Lord Paragus intends to eliminate us as well? As if sensing his unease, Paragus gradually approached Moya and spoke. Moya, there is no need for concern. You shall not experience such dread. Upon hearing this, Moya exhaled in relief. Wonderful. Indeed, Lord Paragus considers our well-being. Ultimately, it is only the foolish kingly figure, the dim-witted Vegeta, along with his pitiful son and companions, who shall be consumed by the Gamori comet. Yes, even if I relocate to Earth, I shall strive with all my might. Yet, in the next moment, as Paragus raised his hand, he realized he had utterly misjudged the situation. And no, do not misunderstand. Moya's final, anguished scream reverberated through the palace, as the radiant energy of the ki blast illuminated the night sky. However, none were aware that a life had just been extinguished. At this moment, Vegeta was in a state of agitation. The planet he visited yesterday yielded not even a glimpse of the legendary Super Saiyan, rendering his efforts futile. Although Paragus was desperately urging his subordinates to search, it proved utterly ineffectual. Vegeta deemed Paragus untrustworthy and resolved to cease waiting for news, opting instead to embark on a journey across the cosmos in search of answers. Naturally, the one most alarmed by this was Paragus. His plan had been to keep Vegeta here until the Gamori comet collided, using the comet's force to eliminate him. However, if Vegeta were to leave the planet now, all of his schemes would be in vain. King Vegeta, please wait until tomorrow. Just one more day. By tomorrow, the whereabouts of the legendary Super Saiyan will surely be uncovered. No, there is no need for that. Paragus's words were interrupted by the resonant voice of a youth echoing around. Vegeta and Paragus turned towards the sound, where a boy in white stood resolutely, having appeared seemingly from nowhere. He wore his usual cloak, yet in response to the unforeseen circumstances, its weight had been reduced to a mere pursuit of sturdiness. Standing beside him were Trunks and Piccolo, both casting hostile glares at Paragus. God of Earth, Paragus, why not reveal to Vegeta that Broly is the true legendary Super Saiyan? The words spoken by Lizette were thunderous, and Vegeta immediately turned his gaze towards Paragus and Broly. How could this be possible? How could Broly, who is even weaker than I, be the legendary Super Saiyan? King Vegeta, please return to the palace. It's all lies. What Paragus says is utter nonsense. That place is nothing but ruins. Trunks interrupted Paragus's feeble defense. Even Vegeta could discern whom to trust. The suspicion in his eyes towards Paragus grew stronger, almost piercing. You deceived me, Paragus. It seems even a dim-witted fool like you has finally come to a realization. Everything is as your son and that God said. I harbor no attachment to this wretched planet. Paragus clearly understood that he could no longer deceive. He discarded his previously submissive demeanor, revealing his true nature while mocking Vegeta, and turned away. My reason for exploiting this planet was my knowledge of the impending comet collision. My true objective is the Earth of the North Galaxy. Ha ha ha. As he turned back, for reasons unknown, he raised a finger towards Vegeta and let out a peculiar laugh. Then, with arms outstretched, he began to pace while speaking. To relocate to the most splendid Earth in the universe and establish an empire from there was my original plan. Thus, I could not allow Earth to become the stage for our final battle. To seize it unscathed, I had this palace constructed, luring you all to this planet. You truly believe yourself the king of planet Vegeta. How laughable. He approached Broly, dramatically spreading his arms. Once the Fade was shattered, he felt no further reservations. He remained oblivious to his desperate situation, continuing to speak. As long as I eliminate you all here, we shall have no enemies. Not just the North Galaxy, but even the East and West galaxies will fall easily under our control. My empire with Broly shall endure forever. Make your move, Broly, Paragus commanded, seeking to have him eliminate Lizette and the others. Yet Broly stood motionless, as Lizette used her telekinetic abilities to destroy the control device on Paragus's hand. What? Without that, Broly will. The control device was essential for managing Broly. Without it, Broly would unleash his instincts in a violent rampage, capable of obliterating the entire universe. Thus, it is needless to mention what has taken control. Paragus was about to reproach Lizette for her reckless assault when, in the blink of an eye, his complexion turned ashen. For in Lizette's grasp was an apparatus identical to his own. How could this be possible? Fear not, for the device I possess is a more advanced model, Broly. It will restrain Paragus's movements. Indeed, the control device in Lizette's hand illuminated, resonating with the apparatus affixed to Broly's forehead. Immediately, Broly obeyed Lizette's command, tightening his grip around Paragus's throat. The sudden turn of events sent Paragus into a state of utter panic, cold sweat cascading down him like a waterfall. What is this? Is this really Broly? What are you doing? We have subverted the scientist who designed this device, compelling Bulma to create another. You have lost, Paragus. This is a decisive victory that bypasses the very conflict itself. Achieving victory without the occurrence of battle is undoubtedly the most ideal and perfect method. Witnessing the once destructive Broly being so effortlessly subdued, Trunks could not help but chuckle, casting a glance at Lizette. Indeed, she proved her prowess by easily bringing such a demon under control. This signifies a change for the future. At the very least, this timeline has been salvaged. While Trunks rejoiced at this prospect, Vegeta remained utterly indifferent. Spare me these futile theatrics. Even without such methods, I could vanquish that legendary Super Saiyan. No sooner had he spoken, than Vegeta's eyes flared crimson, enveloped in a shroud of dark energy. This phenomenon felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of the mysterious and malevolent transformation that had once brought torment to many. Encased in this black aura, Vegeta executed an action unforeseen by anyone, even Lizette, which would prove to be the gravest of blunders. Chapter 111. The legendary Super Saiyan Vegeta unleashed an energy blast towards Broly's forehead, obliterating the control ring. What are you doing, Vegeta? Lizette exclaimed in panic, scolding Vegeta for his folly. No, that is not right. The reprimand should be directed at those fiendish creatures. Following the energy signature, he swiftly detected the silhouette of a female demon in the distance, who, with a mischievous grin, vanished from sight. Before the agitated Lizette, Vegeta stood aloof, arms crossed, responding without a hint of remorse. He likely remained oblivious to his own manipulation, merely destroying a worthless object, even without such trinkets. I alone could handle the legendary Super Saiyan. You fool. It is precisely because we cannot that we— Silence, coward. Such a manner of victory is not befitting of us Saiyans. Lizette's meticulously crafted strategy was utterly shattered by his own ally. Yet this was also his miscalculation. Despite his understanding of Vegeta's mental state, he had underestimated him. Having recently become a Super Saiyan only to be defeated by an android, and subsequently bested by Bojack. These two events had stripped Vegeta of the little composure he had left. Thus, he becomes so easily manipulable. Even in the absence of manipulation, given Vegeta's current state, he might indeed resort to such actions. He has been driven to the brink. Lizette should have paid closer attention to Vegeta. It is not surprising that a prideful Vegeta, with his self-esteem cracked, would act in such a manner. He should have either knocked Vegeta unconscious or unceremoniously returned him to Earth. However, in the end, it is too late to voice such concerns, as everything has become irretrievable. Once the control ring was shattered, Broly's demeanor transformed, and the faces of Trunks and the others turned ashen. Vegeta, you must take responsibility. Piccolo gritted his teeth and let out an enraged roar. At this moment, the situation took a turn for the worse, and there was no longer any way to suppress Broly. Ironically, it was the ring on Broly's forehead that was destroyed, rendering the situation hopeless. Even with a secondary mechanism, the absence of a primary one is futile. Goku, can you hear me? The plan has failed. Hurry and bring everyone to New Vegeta. Lizette hurriedly transmitted a telepathic message to Earth, summoning Goku to their location. Shortly thereafter, Goku, who had been waiting, appeared on the scene with Dales, Gohan, and Naba, who had just completed their training in the Room of Spirit and Time, through instant transmission. Sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Broly, Goku chuckled with amusement while beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Kakarot. Upon recognizing Goku, Broly ignored all adversaries and strode directly towards him. Vegeta, completely disregarded, was consumed with fury and aimed a kick at Broly. Broly neither dodged nor defended. Vegeta's full-force kick landed squarely on his neck, yet Broly remained unyielding. How? How is this possible? Damn it, huh? This time it's an energy blast. Vegeta exerted all his strength to unleash an energy blast that struck Broly head-on. Smoke billowed, and Paragus exclaimed, "Broly?" only to be knocked to the ground by the ensuing shockwave. Yet, crucially, Broly emerged from the smoke unscathed, not even glancing back at the attacking Vegeta. In his eyes, Vegeta was utterly inconsequential. Even if he could see him, he would completely disregard his existence. He was completely oblivious to the assault, akin to a person walking, unperturbed by a harmless insect bumping into them. For Broly, the disparity in power between him and Vegeta had grown so vast that the very notion of being attacked could not even register. Vegeta, clearly aware of this reality, felt his strength drain away and his fighting spirit evaporate. Kakarot, Broly roared, enveloped in a golden aura. Madness, ferocity, murderous intent, hostility, brutality, destruction, violence, strength, rage, and loathing. The immeasurable beastly nature he had harbored within was no longer shackled. He transformed into the legendary, bloodthirsty berserker. Roar! In an instant, Broly changed. His muscles swelled, his physique noticeably enlarged, and his eyes became devoid of reason, turning into a blank white. With raven hair standing on end, transformed into a vibrant green, and engulfed in an aura reminiscent of residual energy waves, he stood amidst a chasm carved from his very presence. The legend had arrived. Huh. Ha 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 ha. The previous silence was but an illusion, now rife with the intent of annihilation. Destruction itself bears no intrinsic meaning. He was simply born to obliterate. As a harbinger of ruin, he sought to annihilate humanity, flora, the earth, the sky, celestial bodies, and even the entire galaxy. He could be described as the personification of violence, a creature that comprehends only devastation. This encapsulates the essence of Broly. Haha, the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta's hair had reverted to its natural black. Instinctively sensing the vast chasm between himself and Broly, he found his will to fight evaporating, his body relinquishing its Super Saiyan form. Broly regarded Vegeta with utter disdain, directing his focus instead towards Goku. Kakarot, your blood will be the first to spill. No sooner had he uttered these words than Broly surged forward with a velocity that belied his massive physique. However, Goku, having honed his abilities in the hyperbolic time chamber, had significantly elevated his strength. He narrowly evaded Broly's initial strike, redirecting the battle into the skies. Broly pursued relentlessly, and in a bid to assist Goku, Dals, Piccolo, Nappa, Trunks, Gohan, and Lizette ascended into the air. Only Vegeta remained, kneeling, his body trembling uncontrollably. The legendary Super Saiyan, the very one who could be slain, was indeed the fabled Super Saiyan. The Vegeta who had just boasted of single-handedly vanquishing his opponent was now nowhere to be found. Despite having endured merely 2 assaults, he comprehended the magnitude of Broly's might. He recognized starkly that the disparity in their powers rendered victory impossible. Vegeta was undoubtedly a prodigy of combat. Hence, he felt the profound chasm separating him from his foe. His mind became a void, incapable of any further contemplation. Broly's presence had become overwhelmingly formidable. Even among pure-blooded Saiyans, it seemed only you, Vegeta, could instinctively perceive Broly's strength and malevolence. Yet it was too late. Now that Broly had escaped my control and ascended to the status of the legendary Saiyan, my original ambition to partner with Broly in dominating the universe lay in tatters. Forget Earth. Unless the entire universe is obliterated, Broly shall not cease his rampage. Paragus murmured as if resigned, fixating on Broly's battle. No one could possibly vanquish Broly, nor could he be halted. Thus, it was destined for everything to conclude. The universe could only be ravaged by Broly. Hearing these words, Vegeta trembled incessantly. Legendary Broly, 35 billion. This tome posits that the power of the legendary Super Saiyan is set at double that of the ordinary Super Saiyan, amounting to 100-fold of baseline combat capability. Chapter 112. Kakarot, your son is truly adorable. Cease. It is utterly impossible to win. That being is the legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta roared, his gaze fixed upon a group of warriors challenging the throes of despair in battle. Though Goku and Gohan fought valiantly, the chasm between them and Broly was insurmountable. Lizette's tactics faltered this time against such a formidable opponent. Despite his relentless evasion of Broly's assaults and attempts to counterattack at opportune moments, his strikes seemed to vanish into the abyss, utterly ineffective. It was no surprise, after all, for their adversary was the legendary Super Saiyan. Winning was not even a consideration, They existed in disparate realms of combat. Paragus approached the despairing Vegeta, a low chuckle escaping his lips. "Behold," he taunted, "even in hell, you shall not witness such a splendid slaughter." Ha ha ha. His faith in Broly's victory was unwavering. And rightly so. Broly exhibited no signs of vulnerability. Rather, it would be illogical to doubt his supremacy. His defense transcended that of mere flesh, defying the very essence of biology. In the incessant assaults directed at Broly, Lizette felt a profound realization. Broly had long surpassed humanity, even transcending the boundaries of living beings. What should have been the flesh of a living creature instead exuded an impenetrable hardness, akin to steel. It evoked memories of 260 years prior, when he was an ordinary villager, striking a steel plate with all his might, its impenetrable toughness rendering any thought of attack utterly futile, suffocating in its despair. He recognized that his efforts were in vain, and in that moment, an image emerged in his mind of himself futilely pounding against an unfathomably thick iron wall, striking with his hands in a futile endeavor. Amidst this realization, Lizette effortlessly dodged Broly's massive arm. Though Broly's attacks were executed with astonishing speed, each strike bore the weight of intent, revealing their purpose through exaggerated motion. No matter the velocity, Lizette could anticipate the trajectory of the strikes through Broly's gaze, preparatory movements, and muscle contractions, even finding the capacity to counterattack. He ducked under a punch, striking Broly's jaw with the heel of his palm. After evading another blow, he targeted the pressure point above his lip. He aimed for all the vital areas of the human body, employing whip-like strikes, even targeting critical points. Yet, the outcome was the same, ineffective. His assaults could not penetrate, and Broly would retaliate in the blink of an eye. Even powerful whip strikes aimed at his skin yielded no results. Logically, such strikes should produce an effect. Any creature with skin and sensitivity to pain, regardless of strength, would undoubtedly feel the sting. Yet Broly remained unfazed, as if devoid of sensation, utterly immobile. Attempting to pierce his eye with a finger would only result in injury to himself. Even inserting a finger into his ear in an attempt to disrupt his brain with a blast of energy would fail to breach his eardrum. Lizette dodged a blast of energy fired by Broly. The errant energy blast plummeted towards the workspace of the Shamo people, as if drawn by an invisible force, followed immediately by a chorus of anguished cries echoing around. How could Lizette tolerate such a scenario? He swiftly unleashed an attack, yet it had no effect on Broly. This technique, which he had previously employed against King Cold and Goldo, was designed to permeate the body with energy, inflicting damage from within. However, this time, Broly's formidable muscles and the energy barrier they formed thwarted his efforts. "Do you truly believe this meager strength can vanquish me?" Lizette leaped mid-air to evade a powerful kick from Broly. He placed his hand atop Broly's head, using the momentum of his inverted spin to reposition himself. Seizing the opportunity, he maneuvered behind Broly and, just as Broly turned, unleashed a backhand punch that struck his back. Simultaneously, Broly retaliated with his own backhand strike, but Lizette bent low to evade it, seizing the moment before Broly's attack concluded to leap and strike once more. Dodge, strike. Dodge again, strike anew. This relentless exchange of offense and defense at such close quarters appeared evenly matched at first glance. Yet, the reality was starkly different. While Lizette had never been hit, it was equally true that a single blow from Broly would spell the end of the battle. Broly, despite enduring thousands of attacks, remained utterly unscathed. The damage inflicted upon him was negligible. On one side stood Lizette, whose assaults never found their mark, and on the other loomed Broly, impervious to harm. To an outsider, it might seem a stalemate, but the outcome was already painfully clear. Meanwhile, Goku and his companions observed the unfolding conflict from a distance, searching for an opening to strike. Supporting Lizette with energy blasts would only hinder him. Even drawing closer, they could not evade Broly's onslaught with the same ease. Perhaps weary of their passive observation, Broly suddenly disregarded Lizette, shifting his focus to Goku. "If you do not muster the resolve to fight, I will obliterate this planet entirely." Lizette's energy sphere had reached Broly's throat, yet he remained oblivious. To him, such ineffectual attacks were as good as non-existent. The energy sphere barely grazed a single hair on his body as Broly accelerated towards Goku, closing the distance in an instant. He unleashed a point-blank energy blast that sent Goku flying, then dove after the falling warrior. Lizette, Dallas, and Piccolo immediately fired energy blasts to intercept him. But Broly disregarded them entirely. Even as energy blasts struck his back, he remained unfazed, relentlessly pursuing Goku. That creature is no human. Our attacks are utterly futile. One lamented. His power is unlike anything I've ever felt. I never imagined we would face such a monster. Regardless, we must pursue. Despite their trepidation in the face of such overwhelming strength, Dallas, Piccolo, and Lizette pressed on. Trunks, Gohan, and Nappa followed closely behind. At that moment, Lizette noticed that Nappa's beard had taken on a golden hue. Lacking hair made it difficult to discern, but it was evident that he too had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Were it a different time, this new power would undoubtedly be a cause for celebration. However, in this moment, even with the addition of another Super Saiyan, there is no glimmer of hope for victory. It is not that Nappa is weak, but rather that Broly's strength has reached an extraordinary level, rendering the addition of one more Super Saiyan insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Upon reaching their destination, Lizette and the others beheld a group of Shamo people brought from Shamo Star to construct palaces on this planet. At that moment, they gazed up at Broly with eyes filled with terror, and Broly appeared to recognize them, a sinister smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Oh, the slaves captured from Shamo Star. I recall how you longed to return to your home among the stars, he remarked. As if even the memories ingrained during his brainwashing lingered on, Broly turned to face the Shamo people, gathering energy into a sphere in his right hand. I sincerely hope you may one day return, he declared, before launching the energy sphere into the air. Did he intend to annihilate the Shamo people? No. At the last moment before the sphere struck its target, it veered off course, soaring skyward. Yet, it was not merely a harmless display, for in the direction it flew, a planet floated, Shamo Star. Just as a young Shamo child had murmured, the sphere was indeed aimed at their home. Broly's energy blast struck Shamo Star directly, resulting in a blinding explosion, followed by a deafening roar, as the planet vanished from existence in the cosmos. Ah! The Shamo people cried out in despair. Their eyes fixated on the void where their homeland once resided. They had always gazed upon that planet, harboring the hope of one day returning. This hope was their sole beacon of solace, even amidst their abduction to this unfamiliar world, as long as their homeland remained visible in the heavens. But now, due to the whim of a demon, it had been obliterated without a trace. Witnessing the Shamo people's breakdown and heart-wrenching cries, Broly found it utterly laughable, erupting into maniacal laughter. Ah, he is a demon. Gohan trembled in fear at the sheer cruelty displayed, instinctively uttering the most fitting title for Broly. If we allow such a being to persist, the entire universe will face destruction. Trunks recalled the completely annihilated future and shouted in fury. Thanks to Lizette's valiant resistance, the universe had managed to survive. Yet, whether this world could reproduce such an outcome remained uncertain, and he would never allow such a catastrophe to unfold again. He had vowed to survive alongside his companions, to transcend this despair. We must win. We absolutely must. Goku shouted fervently, as the three of them enveloped themselves in golden energy, leaping into action. Goku charged directly at Broly with a powerful kick, while Trunks and Gohan flanked him with their punches. However, Broly dismissed their attacks with ease, charging forward and colliding with all three, sending them hurtling away. As he was about to continue the pursuit, Lizette suddenly dashed forward and seized his arm, as if defying gravity and weight, and hurled him away with great force. However, after spinning in midair, Broly immediately revealed a cruel smile directed at Goku. Kakarot, your son is truly delightful. ISNTE? The power levels were staggering. Nappa at 92 million and Golden Frieza at 4.6 billion. Chapter 113, The Defeat of All. With just those words, Goku instantly comprehended that the demon's next target was his son. Gohan had indeed grown stronger through his training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Yet, he remained a child. Despite possessing power, he lacked any combat skills. If Gohan were to confront Broly's fierce assault directly, he could not evade like Lizette and would ultimately be beaten to death. Thus, Goku pushed Gohan aside, urging him to flee, and then, in a bid to buy time, boldly challenged Broly. Hiya! Broly laughed mockingly at Goku's desperate charge, swatting him away with his robust arm. Dallas and Trunks rushed forward to take his place, but Broly remained unfazed. He grabbed their hair and slammed their heads into the ground, causing the earth to cave in as their bodies were buried beneath the soil. Immediately, Nappa charged in, but Broly didn't even register the attack. He merely swung his arm casually. With a single blow, Nappa's massive form was sent hurtling away. crashing face-first into the rocks. 20 times Kaioken. Piccolo roared, launching an aerial assault, landing a punch on Broly's shoulder. Yet, the attack proved ineffective. Broly effortlessly deflected Piccolo with a headbutt, and then executed a spinning kick that sent him crashing to the ground, forcing him to roll helplessly. Broly was about to continue his onslaught when Trunks and Dallas quickly got up to intercept, only to be simultaneously knocked away by Broly's swing. Subsequently, Broly kicked Piccolo in the abdomen, launching him into the air. GUH. Piccolo spat blood, emitting a cry of anguish. Seizing the moment, Broly unleashed another energy blast that struck Piccolo in the stomach, sending him flying far away. Gohan. Piccolo landed near Vegeta, amidst the sound of an explosion. Broly, indifferent to the aftermath, turned to pursue Gohan, quickly catching up to the fleeing boy. He seized Gohan by the hair and violently slammed his head into the wall. Wah! Ha ha ha! Gohan's head carved a mark into the ruins of the structure, as Broly, relying solely on brute strength, hurled him aside. After just a few assaults, Gohan lost consciousness, his hair reverting from golden to black. He crashed against the wall, which collapsed under the strain, and his body became ensnared by a protruding steel rebar, leaving him suspended in midair. Broly raised his hand, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the defenseless youth. Just then, Lizette, finally catching up, dashed forward and seized his hand, once again casting him away. As Broly's hand inadvertently made contact with the ground, a ki blast was unintentionally unleashed. Struck by his own energy projectile, he finally sustained damage for the first time since the onset of battle. What a waste of effort. Broly sprang to his feet, unleashing a barrage of strikes with arms as thick as the trunk of a tree. Yet, these assaults were merely brute force. As long as Lizard maintained his composure, there were no attacks he could not evade. That said, all he could do was dodge, and his strikes continued to fail in affecting Broly. In essence, the battle was merely a repetition of prior circumstances, showing no signs of improvement. Not only was there no advancement, but the longer the fight dragged on, the more fatigued Lizard became, rendering the situation increasingly dire for him. Still so relentless. But as long as I can buy some time, Goku and the others will have a chance to recover. Lizard focused solely on evading direct attacks. He did not defend. All his energy was devoted to dodging. He resembled a tranquil stream, exerting every effort to absorb and mitigate Broly's raging torrent. The cycle of offense and defense persisted endlessly. For Broly, this was an incomprehensible phenomenon and a battle that filled him with extreme irritation. Lizard's power was no different from that of other weaklings. He was a feeble opponent, yet he remained untouchable. It was as if he were battling against the air. Every one of Broly's attacks met only empty space, while Lizard countered with unilateral strikes. Though he felt no pain, Broly seethed with rage, despite having no reason to lose. The absurdity of facing an opponent he should easily defeat, yet being unable to do so infuriated him to no end. Moreover, the more furious he became, the larger his attack movements grew, making it increasingly difficult to strike his target. Broly let out a furious growl, wildly swinging in a frenzy. Yet, he still could not land a blow on Lizard. Fists, kicks, ki blasts, every attack was evaded and neutralized. Just as Broly's fury was about to reach its zenith, his peripheral vision caught sight of Gohan. That was Kakarot's son, whom he had failed to kill, and also Lizard's comrade. In that instant of recognition, a diabolical scheme flashed through Broly's not-so-bright mind. He swiftly turned his back to Lizard, ready to put his plan into action. Ignoring Lizard's astonished expression, he aimed a ki blast directly at Gohan. Lizard, dumbfounded, dashed in front of Gohan in an instant. If Gohan, now unconscious, were to be struck directly by this ki blast, it would undoubtedly spell his doom. He maximized his energy shield and positioned it in front of him to defend against the blast. The power of the ki blast was indeed formidable, yet it seemed not insurmountable. Indeed, it mattered little if this ki blast were to be blocked, for Broly had never intended to defeat Gohan with it in the first place. Seizing the moment while Lizard desperately defended against the ki blast, Broly flew to his side. Oh, ha ha ha. Broly's muscular arm sliced through the air and crashed violently into Lizard's abdomen. A violent shock and excruciating pain radiated from the abdomen, leading Lizette to experience the disconcerting sensation that his insides were utterly shattered. His visage contorted in agony. Blood spewed from his mouth as he was violently hurled against the wall. Fortunately, he managed to dissipate some of the force in time, mitigating most of the impact. Yet, he found himself unable to move. His knees trembled uncontrollably, and his strength ebbed away rapidly. With a resigned gasp, Lizette collapsed to the ground like a marionette whose strings had been severed, fixating on the demon advancing towards him step by step. His vision began to blur, and consciousness gradually slipped away. Broly's footsteps were reminiscent of a machine rather than a human, resonating ominously in his ears. Helplessly, he realized he could neither rise nor flee, nor could he muster the strength to fight back. Just as Lizette was engulfed in despair, Goku arrived just in the nick of time. But what good would it do? No, it would be of no use. Although Goku's resilience far surpassed Lizette's, so much so that it defied explanation by mere numerical values, he too could only defend himself against Broly's relentless energy blasts while struggling to close the distance. Utterly preoccupied. Hey, show a little mercy. What did mercy even mean? Faced with such a vast disparity in strength, Goku found himself in the rare position of appearing vulnerable. Regrettably, Broly was wholly unfamiliar with the concept of mercy. He had never been taught the word and had no desire to learn. Thus, he continued to unleash energy blasts while simultaneously preparing a more powerful attack for the approaching Goku. This one's specially for you. Heh, you're quite a tough opponent. Confronted with such overwhelming might, Goku could only accept his fate with a wry smile. A faint smile graced his lips as he was struck by one of Broly's blasts. Soaring into the sky, this guy is still alive. The Scion physiology is truly terrifying, akin to that of a monster, Lizette thought earnestly, wishing he could share a fraction of that resilience. After all, he was nearing the brink of consciousness himself. Don't you dare harm him. This time, Nappa launched a surprise attack to protect Lizette. Yet, the disparity in their strengths remained disheartening. He lunged at Broly from behind, clinging desperately to him. But Broly showed no signs of slowing down, continuing his advance unabated. However, he seemed to register the annoying presence on his back. Indifferently, Broly seized Nappa's face and forced him down into the ground. Even so, Nappa struggled to rise again, exerting all his energy to confront Broly. Hiya! In an instant, a spectral image of a great ape manifested behind Nappa, delivering a powerful punch to Broly's chest. Though this blow did not inflict severe injury upon Broly, it distinctly caused his body to sway for a brief moment, albeit slightly, almost negligible. Yet, it was undeniable. Nappa's fist had indeed inflicted harm upon Broly. It was the combined might of a Super Saiyan and a great ape, not yet fully mastered, but in that fleeting moment, Nappa had simultaneously unleashed both powers. Coincidentally, Goku, propelled by an energy blast, happened to witness this remarkable scene. From the demeanor exhibited by Nappa, he sensed a glimmer of possibility. However, before he could fully comprehend it, he was engulfed by the explosion of an energy blast, plunging him into unconsciousness. To be vanquished by such a wretch, even the most trivial of injuries stirred discontent within Broly. Channeling a power greater than before, he struck Nappa with ferocity, then seized him by the head and hurled him aside, subsequently launching an energy blast that sent him flying. With the bothersome Nappa dealt with, Broly raised his hand once more, aiming it at Lizette. Ah, it's hopeless. Consciousness is fading. This time, he truly believed he would perish. Lizette braced himself, slowly closing his eyes. It seemed that this body, lacking in resilience, was destined to meet its end here. His awareness swiftly diminished, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Thus, he failed to witness, in the very moment he was about to be struck down, a figure suddenly rushing forth to stand before him. Another insignificant insect offering itself to death? Then let us engage in a warm-up, shall we? A fierce battle, one that could never occur in the original timeline, was about to unfold. Golden-haired Nappa, with the might of a great ape, 23 billion. Chapter 114, Perfect Lightning Cell. It's over, it's all over. We will be killed, everyone will die. Run away, it's impossible to win. Vegeta witnessed the desperate struggle of Goku and the others, only to see them ultimately defeated. With his hands pressed against the ground, he emitted desperate cries of despair. His fighting spirit had long since dissipated, especially as even Goku and Lizette, individuals he had to concede were stronger than himself, were easily vanquished. This reality stripped him of his remaining resolve to fight. At that moment, Piccolo forcibly seized Vegeta by the hair, yanking him up. What nonsense are you babbling? Instead of wallowing in despair, you should be fighting. No, it's futile. Don't you understand? That guy is the legendary Super Saiyan. We stand no chance against him. TSK, and you still claim to be a prince of the Saiyans. Piccolo felt a profound disappointment in Vegeta. Although Vegeta had always been selfish and vexing, Piccolo had recognized his prowess in battle. But what was he now? Simply surrendering because the enemy was strong? Refusing even to resist? Was this truly the legacy of a race famed for its combat prowess, once hailed as the strongest in the universe? Ultimately, perhaps what Vegeta sought was never the thrill of battle itself, but rather the ease of victory. From the very beginning, he was unwilling to engage in unpredictable conflicts. Upon sensing fear, he surrendered without a fight. It turned out his pride was merely superficial. Piccolo clicked his tongue in disappointment, gripping Vegeta's hair as he soared into the sky. Whether Vegeta consented was of little consequence. It was he who had labored to bring the situation to this point. Now, even if he had to drag Vegeta forcibly, he would make him fight, for he could not swallow his own resentment otherwise. Let go of me, Vegeta protested. Yet his body remained immobile. Fear had rendered this prince utterly powerless. With Vegeta in tow, Piccolo once again sped towards the battlefield. A lethal energy orb surged towards Lizette, who had already exhausted all strength to withstand the impending blow. However, just as the orb was about to claim his life, another energy blast struck from the side, sending the fatal projectile astray, culminating in a distant explosion. Broly, filled with irritation, sought to identify the intruder who dared to intervene. He directed his gaze towards the source of the energy blast, his sight gradually ascending as he searched for the meddler. The interloper stood atop the highest tower amidst the ruins, a green entity, arms crossed, poised with an air of confidence. It was none other than Cell, who had intervened just as Lizette was on the brink of demise. Cell landed gracefully, maintaining his crossed-armed stance, a composed smile adorning his face as he shielded Lizette. In the face of Cell, Broly remained unfazed. To him, even the most numerous of pawns were inconsequential. The most troublesome adversary had already been vanquished, and this creature before him was hardly worth his attention. Another insignificant insect presenting itself for slaughter? So the rumors were indeed true. You are nothing short of a monster. A monster? No, I am a demon. Heh. Then, shall we engage in a warm-up? Cell uncrossed his arms, while Broly continued to regard him with an impassive expression. This calmness became his vulnerability. In an instant, Cell vanished from sight, exploiting this opening to reappear before Broly, delivering a fierce elbow strike to his face. Kick, kick. Punch, kick, stab. At a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, Cell unleashed a relentless assault on Broly, forcing him backward. Though the damage was minimal, it was not without effect. Even the slightest fraction of harm had indeed been inflicted upon Broly. It was then that Broly finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. A true adversary had emerged. Now this is becoming interesting. Broly's expression shifted to one of fierce determination as he retaliated with a punch. Yet, like Lizette before him, Cell effortlessly evaded Broly's powerful arm, sidestepping with ease. Not only did he evade, but he also seized the perfect opportunity to counterattack, delivering a series of fluid punches to Broly. Your strength is indeed remarkable, but alas, it lacks finesse. Cell's foot propelled Broly's chin upward, swiftly followed by a downward strike with his heel, crashing into the top of Broly's head. He embedded his heel into Broly's skull and, as he landed, pivoted on his right foot, using the momentum to deliver a sweeping kick to Broly's cheek, while Broly's retaliatory punch merely struck at Cell's afterimage. In that moment, Cell had maneuvered behind Broly. He unleashed an energy blast from behind, resulting in a series of explosions across Broly's back. By the time Broly turned to confront him, Cell had already vanished, reappearing once more behind Broly. Here it comes. With Cell's exclamation, hundreds of energy blades materialized in the air. Utilizing Lizette's specialized technique of energy fixation, he summoned a torrential downpour of blades, enveloping Broly entirely. Kamehameha wave. Following this, the pursuit commenced. Sharu concentrated energy within his palms, unleashing a torrent of formidable force that engulfed Broly completely. The power of this strike surpassed Goku's current capabilities. Its might was sufficient to erode the very surface of a planet and alter its terrain. However, as the Kamehameha wave dissipated, Broly emerged from the smoke, seizing Sharu by the head. Oh, was that all you could muster? Such feeble prowess. Broly constrained Sharu in an inescapable position and launched an uppercut. Recognizing the impossibility of dodging, Sharu swiftly redirected the core of his head to his lower body, only to have his skull obliterated in the next instant. Fragments scattered, and purple blood sprayed forth. Yet, even after losing his head, Cheru completed a rotation in midair and landed gracefully, as if unfazed, regenerating his head anew. How unfortunate. It seems I possess cells akin to Piccolo's within me. Such trivial attacks cannot vanquish me. That said, your strength is indeed formidable. If this continues, I may find myself at a disadvantage. Cheru crossed his arms, commencing a surge in energy. A bluish-white electric spark enveloped his entire being, causing the very planet to tremble in response to his escalating power. This was liberation. An even more intense radiance surrounded Cheru, as electric sparks erupted continuously. If we were to categorize this state of Cheru in terms of Scion levels, he had undoubtedly transcended Super Scion 2. At this moment, Cheru elevated his power tier to that echelon. Were one to bestow a name upon this state of Cheru, perhaps it would be called Perfect Lightning Cheru. Now, let the spectacle commence. Let us engage in a magnificent battle. Lightning Cheru, 31. 5 billion Chapter 115, Cheru vs. Broly. Cheru and Broly launched themselves into the fray simultaneously. In terms of strength and energy intensity, Broly retained the upper hand. However, Cheru possessed speed and combat techniques derived from the cells of Lizette. This was a clash of brute force against martial prowess, a confrontation of might and skill. A battle of higher dimensions unfolded before the fallen Lizette, with their fists and feet leaving countless afterimages as they clashed relentlessly. The sounds of their strikes resonated with a delayed echo, and soon their forms vanished from sight. Broly's roar reverberated through the heavens, shaking the very skies. Wah! Cheru's bellow echoed across the expanse, as if the sky were on the verge of shattering. Ugh! Both warriors let out simultaneous cries, and as they appeared, they engaged in a fierce aerial battle, summoning lightning in the wake of their combat. The aftermath of their struggle was potent enough to decimate structures. Broly's unarmed strikes could rend the earth asunder, while Cheru's blows could disperse the clouds. Cheru's assaults relied on technique and speed. With masterful skill and an extraordinary velocity, he relentlessly attacked, gradually whittling down Broly's formidable defenses. Broly's strikes, on the other hand, were sheer brutality. He was unversed in technique and required none. Regardless of the approach, a single well-placed punch could turn the tide of battle. Even if Cell could regenerate, he could not erase the damage already inflicted upon him. Broly was relentlessly stripping away Cell's life force, bit by bit, through his regenerative capabilities. Drink this. Cell accelerated once more, transforming into a green flash, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon Broly. From every direction he struck, up, down, left, right, before swiftly retreating after each assault. Whenever Broly attempted to counter, Cell had already vanished, only to reappear in another flash, striking Broly again. Then, suspended in the air, Cell divided his body into 4 parts. This was TN's technique, the four-way fist. Originally, this move bore a critical flaw. Dividing into 4 would also divide one's combat power by 4. However, Cell had eliminated this defect, executing the technique with a mastery surpassing that of its original user. Thus, for him, this maneuver bore no adverse effects. For cells, each possessing their full strength, materialized. For flashes intertwined, encircling Broly from all sides in a coordinated assault. This was a battle only Cell, fused with the cells of countless powerful warriors, could wage. He possessed Goku's strength, endurance, and agility, Gohan's combat instincts, Piccolo's regenerative abilities, TN's techniques, and the martial prowess and supernatural abilities of Lord Slug. All these capabilities merged in a higher dimension, eliminating any flaws, rendering his combat equilibrium flawless and perfect. Solar Flare. One of the cells released a blinding light, obscuring Broly's vision. Seizing this opportunity, the other 3 cells simultaneously raised their fingers, gathering energy. Evil Containment Wave. 3 spirals of demonic energy surged forth, striking Broly squarely in the chest. Yet the attack failed to penetrate. Broly's formidable muscle barrier thwarted the brilliance, preventing any damage from reaching his heart. Cell smacked his lips, transforming once again into a flash, launching a fierce offensive against Broly. The coordination among the 4 cells was seamless. Being identical, they synchronized their breathing, executing perfectly timed combination attacks. Whenever Broly launched an assault, the cell not targeted would interfere, causing his strike to miss. Meanwhile, the targeted cell could retaliate with ease. If Broly remained passive, the 4 cells would unleash a tempest of relentless attacks, pushing him further into despair. Piccolo arrived with Vegeta, and upon witnessing such a breathtaking battle, he stood transfixed, gripping Vegeta's hair, utterly captivated by the fierce conflict. However, due to Vegeta's fear of Broly, he was the first to perceive a grim reality. It's futile to run. It won't matter where you escape to. Unless we defeat him, this universe has no future. Do you not understand? That fiend's energy has not diminished. It has only surged. He is the legendary Super Saiyan. We cannot win. Has your resolve crumbled to such a degree? Get out of my sight. I cannot bear to see you like this. Vegeta was beyond saving. Piccolo recognized this truth, releasing his grip and casting Vegeta to the ground. He then clutched a senzu bean tightly and soared off to rescue Goku and the others. The question of whether victory is attainable has become irrelevant. At times, even when one is aware of impending defeat, one must still rise to the occasion. Vegeta gazed at Piccolo's departing silhouette, his mind teeming with confusion. Why? Why must they confront that being? Clearly, victory is unattainable. Why must they fight? The flickering flame of Vegeta's pride, which was on the verge of extinguishment, now began to rekindle slowly. Awaken. Hey, Lord Kami. Are you still alive? At the moment when Cell clashed with Broly, Dares finally regained the ability to walk and approached Lizette. As a Scion, his resilience far surpassed that of ordinary beings. Yet, Lizette's capacity to endure was far inferior. He lay with tightly shut eyes, devoid of the strength to respond. Dares lifted Lizette gently, placing his fingers upon his wrist to assess his pulse. There was still breath, and the wounds were healing. Soon, he should awaken. In the skies, Cell and Broly continued their battle, yet Dares had discerned the outcome. If things persisted as they were, Broly would ultimately emerge victorious. While Cell's regenerative abilities were indeed remarkable, he could not swiftly replenish his expended energy and stamina. Even though the bioengineered cells endowed him with extraordinary recovery, the depletion of energy and stamina remained a tangible reality. Conversely, Broly's energy not only did not wane, but flourished with each confrontation. If this continued, the hard-won hope would be utterly extinguished. Yet alone, Dares knew it was impossible to defeat that being. I implore you, Lord Kami, I must rely upon you now. Dares had heard tales of Lizette's struggle with that monster, a battle that ended in mutual destruction. This hinted that Lizette might harbor a glimmer of potential for victory. If only the gap in their powers could be narrowed, so that attacks might inflict damage upon Broly, there would be a way forward. Dares resolved to take a gamble on this potential. Thus, he was determined to utilize that which he had preserved until now. This so-called new planet Vegeta. You despise it too, do you not? Manipulated by that bearded elder, drained of its energy, transformed into a battlefield, only to be ultimately obliterated by the Gamari comet. Perhaps, before that fate befalls it, it could yet shine one last time. Having spoken, Dares flicked a seed from his finger, planting it into the ground. This seed, known as the spirit tree's fruit, was once a delicacy reserved for the divine. In the past, Dares had harnessed its power to enhance his own strength, but this time, he did so not for himself. He intended to employ the spirit tree's fruit for its original purpose. Though the energy of this barren planet might be limited, any planet capable of nurturing life must conceal abundant treasures. Moreover, rather than using it for his own gain, entrusting it to Lizette might yield even greater possibilities. The final seed that Dares planted took root near Lizette, sensing his aura, and began to grow explosively. Transmission of Ultra Broly, 35 billion, 45 billion, 55 billion. As the battle raged on, Broly's aura surged ever higher. Chapter 116, The Final Scream of This Planet. The seed of the Tree of Might, planted by Darius, was growing at a pace so astonishing that it left even him in disbelief. The Tree of Might is notoriously known for its absurdly rapid maturation, taking merely hours to fully develop, yet this time, its growth rate far exceeded anything previously witnessed. In just a matter of seconds since its planting, the tree had already spread its branches across the entire planet, its leaves shrouding the sky. In the past, Darius had planted the Tree of Might on Earth, a planet more vibrant with life than this one. But even then, the tree had never grown to such colossal proportions. This planet was emitting its final cry, seemingly pouring all its life force into the tree. It was as if the planet, driven by its own will, entrusted its power to the tree, which continued to rise with vitality. Witnessing this scene, a faint smile crept upon Darius's lips. Ah, it truly knows how to show gratitude. It never grew this lush when I used it before. Darius soared towards the pinnacle of the tree. Based on his experience, the fruits of the Tree of Might typically grew at the highest point. As he had anticipated, there was indeed a fruit at the apex, but to his surprise, there was only one. The solitary fruit radiated a sacred glow. What is this? Could it be that the power of this planet did not disperse into multiple fruits, but rather concentrated entirely into this single one? Normally, the fruits of the tree of might are a toxic shade of deep red or purple, akin to the forcibly extracted blood of a planet, far from an appealing hue. Yet, at this moment, this fruit was golden. It had not been born from forcibly seized power, but rather appeared as a treasure willingly offered by the planet, shimmering with a brilliant light. Was it resonating with the essence of Lizette, or was this the true form of the tree's fruit? Darius plucked the fully matured fruit, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. So, you do not wish for this to end, do you? There is hope. A peculiar conviction surged within Darius, and he then leaped down from the tree. The combat power that an ordinary fruit could enhance was merely in the hundreds of thousands. A gamble when compared to Broly's might. However, this fruit was different. Its emanating power was far beyond mere numbers. It was evident that this fruit contained the entirety of the planet's strength. The ground began to crack, and tremors shook the land. Darius, having personally annihilated countless planets, recognized this as a precursor to the planet's impending self-destruction. It appeared that this planet had truly expended all its life force, placing its hopes upon this fruit. Darius approached the fallen Lizette, lifting him into his arms. With a keyblade, he sliced the fruit into swallowable pieces, forcefully inserting them into Lizette's mouth. Though this method was somewhat brutal, it proved effective. Perhaps due to instinct, Lizette, with his eyes tightly shut, displayed a pained expression, sweat trickling down his forehead. Kata's remained unperturbed, continuing to shove piece after piece of fruit flesh into his mouth. It was only after the fourth morsel that Lizette finally swung a fist, landing a solid blow to Kata's face. The battle between Sheru and Broly had reached a fever pitch. Initially, Sheru sustained his fierce assault, but his stamina was not infinite. Even when divided into four to launch a surprise attack, his offensive began to reveal signs of fatigue, and Broly's strikes started to connect more frequently. At that moment, Broly's muscular arm pierced Sheru's abdomen once again, sending him flying. However, Sheru spun in midair, adjusting his position to stabilize himself, landing heavily on his feet. Not yet. It's not over. Even as he attempted to bluff, Broly denied him the opportunity. The energy blast unleashed by Broly obliterated Sheru's upper body, significantly depleting his vitality. Yet, Sheru refused to surrender. After regenerating his body, he enveloped himself in sparks of electricity and golden energy. Not yet, it's not over. He leaped backward to create distance, and upon landing, he concentrated all his energy into his hands. He assumed the stance of the Kamehameha wave, seemingly preparing to pour every last ounce of his strength into the attack. The newly destructing planet Vegeta trembled incessantly, as dark clouds unleashed streaks of lightning. In Sheru's mind, visions of a desolate future world emerged, a world where battles could not even be fought, where he could not fulfill the mission he had set for himself. And there, in the incubation chamber, was the pale boy in white, who offered him a faint smile. The future of this world depended on him. Where had he gone wrong? This was the vulnerable side of a being who symbolized the hopes of humanity, laid bare for no one to witness. In a world devoid of heroes, in a world where Son Goku had vanished, he was perpetually filled with regret. If only he had acted differently then, if only he could somehow preserve Son Goku's life. Things would not have turned out this way. Surely his companions were still by his side, smiling and accompanying him. He often lamented. Sheru had once communicated telepathically with him. This is not your fault. It was neither mere consolation nor a dismissive remark. It was a sentiment from the depths of his heart. He was convinced that despite having heard all the past, he had always exerted himself to the fullest, choosing the optimal path. Who was it that first proposed the fusion of the previous Kai and Piccolo? It was him. Who decided to use the Kai's palace and sanctuary as a base to protect humanity? It was him. Although the plan had faltered due to Gula's interference, he was also the first to think of utilizing the Namekian Dragon Balls. He was the one who calculated the coordinates of the new Namek. He even employed the hyperbolic time chamber to assist his friends in enhancing their strength. It was Lizette who initially ambushed and destroyed the androids. And it was he who expelled the ghost warriors summoned by Dr. Raichi. He had exhausted every conceivable option. Even so, arriving at this juncture was not his fault. He had made no mistakes. Yet, Lizette continued to shake his head, his voice barely a whisper. I clearly could have changed this future. I should have been able to. Do not be sad. Do not be sad, my adoptive father. I am here. Your companions may have departed from you, but I shall remain steadfast. From this moment forth, I shall stand by your side in unwavering support. All adversaries shall be vanquished by my flawless existence. This was once the vow of Cell. In place of his mission to eliminate Son Goku, he established a new objective, the reason for survival, the essence of living. How shall this perfect power be wielded? For what purpose shall we fight, and what must we protect? Yet he departed, forever ensnared in slumber, never to awaken again. No more laughter, no more movement. He was deprived of even the chance to battle for the promise he sought to fulfill. His mission has reached its conclusion. What remains is merely a self-proclaimed perfection, a powerful artificial being devoid of purpose. This power has become utterly valueless, for those he resolved to protect are no longer present. I shall take on that mantle. The energy surging from Cell intensified, electric sparks erupting wildly. Furthermore, atop his golden aura, white flames ignited. Although it was imperceptible from the outside, Cell had unleashed the transformation into Super Saiyan. Though not a Saiyan by birth, he possessed Saiyan cells, allowing him to transform just like Goku and his companions. Moreover, he had layered on the techniques of Lizette, pushing himself to the limits. This method was not fully mastered by Cell. Even he could not sustain both for long. Yet at this moment, there was no alternative. I shall unleash all remaining energy. With a single strike capable of obliterating the solar system, I will eradicate you completely. Thunderward. The earth fractured, and the sky raged. The scene before them resembled the cataclysmic end of a planet. Yet, even so, Broly continued to smile. He gathered an energy sphere in his hand, tinting the surrounding atmosphere a vibrant green. Kamehameha Wave. Annihilation Cannon. Cell's Kamehameha Wave collided with Broly's Annihilation Cannon in midair. A tempest of explosive wind enveloped the surroundings, as the two forces clashed in a stalemate. However, in terms of strength, Broly ultimately held the upper hand. Cell's Kamehameha Wave was gradually being suppressed. Was the outcome truly predetermined? Limit Break Lightning Cell, 51 billion Chapter 117. I am Vegeta. In this critical moment, Goku, Gohan, Piccolo, and Trunks suddenly descended around Broly. Having restored their vitality with Senzu Beans, they perceived this as their sole opportunity and rallied with all their strength to support Cell. Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Piccolo and Trunks. Though they did not know who Cell was, they had come to assist. Goku did not recognize Cell. Although he had glimpsed Cell's presence through foresight while in slumber, they had never truly met. Yet at this moment, he could discern clearly that Cell was an ally. Moreover, he understood that only while Cell was still valiantly holding on could they hope to triumph over Broly. Thus, everything else could wait. If they failed to defeat this demon now, there would never be another chance. As Wukong's Kamehameha surged toward Broly from the side, the latter remained unyielding, even as he was engulfed by the torrent of azure energy. In that moment, Gohan unleashed his own Kamehameha with all his might. The combined forces of father and son assailed Broly from both flanks. At the point where their energies collided, the resultant devastation far exceeded that of a singular attack. Yet, Broly remained unwavering. Trunks and Piccolo immediately launched their pursuit. Final Flash. Special Beam Cannon. A total of 4 energy waves converged upon Broly. In the face of such a fierce onslaught, he still did not falter. In fact, he was amplifying the power of his Eraser Cannon, beginning to counteract Cell's Kamehameha. From the depths of his heart, Wukong mused, what a terrifying monster this is. To endure such a barrage and remain so composed is simply inconceivable. Gohan, unleash your fury. Your strength lies beyond what you have shown. But Dad, I have already given it my all. No, you have yet to tap into your true potential. Release your power. Gohan had not yet awakened his genuine latent strength. Even if he did, he might not be able to rival Broly, but he could certainly become the pivotal factor in altering the battle's course. However, before Gohan could unleash his power, the scales of victory began to tilt in Broly's favor. With Cell becoming increasingly suppressed, if Cell were to fall, it would indeed spell the end. No one would be left to contend with Broly. The only chance lay in leveraging Cell's remaining strength. Vegeta observed the climactic battle from a distance, clenching his fists tightly. It was infuriating to witness even the weakest warriors engaged in combat while he remained idle. His pride could not abide such a disgrace. As his shattered self-esteem began to coalesce anew, a flame ignited within him. I am a Saiyan, a prince. I am Vegeta. With a fierce cry, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan and soared into the skies. I am Vegeta. He became a golden comet, racing toward the battlefield. This valiant stance was vividly etched in Trunks' mind, filling his face with elation. Vegeta descended above Broly, arms outstretched, instantly augmenting his energy. I, Prince Vegeta, shall be your opponent. Prepare yourself. He then launched into an assault, employing the prince's fighting style. The rapid-fire energy blasts rained down upon Broly, each strike igniting explosions. Though they inflicted no substantial harm, they served as an unparalleled distraction. After all, if one were to be pelted by incessant rain from above, concentration would be an impossible feat. The intent was not to inflict damage, but to create disruption. Yet, this very disruption was perilously close to being fatal. Wukong seized the fleeting opportunity and exclaimed with fervor, "Now is the moment. This is our chance." With unwavering resolve, he poured every last ounce of his energy into the fray, closely followed by Trunks and Piccolo. Suddenly, Gohan opened his eyes wide, his aura surging dramatically, crackling with electric sparks as his hair stood on end. In a seemingly synchronized response to Gohan's eruption, Cell summoned the last vestiges of his strength to counter the extinction cannon. Vegeta seized his barrage of energy blasts and unleashed his ultimate technique, the Big Bang attack. The combined forces of Cell, Wukong, Gohan's Kamehameha, Trunks' Final Flash, Piccolo's Special Beam Cannon, and Vegeta's Big Bang attack converged into 6 brilliant beams of light that engulfed Broly entirely, clashing and erupting in spectacular fashion. The power at the epicenter was beyond imagination. Broly's face twisted in disbelief, painted with unmistakable agony. Then, the explosion ensued. The opposing energy waves coalesced into a towering column of light, utterly consuming and ravaging Broly within its grasp. This strike could not have been in vain. It was simply impossible. As the explosion finally subsided, Wukong and the others collapsed onto the ground. "We did it. We succeeded," they marveled, overwhelmed by the sheer incredibility of Broly as a foe. At that moment, the only sentiment shared among them was one of astonishment. To defeat a single adversary. They had all sustained grievous injuries and were utterly exhausted. Only Vegeta managed to retain a semblance of strength, albeit barely. Yet, against all odds, they had triumphed. Through the collective might of their efforts, they had narrowly averted a grim future. Gohan's final surge of power was nothing short of extraordinary. "Father, I told you so. When you let your anger rise, you can unleash tremendous strength." Ultimately, it was Gohan's awakening that determined the outcome. Without that surge of power, vanquishing Broly would have been utterly impossible. It is no exaggeration to assert that Broly was an exceptionally formidable adversary. If one were to identify a miscalculation, it would be that they had underestimated this monstrous being. "I will not perish so easily," Broly bellowed as he broke through the smoke, despair incarnate once more. With a visage twisted in rage, he soared directly toward Vegeta, offering no chance of escape, and struck him brutally across the face with his tree trunk-like arm. Following that, he delivered a powerful hook that sent Vegeta crashing into a nearby boulder, embedding him within it. The sight left Wukong and the others in stunned silence. Eyes wide and bodies trembling, they beheld the unfolding scene. Was this truly the end? Ignoring Wukong and the others entirely, Broly yanked Vegeta from the rock and pinned him mercilessly. With each press, the sickening sound of cracking bone echoed as Vegeta's consciousness began to fade. In the face of Broly's overwhelming brutality, Vegeta found himself powerless to resist. His hair reverted to its natural black, and his weakened body slipped down the rock face. As he watched Vegeta fall, a smile crept across Broly's face. It is finished. Ultimately, a waste is still a waste. He lost all interest in the fallen Vegeta and shifted his gaze toward Wukong. Subsequently, his face contorted into a grotesque grin as he propelled his massive form forward. Trunks positioned himself in front of Goku, unleashing energy blasts in an attempt to obstruct the onslaught, yet his efforts proved futile. Broly dismissed Trunks as if swatting away an annoying stone. A powerful uppercut sent Trunks hurtling away, rendering him unconscious with a single blow. Gohan, awakened as a Super Saiyan 2, immediately retaliated with a punch. In that moment, Gohan's prowess was indeed remarkable, allowing him to briefly contend with Broly. However, the disparity in their strengths soon became apparent once more, as Gohan was struck and embedded into the wall. His hair reverted to black, and he lost consciousness entirely. "Gohan!" Piccolo rushed over in a panic to rescue him. Yet, it was too late. Broly turned and delivered a sweeping punch, sending Piccolo flying without any means of resistance. Damn it! Cell launched a side attack, but his stamina had already reached its limit. The punches he threw lacked the potency of before, proving ineffective against Broly. Witnessing this, Broly wore a faint smile, effortlessly sending Cell sprawling. Cell rolled on the ground several times before managing to rise, his face a mask of fury. He summoned all his strength, causing his muscles to swell grotesquely. This was a foolish transformation that prioritized power over speed. Such an inflated physique would only hinder his swiftness, preventing him from fully harnessing his strength. However, Cell was not a fool devoid of understanding. In that moment, he had utterly lost his composure, incapable of even the most basic judgment. How could I possibly lose to someone like you? The behemoth Cell charged at Broly with a punch. Yet, his movements were painfully sluggish. Broly effortlessly evaded the attack and countered with a brutal punch to Cell's abdomen. With that single strike, Cell collapsed to his knees, while spewing from his mouth. Soon after, he lay on the ground, unable to move. The sudden reversal was overwhelming and desolate. One by one, his companions fell, powerless to resist. The demon responsible for this despair pointed at Goku and declared, "Kakarot, this time, I will ensure your demise is swift." With that proclamation, he unleashed a powerful right jab. Goku lacked even the strength to evade, crashing heavily to the ground and tumbling several times. Chapter 118. The incomplete Super Saiyan God Lizette sat indulging in the fruit's flesh. Swallowing it down quickly, the taste was rather pleasant, albeit slightly tart, yet within an acceptable range. However, this was a fruit he had never encountered before, and he glanced at the prostrate Dales. To be honest, he had not fully grasped the situation. Upon awakening, Dales had been shoving fruit into his mouth, leaving him utterly bewildered. Initially, he had merely feared choking on the flesh, swallowing instinctively, yet he could at least ascertain that it was not poison. "Dales, what on earth are you doing?" Don't be so angry. This thing isn't poisonous. I acknowledge that there is no poison. Yet the manner in which you feed others ought to be refined. Moreover, why do you insist on shoving fruit into someone's mouth during a battle? Are you suggesting that I should feed you mouth to mouth? Please, spare me the repulsion. Do you aspire to sport a hairstyle akin to Kellen's? Kindly desist. Lizette's index finger gathered a minuscule blade of air, poised to slice towards Dales. In truth, his words were mere bravado. He had no genuine intention to strike. Nonetheless, Dales was evidently oblivious to this. Scratching his head, he finally elucidated the nature of the sustenance he had been offered. It was the fruit of the spirit tree. So you consumed the fruit of the spirit tree, and also added a magic bean for good measure. I understand your aversion to such things. But this planet is destined to be obliterated by the Gormary comet sooner or later. If that is the case, might as well utilize its power, as it would be the last vestige of worth for this world. Yet even so, do not speak so lightly. This planet has exerted itself to produce this fruit. It is my first encounter with such a phenomenon, witnessing the spirit tree transform into a towering giant in mere moments. Condensing all its power into a single fruit, what a rare sight indeed. Dales placed his hand on Lizette's shoulder, locking gazes with him as he spoke. This planet is also crying out. It does not wish to meet such a conclusion. Let it see. Allow you to personally unveil the hidden potential of this so-called garbage planet that Paragus derides. Listening to Dales, Lizette gradually closed his eyes. To be honest, he harbored a deep-seated disdain for the spirit tree. Merely contemplating it made him feel nauseous. Although only deities could consume it, does divinity grant one the right to devour an entire planet? Countless lives inhabit this world, all striving to survive. Can one merely on the basis of being a god treat a planet as sustenance? He detested such arrogance. A planet is not a possession of the gods, but a home for the lives that dwell upon it. Thus, the thought of consuming this fruit left him with an unpleasant sensation. He understood Dale's fervent desire to win. Without victory, there is no future, leaving no room for hesitation. He was acutely aware of this and could not blame Dales. He merely made the best choice available in the moment. But what should he do? How could he repay the planet for the power he had consumed? You are correct. Then I shall fight on behalf of this planet until the very end. Paragus claims this is the most inferior of planets, but Lizette does not share that view. For this world possesses a complete environment conducive to life, offering air and remnants of civilizations that once thrived. By that alone, it is a treasure in the cosmos, a miracle. A planet capable of nurturing life can never be deemed inferior. Broly, who only knows destruction, will never comprehend the greatness of this life-giving force. Therefore, let me be the one to teach him this truth on behalf of this planet. Lizette mused. for only in this way could he repay the planet for entrusting all its life to the fruit of the spirit tree. Only thus could he express his gratitude. Let us proceed, Dales, right here, to thwart that despairing future. Indeed, this is how it should be. Lizette radiated brilliance as she unfurled her wings and soared into the sky. This battle must be won, no matter the cost. With this resolve, the two flew toward a realm beyond despair. The time had finally come. This planet had but a few hours left to live. As New Vegeta approached its inevitable demise, Paragus stood alone atop a high platform, gazing at the encroaching Gormley comet. According to the original plan, he should have been fleeing with Broly at that moment, but alas, that dream had dissipated. The uncontrollable Broly had transformed into a mere harbinger of destruction, utterly contrary to Paragus's ambitions, threatening the very planet he was meant to govern, rendering his existence useless. Ultimately, Broly had become a burden, living only to hinder progress. Moreover, this planet, having entrusted all its power to the Tree of Might, was swiftly descending into oblivion. The temperature plummeted as the world seemed to usher in a new ice age, becoming enveloped in a layer of frost. The uncontrollable you are merely my encumbrance. Alas, Broly, may you perish alongside this planet. Paragus had already prepared an escape route for himself. He entered a small escape pod, ensuring that even in the event of unforeseen circumstances, he could survive alone. This pod was designed for a single occupant, with no consideration for anyone else from its inception. This decision proved to be exceedingly prudent, especially since the larger spacecraft had long since been commandeered by the Earthlings. However, a correct choice does not necessarily guarantee survival. As Paragus nestled within the escape pod, he looked up to see his son approaching. "Where are you going?" I am preparing to take you to safety," he stammered. "In a single-occupant escape pod?" Paragus's hastily concocted excuse was so ludicrous that it was laughable. Who would believe that someone climbing into a single-person escape pod was making arrangements for another's safety? Even if Broly were slow to comprehend, he would not be deceived by such a fabrication. Broly seized the escape pod, exerting his extraordinary strength to gradually crush the metal casing. The occupant was his own father. Yet Broly showed no hint of hesitation. This was hardly surprising, as trust had never existed between Paragus and himself. "Oh, is this how I meet my end at the hands of my own son? Is this the fate of a scion?" These were Paragus's final words. As the pod was utterly deformed, he was crushed to death within. Broly let out a roar of fury and hurled the mangled escape pod toward the Gormley comet. Spitting disdainfully in the direction where his father's coffin had vanished, Broly scoffed. "Do you really think a mere planet's explosion could kill me?" Now, he was the last living being on this planet. Yet in the next moment, he sensed an approaching presence. Swiftly turning to find the white-clad youth he was meant to have vanquished standing nearby, accompanied by a man who bore an uncanny resemblance to Kakarot. "You can so readily slay your own father?" Filial patricide, this is the true nature of a scion. Lizette chastised Broly for his cruelty, while Dales regarded it as the norm among scions. The understanding of the scions by the two individuals is profoundly divergent, yet they share a singular objective: to vanquish Broly. He must not be allowed to continue his existence. This resolve is not held solely by them. Goku, carrying the weight of his injuries, hastens to the final battlefield, driven by the same conviction. Frankly, this individual's resilience is astonishingly extraordinary. He cannot be spared. Goku ignites his energy, advancing step by step toward Broly. At this moment, Lizette, empowered by the fruit of the Tree of Might, is barely able to unleash his full potential, reaching 100-fold. Dales also assumes a combat stance. If he were to concede gracefully, he might suffer less. Broly shatters the ground beneath him as he charges forward. Almost simultaneously, Lizette leaps into action, grasping Broly's robust arm and pulling him towards himself. In this moment of lost equilibrium, Broly becomes vulnerable, and Lizette unleashes a torrent of attacks. Bolstered by the planet's energy, strikes raining down like a tempest. Palm strikes, knife hand strikes, jabs, and back fists. Struck in a vital area, Broly instinctively recoils. But Lizette seizes his fingers, employing the finesse of Aikido to pivot his immense form and hurl him away with great force. Broly retaliates swiftly, yet Lizette deftly evades his punch, channeling energy through his fingertips to pierce towards Broly's throat. "Hey, Kakarot. Alone, none of us can defeat him. I will transfer all my remaining strength to you. All right, bestow upon me the power to defeat him." Dales pours his last ounce of energy into Goku. Following suit, Gohan, Piccolo, Trunks, and Nappa also channel their energy into Goku, amplifying his strength further. Even the ever-proud Vegeta, seemingly begrudgingly, transfers his energy to Goku, finally exhibiting a sense of responsibility. The energies of the five Scions swirl around Goku, coalescing into his being. In the next moment, a red aura akin to the Kaioken engulfs Goku, an unprecedented form, one that even Lizette has never encountered. More astonishingly, Goku now radiates a faint aura reminiscent of divine energy similar to Lizette's. If, at this moment, the five Scions were purely driven by goodwill, standing hand in hand beside Goku to impart their strength directly, and if Piccolo's energy, a Namekian, were not to intermingle, perhaps Goku would have already stepped into the realm of the divine. Meanwhile, Cell's energy draws near, yet he seems to choose to transfer his power to Lizette. Kakarot, what is this? I cannot say, but I feel this will work. Having absorbed everyone's energy, Goku tangibly senses the surge within him and charges towards Broly. The two clasp hands, locked in a stalemate of power. No matter how much worthless energy you absorb, you can never surpass me. Is that so? How can you know without trying? Goku suddenly raises his leg, delivering a knee strike to Broly's jaw. Broly stumbles, gritting his teeth. The attack has taken effect. No longer does it carry the futility of striking steel. The combat prowess of both parties has finally converged, allowing them to inflict damage upon Broly. With a mighty shout, Goku unleashed a powerful kick that sent Broly's massive form hurtling through the air. The new planet Vegeta, drained of energy by the Tree of Might, lay frozen as a glacier. Broly's body skidded across the ice, with Goku and Lizette pursuing him closely behind. Ready, Goku? Let's go? Without further ado, their singular objective was to vanquish the demon before them. They simultaneously surged with energy, accelerating toward Broly. Lizette, 2 billion. Lizette unleashed a limit of 100 times, 42 billion after absorbing Cell's energy, 5 billion. Son Goku. After absorbing the energies of others, 51 billion. Chapter 119, Dragon Fist. As the two charged at him, Broly instinctively adopted a defensive stance, perhaps for the first time in his life. This unconscious reflex was enough to demonstrate that Broly finally regarded them as formidable adversaries. Goku's fists and kicks, along with Lizette's palms and legs, relentlessly assaulted Broly's defenses, gradually inflicting damage upon him. Yet, Broly was not merely on the receiving end. While maintaining his defense, he unleashed his own energy, sending both warriors flying. However, Goku and Lizette adjusted their positions mid-air and quickly propelled themselves back toward him, delivering fierce blows once more. Broly staggered backward, the ice beneath him shattering with each step as the two relentlessly pursued him. Even in a 2-on-1 scenario, the battle remained evenly matched. With his overwhelming monstrous strength, Broly seized Goku by the head and hurled him aside, utilizing the sheer force of his punch to send Lizette crashing away. Yet, Goku swiftly regained his footing, grasping Lizette's arm as he was flung, and, leveraging centrifugal force, propelled him back toward Broly. Understanding Goku's intent, Lizette intensified his momentum mid-flight, landing a powerful kick squarely on Broly's face. Immediately following, Goku closed the distance, targeting Broly's ankle with a precise kick. As Broly lost his balance, Lizette seized the opportunity to grasp his cheek and slam him viciously into the ground. Ugh! Broly gritted his teeth and rose to his feet, retaliating with a punch. Goku crossed his arms to block the attack, while Lizette took advantage of the moment to deliver a swift kick that sent Broly flying. Goku followed suit, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts like a torrential downpour. Lizette's energy disc sliced through Broly's left chest, drawing forth blood. With renewed vigor, Goku advanced, delivering a punch to Broly's chest that carved a cross-shaped wound into his left side. Lizette, wielding a lightsaber, approached with a flurry of strikes, leaving a series of gashes across Broly's body. Yet, these wounds remained superficial, failing to threaten his life. Despite being drenched in blood, Broly maintained his formidable pride, his eyes fixed intently on the two warriors. Roar! He let out a ferocious roar. Scions only grow stronger as they battle. And as the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly epitomized this trait to its fullest extent. The boundless potential within him would not permit him to succumb so easily. His hair stood on end, and sparks of electricity erupted around him, heralding a resurgence of his power. Before them lay the legendary beast, emanating an unfathomable strength that sent chills down the spines of Goku and Lizette. Could this creature truly grow even more powerful? Growling Kakarot. Fortunately, Broly lacked a tail. Had it remained, this monster might have absorbed the great ape's might, transcending even the realm of the divine. Nevertheless, Broly remained a formidable force. In a moment of sheer desperation, he broke through his limits and charged at Goku, seizing his head and violently slamming him against the icy wall. Goku! Broly, relentless in his assault, dragged Goku along the ice, as if intending to flatten the wall with his very body. Yet his onslaught did not cease. He seized Goku's legs, repeatedly smashing him into the ground, each impact shattering the ice beneath them. After discarding Goku, Broly turned his attention to Lizette, gathering a colossal energy wave in his mouth and unleashing it with ferocity. Lizette gracefully evaded, soaring into the air. He positioned himself behind Broly, exploiting the distraction of his ongoing energy barrage to unleash a flurry of energy blades aimed at Broly's back. However, the blades could not pierce Broly's formidable muscle barrier. In a swift motion, Broly turned and grasped Lizette's face, forcefully driving him into the ground. But in an unexpected twist, Lizette detonated in a glorious explosion, shrouding Broly's vision in smoke. What he had captured was merely a key clone, crafted from Lizette's essence. His true self had already retreated to the skies using the afterimage technique, raising his finger to conjure a massive energy sphere above him. The sphere transformed into a white meteor, plummeting swiftly, splitting into hundreds of radiant beams, akin to a torrential laser rain. These hundreds of penetrating lasers surged toward Broly, yet he deftly shielded himself with a barrier. Ascending into the air, Broly unleashed a frenzied barrage of energy blasts in all directions, releasing the tempestuous energy within him without restraint, treating the new planet Vegeta as his target for relentless bombardment. The once ice-covered planet was swiftly transformed into a desolate wasteland, beginning to be consumed by molten lava. At this moment, the new planet Vegeta no longer needed to await the collision of the Gamori comet. It was on the brink of self-destruction. Suddenly, Broly closed in on Lizette, his chest muscles surging with energy, launching an unexpected attack that sent Lizette hurtling away. Just as Broly prepared to pursue, Goku delivered a kick from the side. Broly, undaunted, struck Goku away, yet Lizette seized the opportunity to thrust an energy blade toward him. The instant Broly deflected the blade, Goku charged in with a punch. Despite being repelled time and again, the two remained undeterred, continually challenging Broly. Goku and Lizette attacked in unison, flanking him from either side, while Broly retaliated with fierce determination, the sounds of their clashes reverberating through the air, shockwaves radiating outward. Damn you, resilient cockroaches! Veins bulging on his forehead, Broly concentrated a greater power than before, intent on eliminating these two vexing adversaries in one fell swoop. The torrent of green energy surged forth, prompting Wukong to leap aside in a moment of instinctive evasion. Yet, Lizette charged forward, skimming the edge of the energy wave. He concentrated his breath in his palm, gently grazing the side of the energy wave, harnessing the airflow's momentum to propel himself like an arrow towards the unsuspecting Broly, who was in the midst of launching an attack. He did not decelerate. Instead, as he passed in front of Broly, he conjured a slender thread of energy, deftly manipulating it with his powers and inserting it into Broly's ear. The thread ensnared his inner ear, and Lizette continued his relentless advance, the inner ear swiftly torn apart, blood gushing from Broly's ear. In an immediate response, Broly unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, yet all went astray, losing his sense of balance, rendering him incapable of aiming at his foe, the blasts veering off into irrelevant directions. Seizing the opportunity, Lizette raised his hand and unleashed an energy cannon, forcing Broly back. Meanwhile, Wukong, who had been waiting ahead, summoned all his strength to deliver a powerful punch, sending Broly flying. Broly spiraled through the air before crashing to the ground. Yet the severity of his injuries compelled him to kneel on one knee. These wretches," he stammered, his legs trembling uncontrollably. For the specter of fear had never before graced his heart in battle. This imminent failure was unlike any he had encountered, drawing unnervingly close. Yet, he resolutely refused to accept defeat. He must be the strongest. No one had decreed such a fate. It was simply his birthright to be the strongest, and thus, he could not concede to failure. This was the essence of Broly's pride, the reason he could never tolerate Kakarot. He must obliterate the first, and only, failure of his life. Perhaps it was merely a trivial matter forgotten by Wukong from his infancy, but for Broly, it lingered unforgotten. It was this very memory that fueled his obsession with Wukong. Kakarot, Kakarot. Broly finally steeled himself, draining every ounce of his energy in preparation for the ultimate confrontation. Even with his inner ear compromised and stability lost, he recklessly soared towards Wukong. Wukong met him head-on, his own aura igniting, a flame that was no less fierce than Broly's. Lizette, from behind, unleashed a surge of energy, transforming it into a pillar of light that ascended into the heavens, unfurling his wings. White feathers danced in the air as he clasped his hands above his head, coalescing a brilliant radiance. Roar! I shall show you no mercy. The fists of Broly and Wukong collided in midair. In that fleeting moment, a loathsome memory flickered through Broly's mind, the humiliation and failure of his infancy. A life that should have been filled with victories bore an indelible scar. That memory awakened once more. The unresolved contest of his infancy set to conclude at this very instant. Broly's energy swelled in fury, his brow lightening, hair gradually elongating. A telling sign of yet another awakening. I stake everything on this punch, pierced through Dragon Fist. Wukong bellowed in a preemptive roar, unleashing the dormant power within him. At this moment, the energy bestowed upon Wukong by Naba finally underwent a transformative evolution. In the past, Naba had consumed the super divine water, gaining the ability to command the great ape's power, albeit only briefly combining it with the strength of a Super Saiyan. This was the limit of his combat prowess. Yet, this power was not without significance. Through the transference of energy to Wukong, Naba's baton had finally been passed into Wukong's hands. Broly beheld a vivid apparition behind Goku, a golden great ape materializing before his eyes. This spectral figure gradually morphed into a magnificent golden dragon, advancing menacingly towards Broly. Whether it was a dream or an illusion mattered not. Goku's fist, propelled to the zenith of Saiyan power, was undeniably real. With a fierce blow, he punctured Broly's abdomen. Kakarot! Broly roared in fury at this unforeseen defeat. Yet, even with a grievous wound, his extraordinary resilience might allow him to survive, to regain his strength and seek out Earth once more. Such a future was not beyond the realm of possibility. However, Lizette would never permit such a fate. As the deity of Earth, he would not grant Broly any chance of resurrection. Furious impact. Lizette's version of the Kamehameha, a beam of white aurora cascaded from the heavens, precisely striking Broly. Here, he would meet his end, never to rise again. This beam, akin to a divine decree, engulfed Broly entirely, with lightning crackling within its depths. Goku swiftly unleashed the Kamehameha wave, and the two torrents of energy converged, completely obliterating Broly, leaving not a single cell of his body intact. Ultimately, a colossal explosion radiated outward like a dome, marking the final punctuation of this battle. Impossible. The dying wail of the strongest Saiyan echoed throughout the cosmos. In a world that had once been utterly ravaged by this man, a harbinger of nightmares, the future had now been irrevocably altered, with despair dissipating into the ether. This era was different from the future. It would not succumb to hopelessness. For this world was graced with the presence of Son Goku. It was the combined strength of us all that triumphed. This victorious cry resonated clearly in the ears of every ally. Son Goku's Dragon Fist, 255 billion Transcendent Super Broly, 550 billion, 400 billion post-injury, Transcendent Super 2 Broly, 160 billion. Broly's transformation power levels were twice that of ordinary Saiyans. Ordinary Saiyan. Super Saiyan is 50 times the base power, Super Saiyan 2 is double that of Super Saiyan, and Super Saiyan 3 is 4 times that of Super Saiyan 2. Broly, Transcendent Super Saiyan is 100 times the base power. Transcendent Super Saiyan 2 is 4 times that of Transcendent Super Saiyan, and Transcendent Super Saiyan 3 is 8 times that of Transcendent Super Saiyan 2. Chapter 120. The Saiyan Extermination Plan. After vanquishing Broly, Lizette and his companions returned safely to Earth, resuming their daily lives. Although the final adversary had not been eradicated, the greatest threat, Broly, was no more. He had been utterly annihilated, and it seemed unlikely he would ever re-emerge. Vegeta and the others entered the hyperbolic time chamber to prepare for their next battle, but unfortunately, their strength did not increase as significantly as before. As Goku put it, continuing down this path would only lead to needless suffering, not genuine training. Considering the circumstances, Lizette resolved to conserve the remaining days of the hyperbolic time chamber's usage. With half a year still left, its time would surely come in due course. Moreover, following this battle, his combat prowess, albeit not voluntary, has indeed experienced a notable enhancement, thus rendering the need for enforced strength augmentation obsolete. This stands as one of the pivotal reasons. Presently, although the duration has been brief, he is capable of unleashing an explosive limit 100-fold, a feat he had already accomplished during his confrontation with Broly. Nevertheless, this technique entails a considerable burden. In his daily practice, he typically maintains his power within a 50-fold limit, reserving the 100-fold for moments of dire necessity, which proves to be a more prudent strategy. Lizette stood at the precipice of the celestial realm, gazing down upon Earth, and addressed the humanoid being behind him. "I owe you my gratitude for your assistance this time." "Oh, do not mention it," replied Cell, arms crossed and displaying a self-proclaimed gentlemanly smile. Indeed, his visage naturally lent itself to a handsome demeanor, allowing him to somewhat convincingly uphold this faade. Whether it was during the confrontation with Metal Cooler or this recent encounter, Lizette had received his aid. Initially, he harbored reservations towards Cell, yet witnessing his willingness to risk his life in support perhaps qualified him as a true comrade. Although Lizette remained unable to fathom Cell's true intentions, it would be unreasonable to persist in disbelief that would merely signify cowardice. That said, we are now left only with the Dark Planet. What do you intend to do? Cell gazed skyward towards the distant Dark Planet. The planet itself bore no extraordinary traits. It was merely a remote celestial body, unrelated to Earth. However, mechanical devices launched from there were wreaking havoc on Earth, presenting significant challenges. These devices, known as destruction gas emitters, possess a nefarious nature, disseminating gases capable of obliterating biological cells across the globe. Lizette could not permit such devices to exist unchecked. Yet the timing was unfortunate. It appeared that during his expedition to New Vegeta to vanquish Broly, the adversary had already established this mechanism, which only now began to activate. The individual responsible for deploying these devices to Earth was a scientist named Dr. Raki, a Zafurian whose race had been annihilated by the Psions. He now sought vengeance against the Psions through an assault on Earth. While seeking retribution against the Psions is not inherently objectionable, it must be acknowledged that their past actions warranted disdain. Earth had once been a target of their aggression. Countless planets had fallen victim to their destruction, and billions of lives had been extinguished. In this world, many calamities have been averted, yet entities like Nappa would raise entire cities under the pretense of greeting. Even so, it is fundamentally erroneous to involve Earth and individuals such as Goku, Gohan, and Trunks, Psions who bear no relation to these grievances. Lizette believes that if Dr. Raki desires vengeance, he should direct his ire towards Vegeta, Dallas, and Nappa. Ultimately, resorting to such measures against Earth reveals that Raki, in essence, bears no distinction from the Psions he despises. As long as he can achieve his objectives, he remains indifferent even to the trampling of irrelevant planets. Such is his nature. In light of this, Lizette feels no obligation to show mercy. The decision has been made. After softly articulating her resolve, Lizette opens a spatial rift beside her and launches a series of energy orbs. The target of these orbs is a spacecraft belonging to Raiki's subordinates, currently traversing the cosmos. It is said that these subordinates are named Bantan, Jik, and others, yet Lizette pays them no heed. She aims to preemptively annihilate them before they reach Earth, reducing them to cosmic dust. She continues to unleash the energy orbs, this time directing them toward the Dark Planet, as countless white meteors descend from above Raiki's palace. Thus, the palace is utterly obliterated, concluding the assault. While Raiki and Hachiyak may yet survive, the extraneous minions ought to have been eradicated. Attempting to embroil Earth in conflict equates to declaring war against me. Now is the time for us to take the initiative. Popo, contact Goku and the others, instructing them to ensure the destruction of the annihilation gas generators on Earth. Understood, Lord Deity. Although the annihilation gas generators on Earth cannot be ignored, Lizette believes that entrusting this task to Goku and his companions will guarantee its success. In contrast, if the puppet master behind this turmoil remains unresolved, the strife will never cease. Lizette initially intends to embark on this mission alone, yet Sheru voluntarily follows. "I will accompany you. An additional force is always welcome." "Then I thank you." Lizette opens a portal and leaps into it, with Sheru closely trailing, both being transported to the Dark Planet where Raiki resides. The palace has long since vanished, leaving only ruins. Nevertheless, Raiki himself remains unscathed, his face contorted with rage as he hovers in the air, confronting Lizette. "Why does that accursed Earth deity obstruct my vengeance?" It is not my intention to hinder you. Rather, it is your own excesses that have drawn Earth into this conflict. Revenge against the Scions is my lifelong aspiration. The state of Earth is of no concern to me. But it is your fault. My plans have been utterly derailed. Reiki's words are a chaotic jumble, devoid of coherence. He sits cross-legged in the air and charges directly at Lizette. However, he is merely a scientist who has never engaged in combat, utterly ignorant of the art of warfare. Typically, such an individual possesses no fighting capability, yet at this moment, Reiki is a mere embodiment of resentment. This turmoil originates from the resentment amplification device, Hachiyak. This device harnesses the animosity of the Zephyr people who were slaughtered by the Scions, and the amplified resentment can even coalesce into tangible entities, transforming into spectral warriors. Presently, Reiki is but one such spectral warrior, birthed from this process. Nonetheless, despite the enhancement of combat prowess through resentment, he remains fundamentally a scientist, lacking any combat experience. Lizette gracefully evades his assault. Just as she prepares to counterattack, Reiki's protective shield envelopes him, thwarting her offensive. However, Lizette was already prepared. Enveloped in a sphere of white light, as the protective shields of both parties collided instantaneously. In such circumstances, the outcome hinged solely on the output power of the shields. Ultimately, Reiki, along with his shield, was forcefully propelled away, crashing heavily to the ground. Fool! How could one possibly defeat him merely through resentment? Father, harness the divine power to thoroughly eradicate these scoundrels. Huh? What are you saying? I possess no such power. Doctor. Reiki, 8 billion chapter 121. The divine being of justice, huh? What are you saying? I possess no such power. No, you do. For you possess the power of faith, gathered from across the cosmos. Whether you are aware of it or not, you have long been revered as a divine being of justice. Just as Reiki draws strength from his resentment, you too should be able to draw strength from faith. Thus, as a vessel of belief, you inherently possess the power to vanquish evil. The title of divine being of justice is rather juvenile, is it not? Lizette muttered inwardly while gazing at Reiki. It was then he realized he could indeed perceive the resentment sustaining Reiki. He immediately launched an energy sphere at that essence of resentment. The sphere effortlessly pierced through Reiki's hastily erected shield, being absorbed into his chest. However, no changes occurred. Reiki suffered not a scratch, instead revealing a mocking smile. Yet, in the next moment, a brilliant white light erupted from his entire being, penetrating his form. What is happening? It is said that the underworld possesses a device known as the Soul Purifier, capable of cleansing malevolent energies. Now, as you gradually ascend towards divinity, your power can wield the same effect. As the attacker, Lizette found himself utterly out of sync with the dialogue, reduced to a mere onlooker, muttering in astonishment. He had completely forgotten he possessed the ability to purify malevolent energies, nor had he ever trained for it, yet somehow, he was now capable of such feats. Lizette marveled at the terrifying strength of the human spirit while listening to Shalu's explanation. Moreover, just days prior, you consumed the fruit of the tree of spirit. Your divine form now approaching perfection. You are no longer a being that can be matched by these filthy resentments. No, my resentment towards the Scions. I cannot lose my hatred for them. Reiki's existence had relied entirely on resentment and hatred. Now, those very emotions were being gradually stripped away, purified. Could there be a more thorough method to shatter him? Reiki's face contorted in despair, issuing a pained wail, yet the hatred that birthed those cries continued to dissipate. He could no longer harbor resentment, nor could he feel hatred. Ultimately, he was forced into a tranquil slumber. Allah, the scientist who had harbored years of hatred towards the Scions even after death, met such an unremarkable end. Due to his attempts to harm the earth, he was utterly vanquished by an unrelated deity, deprived even of the opportunity to battle the Scion he despised. The resentment that once sustained his existence has now been purified, leaving him unbound to this realm. Thus, the once resentful genius scientist vanished effortlessly from the world. Lizette gazed at his palm, blinking in bewilderment. His emotions were curious at this moment. Initially, he was merely a figurehead deity who had inherited a divine position, yet somehow, he had come to truly embody that identity. It was as though an unseen force of fate had been guiding him. No, that could not be. The one destined for divinity was Dandy. If fate were indeed at play, it should have been guiding Dandy instead. What is happening? Nothing. Let us proceed to destroy Hachiyak. The resentment amplification device Hachiyak must be obliterated. Otherwise, the resentment will coalesce once more. Should a being more loathsome towards the Science than Reiki emerge, resurrected through this resentment, the consequences would be dire. Lizette raised his hand, aiming at the resentment amplification device, preparing to unleash a ki blast. However, a ki blast suddenly struck from the side, deflecting his shot. Was it Cell? No, it was not him. The assailant was concealed in the shadows, positioned in the opposite direction of Cell. Yet, Lizette had no time to investigate the identity of the intruder, for Hachiak was gathering a dark energy, on the verge of a transformation. This phenomenon, the rapidly surging energy, felt eerily familiar. It was reminiscent of the energy emitted by those who had interfered during his battle with Broly. Thus, it was undoubted that the two lurking in the shadows were indeed them. Lizette had anticipated their intervention, and now, they had finally revealed themselves. Long time no see. You've grown considerably stronger, haven't you? I can sense that the energy within you is now vastly different from before. It was Tawa and Mira, the demonic duo from the past, appearing behind Lizette. Simultaneously, Hachiak had finally coalesced, transforming into a warrior clad in crimson armor. Ahead loomed Hachiak, while Tawa and Mira stood behind. The tide of battle had swiftly turned, as Lizette and Cell found themselves encircled, back to back in a defensive stance. What brings you here? Isn't it obvious? We have finally decided to eliminate you, the nuisance. We now possess sufficient energy. There is no longer any need to spare you. During their last encounter, Tawa had spared Lizette, citing his inability to provide significant energy. Now, their reappearance clearly indicated that they believed the time for harvest had arrived. Mira surged forward, and Hachiak followed suit. Lizette and Cell were caught in a pincer attack. Lizette immediately engaged Mira, while Cell took on Hachiak. The force of Mira's punches was swifter and sharper than during their previous encounter, clearly indicating he had not exerted his full strength last time. However, the circumstances had changed. Lizette's prowess had also evolved significantly. He skillfully deflected Mira's punch, engaging in a fierce and balanced exchange of offense and defense. However, after Hachiak sent Shero flying with a single blow, he immediately launched a surprise attack on Lizette from behind, shattering the previously balanced confrontation. Even someone as formidable as Lizette found it increasingly difficult to withstand the simultaneous onslaught of two opponents whose strength surpassed his own. He exerted every ounce of his energy to evade, block, and diffuse their attacks, yet he gradually found himself in a position of passive defense. Ugh! Lizette spread his arms wide, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. The force sent both Mira and Hachiak reeling, and he swiftly focused his assault on Mira. First, he struck with a powerful palm strike to Mira's face. In a moment of haste, Mira raised his hands to protect his face, but Lizette quickly altered his attack, delivering a blow to Mira's abdomen. He then seized Mira's abdominal muscles with his fingers, forcefully propelling him away. Intentionally, he hurled Mira towards Hachiak, using Mira's body to obstruct Hachiak's movements, while seizing the opportunity to launch energy projectiles. Cunning move. Mira and Hachiak burst through the smoke, attacking once more. Yet, Shero swooped down from above, delivering a kick that sent Mira crashing to the ground. Seizing the moment, Lizette grasped Hachiak's arm, attempting to bend his joint in the opposite direction. However, Hachiak appeared completely unfazed by the joint manipulation, seemingly impervious to pain. After spinning gracefully in the air, he landed firmly, crossing his arms to gather energy. He was preparing to unleash the Avengers Cannon, a technique that required 15 seconds to accumulate malevolent energy before it could be fired. In the realm of combat, 1 second felt akin to several seconds, rendering the 15 seconds of charge time excessively lengthy. For Lizette, this was undoubtedly a glaring vulnerability. He could exploit this moment to initiate a fierce counterattack. Moreover, except for the instant he launched his technique, Hachiak's defensive capabilities were astonishingly formidable. The 15 seconds of charge time represented the only opportunity to inflict effective damage upon him. Thus, the key to defeating Hachiak lay in seizing the moment of his Avengers Cannon to counterattack, a domain in which Lizette excelled, as he typically could effortlessly recognize such opportunities. However, with Mira now interfering, the situation had become significantly more complex. As Lizette struggled to fend off Mira's relentless assaults while grappling with the realization that they had been driven into a dire predicament, he noted their respective power levels. Hachiak, 30 billion. Hachiak's ferocity, 50 billion. Chapter 122, Shero's proposal block, evade, neutralize. Lizette fought desperately against Mira's ferocious onslaught, searching for a glimmer of hope, yet he saw none. Although Hachiyak was momentarily restrained by Sheru, Mira alone proved to be a formidable challenge. The disparity in their fundamental strength was stark. Mira's physical prowess and intensity of energy even evoked memories of the oppressive feeling he experienced when battling Broly. More troubling was the fact that Mira, unlike Broly, possessed exceptional combat skills. Lizette found it exceedingly difficult to identify an opportunity for a counterattack. Even with all his combat techniques, he could barely maintain a defensive posture. While achieving any form of defense against their combined strength was an impressive feat, the scales of victory had already tilted irrevocably. Mira delivered a powerful uppercut that sent Lizette flying. Seizing the moment, he swiftly dissipated the force of the blow, rotating in midair to alleviate the impact. Using the momentum of his spin, he aimed a kick at Mira's groin. "Damn it, you again with this trick." Mira, drenched in cold sweat, retaliated immediately, landing a punch that sent Lizette soaring once more. Lizette managed to absorb some of the impact upon landing, but the residual force still left him injured, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He wiped away the crimson stain, maintaining an outward calm as he stood his ground. Despite feeling fatigued, Lizette pondered his available techniques. First to be dismissed were the high-output attacks like the Frenzied Impact and Shining Meteor, as using them now would only waste precious stamina. The prince's combat style proved utterly futile, and his special abilities were of no avail. Even close-range precision strikes yielded negligible results. Moreover, Hachiyak loomed nearby, watchfully waiting for an opportunity. Although Sheru was valiantly resisting, he was evidently embroiled in a strenuous battle. Occasionally, Hachiyak's strikes would inadvertently affect Lizette, rendering the fight increasingly arduous. "Mira, how long do you intend to play around? Finish him off already." Tova, wielding a staff, hovered behind Lizette. The already bleak situation grew even more dire with Tova's involvement. While his true strength remained unknown, he could not possibly be weak. Consequently, Lizette's chances of victory dwindled further, with the battle now at an irrevocable impasse. "Watch out." Tova launched an energy sphere, and Lizette immediately activated a protective shield to block it. Yet, Mira closed in with a swift kick. In the brief moment Lizette evaded, Tova's energy sphere followed closely behind. The two fighters, one distant and the other near, coordinated flawlessly, leaving Lizette no opportunity to counterattack. He was forced to exert every ounce of strength to evade their assaults, gradually sinking into a more vulnerable position. Mira seized the opening in his defense, landing a decisive blow that sent Lizette flying once again. Fortunately, Sheru caught him just before he collided with the wall, mitigating the damage. "Are you okay?" "Not great. How about you?" "About the same. That guy, Hachiyak, is too much for me to handle alone." It seemed Sheru's predicament was also grim. It was no surprise, for in terms of raw power, Hachiyak was capable of matching Broly. If they could defeat one of their opponents, perhaps hope would emerge, but the issue lay in the fact that even if Lizette and Sheru teamed up, they might still falter against either Mira or Hachiyak. Furthermore, facing three adversaries simultaneously made contemplating victory an unrealistic endeavor. Escaping was the more pragmatic option. Yet, Sheru still perceived a glimmer of hope. He communicated telepathically with Lizette. "Listen, my dear guardian. There is but one method to reverse our fortunes. Harness the power of faith that is gathered from across the universe to you. I truly doubt that will lead to victory. It must. The resentment of the Zephyrians towards the Scions can summon tremendous strength. The faith converging upon you from the entire universe far surpasses that resentment. If you can wield the power of faith as Hachiyak manipulates resentment, victory is within your grasp." Sheru's words were always beyond the realm of belief for Lizette. In this world of Dragon Balls, the essence of power fundamentally resides in the intensity of one's ki. Though there exist extraordinary abilities and magic, which Lizette himself employs, the ultimate measure remains the strength of hard power. The notion of intertwining faith and resentment perplexed him. He had never encountered the idea that one could grow stronger merely by collecting faith. Faith is but an opportunity. It serves as a ladder through which one may genuinely step into the realm of the divine, he pondered. "I am utterly unaware of how to wield faith," he confessed. "Do you not possess a technique derived from the spirit bomb? It can gather the ki of others and transform it into your own power. Employ the same method to convey your will across the cosmos," Sheru suggested, alluding to Lizette's anomalous spirit bomb technique. In his daily life, he indeed siphoned ki from celestial bodies, such as the sun, even surviving without sustenance. Yet, he had only unleashed this technique to its fullest during the confrontation with the mental tree propagated by Dales. Reflecting on it now, he found it astonishing. Despite being merely a replica, this technique could genuinely amplify his strength, yet he had never contemplated employing it against formidable foes like Gula, Bojack, or Broly. Those battles were undeniably arduous, and his adversaries vastly superior. Had he utilized this technique, even if it could not alter the tide of battle, it would at least have shifted the circumstances. Why had he never considered it? As he contemplated, a faint tremor of fear coursed through Rizette's heart. Was it fear? Indeed. He had been apprehensive of the disorienting state that the technique induced, a state that left him feeling as though he was no longer himself. His reluctance to wield the anomalous spirit bomb stemmed from this inner trepidation. Whenever he unleashed the full force of the technique, he would invariably succumb to a peculiar state of disconnection, finding an inexplicable value in Earth and all its beings, yearning to protect them with all his might. The sensation was not particularly intense during his battle with Dales. However, he could not assure that he would maintain his sense of self each time. He despised this feeling of losing control, which is why he had consistently refrained from its use. Moreover, this time, he would be harnessing the key of the entire universe. That technique is flawed and utterly unusable. On the contrary, it is an ultimate technique you inadvertently created, surpassing the original spirit bomb. To call it accidental would be an understatement. You may believe that you grasped it by chance, but that is not the case. It is a power destined for you, chosen by the universe itself. Even I cannot replicate that technique, for I am not the chosen one. Do you wish for me to employ that technique now? This is the singular opportunity to reverse the tide. Within Sheru's thoughts lingered an inexplicable fervor. Lizette recognized this intensity. It mirrored the nearly frenzied gaze Sheru had displayed after vanquishing Metal Gula, as if harboring some profound expectation of him. Sheru was undoubtedly concealing something. What are you whispering about? Oh, are you anticipating that Goku and his companions will obliterate the device that emits the destructive gas, only to appear like heroes from a tale, proclaiming, "We have come to save the day"? Ha ha ha, spare yourselves the effort. What did you say? Please, observe this. Tova appeared to have misunderstood the intimate conversation between the two, mocking them while projecting an image into the air. Lizette, intrigued by this interesting tactic, looked up. In the projection, Sun Wukong and his companions were engaged in a fierce battle against the Ghost Warriors. What shocked him further was that the lineup of the Ghost Warriors was entirely different from what he knew. What should have been a team comprising Frieza, Cooler, Door, and Slug had now been replaced by a squad led by Bojack, accompanied by Paragus. I have discovered several intriguing individuals and gathered their resentments. You see, Sun Wukong and his companions have no time to rescue you. If this continues, they might face utter annihilation, Tova taunted. Lizette's expression darkened. The situation had deteriorated to its worst possible state. His original plan was to eliminate Leek and its surrounding forces before joining forces with Sun Wukong and the others, who had destroyed the Earth apparatus, to confront Hachiyak. However, everything had gone awry. This was a clear dispersion of combat power, effectively granting the enemy an opportunity to strike them down one by one, whether it was during the Namek incident or now. This duo from the Demon Clan always managed to thwart his plans with precision. Particularly, the Bojack clan posed a significant challenge. Frieza and the others were no match for Sun Wukong and his team. But Bojack's strength was such that even the current Sun Wukong would need to exert himself fully to defeat him. Moreover, the Bojack clan excelled in teamwork, amplifying their strength when united. Nevertheless, with Gohan now capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 2, his presence might tilt the balance in their favor. In fact, within the image, Gohan was fiercely battling multiple members of the Bojack clan, reminiscent of the movie scenes, defeating them one after another. However, the Ghost Warriors could be resurrected. In the projection, the revived Bojack sent Vegeta flying with a single punch, while other members of his clan seized the opportunity to swarm Gohan, relentlessly draining his stamina. If this persisted, the possibility of Sun Wukong and his companions facing total annihilation was not to be dismissed. The only solace was that Broly had not appeared. It seemed that even Hachiyak could not convert being stronger than himself into Ghost Warriors. Father, you must understand my intentions now. At this moment, only you can save the Earth. Even if what I say is incorrect, this technique will at least enhance your strength. And you will not suffer any loss by employing it, Lizette asserted. Indeed, your reasoning holds merit, Cell replied, though Lizette could not fully trust him. Yet, according to its original application, this technique was undoubtedly the best option available. It could genuinely amplify his strength and perhaps turn the tide of battle. He was unaware of Cell's true motives, but if he were to be killed by Mira and the others now, he would lose even the chance to unveil their conspiracy. Moreover, he could not bear to watch Sun Wukong and his companions perish. At this juncture, he had no choice. Only he could shatter this dire predicament. To repel the demon duo and Hachiyak, return to Earth, and rescue Sun Wukong and the others, orchestrating a reversal reminiscent of a dream. He could no longer afford to cower in the face of trivial fears. Hence, Lizette ultimately resolved to break through this deadlock with all his might. He had made his choice. In the small theater, Sheru exclaimed, "At last, I have been deceived." Chapter 123, The God of Super Earthlings, the Spirit Bomb of the Other Dimension. He softly recited the name of the technique, closing his eyes and pressing his palms together, plunging his consciousness deep within himself. Mira and Hachiyak, unaware of his intentions, immediately launched an assault. However, Sheru conjured 4 duplicates to obstruct their advance, shielding Lizette. In that fleeting moment, Lizette's awareness delved deeper, succumbing entirely to a state of oblivion. The Earth, the solar system, the Milky Way, and even the entirety of the universe. His perceptive abilities had transcended all limits, enabling him to sense entities hundreds of light years away. He relinquished this extraordinary perception, allowing his consciousness to soar across the vast cosmos. No, through the subspace, his sensory range had long surpassed the constraints of distance, becoming boundless. His awareness expanded throughout the 7th universe. Even though he had never heard the names of many planets, he could simultaneously feel the pulsations of all life therein. This had long surpassed the limits of human perception. He embraced the radiance of all living beings, channeling it into his own faith, transforming it into power. No, this cannot continue. If it does, I shall undoubtedly lose myself. The faith power converging was far beyond his expectations. His sense of self was on the verge of being engulfed by faith. He needed to halt this technique at once. He could no longer endure. The potency of the faith had transformed into a venomous force. Lizette resolved to interrupt the technique. Although the power had not fully coalesced, he had indeed experienced an enhancement. Ceasing now was the wisest course of action. His dread of this technique had proven justified. This was not merely a spirit bomb. Rather, it was an entirely new technique he had inadvertently created while attempting to mimic it. This technique was beyond his control, an unruly force. Sheru's claim of it being an ultimate technique was sheer nonsense. An uncontrollable technique was merely a flawed scrap. At that moment, an unfamiliar, chilling voice emanated from Sheru. "Do not stop." Unprepared, Lizette suddenly felt something clamp onto his forehead. He could not see what it was. Yet he recognized the control device in Sheru's hand. Was that not the device Bulma had crafted specifically to suppress Broly? What is that? Did you think it had been destroyed? Huh. You are too naive. Do you believe the future version of yourself would not conceive a similar method? Ultimately, the future Broly could not be controlled by such a device, which is why this technique was shelved, but you, in your present state, can still be governed by it. Furthermore, I possess your cells, enabling me to manipulate this device, which reacts solely to your energy signature. Sheru, what do you intend to do? Lizette was utterly astonished. Sheru's demeanor was now starkly different from before. He immediately reached to remove the device from his forehead, but it was already too late. He had been 1 step too slow. Then 2 steps, then 3. Sheru displayed a sinister grin and issued his command. Continue to execute the technique. Step into the unknown realm after gathering faith. Yes, yes. At Sheru's command, the light in Lizette's eyes extinguished in an instant. Subsequently, he unleashed once more the technique he derisively termed scrap, harnessing this power to draw breath and faith from across the cosmos. Among the Scion race, there exists a legend. When 5 righteous Scions encircle a virtuous one, bestowing their strength upon him, the Scion god is born. Pure wishes and strength can, at times, elevate one to the divine realm. This is the terrifying aspect of such power. He genuinely cherished all of this, yearning to protect every struggling life in this universe, to treasure the present moment. Destruction precedes creation. Creation is born from destruction. Destruction and creation are, in essence, 2 facets of the same coin. To safeguard this world, one must first learn the art of annihilation. Eradicating all evil entirely, one may then sow the seeds of new life. The god of destruction remains in slumber, while the god of creation has long since lost his power. Thus, let both destruction and creation reside within these hands. At this moment, the power of faith filled his entire being. His soul had transcended to a higher dimension. His aura became utterly transparent, perceivable only to deities of the same dimension. When the prayer concluded, Lizette was no longer the being he once was. His appearance had not undergone a drastic transformation. Though enveloped in a white luminescence akin to a spirit bomb, he bore an unmistakably familiar visage. If there was a singular difference, it was the disappearance of his original white wings, replaced by a radiant halo. Yet, his presence had transformed entirely, as if the cosmos itself had taken human form. Standing resolutely before all, he emanated an aura of incredibility, bordering on the absurd. Humph, I thought it was a formidable technique. Turns out it's just another tedious transformation. You think this flimsy display can defeat me? Though Mira was sweating profusely, he persisted in mocking, attempting to mask his inner turmoil. Ignoring the warnings of the perceptive Tawa, he recklessly charged forward and threw a punch. Oof! Myra's fist struck Lizette, yet he remained utterly unmoved. He slowly opened his eyes, his silver pupils reflecting Myra's form, gazing upon him as one might regard an insect. It was a gaze akin to that of a deity observing mere ants. Mira perceived this look as an affront, igniting his fury as he launched a more ferocious barrage of punches. Yet every strike sank into the abyss, seemingly landing, but ultimately devoid of significance. Watching Mira's comical struggle, Cell couldn't help but chuckle derisively. Fool, did you truly believe you could defeat him? Nevertheless, you have proven somewhat useful. By my design, you forced him to this point, so I shall extend my gratitude to you, jester from the future. As if in agreement with Cell's words, Lizette casually waved his hand. The gesture was so light, it seemed as if he were merely swatting away a fly, yet Myra's right half evaporated instantly. He had no time to emit a scream, while Tawa, in a frenzied state, cried out, Mira? No, Mira. My Mira. In the face of Tawa's desperate cries, Lizette coldly raised his hand. There is no need for compassion towards evil. Hesitation is unwarranted when confronting threats to life. Although the figures of Tova and Mira were reflected in his pupils, Lizette did not perceive them. In his eyes, they were merely dust to be eliminated, nothing more. At that moment, however, a manifestation of resentment, Hachiyak, launched a surprise attack from behind. Yet, he was hardly a foe. Lizette did not even glance back, instinctively evading Hachiyak's punch, while simultaneously raising his hand towards him. Purification, he uttered softly. With that single command, Hachiyak let out a scream and vanished without a trace, leaving no remnants behind. However, the fleeting moment Hachiyak had secured provided Tova with the opportunity to initiate a time leap, escaping from this era. Lizette gazed in the direction of Tova's disappearance, tilting his head slightly, a hint of confusion crossing his features. Perhaps he pondered, what a peculiar technique, capable of vanishing from any corner of the universe. Nonetheless, he likely concluded that it was of little consequence. There remained much malevolence to eradicate, and addressing those evils was his foremost priority. His destination was Earth. That was the planet he cherished and vowed to protect, yet it had long been overrun by pests. The cosmic scourge known as the Scions resided there, living comfortably while casting aside their past sins, utterly at ease. They must be eradicated. To safeguard the beloved universe, all evils must be systematically eliminated. With this thought in mind, Lizette left behind a trail of white light as he soared into the depths of the cosmos, his target being Earth. How splendid! This exceeds my expectations. No, it far surpasses them. This is what I've been seeking, the ultimate existence that transcends perfection. Watching Lizette depart, Shalu was engulfed in ecstatic joy. At last, his plan had reached its final step. Divine Lizette possessed the power to effortlessly annihilate Majin Buu, and had even attained the level to engage in a substantial battle with Beerus. Chapter 124, Neo, Mortals on Earth, Goku, and the others, who remained to handle the destruction gas generator, were embroiled in a fierce struggle, contrary to Lizette's initial expectations. No, to call it a struggle would be an understatement. They were being overwhelmed by the formidable power of the ghost warriors guarding the destruction gas generator, teetering on the brink of defeat. The root cause of this predicament lay in the altered lineup of the ghost warriors. Ha ha ha, I never anticipated receiving the chance to avenge the humiliation so swiftly, boasted the green-skinned giant, Bojack. In the original narrative, the ghost warrior lineup comprised Frisia, Cooler, Door, and Shrag. At least, that was the information Lizette had at his disposal. Yet, in this world, that scenario was invalid. Door was still alive and had joined their ranks, while Shrag had fused with Piccolo, making his appearance impossible. Instead, the team led by Bojack and Paragus had taken their place. While Paragus was of little consequence, it was Bojack's crew that truly drove the warriors into desperation. Logically, Bojack should not have been an adversary at this time. However, this world was different. Due to Broly's rampant chaos across the galaxy, Bojack has emerged earlier than anticipated, having recently met his demise. Consequently, their appearance as ghostly warriors is entirely inevitable. Paragus, it seems you have relinquished the pride of a scion. No matter how you articulate it, you will never comprehend the profound animosity my son and I harbor towards your father, King Vegeta. My sole purpose for existence is to exact vengeance upon you both. Now, ghostly warriors, utilize your current strength to utterly eradicate the scions from this world. Even among scions, there are those who harbor a fierce loathing for their own kind. This individual is Paragus, who, despite being a scion, is fervently intent on obliterating the scion race. Responding to Paragus's command, Zangya and Bujin reluctantly engage, combining their efforts to subdue Vegeta. One restrains Vegeta's movements while the other uses psychic threads to bind him. Such coordination is no trivial matter, even for the current Vegeta. Once ensnared by Bujin, Zangya mercilessly strikes Vegeta as one would a punching bag. You pathetic disgrace of a scion. Huh. Dariusu delivers a kick to Paragus, sending him staggering and spinning away, crashing into a building and vanishing from sight. Yet, the very next moment, Paragus transforms into black smoke, reverting to his original form. This is the most troublesome aspect. As long as the annihilation gas continues to flow, the ghostly warriors can resurrect indefinitely. The already formidable Bojack and his cohort, coupled with their immortality, present an unfathomable challenge. Thus, the only solution lies in destroying the apparatus generating the annihilation gas. Yet this device is exceedingly robust, impervious even to Vegeta's energy blasts. At this juncture, to declare the situation hopeless would be an understatement. This is dire. We initially planned to swiftly destroy the device and support the Kai, but now we lack time. And if this continues, we are doomed. Heh, I was asleep when they arrived, though I'm glad to join the fray. It is absurd that they can resurrect no matter how many times they are defeated. Dariusu and Goku stand back to back, shielding one another while voicing their grievances. Subsequently, without any signal, they charge forth in unison. They leap towards Bojack and Gogeta, seamlessly compensating for each other's weaknesses and bringing both adversaries to the ground. Yet this proves futile, as the vanquished foes immediately resurrect, with no signs of resolution in sight. The battle has undeniably turned exceedingly adverse. Not only are Goku and Dariusu in dire straits, but Trunks and Nappa have also sustained severe injuries. Among them, the strongest, Gohan, struggles to conceal his fatigue. Vegeta, gravely wounded, lies unable to rise. Perhaps, in comparison, battling Hachiyak might have been somewhat less strenuous. Hee. Scion monkeys perish. Frieza jeers, engaging in a fierce exchange with Trunks. In terms of inherent strength, Frieza should not have been a match for Trunks. However, after becoming a ghost warrior, his power seemingly increased, allowing him to engage Trunks in a back-and-forth battle. Yet, while some warriors experience a surge in strength, others remain absent from resurrection. This is true for Cooler, who, by all accounts, should have joined the ranks of the Ghost Warriors but has yet to make an appearance. This is hardly surprising, as Cooler does not harbor hatred for the Scions. Rather, his true enmity lies with the deities of Earth. Thus, he cannot be revived on this battlefield. How infuriating. These foes seem endless. Piccolo, too, finds himself overwhelmed by Bido, struggling against the odds. Given Piccolo's current capabilities, he should not be at a disadvantage against Bido. Yet, the enemy shows no signs of fatigue, while his own stamina continually wanes. Moreover, the adversaries he faces are not all familiar to him. Among them are the Canassans, whose race was annihilated by the Scions long ago, the Arlians, destroyed by Vegeta and Nappa en route to Earth, and countless others who were slain by the Scions and now harbored deep-seated resentment, all resurrected as ghost warriors. The atmosphere of destruction has permeated the entire planet, with people collapsing in despairing cries. Vegetation withers, cities lie in complete disarray, and the countdown to Earth's obliteration has begun. Everyone gazes up at the darkened sky with expressions of profound pessimism, hopelessness enveloping their hearts. It is precisely for this reason that the subsequent miracle is so profoundly stirring. First, streaks of white meteors carve through the sky, plummeting to the ground. Alongside the Guardians, they obliterate the devices releasing the destructive gas scattered across the Earth, simultaneously dispatching the ghost warriors that had been suppressing Goku and the others. Frieza, Paragus, and Bojack all fall before this onslaught, regardless of the strength of these ghost warriors. Their ephemeral forms, forged from resentment, crumble effortlessly before him. This is not a matter of power disparity. Rather, it is a confrontation that cannot even be considered a battle. The ghost warriors, howling with lingering attachment to the mortal realm, gradually fade away. The sudden turn of events leaves Goku and his companions in stunned silence. All of them looking up at the sky. No, not just them. Every person on Earth raises their gaze. And there they behold the figure of a white deity descending from the heavens, dispelling the clouds. Lizette utters no words, but simply waves a hand. Immediately, a radiant aura reminiscent of a spirit bomb envelopes the land. Withered plants spring back to life, the fallen awaken, and despair is entirely rewritten into hope. If this were all, it would undoubtedly be a genuine salvation, precisely the intervention that the people had yearned for. Earthlings bow in reverence, kneeling and lowering their heads. Yet, Lizette raises a hand in disbelief, directing a second wave of attack towards the very Earthlings he was meant to protect. How could this be? Gohan, rendered speechless, gazes at Lizette in the sky with incredulity etched upon his face. The Spirit Time Room once again serves as a training ground. Piccolo's 20-fold Kaioken reaches an astonishing 5.2 billion, while Super Saiyan Dale's achieves 6 billion to 10 billion. Super Vegeta mirrors this with a similar range. In Chapter 125, Cell's ultimate objective, the radiant light emitted by Lizette pierces through all malevolent beings on the ground, murderers, robbers, and thieves. However, this is not mere slaughter. The light thoroughly purifies the evil within them, disregarding their will and forcibly transforming them into virtuous individuals. As these former villains rise, they appear reborn, repenting for their misdeeds and, with an unusual glimmer in their eyes, begin to extol the virtues of peace. Although this unfolds in a different world and future, it echoes the tale of the demon realm king, Dabura, who was sent to paradise and transformed beyond recognition due to excessive alteration. The phenomena occurring now bear an uncanny resemblance to that past event. By completely eradicating even the slightest trace of malevolence, individuals are irrevocably transformed. Yet in doing so, they cease to be who they once were, essentially indistinguishable from the act of killing one's former self. This is entirely uncharacteristic of Lizette. It is a miracle imposed upon others. Unable to bear this any longer, Gohan ascends into the sky, rushing to confront Lizette. Please, stop this, Lord Supreme Kai. What has happened to you? How can you attack Earthlings? With an emotionless gaze, Lizette regards Gohan, speaking in a voice devoid of spirit. He then raises his hand, unleashing a ki blast that sends Gohan hurtling away. The force of this attack, if left unchecked, would likely propel Gohan through the Earth's stratosphere and into the cosmos. Fortunately, Goku intervenes in time to catch Gohan, averting potential disaster. Yet, how powerful is this force? Gohan, who should have been in his Super Saiyan 2 form, is knocked unconscious by a single blow, his hair reverting to black. Hey, Lord Supreme Kai, what are you doing? Do you intend to kill Gohan? Will you not respond? Lizette releases another ki blast, prompting Goku to dodge hastily. There is no need for confirmation. It is evident that Lizette is in an abnormal state, his mind clouded. Piccolo and Trunks sense the anomaly and rush to assist. Yet Lizette gazes at them with the indifference reserved for insects, devoid of any emotional response. This is not the gaze one would expect towards allies or those in need of protection. Hey Goku, what is wrong with that guy? I don't know, but he is certainly not himself. Moreover, he is far stronger than usual. Lizette perceives Piccolo as a malevolent entity and summons a light sword. At the brink of disaster, Piccolo narrowly evades the attack, but the energy contained within the sword far exceeds its usual intensity. Goku and the others can no longer sense Lizette's aura, but instinctively recognize that he possesses an unprecedented level of power. Amidst their confusion, only Vegeta remains steadfast, smirking as he enhances his own energy. Whatever your intentions may be, if you wish to fight, I shall oblige. I will end you. Wait, Dad. Vanish. Ultimate Flash. Vegeta unhesitatingly unleashed his full power energy wave, targeting Lizette. Once the opponent initiated an attack, they became the enemy, and there was no reason to show mercy. From a strategic perspective, this was an entirely correct decision. From the standpoint of self-defense, he could not be faulted. However, in terms of recognizing the disparity in combat strength, this was a grave misjudgment. Surrounded by a protective barrier, Lizette emerged from the smoke and, without any forewarning, unleashed a ki blast that effortlessly sent Vegeta flying. Struck down from the sky and crashing violently to the ground, Vegeta lost consciousness after just one hit, his hair returning to its natural black hue. This was utterly absurd. After Gohan, Even Vegeta had been taken down in a single blow. Just how formidable had Lizette become? Piccolo was astonished by the vast gap in power between the two, while Trunks trembled, unable to comprehend such overwhelming strength. Naturally, inquiring about the reason behind Lizette's transformation would yield no answers. Thus, everyone's gaze shifted to the android Cell, who stood behind Lizette. Cell, answer me. What have you done to Lord Lizette? What can a mere Cell accomplish? Such futile attempts are utterly meaningless in the presence of an ultimate being. I merely gave him a gentle push. You scoundrel! Don't be so infuriating. What is about to transpire may not necessarily be a misfortune for you. In response to the enraged Trunks, Cell maintained a demeanor of calm. Around Lizette, a dark aura began to coalesce, enveloping him. Goku recognized this energy. It was reminiscent of the black aura emitted by Frieza when he transformed into his final form during their battle long ago. If Lizette were in a lucid state, he would have immediately discerned that this was akin to the sinister brainwashing technique employed by Mira and Tawa. So, what are you planning to do to Lord Lizette? I am about to initiate a true rewriting of history. Rewriting history? Indeed, I will modify the scroll of time, correcting our timeline. I shall eradicate the most dreadful future, transforming all tragedies into mere figments of the past. I will create a world where he suffers no more, where he knows no sorrow, and where he need not fight. I will personally bring this to fruition. For this, I require his absolute power. Yes, the kind of power that can rival or even surpass the intervention of the Kai of Time, a divine strength that transcends all. Trunks could not fathom Cell's words. The Scroll of Time and the Kai of Time were terms he had never encountered. Yet, time itself could not be rewritten. Even if the past were altered, it would only give rise to a new future. The existing future would remain unchanged. So, our future will not change. Even if the past is altered, it will merely spawn a new parallel world. Perhaps, indeed, interference with the past through a time machine would yield such results. Bulma may be a genius, but she is ultimately human, unable to transcend that boundary. However, Trunks, there does exist a method to fundamentally alter the future, and that is through the rewriting of the Scroll of Time. That is what that individual has conveyed to me. Sheru erupted into laughter, casting a glance towards Lizette. All conditions had converged here. A new deity transcending the divine realm, a vessel subjected to the dual brainwashing of malevolence and control devices, and that individual possessing the power to traverse time. Once these elements were gathered, the past could be altered, thus reshaping the future. In every timeline where Trunks had not intervened in the past, the future spiraled into despair. However, by bringing him to the origin of the timeline, the Scroll of Time could truly be transformed, saving the desolate future. In this manner, all futures could attain genuine redemption. Of course, obstacles would inevitably arise. The God of Time, the Supreme Kai of Time, and his temporal patrols would surely manifest, and even the Supreme Kai himself might descend in person. Yet, there was no need for fear now. Even if the Supreme Kai were to arrive, the current Lizette was an unstoppable force. But Sheru was mistaken. No, not only Sheru, but his collaborators also misjudged Lizette's power at present. Lizette cast a blank stare at Sheru before gently unleashing his aura. With just that, the dark energy enveloping him dissipated in an instant, and the control ring upon his forehead shattered. What remained was a deity still radiating brilliance. How could this be? The malevolent aura. Lizette raised his hand, aiming at Sheru. In a frantic attempt to evade, Sheru found it was too late. The released aurora instantly engulfed half of Sheru, mercilessly shattering his plans. Severed at the waist, Sheru's face was etched with astonishment as he let out a furious howl. This was impossible. It should not be like this. How dare you scheme against me? Demigura! Sheru roared a name as he was hurled away by the aurora, vanishing from sight. No one could control him, nor could anyone impede him. A new deity awakened in that moment, commencing his actions. Thus, this imposed hope became an unstoppable force. The mental time chamber once more prepared for training. Super Saiyan Trunks, 57. 5 billion, 95 billion Golden Frieza, 4. 6 billion, 6. 5 billion Tien Shinhan, 5. For million. 36 million, 72 million. Chapter 126. The Supreme Kai of Time. Somewhere in the 7th universe lies a temporal nest, ruled by the Supreme Kai of Time, Kranoa. A realm completely severed from the reality of the world. At the heart of this capital, Kranoa's repository was currently shrouded in a tense atmosphere. The situation was dire. No one anticipated it would escalate to this. The first to speak was a young girl, possessing pale cherry blossom skin and deep pink hair. Apart from her pointed ears and complexion, her appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of Earthlings, exuding an undeniable charm. At least compared to a certain Frisia with a mohawk, her visage was evidently more endearing to Earth's inhabitants. However, one must not judge by appearances. She was indeed the highest ruler of this temporal nest, the supreme Kai of time, Cronoa herself. Perched upon her shoulder was a white bird resembling an owl, the time bird, gazing at her with concern. Indeed, I am aware of the situation, time bird. I never anticipated that the young Lizette would venture into such realms. How could he ascend to divinity on that border planet? We must promptly assign him elsewhere. It is a gross misallocation of talent. Before Cronoa, current events unfolded in real time, though it seems rather peculiar to use the term real time in a domain that governs time. The images displayed a powerless Goku and others, easily overwhelmed before Lizette. Presently, Lizette's reason appears to be barely functioning, allowing the others to preserve their lives. Yet, should he fully succumb to his faith and awaken entirely as a deity, the most dire consequences may soon ensue. Could this be the doing of Tawa and her associates? A silver-haired youth, exuding the aura of a battle-hardened warrior, addressed the troubled Cronoa. He bore a sword upon his back, while beside him stood a scion clad in green combat attire, his distinctive hairstyle marking him. With arms crossed, he observed the unfolding crisis. Are you suggesting that he transformed only after being tampered with? That seems implausible. Moreover, the catalyst for this upheaval should be Cell. Should it not? Perhaps there exists someone, akin to Tawa and her cohorts, capable of meddling with time, who offered Cell this counsel. Their temporal patrol team has consistently monitored the timeline alterations instigated by Tawa and Mira. Fortunately, the inhabitants of that timeline, particularly Lizette, have invariably managed to resolve issues single-handedly, thwarting Tawa and Mira's schemes, thus sparing them the need to intervene directly. Yet now, even Lizette has succumbed to a rampage, his power escalating beyond expectations. This strength likely surpasses even the two members of the Temporal Patrol and may well eclipse even the Time Kaishin, Cronoa. What then shall we do? For the moment, we must devise a means to disrupt his gathering of energy from across the universe. I surmise that a significant shock might restore his lucidity, prompting him to cease his technique. I see. Truly, the wisdom of the Time Kaishin is commendable. However, how can we effectively deliver such a shock to Lord Lizette? I am uncertain. If we can temporarily restore Lizette's sanity through a powerful impact, he will naturally halt his technique. While they could conceive of this, the execution seems fraught with difficulty. Presently, Lizette not only maintains a barrier capable of easily deflecting even the ultimate flash, but also possesses a defensive capability that withstands Myra's full force assaults without flinching. Moreover, he can autonomously evade attacks, rendering enemy strikes futile. Upon hearing Cronoa's unreliable response, the silver-haired youth dejectedly let his shoulders slump, while the scion beside him muttered under his breath, "It's rather straightforward. In essence, we merely need to give him a good thrashing, correct? How simple that is." No, it is not that simple. I believe it is feasible. At least for now, I do not foresee a grim future. Without understanding the abilities of this black-haired man, one might struggle to grasp his words. However, Cronoa seems to comprehend, responding softly, "Yes. In any case, I believe it is now your turn to take center stage. Please prepare for immediate departure. What shall we do?" Though Trunks had assumed a battle stance, he found himself utterly devoid of fighting spirit, his mind clouded with confusion. After all, his opponent was Lizette. He had never even entertained the notion of a genuine confrontation, let alone one involving real weapons. Moreover, with Lizette in her current state, the very possibility of engaging in battle was questionable, both in terms of strength and mentality. He could not summon even the faintest flicker of combativeness. "Hey, listen to me," Darius interjected, maintaining his battle posture, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Lizette. His voice lacked its usual composure. Goku and Piccolo felt similarly. Everyone understood that the disparity in strength was insurmountable, and defeat was a foregone conclusion. I am at a loss to comprehend what has transpired with that divine being, but he is undeniably an opponent we cannot hope to defeat under normal circumstances. However, do you not find his attack somewhat sluggish? Indeed, in his current condition, it would be effortless for him to annihilate all of them in an instant, and he possessed the means to do so. In response to Darius's words, Piccolo calmly concurred, candidly admitting, if he were to act seriously, we would already be dead. He then articulated a hypothesis. He has likely not fully awakened. Perhaps with a strong shock or stimulus, he could revert to his former state. That is a dubious assertion. He is not an antiquated appliance. Yet, This seemed to be their only means of survival. Ultimately, the conclusion they reached was rather crude. A thorough beating might restore him. Though this conclusion lacked any guarantee of correctness, they had no alternative. Inaction would only result in their eradication as malevolent entities. In simpler terms, it was about giving their all in a fight, correct? Yes, that is essentially the idea. Upon hearing this straightforward conclusion, Goku's fighting spirit was rekindled, and Darius elevated his own energy. They did not need to win. Landing even a single blow would suffice. If that strike could restore Lizette's consciousness, perhaps everything could come to a resolution. The four of them, gambling everything, placed their hopes on this singular possibility, disregarding the consequences as they charged forward. Yaha! Ah! First came the frontal assault, as Goku and Piccolo poured all their strength into their punches. However, before their fists could reach Lizette, they were halted by the barrier surrounding her, unable to advance an inch. This had been anticipated. The two did not relent after their initial failure, but instead launched a relentless barrage of attacks. All their strikes were intercepted by the barrier, their fists and legs rebounding painfully, yet they remained unfazed. Take this. Trunks and Darius flanked from the sides, while Naba attempted to seize Lizette from behind. Yet all these efforts proved futile, thwarted by the barrier. Lizette regarded their fruitless endeavors with an impassive expression, then fixed her gaze on Piccolo, raising her right hand's fingertip. Now, just as Piccolo's shout rang out, a flash erupted from Lizette's fingertip, piercing through his chest. The moment had come. Yet Goku and the others found themselves too drained to even worry about Piccolo. Conversely, they perceived the moment when Lizette attacked Piccolo as an opportunity. Launching a fierce assault together, Goku, Darius, Trunks, and Naba unleashed a flurry of punches, yet for reasons unknown, their strikes failed to connect. Indeed, Lizette's evasion skills were already remarkable, having effortlessly navigated Broly's onslaught, but never to such an absurd extent. It was as if his body could autonomously sense danger and evade it, with Goku and the others unable to even graze the hem of his garment. After a series of evasive maneuvers, Lizette first used his psychic abilities to send Trunks flying, then seized Darius's attack and hurled it towards Goku, interrupting his offensive. Finally, he grabbed Naba by the head, shaking him into unconsciousness before discarding him carelessly. The three, having been effortlessly overwhelmed, hovered in the air with expressions of conviction. Indeed, when he attacks, his barrier temporarily dissipates. Yes, although we cannot breach that formidable barrier, the moment the Lord of the Gods initiates an attack, we have an opportunity to strike him. Darius and Goku conversed calmly while glancing at the fallen Piccolo. Although Piccolo had been knocked down, his aura remained stable. It appeared he had consumed a Senzu bean to recover and was en route to resurrect Gohan and Vegeta, with Naba also expected to recover soon. Uncertain if he sensed the flaw in his defense, Lizette tilted his head in confusion before bringing his hands together in prayer. In an instant, countless luminous orbs appeared around him, each transforming into a human form. The mission of the heroic god, just as gathering resentment can give rise to ghostly warriors. Lizette summoned forth the spirits of deceased heroes by harnessing the collective will of the people. However, these beings, formed from the will of light, were incomparable to ghostly warriors. They were hero spirits. Among them were the celestial deities that laid the foundation of Earth, the ancient martial artist who sealed the demon king Piccolo with his life, the three supreme Kais who fought and sacrificed themselves against ancient demons, the brother of the hero who sealed the demon god, the intergalactic Kais who safeguarded planets, the cosmic warriors who met their demise fighting against the Scions and the Frisia Force, the righteous Scions who rose to combat the evil Scions, and countless others who fought valiantly for justice. This is utterly outrageous, Lord of the Gods. Gazing at the multitude of luminous warriors, Goku helplessly tugged at the corner of his mouth. While reinforcing one's ranks to suppress the enemy is a conventional tactic, this was excessively extravagant. Moreover, due to Lizette's energy composition, the fighting prowess of the hero spirits was amplified alongside him, each far surpassing Goku and his companions. This legion of hero spirits charged towards Goku and the others, irrevocably tipping the already lopsided battle. If one were to liken it, it was as if a seesaw, tilted to its utmost, had embedded itself into the ground, potentially breaking through and flipping upside down. The disparity in strength between the two sides was thus absolute. Goku and his companions exerted every ounce of their strength to resist, yet under the dual pressure of quantity and quality, they were rendered helpless, swiftly engulfed and ravaged by the Legion of Light. In the blink of an eye, They were left battered and bruised, their martial arts uniforms torn, their battle suits destroyed. Blood arcing through the air like a parabolic trajectory, akin to marionettes with severed strings, barely crashing into the radio tower where the annihilation gas device had been installed, thus avoiding a direct fall. Yet, Lizette's assault showed no signs of abating. He summoned his spirits with a wave of his hand, and countless luminous orbs aligned behind him, simultaneously illuminating and adopting the launch posture of his ultimate technique, the rampant strike. Should these attacks be unleashed, even a single one would be sufficient to obliterate Goku and his companions, yet what loomed ahead was an imminent barrage of over 1,000 synchronized strikes. As for the devastation to Earth, it appeared that Lizette had every intention of employing subspace to reclaim the onslaught, his expression betraying not a hint of hesitation. Ultimate detonation. With this declaration, the torrent of over 1,000 rampant strikes was unleashed. Each projectile bore a power that vastly exceeded Lizette's usual capabilities, akin to a torrential downpour of light, heralding absolute annihilation. Faced with this spectacle, Goku could only manage a bitter smile. The disparity was insurmountable, rendering even his indignation futile. This was the inevitable fate that awaited those who dared to defy the divine, a fate from which there was no escape. The deluge of light swiftly engulfed Goku and his allies, cascading towards the ground. Yet, just as Goku had anticipated, the assault did not strike the Earth. Rather, subspace erupted suddenly, devouring all radiance, and the attacks ultimately converged upon the beleaguered Carrick II within that realm, triggering a violent explosion. Once all adversaries had been vanquished, Lizette, with an expression of impassivity, surveyed the now desolate surroundings. "What a mess this has become," he muttered. At that moment, a familiar yet rugged voice broke the silence, prompting Lizette to turn. Before him stood a man whose hairstyle bore a striking resemblance to Goku's. Adorned with a crimson headband and clad in the green and black attire typical of Scion warriors, often donned by the Frisia Force. His mask was riddled with cracks, perilously close to shattering, revealing a cross-shaped scar on his left cheek, while he cradled the unconscious forms of Goku and Dales in his arms. "You seem to be wondering who I am? I believe I'm referred to as a Time Patrol member. Summoned here by someone you are quite familiar with using the Dragon Balls, my duty is to apprehend those who disrupt the timeline. However, I consider myself fortunate. After being eliminated by Frisia's minions, I traversed back in time and experienced quite a bit. Thus, being summoned to this place feels rather serendipitous. Wouldn't you agree, Trunks?" Upon hearing the man's words, Lizette displayed a hint of astonishment and glanced behind him. Indeed, standing there was Trunks, just as the man had described. But he wore a green sweater, and his hairstyle differed from that of the present Trunks, most notably distinguished by his silver hair. Since his training in the hyperbolic time chamber, Trunks had tied his long hair back, whereas this youth sported a shorter style reminiscent of their initial encounter, perhaps even having matured slightly. "We have no time for idle chatter, Bardock," this Trunks remarked, cradling a child and another version of himself. The two of them placed Goku and his companions upon the rooftop of a nearby structure, simultaneously transforming into Super Saiyan 2. The man referred to as Bardock had his mask completely shattered, unveiling his true visage, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku's, albeit with a more ferocious intensity. "My apologies. But even with that disposition, he is my son and my disciple, and I will not permit you to eliminate him so easily." He displayed a primal, beast-like grin, his fists clenched tightly in determination. "Bardock, 6 billion, Super Saiyan Bardock, 23 billion, Ultra Bardock, 46 billion. Chapter 128, Bardock, who died 100 times. In the year 737 of the Age of the Universe, there existed a warrior who bravely challenged Frisia, who sought to obliterate planet Vegeta. This man was Bardock. He was the father of Goku and the mentor of Tarbell, although merely a low-ranking warrior. Bardock's numerous life and death experiences rendered him one of the most formidable fighters among the Scions of his era. However, even with such strength, he stood no chance against Frisia's overwhelming power. Ultimately, he was consumed by a colossal fireball unleashed by Frisia, perishing while calling out his son's name. This was meant to be his tragic end. Yet, fate, having forsaken planet Vegeta, chose not to abandon him. Just as he was about to be engulfed by the supernova, a rift in time and space opened, a wormhole. In a miraculous twist, Bardock was drawn into this wormhole, narrowly escaping death, only to be hurled back into the past. Perhaps due to Mira and Toa's repeated attempts to alter time, the fabric of reality had become distorted, Logically, he should not have survived in this timeline. It was far removed from the established historical narrative. Nevertheless, he lived on. Drifting into the past, Bardock found refuge among the inhabitants of the future planet Vegeta, known as Plant, who tended to his wounds until he healed. Subsequently, he awakened as a Super Saiyan during a battle against Frieza's ancestor, Chilled, successfully repelling him. However, the story did not conclude there. Shortly after defeating Chilled, Bardock unexpectedly traversed time once more. His ultimate destination was a peculiar point outside the flow of time. The Time Nest, where the Supreme Kai of Time resided. Bring forth a powerful ally, a warrior who can fight alongside me. At this moment, Trunks yearned for a formidable fighter. The timeline he occupied was set in a distant future, even beyond the era of Lizette and others who were engaged in battle. He faced accountability for his transgressions of altering the past using a time machine, compelled to work under the Supreme Kai of Time as penance. However, the conflict involving Goku and his companions, which would determine the fate of the entire universe, was at the very heart of history. And Trunks found himself deeply entangled in it. Consequently, he had little opportunity to participate directly in the battles, intensifying his desire for a powerful guardian, someone reliable to protect Goku, Vegeta, Lizette, and Gohan. The Dragon Shenron granted his wish, bringing forth Bardock, lost in the annals of time. Despite the circumstances, Bardock was charged with the duty of a member of the Time Patrol due to his own crimes of temporal alteration. With a roar that split the air, he charged forward, his fists enveloped in an ever-shifting aura of energy. Even though his opponent appeared to be but a youth, Bardock unleashed his full power without hesitation. To say he held back would be misleading. Rather, it was clear that his adversary was no one to be trifled with. Bardock's tremendous and fervent punch was thwarted by Lizette's barrier. No matter how he exerted himself, the barrier remained utterly immovable. Yet at that moment, Bardock foresaw that Lizette would soon dissolve the barrier and unleash a blinding light aimed straight at his heart. With a swift motion, Bardock evaded, even before Lizette could enact his offensive. Moments later, although Lizette released the blinding light from his fingertips, Bardock had already completed his evasive maneuver. No matter how swift the attack, if one could avoid it before it was launched, it would inevitably miss its target. Given the disparity in their strengths, Bardock should not have had any opportunity to dodge, let alone act before the assault commenced. Lizette furrowed his brow at this astonishing display. Consequently, he opted for a barrage of attacks. The released light spread through the air, transforming into 10 beams. Those 10 beams multiplied, branching into hundreds, then thousands, and ultimately billions of rays. Each ray of light could effortlessly penetrate defenses, capable of obliterating Bardock entirely, resembling a hammer of destruction. As the wave of light surged forth like an avalanche, Bardock, drenched in sweat, managed, against all odds, to evade every single attack. These beams of light were blades of energy surpassing the speed of light, and once unleashed, evasion seemed futile. However, Bardock, with a desperate resolve, accomplished all necessary avoidance maneuvers before being struck. What a jest! If all those attacks had landed, I would have perished long ago. What on earth is this individual capable of? Since earlier, how many times have I glimpsed my own demise? If not for my foresight, that last attack would have marked my 225th death. Bardock's mind was inundated with visions of his own fatal outcomes, each scene more chilling than the last. A shattered skull, a pierced heart, a gaping hole through his visage. Time and again, every time Lizette assumed an attacking stance, images of his impending death flickered in his mind. Moreover, from a single assault, countless methods of demise would materialize. There was not a single vision of survival after enduring an attack. During his invasion of the planet Kinesa, Bardock had been struck by the local inhabitants, inadvertently gaining the ability to foresee the future. Initially, this power only revealed inescapable fates, tormenting him with its burden, and he had witnessed the grim reality unfold as predestined. Ensnared in anguish, yet now, he had diverged from that original trajectory of fate. The foresight once forcibly bestowed upon him by the Kinesa people now belonged entirely to him. Although he could only glimpse the immediate future, his current prowess allowed him to actively trigger this skill. Theoretically, this ability should have granted him an absolute advantage and the capacity to evade entirely. Yet even so, he found himself exerting every ounce of strength to avoid attacks, with no opportunity for counteroffensive. For every future retaliation culminated in death. Should he recklessly enter Lizette's line of sight, his heart or brain would be halted by an overwhelming force. Should he foolishly initiate an attack, he would be instantaneously obliterated by a counterstrike. Even the slightest pause would render him vulnerable to an energy projectile. The subspace opened repeatedly, with countless energy orbs assaulting from every direction, each one capable of delivering a fatal blow. What a farce. This individual is truly outrageous. In comparison, even their former formidable rivals, Mira and Tawa, seem rather endearing. Nevertheless, it appears that Lizette has not completely lost control. Unlike Bardock, Trunks had repeatedly entered Lizette's line of sight without being obliterated by his extraordinary powers. His attacks on Trunks seemed somewhat casual, at least lacking the lethal intent he directed towards Bardock. It seems he is perplexed by the appearance of two Trunks, which, under the circumstances, might afford Trunks a slim chance of survival. What shall we do, Trunks? This individual is far beyond our capabilities. For now, we must buy time. If we can hold out until Mr. Goku and the others fully recover, against our own strength, it is impossible to delay this foe. Bardock outright dismissed Trunks' suggestion. Regrettably, stalling is utterly unrealistic. The longer we delay, the more ferocious his attacks will become. Even if he can foresee the future, there are limits to his evasion capabilities. Once he unleashes an unavoidable large-scale assault, our fate will be sealed. In that case, only one path remains. We must restore his senses before he executes such an attack. Listen, he will only lower his barrier at the moment of assault. I shall act as bait while you seize the opportunity to strike. But what are you afraid of? How could I possibly fail? Do you take me for a fool? A confident smile graced Bardock's face as he unleashed energy blasts. Naturally, these blasts posed no threat to Lizette, all blocked by his barrier. At that moment, Bardock charged forward, utilizing the cover of his energy blasts to avoid Lizette's gaze while launching a fierce assault on the barrier. Lizette dropped his barrier and seized Bardock's arm. Yet, this was all part of Bardock's scheme. A slight smirk appeared on his lips as he pressed forward with his plan, using his free hand to strike at Lizette. Just as his fist was about to make contact, his arm was abruptly twisted, and he was thrown over, his joints forcibly dislocated. However, this too was anticipated. A couple of dislocated joints were a small price to pay. Bardock allowed his arm to be restrained, forcibly breaking free from the joint's limitation, leaping behind Lizette. During this maneuver, the arm that had been captured emitted an ominous cracking sound. Nevertheless, he managed to secure Lizette in a tight embrace with his remaining hand, restricting his movements. Despite disregarding his joint injuries, his bones even puncturing the skin, the price was worth it. As long as he could momentarily restrain this foe with one hand, the subsequent actions would be straightforward. Now is the time. Attack together with me. But hurry. The wound can be healed with a Senzabine. Strike now. Time Patrol Trunks. 4. 5 billion Super Saiyan Time Patrol Trunks. 22. 5 billion Super Saiyan 2 Time Patrol Trunks. 45 billion Chapter 129. Lizette awakens. Bardock was acutely aware that the window to confine Lizette was but an ephemeral moment. He could break free at any time. Trunks immediately recognized the situation and unleashed a powerful energy wave. Yet, Lizette remained utterly expressionless, displaying neither panic nor surprise. He seized the arm of Bardock, who had embraced him from behind, and discarded him like refuse, sending him crashing into Trunks' energy wave, a most unexpected display of friendly fire. The energy wave struck Bardock, while Lizette remained unscathed. Worse still, Lizette perceived this as an opportunity to unleash his ultimate attack and eliminate Bardock. The halo behind him flared to life, and his body appeared to defy the constraints of gravity, hovering vertically in the air. In his hand, he concentrated a small orb of white light, as beams of illumination cascaded from the sky, enveloping him and the entire planet in a spotlight. The energy he gathered in his hand was a destructive force imbued with divine essence. This power was so immense that Lizette himself became a gravitational field, causing the surrounding debris to float in a state of weightlessness. Although the orb of light appeared diminutive, it possessed the capacity to obliterate an entire galaxy with ease. He meticulously controlled this force, adjusting it to annihilate only malevolent entities. Such precise targeting for large-scale destruction was beyond even the most orthodox of destroyers, achievable only through the utmost finesse in energy manipulation, and the extent of this attack could encompass the entirety of the northern galaxy. Bardock found himself with no escape. Since you cannot strike me directly, you resort to your ultimate attack. How fortuitous for me. When you prepare such a grand maneuver, evasion becomes impossible. Yet, in the face of this seemingly hopeless scenario, Bardock wore a confident smile. His gaze shifted to the rooftop of a building where Goku and the others had been cast aside. There stood Goku, poised for an assault, already revived. Indeed, everything was unfolding according to plan. Goku's resurgence at this moment, coinciding with Lizette's intent to unleash his ultimate technique, was precisely as Bardock had foreseen. Realizing the magnitude of the attack he was about to execute, Lizette could not maintain his barrier, and that peculiar automatic evasion ability would falter. Thus, this moment presented the singular and optimal chance for victory. Revived by the Senzu beans bestowed by Piccolo, Goku summoned all his strength to unleash the Kamehameha wave. A torrent of energy surging directly towards Lizette, engulfing him entirely. Yet, the damage was null. Regrettably, with Goku's current strength, even a direct hit could not inflict harm upon Lizette. Not even the edges of his garments fluttered, not a speck of dust marred his form, leaving all to doubt that he had just endured a full-force Kamehameha. Such an overwhelming disparity could only be likened to the encounter with Broly from years past. Lizette turned his gaze toward Goku, but at that moment, his movements abruptly halted. Goku's desperate strike, though devoid of tangible damage, resonated with a profound essence, delivering a powerful impact that pierced through Lizette's consciousness. The light returned to Liza's eyes, and the radiance in his hands, along with the halo behind him, gradually dissipated. He had unbound himself from the technique that had propelled him toward the divine realm. "I apologize for the inconvenience caused," he said. "No worries. It's splendid to see you back, Lord Liza," came the reply. "Well then, our mission concludes here. It is time to return to the nest of time." Upon confirming Liza's restored sanity, Bardock and Trunks, clad in green coats, vanished in an instant. Not through teleportation or subspace movement, but akin to Mira and Tawa, completely disappearing from this world through temporal displacement. Liza gazed blankly as they departed, then turned his attention to the buildings below. On the rooftop, Trunks, revived by the Dragon Balls, was looking up at him. There stood one Trunks, and the one who had just assisted him was also Trunks, two Trunks altogether. He was utterly bewildered as to why there were two of them. "Lord Kai, how wonderful. Have you regained your senses?" "Yes, it seems I have caused quite a stir. Although I am still uncertain about the specifics. Was there indeed two Trunks just now?" "Ah, I saw that too. Perhaps one is from an alternate future?" Liza harbored another question in his heart. The man accompanying Trunks seemed vaguely familiar. Could it be Bardock? He bore a resemblance to Goku and Dorius. Clad in a battle suit interspersed with green, adorned with a red headband, and marked by a cross-shaped scar on his cheek, he resembled Bardock in every regard. Truly, he owed him a debt of gratitude. Yet, Bardock should have perished long ago. Why then had he transformed into a Super Saiyan and appeared alongside Trunks? The situation eluded his understanding. "I sincerely apologize to you all," Liza bowed his head, addressing Goku and the others. He believed that this incident stemmed entirely from his rash decision, having been swayed by Cell's sweet words, knowing the technique was flawed, yet still employing such a perilous maneuver, which ultimately spiraled out of control. However, Trunks and the others were well aware that the true culprit was Cell, and thus bore no ill will towards Liza. Yet they understood that dismissing his concerns would only deepen his regret. Consequently, a heavy silence enveloped the group, leaving them at a loss for words. Piccolo silently rejoiced that he had not given the Dragon Balls to Vegeta. Had Vegeta been present, he would undoubtedly have unleashed a torrent of scorn upon Liza. It was better to let Vegeta remain unconscious until the chaos subsided. "Wow, Lord Kai, you were truly incredible just now. I could never match your prowess." Just as the weighty silence threatened to envelop them, Goku's voice rang out, infused with a rare exuberance that shattered the awkward atmosphere. Liza had anticipated a reprimand, deeming it a natural consequence, and thus found himself astonished by Goku's reaction. "Right, everyone. Don't you agree?" Goku turned around, winking at his companions. Bick quickly grasped Goku's intentions, surprised by his unexpected attentiveness. A faint smile crept onto his lips as he decided to cooperate with Goku, temporarily assuming the role of a peacemaker. Indeed, the power they had encountered was an unprecedented force. Well, if gratitude were to be expressed, it ought to be directed towards the divine being. Had the situation persisted, all of us would have fallen victim to the ghost warriors. I share that sentiment. Yes, indeed. In the end, no one perished, and that is sufficient, is it not? Bick, Dallas, Trunks, Gohan, and Nappa all echoed this, following Goku's lead to uplift the atmosphere. Subsequently, Nappa descended to carry the still unconscious Vegeta, likely wishing to remove him before he could utter any chaotic words upon awakening. Aren't you all angry?" I clearly made everyone upset, right? Why should I be angry? I don't understand such complex matters. Goku feigned a foolish demeanor, yet he was far from genuinely dense. In his youth, he might have reacted that way, but now, he had long since learned to read the atmosphere of the gathering. His intention was to ease Lizard's mind. Lizard, sensing Goku's goodwill, chuckled in response. Thank you, Goku. What for? More importantly, Lord Divine, I am quite famished. Could I possibly have something to eat? Of course. Indulge yourself today. Since Goku had made a conscious effort to lighten the mood, it was only fitting for him to graciously accept this kindness. Lizard located the fallen Cell on the ground, binding him with an energy ring before lifting him telekinetically. Following this incident, Cell's true nature had been laid bare. As a retribution for his humiliation, Lizard sought to extract every known piece of information from Cell. This was the least he could do. Chapter 130. Cell's explanation among the foes known to Trunks, battles with the androids, Metal Cooler, Broly, and Hachiyak had all concluded. By extension, even Bojack had been vanquished, suggesting that, for the time being, there should be no threats to Earth. Although Babbidi's group and the likes of Hildegarn were predicted to appear 7 years hence, the situation could be deemed stable for now. Broly had been utterly eradicated, and it was unlikely he would return. The Bio Broly was also not a concern. This indicated that as long as Majin Buu remained undisturbed, the primary adversary would be Hildegarn. However, given the future's disruption of the balance between the underworld and the living realm, it was plausible that the evil energy wave would manifest. Perhaps a visit to the underworld was in order to report the negligence of its personnel to Lord Enma. If resolved smoothly, it might preemptively avert this impending crisis. In summary, the only potential invaders Earth might face in the future were Babbidi's sorcerers and the demon Hildegarn, set to arrive 7 years later. Everyone, you have truly worked hard, Lizard remarked, observing Goku and the others devouring their meals with fervor. While the crisis on Earth had not been entirely averted, they had at least weathered one storm. To commemorate this achievement, Lizette hosted a grand banquet at the temple, yet it seemed that the food on the table would soon be devoured. Fortunately, the temple featured an area for cultivating plants and vegetables. With Lizette's diligent care, crops such as fruits would quickly mature, alleviating any concerns of food scarcity. Furthermore, Lizette himself sustained his existence by drawing life energy from the sun and the earth, rendering the need for sustenance unnecessary. It had been previously established that his technique, akin to a spirit bomb, possessed certain flaws. However, as long as he refrained from exerting his full power, no issues would arise. Conversely, if he unleashed this skill to its fullest extent, he risked entering a berserk state of divine transformation. Consequently, Lizette resolved to seal off the ability to use the skill at full power henceforth. Yet, Mr. Lizette, there remained a crucial figure yet to be addressed. Trunks, a scion with a modest appetite, cast a sharp gaze downward. There, bound by a ring of energy, sat Cell with his eyes closed, while Yamcha and Nappa encircled him. Cell, it is time to speak the truth. What is the real story behind your historical distortions? And who, pray tell, is the demagogue you once shouted about? Lay everything bare. Very well, my plan has already crumbled, Cell replied with resignation. At this point, even if I divulge everything, it will change nothing. However, there is not much for me to say. He revealed a defeated smile, slowly opening his eyes, which now reflected emptiness, devoid of hope, ambition, or any anticipation for the future. He had come to realize that the gamble he had staked everything on had not only faltered, but had been a fundamentally flawed endeavor from the outset. Ultimately, he recognized that he had merely been striving for a plan doomed to fail, resembling a jester in his foolishness. With this clarity, he found himself bereft of any motivation to act. I once stated that my original goal was to eliminate Son Goku, but that objective was preemptively dismantled by your future self. Thus, I had no choice but to redefine my purpose, to protect you and eliminate your enemies. Yet I failed to achieve this goal, and I never even received the chance to attempt it. Indeed, I am aware of that. However, the issue extends beyond this. I have long been puzzled. Even if you safeguard the me present here, you cannot rescue the me of the future. The Lizette you wish to protect is not the same as the current me. Thus, I have struggled to comprehend the significance of your return to the past. The person you wish to guard has never truly been me, has it? Correct, my former guardian. I did not return to this era to protect you. In response to Cell's revelation, Lizette displayed no overt disappointment. In truth, he had harbored a sense of foreboding from the moment he first heard Cell's words. Although they were the same individual, In this branched future, the future self and the present self could never be entirely identical. Therefore, regardless of how many foes Cell might vanquish in this era, he would undoubtedly be unable to realize his ambitions. In light of these revelations, it is evident that he harbors ulterior motives. His guardianship over me serves merely as a facade to obscure his true intentions. This notion had already begun to subtly dawn upon Lizette. A figure appeared before me. Who was this individual? He possessed striking red hair styled in a trident shape, donned a blue robe, and bore a pallid complexion, wielding a staff adorned with a skull motif. He proclaimed himself the god of time, Demigura. The name Demigura left Lizette perplexed, as it evoked no recollection whatsoever. Ordinarily, he was well versed in all manner of narratives, including theatrical adaptations, games, and even the contents of Dragon Ball, yet this name failed to stir any memories. Was this a character conceived in an overseas fan publication? He informed me that by altering the book of endings and beginnings, one could effectuate a genuine rewriting of history, not merely crafting parallel worlds, but truly transforming the future occupied by Trunks and myself. However, he cautioned that such an endeavor would encounter formidable obstacles. Our actions would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Supreme Kai of Time, who would dispatch a time patrol to intervene. Lizette nearly succumbed to the impulse to exclaim that this was reminiscent of a plot from Doraemon, yet he restrained himself. He sensed the very foundation of the world he knew beginning to crumble, yet he resolved to allow Cheru to finish his discourse. In order to counteract their interference, Demigura and I devised a plan to guide you into the divine realm, granting you absolute power. Once you become an invincible entity, I would escort you back to the past of my world to alter history. This, I believed, would ultimately save the future. Yet, this scheme ultimately culminated in failure. Now, I am left with nothing. Go ahead, kill me. You possess that right. Having uttered all that he needed to say, Cheru lowered his head and closed his eyes once more. The decision of life or death now lay in the hands of the others. However, Lizette harbored no intention of taking his life. Rather, he found himself devoid of any murderous intent. Indeed, he had been manipulated by Cheru and had even attacked Goku and others because of him. Yet, upon comprehending Cheru's motivations, he realized that at the heart of it all lay the shadow of his future self. Cheru was, in his own manner, attempting to salvage that future self. Lizette extended his hand to halt the enraged Vegeta, who was shouting his intent to slay Cheru, and stepped forward to confront Cheru. Even if we cannot alter the past, there must be a way to change the future. These words sounded familiar. Are you suggesting that I should not cling to the past and instead live for the future? It's futile. I can hardly take a step forward. I do not wish to impart such platitudes. Rather, I wish to convey that, from a physical standpoint, we possess the means to rescue that despairing future. What? A flicker of interest ignited in Cheru's eyes, as he clearly became intrigued. What Lizette was about to disclose was information he had intended to withhold unless absolutely necessary, for he understood the inherent risks of blindly relying on such a method. Yet, witnessing Shalu's determination to risk the forbidden in his quest to save the future, he could not help but feel compelled to assist him. Long ago, perhaps several centuries past, planet Namek was besieged by unprecedented climatic upheavals. You are undoubtedly aware of this calamity. Indeed, I am acquainted with it. It was precisely due to that disaster that the previous deity descended upon Earth. The Elder of Namek once revealed to me that the one who fled the planet aboard a spacecraft was not solely the former deity. There was another named Shrag, along with several other members of the Dragon Clan, who scattered across the cosmos. Upon hearing Lizette's words, Shala's expression visibly transformed. He realized that the Namekians might still exist in the world of the future, and this realization rekindled a flicker of hope within him. I did not actively seek out their whereabouts, nor can I guarantee that these individuals are capable of creating Dragon Balls. However, I believe it is worthwhile to search for them, is it not? You do not intend to slay me? This incident was partly due to my own immaturity. To claim that I harbor no resentment towards you would be a falsehood, yet I also recognize that it is unjust to place the entirety of the blame upon you. Shalu pressed his lips together, bowing his head. For the next several seconds, silence enveloped the scene. At last, as if untangling his thoughts, Shalu quietly requested the release of his bonds. In that moment, Lizette felt no lingering hostility from Shalu and thus acquiesced to his plea. Thank you. Freed from his restraints, Shalu rose slowly but immediately knelt on one knee before Lizette, lowering his head. Lizette could not discern his intentions and awaited his words. This is my vow. As long as I exist in this era, I shall remain your companion henceforth. I will never betray you, not now, nor ever. You intend to remain in this era? While expressing a desire for redemption may sound noble, I must confess my true feelings. The future world I inhabit is desolate, making it exceedingly difficult to obtain information, particularly concerning the cosmos. Therefore, I believe it prudent to gather intelligence in this era regarding the whereabouts of the Namekians before returning to the future. Shalu cracked a smile, lifting his gaze towards Lizette. That grin was characteristic of him, yet bore a hint of defiance. Ultimately, although this man professed to be a steadfast companion, he was, in reality, revealing his intent to exploit this era. Lizette could not help but feel a twinge of exasperation and instinctively shrugged. This audacity undoubtedly stemmed from the cells inherited from Goku. Yet, he found that this version of Shalu, who acted with calculated intent, was far more akin to himself than the previous companion whose motives remained shrouded in ambiguity, aligning more closely with the fact that the majority of his cells derived from Goku and others. Very well, I grant you permission to remain in this era. Thus, Lizette acquiesced to Sheru's request. Since the other party harbored ulterior motives, it would be prudent to entertain similar considerations. 7 years hence, the adversary shall inevitably arrive, providing Sheru with the perfect opportunity to unleash his full potential. He would not afford him the chance to decline, having proclaimed his desire to be a companion. It became his obligation, a mutual leveraging of strengths, a symbiotic relationship. In contrast to the previous dynamic of unconditionally accepting assistance, this calculated interaction resonated profoundly with Lizette. While some chose to remain, others opted to depart. Opposed to Sheru, Trunks informed Goku and the others a few days later of his intention to leave this era. He had precious things to protect, his mother awaiting him in the future, the city under reconstruction, and the lives residing there. These were the responsibilities Trunks must safeguard. Additionally, there was the ever-evolving Bio Broly, a threat that could obliterate everything at any moment. He was determined to vanquish this foe. Unlike Sheru, who had nothing left to defend, Trunks still had much to guard. Thus, he chose to embark on his farewell journey. On the day of departure, a gathering convened before the Capsule Corporation, bidding Trunks farewell. "Mr. Trunks, you will return in 7 years, won't you?" Gohan asked with reluctance, grasping Trunks' hand. In Gohan's eyes, Trunks had arrived in this era to avert a desolate future. Given that foes still loomed in the future, perhaps he would indeed return. Yet, Trunks shook his head, offering a firm negation. "No, that is not my intention. I believe that even in my absence, this world will remain safe. Furthermore, by the time 7 years pass, the younger version of myself in this era will have matured. The presence of 2 Trunks might complicate matters. However, I do not believe this is our final farewell." Trunks smiled brightly, his gaze sweeping over his companions. "I am certain that the version of me who appeared to save Mr. Lizette is indeed myself. Not a variant from another timeline, but the same entity within this timeline. Therefore, I am convinced that one day I will reappear before all of you. When we meet again, I shall undoubtedly be stronger." He firmly believed that the Trunks clad in a green sweater represented his true self. As he spoke, there was no trace of melancholy on his face, for he was assured that they would eventually reunite, rendering farewells unnecessary. Upon hearing Trunks' resolute words, Dales interjected, "Trunks, though I caught only a fleeting glimpse, the individual who appeared alongside you bore a striking resemblance to my master, Bardock, who is Kakarote's father. Perhaps this is merely my wishful thinking, or perhaps I misjudged. However, should you encounter him, please convey this message. His foolish apprentice has long desired to give him a good thrashing. Haha, I shall certainly relay your message." Trunks could not help but chuckle, subsequently engaging in heartfelt handshakes with each of his companions. He first clasped Gohan's hand with a sense of reluctance, followed by a firm handshake with Piccolo. He then exchanged greetings in succession with Goku, Dallas, Tien, Yamcha, Nappa, Kaiatsu, Krillin, and Lizette. Only the rabbit leader, constrained by his abilities, could not partake in this gesture, appearing somewhat disheartened. In the end, Trunks lingered a moment longer while shaking hands with Vegeta. The two shared a silent exchange, merely smiling at one another. "My friends, I firmly believe that you will never bow to fate. Indeed, we are now sufficiently powerful. Regardless of the adversaries we face, we shall not falter. So, Trunks, you must also strive earnestly in the future. Deliver a resounding blow to that Bio Broly." Indeed, upon hearing Mr. Lizette mention the possibility of surviving Namekians, hope rekindled within me. I am determined to restore the future world to a peaceful haven akin to this era. At this moment, Trunks felt no trace of worry. He no longer evaded despair or fixated on the past. Although unresolved issues remained in this time, he trusted that Goku and the others would undoubtedly overcome them. Now, it was his turn to take action. He solemnly vowed in his heart he would restore the future world to its former glory. Please convey my regards to my counterpart in the future. Just inform him that Namekians may still be alive, and he should no longer dwell on returning to the past. You must guide him well, allowing him to fulfill his potential. Furthermore, while the Bio Broly possesses terrifying power, if you douse him with ample seawater with your current strength, you will surely defeat him. Understood. Cell, do not cause trouble for Mr. Lizette and the others. I will do my best. Trunks and Cell, both hailing from the future, exchanged playful banter as they completed their farewells. Compared to when he first arrived in this era, Trunks had matured considerably. He boarded the time machine, waving goodbye while reluctantly activating the device. Finally, he cast a lingering glance back at those companions he had met in this time, individuals with whom he was never meant to intersect. He would forever cherish this encounter and the days spent fighting alongside them. With determination, the young man pressed the launch button, the time machine racing away from this era. His companions gazed skyward for a long while, watching Trunks vanish into the future before eventually dispersing. An hour later, Vegeta and Bulma departed as well, bringing this farewell with the youth from the future to a close. Hey, stop right there. You're the fool who recklessly alters history, aren't you? Huh. Who are you? I am the Supreme Kai of Time, the deity who oversees the flow of time in this universe. You must come with me to the time nest. Wait. However, even Vegeta and the others had not anticipated that Trunks' new battle had already commenced the moment he vanquished the Bio Broly in the future. Perhaps, the moment of reunion would not be as distant as one might imagine. Chapter 132. The passage of 7 years upon Trunks' return to the future. Goku and Lizette each embraced their own distinct lifestyles over the course of 7 years. As anticipated, this period saw no adversaries emerge, allowing peace to prevail. However, not all events unfolded as Lizette had understood. For instance, due to Goku's continued existence, the Sun family's finances ultimately faced turmoil. It was later revealed that Goku, in a moment of desperation, participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament and astonishingly clinched the championship, earning a prize of 100 million. Lizette was genuinely taken aback upon hearing this news. Originally, the tournament was destined to be cancelled due to the interference of Bojack and his gang. Yet, crucially, they did not make an appearance, allowing the event to proceed smoothly. Goku triumphed over his son Gohan in the finals, securing the coveted title. Moreover, the champion's benefits included the opportunity to challenge the world champion of the fighting realm, Mr. Satan. However, it was reported that Mr. Satan abruptly claimed to be suffering from abdominal pain, resulting in the challenge never taking place. In addition, after persistent pleas from Krillin, Lizette reluctantly agreed to summon the Eternal Dragon to extract the bombs from androids 17 and 18. This event ultimately led to android 18 marrying Krillin, and they began their life together, a development that aligned with Lizette's knowledge. Regrettably, following the marriage, android 17 became a solitary figure on his deserted island home. One can only hope he too finds a suitable partner in the future. Furthermore, a delayed spring arrived for Nappa, whose romantic interest turned out to be a mermaid. Their acquaintance began when Nappa rescued her from a fishing net. Regardless of appearances, they do not seem destined to bear offspring. Yet as long as Nappa finds happiness, there is little to critique. Additionally, aside from the irredeemable villains bound for hell, and a few exceptions like Pilaf, the ordinary individuals whose malevolent hearts were purged due to Lizette's actions were restored to their original selves through the Eternal Dragon. Subsequently, the Dragon Balls were safely stored in the hyperbolic time chamber for 100 days, allowing the negative energy within to be purified, thus alleviating concerns of the emergence of evil dragons. Aside from these events, life continued as usual. Goku, Vegeta, Dallas, and Nappa, the Scions, devoted themselves to rigorous training nearly every day. It was said that Piccolo, as per usual, engaged in solitary training, with core warriors inspiring one another, steadily enhancing their powers. Tien, for reasons unknown, vanished from the sight of others, journeying with Kaiatsu as they pursued their training odyssey. Yamcha, on the other hand, completely abandoned martial arts to become a baseball player, gradually integrating into the lives of ordinary people. He has now become the most formidable pitcher and home run king in history, enjoying immense popularity as a lone wolf in the world of baseball. Though their fields differ, he has risen to the status of a superstar comparable to Mr. Satan. Online, tales of the peak Yamcha have emerged, with fans queuing for days to obtain his autograph, a sight that has become commonplace. Nevertheless, he remains single to this day. Krillin, too, has stepped away from the martial arts scene, allowing his hair to grow long as he relishes a tranquil life. It seems that these two Earthlings believe that the guardianship of the planet should be entrusted to the Scions, Namekians, and deities. After all, the steep and unforgiving barrier of inflation knows no mercy. Gohan, wholeheartedly devoted to his studies, successfully gained admission to a prestigious institution solely through correspondence education. It is said that he occasionally refers to himself as the Scion masked hero, rescuing those trapped in fires or saving lives at accident scenes. Although his combat prowess has diminished significantly since childhood, nevertheless, thanks to these noble endeavors, his relationship with his classmate Videl has blossomed, and it appears they have recently begun dating. During the World Martial Arts Tournament, Gohan showcased his abilities as a finalist. Unlike in the original narrative, he established his reputation as a formidable martial artist right from the onset, making his visage well known. Perhaps one of the reasons Videl was intrigued by him from the very beginning. To Videl, Gohan might be the kind of formidable individual who could have once crossed paths with her father. In contrast to Gohan, his younger brother Goten, though still a child, has inexplicably awakened the Super Saiyan form and engages in simulated battle games daily with his good friend, Trunks. At this rate, Goten may eventually surpass Gohan. Naturally, Lizette has not been idle either. He has found an excellent training partner in Cell and practices diligently with him every day, steadily enhancing his strength. He can now consistently unleash a power surge of 100 times his limit for about 10 minutes, maintaining his combat prowess at the pinnacle. Additionally, he has utilized instant transmission to travel to King Kai's planet, requesting assistance to summon Goku as a training opponent. However, the current Goku is no match for him. Lizette's true aim lies in acquiring Goku's unique abilities. Believing his current strength to be sufficient, Lizette accessed Goku's memories, clandestinely learning the method of time manipulation. This seems to be closely related to his inherent uniqueness. Lizette has evolved beyond humanity, reaching a level akin to that of the deities. Perhaps this is also due to his previous foray into the divine realm. In terms of results, after 7 years of rigorous training, he has successfully mastered the ability to halt time, albeit for only 1 second. While Goku can freeze time indefinitely by holding his breath, Lizette is limited to a mere second. He acutely realizes that no matter how formidable one's combat abilities, such extraordinary powers are not easily mastered. Furthermore, he has sought out magicians, fortune tellers, and others with unique abilities as training partners, successfully acquiring a variety of skills. In this world, martial prowess and ki remain the core elements of strength, without question. Yet, he was pleasantly surprised by the richness of magical abilities here. Among the many skills he learned, the most gratifying was the healing magic that even the demon Majin Buu could wield. It is worth mentioning that during his training, he also made a point to greet King Enma, specifically reminding him to maintain vigilant oversight of the soul circulation apparatus. He informed King Yama that in the future, this device had gone awry, resulting in a disruption of the balance between the netherworld and the mortal realm. Consequently, it was rumored that the previously lackadaisical ghostly messenger had been dismissed, and the newly appointed messenger was notably diligent, likely reducing the degree of peril somewhat. It must be said that the choice of personnel for that position was rather absurd. That individual spent his days donning headphones, lost in music, merely chanting and dancing to the rhythm, leaving one to wonder why such a fool was entrusted with overseeing a critical mechanism. It was truly perplexing. Furthermore, as part of the future Earth defense enhancement strategy, Lizette retrieved the remnants of combat robots from Dr. Lecky's castle ruins and commissioned Dr. Brief to mass-produce them. Frankly, it seems there would be no issue if Dr. Brief were to become the next deity. Ultimately, over a dozen mass-produced robots were created, named the Divine Knight Brigade, possessing combat capabilities sufficient to rival those of Dallas and Vegeta from 7 years prior. Now, they stood as vigilant guardians of the temple, adorned with the temple's walls daily. Though preparations had been made, one could not help but ponder that the next saga would inevitably be the Buu arc. To be honest, these robots might never even have the opportunity to be deployed. Regardless, the times of peace always seem to pass swiftly. Once a mere waif, Gohan now towered over Lizette, a fact that inevitably left him feeling somewhat desolate. Yet peace never lasts eternally, especially in this world. A new battle, one that would engulf the earth, was drawing ever closer. Lizette, 1. 4 billion Lizette unleashes maximum power at 100 times. 14 billion Lightning Cell. 12 billion Divine Night Brigade. 5 billion Chapter 133. The visitor at the Divine Temple deep within the temple. There lies a newly established training room. Lizette expanded the space using his abilities, transforming it into an exceptional training ground far exceeding its outward appearance. In the center of the training room, Lizette stood alone, eyes shut, as if awaiting something. A faint surge of attack intent, a whisper of energy. In less than 0.1 seconds, Lizette sensed this movement, swiftly intercepting the punch that came from his right. The assailant was Cell. Grasping his fist, Lizette effortlessly hurled him towards the ground. However, in that very instant, 3 more cells materialized from the left and front, as well as from behind. Lizette stepped back to shield his rear, while simultaneously countering the 3 cells' onslaught. Since these 3 cells were manifestations of the same being, their coordination was particularly formidable, executing their moves without superfluous actions, perfectly compensating for each other's weaknesses. Yet Lizette remained unfazed, deftly neutralizing and deflecting Cell's fierce attacks. But Cell had further tactics in store. The cell initially sent crashing to the ground circled behind Lizette, launching a ferocious surprise assault. Yet Lizette was swifter. He spread his arms wide and began to spin. Particles of light radiated from his arms, forming a luminous halo around his body, which then expanded explosively, sending all cells hurtling away. However, the cell variants swiftly adjusted their stances, each of the 4 striking distinct battle poses. Witnessing this scene, Lizette immediately assumed a state of heightened alertness and maximized the output of his energy barrier. Kamehameha, Spirit Bomb, Special Beam Cannon, Savage Rush. These 4 techniques were the signature moves of Goku, Tien Shinhan, Piccolo, and Lizette himself. Such attacks could only be wielded by Cell, who possessed the combined genetic traits of multiple fighters. Yet, these assaults could not even approach Lizette's form, dissipating instantaneously before the full force of his barrier. Furthermore, Lizette crossed his arms tightly around his body, and the radiance enveloping him abruptly vanished. This was the calm before the storm. As it was now Cell's turn to prepare for the impending onslaught. Superdimensional Burst. As Lizette spread his arms wide, a tempest unleashed with ferocity. Centered around this being of white divinity, an explosive brilliance surged forth, launching an all-encompassing assault directed in every possible direction. This technique bore resemblance to the explosive wave used by Piccolo during the World Martial Arts Tournament. Although the extensive range of the attack inevitably diluted its power, it simultaneously ensured that there were no blind spots, guaranteeing that it would strike its target. This was its inherent advantage. Raging torrents swept through the entire training chamber, filling all vision with light. When the tumult subsided, Cell's duplicates had vanished, and even the original had been reduced to charred remnants. Yet, Cell swiftly underwent complete regeneration. A composed smile gracing his features as he provocatively faced Lizette. Unyielding, Lizette assumed an impeccable combat stance once more. Both combatants still possessed ample stamina, indicating that their training could persist a while longer. Just as they prepared to engage once more, the door to the training room creaked open, and both halted their movements simultaneously. "Mr. Bobo, what is the matter? Why have you entered so suddenly?" "I apologize, Lord Supreme Kai, but there is trouble. A guest has arrived." "A guest?" Upon hearing Mr. Bobo's words, Lizette initially presumed it might be one of Goku's companions, but quickly dismissed that notion. Mr. Bobo always prioritized his duties to the Supreme Kai. Had it been Goku or his friends, he would most likely have intercepted them, instructing them to wait until the training concluded, perhaps saying something about not disturbing the Supreme Kai. Moreover, Mr. Bobo had never referred to Goku and his companions as guests, typically addressing them directly. Yet this time, he explicitly labeled the visitor as a guest, and even interrupted his own training to relay the message. This indicated that the visitor was not an ordinary individual. Lizette immediately composed himself, waving his arm to brush off the dust and grime from his clothing. Regardless of who awaited him, decorum must be maintained. "I apologize, Cell. Training must be temporarily halted." "Very well, but I shall accompany you. I sense an unprecedented and peculiar aura." The visitor was neither a former Supreme Kai, as Lizette could recall, nor was it King Enma or the Grand Kai, much less the fortune teller. So, who could possibly arrive here? Lizette pondered as he stepped out of the temple. Upon seeing the two individuals waiting outside, he instantly comprehended the situation. It was no wonder Mr. Bobo had hurriedly come to deliver the message. Lizette did not allow surprise to manifest on her face. She maintained her usual composure and addressed the visitors, saying, "I apologize for the delay. It is quite rare for us to receive guests." This statement was half truth, half pretext. In reality, Wukong, Gohan, and the former king of the other world frequently visited through the sanctuary. However, they were part of Earth, akin to family in Lizette's eyes. Thus, she did not consider them as guests, and Mr. Bobo would naturally not regard them as such either. From this perspective, it was indeed a place with scarcely any visitors. A statement not entirely erroneous. "Not at all. We are the ones who intruded unexpectedly," replied a man with a mohawk hairstyle and the countenance of a member of the Frisian race, a peculiar smile adorning his face. Without question, he was the King Kai. Setting aside his strength, to Lizette, the King of Hell was her superior, the King Kai was the King of Hell's superior. And the Grand Kai was the King Kai's superior, while the King Kai himself was the superior of the Grand Kai. If one were to liken the universe to a chain of enterprises, Earth would resemble a small, remote branch, and Lizette merely its manager. In contrast, the visitor was akin to a corporate president. Under normal circumstances, such an individual would never grace this humble locale with their presence. Moreover, his sudden appearance here, abandoning the world's foremost martial arts tournament, genuinely surprised Lizette. "Forgive me, allow me to introduce myself. I am the current Earth-S deity. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit today?" To clarify his intentions, he first needed to establish his identity. "I am the King Kai, overseer of this universe. I look forward to your guidance henceforth." As the two exchanged introductions, Lizette discreetly probed the thoughts of the King Kai. He seemed to possess a faint psychic barrier, but it was riddled with flaws. It was likely that no one had ever dared to employ telepathy against him, being the King Kai, as such an act would be deemed disrespectful. However, in the absence of adversaries, one cannot hone their skills. Regardless of how proficient the King Kai believed his barrier to be, it was merely theoretical. For Lizette, surmounting such a barrier was child's play. Moreover, in this realm, it was a well-known principle that psychic abilities would be rendered ineffective when there was a significant disparity in combat power in the face of a fellow psychic like Lizette, whose mastery far exceeded his own. The King Kai's abilities were essentially nullified. What Lizette first perceived from his thoughts was confusion. Karen, unleashed to the limit. 6 billion Mr. Bobo, unleashed to the limit. 6 billion King Kai. 10 billion Jebet. 8 million Chapter 134. The weak King Kai. What Lizette discerned from the King Kai's thoughts was confusion. He was evidently perplexed by his inability to penetrate the mind of a mere Earth deity. It seemed that disrespect was mutual, as he appeared to be attempting to read Lizette's thoughts as well. Upon his arrival, he referred to himself as the master of the universe. Although his claim held truth, it bore a tone of overwhelming dominance that could potentially intimidate the other party, suggesting his intent to assert control over the dialogue by elevating his own stature. Undoubtedly, it would be easy to unsettle him. A calm response, free from agitation, would suffice. However, at this moment, Lizette chose to indulge him, allowing him a moment of pride. "Ah, it is indeed the esteemed Lord Kaioshin who graces us with his presence. I beg your pardon for my earlier rudeness. No harm done. I failed to announce my identity first. The fault lies with me. There is no need for you to be overly formal. Simply relax." Lizette sensed that his reaction was somewhat contrived, yet it appeared that the Kaioshin genuinely accepted his demeanor. Lizette sincerely thought to himself, he is still rather young. Despite his actual age likely surpassing Lizette's, his disposition resembled that of a Na'vi youth, lacking in maturity and overly candid. This might be a virtue, yet in the realm of negotiations, it was evidently a disadvantage. Perhaps it was because no one had ever dared to engage with him, the Kaioshin, that he remained so inexperienced in this regard. Then, as the ruler of the entire universe, what brings you to this remote edge of the galaxy? Before addressing this, I would like to inquire, have you previously retrieved and sealed a colossal sphere of flesh? Unsurprisingly, his visit was indeed related to the infamous Majin Buu. Lizette had already preemptively sealed that sphere containing Majin Buu. Thus, even if Babidi and his ilk arrived on Earth, there was no possibility of unleashing Majin Buu. This was a matter Lizette had never disclosed to anyone, yet it seemed the Kaioshin, a celestial being, had managed to uncover the information. The source of this intelligence was likely that fortune teller capable of traversing between the realms of the living and the dead, who could divine occurrences. Indeed, I sensed an ominous aura emanating from that entity, prompting me to seal it away for safekeeping. You have made a wise decision. It would be no exaggeration to say you have saved the universe. The Kaioshin generously offered words of praise, and Lizette could feel the sincerity behind them. From his thoughts, Lizette could unmistakably perceive the Kaioshin's profound and unmasked fear of Majin Buu, a being responsible for the demise of the North, South, and West Kaioshins, and even the devouring of his beloved Grand Kaioshin. For him, leaving such a being in a sealed state on Earth, while feeling powerless to do more, was a source of great unease. Lizette's emergence was akin to a fortuitous surprise. He stepped forward and added another layer of sealing atop the existing one. For the Kaioshin, this was undoubtedly a monumental revelation. That sphere contained a terrifying entity known as Majin Buu. The Kaioshin set the stage with this context before recounting the history of Majin Buu. Lizette was already well aware of this narrative, but patiently listened, as if for revision. Without needing to glance back, he could see that Cell, standing behind him, wore a curious expression, seemingly engrossed in reading the Kaioshin's thoughts. The sudden visit of the Supreme Kai raises the question, will it herald fortune or misfortune? While Lizette secretly hopes for good luck, he maintains a demeanor of obedience befitting a deity of Earth, attentively listening to the narrative of the highest celestial being. The information regarding the malevolent Majin Buu recounted by the Supreme Kai aligns closely with what Lizette already knows. This tale likely dates back to a time when humanity had just begun to walk upright, approximately 5 million years ago. Majin Buu, an evil creature conjured by the sorcerer Bibidi, was responsible for the demise of 4 out of the 5 Supreme Kais of that era. Bibidi's progeny, Babidi, is now scheming to resurrect Majin Buu and intends to journey to Earth. Upon discovering this, the Supreme Kai took it upon himself to arrive on Earth to preemptively address the threat. "O earthly deities," he implored, "would you entrust us with the containment of Majin Buu? I assure you, I shall safeguard the seal far more securely than this temple." The Supreme Kai's words were not mere fabrications. Although this temple exists in a realm beyond dimensions, it is not impervious. Babidi's sorcery could likely penetrate the temple's barriers without difficulty. While Lizette felt confident in his ability to confront any onslaught from Babidi and his minions, the possibility of an unforeseen spell allowing Babidi to abscond with the sealing jar from subspace was not to be dismissed. Though such an occurrence may be improbable, it is prudent to prepare for all eventualities. Entrusting the sealing jar to the Supreme Kai for safekeeping in the Kaioshin realm would likely render it far safer from Babidi's grasp than leaving it with Lizette. Yet, the issue lies in the Supreme Kai's rather feeble combat prowess. Should Lizette ally with Cell, even with Babidi rallying all his forces, they could easily vanquish him. However, the Supreme Kai and his companion Jebet lack such strength. From a mere logistical perspective, the Kaioshin realm undeniably represents a superior choice for the jar's location. Yet, considering the strength of the Guardians stationed there, it may be wiser to retain it on Earth. Nonetheless, the Supreme Kai is, after all, the highest deity. Lizette could never utter the words, "You are too weak. I cannot entrust this to you." Ultimately, from the moment the Supreme Kai sought the jar, Lizette forfeited the right to refuse. As a deity of a remote planet, he could only nod in agreement. "I understand," Lizette acquiesced. "I shall entrust the seal of the Majin to you, Supreme Kai." With a wave of his hand, a rift in space opened, revealing a jar that emerged from within. This was the sealing jar that contained Majin Buu, encased with the magical sealing wave. Witnessing this, the Supreme Kai's astonishment was palpable. Perhaps abilities related to spatial manipulation are exceedingly rare? Lizette pondered curiously. "Please accept this. Within lies the jar containing the sealed Majin." The carefully cultivated air of mystery threatened to unravel. Despite his efforts to project the gravitas of a supreme deity, he was evidently not adept at theatrics. As Lizette mused on his own naivety, he extended the jar towards him. "Thank you. We shall undoubtedly guard this seal with utmost diligence." As soon as Babidi and his companions become aware that the seal on Majin Buu has been lifted from the Earth, it is inevitable that they will withdraw their forces. However, such a withdrawal is likely to occur only after they unleash their wrath, wreaking havoc along the way. This supreme deity might be underestimating the complexity of the situation. Unable to reclaim Majin Buu, Babidi and his cohorts will undoubtedly scour the universe in search of him. At that point, it will be impossible to leave the Earth unscathed. They will certainly initiate a global search before resorting to telepathic threats against humanity. Nevertheless, the matter concerning Babidi can be addressed by Lizette independently. Once it is confirmed that their spacecraft has arrived on Earth, they can simply launch a brilliant meteor from the temple to obliterate it, reducing both ship and crew to ashes. A surprise attack is the most effective strategy, and when dealing with malignant forces, subtlety is unnecessary. Thus, we shall take our leave for now, hoping to forge a more meaningful relationship in the future. It is an honor to collaborate with you. After finishing his pleasantries, the Supreme Kai vanished alongside Jebbet through instant transmission. Although Jebbet possesses modest combat abilities, he is a remarkably competent attendant. Once the two had disappeared, Cell turned to Lizette with a questioning demeanor. Can we truly entrust this to them? Those two appear utterly unreliable. While uncertain of Babetti's true strength, having you personally safeguard the seal undeniably seems a more secure approach. However, one must consider that, in terms of location, the Supreme Kai's realm is indeed more suitable for such a purpose. The Supreme Kai's realm is a sacred place, inaccessible to ordinary beings, regardless of Babetti's capabilities. Should the seal on Majin Buu be kept there, he would find himself powerless to act. Of course, Babetti remains oblivious to this fact and may very well attempt to invade the temple. However, this would ultimately work to Lizette's advantage. Should he dare to attack, it would signal the demise of Babetti and his followers, allowing for a direct counteroffensive that would cast them into the depths of hell. Truly foolish. The Supreme Kai's realm is a sanctum only accessible to the highest deities of the universe and their attendants, or the opposing deities of destruction and their subordinates. Yet, at this moment, an unexpected female voice reverberated within this hallowed space. Never before had a woman resided in this sanctuary. The West Supreme Kai had once lived here. But that was 5 million years ago. I was contemplating how to seize it, yet you have so willingly surrendered it to me. The woman, Tawa, toyed with the vessel containing the seal of Majin Buu, laughing softly. At her feet lay the Supreme Kai and Jebbet, sprawled on the ground. Mira stood with arms crossed, gazing down at them with a look of indifference. The wounds inflicted by Lizette had fully healed, yet impatience marked Myra's expression. Is this truly the power of a being claiming to be a deity of the universe? Pathetic. Myra's sentiment could be encapsulated in a single word: dissatisfaction. He had anticipated that, given their audacity to declare themselves gods of the universe, they would possess a level of strength that would meet his expectations, only to be met with profound disappointment. Why, under the same divine title, was there such a vast chasm between them and that detestable individual? Confronted by the agitated Mira, Tova stepped forward to offer reassurance. Mira, you are mistaken. It is not that they are too weak. Rather, you are exceedingly strong. The Supreme Kai is by no means feeble. Yet, this pales in comparison to the might displayed by the deities of Earth. The image of that humiliating defeat flashed in Myra's mind, an entity adorned with a radiant halo, effortlessly repelling him as though he were mere refuse. This memory clung to him. Indelible. He felt utterly unworthy to be considered his adversary. His assaults were effortlessly neutralized, and a mere touch from his opponent would cause half of his being to dissipate. Such was the overwhelming disparity in power. That was true strength, that was true might. For Mira, who relentlessly pursued supremacy, it represented the pinnacle he yearned to attain. No, Mira, have we not resolved to refrain from provoking that individual directly? Tova cautioned. Should we recklessly engage him and allow him to enter that state again, we would lose control. Our true enemy remains the Time Patrol. There is no need to intentionally provoke an unnecessary confrontation. I am the strongest being. Would you have me cower in fear before a mere child? This is not cowardice, it is strategy. Their gazes locked, and ultimately, Mira lowered his eyes. He had always been obedient to Tova and was unlikely to betray him in the future. However, of late, Mira had begun to exhibit a rebellious streak. No, he remained compliant in most matters, adhering to orders as usual. Yet, in affairs concerning the white deity, he occasionally defied Tova's wishes. Recently, when they journeyed to the past to eliminate the villager Lizette, Mira displayed a lack of enthusiasm and promptly retreated at the sight of the Time Patrol. Undeniably, Mira yearned for that youth, desiring to surpass him, longing to confront him directly and bring an end to their conflict. He sought not to evade but to challenge him head-on, to vanquish him as a warrior. Yet, Tova perceived this as an exceedingly perilous path. Currently, Lizette posed a formidable challenge for Tova. He had intended to resurrect the demon Buu to sow chaos, yet Lizette's dual sealing of Buu had rendered such plans futile, as he held the key to its containment. Should they launch an impulsive assault, allowing Lizette to revert to that state, the consequences would be dire, even without reverting. The current Lizette, in alliance with Cell, was already a considerable threat. If this continued, once Lizette detected the whereabouts of Babidi and his associates, he would undoubtedly crush them, and Earth would remain unscathed. For Tova, this was nothing short of a fortuitous windfall. The troublesome foe had willingly relinquished the seal of Bu and entrusted it to the considerably weaker Supreme Kai. This was a rare opportunity, and Tova seized it without hesitation. Very well, shall we eliminate these two? Of course, even such individuals can provide a modicum of energy. Tova replied nonchalantly to Myra's inquiry, having reclaimed the seal of Bu. The next step was to discreetly deliver it to Babidi. Moreover, there exists an individual who must be liberated from Babidi's insidious mind control, a matter that cannot be overlooked. Tawa's thoughts have long since shifted towards subsequent plans, showing no interest in the Supreme Kai or others. Mira, evidently indifferent to the defeated adversary, expressionlessly raised his hand. Yet, just as he prepared to unleash an energy blast, someone delivered a swift kick to the back of Myra's head, seizing the opportunity to rescue the Supreme Kai. You think it would be so easy to succeed? As long as we are present, we shall not allow your schemes to come to fruition. Just before collapsing, Mira braced himself with one hand, leveraging his arm's strength to leap upward, performing a graceful spin before landing firmly. Facing him was a scion adorned with a red headband, whose visage bore a striking resemblance to Goku. He was none other than Bardock, a nemesis of Tawa and Mira, also a member of the time patrol that traversed through dimensions alongside them. Bardock propelled himself toward Mira with great force, and Mira immediately assumed a defensive stance to counter. Ha ha. Bardock and Mira clasped hands, entering a fierce contest of strength. However, Bardock suddenly released his grip, lifting his foot as if it were suspended on Myra's hand, and delivered a powerful kick to Myra's chin. Bardock pursued the airborne Mira, both soaring into the sky. With an illusionary speed, he maneuvered in front of Mira, striking him once more. Following this, Bardock accelerated, preemptively reaching Myra's landing point to send him crashing downward. Mira plummeted like a meteor, creating a tremendous fissure in the earth as he descended into the ground. Bardock aimed one hand toward the ground, unleashing his signature technique, the Ki Blast. Upon impact, it erupted in a dome-shaped explosion, sending tremors throughout the Supreme Kai's realm. Yet, from the billowing smoke, Mira surged forth, delivering a fierce punch to Bardock's spine. Seizing the moment Bardock staggered, Mira followed up with a right hook, sending him flying, and then pressed on with a relentless barrage of strikes. Bardock pierced through several stone mountains, but elegantly adjusted his posture midair, landing skillfully. Mira pursued at a speed nearly akin to instantaneous movement. Aiming a punch, Bardock anticipated the attack, ducking to evade while simultaneously using a sweeping kick aimed at Myra's legs. Off balance, Mira found himself vulnerable, and Bardock seized the opportunity to deliver an uppercut. However, Mira deftly turned midair as he fell, evading the strike. In the next instant, Mira executed a handstand, launching a kick at Bardock. In a critical moment, Bardock raised his arms to block, sliding back slightly, but sustaining no injury. You possess some skill? Bardock remarked with a fierce grin as his hair spiked upward, transforming into golden locks as he ascended to Super Saiyan. Simultaneously, an ominous aura enveloped Mira, causing the intensity of their battle to escalate dramatically. The tentative skirmish had come to an end. The ensuing confrontation would hold nothing back. Bardock and Mira advanced simultaneously, and merely taking a step caused the ground to shatter. Then, both unleashed their fists, striking each other squarely in the face. The fury of battle. The two fighters exchanged blows at an astonishing speed, each moment fraught with the necessity of evasion and defense. After a brief exchange of offense and defense, their fists collided with tremendous force, creating a shower of sparks. Subsequently, they both leaped back to create distance, with Bardock assuming a crouched stance, ready to spring forward. With a fierce shout, Bardock surged forth, astonishing Mira with his explosive speed, delivering a powerful elbow strike to Myra's face that sent him hurtling away. Bardock instantly positioned himself in front of Myra's landing spot, executing an upward kick that propelled Mira once more into the air. As Mira adjusted his posture mid-flight to counterattack, Bardock deftly dodged, vaulting onto Myra's shoulder in an inverted stance. He then circled around Mira, locking his legs around Myra's torso while delivering a crushing kick to his spine. Once again, Bardock teleported to the spot where Mira was about to land, his hands overlapping like a hammer, ready to strike downward. Mira was struck on the head and crashed heavily to the ground, creating a thunderous noise as he sank into the earth. Remarkably resilient, Mira quickly rose, his eyes aflame with fury as he glared at Bardock. It seemed that ordinary attacks could not inflict meaningful damage upon him. In light of this, Bardock resolved to unleash an extraordinary assault. He summoned greater power, his hair standing on end, and sparks erupted around him like lightning. He transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Concentrating all his energy into his right hand, he formed a mighty energy sphere, preparing to launch it. Meanwhile, Mira also gathered his strength, arms outstretched, each determined to unleash their most trusted and formidable techniques to determine the victor. Wait, Mira, we must retreat. At that moment, Tawa intervened, halting Mira. Prepared for battle. Mira frowned in displeasure, silently regarding Tawa with a look of confusion rather than hostility. You see, the Supreme Kai and the others have vanished. We seem to have been stalling for time. Continuing to engage with such a foe offers no advantage. Moreover, we have our own tasks to attend to, do we not? Understood. Mira's discontent was palpable, but ultimately, he chose to heed Tawa's directive. Tawa smiled approvingly, praising him for his compliance, before waving her staff. In the next instant, the figures of Mira and Tawa vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed, leaving Bardock alone. TCH, they got away. Bardock spat, dissipating the energy sphere in his hand. The objective of this mission was to buy time until the Supreme Kai could escape safely. However, had circumstances permitted, he had intended to decisively deal with Tawa and Mira right here. Yet, their ability to traverse time and space rendered them elusive. Unless one possessed overwhelming power, akin to that of the deity named Lizette, it was nearly impossible to prevent their escape. Regrettably, Bardock lacked such strength. Mr. Badak, please return. We need to investigate their next course of action. I understand, enough with the nagging. Badak responded dismissively to Trunks' voice emanating from the communicator, and then vanished from his location. The King Kai's realm was utterly desolate, leaving only the remnants of battle scattered across the ground, which appeared particularly hollow in the silence. Chapter 136. The Pursued King Kai, May 7th, 774 AD. This day marked the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament on Earth, a day that was originally destined to witness the resurrection of the demon Majin Buu. After 274 years of existence, when Lizette realized he had finally arrived at this juncture, a wave of emotion surged within him. Of course, everything was not yet concluded, yet he could genuinely feel the swift passage of time. It was said that Goku and his companions had not gathered for a long time, but would participate in the tournament today. Although Lizette had received an invitation, he graciously declined. From the time of the Dragon God, Lizette had made numerous public appearances, and engaging in combat under the gaze of the audience was far from prudent. However, even without competing as a contestant, he could still attend as an observer. Draped in his white cloak prepared for outings, he readied himself. Setting aside the bizarre era of many years ago, the recent developments on Earth were surprisingly rapid. Unlike in the past, it had become exceedingly conspicuous to mingle among ordinary people while clad in outdated attire. Additionally, he had restored the weight of his garments to a normal level, and likely would maintain this in the future. In its place, he donned this newly forged cloak weighing 10 tons. It seemed he was still accustomed to perpetually honing his skills in this manner. Will you be participating, Cell? Of course. I've always wanted to engage in a full-scale battle with Goku and the others. In this world, Cell had not instigated the Cell games, thus remaining unknown to the populace. Consequently, aside from his peculiar appearance, he faced no significant issues fighting before others. Moreover, Lizette had employed divine magic to impose a slight cognitive interference on his appearance, rendering him indistinguishable from ordinary people in their eyes. Reflecting on his initial days of carrying stones for training, he found it somewhat amusing that he had now mastered such wondrous techniques. Preparations for his outing were complete. According to the original plot, today was supposed to be the day Babidi and his cohort would take action. However, the crucial seal of Majin Buu was currently residing in the King Kai's realm. Additionally, 7 years prior, Lizette had conducted a thorough purge of the wicked on Earth. Although he had restored them to normalcy using the Dragon Balls, their malevolent thoughts had not returned. Hence, the Earth of today was virtually devoid of individuals with evil intentions. Even the notoriously malevolent Spopovich, along with the despicable perpetrator who shot Mr. Satan's dog, had transformed into good beings. However, this purge had only targeted those wicked individuals who existed 7 years prior. So as those born afterwards grew up, the world might revert to its former state, though that would be a matter for years to come. At least during the years of growth for the new generation, the Earth will be devoid of any formidable villains, which implies that Babidi will have no one to brainwash and manipulate. As a precaution, should we investigate whether Babidi has indeed made an appearance? Babidi has the ability to infiltrate silently through his magic, rendering Lizette incapable of directly thwarting their incursion into Earth as he did with Slug. Since the timing of their arrival remains uncertain, he can only resort to distant observations of the surface daily. He conducts 3 thorough searches each day, and today happens to be the day of Babidi's group's activities in the original narrative, making their appearance rather unsurprising. With this thought, Lizette extended his consciousness to the ground, searching for any suspicious presence, and soon, he identified his target. Found it. Indeed, one must always exercise caution. He confirmed that Babidi's spaceship was anchored in the wilderness, far from the city, with Babidi and Dabura present. However, what captured Lizette's attention was a few flying presences not far from the spacecraft. Shifting his gaze, he was astonished to find that it was Jebet. He was desperately fleeing with the nearly lifeless Supreme Kai in his arms, pursued by a group of minions that bore a striking resemblance to Pui's relatives. What could possibly be happening? No, such ponderings could wait. His immediate priority was to rescue them. Sheru, I apologize, but the World Martial Arts Tournament must be postponed. We have a more pressing matter at hand. What has transpired? Well, I am not entirely certain, but it seems that Lord Supreme Kai and his companions are being chased by Babidi's subordinates. With that brief explanation, Lizette instantly teleported to the side of the Supreme Kai and his group. Hee, you won't escape. Accept your fate. Jebet, clutching the dying Supreme Kai, fled with all his might. The entire situation had spiraled out of control due to the sudden emergence of those 2 demons in the realm of Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai and Jebet had been overwhelmed by a man named Mira, whose power was overwhelmingly formidable. They had narrowly escaped, only to be discovered by Babidi upon their arrival on Earth, and now they were being relentlessly pursued by Babidi's minions. If only Jebet could secure a moment of respite, he would be able to heal the Supreme Kai. If the Supreme Kai were to regain his full strength, dealing with the current minions would pose no challenge at all. Yet, he did not possess even that fleeting moment. Halting would invite an onslaught from their pursuers, leading to the demise of the Supreme Kai. His own fate mattered little, but as the deity of cosmic justice, the Supreme Kai must not falter. In the face of such despair, Jebet found himself yearning for assistance. Yet, the unconscious Supreme Kai in his arms, being the pinnacle of the cosmic deities, left him with no one to beseech. However, perhaps the act of prayer did indeed bear fruit, for the Earth's deity suddenly teleported in front of Jebet and his companions, shielding them from harm. Who are you? A mere child? Step aside. I will not allow you to wreak havoc on this planet. The child before them, despite his youthful appearance, exuded an inexplicable aura of power in his voice. He embodies a sacred aura and presence that compels one to kneel in reverence, creating an illusion that to defy him is inherently erroneous. He does not radiate an intense glow. Rather, he emits a gentle luminescence that envelopes one in a sanctified light, inciting an irresistible urge to bow down and repent for one's transgressions. Who is this individual? Merely standing there induces a sense of suffocation. The extraterrestrial invaders stifled this sensation, roaring, "Enough with the jest. What can a mere child accomplish? I am the esteemed warrior of the cosmos, comparable to Frisia, Lord Pilika. I am Piralala. I am Papalina. Remember, I am Papelter." Lizette gazed upon these self-proclaimed warriors, feeling an inexplicable sensation towards these for who bore a striking resemblance to a parody of Pui. What is this? He recalled the Dragon Ball game on the NES, where similar low-tier enemies akin to a skin-swap Ginyu Force occasionally appeared. The presence of these individuals evoked the same feeling within him. Had games like Assault Science, Fierce God Frisia, or Battle Androids continued into the Majin Buu saga, perhaps such mock Pui-style henchmen would have emerged. In Lizette's eyes, they were merely fodder, unworthy of invoking any other sentiment. It appears you possess a modicum of energy. Congratulations, your energy shall also be utilized for the revival of Majin Buu. Before the others could finish speaking, Lizette unleashed a newly mastered magical power acquired during his recent training. In an instant, 4 bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, incinerating the 4 skin-swapped Pui. Although this technique lacked the potency of an energy blast, it boasted impressive rapid-fire capabilities, with its strength seemingly adjustable according to the user's own power. Most importantly, it consumed no energy. Lizette sensed that this power emanated from a different energy source, akin to the distinction between health points and magic points. In summation, this technique was more than sufficient for dealing with low-tier enemies. Remarkable. Why does the Earth's deity possess such formidable power? Might you be Mr. Gibbet? Let us proceed to my temple. We shall discuss matters in detail there. Upon returning to the temple with Gibbet and hearing the unfolding circumstances, Lizette could not suppress a sigh. This was not the fault of the Kaioshin. Rather, it was his own oversight for failing to anticipate the emergence of Mira and Tawa. He had never envisioned that the demon clan would dare to act so brazenly within the realm of the Kaioshin. Speaking of which, Mira is still alive. Though his memories of that moment were somewhat hazy, he distinctly recalled having obliterated half of Mira's body. By all accounts, that should have been a fatal injury. Could it be that he possesses some form of regenerative ability? Lizette was uncertain of the intentions behind those two taking Majin Buu. But he was sure of one thing. It was far from benevolent. Indeed, he had just interrupted the chatter of those minions. Did they not mention something peculiar? It seemed they spoke of channeling energy for the resurrection of Majin Buu. This is troublesome, without a doubt. Majin Buu has been handed over to Babidi. He was unclear about the intentions of Tawa and Mira, but it appeared that Majin Buu ultimately fell into Babidi's hands. Lizette frowned, lost in contemplation. If it were only Babidi and his group, a surprise attack led by him and Cell would undoubtedly ensure victory. However, with Mira and Tawa involved, the situation became genuinely precarious. Lizette believed he still had a fighting chance against Mira, yet he could not guarantee success. Even so, he was reluctant to contact Goku and the others. Should he do so, Vegeta would likely join, and that would lead to a repetition of the original story, complicating matters immensely. No, it wasn't just Vegeta. Dorius and Piccolo were equally at risk. If it were the god Piccolo from the original story, it might be manageable. But in this world, Piccolo had not fused with the previous generation's deity or Nail. Instead, he had merged with Slug, making it highly probable that he would fall victim to Babidi's sorcery. He even contemplated launching a direct attack from the subspace, intending to obliterate Babidi's spaceship with a violent onslaught. Although this could likely result in Majin Buu's resurrection due to the shockwave, a Buu whose energy was not fully gathered posed little threat in his eyes. He had also considered the possibility of Majin Buu absorbing others. But as long as he struck first, he could eradicate him completely. In the original tale, Majin Buu had befriended Satan and ultimately became an ally. Yet achieving such conditions was exceedingly demanding. Reviving Majin Buu, reconciling to become allies, then inducing him to split into good and evil forms. Ultimately eliminating evil Buu. Such a sequence was utterly unattainable. To further complicate matters, even if he managed to resurrect Majin Buu after eliminating Babidi and his cohorts, then admonished Buu against killing, it was unlikely Buu would heed his counsel, with the possibility of disobedience being far greater. Even if by some stroke of luck reconciliation were successful, how would he induce Buu to split into good and evil? Should he first make Buu fond of a puppy, only to hire someone to shoot the puppy in front of him? This was utterly nonsensical. Lizette would never engage in such absurdity, even if he succeeded in the split. How would he deal with evil Buu? While it would be ideal to eliminate him without issue, there was still the risk of evil Buu becoming stronger through incessant absorption. A slight miscalculation, in an attempt to win Buu over as an ally, could potentially lead to the destruction of Earth, or worse, the demise of all his companions through absorption. Majin Buu was a fearsome entity, not one to be challenged on a whim. Indeed, the notion of making Majin Buu an ally was alluring, but Lizette, as the guardian of Earth, could not, nor should he, gamble the world he was sworn to protect for the sake of his personal desires. Thus, Lizette decisively resolved to launch a long-range assault from his current position, aiming to annihilate Babidi and his entourage, along with their vessel. He promptly activated a portal, raised his hand, and prepared to unleash his full might. He would show no mercy, and his first strike would be his strongest. He continuously elevated his energy, an ethereal white light enveloping his entire being. Upon sensing this surge of power, Gibbet's expression tightened in shock, while the recently healed Kaioshin hastily interjected, "Please, wait. What are you planning to do?" "Naturally, I intend to attack Babidi's spaceship." "No, that is out of the question. Such an action could very well lead to the resurrection of Majin Buu. Upon his revival, I shall eliminate him immediately. There will be no issue." "Absolutely not. You have no comprehension of the terror that is Majin Buu." Observing the Kaioshin's panic, Lizette could not help but feel he was excessively cautious. He acknowledged Majin Buu's formidable nature, but that was only in the context of him being at full power, fully resurrected. Ideally, Preventing Bu's resurrection would be best, but it would be far more prudent to awaken him while his energy was at zero rather than allowing him to return in a state of overwhelming power. Moreover, no one could predict what Tawa and Mira might do next. Passive defense was hardly a sound strategy. Given their capabilities, they could very well discover a method to resurrect Bu in no time. Yet, even if he were to elucidate these points to the Kaioshin, the latter, still frightened by Bu, might not be convinced. The situation had indeed become troublesome, compounded by the fact that Lizette was a deity and the Kaioshin held a superior position. He found it difficult to disregard the Kaioshin's counsel. What do you propose we do then? On Earth, including yourself, there must be many individuals of great power. Seek their assistance, infiltrate Babiti's spaceship, and eliminate Babiti. Lizette felt an overwhelming urge to bury his face in his hands, even contemplating a strike against the Kaioshin. The suggestion was straightforward, but if it were to come to fruition, the primary force would still depend on himself and Cell. Frankly speaking, the Kaioshin's combat prowess could not be relied upon given the current inflation of power levels. Though he lacked a scouter to ascertain precise values, judging by their ki, they were roughly equivalent to Dallas and Vegeta upon their second entry into the hyperbolic time chamber. This was not to say he was weak, but facing an opponent like Dabura, he was simply insufficient. He still believed that rather than storming the spaceship, launching a preemptive strike would be tactically more effective. No. This is an order issued in my capacity as Kaioshin. We must prevent the resurrection of Majin Bu. Lizette mused that if things continued down this path, they might indeed repeat the original narrative, leading to Bu's revival. Reluctantly, he focused his mental communication on Goku and Gohan. Chapter 138. The gathering of the warriors. A few minutes after Lizette issued the summons, he anticipated that Goku and the others would still indulge in some frivolity. Yet all the main fighters assembled promptly, materializing in the other world through instant transmission. Lizette had expected them to lament the disruption of the long-awaited World Martial Arts Tournament. Yet there was not a trace of such sentiment on their faces. He had previously warned them that those with malicious intent could be manipulated, advising them not to come. But unexpectedly, it had the opposite effect. Vegeta, Dallas, and Piccolo arrived, filled with the conviction that they could not be controlled, which completely took him by surprise. Most unexpectedly, Vegeta exhibited little regret regarding the situation. Upon further contemplation, this reaction is entirely justifiable. The circumstances of this world diverge significantly from the original narrative. According to the original plot, at this juncture, Goku had already passed away, having been resurrected for merely a day, while Vegeta was consumed by rage and impatience over the lost opportunity to battle Goku once more. However, in this reality, Goku remains alive, and over the past 7 years, he and Vegeta have engaged in countless duels. Thus, Vegeta is not as fixated on confronting Goku as he was in the original tale. Ultimately, only Krillin, Yamcha, Android 18, Goten, and Trunks remained at the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, while the others congregated in the other world. Everyone, I apologize for calling you all here for this rare tournament, one of them remarked. It's quite all right. The Supreme Kai has surely summoned us for a significant reason. Another responded. Additionally, the varying degrees of trust Goku and his companions held towards the summoner contributed to the gathering of the group. In the original storyline, it was the Supreme Kai who was supposed to invite Goku and the others, yet undoubtedly, Goku's group harbored no trust in him. To them, he was merely an unexpectedly formidable figure who had emerged, and given the Supreme Kai's past actions of considering Gohan as bait to probe the enemy, their impression of him was decidedly negative. Moreover, the Supreme Kai's apparent lack of confidence was itself a concern. In the eyes of Goku and his companions, the series of events in the original narrative appeared to be the antics of an unremarkable individual, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. In truth, even before the emergence of Majin Bu, Vegeta, Goku, and even Gohan maintained an optimistic standpoint. Even if the Supreme Kai perceived the situation as dire, they believed they could resolve it with their own strength. Vegeta seemed to have remarked, "When have you ever considered the Supreme Kai to be formidable?" Nevertheless, had the summoner been Lizette, their vigilance would have been markedly different. From the very beginning, Lizette had consistently been one of their most powerful allies, even serving as their mentor for a time, and his strength was universally acknowledged. In terms of energy intensity alone, he was comparable to those of the Super Saiyan lineage, and his combat skills and experience were undoubtedly at the pinnacle. Moreover, he possessed psychic abilities, celestial techniques, and had recently even acquired knowledge of magic. Additionally, he He was always accompanied by capable allies, including Cell, Mr. Popo, and the rabbit mob from the temple. This meant that Lizette could often resolve most matters single-handedly, and frequently. By the time others realized what was amiss, he had already discreetly addressed the issue. If even he required the assistance of Goku and Gohan, it would naturally lead Goku and his companions to believe that a rather troublesome situation had arisen or was about to unfold. Indeed, however, before explaining the circumstances, I would like to introduce someone to you all. This is the God of the universe, the Supreme Kai, Lizette concluded, as the Supreme Kai smiled at Goku and the others. It is likely due to this being their first encounter that he endeavored to project an air of authority. Alas, Wukong and the others saw through his intentions with ease, rendering his efforts rather futile. A deity of the entire universe? How impressive! Could he possibly surpass the celestial gods? Not quite as remarkable as you might think. As Wukong spoke, he set the bar exceedingly high, yet the Supreme Kai appeared entirely oblivious, believing the standard to be merely 3 or 4 stories tall, while in reality, it had already transcended the stratosphere and soared into the cosmos. In the previous skirmish, Jebet had discerned the power hierarchy, realizing that Lizette was superior to the Supreme Kai, causing his complexion to pale, though the Supreme Kai remained unaware. Could he be stronger than the celestial god when he becomes serious? Well, that remains uncertain. This time, Gohan raised the standard to an even more distant realm of the universe. His notion of seriousness likely referred to Lizette's state when unleashing his full explosive potential. At this point, the standard had already departed the solar system and was traversing the galaxy, yet the Supreme Kai remained oblivious. Indeed, does he possess abilities akin to supernatural powers? Certainly, though they are merely trivial skills. Despite such claims, it is evident he possesses formidable capabilities, is it not? Oh, feel free to speculate as you wish. The supernatural powers mentioned by Dales encompass not only telekinesis, immobilization, and telepathy, but also include subspace movement, subspace creation, and even time manipulation, transformation of aura, and various forms of magic. The standard has now entirely crossed the galaxy, venturing into the cosmic sea, never to return. Cheru, privy to all the intricacies, was delightfully amused behind Lizette, while Lizette harbored an inexplicable sense of guilt, feeling compelled to apologize to the Supreme Kai. After elucidating the circumstances to Wukong and the others, Lizette and his companions resolved to journey to Babbidi's spaceship. The Supreme Kai, still expressing uncertainty regarding their location, suggested consulting his subordinates for information, yet Lizette had already pinpointed their target and deemed such inquiries unnecessary. Ultimately, the party consisted of 10 members: Lizette, Cheru, Wukong, Gohan, Vegeta, Dales, Piccolo, Naba, the Supreme Kai, and Jebet. Lizette had initially intended to leave the Supreme Kai and Jebet behind in the temple to avoid any hindrance, but he could not bring himself to speak such words to the Supreme Deity. As for Babbidi's potential use of mind control magic on Vegeta, it seemed that magic could only be countered by magic. If executed correctly, it should negate its effects. Very well, let us embark. Lizette opened a portal, and the group entered one by one. For them, subspace travel had become second nature. Only the Supreme Kai and Jebet remained bewildered, yet perhaps sensing no immediate danger. They cautiously stepped through the portal. Upon crossing, the group arrived at a vantage point where they could see Babbidi's spacecraft, prompting Lizette to convene with everyone to discuss their forthcoming actions. However, the available options at this juncture were limited to merely 2. 7 years later, the battle power of the individuals stood as follows: Sun Wukong, 600 million, Sun Gohan, 2, 8 billion, Piccolo, 1 billion, Vegeta, 5 billion, Dales, 500 million, and Nappa, 300 million. In Chapter 139, Cast into the Stars, a discussion ensued regarding their course of action. We currently have 2 choices. The first is to take the initiative and destroy the spaceship, thereby capturing all enemies within. The second is to infiltrate the interior of the spaceship for combat. The former would resolve the issue swiftly, yet it carries the risk of resurrecting Majin Buu. The latter requires us to delve into enemy territory with unpredictable outcomes. Is there really a choice? Let us destroy the spaceship. There is no need to enter a battlefield that favors our adversaries. The essence of combat lies in doing what the enemy despises. In response to Lizette's inquiry, Dales promptly expressed his support for the destruction of the spaceship. His reasoning was sound, leaving no room for rebuttal. I concur with this approach. May I extend a greeting to them first? Do as you wish, but swiftly resolve the matter. Nappa and Vegeta also agreed on the notion of destroying the spaceship. Resurrecting Majin Buu? Indeed, that sounds perilous. They understood that since Lizette was gathering allies, the adversary was undoubtedly formidable. However, this only reinforced the necessity to eliminate Majin Buu before it could fully revive. It must not be allowed to awaken completely. Wukong and Gohan nodded in agreement, and Piccolo voiced no objections, while Cell similarly acknowledged this as the optimal plan. Thus, the Earth faction reached a consensus, with only the Supreme Kai opposing. No, this will not do. Neither option is viable. Yet, Supreme Kai, we must choose one of these two proposals. And it appears the enemy has established some form of magical defense, rendering us unable to launch an assault on the spaceship's interior. Regrettably, remote attacks on Babbidi's spaceship cannot be executed through the portal. Lizette has already attempted this, but the interior space of that spaceship is rife with chaos, making it impossible to establish a stable teleportation connection. Wukong also indicated that he could not utilize instant transmission, shrugging in resignation. However, this was anticipated. Had they been able to employ instant transmission, they would have directly confronted Babbidi long ago. Hey, Supreme Kai, if we cannot attack or infiltrate, what then shall we do? We must wait for an opportunity. One will surely present itself. An opportunity? Your words seem overly simplistic. Are you suggesting we wait for Babbidi to leisurely exit the spaceship alone? Not alone. He will likely have attendants. But once he emerges with subordinates we can contend with, we shall act. Dales furrowed his brow at the Supreme Kai's extraordinary caution, then turned to Lizette, silently questioning. Is this individual truly formidable? Lizette deliberately refrained from answering, feigning ignorance and diverting his gaze, as if to imply, what are you talking about? Yet this very action inadvertently provided an answer. At that moment, everyone led by Dales began to harbor doubts regarding the Supreme Kai's true strength. Humph, Lizette, you truly are wicked. You must have already devised a strategy, haven't you? Oh, have you seen through me? Sheriff felt it was time to cease the jesting and sought to unveil Lizette's true intentions. With a smile, Lizette softly replied, destruction is not an option, nor is infiltration. Therefore, we shall simply opt for a third alternative. If we cannot transfer to the interior of the spaceship, then it is simple. We shall relocate the entire vessel instead. Allow me to delineate the operational plan. I will employ my abilities to transport this spaceship to the surface of a distant star, ensuring its complete incineration. No matter how formidable Majin Buu may be, in a state of insufficient energy and still sealed, being cast into a star will only lead to annihilation. Even if he were to resurrect, he would be immediately consumed by flames upon revival. Is that truly feasible? Indeed, it is. Furthermore, we could confine him within a sealing space of my creation, or initially place him in the room of spirit and time before destroying the spaceship. But I believe the aforementioned plan is the most optimal choice. After elucidating this to the astonished Supreme Kai, Lizette continued. However, the demonic beings responsible for this incident, Mira and Toa, will likely escape in advance and launch an assault against us. Those are the individuals capable of traversing time and space, correct? I have heard that even you, the Supreme Kai, find them quite challenging to handle. Precisely, Goku. It would be ideal to incinerate those two as well. But they will undoubtedly flee beforehand. Thus, the task of intercepting them falls to all of you. Lizette had no intention of further entangling himself with Mira and Toa. Today, right here, before they continue to disrupt the situation, it must come to a decisive conclusion. This was indeed his true purpose in summoning Goku and the others. Although this may not be the most ideal method of combat, I shall not hold back. We must eliminate them without allowing any opportunity for escape. Very well, understood. Let us resolve this in one fell swoop. As long as we leave them a sliver of an opening, they will undoubtedly flee. Hence, we shall provide them no such opportunity. This is a simple truth even a child can comprehend. Let us ensure that Babbidi and his cohort, along with Majin Buu, are thoroughly eradicated by the searing heat of the star. Then, we shall concentrate all our strength to vanquish Mira and Toa. This way, the battle can conclude here. No, it must conclude here. Just as everyone resolved to this determination, an unexpected event transpired, before Lizette and his companions could make a move. Babbidi's spaceship was suddenly obliterated into smithereens. Huh. Lizette stood in shock, glancing at those around him. Yet, none of those present had launched an attack. Everyone shook their heads, indicating it was not them. No one understood what had occurred. Clearly, no one had acted, yet the spaceship had exploded on its own. No, the true issue lies elsewhere. What warrants our attention is the aura. The presence within the spaceship, previously discernible, has now vanished entirely, including Babetti's own aura. In its place, an enormous, elusive, and strange demonic energy has emerged. The Kayashin trembled in fear, muttering to himself, "It's impossible." Upon witnessing his distressed demeanor, Lizette instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. He was wholly unaware of the reasons or the events that transpired, yet one truth was irrefutable. The demon Majin Buu had been resurrected. Furthermore, judging by the intensity of his aura, it was likely that he had returned to full strength. In a brief interlude, Dales remarked, "Unlike Vegeta and Kakarot, I am a good man. Not only do I have the responsibility of tending to the orchard, but I must also care for the children. It is only natural that I fall behind these two who are incessantly absorbed in their training." Chapter 140. The terrifying Babetti moments earlier. Just before the explosion of the spaceship, Babetti found himself engulfed in utter chaos. He had journeyed to Earth with the singular purpose of reviving the most formidable demon, Majin Buu, allegedly created by his father. While this was not inherently objectionable, the crucial sealing egg was conspicuously absent. To make matters worse, the Earthlings exhibited no malevolent intent, rendering even brainwashing futile. In a fit of exasperation, he commanded his subordinate Dabura to wreak havoc upon the cities of Earth, seeking to vent his frustration. At this juncture, everything seemed to adhere to his usual modus operandi. His past failures had accumulated like mountains, and in such moments, this vile sorcerer would invariably unleash his unwarranted ire upon the innocent, seeking to assuage his grievances. Thus, he intended to follow this familiar script until he heard Dabura's voice, brimming with fury. "Shut your mouth, maggot." Such an insult could not possibly emanate from one who had been brainwashed and sworn loyalty to him. Babetti was taken aback, abruptly turning to face Dabura. "Dabura, how dare you?" Before he could finish his retort, a swift kick struck him, shattering his teeth. His nose collapsed, rendering his already grotesque visage even more sinister. His short limbs flailed wildly, resembling a jester as he tumbled to the ground. Babetti possessed no combat prowess. In terms of physical ability, he was even inferior to Pui Pui. For this reason, he had never fought personally, always relying on the strength of others. He had manipulated minds from the shadows, even bending the formidable Dabura to his will, relishing his role as a tyrant. Now, as Dabura unleashed direct violence upon him, Babetti found himself with no room to resist. Filled with dread, he looked up at Dabura, only to see his pupils constrict in horror as he noticed the forehead mark, evidence of brainwashing, had vanished. Dabura radiated a malevolent darkness. "Why? How could my magic? How dare you? A mere parasite, defy me, the demon realm king." With palpable hatred, Dabura delivered a crushing blow, shattering Babetti's arm. To describe it as simply breaking would be an understatement. That swift kick severed Babetti's gnarled arm completely, unleashing a piercing scream of agony. Yet, Dabura's wrath showed no signs of abating. Dapper Ben stands as the sovereign of the entire dark demon realm, a being at the pinnacle of this sinister domain, whereas Babetti is merely a sorcerer of the demon race, relegated to the depths of existence, akin to a grotesque creature. In essence, their master-servant relationship ought to be inverted, with Babetti bowing in deference to Dapper Ben. Yet, Babetti has employed sorcery to ambush and brainwash, wielding Dapper Ben as a mere tool for his whims. It is easy to envision the profound blow to Dapper Ben's pride upon regaining his senses. Behind him, Tawa and Mira regard Babetti with disdain, as if he were refuse. Tawa leans closer to Dapper Ben, affectionately linking her arm with his. "Brother, swiftly dispose of this foul and hideous trash. Merely existing is an affront to the eyes, polluting even the air." "Indeed, well said, Tawa." At this moment, Babetti comprehends that it is this woman who has unraveled his magic, restoring Dapper Ben's awareness. The ancient sorcerer, his face a tapestry of wrinkles, is consumed by an overwhelming fury, disregarding his past misdeeds. He roars at Tawa, "It is you. How dare you lay hands on my Dapper Ben? You have audacity." However, his words are abruptly silenced. Dapper Ben swings his sword, severing Babetti's remaining arm, which elicits a piercing scream. Dapper Ben gazes down upon the writhing Babetti with contempt, feeling shame for ever having been manipulated by such filth. "You shall never utter another word. Your very existence is a blight." Dapper Ben's face is etched with profound revulsion as he unhesitatingly raises his hand towards Babetti, unleashing a wave of energy that obliterates the vile sorcerer from the world. Although Babetti is vanquished, the matter does not conclude there. The wrath of the demon realm's king cannot be quelled by mere death. A cruel smile graces Tao's lips. Well, brother, next we shall seek his soul. Yes, let that trash experience the taste of death a second time. Dapper Ben clasps Tao's outstretched hand, and in an instant, they vanish. They refuse to allow Babiti's soul to descend to the underworld. The affront to the Dark Demon King is unforgivable, leaving no room for leniency. In this world, when one dies, their soul traverses to the underworld, destined for either heaven or hell, awaiting reincarnation. However, should one perish again in a state of spirit, they are irrevocably transformed into eternal void, never to be resurrected. Furthermore, those slain by the demon race find their souls lingering in the mortal realm rather than proceeding to the underworld. Yet, neither Dapperben nor Tawa intend to permit Babidi such an outcome. Within mere seconds, they will confront Babiti's wandering soul, intending to obliterate it entirely. Regrettably, no one in this world would shed a tear for Babidi's fate. Thus, the time has come. Following Babiti's complete annihilation, Mira remains aboard the spaceship, preparing to infuse energy into the demon mage imbued to facilitate his revival, beginning with the eradication of warriors such as Pui Pui and Yakon. Merely the essence of malevolence will not suffice to awaken mage imbue. However, the act of extinguishing the life of one who is not meant to perish at this moment generates a force capable of altering the course of history. And Mira and Tawa are fortuitously able to harness this energy. The warriors aboard this spacecraft are, without exception, selected to serve as sacrifices for the resurrection of Bu. And nothing more. Depura, Tawa's magical enhancement, 27 billion 32 billion. Tawa, 30 billion. Chapter 141, The Three Mage Imbue. What on earth is happening? Lizette gazed in bewilderment at the spaceship that had been obliterated without warning. This was beyond the realm of the planned, entirely unforeseen. Yet he quickly deduced the reason, for he saw a familiar figure emerge from the smoke, followed by a pink magen. Upon witnessing the magen, the already pale Supreme Kai's complexion turned even more ashen, his body trembling uncontrollably. Magen Bu. Magen Bu? Is it truly him? Gohan looked at the terrified Supreme Kai, his expression filled with confusion. He could sense the formidable energy emanating from the figure and understood that this was no ordinary foe, yet judging solely by appearances, he felt he could easily contend with him. But the Supreme Kai was already drenched in sweat, vigorously nodding in affirmation. Why yes. I will never forget that terrifying visage. Lizette nearly blurted out, isn't that the face of the Grand Supreme Kai? But he managed to stifle his words. Instead, he turned to the likely instigator of this chaos. Mira, it has been a long time, Earth's deity. I have eagerly anticipated our reunion. It was indeed Mira, the adversary with whom Lizette shared a deep-seated enmity. Soon, Tawa and Depura appeared beside Mira, casting provocative glances at Lizette. Lizette had long been prepared for a confrontation with them, yet he had not anticipated that they would seize the initiative. It seemed that Mira and his companions intended to use Pui Pui, Yakon, and others as the material for resurrecting Bu. Logically, the essence of evil alone could not bring Bu back to life. Surely, Tawa had meddled with magic in this regard. Presently, whatever Tawa might do would no longer surprise Lizette. As for why only Depura remained, perhaps it was due to an assumption of his continued combat effectiveness. However, Depura exhibited no signs of manipulation nor the ominous aura typically associated with brainwashing, and Lizette even sensed an unusual familiarity between Tawa and Depura. Everyone flee. There is no hope left. The Supreme Kai's voice trembled as he suggested a retreat. Goku and the others stared at him in disbelief. Should they abandon the fight now, Earth would undoubtedly be ravaged beyond recognition by Majin Buu. They could scarcely believe that this was the decision of a deity of the universe. Yet no one dared to refute him, for the Supreme Kai's fear had transcended all reason. His demeanor resembled that of Vegeta before Broly, if not 100-fold more fearful. Jigoku, Gohan, run away. If we stay here, we will all perish. Hurry. I'm sorry, Supreme Kai, but that cannot be. If we flee, who will protect the Earth? Faced with the urgent promptings of the Supreme Kai, Goku was the first to voice his dissent. Beside him, Dallas stepped forward with a grin. Vegeta and Piccolo also assumed battle stances, taking a step forward. Indeed, Lord Kai, what do you intend to do? Dallas inquired. A rhetorical question that did not require an answer. True enough. Responding to Dallas's inquiry, Lizette removed his outer garment, revealing the white robe he typically wore, and provided his answer. Upon witnessing this, Dallas clenched his fists, realizing that his earlier words were not a question, but rather a confirmation of a matter already understood. Mr. Lizette, please, urge everyone to escape. We must flee to survive. He implored. If you speak up, perhaps everyone will. I have something to say to everyone. Lizette interjected, seemingly responding to the Supreme Kai's urgings. A momentary smile illuminated the Supreme Kai's face, only to freeze the next instant. From now on, we officially engage in battle against the Demon Clan and Majin Buu. Although the energy I sense is not overwhelmingly strong, we must remain vigilant. His full power extends far beyond this. Furthermore, I have accessed the memories of Lord Supreme Kai and learned that the adversary possesses regenerative abilities that surpass even those of Cell. We must not let our guard down until he is utterly vanquished. Mr. Lizette? The Supreme Kai was taken aback, just as it should be from our divine leader. Lizette's disregard for the Supreme Kai and his direct issuance of attack orders left the Supreme Kai speechless. Meanwhile, Goku wore a look of relief, and the other warriors readied themselves for battle, even Vegeta crossing his arms with a slight smirk. In the face of the impending crisis on Earth, they would not retreat, be it as inhabitants of the planet or as warriors. Who are those individuals? They are the warriors of Earth, brother, Tower replied. Pay special attention to that boy in white, and the man with the peculiar hairstyle wearing a tank top. Tawa's response to Dallas's question sent a jolt through Lizette. Brother? This woman just referred to Dallas as her brother? It was conceivable, as Tawa herself belonged to the Demon Clan. But she was indeed Dallas's sister. It seems you have gathered your forces, intending to settle things with us. However, we share the same intention. We plan to capture all of you and harvest your energy. Tawa brandished her staff. In the next moment, an incredible scene unfolded. Majin Buu emitted a sinister aura and split into 3 distinct entities. Even more alarmingly, his energy remained unchanged, effectively tripling their numbers while retaining their original battle prowess. This was not a mere duplication from an alternate timeline. Majin Buu is inherently capable of complete regeneration as long as a fragment of his flesh remains. Thus, self-propagation through his regenerative abilities is certainly within the realm of possibility. In truth, Lizette and the others were unaware that within the time nest, there existed another incarnation of Majin Buu from a different timeline, who had torn himself apart to create progeny. Indeed, as long as Majin Buu so desires, he is entirely capable of self-replication. Typically, he refrains from such actions. For even as a demon, proliferation would lead to his own weakening. For instance, in the original timeline, when the demon Buu split into 2 entities of good and evil, his power diminished. However, this time, he did not weaken, as Mira and Tawa infused Buu with the energy they had previously gathered by altering history, replenishing the strength that should have been lost. Gazing at this despairing scene, the Supreme Kai knelt upon the ground, murmuring, "There is no hope. I shall resolve this issue for the gods of Earth. None of you should intervene. Mira, I trust you understand. Yes, we must eliminate him before he unleashes that peculiar power." Mira took the initiative, launching herself towards Lizard. Lizard promptly engaged, and their figures vanished in an instant, unleashing a violent shockwave in the air. Simultaneously, the 3 forms of the Demon Buu began their assault. Goku confronted the first, Cell battled the second, while Vegeta, Dorius, and Naba united against the third. Piccolo charged at Dabura, and Gohan challenged Tawa. Only the Supreme Kai and Jebet found themselves unable to keep pace with the rapidly shifting battlefield, bewildered and at a loss. No, it was not only the rhythm of the battle they could not follow, but also the very speed of the combat itself. The movements of all participants were so swift that they were invisible to the naked eye, let alone the possibility of providing assistance. How is this possible? The humans of the lower realm possess such formidable power. Demon Buu 3, 120 billion Chapter 142, Fated Confrontation. How is this possible? The humans of the lower realm possess such formidable power? While the Supreme Kai continued to marvel at the strength of the Earth warriors, Lizard and Mira were engaged in a fierce battle near the stratosphere. They had previously clashed twice, yet neither encounter could be deemed a complete fight. The first time, Lizard's power was insufficient to contend with Mira. The second time, Lizard succumbed to a berserk state, preventing a proper confrontation. In this third duel, their strengths were unprecedentedly comparable, devoid of any extraneous distractions. Here, they resolved to settle the matter, both harboring the determination to hold nothing back from the outset, giving their all. Mira unleashed a barrage of energy spheres, creating a dense curtain of projectiles. Yet, all the energy spheres were thwarted by Lizard's barrier, inflicting no harm whatsoever. However, this was precisely Mira's intent. The barrage served merely as a ruse. He advanced with remarkable speed, attempting a kick from behind Lizard. Yet, the orbs of light surrounding Lizard would not permit his success. These spheres, capable of automatic defense and counterattack, intercepted Mira's kick, propelling him away. Simultaneously, Lizard raised his hand to unleash a ki blast, pursuing the opportunity to attack. He accelerated, catching up to the repelled Mira, and launched a series of strikes through the barrier. GUH. The assault was not solely from Lizard. The orbs of light rotating around him continuously fired energy spheres, forcing Mira to defend, immobilizing him while depleting his stamina. Typically, having one's attack defended is not advantageous, yet Lizard took the contrary approach, deliberately compelling Mira to defend, thereby restricting his movements. As long as the orb of light continues its relentless assault, Mira remains unable to lower his defenses, passively enduring the incessant drain of energy, a tactic most shameless. Yet, Lizette does not relent. He directs the orb to concentrate its fire on Mira's upper body, diverting his attention from the lower half, and then delivers a swift kick to his unguarded leg. Misfortune strikes. Mira loses his balance, and Lizette seizes the opportunity, grasping his fingers and launching him upwards, simultaneously unleashing a barrage of phantom punches from 6 directions: above, below, left, right, front, and back. This is no ordinary illusion. It mirrors the technique used against Metal Gula, manifesting tangible clones of energy. Lizette's phantoms assault Mira from all angles, piercing through his form only to return and continue their relentless onslaught. After repeating this cycle thrice, Lizette delivers a powerful kick that sends Mira crashing to the ground, conjuring a multitude of radiant swords. The swords converge in a spectacular display, sword rain. Mira exerts every ounce of effort to evade and deflect, struggling to close the distance between them, and once again they find themselves embroiled in a close-quarters battle. Their hands move at an astonishing speed, executing thousands of exchanges within mere breaths. Straight punches, palm strikes, thrusts, knife hand strikes, and hooks flow seamlessly, oscillating between direct assaults and feints, anticipating each other's movements and the counters to those anticipations, in a relentless dance of offense and defense. A slight misstep could grant the opponent the opportunity to unleash a torrential barrage, plunging one into despair. Both combatants are acutely aware of this, remaining vigilant without succumbing to the chaos of excessive tension. They compress their perception of time to its utmost limit, entering a realm where only fleeting glimpses of each other's phantoms can be perceived, all while maintaining an air of composure. Mira, leveraging his foundational strength, momentarily gains the upper hand, while Lizette compensates for the disparity with the orb's support, maintaining a fevered attack frequency. However, Mira's straightforward nature proves to be a double-edged sword. The subtle hints of his impending strikes, exposed by his inexperience, betray him. Lizette feigns interest in this apparent weakness but discerns the ruse at the last moment. The so-called opening is merely a bait, concealing a lethal maneuver beneath its guise. Having pierced through this intricate stratagem, Lizette seizes Mira's wrist, pulling him off balance and delivering a decisive palm strike to his chest, simultaneously channeling energy into Mira's body to provoke an internal explosion. The clear sensation of impact confirms the shattering of Mira's ribs, yet Lizette does not relent. The advantage is now his, with the tempo and control of the battle firmly in his grasp. The duration for which he can maintain this control is pivotal to the outcome. With momentum on his side, he presses the attack, seeking to inflict as much damage as possible while the rhythm remains in his favor. Straight punch, palm strike, thrust. Lizette relentlessly assaults Mira's vital points, his storm-like flurry of strikes descending like torrential rain. Strike, strike, strike. He lands a punch to Mira's abdomen, sending him soaring into the sky, and then teleports above him, delivering a powerful kick that sends him crashing to the ground. He once again teleported to a point ahead, delivering a powerful palm strike that sent Mira soaring. In an instant, he followed the trajectory of the launch, unleashing a barrage of thousands of strikes. Infinite domain. Lizette transcended the constraints of time, suspending the movement of all things for a brief second. He unleashed a barrage of dagger-shaped energy blasts toward the immobilized Mira, ensnaring him completely before releasing the time suspension. The moment time resumed its flow, tens of thousands of energy blasts surged toward Mira. A colossal explosion erupted in the sky above the earth, leaving the Kaioshin and others on the ground pale and frozen in shock, as if their very souls had been siphoned away. Yet, even after enduring such a devastating blow, Mira charged forward, drenched in blood, hurtling toward Lizette. Without hesitation, Lizette deployed multiple subspaces, unleashing a series of long-range energy waves from the rifts in space, attempting to impede Mira's advance. However, Mira seemed to possess an uncanny ability to predict the trajectories of the attacks, dodging them effortlessly without even a glance, progressively closing the distance. From the front, sides, back, angles, and blind spots, Lizette launched his assaults with perfect timing, dazzling beams of light striking from all directions, yet not even grazing the hem of Mira's attire. Too slow. Mira accelerated once more, landing a solid punch on Lizette. The barrier Lizette hastily raised emitted a piercing shatter, ultimately succumbing to the force of the blow. Nevertheless, even when struck directly, Lizette employed a technique to dissipate the force, his body gliding like a feather, propelled through the stratosphere and into the vastness of space. Mira teleported to the point where Lizette would land, launching another kick, yet once again failing to inflict any substantial damage. Lizette absorbed the impact completely. He pivoted his body and delivered a kick aimed at the nape of Mira's neck. The pale sole of his foot struck precisely, a clear sensation resonating as Mira's pupils rolled back. Yet he did not fall, even after enduring a blow potent enough to render him unconscious. Mira clung to Lizette's foot with unwavering determination, channeling all his strength to deliver a devastating right hook to his abdomen. Ugh. This time, it was Lizette who bore the brunt of the pain. His face contorted in agony, blood spewed from his lips, staining his cheeks. With no mercy, Mira launched a second strike. At the critical moment, Lizette decisively opened a subspace before him, absorbing Mira's fist within. The vanished fist reappeared behind Mira, striking him fiercely at the back of his head, plunging him into a momentary void of consciousness. Ugh. Now is the time. Lizette seized the opportunity as Mira staggered, spinning his body at high speed. Though Mira still clutched his foot, a narrow gap had formed. Harnessing the momentum of his rotation, he forcefully broke free from Mira's grasp, indifferent to the skin that tore in the process. He followed with another kick aimed at Mira's nape, exacerbating the injury to his neck, and then, utilizing the recoil of the kick, distanced himself from Mira. Ha ha ha. Zzz. Both were now gasping for breath, their wounds far from trivial. Yet they still possessed the strength to continue fighting, even enough power to potentially overcome one another. White energy enveloped Lizette, while Mira exuded a deep crimson aura. In the next moment, the two collided once more. On the ground, Tova observed this scene, a delightful smile gracing his face as he murmured, "Hee, Mira appears quite content. In the future, you shall defeat all the formidable foes. Go ahead, reveal the power befitting the next ruler of the demon realm. Fear not, for you shall not falter. After all, you are my most exquisite creation." Tova was convinced that Mira was currently experiencing an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. At long last, in this era, he had discovered the long-sought rival that every warrior yearns for. Therefore, all that remained was to secure victory. By surmounting this obstacle, he could ascend to even greater heights. Tova's heart brimmed with exhilaration from this premonition, yet he forcefully suppressed a fleeting unease that brushed against his mind, feigning indifference. In truth, he had always opposed any entanglement with Lizette. He was unaware of when Lizette might succumb to that state again, and the risks of battling Lizette were exceedingly high. However, Mira insisted on bringing matters to a conclusion. Tova had previously urged Mira to endure, but if this continued, Mira might very well erupt entirely. Thus, he consented to allow Mira to confront Lizette, provided that they would retreat at the first sign of danger. Winning would be ideal, even if retreat became necessary. At least he would have fulfilled Mira's wish, and thereafter, Mira should become more compliant, or so he thought. "Mira, are you certain you are all right?" Yet, regardless, this feeling of unease lingered. Mira, 150 billion. Lizette's unleashed limit, 14 trillion.